On the heavenly vault continent, deep within the perilous forbidden land of Wailing, the great demon stood atop a towering mountain while countless cultivators surrounded him below. Chu the Samanic, you've bullied men and women and committed countless evils. At 3, you spied on girls bathing. At 4, you made them watch you bathe. At 70, you finally got circumcised. And at 71, you lured children to look at their crotches and touched them. Chu the Samanic, you deceived my elder sister and caused her to perish. So today I'll cut you into 100 pieces. We've hunted you for 3 years, and now you finally have nowhere left to run, don't you? Chu the Samanic still stood proudly above, unmoved by the rabble barking below, his icy eyes calmly watching the murderous crowd at the foot of the mountain. The sword in his hand was stained crimson with blood, droplets still dripping onto the ground. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him, making him turn around. Demonic Chu, now that you've been driven into such a desperate situation, do you feel any regret? The speaker was Chi Mengdai, current sect master of Cloudlow Peak in the Supreme Purity Holy Land. Hearing her question, Chu Xiu threw back his head and laughed wildly, his arrogant laughter shaking heaven and earth. Regret, you ask? I, Chu Xiu, have cultivated for less than 100 years and spent my whole life fighting without end. Among my generation, besides me, who dares claim to be invincible beneath heaven, and who dares call themselves undefeated? My only regret is that I had too little time. If I had another 1,000 years. Then beneath this vast heaven and earth, who would dare refuse to bow before me? Chi Mengdai's face darkened in disgust as she immediately summoned a radiant blue greatsword behind her. You truly remain unrepentant even at death, so don't blame us for showing no mercy. She launched her sword forward as the cultivators below roared and charged together to take his life. Faced with this scene, Chu Xiu remained fearless, rapidly forming hand seals and casting demonic arts to confront them. A strange light flashed from his fingertips. Dense streams of black energy surged out as the terrified cultivators shouted, "Not good, this demon is using his final trump card, stop him." 3 colossal spiritual avatars instantly manifested and struck Chu Xiu together, their enormous palms seemingly capable of crushing all 3,000 worlds. Taking that terrifying attack head-on, Chu Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he showed no fear and instead laughed madly with delight. Break through immortality and seek eternal life. Even a great emperor may regret, but I never will, as he poured all his remaining spiritual power deep into his inner core. An immense burst of energy suddenly erupted, destroying the 3 spiritual avatars and creating a phenomenon that shook heaven and earth. When the phenomenon faded, only Chu Xiu's sword, broken in 2, remained where he had stood. In the end, he still fell to the righteous path, while the cultivators caught in his suicidal self-destruction were left battered and wounded. An old man sighed sadly. If he had gone to Heavenly Dragon City to slay demons, he would have become a mighty general of humanity. What a pity! And everyone silently departed to continue their unfinished paths of immortal cultivation. Everyone thought the story of Chu the Samanic was over, but was he truly dead? The scene shifted to the Supreme Purity Holy Land with 18 majestic spiritual peaks, where Heavenly Star, Cloudlow, and Heavenly Sword were ruled by 3 great Saint Peak Masters, while 14 others were guarded by lesser saint experts. 1 month later at Cloudlow Sect, a blazing crimson aura suddenly shot straight into a cave dwelling. On the bed, a young man sprang upright and grinned wickedly. Ha ha, Chu the Samanic has officially returned. That's right, it was Chu Xiu. Sitting up, he muttered, before transmigrating, I was a student at a prestigious university, so for the day I could revive. Chu Xiu got out of bed, looked around, and wondered, could this be the Supreme Purity Holy Land? It seems I truly share a deep fate with this place. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Ding, the host has successfully revived. Ding, system functions have changed. Please choose one of the following 2 options. First is the fated villain path. Keep doing evil and the system rewards you generously. Second is the hidden cultivator villain path. After dying once and suffering enough, you choose to quietly grow stronger and keep doing evil. Chu Xiu pondered, in my previous world, I chose the fated villain path and enjoyed committing every evil imaginable, but in the end I was surrounded and hunted like a street rat, which felt terrible. After thinking it over, he grinned wickedly and chose the hidden cultivator path, planning to quietly build strength until he could shake the world, and if possible hide his identity to become the holy son of a holy land. Surrounded and pampered by beautiful women, just imagining it made him grin from ear to ear. Heh heh heh. Having decided, he pointed forward and declared, I choose the hidden cultivator system. The system immediately confirmed the selection and displayed his profile. Host Chu Xiu, Identity First Direct Disciple of Cloudmist Peak. Cultivation crippled, aptitude 17 ordinary grade, techniques erased because his soul forcibly seized the body, fortune -18 pitch black. Overall stronger than a level 1 spirit chicken but living worse than one. After reading it, Chu Xiu's face darkened, wondering what kind of disaster the body's former owner had caused before his arrival. It turned out that 10 days ago, he had fought a direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak over a woman and entered the life and death arena. There, he was humiliatingly defeated in one move, his sea of reincarnation shattered and his cultivation completely destroyed. Recalling that miserable past, Chu Xiu held his head and sighed. Your fate was truly tragic, but since you became the vessel for my soul, your enemies are now mine, so just watch me become an invincible overlord, before sitting cross-legged to cultivate again. Yet half an hour passed without any progress. Chu Xiu smiled bitterly. This body is truly useless, with poor aptitude and severe injuries. Still, after thinking carefully, he realized he had another method and laughed. Ha ha. Meanwhile, outside Cloudmist Peak, several men gathered and said, "Did you hear? The Peak Master went after the mad demon 3 days ago and has returned, so I wonder whether that demonic Chu has finally been killed." Someone laughed. Demonic Chu always claimed to be unrivaled in his generation, but he was only a lesser saint, so how could he survive being surrounded by over 10 great saints? Good riddance, everyone of the righteous path has the right to destroy such a vicious demon. Another laughed. Demonic Chu always claimed to be unrivaled in his generation, but he was only a lesser saint, so how could he survive being surrounded by over 10 great saints? Good riddance, everyone of the righteous path has the right to destroy such a vicious demon. Thinking this, he walked toward them and coughed lightly to draw their attention as they asked together, "Senior brother Chu Xiu, first senior brother, are your injuries any better?" And Chu Xiu casually replied, "Yes, nothing serious." After saying that, he indifferently walked through the crowd and continued onward. One man frowned. Senior brother Chu Xiu seems to share a name with that demonic Chu. Could there be some secret between them? While another laughed, "You're overthinking it. If he had even a fraction of demonic Chu's talent, his cultivation wouldn't have been crippled so miserably." Ignoring their chatter, Chu Xiu headed straight for the cave residence of Qi Mengdai, Peak Master of Cloudmist Peak. Before the imposing gate, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Master, your disciple has an important matter to discuss," then calmly entered. Inside, he saw Qi Mengdai, the noble leader of Cloudmist Peak, lazily resting her chin on her hand as she asked wearily, "Chu Xiu, you fought someone and were badly injured a few days ago, so have you come to ask me to teach you how to cultivate again?" He knelt on one knee and pleaded loudly, "Master, please help me." Qi Mengdai narrowed her eyes and coldly replied, "Your cultivation was weak, yet you loved provoking fights, so you deserve to be crippled. I cannot help you, leave." Hearing this, he sprang up indignantly and said, "Master, don't you know why my cultivation was weak? Without cultivation resources, how could I become stronger when you gave everything to second junior brother, third junior sister, fourth junior brother, and fifth junior sister while giving me nothing?" Qi Mengdai angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Insolent! Your aptitude is poor and you refuse to cultivate diligently, yet you dare blame your master? You truly don't know what's good for you." Yet he smirked proudly, "Isn't the real reason you denied me cultivation resources because I share the same surname and name as that demonic Chu? You hate him and take it out on me, isn't that ridiculous?" Exposed by his words, Qi Mengdai gave him a strange look before flying closer and softening her voice. "I have never taken my anger out on you, so return for now. Once I find a heavenly treasure capable of healing your injuries, I will personally guide your cultivation." He smiled wickedly, "No need, master, because you can help me right now." Qi Mengdai asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" He narrowed his eyes and replied, "I heard master possesses the rare heavenly fragrance physique. If I dual cultivate with you, I can not only heal all my injuries completely but also greatly improve my cultivation talent." Haha. As soon as he finished, he moved close to Qi Mengdai. Hearing those insolent words, her face darkened as she shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He coughed, "I'm serious, master, please dual cultivate with me." Hearing every word clearly, Qi Mengdai instantly flushed with shame and anger. She immediately raised her hand to strike him with a palm and roared, "Rebellious disciple, are you tired of living? How dare you speak such nonsense before me?" She sternly waved her hand, gathering spiritual power into a chilling sword, and declared, Today I will break every tendon and bone in your body, then expel you from my sect forever." Chu Xiu merely smirked, raised a hand to his mouth, and murmured a series of strange, demonic incantations. Causing the mighty sword before her to shatter and vanish as Qi Mengdai's legs suddenly went weak and lost all strength. She collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by shock and confusion, wondering, "What the hell is happening? I am a mighty great saint, so why can't I circulate my power to resist?" Seeing fear clearly written on his master's face, Chu Xiu smiled wickedly and approached step by step, saying, "Master, then please forgive your disciple's disrespect." Only then did she suddenly realize the danger before her. She hurriedly shouted, "Rebellious disciple, what exactly are you trying to do?" He answered with possessiveness burning in his eyes, "Master, please impart your teachings and essence to your disciple." Her face instantly turned deathly pale as she tried to resist, but her entire body was already limp and powerless. He moved even closer, his bewitching voice echoing beside her ear. "You ask what I want to do? Naturally, I sealed all your cultivation." He continued, "Do you remember that day when more than 10 great saints hunted me down? I secretly placed the reincarnation heavenly weeping mother-child seal on you without your knowledge. This is the precious treasure the system granted me, a divine-grade artifact capable of silently sealing any designated female cultivator. As long as I control the child's seal, I can permanently seal the target's cultivation, and once activated, any female cultivator below the Great Emperor realm struck by it becomes completely unable to resist." Chu Xiu gently lifted Qi Mengdai's chin and studied her flushed, beautiful face before remarking, "Tusk, you've lived for thousands of years, yet your skin is still so smooth and beautiful." Qi Mengdai roared furiously, "You rebellious disciple, how dare you disrespect me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" He threw his head back and laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, then go ahead and kill me, master, instead of always threatening me with words." Qi Mengdai ground her teeth and turned away from his gaze, but he leaned toward her ear and threatened, "What if Liu Zhu, the peak master of Heavenly Sword Peak, learns that I made you lose all your cultivation? You're the one who killed her father, so would she ever let such a blood feud go unavenged?" Hearing that name, Qi Mengdai instantly turned pale and panicked, thinking, "No, Liu Zhu must never learn about this, or she'll certainly kill me. That woman is truly insane." Merely imagining that outcome terrified Qi Mengdai, so she hurriedly looked at Chu Xiu and pleaded, "Rebellious disciple, whether you want rare treasures or cultivation resources, I will give you everything. Choose whatever you want, as long as you—" Unexpectedly, he grabbed her shoulder and smiled meaningfully, saying, "No, no, no, what I want isn't merely those things. Your disciple wants much more." Qi Mengdai was utterly terrified and cried out desperately, "No, absolutely not. What exactly do you want? I am a noble great saint expert, so how could I endure humiliation from a lowly weakling like you? Chu Xiu thought you and I had no grudge at the primordial sacred land, yet you joined them in hunting me down." Then he mocked her, "What, now you know fear? Master, I'll have to rely on you this time." As he finished, he formed a spell seal and an ancient book appeared before them, saying, "I collected an excellent ancient cultivation technique for you, so take your time studying it." Upon seeing its contents, Qi Mengdai was inwardly astonished, wondering where this rebellious disciple had obtained such a wondrous cultivation technique, one perfectly compatible with the heavenly Tao and clearly extraordinary. While she was absorbed in studying it, Chu Xiu interrupted, "Master, what do you think?" Qi Mengdai snapped, "Get lost." Yet he leaned close and whispered seductively, "Master, please grant your disciple this." Completely powerless in her situation, Qi Mengdai bit her lip and cursed, You damned rebellious disciple." Then what had been inevitable finally happened, and Qi Mengdai softly groaned, her eyes widening and mouth opening in shock at what was happening. Immediately afterward, the system sounded, "The host has actually become a rebellious disciple. Damn, truly worthy of a villain, achievement completed and rewarded with 1,000 breakthrough points." Next came the sight of Qi Mengdai gritting her teeth and enduring it, her breathing visibly growing rapid. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully dual cultivating with Fairy Mengdai and completely healing your injuries. Ding! After dual cultivating with Fairy Mengdai, your cultivation talent has risen to a new level." Notifications continuously rang in his ears. Ding! Host's talent plus 100. Ding! Host's talent plus 100 again. Ding! Host's talent plus 100 once more. Host's total talent has now reached 37. Heavenly grade cultivation speed has increased by 20 levels, and dual cultivation with Fairy Mengdai raised your cultivation from the second foundation establishment stage to the third. then all the way to the 8th. Several hours passed while the system's voice continued endlessly. Ding, the host's cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th foundation establishment stage. By then, Chu Xiu had finished everything and dressed neatly, while Fairy Mengdai lay exhausted on the bed beneath only a thin sheet. He turned and said indifferently, "Thank you for your help, master, farewell," while Chi Mengdai could only sigh bitterly, "Damn rebellious disciple." Curling up in the corner, humiliated and furious, she said, "I've already given you what you wanted, so can you remove the seal on me now?" He smiled brightly and casually replied, "Of course the answer is no." "Rebellious disciple, are you trying to get your master killed?" "Master, if you don't want others knowing your cultivation is sealed, you'd better hide it carefully." He held a shimmering blue orb before her and said, "Surely you know what this recording crystal does," making Chi Mengdai cry out in shock upon seeing it. "What, you recorded everything?" He smiled and waved reassuringly. "Don't get so worked up, I only recorded it as a little keepsake. For the sake of our long master-disciple friendship, let me warn you not to dream of breaking this seal, because no one on the vast heavenly vault continent besides me can undo it unless an ancient great emperor is reborn. But you know there are no great emperors left in this world, right? If I die, you'll remain immortal until old age and death, and these recordings will also spread everywhere. So what will the entire heavenly vault continent think of you?" Hearing this, Fairy Mengdai trembled uncontrollably, whether from fear or rage. After saying this, Chu Xiu leisurely took the recording crystal and left. Chi Mengdai trembled as she watched his figure disappear, cursing, "You damned rebellious disciple, you'll definitely die a horrible death. Despicable bastard, he's merely an insignificant worm who hasn't even entered the palace realm, so how could he possibly seal my power?" By the time he stepped outside, night was falling. Looking at the sky, Chu Xiu murmured, "It was barely dawn when I arrived, yet the moon is already high now. Thanks to Master's enthusiastic help, I reached the 9th foundation establishment stage so quickly, but reaching the sea wheel realm will have to wait until next time." If the sea wheel realm is like a wooden barrel holding water, then the foundation establishment realm is the process of gathering each plank needed to build that barrel. The stronger the foundation, the sturdier the sea wheel will be and the farther one's future cultivation path can go. In my previous life, I failed because I rushed through foundation establishment and left my foundation unstable. Therefore, in this new cultivation journey, I must build an unshakable foundation, and then even cultivators above my realm can be easily slain. I wonder whether the foundation establishment resources I hid in that canyon years ago are still there, but even if they are, how can I leave the Supreme Ancestor Holy Land? While pondering this, Chu Xiu suddenly noticed a shop called the Ascension Loan House. As an idea came to him, he stroked his chin and thought, hasn't the perfect opportunity just presented itself? The scene shifted to a remote and desolate mountain region. Chu the Simonic stood aboard a flying ship with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the land below. The flying ship entered a dark, damp cave. He stopped it, walked toward a protruding rock and said, "I remember hiding them here, so the resources should still be intact." After speaking, he approached a strangely dark boulder. He bit his fingertip for blood and used it to draw an ancient, mysterious rune across the stone. Once completed, the rune shone brilliantly in the darkness, and with a loud explosion, the boulder shattered. A large golden chest was revealed inside as he laughed. "The foundation establishment treasures really are all here. Just wait until I, Chu Xiu, regain my strength and restore my domineering might, haha." Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Chu, you worthless trash, I never expected to meet you here." A glowing small vessel flew in from behind and the man aboard mocked, "I was wondering who it was." "So it's worthless Chu, I thought you'd already died, but after only 10 days apart, you're surprisingly still alive and kicking." It seems the Peak Master of Cloudjewel Peak treats her eldest disciple generously, even spending precious heavenly treasures to restore your sea wheel. The mocker was Zhang Meng, direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak, and Chu Xiu merely glanced at him while remembering that 10 days ago this bastard had humiliated him and destroyed his cultivation just after he entered Foundation Establishment, yet now dared appear before him and insult him again. Thinking this, Chu Xiu ignored them, calmly boarded his small flying boat and steered away. As he passed them, he still called out, "Just wait, I'll settle the score with you later. 10 days from now, meet me at the life and death arena, and we'll fight to the death." Zhang Meng pretended not to hear and asked his companions, "What nonsense did that brat just say? Did I hear wrong?" And the two beside him burst out laughing. "Ha ha, he said he wants to meet senior brother at the life and death arena. Who knew that cripple would dare challenge senior brother Zhang?" Seeing this, Zhang Meng spread his arms and used the 1,000-mile voice transmission technique. Useless Chu, last time I spared your life out of respect for the master of Cloudmist Peak, but since you seek death by challenging me, 10 days from now at the life and death arena, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Just like that, news of their duel 10 days later quickly spread throughout the sect. Everyone was shocked, wondering how Chu Xiu dared enter the life and death arena when his Wheel C was crippled, and what he could use against Zhang Meng, who was at the late Wheel C realm, while Chu Xiu flew straight back toward Qi Mengdai's cave residence. Reaching her cave residence, he muttered, "Master's cave is overflowing with spiritual energy, so I'll cultivate here tonight. She probably won't mind, since what belongs to me will always be mine. Master is mine, and every part of her is mine." He pushed the door open with a smile, brushed back his hair, and said, "Greetings, Master. Your obedient disciple has come to visit again." "You rebellious disciple, it's already so late. Why have you come here?" "What trick are you trying now?" Qi Mengdai asked warily, while he casually held out his hand and replied, "Then what does Master want me to do?" making her flustered as she cried, "Don't go too far." He approached, lifted her chin, and smiled wickedly. "Ha ha, your disciple can go even further, wanna see?" After saying this, he closed his eyes, scattered numerous talismans with a wave, chanted an incantation, then shouted, "Formation, arise." The talismans instantly shot away at astonishing speed. Each talisman flew outward and formed a sturdy protective barrier covering the entire cave residence. Seeing Chu Xiu's skilled formation technique, Qi Mengdai exclaimed, "Could this formation method come from the legendary primordial formation art?" And Chu Xiu smiled, "Master truly has sharp eyes, want to learn it, and what will you offer in exchange?" Qi Mengdai crossed her arms and repeatedly shook her head, "I don't want to learn." While Chu Xiu shrugged, "Fine, if Master doesn't want it, then your disciple can peacefully enter secluded cultivation." A crafty smile suddenly appeared on his lips as he took out a bright red apple and said, "Right, if Master gets hungry, eat these. You're only a mortal now and can't endure hunger like before," making Qi Mengdai angrily turn away and curse. "Isn't this all because you rebellious disciple reduced me to this state? One day I'll definitely kill you." Before she finished, demonic Chu suddenly slapped Qi Mengdai hard on the butt, startling a soft cry from her as she stumbled forward with her hips raised, her face filled with humiliation and fury. Yet Chu Xiu ignored her feelings entirely, turned and left after the slap, teasing, "Master is being disobedient again. Master, remember that I placed a killing formation in the rear hall, so don't foolishly break in. I still need you alive to help improve my cultivation aptitude. If you accidentally die, your disciple will be heartbroken," causing Qi Mengdai to roar furiously. "Chu Xiu, one day I will chop you rebellious disciple into 100 pieces to vent my rage." In the rear hall, Chu Xiu sat meditating alone while reading a record of treasures describing the creation fruit, an exceptionally rare natural treasure of immortal grade and sacred quality that strengthens one's foundation, lets a mortal instantly enter the other shore realm and gain 1,000 years of lifespan, grows at the bottom of the heaven-weeping demon abyss, and bears only 3 fruits every 10,000 years. And was once traded by a Holy Land cultivator for 3 heaven-grade techniques and 2 immortal-grade techniques to give a beloved junior the strongest foundation, with the ultimate foundation method being to combine a divine-grade scripture with the creation fruit. After reading, he smiled confidently, "Now that I have the system's help from this day onward on the heavenly vault continent, could any cultivator possibly possess a stronger foundation than mine?" After saying that, he grabbed the blazing creation fruit, stuffed it into his mouth, and devoured it. The moment he swallowed it, the spiritual energy within Chu Xiu surged wildly as he circulated the way scripture to rebuild his foundation establishment. A series of system notifications immediately rang in his ears. "Ding, the host's cultivation has reached the 8th foundation establishment stage. Ding, the host's cultivation has fallen to the 6th foundation establishment stage. Ding, the host's cultivation has fallen to the 3rd foundation establishment stage. Ding, the host's cultivation has returned to the mortal stage." He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the system panel displaying, "Do you wish to break through?" And Chu Xiu immediately chose yes without hesitation. The system displayed another message: "The host is cultivating the strongest foundation establishment technique, the way scripture, requiring increased breakthrough point consumption. Each month of completing 1 full circulation cycle is estimated to consume 100 breakthrough points." In the first month, he finished another creation fruit and circulated the foundation establishment way scripture, successfully reaching the 1st foundation establishment stage. Then in the second month, he swallowed another fruit and broke through to the 2nd stage. In the 3rd month, he swallowed another creation fruit and reached the 3rd stage. and by the 9th month he circulated the foundation establishment way scripture and broke through to the 9th foundation establishment stage. Time passed like this while Chu Xiu remained motionless like a statue, silently cultivating. After a while he slowly opened his eyes as brilliant golden light flashed within them, thinking, people say 9 is the ultimate limit, but they merely follow the paths of their predecessors. They never realize that only by daring to shatter the limit can one reach a glorious future. Fortune hides within disaster, destruction gives birth to renewal, and between life and death lies terrifying danger as well as immense opportunity. And 7 days later, powerful spiritual energy enveloped Chu Xiu. He opened his eyes, his gaze becoming extraordinarily sharp. The system announced that this breakthrough had concluded. The host has successfully broken through to the 10th foundation establishment stage, consuming 10 months and 1,000 breakthrough points in total, leaving the host with 0 breakthrough points. Chu Xiu threw his head back and laughed joyfully. Haha, I finally broke through. As a violent breakthrough phenomenon erupted above Cloudlow Peak and chaotic spiritual energy gathered. Dark clouds churned across the sky while thunder roared and lightning crashed in every direction. At Heavenly Sword Peak, inside a small pavilion perched atop the mountain, a stunning beauty frowned at the scene and thought, why is this spiritual energy tide so violent? Could that wretch Qi Mengdai really have broken through? And the woman was none other than Liu Zhu, master of Heavenly Sword Peak. Her gaze shifted toward Chu Xiu, who remained seated in cultivation, for today his body and vital energy had finally accumulated to their absolute limit. He told himself, today I will use the highest perfected foundation establishment realm to smash every shackle restraining me. The system sounded ding, the host is breaking through from the supreme 10th foundation establishment stage into the Wheel C realm. Chu Xiu smirked and muttered, so activating the reward mechanism is this simple? Then come on, let me see what the reward actually is. As soon as he finished speaking, he spun majestically through the air and punched into empty space. Terrifying force erupted from his fist and sent shockwaves spreading outward as the system announced, the host has completed the mission perfectly, activating the reward mechanism. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient desolate sacred body. Staring at those words, Chu Xiu froze and exclaimed, damn, what does that even mean? What the hell is the ancient desolate sacred body? The system explained, the ancient desolate sacred body requires enormous resources to merge. Fusion with the host begins now, fusion successful, making him rage and stammer, you damned. He helplessly slapped his forehead and cursed, damn it, breaking the limit and cultivating this far already cost me a fortune. And now I've inherited this ancient desolate sacred body burden too. You damned system, what are you plotting? While the system calmly explained that in the ancient desolate era this physique possessed an unrivaled body, was nearly invincible among peers and hailed as humanity's strongest combat physique, but after heaven and earth changed its cultivation required terrifying resources, potentially draining an entire sacred land without guaranteeing success and easily causing cultivation to stagnate. In short, at present the ancient desolate sacred body was practically worthless. Chu Xiu rested his chin in boredom as the system urged, host, don't be afraid, just do it. If you lack resources, rob them, and if you can't rob the old monsters, extort the young prodigies, slaughter until no one dares claim supremacy, then convert the resources into billions of breakthrough points and you'll surely perfect the sacred body. He turned away and said, are you delusional? Who knows how many more points I'll need for future breakthroughs. Opening his status panel, the system displayed. First stage of the Sea Wheel Realm, Ancient Desolate Sacred Body, Aptitude 317 at Heaven Grade. Cultivation Arts including the Tao Scripture and Foundation Establishment, no breakthrough points. Pitch Black Luck at -18 classified as slaughtering luck capable of stealing others' luck, while his overall combat power was over 19 times that of cultivators at the same level. Chu Xiu cast the dust cleansing art and sighed, what's done is done, since I've already fused with the ancient desolate sacred body, I'll just keep cultivating shamelessly. Suddenly he smiled slyly, fortunately, I still have my precious master to rely on. After ending his seclusion, Chu Xiu walked out of the rear hall. In the front hall, Qi Mengdai sat on a lotus-shaped chair. She adorably bit into an apple when a voice asked, is it tasty? And Qi Mengdai instinctively replied, very tasty. Realizing something was wrong, her expression immediately changed. She glared at him and spat, "Bah, you shameless, audacious, rebellious disciple." Chu Xiu moved closer and embraced her with a wicked smile. "Master, not seeing you for several days felt like 3 long years." Lightly kissing her shoulder, he teased, "Master, haven't you bathed these past few days?" Her face darkened. "Isn't it because you occupied the rear hall? Even if I wanted to bathe, I couldn't get inside." He smiled apologetically. "That truly was my fault, so let me personally help Master bathe as an apology." "Don't worry, Master, I won't dislike you," he said while pulling her toward the bathroom as she protested. "Rebellious disciple, what are you plotting now?" And the scene shifted back to the rear hall. The two entered the bathroom. Chu Xiu held her hand and praised, "Master's body truly lives up to its reputation. Despite not bathing for days, your skin remains fair, smooth, and flawless," making her blush and curse. "You damned rebellious disciple." He kissed her hand and whispered, "Master, I'll have to rely on you again. My aptitude has been poor lately, so let me personally scrub your back and serve you." She sighed, "You're truly an incurable rebellious disciple," then turned her face away. Suddenly she panicked. Someone is outside the hall, while an elegant man approached the cave residence and asked, "Junior sister Meng Dai, have you finished your seclusion?" And the visitor was Tian Xing, peak master of Heavenly Sword Peak. Trembling as her back was scrubbed, she replied, "Senior brother Tian Xing, please forgive me. Something went slightly wrong during my cultivation, so I'm afraid I can't come out to meet you today." The system announced, "Host, you're truly wicked and shameless to treat your master this way. Special reward activated. Bludgeoned sword, a mystical weapon." Outside, he said, "Junior sister, I brought a 7th grade healing pill specially refined by junior brother Feng Tian that can greatly help your injuries." While she replied haltingly, "No. There's no need to trouble yourself, I'll recover after resting a few days," as the system repeatedly announced. "Ding, you cultivated together with heavenly fragrance, aptitude plus 100. Tian Xing said disappointedly, "Fine, as you wish then." "Junior sister, do you know your disciple Chu Xiu boldly challenged Zhang Meng of Heavenly Sword Peak on the life and death arena? I've heard that disciple of yours is incompetent, unskilled, and weak. So if he loses, I'm afraid it will seriously damage the reputation of our Cloudlow Peak." Inside, she shifted position and replied, "I know about it, but I can't control him anymore, so just leave him alone." While the system announced that his aptitude had reached 617, advancing to heaven grade and increasing cultivation speed 25-fold. Tian Xing continued, "You must have your own plans, junior sister, so I was meddling unnecessarily. This melody is called Phoenix Seeking Its Mate, composed while I watched the moon these past few days, and today I'd like to play it for you." Amid the melodious flute music, master and disciple remained embracing as she blushed and scolded, "You damned rebellious disciple." Thinking back, she felt ashamed that just now she had actually dared to chat with senior brother Tian Xing while doing that at the same time. He teased, "Master, martial uncle Tian Xing played the flute so beautifully that your disciple couldn't help praising him." And after she yelled, "Get lost!" he grinned wickedly, "Master, considering our intimate relationship, surely you won't mind lending me some more cultivation resources." The system said, "Damn host, you're seriously wicked, planning to profit twice from the same fish. Taking things while having your fun makes you truly shameless and despicable. Reward, 500 breakthrough points." Afterward, inside the inner hall, she appeared before him. "Draped in thin cloth," she said, "everything here is 4th grade pills, while 5th grade ones are pitifully scarce. There's nothing left unless you lift my seal, otherwise I can't retrieve more natural treasures from my storage ring." While Chu Xiu gathered everything and laughed, "Forget it. 4 supreme grade spirit stones are still better than nothing. Thank you, master." Watching him leave, she considered seeking help from the Holy Lord but feared he would flee, so she angrily struck the ground and thought, "Am I supposed to live helplessly as a mortal until I die of old age? That can never be the life of Qi Mengdai." She took out a mask and thought, "Luckily, when he previously loosened my seal, I secretly hid this treasure in time. Fortunately, he didn't search me, or this bronze face guard would have been taken too. Although my cultivation hasn't recovered, this mask can conceal a cultivator's aura, so as long as I avoid contact with others, nobody will know my cultivation is sealed, and at least my enemies won't discover and hunt me." Looking at the mask, she remembered it had fallen during the pursuit of demonic Chu and sighed. What a pity demonic Chu cultivated for only 100 years yet became a supreme figure. If he'd followed the righteous path, he wouldn't have met such a tragic fate. But the past is over, and I must escape this traitor's control soon or remain suppressed by him forever. Inside Chu Xiu's cave residence, he suddenly sensed an unusual signal. Stroking his chin, his eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he said, Oh, Master finally put on the bronze face guard so my efforts weren't wasted. He couldn't help imagining her alluring appearance behind the mask, his face flushing with excitement. Keep wearing it, otherwise how could I safely continue developing within the primordial essence Holy Land, my dear master? Chu Xiu then took out the system-rewarded Jade Blood Sword, a rare mystical weapon that, though not supreme grade, was far from ordinary, and with only 3 days until the life and death arena duel, it could greatly aid his cultivation. Immediately afterward, he formed hand seals, circulated his true energy, and entered a state of sword cultivation. A wisp of his divine soul separated from his body through the space between his brows. It stepped onto the flying sword and transformed into a streak of light that shot away. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the concept realm, beginning the search for intent," as Chu Xiu flew his sword at maximum speed, traveling farther and farther away. On the interface, the distance continuously increased from 800 meters to 1,000 meters. Then it reached 1,500 meters and finally 2,000 meters. A moment later, Chu Xiu suddenly changed direction and soared upward through layer after layer of thick clouds. The system displayed 9,999 meters as he hovered in midair and suddenly opened his eyes wide, 2 concentric circles appearing within his pupils. Strange phenomena emerged around him as multicolored pillars of mystical energy surrounded his body, making Chu Xiu wonder, so this is sword intent. He raised his hands and formed a seal before him, softly saying, "Comprehend sword intent." A beam of light shot from between his brows directly into the ancient spiritual vessel before him. He closed his eyes and focused entirely on comprehending it, and when he opened them again, a mysterious rune had appeared between his brows. The system instantly announced, "Congratulations, host, sword intent successfully discovered. You have obtained one of the 5 primordial sword intents, Heaven Slaughter Sword Intent, offensive attribute." After reading this, Chu Xiu laughed heartily. "Heaven Slaughter Sword Intent isn't bad at all. This sword intent suits me perfectly. Excellent. Once I return to the cave residence, I'll use the system to break through my sword intent, and after succeeding, one sword will make me supreme in the life and death arena." At the Primordial Essence Holy Land's Primordial Essence Peak, a provocatively dressed young woman stepped out and gazed sharply into the distance, saying, "Someone in the myriad talents Holy Land is searching for intent, how interesting." And she was Tai Su Zai, Holy Lord of the Primordial Essence Holy Land. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the distance, she was slightly shaken with surprise. That person actually reached a height of 9,999 meters. How could that possibly happen? In the past 30,000 years, only the Quasi-Emperor Sword God of the Endless Sword Domain reached such a level. Could another sword god have appeared in my primordial sacred land? 3 days later, at Heavenly Star Peak, where the life and death arena was held, countless male and female disciples packed the area as someone remarked how lively it was today. A lazy voice sounded, belonging to Jian Lingyan, a true disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak. Beside him, Zhang Meng immediately said, "Senior brother Lingyan, I heard you recently broke through to the divine ability realm in seclusion. Congratulations." But Lingyan shrugged. "It's only the divine ability realm, nothing worth mentioning." Glancing around, Lingyan spotted Su Tianjin, another true disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak, and said, "I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you wouldn't bother coming to such a boring place." While Su Tianjin coldly replied, "This matter started because of me, so naturally I must watch. Chu Xiu and I have some ties, and I don't want him dying up there yet." Jian Lingyan frowned and wondered what was so good about that useless Chu Xiu that junior sister Su would defend him, while Zhang Meng asked, "Senior sister, are you planning to save another man who's about to die?" And another disciple mocked, "Haha, someone as weak as Chu Xiu dares challenge senior brother chief disciple. He must really want to die." Another person chimed in, "Exactly, why hasn't he arrived yet? Maybe he's terrified." While a black-robed youth beside him added, "Who knows why Cloudlow Peak would let such a useless man become their eldest senior brother." Suddenly, a strong-willed girl shouted coldly, "You bunch who flatter the strong and bully the weak, do you enjoy mocking others? Is this how your peak masters taught you?" And she was Tao Tian, the 5th senior sister of Cloudriver Peak. The crowd immediately recognized her and exclaimed, "It's 5th senior sister Tao Tian. She came to watch too," before everyone loudly greeted, "Senior sister Tao Tian." Someone looked up, saw Chu Xiu approaching aboard a flying ship, and immediately shouted, "Chu Xiu is here," while Chu Xiu calmly descended without changing expression. Tao Tian happily ran over and called, "Eldest senior brother," while Chu Xiu replied, "Junior sister, you came too." Standing before him, Tao Tian loudly declared, "Eldest senior brother, with me here no one will touch even a hair on you. and Chu Xiu rubbed her head with a smile. Don't worry, my life is tough. I won't let myself get hurt. Tao Tian looked at him worriedly and said, I was in seclusion 2 days ago and felt uneasy when I heard you were injured. While Chu Xiu smiled reassuringly, I appreciate your concern. It wasn't your fault. After speaking, he glanced toward Su Tianjin in the distance and thought, so that's the goddess the former Chu Xiu secretly loved. She's not bad, but her cultivation is nothing special. Su Tianjin looked at him suspiciously and wondered, why do I feel like he's become a completely different person? On the other side, killing intent appeared in Zhang Meng and Jian Lingyan's eyes as Zhang Meng whispered, Senior brother, Tao Tian is here. Should we still act later? And Jian Lingyan sneered, it's a life and death arena. Killing is allowed. Tao Tian can't control everything, so kill him. Making Zhang Meng reply, understood, senior brother, I'll treat him very well. He then strode onto the arena, spread his arms, and shouted, Chu Xiu, since you're here, get up here so I can finish you and return to seclusion. While Chu Xiu merely smiled faintly, wait, I still have a few words to say. He then stood proudly before the crowd. Taking out an emerald jade bottle, he announced loudly, Junior brothers and sisters, you've traveled all this way to watch the match, so how could I let you leave empty-handed? This bottle contains 6 7th-grade heavenly profound pills of supreme quality, so why don't we make a little wager for fun? As soon as he finished, the system sounded in his mind, damn, the host truly is sinister, pretending to be weak to deceive others and steal their resources, so the system rewards the host with 300 breakthrough points. The crowd immediately erupted, my god, are those the legendary 7th-grade heavenly profound pills said to greatly increase divine ability comprehension and offer a high chance of breaking through peak bottlenecks? While Jian Lingyan smelled treasure and politely asked, what betting rules do you propose? Though inwardly he thought, perfect timing, I just entered the divine ability realm and urgently need these pills, yet that idiot Chu Xiu is delivering them straight to me, as Tao Tian anxiously called, eldest senior brother, fearing their master would punish him severely for making such a huge wager. Hearing the question, Chu Xiu rubbed his chin, looked at the jade bottle and seriously said, you probably don't fully understand the true value of these 6 supreme 7th-grade heavenly profound pills, but that elder from Heavenly Star Peak over there surely knows best, right? Suddenly called upon, the elder froze, stared wide-eyed at Chu Xiu and blurted, huh. Realizing his lapse, he coughed to regain his dignity and solemnly said, this kind of pill can't necessarily be bought even with money. At auction, each would be worth at least 1 million high-grade essence stones, making 6 million for all 6. Hearing the price, everyone was stunned. They knew 7th-grade pills were rare but never imagined they were so expensive, while Jian Lingyan wondered what he could wager worth 6 million high-grade essence stones, until Chu Xiu spread his arms and said, don't be so nervous. If one person can't afford that much, you can pool your resources and divide the winnings according to each person's contribution. Everyone's eyes lit up as they happily nodded. Right, that makes perfect sense. We can pool our money together. That's a great idea. The crowd immediately became restless, piling all their spirit stones and treasures onto the betting table while shouting, I'm betting too. I'm putting everything on senior brother Chu Xiu losing. As others called, same here, don't push, everyone calm down and sit. Looking at the mountain of essence stones and treasures, demonic Chu smiled smugly and thought, heh, everything is going exactly as planned. They're all betting on me losing. I'm going to make a fortune this time. The nearby elder stroked his beard while admiring the treasures, and once everything was ready, Chu Xiu stood and declared, the wager is officially established, with an elder of the Heavenly Star Division serving as witness and referee, so no one may go back on their word. Then stamped his foot and leaped onto the life and death arena. He landed with imposing momentum, sending clouds of dust billowing everywhere. Zhang Meng crossed his arms and sneered, ha, worthless Chu, you finally crawled up here to offer me your life. Chu Xiu stared at him with crimson eyes and calmly replied, come, whether I live or die today doesn't matter, whereupon the elder loudly announced, the life and death battle officially begins. A brilliant golden barrier instantly enveloped the arena, preventing either combatant from escaping or receiving outside aid. While Jian Lingyan watched it fully form and grinned delightedly, the real show is finally beginning. Back on the tense arena, Zhang Meng lowered his stance with a sinister smile while continuously releasing surging lightning energy, thinking, I've already reached the peak of the 9th sea wheel stage today. Dealing with worthless Chu Xiu, who's only at the 4th sea wheel stage, should be as easy as crushing an ant. As soon as the thought ended, he gathered power into his legs and stomped down, his tremendous force cracking and shattering the arena floor. His body shot forward like an arrow, and in an instant he unleashed a thunderous kick wrapped in dense lightning directly toward Chu Xiu's vital temple. Yet Chu Xiu reacted instantly. merely leaning backward to narrowly evade Zhang Meng's lethal strike. Immediately afterward, he kicked hard against the ground for momentum. He rapidly retreated several times to create a safe distance. Seeing such exquisite evasion, Zhang Meng was briefly surprised before grinning, "Ha ha, pretty fast, aren't you?" Then tried dodging this, as he gathered dense lightning energy into his palms. The energy condensed into razor-sharp swords that he hurled toward Chu Xiu with piercing whistles, shouting provocatively, "Let's see how you dodge this." Facing 3 lightning swords moving like flashes, Chu Xiu remained calm and merely glanced at them indifferently. He then gracefully leaned backward again, effortlessly avoiding all 3 blades. The 3 lightning swords missed and exploded against the arena floor, while Tao Tian anxiously prayed, "Heavens, please keep my eldest senior brother safe." Unlike the excited crowd shouting, Zhang Meng is ruthless. Every attack targets a vital point. Chu Xiu will definitely lose if he keeps defending, because speed alone can't overcome such a huge cultivation gap. Back on the arena, Zhang Meng attacked like a frenzied beast, relentlessly closing in and bombarding Chu Xiu. He gathered violent lightning around his fists and unleashed a barrage of punches, yet Chu Xiu nimbly and effortlessly dodged every single one. Not only that, demonic Chu even stuck out his tongue while dodging and taunted, "Come on, hit me if you've got the guts." Sure enough, the provocation made Zhang Meng grind his teeth in fury, thinking this bastard was slippery as an eel and impossible to catch. So he had to end things quickly before reaching back and drawing his sharp sword. His aura erupted violently as he charged forward like a raging gale. He unleashed his strongest techniques in succession, sending countless dark purple sword energy rays from his blade until they filled the sky and sealed every escape route around Chu Xiu. Sensing the approaching danger, Chu Xiu calmly thought, "Is he trying to trap me inside a cage of sword energy? Perfect, I can use this chance to test my new weapon." Muttering this, he drew the gleaming jade blood sword and casually slashed behind him, its sharp blade instantly tearing an opening through Zhang Meng's dense sword energy net, making him secretly praise its impressive power. Chu Xiu immediately slipped through the opening he had created and narrowly escaped the sword energy encirclement. Seeing this from behind, Zhang Meng suddenly gave a sinister smile and thought, "HMPH, this cripple has finally exposed a fatal opening." He instantly closed in on Chu Xiu, launched a kick, and roared, "Die, you useless trash," while Chu Xiu suddenly loosened his right hand and let his sword fall. In a flash, he caught Zhang Meng's powerful kick with both hands as a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "Hehehe, you fell for my trap." At that exact moment, he caught the falling jade blood sword with his left hand. Thinking that he possessed the ancient, desolate divine body and, although it had yet to reach minor completion, was still invincible in close combat among those of the same realm, he used the momentum to charge straight at Zhang Meng and unleash a decisive slash. The icy slash swept across Zhang Meng's body so quickly that he could not react, leaving him frozen in place as he cried in despair, "How can this be? How?" The next instant, his body crashed to the ground and officially went to the underworld to meet the King of Hell, while everyone below the arena stood stunned, unable to believe what had happened. After recovering from the shock, Jian Lingyun ground his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it all." The watching disciples erupted in terrified disbelief. How is this possible? Zhang Meng actually lost so miserably. How could Chu Xiu, only at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm, overpower and kill someone at the peak of the Wheel C realm? Wasn't his cultivation crippled just 20 days ago? What method did he use to become this strong? Just then, the elder from Heavenly Star Peak raised a scroll and loudly announced, "I declare Chu Xiu the winner," causing the disciples below to wail, "My 3,000 supreme grade spirit stones are gone. I lost a precious mystical weapon. Damn it, I'll never gamble again." Suddenly, Chu Xiu began putting on an act and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He dropped to one knee, barely supporting his trembling body with the jade blood sword, his face deathly pale and his breathing ragged. Seeing this, Tao Tian rushed over in panic and cried, "Senior brother, first senior brother, are you all right?" And Chu Xiu weakly replied, "Junior sister, quickly help me to the direct disciple seat so I can rest." Yet demonic Chu secretly laughed inwardly. "If I want to play weak and devour the strong, I must act perfectly and never expose a flaw. Heh, sorry junior brothers and sisters, but your mystical weapons, pills, natural treasures, and spirit stones are all mine now. while nearby Jian Lingyun watched Tao Tian support Chu Xiu past him with a meaningful smirk. He thought, ha ha, Chu Xiu, it seems your injuries aren't light either, but don't worry, I'll make you spit out every last thing you won today. After thinking this, Jian Lingyun turned to Chen Linfei and ordered, you go next, and Chen Linfei, a direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak, respectfully cupped his hands and accepted without objection. He immediately rode his sword through the air and rushed forward to challenge Chu Xiu, shouting, wait, Brother Chu, do you dare fight me and see who's stronger? The forceful challenge made Tao Tian turn angrily and shout, are you blind? Can't you see senior brother Chu Xiu is seriously injured? What sinister motive do you have by demanding another fight now? Hearing this, Jian Lingyun stepped in and defended him. Junior sister Tao Tian, that's a bit harsh. Once someone enters the life and death arena, challenges from experts of other peaks are unavoidable. And after Chu Xiu won so many resources just now, everyone naturally thinks luck played a part and feels somewhat unconvinced. Since everyone's excitement is high, why not let Chu Xiu and Chen Linfei fight once with the wager unchanged? If Chu Xiu wins again, everyone will accept defeat wholeheartedly, Jian Lingyun said while secretly thinking, let's see how you avoid this one. He then smiled provocatively and said, well, do you dare wager? Is the first senior brother of Cloudmist Peak too cowardly to accept? While Chu Xiu glanced at Jian Lingyun and thought, is this brat deliberately trying to cause trouble for me? Seeing this, he pretended to cough up blood and weakly replied, I'm injured and I'm only at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm while you want me to fight someone at the 1st level of the Divine Bridge realm. So the wager must increase by at least 30%, prompting the system to announce, damn host, you're unbelievably cunning, both treacherous and greedy for money. Congratulations, reward 200 breakthrough points. Seeing Chu Xiu quickly accept out of greed, Jian Lingyun immediately gave a sinister smile and thought, as expected, greed without strength is the greatest sin. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, Su Tianjin could only sigh helplessly, wondering why Chu Xiu did not know when enough was enough. Right after that, Chu Xiu eagerly pulled out a drum and beat it, shouting, come on, come watch Chu Xiu fight another life and death arena match. Don't you want to recover your losses, win your money back, and give yourselves another chance to get rich? The crowd immediately surged forward to place bets, hoping to recover both principal and profit, wagering several times more than before because Chu Xiu was fighting Chen Linfei and, after his previous battle, supposedly had no chance of winning. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chu Xiu secretly smiled schemingly and thought, hee hee, whether I get rich or not depends entirely on all of you. Right after that, the elder of Heavenly Star Peak waved his hand and shouted, the life and death arena match between Chu Xiu and Chen Linfei officially begins, and the protective formation activated at once. Standing outside, Tao Tian looked up at Chu Xiu with clasped hands and prayed anxiously, wondering whether her eldest senior brother could win this match. Chu Xiu looked down at Tao Tian and smiled confidently as if telling her not to worry, while Chen Linfei finally said, I never wanted to fight you here, but I have my own difficulties, prompting Chu Xiu to ask lightly, oh really, what difficulties? Remembering his severely injured junior sister lying at home, Chen Linfei slowly said, my junior sister was gravely wounded during a mission and needs an extremely precious heavenly treasure to survive, and senior brother Lingyun happens to have it. For my junior sister, I have no choice but to fight. Chu Xiu, I can only apologize because swords have no eyes, so if you die, don't blame me. And Chu Xiu replied that the story sounded quite touching. But sorry, once you enter a life and death arena, life and death are left to fate, Chu Xiu said with a sinister smile. Before his words even ended, Chu Xiu used a lightning-fast movement technique, flashing across the arena and leaving countless afterimages. Before Chen Linfei could understand what was happening, a terrifying slash was already rushing toward him, though he barely managed to block it in time. Despite being shocked by Chu Xiu's strength, Chen Linfei turned and angrily shouted, you actually dared to ambush me. By then, Chu Xiu had already appeared behind Chen Linfei with an eerie smile. Chen Linfei, leave your junior sister to me and die in peace, Chu Xiu said as everything happened in an instant. And before Chen Linfei could respond, a cold sword pierced through his body, after which Chu Xiu pulled it out and gathered all his spiritual power into his hand. He struck with a palm that shattered Chen Linfei's bones. The blow sent Chen Linfei flying high into the air. His body slammed hard into the life and death arena barrier, his eyes rolling back as his face pressed against the protective screen. Chen Linfei slowly slid down, leaving a long, bloody streak on the barrier, while Chu Xiu mocked, "Remember, villains often die from talking too much, which is why I usually don't waste time with nonsense," before calmly sheathing his sword. Looking back at the spectators, Chu Xiu saw everyone pale and speechless with wide eyes, unable to understand how someone only at the fourth wheel C stage could completely crush Chen Linfei, especially since his earlier movement technique had produced 7 afterimages, proving he had mastered that mystic grade technique to perfection. "Ah, I lost everything again. This time I don't even have underwear left. If I'd known, I never would have bet," someone wailed, while another cried, "I just borrowed 10,000 supreme grade origin stones at high interest, and now it's all gone," as the young man beside him could only weep bitterly. Tao Tian happily ran over, hugged Chu Xiu's arm, and chirped, "Eldest senior brother, you're really amazing," while he laughed, "Haha, it's nothing worth praising." Chu Xiu walked over to the pile of treasures and began storing everything into his storage bag, smiling broadly, Good, what a wonderful day. "Oh, my storage bag is already full," before asking Tao Tian, "Junior sister, does yours still have room?" "Of course, eldest senior brother, here you go," Tao Tian said happily as she tossed him her storage bag, and Chu Xiu replied, "Thanks, junior sister. I'll definitely return it later," he said, but Tao Tian replied, "No need, eldest senior brother, just use it," while Chu Xiu held up the heavenly profound pills, glanced around, and mocked, "Such fragrant supreme-grade heavenly profound pills, and none of you want them." Those words made 2 nearby people so furious they nearly spat blood. "Please act like a human being. You didn't come here to fight at all. You clearly came to restock goods for business," someone complained, making Chu Xiu sigh lightly before saying, "Since things are settled, I can leave now, right?" and leisurely walking toward his flying ship. The system sounded again, "Host Chu, you really are both wicked and shameless, truly worthy of being born with the fate of a villain. System reward, 200 breakthrough points." Watching Chu Xiu's departing back, Tao Tian could not help but worry. "Eldest senior brother, today you offended Jian Lingyun. This man is extremely calculating, so you must be very careful and never underestimate him." Back at the cave residence, demonic Chu spread all the treasures and spirit stones he had won across the floor. This time he gained items worth 16 million essence stones, so wondering how many breakthrough points they could yield, Chu Xiu picked up a saber. He then handed it to the system to exchange for breakthrough points. A notification immediately appeared, consumed a mortal-grade saber and gained 1 breakthrough point, making Chu Xiu nearly cough blood in anger. "Only 1 point? Is the system malfunctioning? Last time a mortal-grade item gave me 5 points, so why is it only 1 now?" The system displayed another explanation. "Heh. As the host's cultivation rises, the quality of items required for breakthrough points also rises, and breakthrough points themselves have different quality levels, so if you want to accumulate them using low-grade items, I can only apologize. One more thing, essence stones cannot be directly exchanged for points, and don't ask why because I simply don't want to calculate the conversion rate." Chu Xiu cursed, "Damn system," then thought, "I'll sell the low-grade goods at Treasure Gathering Peak and buy higher-grade items to exchange instead, maximizing my gains." While pondering, Chu Xiu suddenly sensed something and exclaimed softly, "The bronze mask is reacting. Could Master be talking to someone?" The scene shifted to Supreme Purity Peak, where Qi Mengdai asked Tai Su Zai, "Your Holiness, are you saying Chu Xiu reached the deepest part of the primordial land and found the legendary primordial sword intent?" "How could that be? My disciple has always had poor aptitude. Forget finding the primordial sword intent. Even entering the primordial land to seek sword intent should be extremely difficult for him." But Tai Su Zai firmly replied, "That night I was right here and witnessed it personally." She then asked, "Mengdai, has your disciple shown any unusual changes lately?" And Mengdai replied, "Your Holiness, do you suspect someone has possessed his body?" I initially thought so too, but quickly dismissed it, because sending one's primordial spirit out to possess another body requires at least lesser saint cultivation, and anyone reaching that realm naturally possesses their own Tao intent. A person may enter the primordial land only once in their lifetime, and even someone possessing another body cannot violate that supreme law, so I don't suspect Chu Xiu was possessed. Mengdai wondered, then if my disciple wasn't possessed, how could he reach the deepest part of the primordial land? Hearing this, the Holy Lord said gravely, "Perhaps he obtained some heaven-defying opportunity. Mengdai, you must nurture this disciple well, because our supreme purity holy land may someday produce another quasi-emperor sword god." And she replied, "Understood." Qi Mengdai answered calmly outwardly but complained inwardly, "Nurture him well. What more can I possibly do? I've practically given myself to that rebellious disciple already, providing him with aptitude, cultivation, and experience as a complete package. Chu Xiu had overheard the entire conversation between Qi Mengdai and Tai Su Zai, making demonic Chu laugh delightedly and think, "Master, my wonderful master, since Tai Su Zai said that, please spar another 300 rounds with me and exchange even more martial techniques." A while later, Chu Xiu arrived at Qi Mengdai's cave residence. Seeing his masked master reclining alluringly on the main seat, he said, "Master, your disciple has come seeking guidance again." But Fairy Mengdai snorted coldly, "Rebellious disciple, how dare you deceive your master? What could I possibly have hidden from master? Do you even need to ask? Of course it's about you finding the sword in tent." Demonic Chu rushed forward and wrapped his arms around Qi Mengdai's waist, pretending to be surprised. "Oh, master, how did you learn about that?" Qi Mengdai removed his hands while explaining, "The Holy Lord is an overlord of the Saint King realm who controls the laws of space, so the disturbance caused when you found the sword in tent naturally couldn't escape her notice." Chu Xiu replied, "I see, so what happens now? Has the Holy Land decided to devote everything to nurturing this peerless genius?" Mengdai turned away and calmly replied, "The Supreme Purity Holy Land never wastes resources raising disciples without effort. Even if you were an ancient great emperor reborn, you'd still have to fight for resources yourself because flowers raised in greenhouses cannot withstand storms." And Chu Xiu smiled while lifting her chin. "Then aren't I obtaining resources through my own efforts?" Making Fairy Mengdai panic, rebellious disciple, "No, absolutely not today." But what was destined to happen still came. He gently stroked her smooth cheek and whispered, "Since your disciple is already here and has nothing else to do, why not trouble master to help improve my cultivation aptitude a little?" And Chu Xiu immediately pushed Qi Mengdai down and possessively bit her neck as the system announced, "Host, you're truly wicked, repeatedly dual cultivating with your master. Special reward, 1 bottle of 6th grade crane's rest poison." The inevitable still happened as Fairy Mengdai was completely restrained and unable to resist, her pale hand gripping the bedsheet while breathing heavily, and the system repeatedly announced, "Ding, cultivation aptitude plus 100, cultivation aptitude plus 100, cultivation aptitude plus 100. After 3 hours of relentless fighting, Chu Xiu leisurely straightened his clothes to leave while Qi Mengdai lay exhausted on the bed, and the system summarized, "Host aptitude has reached 917 heaven grade. Cultivation speed increased 31-fold. Cultivation greatly improved, only half a step from the 5th level of the Wheel C realm. Please keep working hard." Reading this, Chu Xiu pondered, the effect seems to be weakening. The heavenly fragrance body shouldn't be this weak, so perhaps master's sealed cultivation is affecting it, and next time I should unseal her before trying again. That thought startled him and he hurriedly dismissed it. No, that would be far too dangerous. Having achieved his goal, Chu Xiu turned and respectfully bowed to Qi Mengdai, saying, "Master has worked hard today, so your disciple will take his leave." Qi Mengdai remained silent and expressionless, yet inwardly burned with rage, thinking, "You damned rebellious disciple, one day I'll tear you into pieces." While late that night everything was quiet at Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Inside Treasure Gathering Tower, the atmosphere was calm. Chu Xiu leisurely entered the main hall. Upon seeing him, the 2 guards whispered, "Isn't that Chu Xiu, first direct disciple of Cloudmist Peak? I heard he won 2 consecutive life and death battles in the arena today." A beautiful woman emerged from the tower, bowed with a smile and said, "I am Chu Xiao Ran, an inner disciple of Treasure Gathering Peak. Greetings, senior brother Chu, are you here to sell items?" While Chu Xiu lifted her chin and smiled. "Oh, how did junior sister know I'm here to sell things? Can you read minds?" And Chu Xiao Ran gently replied, "Senior brother displayed tremendous power in the life and death arena today and won countless treasures and spirit stones. And since the whole Holy Land already knows and you've personally come to Treasure Gathering Pavilion, I naturally guessed you're here to sell your spoil." After saying this, she gestured politely and said, "Senior brother, please follow me inside." Following her, Chu Xiu secretly thought, "I only just arrived at Treasure Gathering Tower, yet this woman immediately came to guide me and deliberately approached so quickly. What exactly is she planning?" Inside the tower, he casually examined only ordinary items, leaving Chu Xiao Ran puzzled as she thought, "How strange, senior brother Chu only toys with common goods and shows no intention of buying anything, so I can't tell what he's planning." Starring at a spirit herb, Chu Xiu calculated. An ordinary weapon worth 50 supreme grade spirit stones converts into 2 breakthrough points. A spirit herb of similar value gives 10, and a 2nd grade vital energy pill gives 15. So what if I directly exchanged cultivators, beings containing the richest energy in the world, with the system? Wouldn't that trigger an enormous breakthrough point bonus? The system immediately replied, Host truly is a genius to think of something so ruthless, worthy of being the fated villain. He received a bonus reward, an Earth-grade flying vessel called the Mystic Silver Shuttle, but the system warned that living beings could not be exchanged for breakthrough points, making demonic Chu Sai, fine, what a pity. Standing behind him, Chu Zio ran secretly shuddered, thinking, was I mistaken, or did a blood-red murderous gleam flash through his eyes just now? When Chu Ziu suddenly turned and said, Junior Sister Chu, I want pills that restore vital energy and true essence, so prepare 15 million supreme-grade spirit stones worth. Chu Zio was stunned, wondering, why does he need so many energy-restoring pills? Is he planning to soak himself in liquefied vital energy? Still, she replied, all right, I'll arrange it immediately, and Chu Ziu nodded, thank you, Junior Sister Chu. Watching her leave, he thought, I still have some spirit stones left, so perhaps I should look around for anything else useful. Suddenly, a trace of blood-colored sword intent flashed between his brows and vanished as he turned toward an ordinary bronze fragment, wondering why something so unremarkable resonated with his primordial sword intent. Could this bronze fragment be hiding some secret? The sword intent inside me seems strongly attracted to it. Just then, S-letter 1 EDF Tyern and Hiern returned and said, Senior brother, I've had all the pills you requested prepared. Please come check them. And he replied, all right, Junior Sister S-letter 1 EDF, but how much is this bronze fragment in my hand? I want it too. She waved her hand and said, it's just worthless scrap, so if Senior Brother S-letter 1 EDF likes it, just take it. He placed a bag of spirit stones into her hand and said, there are over 100 supreme-grade spirit stones inside, take them. I don't like owing anyone anything. Then he turned away and said, come, let's go downstairs and inspect the goods. But Chu Zio hurriedly called, wait, Senior Brother. He slowly asked, Junior Sister, is there something else? And she hesitated before speaking. There is something I would like Senior Brother S-letter 1 EDF to help me with, making Chu Ziu think. As expected, she approached me because she needs something. A while later in the guest room, Chu Zio attentively massaged his shoulders while Chu Ziu closed his eyes and asked, what exactly do you need from me? If it's too troublesome, you don't need to mention it. She gave an awkward smile and asked, Senior Brother, do you know about the Primordial Essence Divine Tower? And he replied, of course I do. The Primordial Divine Tower was the bonded imperial artifact of the Primordial Emperor Sovereign, possessing both offense and defense with power capable of covering tens of thousands of meters. After the Emperor Sovereign passed away, it was placed atop Primordial Peak, becoming both the Primordial Sacred Land's supreme guardian treasure and the finest training ground for disciples, testing combat power, talent, strength, will, and resolve while granting greater rewards on higher floors. She continued, yes, what I need Senior Brother Chu Ziu's help with concerns the Primordial Divine Tower. One of the Primordial Sacred Land's 3 greatest secret realms, the Desolate Beast Secret Realm, opens in less than a month. And he replied, I've been busy cultivating lately, but I've heard it's an excellent place to seek treasures. So she explained, to enter it, you must first challenge the Primordial Divine Tower and earn entry right. In the trial, the top 300 Wheel Sea Realm disciples and top 1,700 Divine Bridge Realm disciples qualify to enter, and Senior Brother Chu Ziu has few rivals at his level, so you could easily rank among the top 300. And what I want to ask you is, she hesitated, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Senior Brother, could you help me this once? Chu Ziu gave her a meaningful glance, and the scene shifted to his cave residence where a massive energy storm suddenly formed above the roof, thunder and lightning raging as spiritual energy from every direction was forcibly drawn in. Inside, Chu Ziu cultivated cross-legged while the system rapidly announced, Host has broken through to the 4th Wheel C stage, 5th Wheel C stage, 6th Wheel C stage, and 9th Wheel C stage. He asked coldly, System, what conditions must I fulfill to break through to the 10th Wheel C stage? The system replied, the key items required to break through to the 10th Wheel C stage have not yet been found on the host. Unfortunately, the host's breakthrough has failed, so please obtain Myriad Medicine Spirit Milk, the Divine Bodhi Flower, and the Soul Infant Demon Fruit, 3 extremely rare treasures required for the breakthrough. Chu Ziu held his forehead and sighed, since all 3 treasures were exceedingly rare immortal-grade items almost impossible to find. They were basically unavailable on the outside market, and even if found their prices would be astronomical, while without breaking through, he lacked the strength to seize them by force. While trapped in this dilemma, he recalled something Chu Zio had once told him. Senior Brother Chu Ziu, many years ago a disciple brought more than half of a rotten soul infant demon fruit out of the Desolate Beast secret realm, and he smiled meaningfully. Looks like I have no choice but to personally visit the primordial divine tower. Time quickly passed, and 3 days later bells echoed throughout Primordial Peak. They announced the beginning of a major event as countless disciples rushed in from every direction like swarming ants, piloting flying ships that filled the sky while heading toward the primordial divine tower. In the distance, 2 people outside the divine tower entrance chatted excitedly. This grand event only happens once every 30 years, so it's truly lively. I wonder whether any outstanding disciple will break the previous records this time. Just then, the massive stone monument displayed. Rusuzu, inner disciple of Dao Cloud Peak, successfully reached floor 78 of the Wheel C monument, ranked 7th overall, talent rated mid-immortal 5th grade, strength upper immortal 2nd grade, temperament lower immortal grade, combat power heavenly grade, making Primordial Peak Elder Mo Fei Yansai. Another Wheel C realm disciple entered the top 10. Old H. Wang, who do you favor? And the nearby elder replied, I favor Yi Fan most because his potential is exceptional, his foundation incredibly solid, and his talent, perseverance, and fortune are all outstanding. Mo Fei Yan glanced at the densely packed disciples below and said, Yi Fan, huh? Then he's certainly worth looking forward to. At that moment, thousands of brilliantly colored flying ships crowded the vast sky above Primordial Peak when a ship blazing with dazzling blood-red light suddenly tore through the air, overtaking every other vessel and charging straight toward the divine tower with overwhelming momentum. Its terrifying speed immediately caught Mo Fei Yan's attention, and she asked, Old H. Wang, who exactly is that person moving so incredibly fast? Old H. Wang answered solemnly, that's the eldest true disciple of Cloudlow Peak. I believe his name is Chu Xiu. As Chu Xiu appeared before everyone holding the jade blood sword with a cold, arrogant expression, then safely landed his flying ship and lightly leaped down. As he walked toward the gathering area, a conversation between 2 women nearby caught his attention when one said, My good disciple, you did very well, and I am extremely proud of you. Master, I finally did it, the woman replied with tears of joy, and this blue-robed woman was Ru Suzu, true disciple of Dao Cloud Peak, whose name had just been engraved on the primordial divine tower monument, while congratulations rang out around them. Congratulations, congratulations, Elder Yang. The person standing here was Yi Fan, a direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak and the young man Elder H. Wang of Supreme Purity Peak had praised earlier. Witnessing Ru Suzu's achievement, Yi Fan excitedly vowed, I also want to reach the top 10 of the Divine Bridge Realm and make the Supreme Purity Tower ring its bells and drums for me. At some point, Chu Xiu had quietly appeared beside Yi Fan and, seeing his strange excitement, asked, Who are you? Startled, Yi Fan hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. So you're the senior brother from Cloudlow Peak. My name is Yi Fan. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and secretly assessed him. This kid's name sounds exactly like some story protagonist, and the heaven-defying luck surrounding him is incredible. Could he be this world's protagonist? Chu Xiu immediately became friendly and said, Brother Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you, but do you know me? Yi Fan replied, Of course, I've heard about how you won a fortune in essence stones at Heavenly Star Peak. Brother Yi, you flatter me, that little matter isn't worth mentioning, Chu Xiu modestly replied, leaving Yi Fan slightly surprised by his friendliness. Yi Fan thought Senior Brother Chu is gentle and seems perfect as a friend, while Chu Xiu secretly thought, Brother Yi Fan is honest and straightforward, perfect as a friend too, the kind whose luck I can slowly drain dry. Just then, a new message appeared on the stone tablet. Chu Xiu, direct disciple of Cloudlow Peak, 9th Stage C Wheel Realm, now begins the first level assessment. Seeing the message, Chu Xiu immediately cupped his hands and bid Yi Fan farewell. Brother Yi, I must take the assessment now. If fate allows, we'll meet again. And Yi Fan warmly replied, Certainly, I wish senior brother success in the assessment. After saying goodbye to Yi Fan, Chu Xiu leisurely climbed the stone steps toward the entrance of the Supreme Purity Divine Tower. The massive doors opened by themselves to welcome him before rumbling shut, revealing the first floor of the Supreme Purity Divine Tower, a space engulfed in pitch-black darkness. After Chu Xiu walked a short distance, countless crimson eyes suddenly appeared ahead, staring directly at him. A pack of savage, bloodthirsty wolves gradually emerged, baring gleaming fangs as they prepared to tear Chu Xiu apart and satisfy their hunger. Chu Xiu remained expressionless, calmly drew the bludgeoned sword and said disappointedly, "Oh, are these few pathetic creatures the only ones here to welcome me?" The moment he finished speaking, the wolves roared and charged as Chu Xiu moved like lightning through the pack. The bludgeoned sword flashed wildly, instantly severing the heads of 3 leading wolves. Chu Xiu smirked confidently and thought, "They're merely beasts of the sea wheel realm, nothing worth worrying about." After fighting onward, Chu Xiu reached the 67th floor of the Supreme Purity Divine Tower, where he encountered an alluring beauty who circled him, using her charms to lure him into desire. "Come enjoy paradise with me, handsome," she whispered sweetly into his ear, but Chu Xiu remained cold and expressionless before decisively swinging his sword. The beauty was instantly beheaded as Chu Xiu coldly said, "Trying to seduce me, you're still far too inexperienced." He then continued to the 68th floor, where 4 opponents guarded the way. There stood a calculating silver-haired elder with a long sword hidden behind his back, a muscular, bald, middle-aged man carrying a giant axe, a petite, beautiful woman wielding a sharp spear, and finally a skinny youth holding twin short swords. Chu Xiu excitedly tightened his grip on his sword and charged, "Oh, all 4 are peak sea wheel experts. Now this is getting interesting," before defeating all 4 peak sea wheel experts with a single move. Chu Xiu then climbed directly to the 98th floor of the Supreme Purity Divine Tower, where a sea of blood-red spider lilies stretched beneath a gloomy crimson sunset, and even the moon above glowed scarlet, creating an eerily desolate scene. In the distance, a woman holding an ice crystal longsword silently awaited him. She was Tai Su Zai at the peak of the 9th sea wheel stage, and Chu Xiu was surprised the illusion had recreated her, thinking, "She's at the same realm as me, yet her strength feels unfathomable." Chu Xiu sneered and provocatively asked, "Don't tell me you're actually the original form of the Supreme Purity Empress." Those words slightly disturbed the woman's composure, making Chu Xiu laugh excitedly. "So you really are an ancient great emperor, ha ha ha," before charging forward and shouting, "Great Emperor, come fight me with everything you've got." Chu Xiu swung the bludgeoned sword with overwhelming battle intent at the Supreme Purity Empress, yet she casually caught the terrifying blade with one hand as the violent collision unleashed shockwaves that scattered countless spider lily petals across the sky. Chu Xiu immediately followed with another attack, launching a powerful kick straight toward the Supreme Purity Empress's head. Yet she casually blocked it with her left hand, and refusing to stop, Chu Xiu leaped high and stomped down with all his strength, only for the Supreme Purity Empress to calmly catch his attack with one hand again. With a casual wave, the Supreme Purity Empress unleashed a force that sent Chu Xiu flying, leaving him horrified as he wondered, "What's going on? With the physical strength of my ancient, desolate, sacred body, how can Tai Su Zai at the same realm knock me away so effortlessly?" This gap in power was utterly absurd. Even if the opponent were a great emperor, it still shouldn't be this unreasonable. At that exact moment, Tai Su Zai suddenly attacked, charging toward Chu Xiu at astonishing speed like lightning tearing across the sky. The two collided head-on, palms clashing as violent energy erupted and swept away the 10,000-mile sea of other shore flowers around them. The pressure radiating from Tai Su Zai was terrifying, drenching Chu Xiu's forehead in sweat as he watched her closely, while she coldly continued attacking and punched straight at his chest with her left fist. Chu Xiu's pupils turned blood-red as a crimson sword intent mark appeared between his brows and his face filled with madness. "Good, trading wounds for wounds and lives for lives. Today either you die or I do. That's exactly my fighting style." In an instant, Tai Su Zai's fist pierced Chu Xiu's chest, sending fresh blood gushing from the wound like a fountain. Yet Chu Xiu did not retreat a single step and instead grabbed Tai Su Zai by the throat until she lost consciousness and died in his grip, making him curse inwardly, "Are you cheating? I already used Heaven Slaughter sword intent, yet your body could still withstand it." Chu Xiu casually threw Tai Su Zai's corpse into the sea of other shore flowers on the 9th floor, and after passing the trial, he was immediately transported to the highest level, the 99th floor of the Primordial Essence Divine Tower. The space there was hazy and illusory, with 4 enormous stone tablets towering before him. Chu Xiu rubbed between his brows and tried recalling what happened on the 9th floor, yet his memories remained vague as he wondered, "Who did I just fight, and why can't I remember anything?" After thinking briefly, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, now isn't the time to dwell on the past," then approached the 4 glowing tablets marked with sword, saber, spear, and fist symbols and wondered, "Do I have to choose one?" After a moment's thought, he placed his hand on the sword-shaped tablet, causing it to blaze with light while the other 3 vanished into the void, and the system announced, "Within half a day, please comprehend the sword techniques and sword arts." The more you comprehend, the higher your evaluation, and the more thoroughly you master them, the better your final rating. Chu Xiu sat down and focused on comprehending the sword arts within the tablet, gazing upon an endless black ocean with raging waves that seemed capable of crushing souls instantly, and thought in surprise, "So all of this is actually manifested from sword techniques and sword arts." Chu Xiu immediately ordered the system to spend breakthrough points mastering every sword technique and sword art there, and it quickly activated consumption mode as he successively perfected 5, 35, 100, and finally 1,000 sword techniques. This achievement greatly pleased Chu Xiu as he thought, "This life is truly different. With the system's overwhelming breakthrough ability, the ancient desolate divine body and heaven slaughter sword intent, I must fully exploit these advantages, and since the divine body grants unrivaled strength while the sword intent is incomparably sharp, only a greatsword can combine both into the most terrifying attack." He raised his right arm and with a thought summoned a gigantic purple greatsword before him, radiating overwhelming might. Gripping the greatsword, Chu Xiu couldn't help exclaiming in surprise because its weight far exceeded his expectations. Immediately afterward, he used all his strength to slash down at the surging black sea below, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. The black ocean within 100 meters was split apart by a single slash, revealing a bottomless abyss as the system announced, "Congratulations, the first form of all things end, myriad things annihilated, has been successfully created," making Chu Xiu throw back his head and laugh. "Haha, I'm Chu Xiu, all things end. Even I think this is monstrous, so who could possibly dodge such a terrifying attack? Spending over 1,000 breakthrough points was absolutely worth it." He immediately ordered, "System, quickly check the current grade of the myriad phenomena sword art." And the system replied, "Sword art classification, immortal grade. First sword move, all things extinguished. Destructive power 5 stars and attack speed 4 stars. An overwhelmingly tyrannical strike that instantly unleashes all blood energy fused from the primordial divine body and heaven-slaying sword intent, charging at extreme speed to deliver a completely destructive slap. Second sword move, unknown, currently not comprehended, and the host is advised not to attempt it yet because it could easily be fatal." The scene shifted outside the square of Primordial Peak, where a huge crowd still gathered beneath the primordial divine tower. Chu Zioran stood below, staring anxiously into the tower while Qi Meng Dai's nephew, sneered beside her. "Junior sister S letter 1 EDF. Do you really believe Chu Xiu can reach floor 80 and retrieve the Emperor Silver Sand to cure your mother? You should follow me instead, and I can ask my aunt Fairy Meng Dai for precious medicine." Nearly 10 days have passed without Chu Xiu appearing, so perhaps he already died inside, since disciples die every time this tower opens. But when Qi Meng tried touching her shoulder, she slapped his hand away and angrily shouted, "Don't touch me, stay away, I don't want to hear your nonsense." She continued staring firmly at the tower, thinking, "Senior brother Chu Xiu will definitely be safe." Just then, the bell atop the primordial divine tower suddenly echoed and the entire square erupted. Someone entered the top 10. Brilliant lines of text gradually appeared upon the stone monument. "Chu Xiu, eldest true disciple of Cloudlow Peak, has reached floor 99 of the Wheel C Tower, ranks first on the Wheel C monument, and successfully shattered the limit," leaving the entire square deathly silent while Qi Meng stood petrified and pale as if struck by lightning. Chu Zioran was overjoyed because she knew she had trusted the right person and her mother finally had hope of being saved. Chu Xiu leisurely walked out of the tower with narrowed eyes and a radiant smile, saying, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting so long." The moment she saw him, Chu Zioran happily ran over and exclaimed, "Senior brother S letter 1 EDF, you've finally returned safely." The surrounding disciples completely changed their former contemptuous attitude and crowded around excitedly, saying, "Senior brother S letter 1 EDF, you're incredible, could you sign something for me?" While Chu Xiu smiled politely and thought, "Back then you avoided me like a plague and shouted for demonic Chu to die. Yet today you sweetly call me senior brother, haha, choices really matter far more than effort." As he signed autographs for the enthusiastic crowd, he thought, "In my previous life I played the villain too brutally and openly because I was immature. Choosing the path of a hidden, cautious cultivator this life was definitely right, because being a villain without secretly scheming would be no fun." Suddenly, old Huang and Mo Fei Yan appeared behind him. Old Huang praised him, "Chu Xiu, you've done very well," and Mo Fei Yan added, "The Sacred Lord wants to see you, so come with us immediately." Soon, Chu Xiu was brought to the Primordial Majesty Hall where Tai Su Zai sat with Qi Meng Dai beside her, and he obediently saluted. Cloudlow Peak disciple Chu Xiu greets Master and Her Highness the Sacred Lord, while Qi Meng Dai awkwardly turned her face away upon seeing him. Tai Su Zai smiled from her elevated seat and said, "You're Chu Xiu, correct? I am delighted to personally meet the disciple who shattered the ancient limit, and your performance was excellent. so Chuzu immediately seized the chance and asked, Your Highness, since I broke our sacred land's record, shouldn't there be a suitable reward? While inwardly laughing that now was the perfect time to profit. Hearing that, Qi Mengdai immediately rose in anger, pointed at Chu Xiu, and shouted, Rebellious disciple, you are not allowed to be so disrespectful. Seeing the tense atmosphere Tai Su Zai mediated, Fairy Mengdai, it's fine, because I also want to know what reward your disciple desires. Unable to hide his greed, Chu Xiu shamelessly replied, This disciple wants the soul infant demon fruit, myriad medicine, spirit milk, or divine bodhi flower. Anyone will do, making Qi Mengdai grind her teeth and curse inwardly. This rebellious disciple certainly has a huge appetite. Tai Su Zai frowned and pondered briefly before saying, Our sacred land treasury contains some rare treasures of heaven and earth, but none of those three. However, I can send people to search for one, though I cannot guarantee when it will be found. And Chu Xiu calmly replied, This disciple is willing to wait. Chu Xiu secretly smiled wickedly and thought, This Tai Su Zai is surprisingly easy to negotiate with, so what would happen if I controlled her with the reincarnation heavenly weeping mother-child seal? When the system suddenly warned, Damn, the host's thoughts are truly sinister. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu immediately activated the reincarnation heavenly weeping mother-child seal as a strange energy filled with ancient symbols silently spread behind him. That power flew straight toward Tai Su Zai and silently wrapped around her body without her noticing, after which the system displayed, Reincarnation heavenly weeping mother-child seal. Child seal successfully implanted into Tai Su Zai without detection. Remaining uses 0. Current child seal targets Tai Su Zai and Qi Mengdai. The host may freely retrieve a child seal. After retrieval, one use will be restored, meaning at most 2 people can be controlled simultaneously. Chu Xiu was astonished after reading it. Whoa, so the mother-child seal can actually be used on 2 people simultaneously. His heart surged with excitement as he imagined triple cultivating with both Qi Mengdai and Tai Su Zai at once. Just then, the system displayed another notification. The host truly deserves to be the villain chosen by destiny, daring to fantasize about triple cultivating with the supreme purity holy lord and fairy Mengdai. Such audacity and scheming trigger a super-critical reward. Middle volume of the Alchemy Scripture, an immortal-grade secret art, and the poison volume of the 3-part primordial alchemy scripture, containing over 10,000 poison refining methods capable at its peak of killing even a quasi-emperor. While combining all 3 volumes forms the complete Supreme Alchemy Emperor scripture created by humanity's alchemy emperor in ancient times. Chu Xiu's lips curled into a delighted smile. This reward is incredibly generous. What kind of villain would I be if I didn't know how to use poison? Tai Su Zai suddenly spoke from her elevated seat. The 8 trigrams treasure ginseng greatly strengthens blood and vitality, so I hope you use it wisely. And Chu Xiu obediently cupped his hands below, yes. Afterwards, master and disciple bid farewell to the Holy Lord and left the grand hall one after another. Tai Su Zai remained seated above, watching their departing figures with a slight frown and vague unease, thinking, where is this uneasy feeling coming from? Is someone plotting against me? Perhaps I've been secluded too long and am imagining things. Maybe I should go outside for a change. Night slowly descended over everything as a gigantic flying ship carrying an entire structure glided through the sky. In the reception room, Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdai sat opposite each other at a tea table while 2 inner disciples of Cloudlow Peak served them tea. The 2 girls occasionally stole shy, blushing glances at Chu Xiu until he said, Junior sisters, please step outside first. I have something private to discuss with Master, making Qi Mengdai hurriedly object. No. The 2 disciples looked puzzled by their peak master's reaction, so Qi Mengdai quickly coughed and regained her composure. It's fine, you may leave first. And once they departed and the door closed, Chu the Simonic immediately cast a spell. A soundproof barrier instantly enveloped the entire room. Once everything was ready, he rested his chin on his hand and gave Fairy Qi Mengdai a wicked smile. Master, now only the 2 of us are here, so don't let such a wonderful moment go to waste. Qi Mengdai removed her bronze mask, revealing an embarrassed and angry face as she scolded, Rebellious disciple, are you trying to bully me again? Do you really treat me as your tool? Chu Xiu smiled, do I really seem that desperate to you? And when Qi Mengdai blankly replied, aren't you? He slowly approached, took the bronze mask and asked mysteriously, Master, do you want to recover your cultivation? Making her tremble slightly before firmly answering, of course. Chu Xiu casually sat beside her, looked at the bronze mask and smiled. This thing is excellent at concealing cultivation. Even a Saint King expert like Tai Su Zai couldn't detect that you've lost yours. while Chi Mengdai sulkily moved away and replied, "Your concealment methods aren't bad either." Blushing, she continued, "After Master did that shameful thing with you, your body should still carry the aura of the heavenly fragrance body, yet you concealed it so well that even the Holy Lord noticed nothing." Chi Mengdai closed her eyes and thought, "Fortunately this rebellious disciple knows how to hide it, otherwise what happened between us would have been exposed." She glanced at Chu Xiu, pursed her red lips and shyly asked, "You said you could restore my cultivation, so what's the condition? I know you wouldn't help me unconditionally," and Chu Xiu slyly replied, "Master truly understands your disciple," before presenting her with a wooden box containing a mysterious shimmering black object and saying, "Master, please put this on." Holding the strange stockings, Chi Mengdai asked suspiciously, "What exactly is this?" And Chu Xiu smiled expectantly, "Just put them on and you'll immediately get a reward." Chi Mengdai reluctantly obeyed and put on the stockings he gave her, blushing as she looked at her clothing. Suddenly, demonic Chu reached out and touched her thigh, startling Chi Mengdai into shouting, "Rebellious disciple, what are you trying to do?" Demonic Chu stroked her thigh with one hand and wrapped the other around her waist, whispering with a lecherous smile, "You're still calling me rebellious disciple at this point. Call me big brother." Chi Mengdai turned away and firmly replied, "Bah, rebellious disciple, keep dreaming. Even if I die, I'll never call you that," making Chu Xiu say, "Looks like you're still quite stubborn." Just 10 minutes later, after Chu Xiu did things too intimate to describe, Chi Mengdai twisted with flushed cheeks and repeatedly insisted, "I won't say it, absolutely not. Rebellious disciple, don't even dream of it. I'm a mighty great saint. How could I let you force me into submission? I'd rather die than say it." Hearing her remain so stubborn, Chu Xiu became even more forceful and said, "My dear master, if you refuse to say it, I might activate the 1,000-mile voice transmission and let every disciple on this ship and the entire primordial essence holy land know everything," making Chi Mengdai pant and curse, "You rebellious disciple, don't go too far." Finally, she looked weakly at him, pursed her red lips and shyly called, "Be brother," then angrily snapped, "You rebellious disciple, sooner or later I'll kill you with my own hands." Thus, Chu Xiu and Chi Mengdai spent a long night amid sobs and her embarrassed cries of brother. The next morning, Chu Xiu walked while thinking, "The Silver Sand Great Emperor's matter has been entrusted to Chu Xiaoran, so the primordial essence divine tower affair is settled." Looking at the two scrolls in his hands, he thought, Chu Xiaoran's information is quite detailed. The soul infant demon fruit truly lies in the desolate beast's secret realm, so that trip is unavoidable and I must cultivate diligently. Suddenly, he heard two junior brothers discussing, "Did you hear? The latest rankings in the Heavenly Secrets Gazette have been updated. Demonic Chu has been dead for some time, so someone naturally had to replace him." While the Heavenly Secrets Gazette recorded everything across the Heavenly Vault continent, from combat rankings to gossip, with each copy costing 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Hearing this, Chu Xiu sneered inwardly, "Ha ha, even in your dreams you wouldn't imagine that Demonic Chu isn't dead at all, but is living quite well and even standing on the same side as you." The two junior brothers exclaimed, "Huh. 4th place on the Lesser Saint ranking changed too. It used to be Truong Tiernlin, holy maiden of the Yin-Yang divine cult, but now it's Liu Hongyi," and the other cried, "What? Truong Tiernlin is my goddess, so who is Liu Hongyi? Is she beautiful?" Hearing Liu Hongyi's name, Chu Xiu's expression shifted slightly as he thought, Liu Hongyi, could it really be her? He walked over smiling and said, "Good morning, junior brothers, could you give me that Heavenly Secrets Gazette?" And they immediately handed it over, saying, "Why talk about buying it? If senior brother needs it, just take it. We're fellow disciples, so don't be polite," making Chu Xiu reply, "Then many thanks, junior brothers." Taking the newspaper, he leisurely walked away, and only after he disappeared did the two begin talking again. "Have you heard? Senior brother Chu Xiu has entered the Hidden Dragon ranking of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, so his status is completely different now and we definitely can't offend him," while the other replied, "Of course I heard, but who knows when he became so formidable." Meanwhile, Chu Xiu carefully read the Heavenly Secrets Gazette. Demonic Chu, formerly first on the Lesser Saint ranking, was dead and replaced by the Holy Son of Shining Light Peak from the Shining Light Holy Land, while Liu Hongyi, Holy Maiden of the Mortal Dust Sword Sect, replaced Truong Tiernlin in 4th place, and reports from Heavenly Dragon City said demons had been invading human territory on a large scale for the past 6 months. After finishing the first page, he thought, I didn't expect Liu Hongyi to reach 4th on the Lesser Saint ranking, but suddenly widened his eyes upon seeing the news on the second page. It was a wanted notice for Holy Maiden Liu Hongyi, accused of attacking the Mortal Dust Sword Sect and betraying her sect, with a bounty of 1 million Divine Spirit Stones. According to the sect master, she killed an elder to avenge Demonic Chu, and they called upon fellow righteous cultivators to surround and kill her while warning everyone not to underestimate this woman. The image of a young woman in crimson robes with an elegant face and long hair tied high appeared in Chu Xiu's mind. It was Liu Hongyi, and he unconsciously smiled and affectionately muttered, "Liu Hongyi, you silly girl." Memories surged back as he recalled when they first met, lying together on green grass and gazing at the bright moon in the silent night. She said, "My name is Liu Hongyi, and as you can see, my entire family is dead," while he replied, "I'm Chu Xiu, and my family is beyond the distant starry sky, so even if I wanted to see them, I probably never could." Then she looked at him and asked, "You helped bury my family, so from now on, can we become each other's family?" Hearing this, he immediately nodded and replied, "All right. Then it's settled, from now on we're officially family," she said, and the two happily high-fived to seal their promise. Returning to the present, Chu Xiu immediately used 1,000-mile voice transmission and said, "Carry my words across 10,000 miles. Junior sister Tao Tian, senior brother needs your help finding someone," while standing alone beneath a willow outside his cave residence and gazing at the night sky where stars mingled with fireflies in quiet solitude. After an unknown amount of time, an elegant voice suddenly called, "First senior brother," and Chu Xiu turned with a faint smile, "Junior sister, you're here." While she asked, "First senior brother, are you watching the moon alone again? Is something troubling you?" And he replied, "Nothing, I'm just missing my homeland a little." Come to think of it, senior brother has been at Cloudmist Peak for over 30 years now. Back then, Mount Qi County in the Mortal Kingdom was devastated by a demon race attack, and Master personally brought you back after exterminating those demons, so time truly passes quickly. First senior brother was truly fortunate, since you were only 3 years old yet still survived the claws of the demon race. Tao Tian gently took Chu Xiu's hand. He smiled brightly and said, "As the saying goes, surviving a great calamity brings future blessings. Senior brother, your good fortune still lies ahead. Mount Qi County may be your old home, but the sacred land is also your home now. And Master and I both regard you as family, so whenever you miss home, come find me." While Chu Xiu nodded, gently patted Tao Tian's shoulders and replied, "Yes, we're all family, my strongest support," making Tao Tian blush at the sudden intimacy. Chu Xiu secretly laughed, thinking, 30 years ago I didn't survive through luck at all. Everything was carefully planned by demonic Chu, and even meeting Qi Mengdai was arranged by me so I could smoothly infiltrate the primordial sacred land." Tao Tian lowered her head, touched her chin, and thought, "Lately eldest senior brother feels different. He used to avoid me, but now he's much closer." Thinking this, she lightly rose onto her toes. She suddenly kissed Chu Xiu on the cheek, leaving him stunned, then quickly slipped a letter into his clothes and whispered, "Eldest senior brother, this contains the information you've been searching for. Senior brother, get some rest early. I need to return to training," she said before blushing and running away. Chu Xiu stood frozen with burning cheeks as he watched Tao Tian disappear into the distance, thinking with amusement, "I was suddenly kissed by force. Calm down, calm down." Demonic Chu opened the letter and carefully read that Liu Hongyi had appeared 3 days ago in Chang'an City on the eastern continent, making Chu Xiu sigh. Chang'an City, huh? This could be troublesome. The scene shifted to the eastern continent, home of the great Tang Empire, where once prosperous Chang'an City now lay in smoking ruins. And inside the majestic imperial capital hall, an old bald man with white hair dragged his battered body across the floor and roared, "Do you want to become like that demonic Chu? Do you want to oppose all humanity and every power under heaven?" He shouted as Liu Hongyi, saintess of the mortal dust sword sect, floated above in a flowing red dress, gripping a jade-green longsword in her right hand while a white cloth covered her eyes but not her peerless beauty. Below, the bald old man continued screaming desperately, "Our Jai family will never let you go, will definitely tear you into hundreds of pieces." Faced with those murderous threats, Liu Hongyi said nothing and merely swung her jade-green sword. Her sword intent entered the Tao as a single slash shook heaven and earth, sending razor-sharp sword energy through the bald old man and killing him instantly, while Liu Hongyi remained cold and expressionless above with killing intent still blazing from her sword. She slowly descended to the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious black figure appeared behind her and asked, "Where do you plan to go next?" Liu Hongyi coldly replied, "To kill people," and the black-clad figure smiled meaningfully, asking, "Do you truly intend to make yourself the enemy of the entire world just for him?" With her long hair fluttering, Liu Hongyi answered without worldly emotion, "If he is the enemy of the whole world, then I will also become the enemy of the whole world. If he is Buddha, I will save all beings for him, and if he is a demon, I will slaughter the entire world for him." While elsewhere beneath a willow tree outside his cave residence, Chuzu sat meditating on the middle volume of the alchemy scripture and the secret art of movement. He thought that he still had not cultivated the techniques rewarded for clearing the primordial divine tower, and this quiet place was perfect for trying them. Brilliant light erupted behind him as countless ancient characters flew directly into his mind, and the system immediately displayed a notification. 9-character true mantra, art of movement. The 9-character true mantra, also called the 9 secrets, is among the strongest secret arts in existence. Completing all 9 secrets can make one invincible, while the art of movement is the ultimate speed technique capable at its peak of breaking through most ceiling formations, though it is extremely difficult to comprehend and demands extraordinary talent and insight. 3 days later, Chuzu stood up, stretched, and sighed tiredly. This art of movement is truly difficult to comprehend. After 3 whole days, I've only grasped a little of the surface, when an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared behind him. Sensing someone approaching, the young man asked coldly, "Who are you?" Before Chuzu stood a charming woman in a green dress holding a folding fan, not as beautiful as Chi Mengdai but possessing her own seductive charm, and she smiled. "I am Hua Liufei, an elder of Dao Cloud Peak." "You're Chuzu, correct?" Chuzu suddenly noticed a seal on Hua Liufei's chest identical to the reincarnation heavenly weeping mother-child seal and thought in surprise, "How strange. Why does this woman carry that seal inside her body? Could she actually be Tai Su Zai using another body to meet me? This is getting interesting." He immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Chuzu greets Elder Hua, may I ask what brings you here?" And Hua Liufei smiled gently, "I came to Cloudshell Peak to handle some minor matters, and after finishing I took a walk, happened to see you cultivating here, and came over uninvited." She then walked to a nearby stone, sat casually and gently asked, "You're cultivating this diligently because you're preparing to enter the desolate beast secret realm, aren't you?" Chuzu did not hide it because concealment before an expert like Hua Liufei was pointless, so he admitted, "That's right, the desolate beast secret realm contains countless opportunities but also immense danger, so to improve my chances I must train harder," while his gaze unconsciously swept over Hua Liufei's body. More precisely, he was examining Tai Su Zai hidden within that body. But his gaze accidentally landed on her full pale chest and nearly made his nose bleed as he thought, "Damn, that's even slightly better than my precious master's." Then after chatting for a while, Chuzu hesitated and asked, "Elder Hua, there's something I've always wondered about, could you enlighten me?" And Tai Su Zai calmly replied, "Go ahead." Chuzu took a deep breath and asked, "Elder Hua, before the Emperor Fall era, every 100,000 years a human emperor, demon emperor, or barbarian emperor would emerge. And since humans and the demon-barbarian races constantly fought, why didn't a human emperor exterminate the demon-barbarians when one arose? And conversely, why didn't a demon or barbarian emperor wipe out humanity when they ruled?" He thought, "This is a mystery I've never solved since arriving on the Heavenly Vault continent. Now that I've met Tai Su Zai, perhaps she knows the secret behind it." While Tai Su Zai gently waved her fan, pondered briefly, then spoke. "There seems to be an unspoken agreement between great emperors and demon emperors. Even if one side produces a great emperor, they may only suppress the other side and must never use imperial power to exterminate them, though no one knows the deeper reason. Rumor says that upon attaining the Great Emperor realm, one encounters secrets tied to the Heavenly Vault continent and the endless starry expanse," making Chuzu exclaim, "Could something even stronger than a great emperor exist?" Tai Su Zai gazed distantly at the sky and replied, "No one knows whether another path exists beyond the Great Emperor realm. From the ancient desolate era to today's Emperor Fall era, 17 great emperors have emerged in this starry expanse, yet all eventually passed away without leaving any trace. Those who reach the summit of the Great Emperor realm are peerless geniuses rarely seen throughout history, so why could none advance further? Was the road ahead severed, or was there never another road at all? It's worth pondering." After speaking, she lightly brushed off her clothes, stood up, and added, "Sitting here discussing great emperor cultivation is really worrying far too much about the distant future." Seeing her rise, Chuzu hurriedly asked, "Sister Hua, are you leaving already?" Tai Su Zai paused slightly at being called sister but showed no displeasure and smiled gently. "Yes, I must return, so stay here and cultivate diligently." While Chuzu scratched his head and reluctantly asked, "Sister Hua, will we have another chance to meet?" Tai Su Zai turned and smiled. "Once you leave the ancient demon's secret realm, we'll definitely meet again." Making Chuzu happily wave, "Deal, then I'll wait for you here after I return." And after she sweetly agreed, the system suddenly mocked, "Host truly is an incurable scumbag, so terribly wicked." While Chuzu headed toward Chimengdai's cave residence muttering, "Cultivating the movement secret art is exhausting. I'd rather ask Master for more resources." Just as he reached the cave entrance, a panicked male voice inside made him stop. "Aunt, you must save me or it'll truly be too late." You're Chu Xiu's master, so if you ask, he'll surely hand over the great Emperor Silver Sand without refusing. Chu Xiu smirked as Qi Mengdai, dressed in white and seated majestically on her throne, looked at Qi Meng and sighed. Minger, it's not that Aunt doesn't want to help you, but even though I'm Chu Xiu's master, I can't simply seize his belongings without reason. Chu Xiu cracked the door open and coldly thought, so this is master's precious nephew? I thought he'd be impressive, but he's merely useless. Since he desperately wants the great Emperor Silver Sand, I might as well take this chance to trick him. And with that thought, he pushed open the door and smiled at Qi Meng. Minger, you're looking for great Emperor Silver Sand, aren't you? Qi Meng turned in surprise. Senior brother, you're here. Is the great Emperor Silver Sand still in your possession? Chu Xiu casually nodded. Yes, I've been cultivating in seclusion and haven't had time to give it to junior sister Xiao Ran, but I was planning to find a chance today, making Qi Meng excitedly ask, Senior brother, could you transfer it to me? I can personally deliver it to her for you. Without answering, Chu Xiu waved his hand and produced a pitch-black piece of great Emperor Silver Sand radiating a dim glow, saying, I went through enormous trouble to obtain this from the endless sea of flames, while Qi Meng stared at it greedily. He thought, if I buy this, I'll be the only person on the Heavenly Vault continent possessing this treasure, and then Chu Xiao Ran will definitely beg me to save her mother. Thinking this, he eagerly grabbed Chu Xiu's hand. Senior brother, name your price, and Chu Xiu smiled meaningfully. 1 million high-grade essence stones, how about it? Qi Meng immediately replied, deal. Senior brother truly is exceptionally generous, secretly delighted because he had expected a far higher price. Chu Xiu accepted the heavy bag of essence stones, patted his shoulder and smiled. Since you're my master's nephew, naturally you're also, well, a relative of mine. And Qi Meng eagerly agreed, exactly, we're practically family. But Chu Xiu immediately produced another piece of great Emperor Silver Sand and smiled. Minger, I still have some great Emperor Silver Sand left. Want the rest too? I'll sell it all to you at the same price. Qi Meng's eyes widened. Senior brother, exactly how many pieces do you still have? And Chu Xiu shrugged, not many, just a little. He then poured out a pile of great Emperor Silver Sand, forming a small mountain before Qi Meng, who gaped and exclaimed, you call this just a little? Chu Xiu coldly said, are you buying or not? Answer quickly, otherwise I'll put it away, leaving Qi Meng aggrieved and helpless as he turned to plead, Aunt, this Chu Xiu is blatantly scamming me. Aren't you going to do something about him? Qi Mengdai remained calm on the surface and said, all right, Min Nhai, you've already obtained the Silver Sand Great Emperor, so hurry back. Qi Meng had no choice but to swallow his anger and leave. Once he disappeared, Qi Mengdai frowned and asked, you rebellious disciple, why did you deceive him like that? While Chu Xiu casually approached and replied, how was that deception? It was clearly a voluntary transaction between willing parties. I never forced anyone, then sat beside her. He quietly wrapped an arm behind her and grinned. By the way, what did you just call me? And Qi Mengdai flinched, rebellious disciple. Chu Xiu pulled out a wooden rod fitted with feathers and bells, waved it before her and said, what rebellious disciple? Hurry and call me brother. He gently brushed the feather from her calf toward her waist, making her tremble while stubbornly replying, dream on. Chu Xiu continued teasing her upward, making her even more flustered as he calmly said, Tusk, master's figure seems fuller lately, shall I personally check? And Qi Mengdai angrily grabbed an apple. I'm not fat, your whole family is fat, now get lost. She hurled the apple at him. Chu Xiu easily caught it and took a bite. Then he asked, Master, have you finished what I asked you to make? Hearing this, she sprang up and said, it's in my bedroom, move aside so I can get it. And after they entered together, Chu Xiu quickly set up a soundproof formation, making the atmosphere increasingly ambiguous. He asked, Master, where's the thing I wanted? Qi Mengdai lifted the pillow and coldly said, you rebellious disciple, what you wanted is right here. She took out a wooden box containing 3 orange beads shaped like small eggs. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up as he gently pressed one bead, making it vibrate and glow, and laughed, as expected of Master, your craftsmanship is truly superb. While Qi Mengdai proudly replied, the golden light stone from Longevity Mountain can both glow and emit heat. Before Chu Xiu pushed her onto the bed and teased, Master, using this treasure to massage the pressure points on your soul should greatly help restore your cultivation, making her panic, rebellious disciple. What are you trying to do now? Gazing at his beautiful master's face flushed with embarrassment, Chu Xiu smiled brightly and teased, Master, you truly are my once-in-a-thousand-years treasure. You rebellious disciple, so you asked me to make this thing just to find an excuse to bully me, didn't you? As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately pushed Qi Mengdai onto the bed, his smile turning more wicked as he asked, Master, how would you like me to bully you? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Qi Mengdai blushed and looked away, awkwardly saying, I misspoke. and Chu Xiu could no longer restrain himself, pinning his beautiful master onto the bed before what followed was left to the imagination. After an intense 300-round encounter, his system panel showed Wheel C Realm Level 9, Ancient Desolate Divine Body, 1414 Heaven Grade Aptitude, 33-fold Cultivation Speed, Heaven Slaughter Sword Intent, Cultivation of the Divine Scripture and Heavenly Foundation Art, the Still Unmastered Traveling Secret Art, Beginner Mastery of the Middle Volume of the Alchemy Scripture, the Heaven Grade All Things End Sword Art. 1124 System Deployment Points, 215 Breakthrough Points, Fortune of 82 White, the ability to absorb fortune from highly fortunate people after defeating them, and combat power 35 times greater than others of the same level. Meanwhile, Qi Mengdai still lay weakly on the bed with sweat covering her body, while Chu Xiu straightened his clothes and smiled inwardly, thinking that the effect of Master's heavenly fragrance body had indeed surged because of those intensely heightened emotions. As for why those emotions became so intense, everyone could guess whether that egg-shaped object from earlier had anything to do with it, while she still softly moaned and was surprised that the little device remained remarkably effective. Long after Chu Xiu's figure completely disappeared, Qi Mengdai finally lay still and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the rebellious disciple had left, she struggled upright and muttered, "That damned rebellious disciple finally left," then realized he had proudly removed her restriction but carelessly forgot to restore the seal before leaving, so she immediately sat cross-legged and circulated her energy, delighted to discover the seal truly was gone and that she could freely cultivate as spiritual energy surged around her. While immersed in her joy, she suddenly noticed something unusual. She suddenly blushed and thought in surprise, why did my cultivation improve while I was sealed? Could this somehow be connected to that rebellious disciple? A sinister smile appeared as she condensed her power into a brilliant sphere of light and snorted, "HMPH, rebellious disciple, just wait, I definitely will." Before her joy could fade, she suddenly trembled as the energy in her hand vanished and cried, why am I suddenly sealed again? When demonic Chu's transmitted voice sounded beside her ear, "Master, don't misunderstand. Your disciple merely wants to remind you that no matter how far apart we are, I can seal you again whenever I wish." Hearing the threat, Qi Mengdai trembled with rage, pulled out a straw doll from somewhere, and cursed through clenched teeth, Die, you damned rebellious disciple." She repeatedly stabbed the straw doll with a silver needle to vent her anger. But just then, she suddenly sensed something unusual inside her body. Why are there strange movements in my abdomen? She was horrified to sense the fluctuation of a new life forming inside, and 3 days later the teleportation gate to the desolate beast's secret realm became extremely lively as countless disciples gathered beneath Primordial Peak awaiting its opening. Standing among the crowd, Chu Xiu looked up as Tai Su Zai announced that, just like previous years, the secret realm would remain open for 30 days. Once that period ends, all of you must gather at the original teleportation point, otherwise you'll be trapped inside for decades until the next opening. After safely leaving, everyone must contribute a certain amount of resources to the sect, and the Primordial Summit will rank your results accordingly, with the top 10 disciples on the contribution ranking receiving generous reward. Listening to the long speech, he yawned impatiently and thought, "Just shut up already, I don't care about your petty rewards, my only goal is obtaining the Soul Infant Demon Fruit inside the secret realm." Just as the formation was about to activate, someone called, "Brother Chu Xiu," and turning around he recognized Yifan, who asked, "Brother S1EDF, you're entering the Desolate Beast secret realm too?" While Chu Xiu replied, "Aren't I doing the same as Brother Yi?" and secretly thought that entering alongside a protagonist blessed with immense fortune like Yifan would surely make this journey extraordinary. Seeing Yifan lost in thought, he asked, "Brother Yi, what are you thinking about? Did something happen?" And Yifan scratched his head. "No, nothing, Brother S1EDF, please, let's go together." Chu Xiu happily replied, "Sure." Before leaving, Yifan's master transmitted, "Yifan, listen carefully. After entering the secret realm, find every opportunity to kill Chu Xiu. It would be best if he died horribly in the jaws of desolate beasts, because then even the Sacred Lord's time reversal ability couldn't uncover anything," making Yifan shiver. While deep in an ancient forest, Liu Zhu sat on a branch with murderous eyes and thought, "Qi Mengdai, I've secretly arranged several capable disciples who will eliminate your precious disciple, Chu Xiu, once inside the Desolate Beast's secret realm. So don't blame me for being ruthless when his bad luck was becoming the disciple of a wretch like you." While plotting, she saw a flying ship pass as Jian Lingyun asked, "Senior brother Zhao Yifeng, you and he are fellow disciples. Is this really appropriate? Aren't you afraid the Cloudlet Peak Master will rage after Chu Xiu dies, especially since he's now your peak's monstrous genius and a Holy Sun candidate?" And Zhao Yifeng coldly replied, "A dead genius is no longer a genius. Fellow disciples are best only after death, and Chu Xiu has been causing trouble everywhere lately, so eliminating him is best for everyone." Hearing this, Liu Zhu thought, so I'm not the only one who wants Chu Xiu dead. As expected, that wretch Qi Mengdai is no decent person, and even the disciples she teaches are no good. Meanwhile, Tao Tian and Chu Zioren approached and called, "Eldest senior brother S letter 1 EDF, making Chu Xiu turn and ask, Junior sister Zioren, why did you come all the way here?" And Chu Zioren replied, "Of course I came to see senior brother S letter 1 EDF off," prompting him to ask whether the two junior sisters needed anything important while the system teased. The host's romantic luck is flourishing again. Are you planning to build a royal harem with countless wives and concubines? Tao Tian stepped forward and handed him a sword, saying, "This is the heavy sword senior brother asked me to find. I happened to locate it recently and specially came to deliver it today, hoping it will help on your coming journey." The system introduced Azure Dragon Tyrant Sword, Earth Grade, greatly increases damage when infused with primal energy. Forged from the bones of an ancient azure dragon, extremely heavy and hard, but users with weak physiques will suffer backlash. Chu Xiu tested several swings, producing howling gusts of force. Satisfied, he said, "Thank you very much, junior sister," and Tao Tian gently replied, "As long as eldest senior brother likes it." When entering the Desolate Beast's secret realm this time, you must be extremely careful because it opens only once every few decades and contains countless fierce demons and desolate beasts, so don't take excessive risks. While Chu Xiu rubbed her head and promised, "Thank you for your concern, I'll definitely be careful," making Tao Tian blush and say, "Then I can feel a little relieved." He turned and asked junior sister Zioren, "What did you need me for?" And Chu Zioren handed him a storage bag, saying, "I found some materials you may need to set up formations. The secret realm is filled with danger, so you may need them someday." And Chu Xiu accepted with a smile. Junior sister S letter 1 EDF is truly thoughtful, while she continued, "Thanks to senior brother S letter 1 EDF's Emperor Silver Sand, my mother has awakened, so when you return safely, could you visit her for tea? She really wants to thank you personally." Chu Xiu happily replied, "You're too polite. After I return, I'll definitely bring a gift and visit your mother." While Tao Tian beside them widened her eyes and puffed her cheeks, jealousy clearly written across her face. Just then, the teleportation formation fully activated and a dazzling purple pillar of light shot into the sky, illuminating the surroundings as Tai Su Zai loudly urged, "The teleportation formation is open. All qualified disciples must quickly enter it." Hearing the order, Chu Xiu cupped his hands toward the two girls and said, "Junior sisters, I'll head in first." Watching Chu Xiu disappear into the secret realm, Tao Tian stomped angrily and pouted, "Senior brother is so annoying. Why was he in such a hurry when I hadn't even finished speaking?" While Chu Zioren gently smiled, "There must be something inside the secret realm that senior brother Chu Xiu urgently needs, so naturally he's eager to enter first." Tao Tian's face instantly darkened as she gritted her teeth and turned to shout at the person beside her. "Chu Zioren, you'd better stay away from my senior brother and stop acting like you understand him so well." But Chu Zioren frowned slightly and replied, "Senior sister Tao Tian, what do you mean? Senior brother Chu Xiu and I are merely ordinary friends, nothing improper like you're imagining, so why should I stay away from him?" Then stepped closer with a faint meaningful smile and gently added, "Senior sister, there's no need to get so angry and irritable. Anger causes ugly wrinkles," making Tao Tian snap, "When am I irritable?" And Zioren calmly answer, "You're clearly acting like a jealous woman right now. No wonder senior brother Chu Xiu hurried away so quickly to avoid you." Tao Tian glared furiously as a powerful aura began surging around her. She threatened through clenched teeth, "Chu Zioren, are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Inside the desolate beast secret realm, towering ancient trees reached into the sky, their densely intertwined branches forming natural walls, while their trunks were so enormous that several people together could barely encircle them. Thick canopy blocked the sunlight, making the forest dark and eerie as disciples from different peaks cautiously ventured deeper. One exclaimed, "Wow, the desolate beast secret realm is enormous." And a blue-robed youth explained, "My master said its diameter is nearly 10 million miles, about 1/20th of the entire southern region," prompting another to say, "With such a vast area, there must be countless opportunities. So who wants to form a team and search for treasures together?" Meanwhile, Chu Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Should I find Yifan first? If I travel with him, wouldn't I benefit from some of the protagonist's luck? Maybe I'll obtain even more valuable treasures that way." While he was thinking, a disciple in the distance suddenly pointed at him and shouted, "Chu Xiu is over there, everyone, let's capture him." Chu Xiu hurriedly hid behind a huge ancient tree and thought resentfully, "What the hell is going on? Who have I offended? I've never wronged anyone, making the system mock. Tusk, can't you act a little fiercer? As over 100 Divine Bridge Realm disciples charged toward him with weapons drawn. With no other choice, he turned and fled at full speed, muttering, I can't beat this. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is best. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu waved his hand and a mysterious black flying ship appeared before him. He leaped aboard and both man and ship transformed into a brilliant black and red streak that shot into the sky. The pursuing disciples could only watch the flying ship vanish instantly, leaving a crimson trail suspended in the sky, while one pointed upward regretfully and said, he escaped. A bald disciple sneered confidently, don't worry, before we left, senior brother Jian Nengyun gave me a special aura tracking compass, and I've already locked onto his aura, so even if he flees to the ends of the earth, he can't escape. Deep within the desolate beast secret realm, atop a barren mountain thousands of feet high surrounded by sheer blade-like cliffs, a strange purple fetus-like object grew on a withered bush, continuously emitting black mist and bone-chilling energy. It was the sole infant demon fruit. Guarding the treasure was a quasi-demon emperor desolate python covered in black scales with astonishing defenses. Chu Xiu had battled it for several hours, leaving both heavily wounded, yet despite its exhaustion, the giant python opened its blood-red maw full of sharp fangs and lunged at him. Facing danger, Chu Xiu activated the movement secret art, moving as fast as lightning. He narrowly slipped past the creature's bite. He instantly appeared above the monster's head, gripped the azure dragon tyrant sword with both hands, erupted with blood energy and slashed down with all his strength, severing the giant python's head. Black blood sprayed everywhere as its massive corpse crashed down, burst into fierce flames, and finally vanished, leaving a black lotus floating before him. It was the Nether Frost Lotus, and the system displayed a notification asking whether he wanted to exchange it for breakthrough points. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu grabbed it and chose to exchange it, whereupon the system announced success and awarded him 70,000 breakthrough points. Afterward, he sat cross-legged on a rock beside the python's corpse and sighed in relief, having finally accumulated 500,000 breakthrough points. The system presented several choices including Sword Intent, Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent, Tao Scripture Sword Art, Universal Rest Secret Art, Movement Secret Art, and the middle volume of the Alchemy Scripture. Chu Xiu immediately selected the Movement Secret Art, while the system explained that his master's special constitution had greatly enhanced his talent and comprehension of this art. The secret art advanced dramatically, reaching the beginner mastery stage. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, looked toward the distant soul infant demon fruit, and declared that the traveling secret art had successfully broken through, so it was time to reap the reward, then activated his newly upgraded movement technique and sped away like the wind. But upon reaching the soul infant demon fruit, Chu Xiu froze when he realized its color showed it was not fully ripe. He dejectedly held his forehead and lamented his bad luck as the system mocked his poor fortune for killing the python without realizing the fruit was still unripe. But Chu Xiu frowned slightly before smiling wickedly and thinking, do I really have no way to force it to ripen? Seeing this, the system displayed a question mark at his intentions before laughing and praising demonic Chu for being as cunning and calculating as ever. A while later, Chu Xiu leisurely pretended to gather spirit herbs. Suddenly, a greeting came from behind, senior brother Chu is here too, and Chu Xiu slowly turned to see who had spoken. 5 people approached him, 4 men and 1 woman led by Chen Mufin carrying a huge saber on his back, who smiled and asked whether senior brother Chu was alone, while Chu Xiu warily asked if they had also come to hunt him, prompting Chen Mufin to secretly tell his companions to suppress their killing intent because Chu Xiu's movement technique was extremely fast, and if he fled nobody could stop him, so they should stall until reinforcements arrived to surround and kill him. Hearing this, his companions replied through voice transmission, respectfully agreeing to follow senior brother Chen's plan. Chen Mufin turned toward Chu Xiu and feigned surprise, asking what senior brother meant since killing fellow disciples was a grave crime and there must be some misunderstanding. Just then, a pretty woman stepped forward and anxiously asked, who would dare hunt a direct disciple, before urging him to tell them so everyone could help. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression softened slightly though his eyes remained wary, and he sighed that he didn't know because countless people wanted his life, prompting the female disciple to hold his hand and gently invite him to join their group for protection while a fat disciple beside her quickly assured him that nobody would dare touch him with them around. Chen Mufin repeatedly nodded in agreement as everyone confidently promised to protect him, while Chu Xiu looked at them and sneered inwardly at how convincing their acting was. His gaze swept over the female disciple and lingered especially on her voluptuous figure as he secretly judged this junior sister quite alluring. The female disciple secretly sneered and transmitted to her companions, "Don't worry. This man is lustful and nowhere near as difficult as rumored," she said, while the long-haired male disciple mocked the prey for worrying about the hunters. And Chen Mufin replied that Chu Xiu couldn't be blamed because their acting was too convincing before loudly praising him as a genius who had shattered the primordial limit and a future pillar of the primordial essence Holy Land, prompting everyone to offer their help as Chu Xiu pretended to be moved, praised their loyalty, and agreed to join them. Hearing his agreement, the woman immediately hooked her arm around Chu Xiu's and rested her cheek against his shoulder, sweetly saying that everyone in the Holy Land was like family. She deliberately pressed herself closely against his arm and kept rubbing against him provocatively. A short while later, Chu Xiu warmly invited the group to eat beside the grill, explaining that the roasted goat had been prepared for him by junior sister Zioran. He said he had worried he couldn't finish it alone but fortunately met them, so he took more food from his storage pouch to entertain his guests, leaving everyone visibly surprised and suspicious while Chu Xiu maintained a bright smile. As he poured wine, he said their meeting was fate and told everyone to enjoy themselves, while Chen Mufin smiled and replied, "Senior brother Chu, there's no need to be so courteous." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu boldly raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Seeing this, the purple-haired woman secretly thought, "It seems there's nothing wrong with this wine." Seeing Chu Xiu drink without issue, Chen Mufin relaxed and took a sip, his eyes lighting up as he praised the excellent wine, while Chu Xiu proudly explained, "This is precious wine stolen from Master's cellar, so junior brother should eat hearty meat and drink great bowls of wine like a true man." And once Chen Mufin and his companions found nothing suspicious, they completely lowered their guard and joined Chu Xiu in feasting, repeatedly raising their cups in a lively celebration. Before long, the fragrant roasted goat on the grill had been completely eaten, leaving only a bare white skeleton. Just then, Chu Xiu's voice suddenly turned unusually solemn as he called everyone, prompting Chen Mufin to ask, "Senior brother, is there something you want to say?" Chu Xiu's eyes burned red as he coldly asked, "How much did Zhao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun offer you to make you stop at nothing to kill me?" Everyone froze in alarm and turned toward Chu Xiu with changing expressions. Chen Mufin gripped the giant hammer beside him and coldly asked when he had noticed, but Chu Xiu calmly replied that he had seen through them the moment they appeared. Chen Mufin immediately swung his giant hammer and charged at him. Yet Chu Xiu remained strangely calm, using the secret of movement to evade. His body swiftly retreated, and the giant hammer smashed into the ground, shattering it and leaving a deep crater. Once steady, Chu Xiu's gaze turned icy as he told them to check their spiritual palace and divine bridge. Chen Mufin's group hurriedly examined themselves and discovered black smoke covering their spiritual palace. The female disciple screamed in terror that he had poisoned the wine. Chu Xiu sneered, "My poison was never mixed with wine. What I gave Chen Mufin's group was actually a special poison that tastes as fine as premium wine." The system laughed itself breathless, confirming its poison was completely genuine and absolutely unmixed with wine. Chu Xiu smiled wickedly and declared that if they wanted to live, he would give them a chance. Chen Mufin quickly asked what they had to do, so Chu Xiu tossed over a paper and ordered them to follow its instructions, while the accompanying vial contained 10 temporary antidotes that would keep them alive for 3 days, after which he would completely cure them once the task was done. The woman remained suspicious and asked how they could be sure he would keep his word. Chu Xiu solemnly raised 3 fingers and swore on his master's name that if he broke his word, the heavenly law would curse his master to never advance again. Meanwhile, at Cloudmist Peak, Qi Mengdai, who was eating an apple, suddenly sneezed repeatedly and silently cursed whoever dared badmouth her. Seeing him swear such an oath, Chen Mufin reluctantly believed him, and the purple-haired woman also compromised, saying they would obey and hoped he would keep his word. Chu Xiu smiled gently, assured them he always kept his promises and would await their good news, then took a flying vessel from his storage ring, boarded it, and vanished into the distance. 2 hours later, numerous flying vessels tore through the air above the dense forest and quickly gathered as figures leaped down from them. A purple-robed male cultivator with piercing eyes stepped forward and frowned at Chen Mufin. "What exactly happened, and how did you let Chu Xiu escape?" The speaker was Ping Zio, a true disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Bridge realm. "Senior brother and everyone, please calm down. Exactly 2 hours ago, our group encountered Chu Xiu here, but he was too cautious and fled the instant he saw us, moving so fast we couldn't catch him." Ping Zio asked unhappily, "Then why did you summon us?" Chen Mufin carefully took an animal hide map from his robe and seriously replied, "Chu Xiu dropped this while fleeing in panic." Ping Zio asked what it was, and Chen Mufin unfolded it, explaining that it marked the location of the rare soul infant demon fruit which grew atop this mountain. Ping Zio exclaimed in surprise, an immortal-grade soul infant demon fruit actually grows here, so why didn't you pick it yourselves? I don't believe you're this generous, so what are you planning? Chen Mufin rolled up the hide and helplessly replied, the place where the soul infant demon fruit grows is extremely dangerous, and the 5 of us would likely die going alone, so we need everyone's help. If we obtain the fruit, just give us a share. Ping Zio took the animal hide map and said, fine, I agree. This map came from Chu Ziu, so if he gets there first, we'll lose our share. I'll lead everyone there immediately. Inwardly, he thought Chen Mufin was truly naive for expecting them to do all the work and still share the rewards. Before long, Ping Zio's group reached the location of the soul infant demon fruit. Hidden nearby, Chu Ziu watched them with a slight smile. Oh, they're here already, and quite a few of them too. Leading the group, Ping Zio saw streams of black mist swirling around the mountaintop and loudly warned, this mist blocks spiritual perception, so everyone stay close together. A girl in the group reassured them, senior brother, don't worry. As Ping Zio quickly led the group to the summit, where they soon spotted a strange plant growing from a pitch-black rock, resembling a 2-meter-tall spiritual herb with corpse-white bone-like branches and a bizarre pink-purple fruit containing the faint shape of a fetus that occasionally emitted spine-chilling laughter. Instead of being frightened, everyone's eyes lit up and their bodies trembled with excitement as they stared at the soul infant demon fruit, shouting joyfully, ha ha ha, it really is the soul infant demon fruit. If I eat it, I can advance directly into the divine ability realm. Another excitedly said, we've struck it rich this time. Selling it could bring us tens of thousands of divine essence stones. Getting rich will be easy now, but Ping Zio suddenly raised his hand and warned, wait, this soul infant demon fruit's color seems wrong, so it probably isn't ripe yet. Ancient records say it turns blood red and emits a sacred aura when ripe, while eating it prematurely lets sinister energy devour the brain and causes sudden death. A woman asked, then what should we do? Our time in the desolate beast's secret realm is limited, so we can't wait for it to ripen naturally. Should we pick it first? While everyone hesitated, a blood-red mist suddenly spread beneath their feet. Ping Zio stared blankly as the mist surrounded them and exclaimed, huh. A girl hurriedly covered her nose and cried, is this an illusion formation? How could this happen? Right behind her, a young man suddenly went insane, roaring while frantically clawing at his own body. Within seconds, the young man lunged forward and strangled her while cursing, I'll kill you, you beast, you're the one who killed my mother, kill, kill, kill. And chaos instantly erupted as everyone lost control and slaughtered each other with another roaring, I treated you as my brother, yet you stole my woman, die, turning the summit into bloody hell filled with screams and murderous intent. Amid the chaos, Ping Zio retained a trace of sanity and looked around in horror, unable to believe what was happening as he desperately shouted, no, don't do this, everyone stop. Unfortunately, they had sunk too deeply into the illusion to hear him, and one after another collapsed as blood flooded the ground. Yet horrifyingly none of it soaked into the earth. Instead, the blood seemed alive, automatically gathering and flowing toward the soul infant demon fruit, which gradually turned brilliant blood red after absorbing enough blood essence and emitted eerie childlike giggles across the mountain. An hour later, the summit was completely silent, and only then did Chu Ziu slowly emerge from hiding, looking at the scattered corpses and thinking with a faint smile, I never expected the soul infant demon fruit could ripen by absorbing human blood essence. Carefully examining the soul infant demon fruit, he frowned slightly and thought, it still needs a little more blood essence before fully ripening. Forget it, waiting a few more days isn't much. Staying here is too dangerous, so I'd better leave first. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a woman from Chen Mufin's group anxiously looked upward and asked, Senior Brother Chen, did something happen up there? Why did it suddenly become so quiet? Did Senior Brother Yan and the others encounter trouble? Chen Mufin stroked his chin and replied, the soul infant demon fruit isn't something ordinary people can harvest, so luckily we didn't follow them up. While another girl asked, but if we don't obtain the demon fruit, will Senior Brother Chu still cure our poison? Just then, Chu Ziu leisurely approached and asked with a faint smile, why didn't you all go up the mountain with them? Chen Mufin suppressed his emotions and smiled broadly at Chu Ziu. Senior Brother Chu, we sent people up the mountain to harvest the demon fruit exactly as you instructed. Although we failed to obtain it, we did everything we could, so please consider our efforts and cure our poison. Chu Ziu remained cold as he glanced at the 5 and thought, Oh, these cowards not only failed to harvest the demon fruit but even sent their own senior brothers and sisters up there to die, yet they still dare claim credit before me. Suddenly, a dense surge of demonic energy shot rapidly toward them. Chu Xiu tilted his head slightly, his gaze turning cold. Demonic energy is approaching, then glared at Chen Mufin's group and shouted, "You brought this demonic energy here, didn't you?" Making them pale and tremble as they replied, "No, how could we possibly dare associate with the demon race?" In the distance, numerous strangely shaped demons rode enormous wild beasts toward them at high speed. Upon seeing Chu Xiu's group, they laughed excitedly as one demon raised his huge saber and shouted with overwhelming killing intent, "Humans, we've found more humans, kill them all, ha ha ha, for the great demon race and for our freedom." Chu Xiu coldly thought, "I've been inside this secret realm for over 10 days, yet this is my first encounter with the demon race, so it seems they specifically hunt human cultivators." He immediately activated the traveling secret art, mysterious formation patterns appearing beneath his feet as he gripped the Azure Dragon Overlord sword and shot forward like lightning, making Chen Mufin exclaim, "So fast." Filled with abundant true essence, the Azure Dragon Overlord sword blazed with fierce domineering power before crashing down upon the demons and their beasts with endless killing intent. Those watching from outside stared open-mouthed and thought, "What terrifying combat power, how could just a few of us possibly withstand him?" Chu Xiu pointed his sword at one demon and shouted, "Speak, why did your demon race suddenly appear here?" But the demon's eyes flickered as he remained silent. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and pierced the demon's shoulder with his sword, coldly saying, "Won't talk. Then I'll slowly torture you to death until you do," making him scream, "I'll talk. We were suppressed within the desolate beast secret realm by the primordial ancestor Emperor's great Tao, but a great demon of the other shore realm recently ordered us to ambush you here," causing Chu Xiu to think, a great demon of the other shore realm. This is definitely complicated. The waters in this desolate beast secret realm run very deep. His face turned icy as he swung his sword horizontally and finished the demon off. The demon instantly died, perhaps still in time to reunite with the ox he once rode on the road to the underworld. Another demon cried in horror, "Brother Ox just died like that." Chu Xiu looked back at Chen Mufin's group and said, "Junior Brother Chen, I'll leave these remaining lesser demons to you. With your strength, handling them shouldn't be difficult, right?" When a woman pleaded, "Senior Brother Chu, could you detoxify us first?" And Chu Xiu tossed her a medicine bottle, saying casually, "Oh, I'd nearly forgotten since you didn't mention it. I always keep my word, so take it." After saying this, he jumped onto his flying vessel, waved, and said, "I'll take my leave now, so stay here and pray for yourselves." Seeing Chu Xiu leave, the demons became delighted, thinking, "The strongest one is gone, leaving only these weak poisoned people. Isn't this our perfect chance?" They thought before surrounding Chen Mufin's group, making Chen Mufin stare anxiously at the huge red-eyed demons and wonder, "Are we really going to die here?" While the demons laughed, "Kill them all for our race and the freedom of all demons." One demon rushed forward and seized the woman, restraining her limbs as he grinned, "This human woman is quite pretty, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." While high above, Chu Xiu stood aboard his flying vessel and thought, "The soul infant demon fruit still needs 2 more days to ripen, so what should I do with these 2 free days?" At that moment below, Yi Fan followed a map to a cave entrance beside the mountain range, trembling with excitement as he laughed, This is definitely the place." Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Xiu looked down. "HMPH, isn't that Yi Fan's voice?" Yi Fan's eyes gleamed as he followed the map forward and exclaimed, "I've finally arrived. This is the treasure vault of a quasi-demon emperor. Treasures, here I come." While Chu Xiu hid behind a nearby cliff and smiled meaningfully, "The protagonist truly has heaven-defying fortune. Unfortunately, he encountered me." While Yi Fan remained focused on the map and entered the cave, Chu Xiu activated the traveling secret art and silently slipped ahead, laughing inwardly, "Brother Yi, thank you very much. I'll kindly scout the path 1 step ahead for you." Yi Fan looked around in surprise and muttered, "What the hell?" Something seemed to flash past just now. The deeper underground they went, the denser the earth energy became, while the spiritual energy grew so concentrated it seemed ready to liquefy. He held out a jade bottle to collect the dripping stone milk and muttered, "This 10,000-year stone milk is extremely valuable, so gathering it carefully should earn me quite a fortune." Next, he discovered countless precious medicinal herbs and smiled in satisfaction at 3 immortal herbs of mystic, heaven, and earth grades, knowing such valuable heaven-grade herbs could not be missed. The system chimed repeatedly, ding, your fortune increased by 5, ding, increased by 5, ding, increased by 8, ding, increased by 7, ding, increased by 6, ding, increased by 15. In barely a minute, he swept away every herb there. Chu Xiu stood up, wiped his sweat, sighed in relief, then asked the system whether his fortune was soaring because he had stolen Yi Fan's opportunity. The system chuckled, exactly. Host, you're draining his fortune, and without your interference, Yi Fan would have monopolized this enormous opportunity and soared to greatness. While Chu Xiu raised his storage bag and laughed, having obtained over 1,000 earth-grade herbs, more than 100 heaven-grade herbs, 11 immortal-grade herbs, and 3 jade bottles of 10,000-year stone essence. Enough wealth to make even a pig rise to the top. Suddenly, a strange object caught his attention and made him exclaim, "Oh." His gaze stopped at the center of the stone chamber where 2 objects, one red and one blue, glowed brightly. Looking closer, he saw half a palm-sized stone mirror radiating an ancient primordial aura beside a blazing red egg covered in mystical patterns and light, with something inside beating like a heart and releasing immense vitality, making Chu Xiu realize these were the true treasures of the treasure hall. But when he looked upward, his pupils shrank as he saw a gigantic white serpent coiled above, its enormous body piled like a mountain and its mirror-bright scales gleaming while it slept soundly, seemingly unaware of the intruder. Sensing its terrifying aura, he realized it was at the peak of the other shore realm and was likely guarding the treasures, so he could not carelessly trigger any trap. With that thought, Chu Xiu quietly advanced step by step, intending to take the 2 supreme treasures, but at that very moment, an unusual sound suddenly came from behind him. Chu Xiu immediately spun around and saw Yi Fan rushing in from outside, accidentally stepping on a protective restriction. Yi Fan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Brother Chu, what a coincidence that we meet here. Haha, I also just discovered that treasures are hidden here. In stark contrast to Yi Fan's innocent fool-like expression, Chu Xiu was so furious he nearly exploded, never expecting that idiot Yi Fan to accidentally activate the restriction and awaken the gigantic white serpent. The white serpent instantly woke, and merely shifting its body caused the ground to quake violently while rocks crashed down from the ceiling. Realizing intruders had entered, it erupted in rage, opened blood-red eyes as if ready to devour every living thing before it, bared a crimson maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, and roared earth-shakingly at Chu Xiu and Yi Fan. While the white serpent raged, Chu Xiu seized the chance to dash forward and grab the 2 rare treasures, thinking, this place is too dangerous to stay, I must leave immediately. The instant he touched the treasures, Chu Xiu activated the secret of movement and shot outside like a streak of light, while Yi Fan stood frozen under the demon beast's terrifying pressure and cursed his terrible luck. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the Holy Lord and the Peak Masters were quietly cultivating. Suddenly, old Huang rushed over in panic and reported, something terrible happened. Many life talismans belonging to disciples who entered the desolate beast's secret realm have shattered. Qi Mengdai immediately grew anxious and asked how many had shattered, and old Huang hurriedly replied that as many as 775 had already broken. Qi Mengdai urgently asked about her own disciple. What about my disciple Chu Xiu's life talisman? Is anything wrong with it? And old Huang shook his head, saying it remained intact. Qi Mengdai became even more uneasy, realizing an unprecedented disaster must have occurred inside the desolate beast's secret realm for so many disciples to die at once. Yet she wondered why she worried about that rebellious disciple when his death should benefit her, until the Holy Lord reassured everyone that she would use the Phantom Eye to directly observe the situation inside. As soon as she finished speaking, the Holy Lord immediately unleashed the divine ability Phantom Eye, causing a gigantic radiant formation to appear beneath her feet. Countless mystical eyes then floated in midair and began carefully observing everything happening inside the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, a man looked up at those eyes and asked the woman beside him whether the people outside were observing the realm. The demon race panicked upon seeing the gigantic eyes, fearing the human race intended to punish them and crying that they did not want to die there, while at the demon race's main camp, Mo Sha, their leader at the other shore realm, suddenly sneered and spoke with imposing authority. You need not worry, no one can bypass the laws of the desolate beast's secret realm to attack us, not even a holy king, so those humans can only watch from outside and are completely powerless. If they want to watch so badly, then let them witness with their own eyes how we slaughter humanity, ha ha. With that, Ma swung the longsword in his hand and loudly ordered, kill every human. Everything is for the goal of escaping this secret realm because only then can we regain our freedom. Everyone, charge. At that moment, the great demon leader's crimson eyes flickered as he took out half a stone mirror emitting an eerie blue glow, leaving Ma astonished. The treasure jade stone mirror is reacting. Could the other half have appeared? If I obtain it and combine both halves, I'll surely break through to the Dao Palace realm, ha ha ha. Through the eye of observation, the chaotic and tragic scenes involving the demon beasts throughout the desolate beast secret realm were clearly displayed before everyone. Two elders among the group could no longer hide their concern and cried out in alarm. How could that great demon have reached the peak of the other shore realm? Could the cultivation restrictions within the secret realm have failed? Seeing such a powerful demon, Chi Mengdai grew even more uneasy and hurriedly proposed, "Your Holiness, we must quickly connect to the secret realm and open the teleportation light gate to bring the disciples back as soon as possible." Seeing the obvious worry on her beautiful face, the Holy Lord smiled teasingly. "What's wrong? Are you worried that your rebellious disciple might encounter some misfortune?" Chi Mengdai's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, but inwardly she protested, "As if I'd worry about him. I'm merely concerned about the safety of the other disciples." The Holy Lord gently reassured her, "Don't be impatient, I've arranged everything. Within 2 days at most, the teleportation light gate will connect to the secret realm," and Mo Fei Yan added, "If they can't even endure 2 short days, then they'll truly disappoint us." Although Chi Mengdai stubbornly claimed not to care, she was actually burning with anxiety, wondering where that rebellious disciple was now, before angrily throwing Chu Ziu's doll to the ground and cursing, "You'd better have been swallowed whole by some demon beast." Just then, inside the desolate beast secret realm, a group of demons obeyed their leader's command and fiercely pursued a woman. She was Ru Suzu, the renowned direct disciple of Dao Cloud Peak, desperately fleeing while carrying her severely wounded junior sister Ru Su Yun on her back. Watching from afar, Chu Ziu knew an eye was still monitoring him overhead and secretly calculated. "I, Chu the Semonic, have never liked playing the hero who saves beauties. But if I stand by and watch her die under this eye's surveillance, won't my plan to become the Holy Sun be ruined? Consider yourself extremely lucky," Chu Ziu thought as he drew the Azure Dragon Tyrant sword, its blade erupting with a domineering crimson aura, then shot forward with a piercing whistle and blocked the ferocious demons. Seeing a man suddenly appear to rescue her, Ru Suzu became extremely curious, wondering, who exactly is he? Chu Ziu glanced at her and calmly said, "Junior sister, I'm here to rescue you." And after looking carefully, Ru Suzu recognized him as the man who had once reached the summit of the Supreme Ancestor Divine Tower. But he's only at the peak of the Sea Wheel realm, while even the weakest demon here has reached the Divine Bridge realm. Isn't charging in like this suicide? Yet while Ru Suzu was still thinking, Chu Ziu had already charged straight into the center of the battle. Worried about her savior, she shouted, "Don't!" But just 1 second later, she froze with her eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before her. With only a few simple moves, Chu Ziu instantly sent every demon there to the underworld. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The sword-wielding young man stood proudly amid the demons' corpses, looking extraordinarily imposing. Ru Suzu couldn't help thinking, "Senior brother is unbelievably powerful. Calling him a demon god reincarnated into the mortal world wouldn't be an exaggeration." After showing enough dominance before the beauty, Chu Ziu turned and asked, "Junior sister, are you hurt?" Ru Suzu emotionally replied, "I'm fine, thank you for saving us, senior brother Chu," then bowed deeply in gratitude for his timely rescue. The young man took an earth-grade spiritual herb called Spirit-Nurturing Mushroom from his sleeve and handed it to her. "Your injuries look quite severe, so hurry and take this medicine to heal." But Ru Suzu quickly refused. "Senior brother, this precious medicine is far too valuable. I truly can't accept it." Chu Ziu calmly said, "Junior sister, don't be polite. The demon race is causing chaos everywhere, and without prompt treatment you may face disaster, so even if you don't care about yourself, think of your badly injured junior sister, and once we're outside you can simply repay me with medicine of equal value." Making Ru Suzu accept and say, "Thank you, senior brother, I will definitely repay this great favor." Chu Ziu continued, "Once those outside discover the secret realm's upheaval, they'll surely reopen the teleportation gate to bring everyone back safely. But even after taking the medicine, you two still need time to recover, so wait at the plaza for the gate to reopen." And when Ru Suzu asked whether he would join them, he shook his head. "No, I still have something very important to handle, so we'll part here." As he finished, he touched the half-stone mirror hidden inside his robe and thought, "Its fluctuations are growing stronger, so to ensure everything goes smoothly, I must quickly harvest the soul infant demon fruit and wait for the right opportunity to raise my cultivation." At the Primordial Essence Plaza, images of Chu Ziu heroically rescuing his junior sisters had already spread outside, causing disciples to praise him endlessly. Senior brother Chu Xiu is incredibly powerful, killing those demons before they could resist, and he even casually gave away precious earth-grade medicine, truly admirable. A nearby girl excitedly added, don't senior brother Chu Xiu and senior sister Nhutuy letter 1 EBFT look perfect together? While even the dignified Holy Lord sighed, Chu Xiu truly has a kind heart and extraordinary talent, and his performance inside the secret realm has been excellent. While everyone praised him, Qi Mengdai was the most worried and secretly complained, you hateful rebellious disciple, what exactly are you planning that makes me worry this much? Back at Demonshade Mountain within the desolate beast secret realm, two young men were plotting to seize the soul infant demon fruit, with one grinning, if we obtain this fruit, our cultivation will surely rise all the way to the divine ability realm. The other immediately became alert and said, wait, it sounds like someone is approaching from behind. Chu Xiu slowly approached, making them pale and tremblingly asked, are you Chu Xiu? And demonic Chu smiled, so you two know me. That's right, I'm Chu Xiu, what are you doing here? While the blue-robed man secretly transmitted, senior brother, the demonic energy here is extremely dense and approaching the fruit is dangerous, so let's make Chu Xiu pick it for us. And the red-robed man agreed, right, if he gets it we'll split it, and if he's too strong we'll attack together and surely win. After deciding, the blue-robed man pretended to be friendly and said, Chu Xiu, you've surely seen that soul infant demon fruit. It's extremely valuable, so go pick it and the three of us will split the spoils equally, how about it? Chu Xiu merely narrowed his eyes and indifferently replied, not interested. Angered by his contempt, the blue-robed man threatened, Chu Xiu, don't refuse a toast only to drink a punishment. You're forcing us to act, so obediently pick the demon fruit and perhaps we'll spare your life. While the red-robed man added, senior brother, stop wasting words and use the third-grade 4 symbols formation to trap him first. He's only in the Wheel C realm, how much trouble could he possibly cause? And immediately both summoned their weapons and deployed formation patterns that rapidly formed a third-grade 4 symbols confinement formation around Chu Xiu. Yet he calmly stood with his arms crossed, and when the red-robed man charged at tremendous speed, Chu Xiu instantly activated the traveling secret art and dodged. He then drew the Azure Dragon Overlord sword and counterattacked. With one decisive slash, the blade cut across the man's waist, sending blood spraying everywhere. Seeing this, the blue-robed man screamed in horror, senior brother, while Chu Xiu remained expressionless. He switched targets and unleashed another wind-splitting slash, carving deeply across the blue-robed man's abdomen before he could follow his brother into the underworld. Demonic Chu coldly said, if you have another life, don't be hypocritical villains who pretend to be righteous. After speaking, he kicked the corpse into the abyss. The flowing blood was instantly absorbed by the soul infant demon fruit, which fully ripened after taking in enough blood energy. Chu Xiu immediately picked it and sighed inwardly that obtaining this demon fruit had truly been extremely difficult. The moment he left, the tree withered and rotted away, making him wonder how long it would take to bear another fruit. Just then, the system appeared with a sinister laugh. Hee hee, let me tell you something, host. From now on, this place will never produce another soul infant demon fruit. Host, you truly deserve the title of heaven-ordained villain, even uprooting everything so ruthlessly. Your reward is 500 breakthrough points, and you're preparing to break through to the 10th level of the Wheel C realm, aren't you? Chu Xiu grunted in acknowledgement. The system continued, I have some news that isn't good but isn't exactly bad either. During this second breakthrough into the extreme realm, you will definitely face a lightning tribulation. Chu Xiu's expression changed as he asked whether that was a mistake, since normally only figures like Hu Xiao Sheng should encounter lightning tribulations, and wondered why he had to face one so early. The system replied, absolutely, I have analyzed it 3 trillion times. Your chance of encountering a lightning tribulation is 99.999%, likely because your current realm is already far too powerful. If you endure it, you'll become many times stronger, but if you fail, you'll probably die. Afterward, Chu Xiu returned to the gloomy ancient forest, touching his chest as he thought that the deeper he went, the stronger the stone mirror's fluctuations became, meaning the other half was close, until he suddenly widened his eyes at what lay ahead. A group of vicious demons rushed forward while roaring, kill, kill. Their leader held half of the stone mirror and laughed sinisterly. Oh, the mirror's reaction has grown much stronger. Has the holder of the other half actually delivered himself right to my doorstep? Hidden behind an ancient tree, Chu Xiu cursed inwardly. Damn, so the demon race's main camp is ahead. With the stone mirror reacting this violently, could the one holding the other half be their legendary leader? He asked the system once more whether he would definitely face a lightning tribulation, and after hearing its firm confirmation, Chu Xiu revealed a calculating smile and said, Excellent. From a flying vessel high above, Chu Xiu looked down at the teleportation plaza. An injured disciple below cried out, "Senior brothers, please save my senior brother." Someone shouted for any healing medicine that could stop bleeding, while a blue-haired disciple trembled and wondered when they could return. Watching the countless wounded, Chu Xiu thought the demon race seemed determined to wipe them all out and was even more ruthless than him. While the system mocked that he still had much room to improve before reminding him that the Demon King was pursuing him and a lightning tribulation was approaching, but Chu Xiu calmly replied that he already had a plan. Inside the teleportation formation, disciples from various sects panicked as the demon race surged toward them like a flood. "Demon race, the demons have chased us all the way here. Why are there so many of them?" Standing outside the formation, Demon King Mo Sha held half of the stone mirror and lightly waved his hand. Instantly, the exceptionally sturdy defensive formation was torn open, terrifying the disciples hiding inside the teleportation plaza, as they realized Mo Sha was at least in the late Other Shore realm, and that the stone mirror fragment capable of cutting through a formation personally laid by an emperor sovereign had to be an imperial artifact. Gripping it tightly, Mo Sha stared coldly into the teleportation formation and threatened, "Humans, do you want to live or die? If you want to survive, immediately hand over whoever possesses the other stone mirror fragment." While everyone was overwhelmed with panic, Chu Xiu calmly held up his half of the stone mirror with an arrogant smirk and stared directly at Mo Sha before speaking provocatively. "Is this what you've been searching for?" Meanwhile, outside the secret realm at the Supreme Purity Plaza, images of Chu Xiu's actions were continuously transmitted. The crowd outside erupted in discussion, realizing Chu Xiu was exactly the one the demon race sought and that he had deliberately lured them there, placing the disciples of every sect in grave danger. Fairy Chi Mengdai also grew suspicious of his actions, tilting her head and thinking, "Why must he do this?" At this point, there are only two possibilities. Either the crowd pushed him out as a shield or he volunteered to shoulder everything himself, but either way the result won't change. With his current strength, he cannot defeat that powerful demon leader, unless he intends to use the secret method left by the emperor back then, and if so, the desolate beast's secret realm will surely collapse completely. While Tai Su Zai beside her merely frowned and silently watched. Back inside the secret realm, at the teleportation plaza, a disciple behind Chu Xiu suddenly urged, "Senior brother Chu Xiu, you're a distinguished, direct disciple. Now that things have come this far, are you really unwilling to sacrifice yourself a little for the safety of your junior brothers and sisters?" Rusu Zhu immediately retorted angrily, "Are you asking senior brother Chu Xiu to sacrifice his life?" But the disciple smiled hypocritically. "Junior sister Rusu Zhu, that's going too far. Senior brother Chu Xiu values righteousness above himself and is willingly sacrificing himself. Isn't that right, senior brother Chu Xiu?" Facing the selfish disciples alone, Rusu Zhu sternly said, "Do you really think sacrificing senior brother Chu Xiu alone will make those vicious demons spare us? Instead of uniting against danger, you cowardly push a fellow disciple out to die, and such disgraceful behavior will only make the demons despise human cultivators even more." While outside the formation, Demon King Mo Sha grinned at their infighting and declared, "I'll give you 50 breaths to decide. If he still refuses to come out when time runs out, we'll attack directly." Hearing the threat, the disciples became even more panicked and lost their composure. Some clutched their heads and cried while others prayed, "No, I don't want to die, someone save us." And another shouted at Chu Xiu, "Senior brother Chu Xiu, please save us. You can't bear to watch us all die, and as long as you go outside, the demons definitely won't hurt us." Seeing their cowardice, Rusu Zhu felt deeply disappointed and disgusted that they would sacrifice a fellow disciple to save themselves, when suddenly a warm hand rested lightly on her shoulder and made her turn in surprise. She met Chu Xiu's rarely gentle smile and blushed slightly before softly saying, "Senior brother Chu Xiu," while he nodded, "Thank you, junior sister Ru. Even in such desperate circumstances, you still stood up for me and I truly appreciate it, so leave everything that follows to me." Then slowly stepped beyond the formation's protection and strode toward the Demon King. At Supreme Purity Plaza, Chi Mengdai watched his departing figure with worried eyes, wondering, is Chu Xiu really going to face all 7 fierce demons alone? Her thoughts were chaotic as she wondered, is this truly your final choice, Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu walked forward without the slightest hesitation. He quickly stopped before the towering Ma, who looked down and praised him. "Human, you're not bad, you've got far more courage than those cowards." But Chu Xiu remained silent, calmly took an ancient wooden box from his storage pouch and opened it. Brilliant crimson light and a rich fragrance immediately spread everywhere as the soul infant demon fruit appeared before everyone. Mo Sha's eyes gleamed greedily, the soul infant demon fruit, and he immediately shouted to his subordinates, "Quick, rush in and seize that demon fruit from him." The demons instantly charged madly while roaring, "Seize the demon fruit! Whoever gets it will be heavily rewarded. Chu Xiu sneered, raised the demon fruit to his mouth, and took a large bite before commanding inwardly, "System, immediately break through the Tao scripture," whereupon the system confirmed, "The host possesses the ancient desolate sacred body and cultivates the Tao scripture. Estimated cost, 10,000 breakthrough points. Breakthrough successful, 10,000 points consumed." The host's ancient desolate sacred body has transformed, the sea wheel realm has reached its ultimate sublimation, and cultivation has directly advanced to the 9th divine bridge stage. An extremely powerful lightning tribulation is approaching, so prepare yourself, as it will descend after 10 breaths. Dark clouds churned overhead as the lightning tribulation gathered with heaven-shaking might. An illusion of Chu Xiu glowing entirely golden sat upon a lotus platform suspended above. The phenomenon of the ancient desolate sacred body manifested as golden lightning thundered and blood energy soared into the sky, while Chu Xiu smiled coldly. "Come, let me invite you all to taste what a lightning tribulation feels like." The lightning tribulation crashed down thunderously, scorching the surrounding demons black before gradually reducing them to ashes. Suddenly, behind Chu Xiu, Ma swung his pitch-black greatsword in a sneak attack, but Chu Xiu glanced back and said, "Trying to ambush me? It won't be that easy," he said as he drew the Azure Dragon Tyrant sword to meet the attack. With one powerful slash, he snapped Ma's demonic fiend sword in two, leaving him stunned as the chicken exclaimed, "Whoa. Kid, you're really strong," Ma roared as a strange crimson aura erupted around him. But the next instant, a cold sword arc sliced straight through his body. Chu Xiu remained expressionless, holding his sword as though he had merely finished a trivial task. The disciples inside the formation stared in disbelief as one shouted, "Senior brother Chu Xiu is incredible. He wiped out the entire demon race alone. Their leader was at the peak of the other shore realm, yet he couldn't even resist him." While outside the secret realm at the Supreme Origin Square, the image of the muscular Chu Xiu on the teleportation platform caused an uproar. A veiled woman exclaimed, "Chu Xiu actually used the power of the lightning tribulation to destroy the demon race. I've never seen such a terrifying tribulation. How did he do it?" While someone beside her gasped, "He's only in the Sea of Reincarnation realm, yet he can already trigger a lightning tribulation." Supreme Origin Master turned and asked, "Meng Dai, did you see clearly?" And Chi Meng Dai replied, "Yes, golden vitality, a golden sea of reincarnation, and even the chaos azure lotus phenomenon. Chu Xiu truly possesses the legendary ancient sacred body." Only then did she understand why he had cultivated so slowly before. It was all because of the sacred body. Supreme Origin Master continued, "Chu Xiu broke the sacred body's curse of being unable to cultivate all by himself, which is truly astonishing. Our Holy Land still has no Holy Son, so once he returns, let him become the Holy Son of the Supreme Origin Holy Land." Making Chi Meng Dai blurt out in surprise before Supreme Origin Master asked, "You disagree?" And she hurriedly explained, "No, but appointing the Holy Son still requires the joint approval of every peak master. His cultivation is still too low, so I'm afraid the other peak masters may be dissatisfied." Deep down she fumed, how can such a rebellious disciple have the chance to take the noble position of Holy Son? Where is justice? Where is the law? Supreme Origin Master said, "You have a point, but judging from Chu Xiu's outstanding performance in the secret realm today, the peak masters probably won't reject my proposal, and his character is also quite good. He's a kind-hearted child." Hearing this, Chi Meng Dai lowered her head and frowned, thinking, "Kind-hearted? You haven't seen how terribly he treats me," as the scene returned to the teleportation square. After surviving the lightning tribulation, Chu Xiu looked somewhat exhausted and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just then, To Nhutuy letter 1 EBFT rushed over and anxiously asked, "Senior brother, are you hurt anywhere?" Seeing her concern, Chu Xiu smiled and replied, "Sorry for worrying you, junior sister, I'm completely fine." Yifan sighed nearby, "Chu Xiu really is powerful, while I've somehow become a mere background character." As the surrounding disciples cheered, "Senior brother Chu Xiu wiped out the demon race. Senior brother Chu Xiu is invincible." Before Chu Xiu suddenly noticed a snake-like creature on Yifan's shoulder and asked, "Brother Yi, what's that on your shoulder?" Yifan pointed at the white snake draped over his shoulder and replied, "It's a spirit beast I just subdued." While Chu Xiu thought, he even managed to subdue that white snake from the treasure vault. As expected of the protagonist, even after I drained much of his fortune, he still obtained a top-grade spirit beast. Noticing an animal perched on Chu Xiu's shoulder, Yifan curiously asked, "Brother Chu, what's that on your shoulder?" And Chu Xiu shrugged toward the chicken and smiled. "Its name is Chicken, and as you can see, it's just an ordinary chicken that barely qualifies as my pet." Making the chicken flap its wings furiously and yell, "Damn it, kid, show me some respect. Who gave you permission to name me whatever you want?" You're the chicken, your whole family are chicken. Amused by the scene, Yi Fan burst out laughing at the interesting little creature, while Chu Xiu tightly grabbed the chicken to silence it and awkwardly smiled. Sorry you had to see that, Brother Yi. The teleportation formation will open soon, so let's rest before returning to the Holy Land. 3 days later, inside Chu Xiu's cave dwelling at the Supreme Origin Holy Land, he sat cross-legged cultivating before suddenly saying, "System, I still haven't received my reward for breaking through a major realm," and the system immediately replied, "Correct, host. You successfully broke through a major realm and have earned a special reward." Detailed information about the Heaven Ascending Ancient Sacred Body Cultivation Method appeared before him. Heaven Ascending Ancient Sacred Body Cultivation Method, Immortal Grade Technique. Cultivating this method allows the ancient sacred body to reach the minor completion realm. Host, do you wish to receive the inheritance of this cultivation technique? The system detected that the host's ancient sacred body could still be upgraded and asked, "Would you like to continue breaking through now?" To which Chu Xiu decisively answered, "Yes." Immediately, he clutched his head and gasped in pain, realizing that breaking through the sacred body was completely different from advancing his cultivation, and that being drained dry felt unbearable. So he ended his seclusion as the system announced that cultivation had been interrupted midway after consuming a total of 1 million breakthrough points on sacred body cultivation. Chu Xiu quickly took out several immortal pills and swallowed them, sighing, "Looks like I'll need to prepare plenty of precious medicines before advancing my sacred body again, or I'll be drained to death." Looking at the stone mirror floating above his head, he snorted. This stone mirror has finally been refined, then curiously asked, "System, do you know how to use it?" And the system replied, "Host, you've obtained an exceptional treasure. This stone mirror is extremely high grade, at least a sacred king artifact and possibly even a quasi-emperor artifact, but unfortunately it's still incomplete. It has 2 main functions. First function, Azure Light Domain Suppression, which can greatly slow an opponent in battle or even imprison them. Second function, Information Access, and the host can test it with an ordinary grade origin stone, so Chu Xiu took out a high-grade origin stone and placed it into the groove of the stone mirror. Rows of text immediately appeared on the mirror. Order 6 welcomes you to Primordial Desolation. Your rank is extremely high, granting you special privileges. Unlocked functions include the chat channel, Starry Sky Plaza, Secret Realms, Private Exchange Space, Combat Arena, Cultivation Treasure Grounds, Myriad Races Battlefield, while other features await unlocking. Activating teleportation requires enormous energy, so prepare enough origin stones or divine stone. After reading it, Chu Xiu thought that he seemed to have accidentally found an incredible treasure. He quickly selected the chat channel. "Welcome to Chat Room 17, 6 users are currently online." A message appeared from the Golden Sun race. "Yin Qingyang, the divine son of the Dragon Horse race, has hunted me for 3 days and nights. Urgently need a Void Warlock to help me escape." A Void Walker named Maker Holder replied, 8,000 crimson coins and I will cross space to reach you immediately." Yin Qingyang answered, "Hurry here, coordinates, Great Savage Plains, Heaven 335, Earth 245. Then the Witch Zumor posted, "I am conducting experiments related to soul warlocks and need many souls. Does anyone sell human souls?" The Undead Race member Mom At replied, "I do. How many do you want? Don't bother if it's under 100,000. Zumor said, 500,000, we can negotiate the price in the trading space. Seeing these unfamiliar races and places, Chu Xiu wondered why he had never heard of them, where the Great Savage Plains and Crimson Lands were, since no such places existed on the Celestial Vault continent. While pondering, he suddenly heard a woman's voice. "HMPH, you're the pet senior brother Chu Xiu recently subdued, aren't you?" Chu Xiu immediately glanced behind him and saw that the newcomer was Tao Tian. A short while later, inside Chu Xiu's cave residence, Tao Tian happily stroked the chicken's feathers and smiled. "This little chick looks so adorable." The chicken angrily raised a provocative finger and shouted, "Damn woman, show me some respect or this great one will swallow you whole." Tao Tian covered her mouth and giggled. "A tiny thing like you wants to eat me?" The chick roared furiously, "HMPH, once I complete my cultivation, I'll make you my slave and take that brat Chu Xiu as my flying mount." After a while, Tao Tian ignored the chick and softly asked Chu Xiu, "Senior brother, have you finished your seclusion? I heard you subdued this spirit beast, so I came especially to see it, but I never expected its personality to be so amusing. Where did you subdue it?" The chick roared again, "Damn it, you shameless pair are going too far. This great one isn't a spirit beast." Finding it too noisy, Chu Xiu tossed it behind him and said, "Ignore that rotten chicken. Junior sister, you probably came to see me about something else." Tao Tian hesitated, then before leaving looked at Chu Xiu and said, "Senior brother, thank you for receiving me. Tao Tian has a favor to ask. If you have time, could you tell my sisters about what you experienced in the secret realm? Everyone is very curious and wants to know." Chu Xiu nodded, "Sure." Tao Tian smiled charmingly and quickly tucked a handkerchief into Chu Xiu's robe, saying, This is a small token from Tao Tian. I hope senior brother will accept it, before blushing and lowering her head. Before Chu Xiu could understand what was happening, Tao Tian turned and left, saying, "It's getting late, senior brother, rest early." Chu Xiu raised the handkerchief to his nose and gently inhaled. A faint peach blossom fragrance drifted from it, making him think that junior sister Tao Tian was truly thoughtful, though it was still slightly inferior to the alluring pine fragrance of his master. Chu Xiu then sat down, stared at the chicken and said, "I almost forgot about this." The chick immediately panicked and stammered, "What are you planning now?" Chu Xiu sternly asked, "You still haven't told me what exactly you are, and what connection does your divine mark have with that stone mirror?" The chicken honestly replied, "According to my inherited memories, I probably belong to the divine crow race, but even this great one doesn't know whether I'm connected to the stone mirror." Chu Xiu smirked, "So you really are from the divine crow race? My first guess was right." The chicken arrogantly declared, "The divine crow race is one of the noble royal races among demons. Brat Chu Xiu, hurry and kneel in respect." Chu Xiu looked at it and said, "Here's half a piece of rabbit meat, eat it while it's hot." The chick suddenly remembered something and added, "Right, someone came looking for you earlier, but she left when she saw you were in seclusion." Chu Xiu frowned. "Who came looking for me?" The chicken replied, "I think her name was Hua Liufei, and she left a message saying to meet at the old place 3 days later." Chu Xiu rubbed his chin, curled his lips into a meaningful smile, and said with interest, "Oh, now this is interesting." Seeing Chu Xiu preparing to leave, the chick asked, "Where are you going this late?" Chu Xiu turned and replied, "Hua Liufei is waiting for me, so I'll see what she wants." After saying that, Chu Xiu left the cave residence, then raised a finger to his lips and smiled slyly. Curiosity killed the chicken, so stop asking so many questions. At this moment, Chu Xiu's mind was filled entirely with the image of his breathtakingly beautiful fairy-like master. He secretly calculated that breaking through his sacred body today had consumed too much vital energy, so he definitely needed his master to help replenish it. Meanwhile, inside Qi Mengdai's cave residence, she sat upright on a precious throne with her chin resting on one hand and her eyes half closed as if about to fall asleep. The moment she sensed Chu Xiu approaching, she immediately became alert and inwardly sighed, wondering why this rebellious disciple had come again. As the door opened and Chu Xiu entered, Qi Mengdai coldly demanded, "Rebellious disciple, why aren't you resting in your own room this late at night, and what are you doing here?" Chu Xiu smiled ingratiatingly, "We haven't met for several days, so this disciple feared master might miss me. Besides, my aptitude is still lacking, so I hoped master could teach me more cultivation methods." His gaze remained fixed on Qi Mengdai's voluptuous figure, slender waist, and alluring long legs as she sat upon the throne, and he inwardly marveled that the heavenly fragrance body truly deserved its reputation, for even sitting quietly she released an enchanting orchid fragrance. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu rushed forward and pressed close to his master, but Qi Mengdai hurriedly pushed him away, saying, "You rebellious disciple, you are not allowed to behave so disrespectfully." Yet he did not stop, becoming more intimate as he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Since this disciple has already come all this way, master shouldn't waste such a beautiful night, so come with me to the bedchamber." Chu Xiu's sweet whispers and restless hands made Qi Mengdai's beautiful face flush, and 6 hours later the system repeatedly displayed notifications. Inspection confirms that no seal separates you from your master, who possesses the heavenly fragrance body. Your cultivation physique has gained an additional 200 points. 4 identical notifications appeared one after another. In total, Chu Xiu's current aptitude has reached 2,214 points. As usual, after the 300-round battle ended, he calmly stood up and straightened his clothes. Qi Mengdai could only lie limp on the bed, drenched in sweat and trembling as she stared at the rebellious disciple's back while he left. As soon as the door closed, the corners of her lips curled into a secretly triumphant smile. Stepping outside, Chu Xiu's imposing demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by utter exhaustion as he leaned on the railing with his left hand and supported his waist with his right, slowly walking while thinking that this woman was terrifying and he should have sealed her cultivation earlier, prompting the system to mock, Tusk, who knew even the host with the primordial sacred body couldn't endure it. "Host, you're far too weak like this." "Bah," Chu Xiu shouted in embarrassed anger, "bah your head." Yet he began wondering why his master's behavior today was so strange, since he had not sealed her cultivation at all, yet she had been extremely cooperative with him. 3 days later, behind the mountainside of Cloudlow Peak, Chu Xiu was carefully roasting meat while resting his chin on his hand and calculating. "During these past 3 days, I have tirelessly worked hard and gained plenty of cultivation aptitude from master, so breaking through my cultivation is now only a matter of time." He pondered again, wondering why Sister Hua had asked to meet him today, but when they met, he could conveniently probe her intentions, since he absolutely could not let her keep acting so overbearingly. Suddenly, a spirit mouse appeared at his feet, standing upright with shining eyes fixed on the sizzling roasted meat as it drooled and squeaked greedily. But Chu Xiu merely gave it a cold glance, frightening it into fleeing. Just then, Hua Liufai's gentle voice sounded, "You're really too fierce, you scared that poor mouse half to death." Chu Xiu laughed. "Sister Hua, you've wrongly blamed me. That mouse was clearly just too timid. I barely even looked at it." Hua Lefithong gracefully sat beside him in a flowing light purple dress that accentuated her long legs, slender waist, and full figure. Her dignified and gentle aura left Chu Xiu unable to look away, so she asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?" And Chu Xiu frankly replied, "Sister Hua, is anyone pursuing you right now?" Hua Liufai was briefly startled before shaking her head with a smile, explaining, "As female cultivators advance through cultivation realms, their appearance naturally becomes increasingly beautiful, but my looks are nothing remarkable in the cultivation world, so naturally no one pursues me." Chu Xiu clicked his tongue, tusk, then they must all be blind, because in my eyes you're truly incredibly beautiful, sister, and your beauty suddenly reminds me of a poem. Making Hua Liufai curiously ask, "Oh, what poem?" He immediately recited, "Clouds evoke her robes, flowers recall her face, the spring breeze brushes the railing as dew enriches the blossoms. If she is not seen atop the jeweled mountain, she must be encountered beneath the moonlit terrace." Hua Lefei exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected you to know poetry too. It sounds beautiful, though I'm nowhere near as lovely as the woman it describes." While Chu Xiu secretly rejoiced and asked, "Sister Hua, is anyone pursuing you right now?" Then he gathered his courage and said, "Sister Hua, how about we? Would you let me pursue you? I especially like women like you." She fell silent for a moment before covering her mouth and laughing. "You're so young yet already want to pursue me. Do you even know how old I am?" While Chu Xiu's gaze fell on her chest and he blurted out, "That's true, sister, you do look quite big," making Hua Liufai blush and cover her chest as she scolded. "You deserve a beating. I never expected you to be such a lecherous man." But he shamelessly replied, "Appreciating a woman's beauty is a man's rightful privilege, and since I'm a man you can't deprive me of that right. Besides, age isn't a serious problem." Then quoted the old saying, "Marry a wife 3 years older and prosperity awaits," only to be interrupted. "Then what if I'm 3,000 years older than you?" He laughed. "So what if you're 3,000 years older? That practically makes you an immortal, sister, and marrying you would put the path to eternal youth right before me. I'm absolutely serious, even more genuine than the finest pearl of the southern sea snow clam king." Hua Liufai was amused rather than angry. "Brat, are you deliberately sweet-talking me?" But Chu Xiu seriously replied, "I call it being unable to suppress my true feelings, and besides, I'm not that young either." He handed her a roasted leg. "Sister, try my cooking and see how it tastes." After tasting it, she praised, "Your roasting skills really aren't bad," while Chu Xiu grinned mischievously. "This spirit beast cultivation is still too low, so its flavor is only average. I've heard the meat of a wild beast at the Great Saint Realm is an exquisite delicacy, even more nourishing than an ancient medicine king, so once my cultivation rises, I'll definitely catch one and roast it for you." He took out a wine gourd. "Sister, how about drinking a cup with me to warm your stomach?" But Hua Liufai refused. "I really don't know how to drink." He poured the wine and coaxed, "Sister, have a drink with me. This is a specialty from my homeland called Never Part." And she exclaimed, "So this is Never Part. I've heard of it before. This wine is extremely famous in the Heavenly Dawn dynasty." She recited, "Never part, yellow sands rise beneath the western wind. The ancient road saddens the weary horse. Lingering attachment fills the saddle with tears. Beneath the setting sun outside the village, yellow dust rolls along the mountain road, and the heart cannot bear to look back." While Chu Xiu replied, "Never part, let the heart not abandon distant stars gazing across countless miles. Better to turn around and often drink through separation." Before she put an arm around him and asked, "Are you missing your homeland? I remember the poem Never Part never mentioned distant stars gazing at each other, so could you be from another star region?" And Chu Xiu laughed. "How could that be? It said the senior who composed Never Part came from a distant ancient life-bearing star beyond this domain. I merely borrowed that old tale and casually added a line." She drained her cup and said, "So that's how it is." Seeing her slightly drunk, he took her hand and wrapped an arm around her waist, asking, "Sister Hua, you really can't hold your liquor? You're already drunk after so little." And she murmured hazily, "Just a little. By the way, I heard you're about to become the Holy Sun, right? Congratulations." He then asked, "Sister Hua, does the position of Holy Sun carry much authority?" And she replied, "Quite a lot. Its authority is even greater than my position as an elder of Dao Cloud Peak." He gently caressed her and whispered, "Then how about I ask the Holy Lord to grant us marriage so I can marry you?" And she softly replied, I don't think the Holy Lord would ever agree. He confidently said, how would we know without trying? But she changed the subject. Whether it succeeds or not aside, the Holy Lord is someone who stirs the entire world. When your Holy Son investiture ceremony begins, someone will certainly challenge you, so you'd better prepare carefully. The news that Chu Ziu was about to become the Holy Son quickly spread throughout the Supreme Origin Holy Land. The disciples gathered in heated discussion, as someone exclaimed that senior brother Th letter 1B0 letter 1EDD, and Ji Long had personally heard the second elder of Heavenly Sword Peak confirm Chu Ziu would become Holy Son, while a quiet voice in the crowd questioned. Chu Ziu has only just broken through to the Divine Bridge realm, and his cultivation and talent are far inferior to that senior brother, so why was he chosen? As elsewhere, a bald man joined the discussion about Chu Ziu's ambition. Hearing this, a female disciple praised him admiringly, saying he truly lived up to being senior brother Chu Ziu, while nearby a long-haired young man calmly accepted the news and another clutched his head lamenting why such an opportunity had not fallen to him. Inside Zhao Yifeng's cave dwelling, rage erupted as he smashed his teacup and snarled bitterly, "That bastard, what gives him the right to become Holy Son?" Clenching his fists until his teeth ground together, he fumed that he was still fiercely competing with the chief true disciple of Cloudmist Peak, yet that fellow had secretly climbed all the way to Holy Son, making him wonder what right Chu Ziu had and curse the heavens for being so unfair. "Chu Ziu, just you wait, I'll definitely find a chance to teach you a lesson." In contrast, Chu Ziu was completely relaxed, leisurely strolling along the small path beneath the cliff. Suddenly, two blushing young women approached and greeted him. "Senior brother Chu Ziu, greetings," while nearby two others excitedly discussed how the Sword Master's disciple from the Endless Sword Domain had brought his two closest disciples to the ceremony, and declared they would challenge the Holy Son on the Heaven Ascension steps to become famous throughout the world, with the other adding that they were Long Qing Feng and Long Zhu Yue, Dragon Phoenix twins possessing sword bodies whose combined swords reigned supreme among the younger generation. Another voice added that not only the Endless Sword Domain, but also the Jiang clan had sent a youth possessing the Divine King body to stop the Holy Son from ascending the steps, while the red-robed girl quickly added that rumors said the Supreme Change Holy Land had also produced a newly emerged Dao body. The white-robed girl exclaimed in shock, "The legendary invincible Supreme Change Dao body has actually appeared," and wondered whether so many prodigies emerging together meant a glorious great era was about to descend. The red-robed girl sighed that she did not know whether Holy Son Chu Ziu could contend with those monstrous prodigies, while the white-robed girl replied that she doubted it and feared he would be miserably defeated at the ceremony, disgracing their holy land. Hearing everything, Chu Ziu merely curled his lips into a faint smile and thought, "Just as Sister Hua warned me, this Holy Sun ceremony won't be peaceful," then stood atop a high rock gazing into the distance and continued thinking, "The Endless Sword Domain and I truly are destined enemies. 20 years ago, their Holy Son and Holy Maiden were also siblings, and the younger brother, Fang Than Duong, was foolish and arrogant, looking down on my humble origins as a wandering cultivator. He cursed me as a demonic cultivator and tried to stop me from entering the Radiant Tower. That arrogant fool ultimately died by my sword beside the icy lake of the Western Province. His elder sister, Feng Zhao Yi, renowned as a peerless beauty, went mad seeking revenge for her brother and chased me all the way to the distant Eastern continent. Even now, I remember the resentment and unwillingness in her eyes before she was beheaded. Afterward, the fiercest and most relentless pursuers were those lunatics from the Endless Sword Domain. So these siblings are probably here to cause me serious trouble and may well be their current Holy Son and Holy Maiden." And hearing Chu Ziu's thoughts, the system laughed loudly and praised, "Host truly is a nemesis specializing in slaughtering Holy Sons and Holy Maiden." A while later, Chu Ziu arrived before the Scripture Pavilion, which was enveloped by a majestic golden formation. Gazing at the Scripture Pavilion, Chu Ziu slowly remarked, "This dazzling light comes from a peak 7th grade 5 elements composite formation combining defense, confinement, illusion, and killing. 5 7th grade formations are fused together, so anyone trapped inside either dies or remains stuck in an endless cycle. Even a great saint would certainly die upon entering, while a saint king would need a long time to escape." Suddenly, a voice behind him corrected, "You're wrong. This formation was inherited from a supreme being, so even a saint king entering it would suffer severe injuries." The speaker was Su Jin, the guardian elder of the Scripture Pavilion, a delicate and slender beauty with alluring curves, and Chu Ziu immediately cupped his hands and bowed. "I am Chu Ziu, chief personal disciple of Cloudmist Peak. May I ask how I should address you, sister?" To which she replied that she was the guardian of the Scripture Pavilion and her name was Su Jin. Chu Ziu gently asked, "Sister Su Jin, could you open the Scripture Pavilion's main gate for me?" And Su Jin smiled in agreement before gesturing for him to enter. Glancing at Su Jin's graceful figure from behind, Chu Ziu inwardly sighed that everywhere he went in the Supreme Origin Holy Land, he encountered beautiful older sisters. Upon entering the vast interior of the scripture pavilion, Chu Ziu walked toward the rules board to read it carefully. According to the rules, outer disciples could only access floors 1 and 2, inner disciples floors 1 through 4, stewards and personal disciples floors 1 through 5, elders and true disciples up to floor 7, peak masters, the Holy Son and Holy Maiden up to floor 8, while the 9th floor was reserved exclusively for the current and former Holy Lord. After finishing, Chu Ziu went straight to the 7th floor, currently the highest floor he could access. Nearby, he saw Yi Fan approach with a cultivation manual and ask the female elder, "Elder, could you lower the price of this Three Kings body refining art? I truly don't have enough contribution points to exchange for it." The female elder replied indifferently, "If you lack contribution points, earn more in return when you have enough." Yi Fan continued pleading. But she firmly refused, so Yi Fan could only put down the cultivation manual and sigh in disappointment. Just then, Chu Ziu walked over and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Yi, so you're here too." Yi Fan recognized him and said, "Brother Chu, I really want to borrow this body refining technique, but I don't have enough contribution points to read it. Do you have any spare points? Lend me some and I'll repay you double in a few days." Chu Ziu shook his head and said, "I also need my points, so I can't help." Yi Fan sighed, said it was fine and left, while Chu Ziu watched him go and wondered whether something valuable was hidden inside. Once Yi Fan disappeared, he asked, "Elder, how many contribution points are required to read that Three Kings body refining art?" The female elder said, "Oh, it's Chu Ziu. This book costs 50,000 contribution points, but if you only read it here without taking it outside the scripture pavilion, I can let you read it for free." Chu Ziu thanked her but said they should not break the rules. Yet inwardly, he was delighted to receive special treatment. The female elder smiled and said, "Rules are rigid, but people are flexible," then handed him the book. Chu Ziu thanked her and entered a private room to read. After turning several pages, he noticed one page was unusually thick. Suspicious, he used a spell to separate its layers. A golden object was revealed inside, making him wonder if this was the legendary heavenly silkworm primordial silk. This silk was said to be extraordinarily durable and remain intact for 10,000 years, making it extremely rare today, and something extraordinary was recorded upon it. He was secretly delighted and immediately began cultivating according to it. Images of a fist technique appeared before him. The system announced, "You have successfully comprehended the true essence of the human emperor fist. The host may spend breakthrough points to further comprehend and upgrade it." This fist technique was divine grade and had only one move. One fist shatters all arts, with destructive power reaching 6 stars. The system explained that the human emperor fist was left by a supreme expert and required an exceptional physique. But once perfected, a single fist carrying imperial might could shatter all techniques. Chu Ziu inwardly marveled at its power and decided to integrate it into his sword art later. He chuckled, then thought of Yi Fan and Jian Lingyun, so he drew a fake map and marked it as extremely dangerous, warning against going alone. After slipping it into the book, he thought Yi Fan would be difficult to kill, but Jian Lingyun might not be so fortunate. The next morning, Chu Ziu stood before his master Qi Meng Dai's cave residence. He was in an especially good mood today and suddenly decided to visit his master for some guidance. He secretly peeked through the window crack, only to freeze when he heard Qi Meng Dai cursing from inside. "Rebellious disciple, rebellious disciple, rebellious disciple." Extremely surprised, Chu Ziu narrowed his eyes and saw Qi Meng Dai repeatedly stabbing needles into a doll resembling him. Thinking this woman truly loved making trouble for herself, he immediately pushed open the door and strode inside, causing Qi Meng Dai to hurriedly hide the doll behind her and shout, "You rebellious disciple, why did you come here now?" Chu Ziu did not answer and simply moved closer, asking, "Master, what were you just doing?" He casually wrapped an arm around her waist, stared at her alluring figure and whispered beside her ear, "Seeing your obedient personal disciple come to visit, shouldn't Master prepare the bed to welcome him?" Hearing his teasing words, Qi Meng Dai flushed with embarrassment, though she had already grown accustomed to being teased by Chu Ziu. At the same time, in the scripture pavilion, after gathering enough contribution points, Yi Fan returned to find the cultivation manual he had noticed earlier. The moment he opened the book, his face lit up with joy, as a rare treasure was indeed hidden inside, and he eagerly read the words written on the piece of heavenly silkworm primordial silk. After carefully reading the contents, Yi Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully, deciding it would be better not to go alone this time. The scene shifted to the 100,000 Great Mountains, the location Chu Ziu had marked on the fake map. Just as Chu Ziu predicted, Yi Fan invited Jian Lingyun to accompany him. "Senior brother Lingyun, we've arrived, the treasure is right here. Yifan said while secretly calculating that he was about to break through to the other shore realm and was not strong enough yet. So with Giant Lingyan's help he could surely obtain the treasure while earning his gratitude, and Giant Lingyan happily patted his shoulder, saying, "Well done, junior brother Yi, I won't bother with empty thanks, but I'll definitely remember this favor." Yet inwardly he sneered, thinking, "Chu Xiu, so what if you're about to become the Holy Sun? Once I obtain the treasure and increase my cultivation, I'll crush you beneath my feet." After discussing their plan, the two ventured deeper into the dark cave. After traveling quite far, Yifan grew uneasy and said, "Senior brother Lingyan, why do I feel something is terribly wrong here?" While Giant Lingyan, his forehead covered in sweat, asked, "Are you sure there's really treasure here?" Both shared the same thought, wondering if this was what people meant by seeking fortune amid danger. But half a day later, miserable screams suddenly echoed from the pit below. Suddenly, a trembling, blood-soaked hand reached up and tightly gripped the edge of the pit. It was Yifan desperately crawling out of the cave, his entire body covered in blood, face deathly pale and hair disheveled as he cursed inwardly that this was no treasure site but clearly a deadly forbidden ground. Fortunately, he had brought a high-grade spatial talisman for protection. Otherwise, he would certainly have died here today. "Senior brother Lingyan, farewell. I'm truly sorry, but there's nothing I can do to save you," Yifan thought before angrily throwing the paper containing the treasure information onto the cold ground, repeatedly stomping on it and cursing, "Damn this thing, go to hell and disappear from my sight." At Cloudlow Peak, third disciple Wu Hongwang was chatting with senior brother Zio Yifeng, who exclaimed in shock after hearing her words, "What did you say? Jian Lingyan actually died?" Wu Hongwang nodded and confirmed, "Yes, I heard he went treasure hunting with Yifan, the direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak, but died miserably inside a great formation," making Zio Yifeng sigh heavily as he thought their anti-Chu Xiu alliance had lost a powerful fighter. Seeing his face suddenly turn pale, Wu Hongwang asked with concern, "Senior brother, your health seems poor lately. Why not ask Master if there is a way to treat you?" But Zio Yifeng immediately denied it. "What do you mean my health is poor? I'm perfectly fine." Just then Chu Xiu happened to pass by and approached with a smile, asking, "Junior brother and junior sister, what are you two happily discussing?" And before the hesitant Wu Hongwang could answer, Zio Yifeng sarcastically glared at Chu Xiu and said, "As expected of someone preparing for the Holy Sun ceremony, senior brother Chu, you certainly look triumphant, and here's some good news for you, that Jian Lingyan is dead." Hearing this, Chu Xiu pretended to grieve, closing his eyes sorrowfully and saying, "How can this be called good news? Junior brother Jian Lingyan was still a member of our holy land, so after such a tragedy we should deeply mourn him," making Zio Yifeng even angrier as he sneered, "Ha, what a hypocrite." The chicken on Chu Xiu's shoulder also mocked him. "Little Chu, could this junior brother of yours be suffering from kidney weakness? No wonder I thought he looked so frail the moment I saw him." Zio Yifeng's face turned purple with rage as he shouted, "Where did this chicken come from, daring to act so arrogantly before me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his hand and launched a sharp silver needle, intending to instantly kill the chicken on Chu Xiu's shoulder, terrifying the little chicken. But how could Chu Xiu allow someone to bully his spirit pet before his eyes? So with a casual wave, he released a brilliant golden light that knocked the silver needle away. The deflected silver needle slammed into the cliff behind Zio Yifeng, its force cracking the rock, leaving him shocked as he wondered when this useless man had become so powerful, and whether he had secretly cultivated some profound secret art. Chu Xiu glared at him with murderous intent and said, "Second junior brother, you dare try to kill my spirit pet right in front of me. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully?" While the protected chicken arrogantly taunted him, prompting Zio Yifeng to point at Chu Xiu and shout, "Chu Xiu, do you want to fight me right here?" Seeing the tension rising, Wu Hongwang hurriedly intervened. "Senior brother, please don't misunderstand. Don't you still have to attend the Holy Sun ceremony today? Don't miss such an important occasion." And with her mediation, Zio Yifeng dismissively replied, "Fine, forget it. A great man like me won't stoop to arguing with a petty creature, so why bother competing with a mere chicken?" Just then, Chu Xiu received Qi Meng Dai's voice transmission in his mind, "Rebellious disciple, come to my cave residence immediately." He cupped his hands in farewell and said, "Master has summoned me for something urgent, so forgive me for being unable to accompany you two any longer. I'll take my leave." Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at Qi Meng Dai's cave residence and respectfully saluted. "Master, why did you summon me at this time? Is there something important?" Qi Meng Dai took out a radiant and magnificent robe and instructed, "When you ascend the heavenly stairway later, remember to wear this. and Chu Xiu accepted it with slight surprise, asking, "Master, are you worried about your disciple?" Chi Mengdai coldly replied, "Stop thinking such nonsense. I'm only worried that if you die, you'll embarrass me." Chu Xiu stepped closer, wrapping one arm around her waist while placing the other hand on her thigh with a teasing smile. "Thank you for gifting me this precious robe, Master. I will certainly find a generous way to repay your kindness." And seeing Chu Xiu's sly and shameless behavior beneath his cold expression, Chi Mengdai immediately felt uneasy and asked, "What are you plotting now?" She rose and slowly descended the stone steps, saying, "Enough nonsense, it's almost time, follow me to the Holy Sun ceremony." While Chu Xiu obediently followed behind and respectfully replied, "Yes, Master," as the talkative chicken perched on his shoulder wondered why little Chu's master had suddenly become so furious. Suddenly, Chi Mengdai waved her hand and tossed a rolled beast hide toward Chu Xiu, saying, "Read this first." Chu Xiu quickly caught it and slowly unfolded it, finding extremely detailed information inside. The Zhang clan's divine king body is Jiangzu, ranked second on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The Supreme Change Holy Land's Supreme Change Dao body is Shuyi, ranked third. The Endless Sword Domain's twin sacred sword bodies, Qingfeng and Zuyue, ranked first. And the Shangyun clan of the southern region has a born prodigy named Shang Gonghao, ranked eighth. And after reading these unfamiliar names, Chu Xiu asked, "Who exactly are these people?" Chi Mengdai took an aura-concealing mask from her storage pouch and coldly replied, "They're the ones preparing to challenge you. When you begin the heaven ascension, this is all I can do to help," making Chu Xiu smile brightly and flatter her. "Thank you for the warning, Master. I knew you loved me most." While Chi Mengdai put on the mask and irritably scolded, "What nonsense are you saying? Get out of my sight." The scene shifted to Supreme Origin Peak, where the Holy Sun ceremony was being held. The place had been packed since early morning with guests, elders, and disciples who had come to challenge Chu Xiu. At that moment, Chu Xiu and Chi Mengdai arrived aboard a flying ship, immediately stirring discussion below as everyone shouted that Chu Xiu had arrived and turned their eyes toward Chi Mengdai's alluring figure. Someone praised the Cloudmist Peak Master as truly breathtaking and worthy of her heavenly fragrance body reputation, while a great saint ancestor of the Jiang clan instructed Jiangzu, "Disciple, that is Chu Xiu, the man you must challenge today," and Jiangzu calmly replied, "Understood, Master. Victory will certainly be mine." While nearby, a Dao master from the Supreme Change Holy Land stroked his beard and said suspiciously, "This man bears the signs of an early death, so I don't understand how he survived until now," prompting Shuyi to warn, "Uncle Master, today is the Supreme Origin Holy Land's Holy Sun ceremony. You just declared their Holy Sun destined to die young. Aren't you afraid his master will slap you to death?" In the Endless Sword Domains area, the Sword Master's disciple looked at Chu Xiu and muttered, "He really does resemble him. Although his appearance has changed slightly, his bearing is 50% similar to that demonic Chu." While Long Qingfeng arrogantly said, "Master, don't worry. Even if he really is demonic Chu, I'll definitely kill him today." Nearby, a child confidently shouted, "Grandpa, I'll definitely climb the heavenly steps today," while the old man beside him thought, "How this child truly resembles his father when he was young, brimming with the same extraordinary vigor." On the high platform, Tian Xing of Heavenly Sword Peak announced, "The time has come. The Holy Sun ceremony officially begins. May the Holy Sun cross the Heart Inquiry Bridge and ascend the heavenly steps." And in the sky, the Holy Lord gently waved a hand. A brilliant seven-colored ribbon of light appeared, descending slowly from the sky like soft silk. It quickly connected two towering mountains and formed the Heart Inquiry Bridge, which directly tested the cultivator's Dao heart for any guilt. And if the Holy Sun harbored malicious intentions toward the Holy Land, he would immediately be thrown off the bridge. Chu Xiu now stood before the Heart Inquiry Bridge. Without hesitation, he stepped onto it, his black and gold robe fluttering in the wind as his sharp, determined gaze remained fixed ahead, and every step radiated immense confidence. When crossing the Heart Inquiry Bridge, if the Holy Sun's Dao heart lacked resolve and became bewitched by worldly temptations, every step would become extremely difficult. Yet after only a few steps, he suddenly stopped and stood motionless with his eyes closed, having fallen into an illusion that tested his state of mind. If his heart lacked resolve and became entangled by worldly desires, even half a step would be impossible. And deep within his heart, familiar scenes gradually appeared as Liu Hongyi tightly held his hand and cried anxiously, "Chu Xiu, run quickly, they're coming to capture you." Behind them, a vicious crowd carrying torches and weapons pursued relentlessly as she pulled him deep into the forest. Only after running for some time did they finally stop to catch their breath. With his face covered in wounds, Chu Xiu gritted his teeth and said, "I want to become stronger than anyone else in this world. I don't want us to keep being humiliated and bullied by others." Liu Hongyi gently held his face and said, "Chu Xiu, I'll always stay by your side. But as time passed, one day she angrily shouted, "Chu Ziu, what's happened to you? You've truly changed. Your heart is becoming increasingly ruthless, cold, and merciless. Why are you trying to drive me away? I don't want to go to that so-called mortal world sword sect at all. At worst, we'll die together," she choked out, her eyes overflowing with emotion. Back at the ceremony, seeing Chu Ziu standing motionless on the Heart Inquiry Bridge, everyone erupted in discussion, wondering why he had stopped and whether he could not even cross the bridge, as countless eyes across the square remained fixed on him. Qi Mengdai watched anxiously from afar, wondering why he stood completely still and whether something had happened, while she clenched her fists uneasily and Tao Tian beside her anxiously asked, "Senior brother, why did this happen?" Within the illusion, Liu Hongyi stood before him and said, "Remember to come back for me, I will always wait for you." Words that pierced his heart as 50 years of separation flashed by, and at that moment Chu Ziu awakened with unwavering eyes, knowing that in this life only Liu Hongyi could make him stop on the heart-questioning bridge. The illusion vanished and he continued forward, while astonished voices rang out below, "Chu Ziu is moving again." Everyone was stunned by his speed, wondering how firm his Dao heart had to be to move so quickly and what had made him stand still for half an incense stick. Qi Mengdai was also surprised, thinking that with his rebellious nature he could hardly be troubled by worldly affairs, so perhaps it was the painful memory of his parents being killed by demons in Mount Qi County. Tao Tian beamed and shouted, "Senior brother, keep going." Qi Mengdai glanced at her and asked, "Tao Tian, do you like Chu Ziu?" Tao Tian froze, blushed deeply, and replied, "Yes, master, I truly want to become Dao partners with senior brother." Qi Mengdai closed her eyes and said, "I absolutely refuse to approve this marriage." Tao Tian widened her eyes angrily. "I'm unmarried and senior brother hasn't married anyone either, so why won't master agree?" Qi Mengdai coldly replied, "If I say no, then no. Are you refusing to obey your master?" She then secretly transmitted, "To tell you the truth, your senior brother is definitely not a good person." Tao Tian covered her mouth in shock before her expression darkened. "So master is actually this kind of person, willing to slander senior brother just to stop our marriage? Master, you've gone too far." These words nearly made Qi Mengdai spit blood from anger as she snapped, "You don't believe your master?" Tao Tian replied, "I do, but still slightly less than I believe senior brother." Qi Mengdai angrily scolded, "You and your senior brother are truly alike, both rebellious disciples." She inwardly lamented that nobody believed the truth, while Tao Tian helplessly said, "Master, you must deeply misunderstand senior brother. Throughout this sacred land, elders, stewards, and disciples all praise him, saying he is kind, friendly, and treats everyone equally, even outer disciple." She smiled admiringly. "Who in this entire sacred land doesn't give senior brother a thumbs up, and who doesn't praise him as righteous and honorable?" Qi Mengdai helplessly said, "Don't believe those rumors, he's only pretending. His true nature is extremely vicious." She then sternly added, "Don't even think about arguing with me. No matter how you defend him, you absolutely cannot become his Dao partner, and I will never approve your marriage even if I die." Hearing her master's seemingly baseless accusations, Tao Tian bristled with anger, sprang to her feet, and loudly protested, "Master is the exalted peak master of Rosy Cloud Peak, so how could you do something as heartless as separating a loving couple?" Suddenly, thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd below Supreme Origin Plaza. "The Holy Sun has crossed the heart-questioning bridge," another person exclaimed. "Not even half an incense stick has passed, yet Chu Ziu has already crossed it. Senior brother Chu must have broken every previous record." Seeing this firsthand, neither Qi Mengdai nor Tian Xing could hide their surprise, and Tian Xing looked toward Chu Ziu and remarked, "Mengdai, the disciple you trained is truly remarkable. His Dao heart is as firm as a rock. How do you usually guide him for him to become so outstanding?" Qi Mengdai froze slightly and her cheeks suddenly flushed. She forced a smile while pretending to remain annoyed and replied, "I occasionally give him some guidance in my spare time, but it's mainly because his comprehension is exceptional." At that moment, the atmosphere beneath Supreme Origin Plaza erupted again with cheers. The next stage is the real highlight. Chu Ziu is about to ascend the heavenly stairway. Standing tall with his robes fluttering and eyes unwavering, Chu Ziu faced the heavenly stairway and looked toward the seemingly endless steps as Peak Master Tian Xing solemnly announced, "Anyone wishing to challenge the Holy Sun on the heavenly stairway, step forward." As soon as he finished, siblings Qing Feng and Zhu Yue immediately flew up on their swords toward the heavenly stairway, saying, "Master, we're going." She also flew after them, turning back before leaving to tell his martial uncle, "Martial uncle, if I happen to lose, please don't blame me. and his martial uncle merely waved, "Go, winning or losing doesn't matter." The young divine king Jiangzu also rose with a cold expression, while his companion behind him respectfully clasped his hands and said, "We're counting on brother Jiang, whose divine might is unmatched." Elsewhere, Shang Gonghao gracefully flew into the air with a proud and confident expression, immediately attracting female disciples and guest elders, as a white-robed woman exclaimed, "That man is so handsome, do you know who he is?" And a red-robed woman replied, "That's Shang Gonghao, the future son-in-law of the Jai clan. He intends to trample the dignity of the supreme origin sacred land to curry favor with the Jai clan." At this moment, 5 people representing the 4 greatest factions stood behind Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu shifted his gaze and glanced behind him, already roughly guessing each person's identity. Those 2 should be the siblings of the Dragon clan from the Endless Sword domain. Could this person be Jiangzu, the legendary divine king body? He seems quiet, steady, and rather dull, while Shuya cupped his hands toward Chu Xiu and said, "Brother Chu, forgive me, I'm only here to join the excitement, so you don't need to pay much attention to me," making Chu Xiu secretly judge that he seemed decent and sensible, so he could consider going easier on him later. Chu Xiu then looked toward Shang Gonghao and saw him smiling smugly while making a provocative gesture, "Your Highness, the Holy Sun." Contempt filled Chu Xiu's eyes as he stared at Shang Gonghao's irritating grin and thought, "This guy really loves showing off. Defeating him won't be worth worrying about." Suddenly, Long Qingfeng stomped hard on the ground and shot upward. "The heaven-ascending stairway begins. I can't wait any longer." And seeing this, Long Zuyue hurried after him, shouting, "Ah, wait for me." The higher one climbed the heaven-ascending stairway, the more it revealed one's solid foundation, powerful body and soul, and terrifying future potential. Thus, the other 5 all wanted to climb as high as possible before officially fighting Chu Xiu, both to display their strength and to avoid offending the Supreme Origin Holy Land too severely. The siblings Long Qingfeng and Long Zuyue quickly rode their swords straight upward. Shu Yi and Jiangzu did not delay either, each using their own techniques to continuously advance, while Chu Xiu looked up from below with an appreciative smile, thinking that everyone truly possessed remarkable divine abilities and could not be underestimated. Shang Gonghao also hurried past Chu Xiu but suddenly stopped on the first step, turning back with a provocative smile. "Your Highness the Holy Sun, forgive me, I'm in a hurry, so let's finish this quickly. I'll even give you a few moves." Chu Xiu immediately smiled and replied, "Fine, the sooner it ends the better." Below in the Supreme Origin Plaza, the disciples and elders were enraged by Shang Gonghao's arrogance as heated discussions spread everywhere. Has the Shangyun family become this arrogant after attaching themselves to the Jai family? If Chu Xiu loses on the very first step, wouldn't that humiliate the Supreme Origin Holy Land? While another disciple angrily shouted, "That bastard dares disrespect our noble Holy Son, kill him." Shang Gonghao leisurely waved his fan and smiled at Chu Xiu. "My weapon is a fan, Your Highness the Holy Son, quickly draw your weapon." But Chu Xiu merely sneered with such a sinister expression that it sent chills down one's spine, too disdainful even to answer. He immediately activated the character secret, his body moving like lightning as he shot onto the first step and appeared directly before Shang Gonghao. Below in the plaza, the disciples excitedly cheered, "My God, senior brother Chu is terrifyingly fast." Chu Xiu rushed forward and gripped Shang Gonghao's neck with one hand, his voice colder than ancient ice. "You wanted to step on me, you even wanted to give me a few moves, you dare show off in front of me." And the one stashing Shang Gonghao now begged in terror, Don't hit my face." Before he could finish speaking, Chu Xiu threw a heaven-shaking punch straight into his face, sending him flying off the stairway as the disciples below covered their mouths and laughed gleefully. Seeing Shang Gonghao acting far too arrogantly, the Holy Lord immediately cast a spell, shooting a mysterious purple ray from her fingertip. The purple light instantly bound him tightly, making Shang Gonghao panic and scream, "What is this? What's tying me up? Father, save me." The Holy Lord said coldly, "Take him." Shang Gonghao immediately fell freely toward the plaza as Shangyu and King Hung rushed over in panic, crying, "My son, my Hayar," while a majestic voice rang across the entire Supreme Origin Holy Land. "The dignity of the Supreme Origin Holy Land cannot be insulted. Whoever violates Supreme Origin shall be expelled." The disciples below shouted passionately in unison, "Whoever violates Supreme Origin shall be expelled." And seeing this amusing scene, an old great saint from the Jiang family teased Qi Changshu, the Jai family elder beside him, "Your Jai family really found an excellent in-law, daring to attack the Holy Sun during the Supreme Origin Grand Ceremony. Did they swallow the courage of a god?" making Qi Changshu darken and reply coldly, "Stop adding fuel to the fire, this has nothing to do with our Jai family." From the vast void, the Holy Lord's domineering voice sounded again, "Holy Son, continue climbing the heaven-ascending stairway." After defeating Shang Gonghao, Chu Xiu immediately dashed up the next steps while smiling inwardly, thinking that since the Shangyuan family wanted to ride over the Supreme Origin Holy Land, he had merely vented Sister Holy Lord's anger for her, though he had not expected Shang Gonghao to be so weak that he could not withstand even one strike. Chu Xiu's movement technique was agile, and in the blink of an eye he climbed higher, where he encountered the Long siblings waiting to challenge him, while thunderous cheers erupted below. Now comes the exciting part. The twin sword bodies are challenging the Supreme Origin Holy Sun. These two are completely different from Shang Gonghao. They're ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. So can the Supreme Origin Holy Sun defeat these sword body siblings? Seeing the Long siblings, Chu Xiu casually raised a hand in greeting with a gentle yet clearly fake smile. Qing Feng and Zhu Yue truly are fine names, but there's something I still don't understand. You two hadn't even reached the Supreme Origin Holy Land before drawing blades to take my life, so I honestly don't know when I ever offended you. Long Qing Feng raised his chin arrogantly and sneered, "Do I need a reason to kill you?" While Long Zhu Yue, plain-looking yet cold and proud, completely disregarded Chu Xiu and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame your parents for repeatedly giving you the same name as Chu the demonic one." Chu Xiu was left speechless, rubbing his chin before saying deeply, "Wow, what an incredibly convincing reason to kill someone. What era is this, and you're still playing that outdated plagiarism game?" Long Qingfeng sneered, "Enough useless talk, watch how I cut you down," then drew a heaven-grade longsword from his waist, its piercing cold instantly spreading dozens of meters around him, while Long Zhu Yue simultaneously drew the moon-chasing sword, releasing transparent streams of moonlight that felt like thousands of needles piercing the body, allowing Chu Xiu to immediately recognize the origins of both swords. He thought inwardly, could these be the legendary wind-chasing flying snow twin swords? Both are likely heaven-grade sword artifacts, and when combined their power may reach immortal grade, then quickly judged that his current primordial sacred body could not withstand the sharp attacks of these two swords and would definitely be injured if he forced himself to resist head-on. Just as Chu Xiu was still thinking, Qing Feng and Zhu Yue charged at him together, shouting, "Sister, attack quickly and kill him." Chu Xiu's expression instantly turned cold and ruthless as his sharp eyes flashed and he activated the secret art of speed. Blood-red lightning suddenly surrounded him as his right hand gripped the Azure Dragon Tyrant Sword, and in an instant Chu, the Samanic, appeared before the Long siblings before Chu Xiu domineeringly swung the greatsword down at Long Qing Feng's head, forcing Long Zhu Yue to leap in front and raise the moon-chasing sword with both hands to block with all her strength. But Long Zhu Yue's expression changed violently as she realized in horror that her sword could not shake his weapon at all. She felt Chu Xiu's strike crashing down like a mountain, and the terrifying force blasted Long Zhu Yue away as she screamed in pain, "Ah!" while Long Qingfeng anxiously shouted, "Zhu Yue." Long Zhu Yue immediately lowered her center of gravity and stabilized herself. Seeing that his sister was not seriously injured, Long Qingfeng charged straight at Chu Xiu and slashed repeatedly with both hands gripping his sword, but hearing Long Zhu Yue shout, "Brother, be careful," he instantly withdrew his sword and stomped the ground to retreat, narrowly avoiding the Azure Dragon Tyrant Sword crashing down and shattering the ground beneath it. Although he barely dodged that earth-shaking strike, Long Qingfeng still arrogantly declared, "Chu Xiu, come again. Today you will definitely die beneath the swords of us siblings." Long Zhu Yue immediately swung the moon-chasing sword at Chu Xiu from behind, but he merely sneered, "Young lady, your strike is rather fierce," and she angrily replied, "Cut the nonsense." Before she could finish speaking, the hilt of the Azure Dragon Tyrant Sword slammed heavily into her abdomen. Long Zhu Yue was instantly sent flying backward as Chu Xiu held back and only used the sword hilt to blast her away, leaving blood at the corner of her mouth, while Qing Feng hurriedly supported her and handed her medicine, saying, "Sister, take this first. It can stop the bleeding quickly." Seeing them still treating their wounds, Chu Xiu charged over with his sword and thought, "You still have time to take medicine." Seeing Chu Xiu approaching, Qing Feng and Zhu Yue immediately joined hands and formed the heart-linking formation, shouting, "Die." A formation combining both of their powers instantly opened as countless invisible sword energies carrying their combined strength gathered together. Invisible swords surrounded Chu Xiu and stabbed down from above, making him look up in surprise, while the Heavenly Harmony Sword Master watching from outside exclaimed, the phenomenon of the twin sacred sword bodies, the Azure Mist Sword Song. The spectators erupted in discussion, shocked that the siblings had actually unleashed a phenomenon and believing Chu Xiu was probably about to lose. Qing Feng and Zhu Yue sat cross-legged on the ground, combining their power to form the Azure Mist Sword Song phenomenon, while Chu Xiu held his sword and asked, "You want to suppress me with a phenomenon?" Seeing neither of them answer, Chu Xiu merely smirked and thought that dying by his hand would not be unjust, because his ancient sacred body was practically the natural nemesis of such phenomena. With that thought, Chu Xiu raised a hand and began chanting a sacred incantation as tremendous power surged out and formed a giant lotus platform in the sky, saying, "This is the chaos-born Azure Lotus," before smiling and declaring, "Once the Azure Lotus appears, all things fall silent," as rays of light spread everywhere. The instant Chu Xiu finished speaking, an explosion of light erupted and turned the entire space pure white, making it impossible to see anything. Seeing such terrifying destructive power, Zhu Yue could no longer open her eyes and cried out, "Brother," while Qing Feng looked toward her and shouted back, "Sister." Everyone watching was stunned, and one person exclaimed in disbelief, "Chu Xiu actually suppressed the Azure Mist Sword Song," while another pointed ahead in shock and stammered, "What is that?" Seeing the huge lotus floating above Chu Xiu, someone recognized it and shouted, "Golden Vitality, the chaos-born Azure Lotus phenomenon," while the fourth sword master beside the Tao master frowned and said, "Could Chu Xiu be the legendary ancient sacred body? How is that possible? How can such a physique still cultivate?" On Chu Xiu's side, his power seemed to have completely devoured Qing Feng and Zhu Yue's Azure Mist Sword Song as he walked toward them step by step, each footfall carrying overwhelming killing intent. Qing Feng suddenly took out a drum and repeatedly struck it, creating a protective energy sphere around them, then turned to Zhu Yue and said, "Sister, leave quickly. The strange sheepskin drum can hold him back for a while." Sitting on the ground covered in scratches, Zhu Yue firmly replied, "Brother, I'm not leaving." Hearing their conversation, Chu Xiu found it ridiculous and glared at them angrily, saying, "Leave. Neither of you is going anywhere," before charging at them surrounded by blazing red lightning. Chu Xiu then fixed his gaze on the frightened Zhu Yue behind Qing Feng and thought, "Long Qing Feng isn't easy to deal with, so I'll eliminate Long Zhu Yue first." With that thought, Chu Xiu flashed towards Zhu Yue like lightning, while Qing Feng had no time to react and could only scream in panic, "No, sister, run." Chu Xiu clenched his fist as lightning crackled around his arm and aimed directly at Zhu Yue, shouting, "Human Emperor Fist, one punch shatters all techniques, full power." Struck by Chu Xiu's punch, Zhu Yue immediately spat out blood, and seeing this, Qing Feng's eyes turned bloodshot as veins bulged on his forehead and he shouted, "Sister, Chu Xiu, I'll fight you to the death." Before he could attack, Chu Xiu turned and kicked Qing Feng directly, instantly knocking him unconscious. Qing Feng's entire body flew 8 yards away before crashing into the cliff wall with a loud explosion. Tian Xing and Zai Qian watched from the platform and excitedly shouted, "Chu Xiu is truly powerful. Even the mighty twin sword bodies were crushed by our holy son." Zhu Yang, who had been watching from a corner, unconsciously touched his chest and murmured, "Senior brother Chu Xiu's punch was terrifyingly powerful, but why does my chest feel so tight, as if I've lost something important?" Meanwhile, the fourth sword master could no longer restrain himself and confronted Chu Xiu's master. "Qi Mengdai, very good, you actually let your disciple act so recklessly." Mengdai turned toward him and coldly replied, "Of course I'm doing very well. Your disciples kept saying they wanted to kill Chu Xiu, so what now? Chu Xiu merely crippled their cultivation and you're already unhappy." Tao Tian, sitting beside her master, also stood up and frowned, shouting, "Exactly, your endless sword domain is so overbearing. Do you think our supreme origin sacred land has no one to defend it?" Yunai also stood from the nearby seat and tried to mediate with a smile, "Fourth sword master, your 2 disciples are extraordinarily talented. Their cultivation was merely crippled, so after cultivating for some time they should recover at least half." Hearing this, his face became extremely ugly as he gritted his teeth. "You people." Unable to finish his words, the fourth sword master snorted coldly and walked away, while Mengdai calmly said, "Fourth sword master, if there's nothing else, return to your seat and continue watching." Yunai then turned toward Tao Tian and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Tao Tian, your senior brother is really impressive. I like strong men." Hearing this, Tao Tian immediately put her hands on her hips and snapped, "Get lost and stop eyeing my senior brother. Yunai teasingly replied. A powerful and outstanding man like senior brother Chu Xiu is destined to have many women. For example, me, Yunai added, casting him a charming glance. Sitting in her chair and listening to them bicker, Meng Dai frowned irritably and wondered when that rebellious disciple had gained so many admirers. Hearing Chu Zioran's mocking words, Tao Tian turned pale with rage and raised her right arm ready to fight, shouting, Chu Zioran, what did you just say? Are you tired of living? Seeing this, Chi Meng Dai could no longer tolerate it and abruptly stood up, coldly ordering Tao Tian not to cause trouble, while Tao Tian turned toward her with an aggrieved expression and softly called, Master. Although Chi Meng Dai outwardly remained calm and cold as usual, fury raged inside as she imagined throwing Chu Xiu's substitute doll onto the ground and stomping it mercilessly, gritting her teeth and cursing inwardly. That damned rebellious disciple spends all day flirting around, yet I have to clean up your mess. Damn you, you deserve to die 100 times. At the heavenly stairway, Chu Xiu seemed to sense something ominous and glanced toward the plaza below while scratching his nose and muttering, Why is my nose so itchy? Is someone secretly cursing me? Forget it, business comes first. Only 2 of the original 5 challengers remain, so who will be my next target? At that moment, the system suddenly laughed and suggested, Haha, dear host, since you're known as an old demon, wouldn't draining the Divine King's blood be satisfying? Otherwise, why not deal with that fool from the Jiang clan first? He's also a rare Divine King body. Chu Xiu looked toward the stairs above and secretly thought, Oh, then we'll have to see whether he has the courage to face me. At the same time, Jiang Zhu was still climbing the heavenly stairway when he suddenly sensed dangerous killing intent approaching, making the hair on his neck stand up as though a venomous python had locked onto him, and he hurriedly turned around in alarm. What met his eyes was Chu Xiu's meaningful smirk, and recalling the terrifying strength Chu Xiu displayed in his previous 2 battles, Divine King Jiang Zhu immediately waved his hand, sighed helplessly and closed his eyes to show he had no intention of fighting. Jiang Zhu frowned and secretly analyzed that Chu Xiu was simply too dangerous, and since he had no confidence of winning, he absolutely could not risk attacking. Watching Jiang Zhu's alarmed reaction, Chu Xiu rubbed his chin thoughtfully and realized he had no interest in fighting. But with countless eyes watching from beneath the heavenly stairway, he could not start trouble without reason, so his gaze shifted toward the nearby Shuyi, who immediately sensed it. Shuyi quickly clasped his hands and bowed, forcing a smile as he secretly transmitted, Brother Chu, I know I'm no match for you, so please show mercy and spare me. Chu Xiu smiled kindly and secretly replied, Brother Shu, you've misunderstood me. By nature I dislike fighting and killing, and respecting peace is my true intention. Shuyi smiled and replied, Brother Chu truly values friendship and righteousness. I am ashamed that I cannot compare. Watching Shuyi leave, Chu Xiu smirked and assessed the 5 challengers, thinking that although Shuyi of the Supreme Unity Sacred Temple seemed carefree, he was actually the strongest, followed by Jiang Zhu with the Divine King body. And since both were tough opponents, it was better that they avoided fighting because reaching the summit of the heavenly stairway was the true goal. Top Supreme Origin Peak inside the Sacred Lord Hall, the Sacred Lord seemed to sense something unusual and softly exclaimed in surprise, then rose from the observation platform as divine light flashed in her eyes, piercing thousands of miles to look beyond the Supreme Origin Sacred Land's mountain-protecting formation, where an uninvited guest seemed to have arrived for the Holy Sun investiture ceremony. Beyond the borders of the Supreme Origin Sacred Land, amid the 100,000 mountains, a gigantic golden-furred monkey suddenly appeared carrying an enormous staff on its shoulder. In an instant, the Sacred Lord appeared before the enormous demon and calmly asked Golden Ape in a cold voice, Why did you come here uninvited? This demon beast was Golden Ape, the demon venerable and overlord of the heavenly demon domain, who laughed so loudly that heaven and earth trembled as he revealed sharp fangs. Haha, Supreme Origin Saintess, your perception is still as sharp as it was in the old days. Supreme Origin Saintess coldly asked, A demon venerable of the heavenly demon domain dares enter human territory alone. Aren't you afraid you won't leave alive? Golden Ape confidently replied, Since I dared to come, why would I be afraid? Instead, Supreme Origin Saintess, you made such a grand spectacle of this Holy Sun investiture ceremony, and I don't believe you have no ulterior motive. I'm truly curious. Supreme Origin Saintess remained calm. Even if I have plans, so what? What does it have to do with your demon race? Golden Ape laughed loudly and extended his enormous hand towards Supreme Origin Saintess, declaring, We don't mind making a wager with you. I'll let my junior climb the heavenly stairway, and if he defeats your holy son, you must reveal your true objective, but if he loses, you may set the condition, so what do you say? Supreme Origin Saintess pondered briefly before replying, Bodhi Divine Flower, Sacred Buddha Divine Fruit, and you must also prepare any other rare heavenly treasure. Chi Mengdai was startled by those conditions, thinking that these treasures were exactly what the rebellious disciple Chu Xiu urgently needed, so the Holy Lord had deliberately arranged this for him. Golden Ape sneered, "Haha, you certainly have a huge appetite," then ordered Tianyao Realm, "Go defeat that Supreme Origin Holy Sun, and when we return I'll let you feast on Great Saint Realm wild beast meat for 3 days and nights." Whereupon a gentle yet powerful female voice answered, "Yes, master," revealing an unusually tall and muscular woman with fiery red hair, an extraordinarily voluptuous figure, a body as powerful as a Tyrannosaurus, yet an exquisitely beautiful face, and crimson wings radiating such oppressive might that even cultivators struggled to breathe, for she was the renowned young powerhouse from the heavenly demon domain. Back on the heaven-ascending stairway, Chu Xiu, Jiangzhu, and Shu Yi had climbed over 3,000 steps under terrifying pressure. Yet Chu Xiu did not use his true essence to resist, instead using the pressure to temper his body and strengthen his primordial sacred body. He rolled his shoulders and thought, "I've only passed 3,000 steps, yet the pressure is already obvious. What would happen if I climbed all 9,999 steps and then used the system to break through?" The system immediately warned with a chuckle, "Host, please don't risk your life like that, you could genuinely die." So Chu Xiu abandoned the crazy idea and continued climbing step by step to temper his body, since although this was harsh training, it was also a precious opportunity to strengthen their cultivation foundations. While Tianyao Realm, after receiving the Supreme Origin Saintess's tacit approval, carried a 10,000-pound hammer and completely ignored the pressure of the heaven-ascending stairway. She flew toward Chu Xiu, Shu Yi, and Jiangzhu at astonishing speed, hovered above them, and coldly asked, "Which one of you is the Supreme Origin Holy Sun?" Seeing her domineering aura, Shu Yi pointed toward Chu Xiu with a strange expression and said, "Brother Chu, this young lady seems to have come specifically for you." He swept his gaze over Tianyao Realm from head to toe. Her bold attire nearly gave him a nosebleed, so he turned to Chu Xiu and asked, "Brother Chu, did you perhaps do something wrong to her?" While secretly imagining an intimate relationship between them and chuckling inwardly, prompting Chu Xiu to snort and glare at him warningly. He then tightly gripped the Azure Dragon Tyrant Sword and shot into the air toward Tianyao Realm. Shu Yi was startled but still sighed and called after him, "Brother Chu, please don't hurt an innocent person." Tianyao Realm charged forward with her hammer like a crimson whirlwind and shouted, "Supreme Origin Holy Sun, I must defeat you, because once I beat you, I can go home and feast on meat." Her hammer descended with terrifying power, forcing Chu Xiu to instantly dodge as he exclaimed in surprise, "This woman's body is unbelievably powerful." He recognized her as Tianyao Realm from the heavenly demon domain and recalled that her father was a barbarian supreme and her mother a butterfly supreme of the demon race, granting her the innate heavenly demon barbarian divine body, an unrivaled physique that felt no pain in battle, making her a true young supreme of the demon race. Tianyao Realm attacked repeatedly before launching a powerful kick toward Chu Xiu. He quickly raised his hand to block it, and the primordial sacred body instantly erupted with power as Chu Xiu seized Tianyao Realm's ankle in a flash. Without hesitation or mercy, he used all his strength to slam her onto the solid stone below, but unexpectedly Tianyao Realm showed no pain and instead became even more excited, staring brightly at Chu Xiu and laughing. The primordial sacred body truly deserves its reputation. She then used a special illusion technique to create countless phantoms surrounding Chu Xiu, but he ignored them and continued charging up the stairway while confidently sneering, "Trying to trap me with illusions? Little sister, you're still too inexperienced." While rushing forward, Chu Xiu suddenly found 2 enormous bulges blocking his path, leaving him staring blankly as a thought flashed through his mind. Whether it was a deceptive illusion or her real body, he could only take the gamble and charge through. Chu Xiu rushed straight ahead at tremendous speed, only to crash directly into Tianyao Realm's real body, burying his face against her chest as their bodies collided violently, making her blush deeply and angrily shout, "Are you courting death? How dare you take advantage of me?" While Chu Xiu awkwardly explained, "Sorry, I was moving too fast to stop in time, I swear it wasn't intentional," only to receive a devastating slap that made him spit blood on the spot. Under the terrifying force of that slap, Chu Xiu was sent flying far away. He accidentally landed between the legs of another figure who was also Tianyao Realm, leaving him stunned and red-faced as he stammered, "Oh, this one's real." Tianyao Realm became even more embarrassed, her cheeks turning crimson as she glared furiously at the perverted Chu Xiu. Without another word, she raised her massive hammer and smashed it down while roaring with murderous intent, "Shut that filthy mouth of yours." But Chu Xiu barely rolled aside in time as the terrifying strike shattered the stone beneath her, followed by her furious screams of "Die, die," and a relentless barrage of hammer blows. Chu Xiu fell into a disadvantage and could only desperately roll and dodge each attack as shattered rocks exploded whenever the hammer struck the ground. Below in the Supreme Origin Plaza, the disciples watched the fierce battle with burning anxiety, worried for the fighter above as discussions erupted, with some fearing senior brother Chu was about to lose to the demon woman. Others sighed that one truly should never anger a woman, while elsewhere Tao Tian and Chu Zioran watched anxiously, with Tao Tian emotionally murmuring, "Senior brother Chu," as worry surged within her, while beside them, Fairy Chi Mengdai looked visibly displeased, her delicate brows slightly furrowed in thought. In her mind flashed an absurd scene of Tianyao Realm tearing off Chu Xiu's clothes with her sharp hands to reclaim everything that rebellious disciple had taken, while Chu Zioran and Tao Tian imagined him using his charm to pin Tianyao Realm to the ground until she trembled, blushed, and let out ambiguous moans that lingered in their mind. Tao Tian looked up at the heavenly stairway, her face burning red with embarrassment, and could not help shouting that the man was truly a pervert. Chu Zioran also exclaimed in surprise that senior brother Chu Xiu was incredibly powerful, while Chi Meng Dai stared dumbfounded at her rebellious disciple above. At that moment, Chu Xiu unleashed the human emperor fist and rained punches onto Tianyao Realm's large breasts while angrily saying he had tolerated her long enough, had already held back earlier, yet she kept pushing her luck. Tianyao Realm's face flushed red, whether from pain or some strange sensation was unclear, and strange moans kept escaping her lips until Chu Xiu struck a sensitive acupoint, causing her to suddenly freeze and curl up like a cooked shrimp without resisting or dodging anymore. This strange reaction left Shu Yi and Jiangzu, who were watching nearby, completely stunned. Shu Yi confusedly asked whether Tianyao Realm was alright, while Jiangzu wiped away sweat and explained that her stamina had been completely exhausted by the ancient sacred body. Unexpectedly, moments later, Tianyao Realm smiled with satisfaction as though she had discovered a treasure, pointed directly at Chu Xiu, praised how fierce this man was, and declared that she had made an important decision. She loudly announced that she wanted to take him as her imperial consort and ordered him to return with her to the heavenly demon domain immediately, leaving Chu Xiu speechless and sweating in shock, while below Chu Zioran stared in disbelief, and Tao Tian sarcastically mocked the demoness for daring to dream of taking their holy son back to the demon realm. Immortal Chi Mengdai remained outwardly cold, but inwardly cursed her rebellious disciple's excessive romantic luck and decided she would settle accounts with him afterward. On the heavenly ascension stairway, Tianyao Realm approached Chu Xiu and sweetly coaxed him to return with her to the heavenly demon domain, promising to treat him well and never let him suffer. After speaking, she boldly took his hand and shyly said she had even thought of a name for their future child, leaving Chu Xiu able only to force an awkward smile and helplessly grunt. Nearby, Shui clasped his hands and grinned while congratulating brother Chu on finding a good match, while Jiangzu folded his arms and reluctantly remarked that the girl did not seem bad either. But Chu Xiu finally pulled his hand free from Tianyao Realm and coldly refused, saying he could not decide this matter himself and still had to continue climbing the heavenly ascension stairway, leaving her astonished. She immediately spread her wings and flew away, leaving him behind before landing in front of Supreme Origin Master on the high platform. She knelt down, clasped her hands, and requested that a marriage be granted. Her action surprised the Holy Lord, who inwardly thought that this demon woman was truly bold to come here and propose marriage. Supreme Origin Master glanced at the giant golden ape nearby and coldly rebuked him for his junior's outrageous attitude, while Golden Ape, still dazed that the killer he had trained had lost to the ancient sacred body, hurriedly explained that it was all a misunderstanding, that his junior had suffered a severe head injury and was not thinking clearly, and that he would immediately take her back. After saying this, the elder tore open space into a vortex and shouted for Tianyao Realm to return. A spatial gate appeared beside her and a gigantic hand reached out, grabbed her by the collar and dragged her inside as she struggled and shouted about betrothal gifts and marriage, only for Golden Ape to scold her for disgracing the demon race. Tianyao Realm pouted and muttered that she did not care because she simply liked him, but before she could finish, she was dragged away completely, disappearing from Supreme Origin Square amid the crowd's laughter. Just then, a bell rang to signal the end of the event, and the dignified Peak Master announced that Holy Son Chu Xiu had broken the Heavenly Ascension stairway record and passed the assessment. Standing on the upper steps overlooking the Holy Land Square, Chu Xiu felt extremely pleased and realized that body refinement on the Heavenly Stairway was even more effective than using the system. Below, everyone cheered and praised him for breaking the record faster than all previous generations, marveling at how invincible the ancient sacred body was within the same realm. Immediately afterward, Chu Xiu stepped onto the azure dragon tyrant sword and flew back toward the Supreme Origin Holy Land, where Qi Mengdai, Tao Tian, and Chu Xiaoran were waiting. Tao Tian clapped and smiled brightly in congratulations. Chu Xiaoran repeatedly praised his powerful physique, and Chu Xiu nodded in response while looking toward his immortal master with a meaningful smile, whereas Qi Mengdai calmly folded her arms, said he had done fairly well, and told him to hurry onto the platform to receive the Holy Sun seal. Chu Xiu smiled brightly and agreed, saying he would visit his master later. Qi Mengdai turned away and shot the rebellious disciple a sideways glance, wondering what scheme he was planning now. Qi Mengdai turned away and glanced sideways at the rebellious disciple, wondering what he was plotting, while Chu Xiu stepped onto the high platform where the Holy Lord was waiting and Supreme Origin Master offered him two choices, promising to support whichever one he chose. The first was to receive abundant resources from the Holy Land and protection from a great saint for a secure future, while the second was to venture out alone without resources, fight for everything himself, and build his own world with an uncertain but limitless future. And as soon as these words were spoken, the square erupted in discussion, with the female elder in pink and the person beside her choosing the first path, while only the black-robed female elder sighed that they lacked greater ambition. Chu Xiu fell into deep thought. He realized the first option was comfortable but cost him freedom and risked exposing his secrets. The second lacked resources but came without surveillance, and a bold idea made his lips curl into a wicked smile. Thinking that any shortage of resources could be taken from his master and sister Hua, he solemnly chose the second path and declared, "I fear no challenge. Whatever I want, I'll seize with my own hands. Mountains and seas that block me will be shattered, and anyone who stands in my way will die." Tai Su T-1ED asked him to confirm once more, and Chu Xiu answered firmly. The Sacred Lord produced a purple jade identity token and a golden Qilin seal and handed them to him. The seal contained protective laws and would automatically defend him and send an alert whenever its owner faced danger. After he accepted them, the crowd unanimously shouted, "Your Highness the Holy Sun is mighty and invincible." The Sacred Lord announced the end of the ceremony and invited the representatives to Supreme Origin Peak for discussions. But just as Tai Su T-1ED had walked away, Chu Xiu's voice made her stop. He coughed awkwardly and explained that Elder Hua of Dao Cloud Peak was still unmarried, so he wished to request a marriage arrangement. The Sacred Lord turned and asked whom he wanted her to marry. Chu Xiu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he pointed directly at himself, indicating that person was none other than him. Tai Su T-1ED's heart stirred slightly and her face also flushed as she remained silent for a moment before asking whether he truly loved her. Chu Xiu nodded repeatedly and firmly said of course, making the atmosphere briefly awkward. When asked what he liked about her, he immediately listed her gentleness, kindness, thoughtfulness, maturity, and beauty while counting each quality on his fingers, leaving Tai Su T-1ED speechless at his apparent sincerity. After a long while, the Sacred Lord slowly said the matter could not be decided immediately and depended on Elder Hua's wishes, promising to grant the marriage if she agreed. Chu Xiu was overjoyed, asked again to make sure, and received a confirming nod. Once Tai Su T-1ED disappeared from sight, the system immediately mocked its host as a cunning hypocrite pretending to be innocent. Chu Xiu kept smiling outwardly while inwardly yelling at the system to shut up and stop laughing, but it deliberately kept teasing him. As soon as the Holy Sun investiture ceremony ended, Chu Xiu flew straight to Qi Mengdai's cave residence without resting. Seeing his breathtaking master seated on her treasured chair, he naturally sat close beside her and softly asked, "What did you discuss with the Sacred Lord earlier?" His expression remained calm as his restless hand stroked Qi Mengdai's smooth shoulder, and he casually answered, "Nothing important, I only asked about some cultivation matters." Chu Xiu secretly wondered why his master smelled even more fragrant than usual today, while Qi Mengdai frowned and complained, "If you had cultivation difficulties, why didn't you ask me instead of troubling the Sacred Lord?" Taking the opportunity, Chu Xiu's mischievous hand slipped down onto her thigh as he grinned. "Well, your disciple is right here before you now, Master." His hand slowly stroked along Qi Mengdai's slender thigh as he said, "Master, I'll have to trouble you this time." Knowing his nature well, Qi Mengdai glared and scolded, "You rebellious disciple, you've only just become the Holy Sun and you're already behaving this badly. Are you even worthy of that position?" Chu Xiu immediately feigned innocence. "Master, what nonsense are you imagining? Your disciple merely wants to consult you about fist techniques, so how is that improper?" Qi Mengdai blushed and snapped, "Stop pretending, don't think I don't know what's going through your head." Before she finished, Chuziu grabbed both her wrists and pressed her back against the chair while his hand continued moving along her soft thigh, then whispered, "Master, why don't you tell me exactly what you think your disciple is planning?" With her cultivation sealed and unable to resist, Chi Mengdai could only grit her teeth and curse, "I don't care, get out of my sight." Chuziu's hand suddenly moved higher, catching her off guard and making her hurriedly cover her mouth to avoid alerting the disciples outside, while he leaned close and teased, "We've already come this far, can Master really bear to drive her disciple away?" Under his teasing, Chi Mengdai could only stare wide-eyed and endure it, muffled ambiguous sounds escaping her lips. Elsewhere in the cave residence, Chu Zioran and Tao Tian were waiting for Chu Ziu to return, while the little chicken perched on a nearby rock. Seeing Chu Zioran's unfamiliar face, it flapped its wings and squawked, "Hey woman, this great one sees that you possess extraordinary talent, so I've decided to take you as my human pet." Chu Zioran stared at it in confusion while Tao Tian burst out laughing. "Haha, little chicken, not only do you look better than before, but you've become quite the smooth talker too." She then approached and joined in, giggling, "Little chicken, this big sister fully supports you taking her as your human pet." Encouraged, the chick crossed its wings proudly and nodded repeatedly. It raised its head and stared at Chu Zioran, asking, "Woman, tell this great one honestly, have you secretly fallen for Chu Ziu? If you want, this great one can help you." Chu Zioran looked at the strange chicken and replied with both surprise and embarrassment, "That probably wouldn't be very appropriate." The chick immediately argued, "What the hell is inappropriate about that?" Just then, Chu Ziu returned. Seeing them gathered together, he snorted coldly, "You shameless chicken, what kind of nonsense are you gathering everyone here and encouraging now?" Chu Zioran and Tao Tian jumped and turned around, asking, "Senior brother Chu Ziu, when did you get back?" Chu Zioran quickly changed her expression and softly said, "Senior sister Tao Tian, I'm sorry." Tao Tian angrily gritted her teeth, "You... Very well, I never expected Chu Zioran to use such a dirty trick." Chu Zioran stepped forward, placed a hand on Chu Ziu's chest, and tearfully said, "Senior brother Chu Ziu, this is all my fault. Please don't wrongly blame senior sister Tao Tian. I only came to congratulate you on becoming the holy son, but senior sister Tao Tian started scolding me the moment she saw me because she truly loves you too deeply." Hearing this, Tao Tian angrily shouted at Chu Zioran, "You're truly shameless. Do you believe I'll kill you right here?" But Chu Zioran turned away with an aggrieved expression and said, "Yes, senior sister is right. It's all my fault for upsetting you, so if you mind me that much, I'll just leave." While Chu Ziu watched the drama with a strained smile, thinking that Chu Zioran really acted like a scheming innocent girl, though admittedly it was rather amusing. Early the next morning, inside the Holy Lord's majestic cave residence on Supreme Origin Peak, Chi Mengdai cupped her hands and reported, "Holy Lord, after the Holy Sun investiture ceremony, news that Chu Ziu possesses the primordial sacred body has reached the demon race, and I fear they will soon make a move." The Holy Lord calmly replied, "Over the past 1,000 years, the demon and barbarian forces have expanded increasingly rapidly, and although they are now a great threat, this is also a rare opportunity, because if we can eliminate their strategic great saints, the ancient Taiji star will open earlier than expected." Hearing this, desire flashed through Chi Mengdai's eyes as she thought, "The ancient Taiji star, if I can seize this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, perhaps I can reach the Saint King realm." The Holy Lord nodded, "Indeed, you must seize this opportunity," then took out a green jade box and said, "This is the Bodhi divine flower that Chu Ziu needs. Deliver it to him on my behalf." Taking the box, Chi Mengdai frowned slightly and lamented inwardly, "I have to see that hateful, rebellious disciple again. What terrible luck." After leaving Supreme Origin Peak, she immediately returned to her cave residence, and after receiving her voice transmission summoning him, Chu Ziu entered Chi Mengdai's bedchamber and instantly teased, "It isn't even fully dark yet, so why was Master so eager to summon your disciple?" Making Chi Mengdai inwardly curse that shameless, rebellious disciple. Although she desperately wanted to slap him to death, she maintained a cold expression, tossed the jade box toward Chu Ziu and said, "The Holy Lord asked me to give you this. Take it and get out of my sight. Stop bothering me." But Chu Ziu caught it with a cheerful grin and shamelessly replied, "How could such an obedient disciple possibly bother Master?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed forward and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, coaxing softly, "Master, since your disciple is already here, why don't we practice last night's fist technique once more?" Making Chi Mengdai blush and shout, "Damn rebellious disciple, get out. It's broad daylight, don't fool around." But before she finished, Chu Ziu had already pressed close against her, leaving her body stiff. His greedy gaze settled on her full chest as he smiled meaningfully and said, Why wait? Won't it be dark soon anyway? Immediately afterward, he pushed her onto the bed and smiled smugly. Dear master, let's begin exchanging martial techniques. Your disciple has just created several interesting new moves and sincerely hopes master will carefully guide me. As the silent night descended, ambiguous sounds echoed from Qi Mengdai's cave residence. Several hours later, after their intense exchange of techniques ended, Chu Xiu lay exhausted on the bed beside the sleeping Qi Mengdai and called inwardly, "System, display my status panel," whereupon a virtual screen appeared showing. Host 9th level Divine Bridge Realm, Primordial Sacred Body, Aptitude 2500, Heaven Grade Cultivation Technique Scripture of the Way Foundation Building Chapter. Sacred Body Cultivation Method, Supreme Secret Art Character Secret at Initial Mastery, Alchemy Scripture Insect Chapter at Initial Mastery, Sword Art All Things Come to Rest, 1124 Immortal Points remaining. Fortune 1575 blue and 5890 light purple. The host is the Holy Son of the Supreme Origin Holy Land and can accumulate part of the Holy Land's fortune. After reading it, Chu Xiu sat up in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, becoming the Holy Son can actually increase my fortune points too. I never expected such a benefit." Just as he prepared to leave, Qi Mengdai's soft hand suddenly tugged his shoulder while her warm body pressed against his back. Her seductive voice whispered beside his ear, "Rebellious disciple, it's already very late, stay here with me tonight." But despite her sweet persuasion, Chu Xiu firmly dressed himself and calmly replied, "No, your disciple still needs to return and focus on cultivation." Glancing at her warily, he thought, "She suddenly wants me to stay. There's no way something this good is harmless. This must be a trap and she might slap me to death once I'm asleep, so leaving is safer." Having decided, Chu Xiu turned and walked away, waving with a smile before leaving. "Master must be tired today, so rest early." While Qi Mengdai gritted her teeth at his retreating figure after her seduction failed and inwardly cursed his vigilance. "Just wait, sooner or later I'll beat you to death." The next morning, Chu Xiu leisurely headed toward the Holy Sun Palace while holding the green jade box and smiling inwardly. "Master has already given me the Bodhi Divine Flower, so I can finally break through to the other shore realm. But to ensure a smooth breakthrough, I still need to absorb a huge amount of natural spiritual energy. So I might as well try the Holy Sun Palace, which should be one of the places with the richest spiritual energy in the entire Supreme Origin Holy Land." While he was still thinking, a clear female voice sounded behind him, "Your Highness the Holy Sun." Chu Xiu turned and saw 4 pretty young women in pink dresses bowing respectfully, making him inwardly marvel that even the maids of the Holy Sun Palace were so adorable. He immediately smiled gently and said, "I'll often come here to cultivate from now on, so please help keep the place tidy." And the 4 replied together, "Yes, Your Highness, please cultivate without worry and leave these trivial matters entirely to us." Chu Xiu continued toward the Lotus Lake, where the magnificent scenery and spiritual energy were so dense they nearly liquefied, with a gigantic lotus platform floating at the center, making him exclaim, "The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense and pure. Cultivating here must be dozens of times faster than outside, truly an ideal sacred cultivation ground." Before immediately flying onto the platform. Sitting cross-legged at its center, he opened the jade box, causing a purple lotus flower to float out as its rich fragrance refreshed his entire body. The system announced, "Host has absorbed the rare heavenly treasure Bodhi Divine Flower. Would you like to begin an extreme breakthrough?" And Chu Xiu immediately confirmed. Before long, his eyes gleamed golden as golden spiritual energy radiated around his body. The system continued, "Breakthrough complete, 100,000 breakthrough points consumed, 680,000 remaining." And while he was meditating, a magnificent carriage appeared above the Supreme Origin Holy Land as its driver respectfully reported, "Your Highness the Princess, this is the legendary Supreme Origin Holy Land." Hearing this, Chu Xiu raised his head and wondered which princess had arrived as the carriage slowly glided through the sky. Inside, the 2 maids Chun Hua and Qiu Yu marveled at the vast, magnificent scenery, grander even than an imperial palace. The 7th Princess Zhu Ziyue of the Great Ming Dynasty sat with her chin resting on her hand, gazing outside with clear eyes and smiling. "Chun Hua, Qiu Yu, there's no need to be so surprised. The Supreme Origin Holy Land is the supreme land of our southern region, so how could a mortal imperial palace compare with this immortal paradise?" Beneath the lotus platform, Chu Xiu looked at her and thought she greatly resembled Zhu Baiyue, wondering if she was her descendant, when suddenly a brilliant peach blossom flew toward him. He caught it, looked at the petals, and grinned mischievously. "Oh, does Sister Hua mean she's missing me?" Without delay, he stood up, jumped onto his flying ship, and flew toward their meeting place. Amid an endless sea of white flowers, Hua Liufei stood silently as Chu Xiu called from afar, "Sister Hua, I'm here. The moment I received your flower signal, I rushed over without wasting even a second." She turned and gently said, "Congratulations, your cultivation seems to have advanced another level." And Chu Xiu smiled, "I've only improved a little, nothing worth mentioning. Instead, sister, you seem to be growing even more beautiful and charming." As he spoke, he stepped closer and took her hand, saying, "I already asked the Holy Lord to grant me marriage with Sister Hua, so guess what the Holy Lord said?" Hua Liufei shyly withdrew her hand and replied, "Of course the Holy Lord refused. We're simply not suited for each other." Chu the Samanic took her hand again and smiled slyly. "The Holy Lord said that as long as sister agrees, the marriage will immediately be granted." And she blushed. "Do you really think I'll agree?" While he gently stroked her hand and thought the feeling was quite pleasant. Sensing her hesitation, he continued pitifully, "What a miserable fate I have. I'm about to leave the Supreme Origin Holy Land, and if sister refuses, who knows when we'll meet again?" Making Hua Liufei anxiously ask, "You've only just broken through to the other shore realm and already want to leave for training." Chu Xiu plucked a flower and teased, "Yes, I can't keep hiding inside the Holy Land forever. How could I become truly powerful living like that? Honestly, I also hate leaving sister behind." And she gently replied, "Going out for real combat experience will benefit you. You're decisive and ruthless by nature, so surely you don't care much about romance." He placed the flower in her hair and smiled. "Who said someone decisive and ruthless can't care about love?" Then held her shoulders and softened his voice, "Can you feel it, sister? This is my sincerest heartbeat." Their eyes met as emotion surged, her breathing quickened, and her heart raced wildly. Not letting the opportunity slip away, Chu the Samanic embraced her and kissed her deeply, leaving Hua Liufei wide-eyed and frozen in astonishment. Even as a supreme expert, Hua Liufei found it difficult to resist Chu Xiu's skillful kiss, and the two gradually lost themselves in the sweetness of their private moment. After their lingering embrace, Chu Xiu was still unsatisfied and gently wrapped his restless hand around Hua Liufei's slender waist, while Sister Hua remained dazed from the lingering kiss before suddenly clenching her fist in mild annoyance. Although she looked somewhat upset, Hua Liufei felt entirely different inside as her cheeks burned red and she bit her lip, thinking that this man had just stolen her precious first kiss. She immediately gave Chu Xiu several playful punches and complained, "You really deserve a beating," while Chu Xiu hurriedly explained sincerely, "Sister, don't get so worked up. You're simply too beautiful, so I couldn't control myself. Please don't be angry with me." Faced with his sweet words, Sister Hua could not bring herself to punish him and turned away, softly saying, "You're not allowed to do that again, understand?" But Chu Xiu stubbornly hugged her tightly from behind and replied, "I understand, sister, don't be angry. Next time I want to kiss you, I'll tell you beforehand. Even when you're angry, sister, you're still so beautiful, gentle, and charming, so how could I not adore you?" And Hua Liufei gave him a meaningful glance before retorting, "Do you think I'm some naive young girl you can easily fool?" Then suddenly raised her hand and revealed an exquisite jade ring engraved with intricate patterns, saying, "This immortal-grade storage ring is a trophy I obtained during the brutal battle defending the Heavenly Abyss Great Wall. The space inside this ring is enormous, so take it with you on your travels. An ordinary storage pouch won't be nearly as convenient." And Chu Xiu smiled happily, extended his left hand, and asked, "Sister, could you put it on for me?" Hua Liufei readily agreed, "Let me put it on for you." And seeing her thoughtful expression, Chu Xiu asked, "Sister, do you know what it means when a woman gives a man a ring?" Sister Hua looked slightly puzzled and smiled. "It's only an ordinary storage ring. What special meaning could it have?" While Chu Xiu shook his head with a meaningful smile, led her toward a stone and slowly explained. "Legend says that beyond the farthest reaches of the starry sky lies an ancient life-bearing star where a woman giving a man a ring means she deeply likes and cares for him, even wishing to marry him." And Hua Liufei asked in confusion, "Such a strange custom exists. Our firmament continent has nothing like that." When Chu Xiu suddenly knelt on one knee, lifted her smooth hand, gently kissed it, and whispered, "My beloved sister, when will you finally accept my proposal?" Leaving Hua Liufei startled and blushing as she stammered, "Do you really enjoy taking advantage of me that much?" Chu Xiu seriously replied, "Because I truly like you, sister. My master is also breathtakingly beautiful, yet why don't I try taking advantage of her? Hearing this, Hua Liufei scolded him indignantly. If you dared flirt frivolously with your own master, that would truly be a grave act of disrespect. Chu Xiu immediately put on a solemn expression and raised his hand to swear. Of course, I respect my master immensely and have never harbored any improper thoughts about her. Hua Liufei smiled and tilted her head meaningfully. So you came here just to bully me, didn't you? Chu Xiu chuckled, wrapped an arm around her waist, and said, How would I dare bully you, sister? Chu Xiu chuckled, wrapped an arm around her waist, and said, How would I dare bully you, sister? Hua Liufei leaned aside slightly, avoiding his mischievous hand. She lowered her head with a blush and said, Not now, you're truly shameless. I think I should stay farther away from you. But Chu Xiu would not give up so easily, grabbing her hand with a wicked grin. I'm no longer an innocent boy, I'm a fully grown man now. As soon as he finished, he pressed Sister Hua down onto the large rock, and what followed naturally happened. The two passionately tangled for 300 rounds through the quiet night amid the fragrant sea of flowers beneath the glittering stars, with Sister Hua's alluring moans occasionally echoing out, while nearby a pair of black and white stray cats even imitated the lovers' movements. Several hours later, after their passionate encounter ended, Chu Xiu and Hua Liufei lay resting on the stone slab as he took her hand and asked with a satisfied smile, By the way, sister, some time ago the Sacred Lord invited many factions to Supreme Origin Peak for a meeting. What exactly did they discuss? Of course, if it's inconvenient to tell me, forget it. Hua Liufei gently shook her head and replied, Of course you're fully qualified to know. The meeting concerned an ancient star beyond this world that will soon open. She pointed toward the starry sky and continued, That ancient star is called the Primordial Polarity Star, and I've heard of it before. It's extremely famous for its harsh natural restrictions, opening only once every 2,000 to 3,000 years and containing countless rare treasures, but most importantly, it holds ancient Tao marks personally left behind by great emperors. If some great saints possess extraordinary fortune, they may even obtain an entire great emperor inheritance there, allowing them to break through to the Saint King realm and become peak experts of this continent. Hearing this astonishing secret, Chu Xiu looked expectant and smiled. Then roughly when will it officially open, sister? Sister Hua frankly replied, The Primordial Polarity Star will officially open within a year, perhaps in 5 or 6 months or 8 months at the latest. Chu Xiu pondered and asked, Will my master participate too? Sister Hua nodded. Yes, the Peak Master of Rosy Cloud Peak will definitely go because she needs to seek an opportunity there to break through to the Saint King realm. Hearing this, Chu Xiu frowned worriedly and wondered whether his master might encounter danger and who he would seek guidance from if something unexpected happened, while an image of Qi Mengdai lying restrained on the bed suddenly appeared in his mind. He secretly wondered whether he should simply seal his master away, prevent her from taking risks outside, and keep her safely at home as his precious treasure. Seeing him deep in thought, Sister Hua assumed he was worried about Qi Mengdai, so she leaned her soft body against his chest, stroked his cheek, and gently comforted him. You don't need to worry too much. The Peak Master of Rosy Cloud Peak isn't some weak woman. Among those at the same realm, her combat strength ranks first or second. Seeing him remain thoughtful, she changed the subject. Where are you planning to go for training next? Chu Xiu could not reveal that he intended to find Liu Hongyi, so he shook his head and sighed. I haven't decided on a specific destination yet, so I'll simply travel wherever fate takes me. Inwardly, he knew only that Liu Hongyi had gone north and had no exact location, so he could only investigate along the way. After talking for a while, Chu Xiu suddenly sat up with a wicked grin and said, Sister, before we part, shouldn't you do something to show your affection? As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Sister Hua's voluptuous chest. Understanding his meaning, she did not avoid him this time and instead kissed him on the lips, unconsciously running her hand over his firm abdomen during the passionate kiss, while the system immediately appeared and laughed. Your flirting skills are truly incredible. After their intimacy, Sister Hua gently touched his lips and whispered into his ear, If you encounter an enemy too powerful to handle, there's no shame in running away. Chu Xiu smiled and replied, Don't worry, sister. Afterward, the two continued embracing throughout the night amid the sea of flowers. The next morning at Chu Xiu's cave residence, Elder Mo Fei Yan arrived with Zhu Ziyue, who immediately clasped her hands and bowed. Seventh Princess of the Great Radiance Empire, Zhu Ziyue, greets your highness the Holy Sun. Chu Xiu was briefly stunned by her beauty before calmly replying, There's no need for such formality. He then turned to Mo Fei Yan and asked, Elder Mo, what important matter brings you here personally with Princess Zhu Ziyue? Inwardly, he confirmed that she truly was a descendant of Zhu Baiyue. Mo Fei Yan calmly replied, I heard the Holy Sun intends to descend the mountain for training, and the new emperor of the Great Radiance Empire has just ascended the throne, So the Sacred Lord wants the Holy Sun to accompany the 7th princess there and represent our supreme origin sacred land at the coronation ceremony. Hearing this, Chuzu inwardly sighed. Sister Hua really doesn't want me to have even a moment of leisure. After thinking briefly, he nodded. Fine, I don't know where to go anyway, so I might as well visit the Great Radiance Empire. Zhu Ziyue happily bowed. Your Highness the Holy Sun personally visiting the Great Radiance Empire is truly our great fortune. She secretly thought that she had originally hoped merely to invite an elder, never expecting the Holy Sun himself to agree, while Chu Xiu looked at her and recalled meeting the eldest princess of the Great Radiance Empire 45 years ago when he was still in the divine ability realm. The two had shared a romantic encounter and made a promise, yet now she already had descendants. Even so, he held no resentment because it had only been a fleeting bond of fate. Returning to the present, Chu Xiu said, if there's nothing else, we'll depart tomorrow. Zhu Ziyue replied, very well, I've troubled your highness enough today, so I'll see you tomorrow. Just then a voice transmission echoed in his mind, rebellious disciple, come see me immediately. It was Qi Mengdai, but after spending the entire previous night passionately entangled with Sister Hua, Chuzu felt exhausted and firmly refused. No, my back really hurts today and I only want to rest. Elsewhere, Qi Mengdai was biting into an apple. Hearing that her rebellious disciple actually dared refuse her order, she frowned and her expression instantly turned icy. How can this be? I've already prepared everything, yet that rebellious disciple actually dares not come. She immediately entered the treasure chamber and carefully took out a box. This was the special farewell gift she had prepared for him before his training journey, but since that hateful, rebellious disciple refused to come collect it, she could only deliver it herself. Inside the cave residence, Chu Xiu was meditating seriously while the little chicken leisurely roasted meat beside the fire, remarking, this kid is still squeezing in cultivation before leaving. He's actually quite diligent. Chu Xiu suddenly thought that he seemed to have forgotten to claim the reward from his previous Major Realm breakthrough, so he immediately called inwardly, System, show me the records. The system immediately displayed a detailed notification, detected that the host possessing the primordial sacred body has broken through the extreme divine bridge realm, triggering a special reward. Half of the restoration secret, would you like to claim it? Chu Xiu answered without hesitation, claim it now. He rejoiced inwardly that the system had generously rewarded the restoration secret, one of the renowned 9 secrets in the world's strongest healing divine art, which at profound mastery could regenerate the true body from a single drop of blood, making it no less precious than the character secret and even superior for survival. Though unfortunately this was only half the technique and therefore far weaker than the complete version. By then, the meat had roasted golden and the little chicken held up a fragrant rabbit leg toward Chu Xiu and invited, Virgin boy, the spirit rabbit is ready, want some? Once you leave the Holy Land, you won't get another chance. Chu Xiu stretched and stood up, shaking his head, no, eat it yourself, I need to rest and recover my strength. While the little chicken happily gnawed the rabbit leg, Qi Mengdai's icy voice suddenly sounded behind it. Where is that rebellious disciple? The little chicken boldly blocked her path, still holding the rabbit leg and pointing it at Qi Mengdai as it shouted, woman, little Chu is sleeping. No one is allowed to disturb him right now. Ignoring the warning, Qi Mengdai calmly walked past and said indifferently, you're merely a little chicken, yet you dare block my path. As she passed, the little chicken suddenly looked up and saw something so shocking that its eyes widened and beak dropped open. Then its nose sprayed blood like a fountain before it collapsed unconscious from blood loss. Qi Mengdai ignored it, directly opened Chu Xiu's door and entered while wondering whether that rebellious disciple was truly asleep. The moment she entered, she saw Chu Xiu shirtless and wearing only shorts, sleeping soundly on the bed, and his peaceful, almost innocent appearance made her cover her mouth and chuckle. In his dream, Chu Xiu was soaking in a hot spring surrounded by alluring beauties with curvaceous figures who giggled, Holy Sun, Your Highness the Holy Sun, come play with us. Hearing their sweet invitation, he happily removed his bath towel and rushed toward them, laughing, I'm coming, beauties. Just as his arms wrapped around 2 soft beauties. While enjoying himself, Qi Mengdai suddenly appeared, fiercely pinched his ear and pulled him up, scolding, you truly are one audacious, rebellious disciple. Our child is about to be born, yet you still have the mood to bathe and fool around with strange women here. The sudden turn terrified Chu Xiu when he saw Master holding their child, making him jolt awake and shout. Seeing him awake, Qi Mengdai asked, you're awake? And after regaining his senses, Chu Xiu looked around and froze upon seeing her sitting on his bed, asking in surprise, Master, why are you here? to which she calmly replied, I am your master, so why can't I be here? She then took out a brocade box and opened it, revealing a crystalline substance emitting a rich fragrance, making Chu Xiu hurriedly retreat and raise his hands defensively, saying in confusion, Why, you want to poison and murder your husband? But ignoring him, she stuffed the box into his hands. After calming down and examining it carefully, he was shocked to recognize it as 7th grade dragon ambergris and realized Master had come to help nourish his body. Qi Mengdai stood up to leave and said coldly, This time you're descending the mountain for training, and as your master I can't help you much, so consider this a small farewell gift from me. Making Chu Xiu hurriedly call, Master, please wait. He quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Her face flushed as she stammered, Rebellious disciple, why are you stopping me? While Chu Xiu smiled meaningfully at his beautiful master and slowly said, Master gave me 7th grade dragon ambergris, which is said to form in the Imperial Sea only after the saliva of a great saint realm dragon whale condenses for more than 10,000 years. This truly is an extraordinarily rare treasure, and Qi Mengdai's face reddened further as she avoided his gaze and asked, So what? While Chu Xiu lifted her chin, moved close until their noses touched and their breaths mingled, then mischievously whispered, Since you've given me such a precious gift, your disciple naturally has to repay you properly. The scene shifted to the southern region, at Mystic Inn in White City under Azure Mystic City. At this moment, the 7th princess's luxurious carriage flew through the gates and entered the city. Inside the carriage, Chu Xiu sat opposite the 7th princess Zhu Ziyue and her 2 young maids, with elder Mo Fei Yan beside them, as everyone chatted happily while Chu Xiu smiled and said, I'll tell you a story about a cultivator surnamed Han. Making Zhu Ziyue, Chun Hua, and Qiu Yu eagerly nod before he began telling how this ordinary cultivator trained tirelessly yet achieved nothing. Until a woman named Nan Gong appeared and accepted him as her disciple, making the story increasingly extraordinary. One day, the master and disciple went to slay demons but accidentally fell victim to a strange poison that clouded their minds with desire, causing them to embrace and engage in an intense encounter. By this point everyone should understand what happened next. She smiled charmingly with flushed cheeks and glanced at Chu Xiu, saying, I never expected things to develop like that, while Chun Hua added, But their master and disciple isn't doing that improper. When suddenly a stream of water splashed directly onto Chu Xiu's face, startling him into looking outside the carriage. Seeing this, Zhu Ziyue asked in surprise, Did someone outside splash water at you? Chu Xiu said nothing and coldly searched for whoever dared splash him, only to discover the familiar figure of his breathtaking immortal master Qi Mengdai. Immediately realizing his immortal wife was responsible but not daring to confront her, so he simply wiped his face and awkwardly told Zhu Ziyue, It's nothing, someone probably spilled some water by accident. Outside, Qi Mengdai glared furiously at Chu Xiu inside the carriage and inwardly cursed her shameless, rebellious disciple, insisting she had merely stopped by the great Ming imperial capital rather than secretly protecting him, and was only monitoring him to prevent him from getting involved with other women and damaging the Supreme Origin Holy Land's reputation. While overhearing his story had angered her enough to splash him because she knew the cultivator surnamed Han represented Chu Xiu and the master Nan Gong represented herself. A while later, the 7th princess's carriage stopped before the Xuan Inn in the heart of the city, where a curvaceous female manager personally welcomed them with a smile, saying, Welcome, honored guests, to the Xuan Inn. Please follow me inside. And Chu Xiu quickly entered with the 7th princess Zhu Ziyue and her 2 maids. Upon entering the hall, Chu Xiu turned and asked, By the way, Ziyue, I've always wondered what relationship Zhu Baiyue has with you. And Zhu Ziyue replied in surprise, Holy Son, do you actually know my aunt? Slightly surprised, Chu Xiu continued, I thought you were her biological daughter. I once saw her portrait with a senior and you truly resemble her, so how is she doing now? Hearing this, Zhu Ziyue lowered her head and sadly replied, A few months ago, my aunt passed into the Tao inside the temple atop Cloud Cliff. She seemed to have been waiting for someone, perhaps for decades, and my father said the person she awaited died several months ago, so my aunt chose to pass into the Tao on the same day. Hearing this, Chu Xiu looked saddened and sighed, So that's what happened, what a pity. While that night Qi Mengdai stood on a rooftop outside the inn and suddenly realized she could no longer sense Chu Xiu's aura, wondering how she, of all people, could lose track of a mere other shore realm cultivator. Below, Chu Xiu had put on his aura-concealing mask and quietly left the inn, looking up at Qi Mengdai on the rooftop, and wondering why his master kept following him so closely. Fortunately, this aura-concealing mask helped me escape her notice. He then found a room, pushed the door open, and walked straight inside. The moment he entered, the door automatically shut behind him, leaving the space dark, silent, and gloomy. Suddenly, flames ignited brightly, revealing a table before him and a girl already waiting across from it. Without wasting words, Chu Xiu said directly, "I want information on Liu Hongyi's whereabouts." The girl immediately replied, "The price is 200,000 divine-grade origin stones." Chu Xiu frowned slightly, calculated the amount of origin stones required, then stepped forward and said, "Your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is as greedy as ever," while she coldly replied, "Our intelligence is absolutely reliable. Do you know how many people have been searching for her lately?" Chu Xiu raised 3 fingers and clearly offered 300 drops of 10,000-year stone essence, thinking that the essence he obtained from the desolate beast secret realm finally had a use. Hearing this, the girl immediately stood up, grabbed his hand, and smiled. 400 drops, our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion doesn't bargain. As soon as she finished, a jade bottle appeared in Chu Xiu's hand and he coldly said, "Take it," while she opened it and delighted in the refreshing fragrance before saying, "Not bad, truly excellent. This really is 10,000-year stone essence. I really like this. Do you need any other intelligence?" And Chu Xiu slowly replied, "I have some intelligence I'd like to sell you. Are you interested?" Making her ask curiously, "Oh, what kind of intelligence? Tell me." Chu Xiu closed his eyes and calmly said, "The whereabouts of Emperor Yue Hua's stellar scripture." The girl exclaimed in shock, trembling as she asked, "Really? You truly know where Yue Hua's stellar scripture is?" And Chu Xiu smiled, "With your vast intelligence network, verifying it should be easy, right? I know exactly who currently possesses Emperor Yue Hua's stellar scripture, and in exchange I want a creation life fruit and at least 4 kinds of rare natural treasures for body refinement. Once you've prepared everything, we'll exchange the goods for the intelligence." And she leaned closer and softly replied, "Fine, I'll gather those rare treasures. Where shall we trade next time?" With Chu Xiu nomming the upper capital city before she answered, "All right, I'll contact you as soon as everything is ready." He quickly returned to the inn. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw the chick lying on the stone table, now larger with several long feathers. So he sat against the table, looked toward the roof and smiled, "Master, aren't you tired standing on the roof so long? If you are, come inside and rest with your disciple." Ji Mengdai was startled and turned around. Wondering when he had noticed her, she flew down before him and asked with flushed cheeks, "How did you know it was me?" Chu Xiu stood up, dusted off his clothes, and smiled. "Even from such a distance, your disciple can still smell the unique fragrance coming from Master's body." After saying that, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the room. She cried out in alarm, "Rebellious disciple, let go of me right now. What are you trying to do to me again?" He pushed her onto the bed, leaned over her, and kissed her repeatedly. "Master, you followed your disciple all the way here because you missed me, didn't you?" She struggled and replied, "What are you imagining? I came to Central Province on business, happened to pass by here and happened to see you, so I merely stopped by." While she explained, his hands grew restless and he smiled wickedly. "That's even better since you're already here. Everything else can wait, so Master, please continue teaching your disciple tonight." She panicked, "Show me some respect." But before she could finish, his actions left her clutching the mattress tightly. Muffled cries escaped her lips, "Ah." The two remained passionately entangled for hundreds of rounds until she neared her limit and struggled to say, "W8." Chu Xiu asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" She gasped, "I'm about to break through. My lightning tribulation is coming." Hearing this, his expression immediately changed. Outside, dense tribulation clouds covered the sky as thunder roared. Inside the room, he frowned and said, "A 4th stage Great Saint Lightning Tribulation." She pushed him away and stood up. "Yes, I need to cross space to undergo the tribulation." Chu Xiu handed her a jade bottle and smiled. "A 4th stage Great Saint Lightning Tribulation possesses boundless power. If you can't withstand it, drink this at the critical moment. It can replenish your vital energy and life force." She accepted the jade bottle and realized it contained 10,000-year stone milk, thinking that at least this rebellious disciple still showed some filial concern. She then opened a spatial passage and immediately departed. Within that space, lightning gathered above Ji Mengdai into a dark purple thunder dragon that roared endlessly with its eyes locked onto her, while Ji Mengdai sat cross-legged and calmly circulated her vital energy. Although she always seemed gentle before Chu Xiu, she was actually extremely strong-willed and extraordinarily talented. At the same time, she summoned a treasured sword that released bone-chilling cold in every direction, gripped it tightly and shouted, 3 swords of frozen extinction, first form, 10,000 miles frozen. Her figure shot upward as she directly confronted the enormous thunder dragon. Qi Mengdai stepped forcefully through the void and unleashed the second form, Abyssal Frost. 2 sword lights appeared, the first slashing directly at the thunder dragon while the second swept across its head. Without stopping, she immediately unleashed the third form, Frozen Annihilation. But the next moment, the thunder dragon opened its mouth and blasted a bolt of lightning directly into her. The heavy blow severely injured her, fresh blood spilling from her lips as she stared at the thunder dragon and thought, I never expected a mid-stage Great Saint Lightning Tribulation to be this violent, far beyond normal. After hesitating briefly, she took out the jade bottle of 10,000-year stone milk given by the rebellious disciple Chu Ziu, opened it and drank a mouthful, instantly healing the injuries caused by the thunder dragon while fully restoring her true essence. Qi Mengdai then gently touched 2 fingers to her abdomen and cast a protective spell over the beloved child she shared with the rebellious disciple Chu Ziu. In the sky, the thunder dragon charged down again and launched a furious assault against her. Qi Mengdai opened her eyes wide and stared coldly at the thunder dragon, resolving inwardly, Qi Mengdai, I am determined to overcome this tribulation. Outside, Chu the Samonic quietly stood by the window, gazing toward the distant sky where lightning flashed and vast heavenly might could still be felt from thousands of miles away, his eyes filled with worry as he silently prayed, My precious master, please don't let anything happen to you. What would I do without you? 3 double hours later, the lightning tribulation finally dispersed, and Qi Mengdai gently floated through the air. Thanks to the 10,000-year stone milk, she survived this tribulation and successfully entered the 4th level of the Great Saint realm, then gently stroked her belly with loving eyes, sensing the tiny life within and thinking with relief, fortunately, the baby is fine. Qi Mengdai then left the lightning tribulation space and returned to Chu Ziu's room. The moment he saw his beloved beautiful fairy master appear, Chu the Samonic immediately brightened, clapped his hands and smiled. Congratulations, master, on successfully overcoming the tribulation. Hurry inside and stabilize your cultivation. Qi Mengdai softly acknowledged him, then turned before leaving and said, Thank you, rebellious disciple Chu Ziu, for your 10,000-year stone milk, otherwise the outcome of this tribulation would have been uncertain. While Chu the Samonic confidently smiled, No need to be polite, do we still need to thank each other? Hearing this, Qi Mengdai gave him an affectionate glare and smilingly scolded, Rebellious disciple. She turned away while secretly worrying, why was this lightning tribulation so much stronger than when I broke through to the 3rd level of the Great Saint realm? It was nearly 5 times stronger, which makes absolutely no sense. Early the next morning, Chu Ziu looked utterly exhausted and sleep-deprived as he pushed open the door while yawning, and everyone could probably guess why he was so tired. Just then, he encountered 7th Princess Zhu Zai Yue along with Chun Hua and Qiu Yu, who were entering the courtyard to find him. Seeing Chu Ziu's exhausted appearance, Princess Zhu Zai Yue worriedly asked, Your Highness the Holy Sun, you don't seem to look very well. Hearing this, Chu Ziu felt guilty and wondered, is it really that obvious from my face? He immediately straightened himself and seriously said, I'm cultivating a peerless divine art that consumes a little vitality, so don't worry, making the princess cover her mouth and laugh. So that's why. While Chun Hua admiringly said, Your Highness the Holy Sun truly works hard, and Qiu Yu repeatedly nodded with a smile. Before long, the carriage arrived and the driver's voice sounded, Your Highness the Holy Sun, Princess, the carriage is ready and we can depart at any time. Not seeing Mo Fei Yan, Chu Ziu asked, Where is Elder Mo? And the driver replied, Before dawn, Azure Dream Town ahead reported large numbers of demons and requested aid from Mystic in city. So Elder Mo immediately went ahead and said he would wait for us after resolving the matter. Hearing this, Chu Ziu frowned and thought, Large numbers of demons have infiltrated human territory. That's strange, since normally demons don't openly attack densely populated human settlements and instead hide in the shadows causing trouble. So why would they suddenly attack such a large town? Chu the Samonic quickly returned to his carefree demeanor, yawned, and said, The demons have always been unpredictable. Let's depart first. I'm sure Elder Mo will handle everything, while secretly grinning as he planned to investigate in case some rare treasure had appeared there. Thus, the carriage carrying Chu Ziu and Princess Zhu Zai Yue slowly rose into the sky and departed Mystic in city, soon flying across a vast grassland where green grass rippled like waves beneath the cool breeze. Princess Zhu Zai Yue leaned beside the window with her chin resting on one hand, half closed her eyes and took a refreshing breath, saying, The scenery across this grassland is so beautiful. Sitting opposite her, Chu the Semonic looked melancholy and sighed inwardly. What a pity, with scenery this beautiful, doing what should be done with master here would surely be perfect. As soon as he thought this, images of his blushing fairy master and her cries during their intimate martial exchanges filled his mind, nearly making him drool, unaware that 4 people were secretly watching from the distant reeds, where Xiao Yifeng and 3 masked female assassins hid beneath the dense grass waiting to ambush him. As Xiao Yifeng smugly thought, Chu Xiu, your death has arrived. Once he felt the opportunity was ripe, he charged forward first, followed by 3 female assassins of the divine ability secret realm. Glaring viciously at Chu Xiu, he shouted, Chu Xiu, a weakling like you thinks you're worthy of being the holy son of the supreme origin Holy Land. Only I deserve that position, now die. After speaking, Xiao Yifeng unleashed his concealed weapons with all his strength. They whistled toward Chu Xiu's carriage, but a gigantic hand suddenly appeared and casually swept every concealed weapon away, leaving the 3 female assassins horrified as they thought, how can this be? Isn't Elder Mo absent? Does Chu Xiu have another guardian protecting him? The gigantic hand continued sweeping forward, sending Xiao Yifeng and the 3 female assassins flying backward as miserable screams rang out. Hearing the commotion, Chu Xiu, the 7th princess, and the 2 young maids Chun Hua and Qiu Yu poked their heads out and exclaimed in surprise. On the ground, Xiao Yifeng and the 3 female assassins lay scattered across the grass. Ji Mengdai stood proudly in midair and looked down at the 4 with an icy voice. Xiao Yifeng, you've joined forces with those rats from the One God Dragon Society to take Chu Xiu's life. And upon hearing the familiar voice and seeing her figure, Xiao Yifeng's expression changed drastically as his heart sank, prompting him to scramble up, kneel trembling and plead, Master, your disciple knows he was wrong, please forgive me. Ji Mengdai looked coldly at him and sighed. Did you think I didn't know you were deliberately targeting Chu Xiu? First you incited Jian Lingyan to cripple Chu Xiu's Sea-Wheel realm cultivation, then sent people to hunt him in the Desolate Beast secret realm, and now you've even colluded with those rats from the One God Dragon Society to assassinate him, making Xiao Yifeng's entire body tremble uncontrollably. Ji Mengdai stared at Xiao Yifeng and calmly said, It's not that I never gave you a chance, but that you failed to cherish and seize it. Xiao Yifeng abruptly raised his head, sweating heavily and staring in disbelief as he trembled. Master, are you going to kill me because of Chu Xiu? Ji Mengdai's cold eyes remained unmoved as she silently watched him, while Xiao Yifeng's face turned from pale to livid and twisted with rage as he shouted, that useless Chu Xiu was chief senior brother for over 30 years, so what gives him the right to become holy son? I'm the finest true disciple of Cloudmist Peak, can't you see that, master? Ji Mengdai softly asked, is the position of chief senior brother really that important to you? And Xiao Yifeng slammed his fist into the ground, replying, how could it not be? Only by becoming chief senior brother and then holy son can I gain enough power to avenge my parents. He raised his tear-streaked face and continued, Master, why do you favor Chu Xiu so much? Even though he's useless, you still insisted on giving him the position of chief senior brother. Ji Mengdai's gaze darkened as she sighed. Back when I guarded the Heavenly Dawn Kingdom and entered seclusion, the demon barbarians suddenly attacked Mount Qi County. Chu Xiu's parents, the governor and his wife, sacrificed themselves to protect the retreating civilians, so to repay this debt of gratitude, I made Chu Xiu the chief true disciple of Cloudmist Peak. Hearing this, Xiao Yifeng threw back his head and laughed madly. Haha, so that's why I only lost because of the debt left by Chu Xiu's parents. I never lost to Chu Xiu. But Ji Mengdai immediately interrupted. Xiao Yifeng, you lost because of your own character. No matter how you justify it, harming fellow disciples for personal gain was wrong. Xiao Yifeng looked at her in surprise before smiling. Master, I wronged Chu Xiu before, so please tell him that the Aoyang clan of the Eastern Continent possesses the impersonation secret art, one of the legendary 9 secrets. Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you, truly sorry. After speaking, he gathered his strength and struck his own chest, severing his heart meridians as blood sprayed from his mouth. His body collapsed onto the grass, staining it red with blood, and everything happened so quickly that Ji Mengdai could not stop him, leaving complicated emotions surging within her. Not far away, Chu Xiu witnessed everything and thought, he's dead. Did Master kill him? No, she would never kill Xiao Yifeng. Something else must have happened, so I'll ask her tonight. As the scene shifted to Green Dream Town, Chu Xiu's group stopped at an inn, where 7th Princess Zhu Zai Yue and the 2 maids Chun Hua and Qiu Yu laughed excitedly at the chicken's exaggerated stories. Sitting alone in his room and sipping tea, Chu Xiu calculated silently that only after reaching Green Dream Town and meeting Elder Mo did he discover there had never been any large-scale demon barbarian attack, merely a low-level fox demon causing trouble that the locals had wildly exaggerated. This was probably all a trap set by Xiao Yifeng to lure the tiger away from the mountain and separate Elder Mo from me, he thought, never expecting his master to secretly follow and protect him as he calmly sipped his tea. Suddenly sensing Qi Mengdai's familiar aura, Chu the Samanic glanced toward the door and inwardly rejoiced, "Oh, has master arrived?" As an incomparably beautiful and graceful figure appeared before him. Chu the Samanic pretended not to notice anything, leisurely approached Qi Mengdai, naturally took her soft hand and gently asked, "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" Qi Mengdai looked sorrowfully at Chu Xiu and replied, "Xiao Yifeng is dead." Hearing this, Chu Xiu pretended to be horrified and anxiously asked, "Why did second junior brother suddenly die? What happened?" While the system immediately mocked, "Haha, host truly is a masterful hypocrite." Qi Mengdai withdrew her hand, sadly sat at the tea table and sighed. "It's a long story, so we'll discuss it later. But before dying, Xiao Yifeng asked me to tell you that the impersonation secret art, one of the legendary 9 secrets, is currently held by his enemies, the Aoyang clan of the Eastern Continent." Making Chu Xiu smile gently and stroke his chin as he thought, "Xiao Yifeng, even before dying you deliberately dug a pit for me, but this is one pit I must jump into." Behind him, Qi Mengdai poured herself some tea and calmly asked, "Chu Xiu, are you planning to go to the Aoyang clan and seize the impersonation secret art?" Chu Xiu stepped close to the stunning immortal beauty and suddenly kissed her cheek, leaving Qi Mengdai frozen with flushed cheeks. Chu the Samanic immediately adopted a righteous expression and declared, "How can you call it stealing the impersonation secret art? Your disciple is going to avenge second junior brother. His enemy, the Aoyang clan of the Eastern Continent, is also my enemy, and now that he is gone, as his chief senior brother I must naturally shoulder this vengeance. After all, we're fellow disciples bound by deep brotherhood." But Qi Mengdai knew her rebellious disciple too well and glared at him, saying, "Out of every 10 sentences you speak, I'd struggle to find even one sincere one." While Chu the Samanic held her hand, wrapped his other arm around her waist, and grinned, "How could that be? Everything I say is sincere. When I said I wanted you, didn't I mean right now? Could that also be false?" Making Qi Mengdai blush and scold, "Rebellious disciple, shut up before I suppress you right now." "Suppress me like this?" Chu the Samanic replied as his restless hand quickly loosened her belt. Qi Mengdai cried out in surprise, "Rebellious disciple, stop talking nonsense," while Chu the Samanic smiled with even greater interest at her embarrassed expression. Qi Mengdai folded her arms and seriously asked, "Do you really intend to go to the Eastern Continent? The Aoyang clan cannot be underestimated. They have 2 peak minor saints guarding the clan, so without borrowing the Holy Land's power, they'll be difficult to handle." But Chu Xiu calmly replied, "No need, I have my own way." After saying this, Chu the Samanic took out a golden cultivation manual, confidently wrapped an arm around Qi Mengdai's waist, and said while walking, "My good master, it's already dark, so hurry and pass your teachings on to your disciple." But Qi Mengdai, already familiar with his tricks, shouted, "Get lost. Don't touch me, rebellious disciple, or I'll suppress you right now." Yet not long afterward, the two were entwined together on the bed, while the cultivation manual lay forgotten to one side. She tightly gripped the bedsheet, gritted her teeth with a flushed face, and continuously let out soft moans, while Chu the Samanic smiled contentedly and snapped his fingers, causing the bed curtains to slowly descend and conceal them. In the dim space, Chu the Samanic gripped his master's hair and moved with greater force as Qi Mengdai's seductive moans echoed throughout the night. The next morning, outside Chu Xiu's lodging, bright sunlight filled the veranda as a gentle breeze sent leaves drifting through the air, and Chu the Samanic stepped out refreshed, taking a deep breath. He chuckled inwardly, having unlocked several new experiences with his master, and felt that life truly held endless promise. In the garden outside, 7th Princess Zhu Zai Yue smiled brightly and waved when she spotted Chu Xiu by the window, calling, "Your Highness, Holy Son, we should set out now, just one more day and we'll reach the Great Ming Empire." And Chu Xiu smiled, waved back, and replied, "All right." One day later, Chu Xiu's group reached the border of the Great Ming Empire, where tens of thousands of soldiers stood in strict formation around the massive city walls. They all wore polished bright armor, their expressions cold as they gripped long spears, with surging vitality rising skyward. When the carriage carrying Chu Xiu stopped before the city gate, a handsome young man in a red robe rode out from the city to welcome them. This man was Zhou Yunfei, eldest son of the Northern King guarding the Great Ming Empire, and he declared coldly from horseback, "I am Zhou Yunfei, eldest son of the Northern King of Great Ming, and on behalf of my father and the Great Ming imperial family, I respectfully welcome your Highness, Holy Son." Inside the carriage, Zhu Zai Yue frowned and thought, why did second brother not send someone from the imperial clan to receive the Holy Son? but instead let the Northern King's eldest son represent them. How could he be so bold? By then Chu Xiu and the others had left the carriage, so Zhou Yunfei immediately dismounted, cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, your highness, holy son, and greetings, elder Mo." The soldiers were astonished and whispered, "Is that imposing young man really the holy son of the supreme origin Holy Land? Truly worthy of being an outstanding genius nurtured by an immortal realm Holy Land. His bearing is extraordinary." While Zhou Yunfei politely said, "Your highness, holy son, please come with me," as Chu the Samanic stepped out refreshed and took a deep breath. Zhu Ziyue frowned angrily and cursed inwardly. "Is this bastard openly trying to steal him away? How can I allow that?" Thinking this, she gently tugged at Chu Xiu's robe, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Surely your highness, holy son, will not follow Zhou Yunfei. After all, the holy son said along the journey that we were good friends." Yet Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan followed Zhou Yunfei away without hesitation, leaving Zhu Ziyue frozen in disappointment as she watched his back and complained inwardly, "Didn't we agree we were good friends and promised to travel together?" Suddenly the chicken's telepathic voice sounded in her mind. "Ziyue, silly little girl, don't be so nervous, hee." The chicken perched on Chu the Simonic's shoulder turned toward her and continued, "Don't worry, everything old Chu does always has a deeper reason." Chu Xiu and Zhou Yunfei boarded the waiting carriage and quickly departed, escorted from behind by 10,000 imposing soldiers. Besides the two of them, the carriage held a handsome man and an exceptionally beautiful woman, both clearly young prodigies, and Zhou Yunfei introduced them. "Your highness, holy son, this is Brother Biao, the only son of the Pine Cloud Sword Sect Master, a rare genius of our southern region at the Middle Divine Ability Realm." Whereupon Biao cupped his hands and smiled. "I am Biao, honored to meet your highness, holy son," before Zhou Yunfei pointed to the woman and continued. "This is Fairy Biao, senior disciple of the Moon Jade Palace, also at the Middle Divine Ability Realm, and though she looks delicate, her combat strength is formidable." While Fairy Biao gracefully bowed amid swirling immortal energy and said, "Greetings to the holy son of the supreme origin Holy Land," as the system suddenly appeared and laughed, "Host, when did you meet them, and how did I never know about it?" Chu Xiu smiled faintly and slowly explained to the system, "Back when I was Chu the Samanic, I once cultivated the soul seed art. This art can implant a soul seed into the soul of any cultivator below the divine bridge realm, and as their cultivation rises, the soul seed gradually grows with them. Eventually, the caster's soul imprint forms deep within that cultivator's soul, ensuring there will be no rejection when the caster attempts possession." The system laughed after hearing this. "Host, you truly plan far ahead, even preparing your own escape route so thoroughly. But I never expected you wouldn't even spare women. Are you planning to possess a woman's body too? Ha ha ha." Just then Zhou Yunfei took out a jar of fine wine, filled everyone's cups and smiled. "Come, why hesitate? Let's drink, your highness, holy son. You must taste this premium peach blossom drunken wine," and its rich fragrance instantly filled the carriage. Biao raised his cup and thought silently, "This truly is rare fine wine, but what exactly do these three want from me?" At this moment, Zhou Yunfei raised his cup toward Chu Xiu and said, "Your highness, holy son, I believe the imperial family's annual tribute of 700,000 divine essence stones to the Holy Land is far too little." Hearing this, Chu Xiu asked, "Then what does Brother Zhou suggest?" And Zhou Yunfei replied, "The supreme origin Holy Land guards the southern region and protects our great Ming Empire, so we should offer 1.2 million each year to show sufficient sincerity, with another 100,000 reserved personally for your highness." Whereupon Chu Xiu saw through their intentions and bluntly said, "You came to me because you want my help with your rebellion, correct?" And Zhou Yunfei hurriedly replied, "This cannot really be called rebellion. It is mainly for the bright future of both the Holy Land and our great Ming Empire." As soon as he finished, he personally handed Chu Xiu 20,000 divine essence stones, and looking at the stones in his hand, Chu Xiu smiled with satisfaction, knowing this lucrative deal could be negotiated further since everyone stood to benefit. Outside, Qi Mengdai, Chu Xiu's stunningly beautiful master, was secretly concealed nearby. And since she had followed closely to protect him, she heard everything and saw every action of her rebellious disciple, making her lips twitch as anger surged within her while she thought, "This damned rebellious disciple actually dares accept bribes so shamelessly while pretending to act righteously. And if Zhu Ziyue saw this, she would probably vomit blood from rage. I will remain silent for now and see exactly what this rebellious disciple is planning." On the other side, after finishing their negotiations, Zhou Yunfei and Chu Xiu stepped out of the carriage, and Zhou Yunfei smiled brightly as he cupped his hands and said, "Your highness, holy son, rest assured that once we reach the upper capital, I will personally deliver the remaining items to you." While inwardly he was overjoyed and nearly wanted to leap with excitement, because with the supreme origin holy son's support, it was only a matter of time before the great Ming Empire changed ruler. Thinking this, Zhou Yunfei turned to Fairy Biao, cupped his hands and smiled. From now until we reach the upper capital, Brother Yang and I cannot associate too closely with His Highness the Holy Sun because of our identities, so I'll have to trouble Fairy Biao to receive him for us." And Fairy Biao smiled. "Young Master Zhu is too polite." Afterward, Chu Xiu returned to 7th Princess Zhu Ziyue's carriage. Inside the carriage, Chu Xiu suddenly said, "Change course immediately, I want to visit Cloud Cliff." And although Zhu Ziyue was surprised and confused, she did not question him and softly replied, "Yes." After traveling for a while, Zhu Ziyue finally asked cautiously, "Your Highness the Holy Sun, what did Zhou Yunfei say to you?" And Chu Xiu casually replied, "Nothing important, we merely discussed how to usurp the throne," leaving Zhu Ziyue stunned by what she had heard. After calming down, she stared wide-eyed at Chu Xiu and anxiously asked, "Your Highness the Holy Sun, are you planning to help Zhou Yunfei and his people?" But Chu Xiu calmly shook his head. "Of course not, though even without my involvement, they already plan to seize the throne when the new king ascends, and to them I'm merely a spectator used to add some excitement to their play." Hearing this, Zhu Ziyue and her two maids Chun Hua and Qiu Yu immediately knelt before him. Weeping as Zhu Ziyue pleaded in a trembling voice, "Your Highness the Holy Sun, please save our great Ming," while Chun Hua hurriedly added, "The Northern King's forces are now extremely powerful and our Chu family cannot resist them, so now that they've rebelled, only you can save us." Chu Xiu slightly curled his lips and leisurely rested his chin on his hand while looking at Zhu Ziyue. "Ziyue, I actually have a way to resolve your crisis and even permanently eliminate this threat to the Chu family. But I have a bad habit of preferring fair trades, so if I help you, what will you give me in return?" The system suddenly appeared and cursed, "Damn, host is truly cunning. You just took benefits from one side and now you want a profit from the other too. Such shamelessness is truly rare," before deciding to reward him with 200 breakthrough points. Hearing the word return, Zhu Ziyue's face flushed as she imagined repaying him with herself, then lowered her head shyly and stammered, I agree to give myself to you. Is that enough?" Meng Dai, hidden outside, widened her eyes in shock, her mind seemingly filled with 3 enormous question marks. Even the little chicken on Chu Xiu's shoulder covered its beak with a wing and giggled. Chu Xiu suddenly flicked Zhu Ziyue hard on the forehead and frowned. "What nonsense are you thinking?" And Zhu Ziyue pitifully asked, "What, don't you want me?" Making Chu Xiu shout, "Want you my foot, where has that little mind of yours wandered?" Sweat covered Chu Xiu's forehead as he thought that no matter how shameless or despicable he was, he would never lay hands on the junior of his woman, especially when her aunt had once died for him. Eavesdropping outside, Chi Mengdai frowned and thought, "This little girl is still so young, yet why does she have no sense of propriety? Can't she learn to behave gracefully and properly like me?" Before long, 7th Princess Zhu Ziyue's carriage finally arrived at Cloud Cliff Peak. The driver loudly reported, "Princess, Your Highness the Holy Sun, we've arrived at Cloud Cliff Peak." And still embarrassed by what happened earlier, Zhu Ziyue hurriedly got off first and said somewhat angrily, "Your Highness the Holy Sun, enjoy your walk. Ziyue will take her leave." While Chu Xiu followed with a smile, "Fine, send this news to your father or imperial brother, and I'll discuss the exact price with them later." Hearing this, Zhu Ziyue felt deeply grateful and turned back, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness the Holy Sun, for agreeing to help our imperial family." While Chu Xiu smiled, "No need to thank me, it's all for mutual benefit, both sides gain from this." Afterward, Chu Xiu walked alone toward the summit of Cloud Cliff Peak. At the mountaintop, he slowly approached a stone slab beneath a tree, its surface smooth as jade from someone frequently cultivating there, and after silently examining it, he noticed something unusual and thought, "This stone really isn't ordinary." He raised his hand and drew a mystical pattern, whereupon a clear female voice emerged from the stone. "Little man, sister knew you wouldn't die so easily," making Chu Xiu wonder in surprise. Could this voice belong to Zhu Baiyue? Suddenly, a female phantom flew out from the stone, causing Chu Xiu to step backward. The phantom of Zhu Baiyue became clear, revealing her breathtaking face as she said, "After all, you're more afraid of death than anyone in this world and more cunning and sinister than anyone else. Don't ask where I'm going, I only know I'm heading to a place called Honghua, somewhere extremely distant, and perhaps we will never meet again in this lifetime." The phantom floated closer and gently touched Chu Xiu's face with tender eyes, then continued, "If you ever have the chance, please look after the Chu family for me, consider it a debt I owe them, and finally, you wicked man, sister loves you." Before Zhu Baiyue's spiritual phantom gradually faded away, her face filled with affection and a lingering smile. Chu Xiu stood silently for a long time, gazing toward the sky and thinking, Honghua, that name again, just what kind of place is it? How could Zhu Baiyue reach that place? Could she also possess a treasure like my stone mirror? Chu Xiu wondered before rejecting the idea, since traveling to Honghua through the stone mirror imposed a time limit of at most 3 months before returning to the firmament continent, leaving him lost in unanswered questions until Fairy Master Chimeng Dai's familiar voice sounded. Were you just reading a spiritual imprint? And he turned and replied, yes. Chimeng Dai asked suspiciously, I couldn't sense anything at all, so how did you know there was an imprint hidden inside that stone? Finding his suspicious master's expression rather adorable, Chu Xiu casually sat on a nearby rock and smiled. I naturally sensed it after touching the stone, what else could it be? But Chimeng Dai remained doubtful and asked, then why did you suddenly want to come to the summit of Cloud Cliff? Prompting Chu Xiu to smile meaningfully. Why does such a proper woman ask so many questions? Could it be that you want me to deal with you? Making Chimeng Dai angrily scold, you rebellious disciple, before slowly sitting beside him. But before she could sit firmly, Chu Xiu quickly grabbed her wrist. He pulled her directly onto his lap, wrapped both arms around her slender waist and admired his beautiful fairy master's flushed face before teasing softly. Master, with such a beautiful time and scenery, this is perfect for you to pass your teachings on to your disciple. And the familiar words combined with the strange sensation beneath her made Chimeng Dai turn crimson as she shouted, rebellious disciple, what are you trying to do in broad daylight? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu the Samonic reached out, grabbed his master's breasts and pressed down firmly. Chimeng Dai could only stiffen and endure it, shouting, rebellious disciple, you're utterly shameless. And after teasing his immortal master for a while, Chu Xiu excitedly brushed her red lips and smiled. Tonight I'll deal with you properly, come somewhere with me, making Chimeng Dai ask in surprise, where are we going? Before angrily scolding the rebellious disciple and slowly sitting beside him. Soon afterward, Chu Xiu led her to a temple at the foot of the mountain. The two entered a small room containing a towering stone statue, and Chimeng Dai asked suspiciously, rebellious disciple, why did you bring me here? But Chu Xiu remained silent, stepped before the statue and lightly touched its forehead with his index finger. Brilliant five-colored light immediately burst forth. Blood-red light flickered on the statue's forehead as a stone box appeared, which Chu Xiu quickly caught, while Chimeng Dai asked in astonishment, how did you know this was hidden inside the statue? When did you come here? And Chu Xiu casually replied, you'll understand once you see it, why ask so much? Curiosity killed the cat. After speaking, Chu the Semonic turned and walked away, saying, let's go, we're heading to Upper Capital City, with a sly smile curling at his lips. One day later, 7th Princess Zhu Zai Yue's carriage brought everyone to the prosperous Upper Capital City, imperial capital of the great Ming dynasty. Inside the carriage, she smiled at Chu Xiu and said, your highness holy son, once eunuch Chen escorts you and elder Mo to the Supreme Origin Holy Land Embassy, we'll take our leave. And Chu Xiu replied, all right, until we meet again. Before long, Chu Xiu and elder Mo Fei Yan stood before the Supreme Origin Holy Land Embassy, and with the chicken perched on his shoulder, he strode proudly inside, immediately attracting admiring looks from nearby female disciples and stewards. A blonde female disciple said, everyone says His Highness Holy Son is never arrogant and is always friendly with fellow disciples, and the rumors are indeed true. While a black-haired disciple covered her mouth and giggled, His Highness Holy Son is truly so handsome, and a pink-haired disciple agreed, especially when he smiles, my heart practically melts. Chu Xiu approached the pink-haired woman and smiled warmly, good sister, please ask the kitchen to prepare some delicious dishes for me, I have a guest tonight, making her blush and stammer, while inwardly rejoicing that His Highness Holy Son had spoken to her and even called her good sister. Night soon fell and Zhou Yunfei voluntarily visited Chu Xiu at the embassy, where the two repeatedly raised their cups in the spacious reception room until they were drunk, while in a distant corner the chicken held a meat skewer beneath its wing, and thought that a guest really had come, and little Chu was indeed quite sharp. Chu Xiu smiled calmly, brother Zhou, don't worry, I know exactly what I need to do, while inwardly thinking that Zhou Yunfei was truly generous to give him 300,000 divine origin stones, and the tipsy Zhou Yunfei replied, naturally I trust His Highness Holy Son completely. My father is currently in seclusion and asked me to send his regards, and once he emerges, he'll personally come apologize, before eventually rising to leave and praising the wine's exceptional flavor, to which Chu Xiu slyly replied, of course, I specially prepared this wine to entertain brother Zhou. Also, tell your honored father there's no need for such courtesy or talk of making amends. Once everything succeeds, we'll hold a grand celebration together. And Zhou Yunfei threw an arm around his shoulder and laughed. Exactly, everything His Highness Holy Son says makes perfect sense. Chimeng Dai had heard everything while hiding behind a painting, and once Chu Xiu returned, she stepped out and questioned him, What you gave Zhou Yunfei wasn't fine wine at all, but poison, wasn't it? Facing her accusation, Chu Xiu calmly sat down, poured tea, and smiled. My beautiful immortal master, once I decided to help Zhu Ziyue, that Zhou Yunfei naturally became my enemy. Showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to yourself. After cultivating for so many years, surely master understands that. But Qi Mengdai snorted coldly. I don't need you lecturing me. I simply think your method is despicable. You're a holy son yet resort to poisoning. Aren't you afraid the world will mock you if this gets out? Suddenly, Chu Xiu pulled her onto his lap and smiled wickedly. Whether the cat is white or black doesn't matter. As long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. While Qi Mengdai blushed and struggled, rebellious disciple, stop putting your hands all over me. Suddenly she looked toward the door and warned, someone is coming. Outside stood immortal Biao holding a wine flask and small cups as she knocked and said, Your Highness Holy Son, I've come to visit you. While inside, Qi Mengdai frowned jealously. You're meeting a female cultivator this late at night? You truly have no regard for me. And Chu Xiu hugged her waist and smiled. Hide for a while, and after I'm finished, I'll keep you proper company. The door opened and Biao entered alluringly in a pale green dress, saying, Your Highness Holy Son, I've brought some premium rose nectar wine. Would you care to taste it? Chu Xiu stood and replied, Of course, place it on the table first. While Qi Mengdai, hidden nearby, irritably thought that immortal Biao of the Moon Jade Palace had actually brought both beauty and wine to seduce her rebellious disciple. HMPH, let's see just how firm this rebellious disciple's willpower really is. While she was still thinking, Chu Xiu embraced Biao, lifted her chin, brushed his fingers across her red lips and leaned close, whispering, Fairy Biao. And she softly replied, Your Highness Holy Son, let me help you. While Qi Mengdai clenched her fists and cursed inwardly, You rebellious disciple, do you really treat me like air? Before he said, Please leave us for a while. Once I'm finished, I'll keep you good company. Suddenly, she noticed an unusual change in Biao's eyes. She wondered inwardly, what kind of sinister art is this, and why do Biao's eyes now look exactly like that rebellious disciple's? It turned out Chu Xiu had long planted the soul seed art within her and completely controlled her will. So he took out a black jade bottle, handed it to her, patted her shoulder, and coldly ordered, Take this back and find a chance to let Zhu Long smell the flower fragrance inside. Be extremely careful not to be discovered. Then wait exactly 2 hours before reporting to Zhou Yunfei that your mission is complete. And Biao obediently replied, All right. She immediately left and vanished into the night while Qi Mengdai asked, What exactly did you do to her? And Chu Xiu crossed his arms and replied, Just a minor soul control technique. So she asked again, When did you do it to her? And he answered, The last time I drank with them. This deadly poison is called 3 flowers converging at the crown and is formed from 3 completely different poisons, one of which I already tricked Zhou Yunfei into drinking, while Fairy Biao will take the second portion back to Zhu Long. And the final portion of the poison is currently in my hands. When separated, these 3 poisons are completely harmless, but if all 3 appear within 1,000 meters of each other, their effects instantly activate, and even a great saint like Zhu Long will lose 40% of his cultivation. After hearing this, Qi Mengdai sat on the edge of the bed and coldly said, You truly are vicious, plotting to destroy someone immediately after meeting them. But even if Zhu Long loses 40% of his strength, you still cannot defeat him. Then lowered her head with a faint sneer. Don't tell me you expect your master to help you. Keep dreaming, I absolutely won't help. Hearing this, Chu the Samanic merely smiled and took out the stone box obtained from the statue earlier, then confidently said, I never said I needed you to act, because inside was a 7th grade entrapment killing formation plate that could activate instantly once supplied with enough divine essence stones. So he continued, Once Zhu Long loses 40% of his strength, do you think he can still survive? Qi Mengdai looked at him suspiciously and asked, Do you have enough divine essence stones? And Chu Xiu smiled warmly. Have you forgotten, didn't Zhou Yunfei generously give me plenty of divine essence stones? Friends naturally help each other, ha ha ha. After speaking, Chu the Samanic quietly poured a cup of tea and personally handed it to Qi Mengdai, who looked utterly doubtful about life itself, sighed softly, closed her eyes and murmured, Being your friend really is miserable. Completely unsuspecting, she accepted the tea and drank it all in one gulp, but immediately sensed something wrong as her body suddenly grew burning hot, making her stare at Chu Xiu in shock and urgently ask, Wait, what exactly did you just make me drink? Holding the wine bottle, Chu Xiu smiled calmly and slyly replied, It's the rose jade nectar wine that Fairy Biao just delivered, causing Qi Mengdai to shout in horror, Do you know what that is? The rebellious disciple leaned close to his fairy master's flushed face and spoke gently yet cunningly. Of course your disciple knows. I'm simply worried I won't be able to defeat Zhu Long, so I must prepare thoroughly beforehand. Please help your disciple raise his cultivation a little. Surely master doesn't want me to lose to Zhu Long. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu quickly pinned her onto the bed despite Qi Mengdai's weak resistance and said, "Master, please lie face down." The rebellious disciple smiled suggestively and lightly slapped his fairy master's rounded backside, making the startled Qi Mingdai involuntarily let out a shy moan, while Chu Xiu looked increasingly pleased as she lay still under his control. And Chu the Samanic smugly teased, "My master is so obedient," before preparing to make his decisive move, leaving Qi Mingdai unable to react except to clutch the bedsheets, shut her eyes tightly, and unconsciously cry out in pain and indescribable emotion. Throughout that night, the two continued their intimate struggle without pause, their moans echoing through the room amid the lingering, suggestive atmosphere. After several intense hours, Qi Mingdai lay exhausted and motionless on the bed without any strength left, while the rebellious disciple remained energetic, straightened his clothes, and leisurely walked outside, deliberately turning back before leaving to smile meaningfully and say, "Master, you've worked hard, get some sleep." But immediately after leaving the room, Chu Xiu's body suddenly trembled violently and he staggered, nearly falling before grabbing the door for support, seemingly pushed to his limit after his intense encounter with Qi Mingdai, as he complained inwardly, "That medicine was far too powerful. Next time I definitely need to reduce the dosage." Suddenly, Chu Xiu noticed three figures standing outside the door and narrowed his eyes suspiciously, wondering who would visit him this late at night, then stepped outside without hesitation and saw three people completely covered in cloaks, so he asked, "What business do you have with me?" Whereupon the person in the middle immediately approached, clasped his hands and pleaded, "Your Highness, Holy Son, please save our Zhu family." The person lowered his hood, revealing a haggard and worried face belonging to Zhu Yang, Emperor of the Great Ming Empire, and recognizing him, Chu Xiu calmly said, "Please follow me into the reception room." While Chu the Samanic inwardly observed that after only a few decades apart, his brother-in-law had visibly aged, with graying hair and deep wrinkles around his eyes, nothing like the imposing tiger-like figure of the past, showing that sitting on the great Ming throne had hardly been pleasant. He then led Zhu Yang and his two children into the reception room, where the four sat around the tea table, and Chu Xiu took the initiative, looking directly at Zhu Yang and saying, "That girl Zai Yue must have explained the situation clearly to you, right? If you want my help, I won't work for free. I have two conditions." And Zhu Yang immediately replied, "Your Highness, Holy Son, please speak. As long as it is within our Zhu family's ability, we would accept even several conditions, let alone two." Chu Xiu slowly raised two fingers and said, "First, I want 2 items from your imperial treasury, and second, after everything succeeds, the Northern King's entire fortune must belong to me." And although the imperial treasury contained many treasures, they were meaningless if the family perished, while the Northern King's wealth was never truly theirs anyway, making neither condition too difficult. Zhu Yang agreed without hesitation and nodded, "That is no problem at all." So Chu Xiu gently closed his eyes and said, "All right, you may return," while Zhu Zai Yue and Zhou Ziyu immediately stood up and sincerely asked, "Does your Highness, Holy Son, need us to assist with anything?" Chu Xiu smiled confidently, "Just keep everything as usual and leave everything that follows to me." Early the next morning, as soon as Chu Xiu stepped outside, he saw his fairy master sunbathing on the veranda. She leisurely ate plump red cherries, her beautiful face making even the simple act of eating look adorable. He approached and asked, "Master, didn't you say you still had something important to do?" Qi Mingdai sat up, closed her eyes with an aloof yet slightly sulky expression and said, "What, do you think I'm blocking your way?" Chu Xiu seriously nodded, "Indeed," while she calmly examined a cherry and replied, "This is the upper capital, not your private territory. I can stay wherever I like. What right do you have to interfere?" Chu Xiu crossed his arms, looked down at her and grinned, "Master, stop acting so shamelessly or your noble and aloof fairy image will completely collapse." But Qi Mingdai dismissively waved her hand, "Rebellious disciple, get lost. I can't be bothered with you," then popped the cherry into her mouth. Chu Xiu smiled bitterly and thought, "This woman is truly far too clingy. I only hope Sister Hua doesn't become like this someday." Suddenly, Chu the Semonic placed a hand on her shoulder and gently pushed her back onto the chair, then leaned close before she could react and mischievously smiled at her beautiful face. "I have some business outside. You're forbidden from following me, and if you disobey, you know the consequences," leaving Qi Mingdai with no choice but to remain silent. The rebellious disciple continued teasing, "Since you're silent, I'll take that as agreement, and don't secretly follow me because I'll immediately sense your aura," making her frown, turn away, and angrily say, "Who would bother doing that?" Before Chu Xiu left the Supreme Origin Holy Land Embassy and headed deep into the upper capital, reaching a filthy district filled with all kinds of people, foul-smelling streets, and rows of ragged beggars. He turned through several alleys and about half a double hour later stopped before a rundown shop. As soon as he appeared, a woman who seemed to have been waiting immediately beckoned him inside, saying, "Guest, please follow me," and Chu Xiu silently followed her deeper within. They stopped before a pitch-black room where no sunlight entered, and as they arrived, eerie blue flames suddenly ignited and illuminated half the chamber, revealing the woman who had previously traded with Chu Xiu waiting across a black stone table, prompting Chu the Samanic to ask directly, "Have you prepared what I need?" She smiled seductively, "I've been waiting for you a long time. All the rare heavenly treasures you requested are inside," then tossed a storage pouch onto the table, which Chu Xiu quickly caught. He then took out a recording jade token, casually slipped it into her cleavage, and said, "This contains information about the whereabouts of the Moonlight Imperial Scripture," leaving the woman stunned for several breaths by how naturally he acted. She then lowered her gaze toward her full chest, the corners of her lips curling with amusement. The scene shifted to that same night. In the upper capital, inside the Northern King's underground secret chamber, Shang Jiang, Northern King, stood before someone hanging upside down from the ceiling and slowly said, "Zhu Long, I have good news for you. Last night someone secretly tried to poison me." He laughed, "Haha, unfortunately for them they failed." Zhu Long asked hoarsely through the pain, "Shang Jiang, what exactly are you trying to do?" He sneered, "What am I doing? Naturally, I want to ascend the throne as Emperor of Great Ming, and did you know your precious son dreams of becoming Crown Prince? Tell me, shouldn't I help him fulfill that beautiful dream?" Making Zhu Long grind his teeth and roar furiously, "That unfilial bastard." Shang Jiang, Northern King, smiled sinisterly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Once I successfully become Emperor of Great Ming, I can sacrifice its countless citizens to awaken the human extinction banner," making Zhu Long angrily shout, "The Supreme Origin Holy Land will never let you succeed." Yet inwardly he felt utterly helpless, thinking that he had spent his entire life fighting for Great Ming and protecting countless citizens, only to have a demon steal his identity and turn him into a supposed traitor. Shang Jiang, Northern King, transformed back into Zhu Long's appearance and laughed smugly. "Ha ha, Zhu Long, you still don't know? Your precious son has invited the Supreme Origin Holy Sun to Drifting Snow Lake, and I'm about to discuss usurping the throne with him," making Zhu Long cry out in shock. "What? The Supreme Origin Holy Sun supports your rebellion? That's impossible." Before leaving, he mocked, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of your wife and children for you. Zhou Yunfei is such an obedient son, and your princess consort is quite voluptuous too," making Zhu Long struggle madly against his chains and roar desperately, "Shang Jiang, I swear I'll kill you, you won't die peacefully." The scene shifted to Drifting Snow Lake Island, where the Drifting Snow sect was based. On the noisy top floor of a bustling tavern, two women excitedly discussed the latest news from the firmament continent, saying that Senior Qi Wuhen of the Artifact God Sect would visit Great Ming in half a month to borrow the Purple Radiance Divine Flame from the Divine Flame Sect for artifact refinement, with a grand tournament also being held in the upper capital where invited young talents could compete. And the woman in red added that Qi Wuhen had supposedly promised to personally refine an artifact for the tournament's strongest contestant, while nearby Chu Xiu, drinking tea with Zhou Yunfei, curiously asked, "Brother Zhou, is Qi Wuhen the one who created the origin returning refinement method?" And Zhou Yunfei nodded. "Exactly, that method was created by him specifically to deal with the demon race." Chu Xiu smiled slightly and calculated inwardly. "I've wanted to refine that artifact for a long time, and I never expected this famous artifact-refining grandmaster to come to the southern region," while also thinking that the fake Zhu Long was unexpectedly vigilant since Fairy Biao had failed to poison him, though fortunately her identity had not been exposed. Just then, a loud announcement came from outside. "The Northern King has arrived." And Chu Xiu turned toward the entrance, thinking, "He's here already. Perfect timing, let me see what he's capable of." Shang Jiang, Northern King, appeared disguised as Zhu Long, carrying the imposing bearing of a war god. Wearing magnificent robes with deep eyes and a cold, intimidating face that others could barely look directly at, he approached Chu Xiu and Zhou Yunfei's table, whereupon Zhou Yunfei immediately stood and introduced him with a smile. "Father, this is the renowned Holy Son of the Supreme Origin Holy Land, His Highness Chu Xiu." And the Northern King cupped his hands and smiled, "An honor to meet your Highness the Supreme Origin Holy Sun," while Chu Xiu returned the greeting, "Greetings, Northern King." The three quickly sat down, and the Northern King raised his cup toward Chu Xiu, saying, "Your Highness the Holy Sun, allow me to toast you with this humble wine," while Chu Xiu raised his own cup and politely replied, "The Northern King has rendered outstanding service to the nation, so by rights I should be the one to toast you." While sipping his wine, Chu Xiu secretly observed him and grew suspicious, thinking, "Why do I sense a demonic aura from him? No wonder Fairy Biao failed to poison him. This Northern King must have had his identity replaced by a demon beast." Northern King probed, "Your Highness Holy Son, has anyone else learned about what my son discussed with you these past few days?" Chu Xiu pretended to be clueless. "You mean the plan to seize the throne? Only Elder Mo knows about something this serious. Has something gone wrong?" While holding his cup and secretly thinking he should play along first, then find a chance to poison and eliminate him. Suddenly, Zhou Yunfei screamed and collapsed, making Northern King anxiously ask, "Yunfei, what's wrong?" While Chu Xiu also feigned concern, "Brother Zhu, what's happening to you?" The atmosphere froze before a woman's scream rang out as Zhou Yunfei convulsed on the floor, his eyes rolling back and blood pouring from his mouth. terrifying everyone. Chu Xiu pretended to panic. Brother Zhou, have you been poisoned? And Northern King nodded before immediately channeling his true essence into him, then gravely said as Zhou Yunfei's pupils contracted and breathing quickened, "This poison is extremely vicious. If it isn't expelled within 30 breaths, Fei will certainly die here." He anxiously instructed, "Fei, focus on protecting your meridians while I use true essence to force out the poison," appearing worried while inwardly calculating that Zhou Yunfei absolutely could not die lest his identity be exposed. So he used all his strength until green smoke soon rose from Zhou Yunfei's body. Chu Xiu immediately retreated and shouted, "That smoke is highly poisonous. Everyone get away quickly," causing the terrified crowd to scatter. Standing aside and covering his mouth with a secret smile, he thought meaningfully, Northern King, you want to match wits with me? You're only worthy of drinking my foot-washing water. My poisoning scheme has succeeded perfectly, and now it's your turn to take the stage." A girl cried in horror. Who is bold enough to poison young Master Zhu in broad daylight right in front of Northern King? Just then, Immortal Biao burst through the window, thrusting her sword directly toward Northern King and Zhou Yunfei. He seized the sword hilt as killing intent surged and growled, "So it was you." Everyone stared in confusion, suspecting she had poisoned him, while a blue-robed youth said, "Probably not. She was always a close friend of Brother Zhu." Chu Xiu watched coldly as blood-red light flashed deep in his eyes and secretly transmitted, "Immortal Biao, self-destruct now." An earth-shaking explosion instantly rocked the pavilion and forced Northern King backward as he exclaimed in shock, "She actually self-destructed." At that moment, an old woman stepped from the void, none other than Elder Moon Jade, and questioned him with overwhelming killing intent. "Northern King, why did you so ruthlessly attack my grand disciple?" Northern King hurriedly explained, "I didn't kill her, she self-destructed." But Elder Moon angrily gripped her staff and snapped, "Self-destructed? Why would my precious grand disciple do that? I once supported you in becoming emperor, yet you dared harm my treasure. It seems I've misjudged you all these years." A brilliant golden crescent mark appeared on her forehead as she shouted, "Jade Moon Wheel, kill him," and a green moon revolved around her body as a battle between Saint Realm experts erupted, shaking the heavens. The spreading shockwaves violently shook the entire upper capital city. While Chu Xiu watched the fierce battle intently, a young woman suddenly rushed over with an anxious expression and pleaded, "Your Highness, Holy Son, please step forward and persuade them to stop." At that moment, his master Qi Meng Dai's voice transmission sounded in his ear, "Rebellious disciple, great saints are fighting in upper capital city, so don't join the commotion and return here immediately." Chu Xiu calculated that his master was already looking for him and this dangerous place was no longer suitable to stay, so he turned toward the surrounding crowd, politely cupped his hands, and smiled, "Friends, something urgent has suddenly come up at home, so please excuse me for leaving first." Elsewhere, Qi Meng Dai sat quietly in her room with her chin resting on her hand, looking visibly annoyed as she muttered, "That rebellious disciple never gives anyone peace. Who knows where he's gone causing trouble again. With all that excessive energy, he truly deserves a beating." Half an hour later, Chu Xiu returned to the Supreme Origin Embassy. The moment he stepped onto the stairs, he saw the embassy manager hurrying down and asked, "Are you going to stop that battle?" While the old woman bowed slightly and respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness, protecting Upper Capital City's safety is my duty." Hearing this, Chu Xiu offered no advice and quietly returned to his room thinking, "Forget it, it's best not to interfere with another person's fate and karma." While inside, Qi Meng Dai played the zither alone and immediately questioned him upon seeing him enter, "Rebellious disciple, something this serious happened in the capital and you still didn't return sooner. Where exactly did you go?" Chu Xiu closed the door and calmly replied, "I just returned from meeting Northern King. I hurried back when I heard Master calling me," making Qi Meng Dai curiously ask, "You met Northern King? Then why is he fighting to the death with the former palace master of the Moon Jade Palace?" Chu Xiu leisurely sat close beside her, boldly wrapped an arm around Qi Meng Dai's waist, and smiled, "That battle isn't important. What matters is that I suspect Northern King's identity has been replaced by a demon, and that creature's cultivation is extremely profound, making it very difficult to deal with." Chu Xiu smiled meaningfully, stroked his chin, and glanced at his stunning master, saying, "The situation in Upper Capital City is far too complicated, so how about we master and disciple escape first?" Making Qi Meng Dai glare and angrily shout, "Didn't you promise Zhu Ziyue that you'd help the Zhu clan? Why do you want to flee after encountering a little danger?" While Chu Xiu muttered, "This is called being cautious. What would a morally upright woman like Master understand?" "If you don't understand, you'd better stay quiet." And hearing this, Qi Meng Dai angrily sprang from her chair and shouted, "Rebellious disciple, what did you just mutter? A morally upright woman? You dare speak of me like that? Are you asking for a beating?" while Chu Xiu gave a wicked smile and circulated energy through his right hand until his palm glowed golden, instantly sealing Qi Mengdai's cultivation before smugly saying, "Master, don't forget that I can seal your cultivation whenever I want." "Master, you've become rather arrogant lately. Have you forgotten how I subdued you before? Perhaps today I should help refresh your memory." Qi Mengdai panicked and hurriedly replied, "No, absolutely not. It's still daytime outside." Chu Xiu pulled out a black ribbon, leaned close to her beautiful face, and whispered playfully into her ear, "Oh, my beloved master, since when have we cared whether it's day or night? Besides, once you close your eyes, isn't everything dark anyway?" And after speaking, he blindfolded the beautiful fairy, making Qi Mengdai desperately shout, "Damn rebellious disciple, if you're truly a man, release my seal right now." Chu Xiu pressed her onto the bed and smirked wickedly. "You want me to release the seal? Absolutely impossible." Then the two began an intense clash, leaving only Qi Mengdai's soft, alluring cries echoing through the room. 2 hours quickly passed before the fierce battle finally ended, and as always Chu the Samanic emerged victorious, while the exhausted Qi Mengdai fell asleep on the bed and Chu Xiu refreshed himself, straightened his clothes, and prepared to leave. As soon as he opened the door, he met Zhu Ziyue approaching, and she immediately bowed, "Greetings, Your Highness, Holy Son," while Chu Xiu nodded and asked directly, "How is the investigation? Have you brought me Zhu Long's information?" And Zhu Ziyue replied, "Everything has been delivered in full." Suddenly her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and Zhu Ziyue hesitated as if wanting to say something, so Chu Xiu asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" And she widened her eyes, pointed at his cheek, and said, "Your Highness, Holy Son, there's a lipstick mark on your cheek." Startled, Chu Xiu hurriedly wiped away the remaining lipstick and awkwardly lied, "That's not lipstick, it's a scratch from the naughty cat in my room," when a female disciple suddenly rushed over in panic and cried through her tears, "Something terrible happened, Your Highness, Holy Son," prompting Chu Xiu to immediately ask, "What happened to make you panic like this?" The female disciple sobbed, my master's soul tablet just shattered," and hearing this, Chu Xiu thought in shock, could the person in charge of the embassy really be dead? At the same time, within another space in the upper capital, true Lord Heavenly Divination stood amid the dark void with a grim expression, staring at a masked, black-robed figure and demanding, "Why did you insist on killing her? Didn't you know she was in charge of the Supreme Origin Holy Land's embassy?" The black-robed figure coldly replied, "That old woman saw you use a demon race divine ability, so what better choice was there than killing her to silence her?" While the upper capital's northern king rubbed his brow and sighed helplessly, "You could have captured her alive, why did you have to kill her? We've truly stirred up a hornet's nest this time, and the Supreme Origin Holy Land will certainly send experts to investigate our use of imperial authority to conduct blood sacrifices for the human annihilation banner." Hearing this, the black-robed figure laughed sinisterly and confidently said, "Don't worry, before acting I already sealed the entire upper capital, so no information can leave for the next 24 hours. Great Saint Zhu Long, the only great expert here, is already under your control, while Jade Moon and the Supreme Origin Embassy's overseer have both been killed by us, so who in the upper capital can possibly stop us now?" But the Northern King still worriedly said, "The Supreme Origin Holy Land's Holy Son is also currently in the capital," and the black-robed figure arrogantly replied, "He's merely an immature brat of a holy son. There's nothing to fear. I could crush him to death whenever I please." The black-robed figure turned and left, adding, "Stop wasting time, hurry to the Imperial Palace and destroy the formation cores of the Star Formation, while I prepare to activate the Blood Sacrifice Formation." Inside Chu Xiu's room at the Supreme Origin Embassy, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared and reached out to tightly grip the elderly stewardess by the throat. At this moment, Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdai were carefully watching a recorded projection showing the entire process of the killer murdering her. Qi Mengdai frowned gravely and said, "This person possesses terrifying strength and has certainly reached the middle great saint realm, and together with that fake Northern King, the upper capital may be facing two great saints." While Chu Xiu rested his chin in thought and said, "I originally planned to send someone back to inform the Holy Land, but the space around the upper capital has been completely sealed and no message can escape." Then looked at Qi Mengdai and suggested, "Master, their ambitions seem enormous and they intend to swallow the entire upper capital, so why don't we flee and take the Zhu family with us? As long as they survive we won't be considered faithless." But Qi Mengdai closed her eyes thoughtfully and asked, "If we leave, what will happen to the hundreds of millions of mortals here?" Determination flashed in her eyes as she said, You may leave, but I absolutely cannot, because protecting the peace of an entire region is an unavoidable responsibility of a Holy Land cultivator. Suddenly, Chuziu took her soft hand and smiled warmly. Since you've decided, go to the Imperial Palace immediately, because whatever their scheme is, they must first destroy all 99 formation cores of the star formation. And Qi Mengdai worriedly asked, then what about you? Chuziu held her hand between both of his and gazed at her gently. My life is far too precious for me to foolishly play the self-sacrificing saint. So of course I'll hide safely inside the embassy and wait for you to return. You must be careful and absolutely not let anything happen to you. And hearing his words, Qimengdai became slightly embarrassed, turned away and said, at least you rebellious disciples still have some conscience, so stay here obediently and don't foolishly run around outside. Chuziu smiled and replied, Master, don't worry, I'll obediently stay in the room and wait for you to return, but you must be careful and keep yourself safe. Before long, earth-shaking explosions thundered above the Imperial Palace as smoke and flames engulfed the surroundings. At this moment, Shangjiang Northern King revealed his true form as a cunning male nine-tailed fox and glared at Qi Mengdai. Qi Mengdai, I never expected you to be in the upper capital, what a surprise. Qi Mengdai tightly gripped her ice crystal longsword as a phantom world of drifting snow appeared behind her, radiating tremendous pressure, and shouted, Thousand-faced true lord, so you're the one who dared impersonate the Northern King. While Shangjiang Northern King arrogantly laughed, indeed it was me, so what can you do about it? As Qi Mengdai's face turned icy, she charged forward with her sword and shouted, Third sword of the ice snow annihilation realm, causing countless snowflakes to freeze into a gigantic ring before erupting into interwoven sword intent that violently slashed toward the fox. The thousand-faced true lord's pupils contracted as he snorted, using a supreme sword divine ability against me right from the start. As he spoke, he gripped his saber, silver hair fluttering in the wind, and slashed forward with all his strength while roaring, Break! As a dazzling blade light tore across the sky and shattered Qi Mengdai's frozen domain into countless fragments. Qi Mengdai immediately twisted aside to avoid the residual force, her brows raised in fury and her blade-cold gaze locked onto the thousand-faced true lord. She raised her sword again and plunged straight down from the sky like a falling meteor. Seeing this, Shangjiang Northern King's expression changed drastically as he angrily shouted, You crazy woman! Black Soul, stop watching and get over here to help me, I can't defeat her alone. Before he finished speaking, Black Soul appeared before him and unleashed a gigantic pitch-black palm strike directly against Qi Mengdai's ice snow world. After helping Shangjiang Northern King neutralize the attack, Black Soul sneered, Ha ha, Shangjiang Northern King, you look truly pathetic right now, while the latter awkwardly replied, For some reason, ever since this woman broke through to the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm, her strength has become unbelievably terrifying. Black Soul glanced at Qi Mengdai with a cunning smile and said, Let's attack together, no matter how powerful she is, she cannot survive against both of us. Suddenly, a dark red pressure erupted from below and pierced straight into the sky, shocking both the thousand-faced True Lord and Black Soul. Shangjiang Northern King's face turned pale as he anxiously looked toward the underground prison holding Zhu Long and exclaimed, This is bad, someone has broken the prison restriction and is trying to free Zhu Long. Black Soul immediately ordered, Go deal with Zhu Long now, we absolutely cannot let him recover his strength, because if he joins forces with Qi Mengdai, we'll be in serious trouble. And Shangjiang Northern King repeatedly nodded before rushing toward the Northern King's residence while inwardly cursing whoever had ruined his perfect plan. Qi Mengdai angrily shouted, Don't even think about escaping, and gripped her ice crystal longsword to chase Shangjiang Northern King, but Black Soul immediately blocked her path and sinisterly smiled, Don't leave so quickly, our battle isn't over yet. Qi Mengdai's heart filled with anxiety because she knew exactly who had dared break the restriction and rescue Zhu Long, so she immediately sent a voice transmission. Rebellious disciple, didn't you say you'd hide safely inside the embassy? How dare you deceive me? Shangjiang Northern King is heading toward you right now, so you must be extremely careful, and if you can't defeat him, run away immediately. Hearing Master's deeply concerned voice transmission, Chuziu confidently smiled and replied, Master, don't worry, I Chuziu am no saint and have never wanted to be some world-saving hero. But if my own woman is being harmed, I cannot simply stand by and watch. While high above, Qi Mengdai swept her icy gaze across Black Soul and shouted majestically, Get out of my way. Unlike her urgency, Black Soul remained unusually calm, his wicked gaze roaming over her slender figure as he lecherously laughed. I've heard you possess the heavenly fragrance body, and dual cultivation with you can greatly increase one's cultivation. So fairy resistance is useless now, just look at what's behind me. Immediately afterward, Black Soul summoned the Human Extinction Banner, whose sinister energy spread into a terrifying black curtain covering the surrounding. Blood energy surged violently from the Human Extinction Banner, crazily devouring the life force of countless civilians and eroding their bodies. No one could resist and could only watch helplessly as their bodies gradually disintegrated, with thick blood mist rising and staining the entire sky red, making Chi Mengdai turn deathly pale and cry out, "That's the Human Extinction Banner, you've actually activated the blood sacrifice formation." Below, the upper capital was engulfed everywhere in a crimson sea of blood and bones. Desperate cries for help echoed everywhere. "No, I don't want to die." A man with a face pale from terror looked down at the small child in his arms being consumed by the Human Extinction Banner's power and wailed desperately, my son, my son." Witnessing the tragedy, Chi Mengdai became solemn and quietly pressed 2 fingers against her belly, reinforcing another protective layer around her and Chu Xiu's child as she prepared to burn her blood essence, break through the sealed space, and fight Black Soul to the death. When a steady and resolute voice suddenly came from afar, "Cloudal Peak Master, I've come to help you deal with Black Soul." As the voice faded, an imposing figure in battle robes appeared behind Chi Mengdai, none other than Zhu Long, gripping a long spear with unrivaled momentum. Seeing him, Chi Mengdai immediately approached and anxiously asked, "Is Chu Xiu safe?" And Zhu Long calmly replied, "His Highness the Holy Sun is unharmed. He said he would personally hold off Shang Jiang Northern King and asked me to come assist the Cloudal Peak Master," causing the anxiety in Chi Mengdai's eyes to turn into determination as she said, "Then let's quickly finish off Black Soul." Seeing Zhu Long appear, Black Soul gritted his teeth in furious resentment and hissed, "Thousand-faced true lord, why hasn't that idiot killed you yet?" Realizing he was at a disadvantage against 2 great saints at once, Black Soul could only turn and flee while Chi Mengdai and Zhu Long immediately pursued him. With Zhu Long roaring, "Black Soul, you and Thousand-Faced dared wreak havoc upon the mortal world and even tried to awaken the Human Extinction Banner to destroy it, defying the heavenly Tao, so today marks your end." Chi Mengdai pursued relentlessly, unleashing all her power to condense countless razor-sharp ice crystals and fire them at him. Black Soul's body was riddled with ice crystals that froze inside him, leaving him in unbearable pain as he stared at her in terror and roared, "Damn it, Chi Mengdai, let me go." At that instant, Zhu Long seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and drove his spear into Black Soul's abdomen, spraying black energy and blood everywhere and sending him to the underworld. Chi Mengdai and Zhu Long silently watched Black Soul's corpse fall before Zhu Long urged, "Cloudmist Peak Master, let's hurry and support the Holy Sun." Hearing this, Chi Mengdai immediately formed a seal and tore open the void, her face pale from exhaustion or worry for Chu Xiu as she thought, "That rebellious disciple is only in the other shore realm. Can he withstand a great saint's attack? Nothing must happen to him. He must hold on until I arrive." Outside Northern King's residence, countless cultivators and civilians who had escaped the great blood sacrifice were drawn by the loud commotion inside when a sharp voice suddenly shouted, "Little true lord, don't even think about escaping." Inside, Chu Xiu held the Azure Dragon Tyrant Sword and cheerfully chased the Heavenly Evolution True Lord as though playing with him, while the latter, now skinny as a starving ghost and dressed like a beggar, fled in terror while screaming, "You damn freak, stay away from me. Stop chasing me or I'll jump." And when Chu Xiu showed no sign of stopping, Shang Jiang Northern King immediately leaped from the high building. He landed face first, cracking the stone ground like a spider web. The crowd outside rushed over to watch, and someone recognized him and exclaimed, "That's Shang Jiang Northern King. Isn't Shang Jiang Northern King a great saint? What happened to leave him in such a miserable state?" At that moment, a figure appeared atop the roof with glowing red Tao patterns beneath his feet and the Azure Dragon Tyrant Sword resting on his shoulder, his bare upper body revealing powerful muscles and 8 defined abdominal muscles, while his long black hair fluttered wildly, giving him an incomparably heroic presence. His handsome appearance and aura stirred countless women below, and someone recognized him and shouted, "That's the Supreme Origin Holy Sun, His Highness Chu Xiu." Could His Highness Chu Xiu really have reduced Shang Jiang Northern King to this miserable state? While another woman excitedly cried, "His Highness Holy Sun is so impressive." Just then, Chi Mengdai emerged from the void and hurried toward Chu Xiu, but after seeing the entire scene, she felt slightly annoyed and thought, "That rebellious disciple actually drove a great saint into such a desperate state, truly his style." Meanwhile, Chu Xiu leaped down from the rooftop, raising the Azure Dragon Tyrant Sword high and slashing directly toward the Heavenly Evolution True Lord lying on the ground. His lips curled into a smile as he shouted, "Shang Jiang Northern King, let me send you on your way. But suddenly the human extermination banner flew in from nowhere and blocked Chu Xiu's fatal strike as an unexpected change occurred, with the artifact's spirit inside releasing a faint trace of demon emperor aura. Terrifying pressure swept across everything and suppressed the entire sky, turning the surrounding cultivators deathly pale as they collapsed trembling to their knees. While one stammered, "This is the aura of an ancient emperor." Yet Chu Xiu still gripped the azure dragon tyrant sword and forced it downward, blood tears appearing in his eyes as he sneered confidently. "You're merely an artifact spirit stained with the lingering aura of a demon emperor. Even if the demon emperor himself descended here, so what? If I, Chu Xiu, refuse to kneel, no one in this world is qualified to force me down." Shang Jiang, Northern King, was stunned at first, but then wild joy surged through him as he laughed smugly at Chu Xiu. "Haha, Chu Xiu, I admit your methods defy the heavens, but you simply cannot kill me. With the human extermination banner protecting me, neither you nor anyone here can kill me, hahaha." As soon as he finished speaking, an icy voice echoed through the air, "Then let me try killing you." As Tai Suzai slowly stepped from the void in a jade-green dress, her hem fluttering gently and her bearing resembling an immortal descending from the ninth heaven, with flawless jade-white skin and a slender, graceful figure. Her face was cold as ice, her eyes deep as an endless abyss, and her blue hair fell over her shoulders, forming a breathtaking appearance that was both overwhelmingly powerful and incomparably noble. Seeing Tai Suzai appear, Chu Xiu smiled and inwardly rejoiced. Elder Mo truly works quickly. The moment the restriction disappeared, he immediately invited the Holy Lord here, while Shang Jiang, Northern King, panicked at the sight of her and cried, "Tai Suzai, you're a senior, how can you bully someone younger like this?" Unexpectedly, Golden Ape also leaped from the void onto the rooftop, his enormous body shaking the entire area upon landing. Seeing Golden Ape, Tai Suzai glanced at him and coldly said, "Demon race, what a fine scheme you've devised, invading human territory, slaughtering my people, and sacrificing them to refine the evil human extermination banner. Yet you still dare accuse me of bullying the weak." And knowing he was in the wrong, Golden Ape forced a smile and replied, "We were at fault this time, so name your price. What conditions will make you spare this white fox?" From below, Chu Xiu suddenly interjected, "I'm the one who defeated Shang Jiang, Northern King, so I want his storage ring plus one soul-gathering golden lotus. I, Chu Xiu, never work for free." Hearing this demand, Demon Venerable Golden Ape grimaced and inwardly cursed. The storage ring is fine, but he's even demanding an extremely rare natural treasure. Does he think our demon race is overflowing with wealth? While Tai Suzai coldly reminded him, "Don't forget, you still owe me 3 rare natural treasures," leaving Demon Venerable Golden Ape furious enough to nearly vomit blood before reluctantly replying, "Fine, I agree. However, the soul-gathering golden lotus grows in the dangerous primordial mist marsh and is extremely difficult to find, so give me 3 days and I'll personally deliver everything." Tai Suzai remained cold as she pointed toward the human extermination banner floating in midair and said, "Today I will seal the demonic aura inside this banner for 300 years as atonement to the innocent souls who died unjustly. Golden Ape, take this demon fox and leave immediately, and never let it bring disaster upon the human world again." Although Demon Venerable Golden Ape was boiling with rage, circumstances left him no choice but to silently accept, grab the Heavenly Evolution True Lord, and prepare to leave. Before disappearing completely into the void, he looked back bitterly and said, "Tai Suzai, you're ruthless." That evening, ordinary life returned to peaceful normality in the prosperous upper capital city, and inside a bustling tea house a young man excitedly stood and declared, "His Highness Holy Son Chu Xiu is truly incredible, especially since he's only in the other shore realm. Supreme Origin truly deserves to be the last hegemonic power remaining from the Emperor Fall era, producing the nearly invincible Tai Suzai 3,000 years ago and now another terrifying prodigy like Chu Xiu. Such heaven-defying fortune is truly enviable," while the yellow-robed girl beside him eagerly joined in. Could Chu Xiu become the next Tai Suzai? While Chu Xiu himself sat hidden behind a screen, quietly sipping fragrant tea and listening to the cultivators' lively discussions with an increasingly smug smile. In the rear hall of the Supreme Origin Embassy in Upper Capital City, Qi Mengdai and Hua Liufei sat opposite each other chatting as Hua Liufei curiously asked, "Mengdai, where has your precious disciple gone?" And Qi Mengdai casually replied, "Who knows where he's wandering around now. He probably went to meet someone from the imperial family, saying he wanted something from the national treasury. I can't be bothered managing him anymore. Do you need him for something, or should I call him back for you?" Hua Liufei smiled charmingly and studied Qi Mengdai's expression before teasing, "Mengdai, didn't you say you wanted to travel around and clear your mind? Why did you come all the way to Upper Capital City to do that? Don't tell me you secretly followed your precious disciple to protect him." making Qi Mengdai feel guilty as she slightly shifted her waist, maintained her cold expression, half-closed her eyes, and replied, "Of course not, don't talk nonsense. I merely happened to pass through here. Who knew I'd be unlucky enough to encounter the demon race conducting a blood sacrifice?" Hua Liufei smiled meaningfully and softly said, "Yes, yes, whatever you say is right." Then Qi Mengdai suddenly remembered something and asked, "Speaking of which, why haven't you returned to the Holy Land yet?" Hua Liufei shrugged casually. "I'd have nothing to do even if I returned, so I might as well stay here and relax," making Qi Mengdai exclaim in surprise, "Huh?" While Hua Liufei pretended to be confused, "Huh, what do you mean don't you welcome me staying here?" And Qi Mengdai hurriedly forced a smile. "Haha, of course I do. Naturally, you're very welcome." Just then, Chu Xiu pushed the door open and entered from outside, startling both women as they simultaneously turned toward him. The moment she saw Chu Xiu, Hua Liufei immediately stood up and happily said, "Chu Xiu, you're back." While Chu Xiu was slightly surprised to see the Supreme Origin Master here and replied, "Sister Hua, why have you come to the upper capital?" Without hesitation, Chu Xiu stepped forward, took Hua Liufei's soft hand and happily said, "Good sister, let me invite you for some tea and conversation," making Hua Liufei blush as she gently replied, "Why are you still so impulsive? Your master is sitting there staring at us." While Qi Mengdai felt complicated emotions of jealousy, surprise, and deep suspicion at their intimacy. She wondered when exactly they had become acquainted, while Chu Xiu casually turned toward Qi Mengdai, narrowed his eyes with a smile and asked, "Master, I'm taking Sister Hua out for tea, would you like to come?" And Qi Mengdai immediately replied jealously, "I'm exhausted today, I'm not going anywhere, just go." Hearing this, Chu Xiu coldly replied, "All right, master, then rest early," before taking Hua Liufei's hand and turning to leave. Qi Mengdai froze, having only intended to act spoiled so Chu Xiu would coax her. Yet he casually ignored her, making veins bulge on her forehead as she glared furiously and cursed inwardly. What a bold, rebellious disciple, daring to make a move even on the Holy Lord, and you too, Hua Liufei, you won't even spare my disciple. Beneath the dreamy glow of lanterns, Chu Xiu and Hua Liufei leisurely strolled hand in hand until they stopped at a roadside hairpin stall, where Chu Xiu picked up a floral hairpin and said, "Sister Hua, I think this hairpin suits you perfectly." Hua Liufei blushed slightly and shyly reminded him, "Stop fooling around, your master is watching," while inwardly worrying how embarrassing it would be if her close friends saw them and whether Qi Mengdai would think she was an older woman chasing a younger man. But Chu Xiu calmly smiled and said, "It's fine, we haven't done anything improper, so master won't say anything." Through the mother-child seal's connection, Chu Xiu clearly knew his master had been secretly following them all along. So the young man smiled toward her hiding place and wondered inwardly, has master followed us this long just to watch the excitement? Seeing this, Qi Mengdai became furious, her expression darkening as she frowned and cursed inwardly. "Why are you blushing, you rebellious disciple? Don't you know who Hua Liufei is? If you knew she was the Holy Lord, you surely wouldn't dare tease and touch her like this." Watching Chu Xiu and Hua Liufei tightly holding hands while walking, laughing, and chatting, Qi Mengdai wondered why seeing her rebellious disciple together with Hua Liufei made her feel so uncomfortable. Could it be? Qi Mengdai unconsciously touched her stomach, her gaze becoming unfocused as she thought, "Impossible, how could I possibly be jealous over that rebellious disciple? This absolutely cannot happen." Qi Mengdai was furious enough to explode, clenching both fists to restrain herself while secretly following Chu Xiu and the Supreme Origin Master, thinking, "I'm only doing this for Hua Liufei. It's enough for me alone to endure being bullied by that rebellious disciple." Meanwhile, as Chu Xiu and Hua Liufei strolled through the streets, they encountered a little girl carrying a basket of flowers who looked at Chu Xiu with sparkling eyes and called, big brother, buy some flowers for big sister." Chu Xiu generously bought the entire basket, gently placed a flower in Sister Hua's hair and smiled, praising her beauty by saying, "This is what they call a beauty surpassing flowers," making Hua Liufei blush and affectionately scold him for being silver-tongued. While Qi Mengdai watched from afar and cursed inwardly, disgusting, how can he say something so sickening, rebellious disciple? Why have you never said such things to me before? Was your cultivation stagnant because you hadn't understood this principle? After buying the flowers, Chu Xiu and Sister Hua entered a tea house. Hua Liufei knew perfectly well that Qi Mengdai had been following them, so she glanced over and sent her a telepathic message. "Mengdai, don't overthink it. We merely address each other as sister and brother. There's nothing between us. Go back with me here. Who could possibly hurt Chu Xiu?" Hearing this explanation only made Qi Mengdai more irritated, and she gritted her teeth while thinking, is this supposed to be an explanation? What kind of sister and brother hold hands, embrace shoulders, wrap arms around waists, and even stroll together? This damned rebellious disciple clearly senses me yet pretends not to notice. If I'd known, I would have slapped you to death back then. After Qi Mengdai remained silent for a long time, Hua Liufei couldn't resist asking, Mengdai, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? And Qi Mengdai snapped back to her senses before replying telepathically. I'm fine, we're good sisters, so of course I trust you. Keep strolling with Chu Xiu, I'll head back first. Then vanished into the void, only to appear on the second floor a few breaths later, secretly sitting behind a curtain. She watched Chu Xiu and Hua Liufei while angrily gripping the teacup in her hand, frowning as she thought, you think I'll leave just because you tell me to? Instead, I want to see what tricks this sister and brother pair intends to pull next. On the other side, Chu Xiu respectfully served tea before Sister Hua and invited her to drink, while Hua Liufei smiled and said, don't just pour tea for me, you should drink too. Chu Xiu then moved closer and sat beside Sister Hua, naturally wrapping an arm around her shoulders as he romantically pointed out the beautiful scenery outside and said, you traveled all this way to the upper capital, so relax a little today. And after several gentle massages from Chu Xiu, the Supreme Origin Master's face flushed as she half closed her eyes and leaned fully against his shoulder. Seizing this precious opportunity, Chu the Samanic moved closer and began affectionately checking on her after their days apart, softly calling, Sister Hua, while Hua Liufei merely murmured in response with a faint smile as their eyes met affectionately. And the ambiguous intimacy between the rebellious disciple and the Supreme Origin Master sent Qi Mengdai's jealousy soaring as she gritted her teeth, her fists trembling with rage while wondering where that rebellious disciple's hand was. And the longer she watched, the fiercer her anger became. While Chu Xiu was being affectionate with Tai Suzai, he suddenly sensed something unusual from the Master seal on Qi Mengdai and glanced toward Master, wondering why she felt so anxious and restless. Just then, a loud gong sounded outside the tea house as someone shouted, passers-by, don't miss this, the largest auction held in the upper capital in decades is about to begin, and these are all treasures being auctioned. A young man immediately placed a recording crystal on the table and lightly touched its surface, causing blue light to radiate from it. Images of the upcoming auction items appeared, drawing crowds who gathered and discussed excitedly, while upstairs Chu Xiu and Hua Liufei held hands as they watched. After browsing the items, Hua Liufei smiled and commented, not bad, this piece of meteoric star iron is worth at least 300,000 divine essence stones, while Chu Xiu carefully examined each item until his eyes suddenly stopped on a bronze fragment with excitement. Chu Xiu rubbed his chin and thought with a grin, the missing section on this perfectly matches the immortal Heaven Sword embryo fragment in my possession. I must obtain it. With her profound cultivation, Hua Liufei quickly noticed Chu Xiu's sudden joy and smiled, asking whether he had found something he needed at the auction. Hearing this, Chu Xiu returned to his senses, lifted Sister Hua's hand and gently kissed its back, smiling, Sister Hua truly is my lucky star. While Tai Suzai looked slightly surprised but remained silent with a gentle smile, and Qi Mengdai stared wide-eyed, nearly crying out inwardly, he kissed her again. Chu Xiu gently said, if you're free tomorrow, let's attend the auction together, and Hua Liufei happily replied, sure, I'll go with you. Half a double hour later, Chu Xiu and Hua Liufei left the tea house and he smiled, let me take you to watch a play, making Hua Liufei curiously ask what that was, while Chu Xiu mysteriously replied, you'll know soon. Not far away at a small pottery stall, Master Qi Mengdai was carefully choosing items, holding a cup with an extremely serious expression. Chu Xiu loudly asked, Master, what are you doing? And Qi Mengdai turned around, forcing a smile as she replied, the teacups at home broke, so I came out to buy a few more. Hua Liufei said, such a trivial matter could simply be left to a disciple. Why must the Cloudjewel Peak Master personally handle it? Making Qi Mengdai angrily wonder why she called her Mengdai when Chu Xiu was absent but Cloudjewel Peak Master when he appeared, and her expression was so obvious that Chu Xiu immediately sensed murderous intent and broke into a cold sweat. Hastily finding an excuse to escape, Chu Xiu forced a cheerful smile and said to Sister Hua and Master, I'll go buy drinks for you two, wait here a moment. The moment he finished speaking, Chu Xiu turned and ran away. After he left, Hua Liufei softly explained to Qi Mengdai, Mengdai, Chu Xiu doesn't know my true identity and currently thinks I'm merely an elder of Dao Cloud Peak, so don't expose me or things will become awkward. But Qi Mengdai, still angry, immediately questioned, Your Highness the Holy Lord, putting everything else aside, why are you so intimate with Chu Xiu? You're the Holy Lord, please mind your status and dignity. Hua Liufei smiled awkwardly and said, Chu Xiu doesn't know my identity, so don't misunderstand, our relationship is completely innocent. He simply keeps calling me sister and I can't do much about it. But Qi Mengdai sneered, sister and brother, do siblings hold hands and embrace so intimately? Making Hua Liufei blush slightly but calmly reply, you've misunderstood, while Qi Mengdai said gloomily, I saw it myself. Hua Liufei looked at her seriously and asked, Mengdai, could you be jealous? That isn't appropriate, he's your disciple and you're pregnant, making Qi Mengdai immediately blush and avert her eyes. What are you thinking? Why would I be jealous? I simply think you two aren't suitable, especially with such a huge age difference. While Hua Liufei also blushed and gently said, don't worry, he once said a woman 3,000 years older practically ranks among immortals, but I haven't agreed to anything. Hearing this, Qi Mengdai instantly became furious and widened her eyes. What? He even said that to you? While Hua Liufei honestly replied, don't get worked up. Even if something existed between Chu Xiu and me, so what? We're both cultivators, age differences don't matter, he isn't married and neither am I, so what's wrong with it? Making Qi Mengdai's expression darken as she gritted her teeth. Liu Fei, you've changed. I regarded you as my closest confidant, yet you want to become my disciple's wife. And just as the two stared tensely at each other, Chu Xiu returned with 2 drinks and offered master and sister Hua the upper capital specialty osmanthus nectar to cool their tempers. After he returned, Hua Liu Fei immediately resumed her normal demeanor as though nothing had happened and smiled. Chu Xiu, since we've encountered the Cloudlow Peak Master here, why don't the 3 of us watch the play together? Seeing that Master showed no suspicion, Chu Xiu happily agreed, inwardly delighted that he could watch the play with 2 beauties. Sister Hua truly understands me. She really deserves to be my wonderful sister. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu reached out to hold Qi Mengdai's soft hand while his other hand naturally gave Hua Liu Fei's rear a light squeeze. The 3 then walked together toward the theater. Before long, they arrived, where a play titled The Supreme Origin Divine Maiden Descends the Mountain was being performed on stage. Chu Xiu sat below with Qi Mengdai and Hua Liu Fei, watching attentively. He thought, what a coincidence. This play tells the story of when Tai Su Zai was still the holy maiden and descended the mountain to travel and cultivate. I wonder how Sister Hua feels hearing her past retold. When a nearby boy suddenly pointed at the stage and asked his mother, Mom, is the Supreme Origin Divine Maiden the current Supreme Origin Holy Lord? And his mother smiled. That's right, she's that fairy high above, making the boy firmly declare, then I want to become as powerful as that fairy someday so I can protect Mom. Hearing this, Chu Xiu murmured admiringly, the Holy Lord back then truly was unrivaled beneath heaven. Qi Mengdai glanced toward Hua Liu Fei and thought, that rebellious disciple probably has no idea the Holy Lord he's talking about is sitting right here. After the play ended, Chu Xiu remarked, I don't think this kind of performance can truly be called cinema yet. And when Hua Liu Fei and his master looked at him curiously, he explained that on the distant blue planet, films were also called moving pictures, so images recorded with a recording stone were clearly closer to real cinema. Hua Liu Fei said doubtfully, I've lived on the Skyvault continent for many years but never heard such a definition. So Chu Xiu patiently explained that they could turn the Holy Lord story into script, have actors perform it, record everything with a recording crystal, then screen it for everyone, which would surely be more interesting than watching a lantern shadow play. While Qi Mengdai blushed as she imagined Chu Xiu recording certain scenes with a recording stone. Embarrassed, she began sweating and sighed softly. Sister Hua found the idea very novel and smiled, praising Chu Xiu's proposal as truly worth trying. Just then a voice exclaimed, Brother Chu, you're truly brilliant. And a red-robed man quickly approached Chu Xiu, revealing himself as Yi Hongyu, the 3rd young master of the ancient Yi clan, who excitedly cupped his hands and said, Brother, I wasn't deliberately eavesdropping, but I happened to hear your idea and found it so ingenious that I couldn't help speaking, so please forgive me. Prompting Chu Xiu to ask who he was, and he quickly replied, I am Yi Hongyu. Surely Brother Chu has heard of the Yi clan of the central continent. Hearing the introduction, Chu Xiu rose and returned the salute with a smile. So you're a young master of the renowned ancient Yi clan. May I ask what guidance Brother Yi has for me today? While inwardly judging that this man's cultivation was quite high, likely already in the divine ability realm, and Yi Hongyu leaned closer and whispered after hearing his direct question. Brother Chu, could you explain this project to me in greater detail? I have a feeling it could earn us a fortune. And Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow before asking if he was truly interested, to which Yi Hongyu repeatedly nodded. Of course, let's work together and make money. Brother Chu only needs to provide the method and you'll receive 30% of the profits, while I'll handle all the manpower, materials, and funding. The two immediately sat down as Chu Xiu carefully explained his entire plan while Yi Hongyu recorded every detail with paper and brush. Then Yi Hongyu produced a contract that they both signed, leaving them highly satisfied with the partnership, while the curious Hua Liu Fei whispered to Qi Mengdai, What are those two signing? And Qi Mengdai shook her head. I don't know either, but they're acting very mysterious. After everything was settled, the 3 returned to the Supreme Origin Embassy as night completely descended. Standing outside their rooms, Chu the Samonic suddenly took Sister Hua's hand and hesitantly called, Sister Hua, making Hua Liu Fei pause and softly acknowledge him, while the irritated Qi Mengdai immediately transmitted angrily into his ear, You rebellious disciple, what are you trying to do now? Follow me back to my room immediately. Feeling his master's terrifying pressure and murderous aura, Chu the Samonic forced a smile and said, Sister Hua, you must be tired today, so go rest early. And Hua Liu Fei nodded, "All right, you should rest early too." She turned back toward her room with flushed cheeks, dreamily wondering, if Chu Xiu and I truly become a couple, how should I address Meng Dai then, as Meng Dai or as master? Just thinking about it is unbearably embarrassing. Inside Qi Meng Dai's private room, she immediately cast a soundproof barrier to isolate all sounds from outside. Qi Meng Dai crossed her arms and glared sharply at Chu Xiu, scolding him for becoming bold enough to flirt with an elder from another peak and even romantically eat candied fruit together. But Chu the Samanic immediately pulled a bright red candied fruit skewer from his storage ring and smiled warmly. "Actually, I bought one for you too, but couldn't give it to you earlier because I didn't want Sister Hua discovering our secret relationship." So Qi Meng Dai snatched it away and proudly snorted. "What secret relationship do we have? Aren't we merely an innocent master and disciple? Besides, you keep calling her Sister Hua so intimately that it's irritating to hear." Qi Meng Dai angrily bit several pieces from the skewer and chewed hard while complaining, "Don't think I'll let this go so easily. You even gave her flowers and whispered sweet words about her being prettier than flowers. Weren't you embarrassed saying that? Just hearing it makes me feel sick on Elder Hua's behalf." Yet she suddenly widened her eyes in surprise at the candied fruit because it tasted far sweeter and more delicious than expected. Hearing her mention the flowers, Chu the Samanic pulled another trick by producing a gorgeous pale pink rose, approaching Qi Meng Dai and handing it to her as he said, "Here's your flower. The person I wanted to give flowers to most was actually master, so look carefully. Isn't its color as radiant as the sunset cast by the sun star on the horizon? Its beauty truly moves the heart, but unfortunately it still falls far short of my precious master's beauty," leaving Qi Meng Dai momentarily stunned by the unexpected gift. Although deeply moved inside, she maintained an annoyed expression and snorted, "You smooth-talking brat, stop saying such nauseating things." But Chu the Samanic shamelessly laughed. "My woman is beautiful enough to topple kingdoms, so isn't praising her perfectly natural? Others don't even get the chance to admire you, so how could it be nauseating?" Making Qi Meng Dai angrily shout, "Insolent brat, don't think sweet words can fool me so easily. Tell me honestly, what exactly is your relationship with Elder Hua?" Giving his beautiful fairy-like master a mischievous look, Chu the Samanic teased, "Master, tell me honestly, are you jealous?" And having been exposed, Qi Meng Dai felt guilty but angrily concealed it by shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am your master. How could I possibly be jealous over a brat like you? Since I'm your master, managing you is naturally my responsibility." Chu Xiu boldly wrapped his arms around Qi Meng Dai's slender waist and whispered gently into her ear, "Just agree to it, all right? You're both important wings to me, so why exhaust yourselves fighting over this?" As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Meng Dai punched Chu the Samanic straight in the face, distorting his features. Caught off guard, he fell backward onto the floor as Qi Meng Dai immediately unleashed great saint pressure to suppress the rebellious disciple and angrily shouted, "You shameless rebellious disciple! It seems you've been too lazy to improve your aptitude lately, leaving you with far too much energy. I'm warning you, don't you dare cause trouble here. I'm your master, do you really think I can't discipline a rotten disciple like you?" As soon as she finished, Qi Meng Dai grabbed a whip and walked toward him step by step, making Chu the Samanic panic and shout, "Qi Meng Dai, if you're capable then stop suppressing me with your pressure. If we make too much noise, Sister Hua next door will hear us." Qi Meng Dai coldly replied, "Don't worry, I've already set up a soundproof barrier, so even if you scream your throat raw, nobody will come save you," followed by Chu Xiu's miserable cries, "Qi Meng Dai, please go a little easier on me." And early the next morning, unlike usual, Qi Meng Dai was the first to open the door and step outside. She seemed extremely cheerful, her complexion rosy and full of vitality, while the familiar figure of Hua Liufei stood not far away. The moment Hua Liufei saw Qi Meng Dai, she approached with a smile and observed, "Meng Dai, did you recently take some rare precious medicine? Your complexion looks exceptionally good today." And Qi Meng Dai lightly touched her warm face and casually smiled, "Really, perhaps my cultivation has improved a little recently." Hua Liufei covered her mouth and giggled, "Your cultivation really has been advancing quickly lately. Judging from your aura, you'll probably break through to the 5th level of the Great Saint realm soon, and since comprehension is most important in this realm, it seems your state of mind has become increasingly stable since leaving the Holy Land, which is excellent." Hearing this praise, Qi Meng Dai naturally knew the true reason her cultivation had risen so rapidly, and thought it was all thanks to that rebellious disciple's strange 8 trigrams dual cultivation scripture. Though she could not deny it greatly aided her comprehension of heaven and earth, while the Supreme Origin Master looked around and asked, "Meng Dai, where is Chu Xiu? Why haven't I seen him all morning? Is he still cultivating in seclusion?" And Qi Meng Dai awkwardly replied, probably. while thinking that after being tormented all night, that rebellious disciple was probably still unconscious from exhaustion. Chi Mengdai showed slight concern, took Hua Liufai's hand and asked, "Liufai, why haven't you returned to the sect yet? Is something worrying you?" And the Supreme Origin Master nodded with a soft sigh. Yes, although Chuziu has broken the curse preventing the ancient sacred body from cultivating, that was only the first obstacle, and Mengdai, you must have read ancient records concerning the sacred body before, right? Deep concern appeared in Chi Mengdai's eyes as she replied, yes, when the sacred body reaches the great saint realm, it must face an extremely dangerous life and death trial known as the sacred body's dead end, and failure means Chuziu will certainly die with his soul completely dispersed between heaven and earth. While reaching the lesser completion stage brings the most terrifying tribulation because heaven itself seems unwilling to let the ancient sacred body reappear and will unleash an unimaginably powerful lightning tribulation, so failure means certain death. And by the time the demon race's heavenly earth wonder arrives, his sacred body should just reach lesser completion. Hearing this, Chi Mengdai immediately gripped the Supreme Origin Master's arm and urgently said, "What are you planning to do? I'm warning you not to do anything foolish." Sister Hua looked firmly at Mengdai and replied, "At that crucial life and death moment, perhaps only I can save him." While at the treasure-gathering pavilion stood a magnificent towering structure reaching toward the sky. Before the treasure-gathering pavilion's main entrance, an endless crowd formed a long winding line waiting to enter. Because today's auction was exceptionally prestigious and only important figures from major powers, extremely wealthy individuals, or powerful experts holding distinguished invitations were qualified to attend. The young Chuziu walked while thinking, having originally planned to come with his master and sister Hua, but after searching the entire embassy without finding them, he had no choice but to attend alone. While he was still pondering, a respectful voice suddenly came from ahead, "Your Highness, Holy Son, please follow me." And standing before Chuziu was Elder Dong Tian of the treasure-gathering pavilion, so Chuziu smiled, cupped his hands, and politely bowed. "Thank you for welcoming me, Elder." The young man then followed the Elder directly into the auction area, making a dissatisfied youth complain, "Why doesn't he have to queue?" While someone ahead turned around and mocked, "If you were also the Supreme Origin Holy Son, naturally you could walk straight in without waiting." And a nearby woman watched Chuziu admiringly, thinking he truly deserved to be the peerless genius nurtured by the Supreme Origin Holy Land, while Dongtian personally escorted Chuziu into the most luxurious room one and respectfully said, "Your Highness, Holy Son, the auction will begin soon. Please rest here while I have maids bring spiritual tea and fruits." And Chuziu waved lightly with a smile, "Elder Dong Tian, attend to your own affairs. There's no need to concern yourself with me." Before long, 3 alluring maids gracefully approached carrying trays of tea and fruit and said, "Your Highness, Holy Son, please enjoy the tea and fruit." Meanwhile, in the second-floor corridor, a young man stood opposite Dong Tian with a gloomy expression and loudly demanded, "What did you just say? Room 1 is unavailable. My brother is Shu Yi, the future holy son of the Grand Change Holy Land, so which shameless bastard dared steal my room?" This man was Zhou Yu, Shu Yi's younger brother, and Dong Tian helplessly replied, "Lord Zhou Yu, the person currently occupying room 1 is the Supreme Origin Holy Son." Hearing that title, Zhou Yu still arrogantly shouted, "So what if he's the Supreme Origin Holy Son? Isn't he merely another shore realm cultivator? Do you think our Grand Change Holy Land fears him? Tell him to surrender the room to me immediately." And seeing Zhou Yu's aggressive behavior, Chuziu merely curled his lips into a meaningful smile and coldly murmured, "How interesting." Just as Yi Hongyu approached, saw Zhou Yu and sneered, "I wondered who was acting so arrogant. Turns out it's you." "Brat, why are you acting so arrogantly here? Do you think you're impressive just because your powerful elder brother backs you?" And Zhou Yu turned purple with rage, gritted his teeth and pointed at Yi Hongyu, shouting, "Damn it, show me some respect." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Hongyu threw a lightning-fast punch straight into his face. The punch sent Zhou Yu flying backward into the wall, cracking it apart. Yi Hongyu turned to the old man with a smile and casually handed over Zhou Yu's invitation, saying, "Give him room 2 and don't let this brat disturb Brother S1EDF. Or if Brother S1EDF gets angry, this brat will surely die." And the old man smiled, "Very well, please enter." While in room 1, Chuziu and Yi Hongyu sat opposite each other chatting happily, with Chuziu saying, "Thank you, Brother Yi, for helping me out," and Yi Hongyu laughing. "Brother S1EDF, you're too polite." 2 young men downstairs saw how close they were and whispered, "Could that red-robed young master be the famous 3rd young master of the ancient Yi clan?" While another replied, Judging by their tone, his relationship with the Supreme Origin Holy Sun must be extraordinary. Could the Supreme Origin Holy Land and Yi clan have joined forces? Just then, a charming woman with a beautiful face walked out smiling and announced, "Welcome, honored guests, to the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, and I will be hosting today's auction. In my hand is our first auction item, a rare silk armor that absorbed the pure spiritual essence of heaven and earth and naturally formed over countless years, making its wearer immune to all poisons and impervious to blades and spears." After the introduction, she announced, "Everyone, please begin bidding." And upstairs, Chu Xiu casually raised his sign for 100,000 divine essence stones, thinking he would first test the strength of those present. In room 2, Zhou Yu immediately raised his sign for 1,000,000 divine essence stones, inwardly scoffing, only 100,000 divine essence stones as his opening bid, so the Supreme Origin Holy Sun is nothing special. The second item was brought out, an immortal orchid herb, a divine medicine that could increase cultivation speed by 1.5 times after consumption. Chu Xiu still lazily rested his chin on his hand and bid 200,000 divine essence stones. Zhou Yu immediately crushed the bid with 2,000,000 divine essence stones, thinking viciously, "You dared steal room 1 from me, so today I'll humiliate you," while the crowd murmured, "Who's in room 2 daring to openly challenge the Supreme Origin Holy Sun?" And someone answered, "That's Zhou Yu of the Supreme Change Holy Temple. He even tried to seize the room earlier," while another mocked, "He's just a spoiled heir." The female host then brought out the item Chu Xiu had been waiting for and announced, "As everyone can see, this is a piece of meteoric star mother iron, while beside it is an unknown bronze fragment made of an exceptionally sturdy material. So these two extraordinary items will be auctioned together." The crowd below immediately began bidding one after another, while in room 1 Chu Xiu sat upright, locked his gaze on the treasure and decisively called, 120,000. Zhou Yu frowned and shouted, 1.2 million divine essence stones, thinking the missing section looked identical to the fragment his grandfather had given him, so its origin must be extraordinary. Chu Xiu said solemnly, 1.3 million. Having noticed Zhou Yu's unusual reaction and deciding he could yield on anything except this bronze fragment, while Zhou Yu provocatively bid 1.4 million and Chu Xiu calmly raised it to 2 million. Chu Xiu calculated that this was all the wealth he had left. Zhou Yu angrily raised a finger and shouted, 2.01 million divine essence stones, determined to risk everything for the bronze fragment. The hall fell silent as the female host asked, 2.01 million divine essence stones. Does anyone wish to bid higher? Chu Xiu remained silent with his deep black eyes as everyone stared and murmured, "Is the Supreme Origin Holy Sun giving up?" While someone mocked, "Looks like the Supreme Change Holy Land isn't easy to provoke either." And another said, "Zhou Yu has truly offended the Supreme Origin Holy Sun this time," before the host announced, "Sold, congratulations to young Master Zhou Yu for purchasing the bronze fragment and meteoric star mother iron for 2.01 million divine essence stone." As soon as she finished, Zhou Yu stood and said, "Let's collect the items." And when his subordinate noted the auction still had another double hour remaining, Zhou Yu calmly replied, "The remaining items aren't valuable enough, there's no need to stay." Chu Xiu also stood and said, "I have something to handle, Brother Yi, please stay and enjoy yourself." While Yi Hongyu smiled, "Need my help? Don't underestimate me, I'm actually quite good at fighting." And Chu Xiu replied, "Thanks, but I can handle it myself." Night covered the surroundings as a boat sped across the calm water. On the boat, Zhou Yu smiled smugly, thinking from Chu Xiu's reaction that he probably possessed a similar fragment and that leaving early was the wisest choice, when another boat suddenly approached and a voice called, "I, Chu Xiu of the Supreme Origin Holy Land, wish to borrow an item from young Master Zhou Yu, so I hope you can show me some respect." Zhou Yu and his subordinate turned around in shock and saw the handsome, black-robed Chu Xiu smiling brightly, with the graceful and coldly alluring Ma Feiyan beside him. Zhou Yu trembled inwardly, shocked that Chu Xiu had truly chased him this far, while his subordinate said, "An auction naturally belongs to the highest bidder, so why must Holy Sun Chu Xiu pressure us so excessively and even block our path?" Chu Xiu coldly replied, "Pressure you? I merely want to borrow an item from your young master, so why make it sound so unpleasant?" Zhou Yu frowned and cursed inwardly, "Shameless bastard, as if anything lent to you would ever come back," while his subordinate angrily said, "Holy Sun Chu Xiu, how is this any different from banditry?" And Chu Xiu waved his hand, "Fine if you refuse to show me respect, but you even dare call me a bandit." "You're going too far," Chu Xiu said before drawing the azure dragon tyrant sword and arrogantly resting it on his shoulder. He turned to Ma Feiyin and said solemnly, "Elder Mo, help me hold off that lesser saint while I'll handle the remaining small fry," and Ma Feiyin replied, "Very well, your highness, be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, she drew 2 razor-sharp treasured swords, gripped them tightly, and transformed into an afterimage as she charged straight toward the lesser saint. Witnessing this, Zhou Yu was horrified and thought, "I never expected Chu Xiu to be so decisive, attacking the instant he said so without giving me even a moment to prepare." While his subordinate holding an 8 trigrams artifact warned, "Lord Zhou Yu, I'll deal with this woman, so protect yourself," then summoned a golden formation and flew toward Ma Feiyin to intercept her. On the other side, Chu Xiu tightly gripped the azure dragon tyrant sword and activated the mystical movement secret beneath his feet, instantly appearing in midair directly before Zhou Yu, who reacted extremely quickly and immediately formed a hand seal. Behind him, surging blue flames condensed into a gigantic phoenix bird that charged at Chu Xiu, but facing the blue flame phoenix bird, Chu Xiu remained unfazed as chaotic energy gathered above his head into an eerie black lotus. The black lotus descended with terrifying pressure upon the blue flame phoenix bird, blasting the pitiful creature apart into countless sparks as smoke and flames engulfed the surroundings. At that moment, Chu Xiu's cold voice sounded through the thick smoke, "I never intended to fight you, but blame your foul mouth." And as soon as he finished, Chu the Samanic appeared behind Zhou Yu, lightning crackling around him, golden light blazing from his eyes like a demon Buddha descending. Zhou Yu had barely turned around when terror overwhelmed him, leaving him time only to scream. Yet Chu the Samanic had already unleashed the killing move All Things End, violently twisting the surrounding air as his sword slashed straight down Zhou Yu's back. Zhou Yu was sent flying from the airship by the force of the strike, blood spraying from his wound like rain as his body plunged toward the water below. The tremendous speed of his fall violently shook the water, raising a towering column and scattering spray everywhere. And only moments later did Zhou Yu's battered body float back to the surface while Chu the Samanic remained proudly suspended above. His robe whipped in the fierce wind as he casually rested Azure Dragon on his shoulder and silently looked down at Zhou Yu. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile before he gave a contemptuous snort. Suddenly, a clear female voice called out, "Holy Son Chu Xiu, one should always leave others a way out, so why must you be so ruthless?" And she poured true essence into her hand to gently pull Zhou Yu from the cold water, while Chu Xiu kept his faint smile and sharply looked toward the unfamiliar woman, asking, "Who are you?" Before him stood a stunning beauty in a flowing green dress with a graceful figure, and though she merely smiled mysteriously without answering, the badly wounded Zhou Yu struggled upright, knowing his spine would have been severed without his protective armor, then coughed and said pale-faced, "Thank you, Miss Jai Yaoyi, for saving me in time." On Chu Xiu's side, the azure dragon sword gradually vanished as he looked Jai Yaoyi up and down before coldly asking, "Are you from the Jai clan?" Jai Yaoyi nodded slightly and gently asked while looking directly at him, "Holy Son Chu Xiu, could you show me some respect and generously spare Zhou Yu's life?" Floating in the air, Chu Xiu spread his arms and smiled, "Since a beauty has personally pleaded with me, I'm not someone completely devoid of sentiment, and my condition is simple. If Zhou Yu hands over that item, I can spare his life." Hearing this, Zhou Yu remained silent with a pale, sweating face and secretly explained everything to Jai Yaoyi, who then coldly questioned, "That item was fairly obtained by Zhou Yu at auction, so aren't you simply using your strength to bully the weak?" Causing Chu Xiu's eyes to darken and gradually turn blood-red with murderous intent as he sneered, "If you insist on protecting this useless fool, then both of you can die together," while inwardly resolving to obtain that bronze piece no matter what. Jai Yaoyi frowned and shouted, "Chu Xiu, by acting so tyrannically, are you trying to provoke a war between Supreme Origin and the Jai clan?" While inwardly feeling disappointed that the rumors about this holy son being humble were clearly false. Chu Xiu could not be bothered arguing and immediately attacked, lightning erupting around his unpredictable movement technique as golden light blazed in his eyes, and he activated the movement's secret art to reach extreme speed. In an instant, he appeared before Jai Yaoyi, shocking her with his incredible speed as his powerful hand seized her throat. Lifting her into the air, he heard Jai Yaoyi angrily shout, "Get your filthy hand off me." But at that moment her body dissolved into the void like an illusion. She instantly reappeared behind Chu Xiu and launched a magical chain to bind him. But Chu the Samanic vanished with the movement's secret art, causing her attack to miss. then reappeared before her and unleashed the human emperor fist with overwhelming imperial might. Jia Yaoyu was struck and sent flying, her body crashing heavily onto the airship's deck. Chu Xiu snorted coldly, I originally intended to show mercy to a beauty and spare you, yet you stubbornly insist on forcing me to treat you harshly. While Jia Yaoyu struggled up and furiously shouted, Chu Xiu, you madman, you're completely insane. Just then, an elderly voice sounded from the void, Your Highness the Holy Sun, please calm your anger. Space distorted as a silver-haired elder stepped out, cupped his hands, and said, This old man sincerely apologizes to Holy Sun Chu Xiu on behalf of the second young lady. This was our fault, and we should not have meddled in your affairs. Jia Yaoyu asked indignantly, Elder Mo, why must you lower yourself and apologize to him? Hearing this, Chu Xiu wondered why Elder Mo, clearly a great saint, would humble himself to apologize, then calmly said, Since a great saint has personally pleaded, I won't pursue this further, so take this overly righteous little girl away, while inwardly remaining cautious because he currently lacks support. And as Jia Yaoyu was dragged away, she kept asking, Elder Mo, why did you apologize to him? Are even you afraid of him? Prompting Elder Mo to sternly reply, Second young lady, say less. This is the southern region, territory governed by the Supreme Origin Holy Land, so we cannot freely cause trouble here. It's better to turn a major conflict into a minor one and then let it disappear entirely, he said before pulling her into the void. With no one left to obstruct him, Chu Xiu slowly walked toward Zhou Yu, whose face was deathly pale and drenched in cold sweat. Looking at Chu Xiu like a bloodthirsty demon, Zhou Yu fearfully knelt and kowtowed, begging, Big brother, please show my elder brother some respect and spare my miserable life. Just treat me like a foul fart and let me go. Receiving no reply, he grew even more frightened and clasped his hands pleading, Big brother, I'm willing to give you the item. Can you spare my life? Please say something. I'm really terrified when you stay silent like this. And only then did Chu Xiu coldly say, Then hurry up and hand it over. But whether you live or die still depends on my mood right now. Zhou Yu hurriedly took an innate embryo from inside his robe. He respectfully offered it with both hands and asked, This is what you wanted, right? And Chu Xiu accepted it, saying, Correct, at least you know when to yield, while inwardly confirming it was a genuine innate embryo without any deception and thinking. My judgment was completely right. I've struck it rich this time, as Zhou Yu forced a smile and pleaded, Big brother, I've handed everything over. Can you generously spare my life? Chu Xiu coldly pressed the azure dragon tyrant sword against Zhou Yu's neck and calmly smiled. No, making Zhou Yu stare at him in terror and cry, Why not? Don't take things too far. Chu Xiu curled his lips into his familiar sinister smile and said, If you cut weeds without removing the roots, they grow back when the spring wind blows, so I prefer eliminating everything at the root. As soon as he finished, Chu the Semonic raised the azure dragon tyrant sword to strike, making Zhou Yu tremble in terror, collapse to his knees and cry miserably, Father, mother, forgive your unfilial son, and remember to avenge me. Just then, an object carrying a green aura shot over from afar and blocked Chu Xiu's fatal strike, followed by Shu Yi appearing lazily while yawning, and Zhou Yu turned around with tears streaming down his face and cried joyfully, Brother, you finally came to save me. Shu Yi slowly landed and smiled at Chu Xiu, Brother Chu, for my sake, please spare his life. While Chu the Semonic smiled meaningfully and replied, I thought you'd keep watching forever. Shu Yi turned toward Zhou Yu and shouted, Come home with me, you disgrace to the family, then kicked his younger brother hard in the backside, sending Zhou Yu stumbling forward as he cried, Brother, can you be gentler? It hurts like hell. And Shu Yi sternly replied, Stop moving around, I'm helping straighten your bones. Chu Xiu smiled and asked Shu Yi, Brother Zhou, I beat your younger brother this badly, aren't you planning to take revenge? And Shu Yi merely smiled faintly. Brother Chu exaggerates, he can only blame himself for being weaker than others, and even if he were beaten to death, he would deserve it. Hearing this, Chu Xiu said no more because the item was already his and a great saint was watching from the sky. So he could not kill Zhou Yu now even if he wanted to, thus he said, Alright, until we meet again. Before Chu the Semonic leapt onto the azure dragon tyrant sword and flew away on it, while Shu Yi carried off his younger brother using a magical artifact, and Chu the Semonic smiled excitedly, thinking today's haul was already plentiful and knowing when to stop was best. Beneath the peaceful night sky, a flying vessel silently glided through the wind. Inside were Chu Xiu and Ma Feiyan as the vessel headed straight toward the Supreme Origin Embassy, while Chu the Semonic comfortably rested his head on Ma Feiyan's lap amid trays of fresh fruit, enjoying her soft hands gently massaging him until his eyes slowly closed as he said gratefully, Thank you for helping me today, Elder Mo. Ma Feiyan blushed shyly and gently replied, Your Highness, Holy Son, you're too polite. Escorting and protecting you is my responsibility. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why didn't your Highness kill Zhou Yu? Aren't you afraid he'll seek revenge later? And Chu the Samanic turned over, placed one hand on Elder Mo's thigh and arrogantly replied, "If I defeated him once, I can defeat him again, so why should I fear him? The gap between us will only keep growing until he can no longer even see my back, and by then revenge will be nothing but a hopeless dream." After speaking, Chu the Samanic raised his head and stared at the two full peaks before smiling wickedly and teasing, "Elder Mo, Master isn't here tonight, so why don't you come to my room and we can discuss cultivation together?" Hearing this, Ma Feiyan stiffened in shock, unable to understand why the Holy Sun was so bold today, and with flushed cheeks she stared wide-eyed at Chu Xiu and nervously asked, "Your Highness, you're really only talking about discussing cultivation, right?" While Chu the Samanic sat up and casually replied, "If not, what does Elder Mo think we discuss?" He looked deeply into her eyes, smiled meaningfully, and softly asked, "What do you think?" By then Chu Xiu's restless hand had already moved along Ma Feiyan's thigh, making her blush deeply as she suppressed her embarrassment and said, "Your Highness, please don't do this. If the Holy Lord and Peak Master Yunzia find out, how am I supposed to face them?" And Chu the Samanic leaned closer with a cunning smile. "That's simple, just don't let them know." After which Chu the Samanic and Ma Feiyan exchanged martial techniques throughout the night. The scene shifted to the Jade Lake Holy Land in the northern wasteland, where majestic mountain gates stretched endlessly, 1,000-foot waterfalls thundered downward, and spiritual beasts and phoenix-like birds soared everywhere, creating a breathtaking earthly paradise. Inside the magnificent Jade Lake Hall, the Jade Lake Holy Lord and Holy Maiden solemnly received the Supreme Origin Master and Qi Mengdai, and the Jade Lake Holy Lord gently greeted, "Supreme Origin Master, I didn't expect you to personally visit Jade Lake." While the Supreme Origin Master nodded, swept her sharp gaze across the Jade Lake Holy Lord and said, "I naturally came today to discuss an important matter, so let's get straight to the point." Qi Mengdai continued from beside her, "Your Jade Lake Palace has always longed for that legendary physique to reappear in the world, something the entire Heavenly Vault continent knows, and the Holy Sun of our Supreme Origin Holy Land is the key to achieving it." Hearing this, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden trembled slightly and glanced at her master, but the Jade Lake Holy Lord calmly closed her eyes and said, "Yet Chu Xiu has not reached lesser completion," making Qi Mengdai's gaze turn cold as she firmly replied, "If our Holy Sun had already reached lesser completion, why would we travel all this way to find you? Do you expect to gain something without doing anything? Haven't you heard the famous saying that those who want rewards without effort can only eat nonsense?" The Supreme Origin Master continued explaining, "I have studied many ancient records and carefully concluded that when Chu Xiu's sacred body reaches lesser completion, he will face a great tribulation, and failure means death and complete destruction of his path, while even success will leave him severely wounded by the great Tao with his lifespan exhausted to less than a year. So at that critical moment, only the innate Tao body can reverse the situation by assisting and dual cultivating with him." Hearing this, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden lowered her head in embarrassment and softly said, "This." The Supreme Origin Master and Qi Mengdai smiled kindly at her with expectant eyes, and the Supreme Origin Master clearly stated their purpose. "We came all this way hoping the Jade Lake Holy Maiden will agree to dual cultivate with Chu Xiu and help him survive this life and death tribulation." The Jade Lake Holy Lord looked directly at the Supreme Origin Master and asked, "Supreme Origin Master, can you guarantee that Chu Xiu will survive this great tribulation?" And the Supreme Origin Master calmly replied, "You don't need to worry about that. If the Holy Sun successfully survives his tribulation, Jade Lake will gain another great benefit, and once the Supreme Origin Holy Sun becomes your son-in-law, that legendary physique can reappear in the world. While if the Holy Sun fails, only our Supreme Origin Holy Land will suffer a heavy loss, so Jade Lake loses nothing." The Jade Lake Holy Lord turned toward her beloved disciple, the Holy Maiden, and gently but probing asked, "Feng Yao, what do you think about this?" The Jade Pool Holy Maiden remained silent in thought for a long time, her delicate face gradually flushing before she softly said, "Whether for the Holy Land's benefit or for my respected master, I have no other choice, I agree." Hearing her answer, Supreme Origin Saintess and the Jade Pool Holy Lord both breathed sighs of relief, their expressions visibly relaxing. Only Qi Mengdai had been in a foul mood since arriving at the Jade Pool, as countless tangled emotions tore at her heart, making her vaguely feel that something belonging to her was about to be taken by another woman. So she angrily thought, "Damn it, that rebellious disciple is getting another huge benefit. Such a lovely little beauty will soon be ruined by him. Why do I have the heavenly fragrance body instead of the innate Tao body? Being bullied by that rebellious disciple alone is already more than enough." Qi Mengdai's face suddenly flushed as she sensed something wrong and inwardly cursed. "No, why am I having such strange thoughts? That hateful rebellious disciple should just die." Just then, the Jade Pool Holy Lord proposed, "Supreme Origin Saintess, let us discuss the marriage. Women of our Jade Pool Holy Land are forbidden from marrying out," making Qi Mengdai immediately object. "What? Do you expect our Supreme Origin Holy Son to marry into your family?" While the Jade Pool Holy Lord calmly replied, "Of course not, they can become Tao companions while still living in their respective holy lands, but if the legendary physique is born, the child will be raised by our Jade Pool." Hearing this condition, Supreme Origin Saintess and Qi Meng Dai simultaneously agreed. Then it's settled. While Supreme Origin Saintess thought that as long as Chu Xiu could safely survive his heavenly tribulation, everything else was insignificant. After everything was properly negotiated and a specific date was carefully arranged, the Jade Pool Holy Lord and Holy Maiden personally escorted Supreme Origin Saintess and Qi Meng Dai away. Then after the guests disappeared, the Jade Pool Holy Lord gently asked her disciple, "Feng Yao, are you dissatisfied with Master's decision?" Feng Yao gently shook her head and calmly replied, "This disciple has no dissatisfaction at all. Great changes will soon descend upon the world, and our Jade Pool Holy Land is currently weak. So if an innate sacred Tao embryo can be born, once it matures, the Jade Pool will have nothing left to fear." Her overly sensible words made the Jade Pool Holy Lord ache with pity as she sighed. "You've sacrificed too much for the Holy Land. Do you know that if you dual cultivate with Chu Xiu, your current Lesser Saint cultivation will fall to his level?" But the Jade Pool Holy Maiden calmly replied in her gentle voice, "Chu Xiu has an extremely solid foundation, so after dual cultivation this disciple can recover part of my great Tao foundation, making this not entirely a bad thing. And with that gifted child in the future, this disciple's cultivation will certainly not stop here," she added, her cheeks turning rosy as anticipation for the future rose within her. Early the next morning at the Supreme Origin Embassy, Qi Meng Dai returned to the upper capital and immediately rushed straight toward Chu Xiu's room, thinking, "I wonder what that rebellious disciple is doing while I exhausted myself traveling around for the great matter of his tribulation. If he doesn't properly thank me, I'll definitely teach him some manners." Just as she reached his door, it suddenly opened from inside. Ma Feiyan hurriedly stepped out, her body lightly covered in sweat, face flushed shyly, long black hair disheveled and clothes messy, instantly filling Qi Meng Dai's mind with countless suspicions. Their eyes met, Qi Meng Dai staring wide-eyed while Ma Feiyan looked visibly flustered and hurriedly explained, "I only did that with His Highness the Holy Sun because I wanted to break through the Great Saint Tribulation. Cloudglow Peak Master, please don't punish His Highness. It was all my fault. I feel I'm about to break into the Great Saint realm, so I'll take my leave." Whereupon Qi Meng Dai stormed inside with veins bulging from anger and shouted at Chu Xiu, "Rebellious disciple, what wonderful thing have you done now?" Making Chu Xiu panic, jump up and hastily straighten his clothes while saying, "Master, listen to my excuse, no, my explanation." Just then, dark clouds suddenly surged over the upper capital, covering more than 100 miles as thunder and lightning roared everywhere, signaling that Ma Feiyan had begun her tribulation. Inside the room, Qi Meng Dai sat with her arms crossed and an irritated expression, questioning, "You shameless bastard, I was gone less than a day and you've already gotten together with Elder Mo." Chu Xiu knelt on the floor and still tried to argue despite being caught red-handed. "Elder Mo and I were merely discussing some cultivation-related matters." After speaking, he wondered why his precious master had become so jealous lately, and regretted not dragging Elder Mo into the forest for a more discreet discussion. While Qi Meng Dai became even more annoyed by his excuses, grabbed his ear and pulled him closer, demanding, "Your sacred body is almost at minor completion. Have you prepared for the tribulation?" And Chu Xiu grimaced, "Ah, it hurts, master, please be gentler." Though still angry, Qi Meng Dai knew the tribulation mattered more and suppressed her fury, saying, "In 2 days the Holy Lord will personally establish a grand formation outside the upper capital to help you undergo your tribulation. So during these 2 days you must adjust yourself to peak condition and stop doing shameless things. Or if you die under the lightning tribulation you'll deserve it." Making Chu Xiu rub his ear and awkwardly smile. "Yes, yes, your disciple will obey every word master said." 2 days later, more than 100,000 miles from the upper capital, the sky was covered by violently swirling black clouds as dazzling black lightning tore across the heavens. Chu Xiu sat at the center of the grand formation, surrounded by natural energy so dense it had liquefied, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed while regulating his breathing. Qi Meng Dai stood outside watching her disciple anxiously and sent a voice transmission, "Rebellious disciple, are you ready?" And Chu Xiu replied, "Don't worry," while nearby Ma Feiyan anxiously reminded him, "Your Highness, you must be extremely careful," to which Chu Xiu briefly answered. Supreme Origin Saintess reassured him, "Don't worry too much, I'll protect you thoroughly and teach you the Tao Palace chapter of the Supreme Origin Imperial Scripture, which will greatly increase your chances of surviving the tribulation." And Chu Xiu replied, "Thank you, Holy Lord." As soon as she finished speaking, glittering golden characters emerged from her palm and flew directly into his sea of consciousness. A sharp gleam flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he held the wooden box and ordered, "System, display my personal status panel." The system immediately displayed, Host 6th level Other Shore Realm, Special Physique Primordial Sacred Body, Aptitude 3999, Immortal Grade Sword Intent, Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent, Cultivation Method Scripture of the Way Foundation Building Chapter, Supreme Sacred Body Cultivation Method, Supreme Origin Imperial Scripture Tao Palace Chapter, Movement Secret Alchemy Scripture Middle Volume, Human Emperor Fist, Sword Art All Things Come to Rest. 1,127 remaining points, 47,250 breakthrough points, Fortune values 1,647 purple and 5,890 light purple. Overall combat rating 35 times stronger than the same realm and touching the 8 forbidden realm. Then Choose You opened the box to reveal a fist-sized snow-white creation life fruit shaped like a pear, surrounded by mysterious Tao rhythms and emitting a rich fragrance. He picked it up, ate it, and said, "System, help me cultivate the scripture of the way." The system announced detected that the host possessing the primordial sacred body is cultivating the scripture of the way to break through the extreme divine bridge realm. Energy consumption will increase greatly, with an estimated duration of 5 days and a cost of 500,000 breakthrough points per day. High above, dark clouds gathered into a gigantic energy vortex as black lightning flashed overhead, while Chu Xiu thought, what exactly is the Tao Palace? It can be seen as a womb nurturing divine abilities. The stronger its vitality, the higher the quality of the abilities born from it, which is why the primordial ancestor emperor scripture is the strongest imperial scripture in the Tao Palace realm. As countless insights flooded his mind, golden light shone from his brow over his spiritual platform, and golden ancient characters surrounded his body. The system announced again that the breakthrough was complete, consuming a total of 2.5 million breakthrough points. Congratulations, host, for reaching the extreme realm of the Other Shore realm and activating a special reward. Since you have just broken through to the extreme realm, the lightning tribulation will descend after 5 breaths. The system chuckled teasingly, hee, host, prepare yourself well. And looking up at the surging heavenly tribulation, Chu the Semonic smiled confidently, thinking that with Sister Hua's help, this Other Shore extreme realm should be easy to overcome. The moment that thought ended, a streak of purple lightning tore through the sky and crashed down with a deafening explosion. Chu Xiu's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he raised his head and shouted, "Come!" before the terrifying lightning tribulation struck, blasting earth and rocks everywhere and filling the area with smoke and dust. Outside the Grand Formation, Qi Meng Dai, Elder Mo, and Primordial Ancestor Master watched intently as Ma Feiyan worriedly said, "The sacred body tribulation seems about to begin. The momentum of this lightning tribulation is far stronger than imagined." Qi Meng Dai and Primordial Ancestor Master remained silent with worry visible on their faces, while Primordial Ancestor Master thought, "Brat, don't you dare die here." As Chu Xiu gritted his teeth and fought the lightning with all his strength, his body wrapped in dazzling golden lightning while his clothes were torn apart to reveal his powerful, muscular physique. Golden bolts kept crashing down relentlessly without pause, while countless airships from great human and demon forces hovered densely in every direction, all gathered to witness the legendary sacred body tribulation. With some hopping, Chu Xiu survived and others eagerly waiting for his death. On the Jai clan's airship, Jai Yaoyi watched Chu Xiu endure the tribulation with a cold expression and asked, "Father, do you think the Supreme Origin Holy Son can survive?" And the Jai clan elder replied, "If this boy's ancient sacred body reaches minor completion, he'll soar straight to the heavens, but unfortunately heaven and earth will not allow it, and he's destined not to survive." On the Supreme Change Holy Land's airship, Zhou Yu laughed delightedly at Chu Xiu's struggle and shouted, "Haha, heaven truly has eyes, send down a few more powerful bolts and kill him already. Brother, once Chu Xiu dies, you must come with me to retrieve the treasure I won at auction." While Shu Yi sighed, "I'm afraid you won't get that chance." On the Yi clan's airship, Yi Hongyu clasped his hands and prayed anxiously, "Brother Chu, I believe you won't die, so you must survive and return. The important filmmaking business on the Skyvault continent still needs your guidance." While elsewhere, Demon Venerable Golden Ape secretly watched with a group of demons and grinned. If Chu Xiu is about to fail the sacred body tribulation, Primordial Ancestor Master will certainly intervene, but the backlash of the Great Tao will severely injure her, and that will be our best opportunity to defeat the human race and eliminate. After an hour, the Other Shore extreme realm lightning tribulation finally dissipated as the dark clouds gradually scattered and faint sunlight shone onto the ground. Standing on the airship, Yi Hongyu continued muttering prayers. "Brother Chu, hold on, you're truly the strongest real man." She then judged, although this tribulation was powerful, it still hasn't reached the legendary level of a sacred body tribulation. This wasn't the true sacred body tribulation, only the lightning tribulation from Chu Xiu's realm breakthrough. making Zhou Yu exclaim, "Damn, if an ordinary breakthrough tribulation is already this terrifying, then how powerful will his true sacred body tribulation be?" Not long after the other shore realm tribulation vanished, lightning rapidly gathered again as heaven and earth darkened once more, leaving Jai Yaoyi pale and trembling as she asked, could the true sacred body tribulation finally be descending? On the ground, Chu Xiu raised his head toward the sky and shouted boldly, "Come at me with everything you've got." His master Qi Mengdai clenched her hands anxiously and kept her eyes fixed on Chu Xiu, thinking, "Rebellious disciple, you absolutely must not die. I promise I won't use my pressure to bully and suppress you anymore." Terrifying black lightning bolts repeatedly bombarded the ground, making it shake violently as if about to split apart while rocks and earth flew everywhere. At that moment, Chu Xiu's Dao Palace gradually appeared before everyone as nothing more than a simple wooden house with a stone table, 2 reclining chairs, and a chessboard in the courtyard, making him think, every cultivator's Dao Palace is different because it reflects their deepest heart. I thought time could erase everything, but I was still naive, since even after 100 years my Dao Palace remains exactly the same. At that instant, a lightning tribulation transformed into a dragon and thundered down from the 9th heaven, completely engulfing Chu Xiu. Feeling the changes within his body, he rejoiced, "The 5 elements and 9 origins, I've actually nurtured them all. This is truly heaven-defying. If I fully cultivate them and fuse them together, what grade of divine ability seed will I obtain?" Before smiling proudly with blazing red eyes and answering himself, "At least divine grade, perhaps even the legendary emperor grade." On the demon side, one demon could no longer hold back and asked, "Demon, venerable Golden Ape, can we still not act?" While Golden Ape kept his eyes fixed on primordial ancestor master and Chu Xiu and replied coldly, "The time hasn't come yet. The Holy Sun still hasn't begun the sacred body tribulation." On the other side, Shui gloomily said, "He actually keeps breaking through realms right before the sacred body tribulation, something never seen before," making Zhou Yu stare in horror and ask, "Brother, are you saying the sacred body tribulation still hasn't started?" And Shui calmly replied, "You should truly feel lucky and grateful he didn't kill you that day," as layers of dark clouds completely covered the sky. The black lightning gradually transformed into blood-red lightning that continuously flashed throughout the entire space. Suddenly, a blood-red lightning bolt struck an airship, causing the witnesses to flee in panic with pale faces while shouting, "This is bad, retreat immediately. The sacred body tribulation is too terrifying, run." Primordial Ancestor Master looked gravely at Chu Xiu and softly said, "The sacred body tribulation has finally truly begun." As soon as she finished, waves of violent blood-red lightning crashed down on Chu Xiu's head, forcing him to grit his teeth and form hand seals while fully circulating the primordial ancestor emperor scripture and the all-secret art to restore vitality and heal his wounds. When suddenly the sacred body tribulation changed, and a gigantic pillar of blood-red lightning appeared above him and plunged straight down. Sensing the danger from outside, Primordial Ancestor Master knew only she could help and immediately flew forward, while Qi Mengdai and Ma Feiyin realized her intention and urgently warned, "Holy Lord, you must be careful." As the solitary lightning bolt descended, Primordial Ancestor Master unhesitatingly used her own body to block it, determined to protect Chu Xiu. Seeing this from afar, Demon Venerable Golden Ape shouted joyfully, "She finally couldn't stand by and watch anymore. Our once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity has arrived." At his command, the demons and barbarians stepped into the air and charged upward. Wielding imperial weapons, they surged forward with overwhelming ferocity. Primordial Ancestor Master remained perfectly calm and unruffled. Her left hand quickly formed a seal as 5 drops of origin blood essence flew out and hovered above Chu Xiu's head, and realizing the demon race had indeed made their move, she transmitted, "I have left 5 drops of origin blood essence above you, which will form a defense to help you survive the sacred body tribulation." Chu Xiu smiled confidently and replied, "Thank you, Supreme Origin Holy Lord, leave the rest to me and focus on the battle." A moment later, the Supreme Origin Master stood before the demon and barbarian races, her face somewhat pale but her voice still majestic. "If you want to surround and kill me, enter the barrier with me and don't involve the innocent." After speaking, she waved her hand and manifested countless golden lotus petals that instantly formed a massive lotus-shaped formation, then entered it together with the others. A barbarian with huge wings behind him shouted, "The Supreme Origin Master forced out her origin blood essence, so she must be seriously wounded. We must seize this opportunity and attack together to eliminate her." Human experts appeared at the same time, and one shouted, "Let's hurry and help the Supreme Origin Holy Lord. If she dies, humanity will lose a powerful pillar and struggle against the demon race." And although some disliked her while others were close to her, none wanted her to fall because humanity would suffer greatly, so they quickly entered the formation to assist. Without the protection of the Supreme Origin Divine Tower below, the 5 drops of blood essence were gradually crushed by the pressure, and when the final drop dissipated, blood-colored lightning poured down like a flood, relentlessly striking Chu Xiu's body until he could no longer endure it and repeatedly coughed up blood. Qi Mengdai and Ma Feiyan watched in extreme anxiety, with sweat covering Ma Feiyan's forehead as she cried, "Your Highness, Holy Sun," while Qi Mengdai anxiously clenched the silent ancient drum and thought, "Rebellious disciple, you must hold on." Suddenly, a blood-colored thread emerged from the void and wrapped tightly around Chu Xiu's right wrist, startling him as the system announced, "Detected that the host has successfully connected with humanity's blood fate. The climax of the sacred body tribulation is about to appear. Host, please prepare yourself." And Chu Xiu looked at the blood thread and asked, "System, what exactly is humanity's blood fate?" While the system laughed sinisterly, "Haha, host, have you seen those corpses floating in the river of blood?" As soon as it finished speaking, the blood thread projected the image of a river filled with blood essence. Chu Xiu observed carefully and was horrified to see countless human corpses floating within it. He frowned and said, "System, don't tell me that river of blood was formed from humanity's blood essence. How many people had to die for it to reach such a terrifying scale?" The system replied, "Haha, host guessed correctly. Humanity truly suffered miserably." And countless chaotic memories suddenly flooded Chu Xiu's mind, making him repeatedly wonder, why are these all scenes of humans eating humans, humans slaughtering humans? Why is humanity's resentment so terrifyingly dense? Where did it originate, and why do humans behave like wild beasts, slaughtering one another? Chu Xiu continued questioning, "System, why am I seeing these terrifying scenes?" The system laughed, "Haha, since they appeared, there must naturally be a reason, but heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." With too many chaotic memories flooding his mind at once, Chu Xiu felt unbearable pain and immediately formed a hand seal to regulate his body while softly chanting, "Let the pure heart be like water. Let still water reflect the heart. Let no breeze arise and no waves disturb it." While above, Qi Mengdai and Elder Ma Feiyan sighed in relief upon seeing him safe, and Ma Feiyan looked at Chu Xiu expectantly and asked, "The Holy Sun is about to successfully complete his tribulation, right?" While Qi Mengdai remained silent, staring intently at Chu Xiu with slightly furrowed brows and thinking, "Rebellious disciple, you're truly remarkable. Only the final trial remains, you must endure it." At this moment, Chu Xiu's sacred body tribulation changed again as countless bolts of blood lightning tore through the sky, and rapidly condensed into a blood-red humanoid figure, tall and muscular with a lightning war spear in hand, and an aura equal to Chu Xiu's at the Dao Palace realm. A humanoid lightning tribulation phenomenon normally appearing only when a quasi-emperor undergoes tribulation. Chu Xiu immediately condensed a golden figure of himself to confront it, golden lightning constantly flashing around its body before it suddenly moved and vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before the humanoid lightning tribulation, which immediately thrust its war spear forward. Yet the golden figure moved like lightning, grabbing the war spear with one hand while unleashing a mighty punch with the other directly into its head, instantly shattering the humanoid lightning tribulation. And as it dissipated, the dense dark clouds gradually vanished and warm sunlight shone down while Chu Xiu's golden figure hovered majestically above his head. Countless surrounding cultivators focused their gazes on Chu Xiu, some excited, some terrified, and others resentful as discussions erupted everywhere. "He succeeded, the sacred body tribulation has been overcome," while Yi Hongyu could not help cheering joyfully. In the distance, a group of barbarians cursed furiously, "Damn it, that bastard actually survived. Who would have thought humanity's sacred body could successfully survive the tribulation?" Below, Chu Xiu hurriedly put on his robe, half kneeling on the formation as he turned toward Qi Mengdai and Ma Feiyan flying over from afar. And when his eyes met his master's, he smiled and said, "Master, I successfully completed the tribulation," while Qi Mengdai still worriedly asked, "You don't seem to be injured." Chu Xiu teasingly smiled, "Isn't that because Master usually teaches me so well?" Qi Mengdai pouted, "Why are you so smug? Hurry and take a healing pill to restore your energy," then tossed him a bottle of pills, which he accepted with a bright smile and said, "Thank you, Master." Before Qi Mengdai sternly frowned, "Rebellious disciple, the Holy Lord was seriously injured because of you and is still fighting the demon race inside the barrier, so you must repay this enormous favor someday." And Chu Xiu smiled, "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely repay the Holy Lord for saving my life. After speaking, he revealed an extremely cunning smile. Seeing this, the system appeared and teased, "Haha, this young man has nothing else with which to repay her, so perhaps he can only offer himself." Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the sky, its terrifying sound seemingly capable of tearing heaven and earth apart. Fresh blood rained down from above, and seeing this bizarre sight, Chu Xiu blurted, "This is..." While Qi Mengdai exclaimed in alarm, "A saint king has just fallen," and shortly afterward dazzling golden light appeared in the sky as the Supreme Origin Master slowly emerged from the void. Her body was badly torn and her hair flew wildly as she coldly shouted, "The demon race has been defeated. All foreign races must immediately leave human territory, otherwise none of you will escape. She looks battered, but she's still unbelievably beautiful, doesn't she, brothers? Hee hee." Watching Sister Hua's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Chu Xiu frowned slightly and thought that Sister Hua had indeed suffered rather serious injuries this time. Just then, Qi Mengdai's voice sounded behind him, "Rebellious disciple, your Sister Hua has urgent matters requiring her immediate return to the Holy Land, and this recording stone is something she specially left for you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Supreme Origin Saintess is injured, and I must immediately return to the Holy Land to check the situation." But seeing Master about to leave, Chu Xiu hurriedly called, "Master, please wait. Could you deliver this letter to Sister Hua for me?" Then quickly took paper and brush from his storage ring, wrote a letter, and solemnly handed it to Qi Mengdai. She accepted it, gave the rebellious disciple a sideways glance, and sourly said, "Fine, for your sake I'll help you this once." Chu Xiu smiled brightly, respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. "This disciple thanks Master greatly," and Qi Mengdai immediately turned and left with the letter. The scene shifted to Supreme Origin Peak, inside the Peak Master's Cave residence. Inside the Supreme Origin Peak Master's Cave residence, Qi Mengdai looked at Supreme Origin Saintess's pale face and couldn't help asking, "You ended up like this just for that little brother of yours, was it really worth it?" And Supreme Origin Saintess gently smiled teasingly. "What are you jealous?" Making Qi Mengdai close her eyes, avoid Hua Luofei's gaze, and pretend indifference. "HMPH, I wouldn't bother with something so boring." Qi Mengdai then took out the letter and handed it to Supreme Origin Saintess, saying, "Your dear little brother wrote you a letter." After handing it over, an uncomfortable feeling suddenly rose in her heart, making her turn away and wonder what that rebellious disciple had written inside. Supreme Origin Saintess opened the letter and saw crooked handwriting. "Sister Hua, don't worry too much. Thanks to the Holy Lord's help, I successfully survived my tribulation, and when I'm free someday, I'll definitely visit you." She smiled happily while reading, her cheeks gradually turning rosy, while Qi Mengdai sat beside her consumed by jealousy and inwardly cursed. "Do you really need to be that happy over a letter from that rebellious disciple? Damn that heartless bastard, he didn't even write a single word thanking me." When Supreme Origin Saintess suddenly laughed. Chu Xiu usually looks quite talented, so why is his handwriting as ugly as if a dog chewed it? And Qi Mengdai gleefully replied, "That's because you don't know him well, he's always been this useless." Seeing Supreme Origin Saintess carefully place Chu Xiu's letter beside her pillow made Qi Mengdai's jealousy flare even stronger, and she angrily asked, "Why are you putting that rebellious disciple's letter right beside your pillow?" Because she was overly delighted, Supreme Origin Saintess's old injury suddenly relapsed, her face instantly turning bloodless as her body trembled and she coughed up fresh blood, prompting Qi Mengdai to rush over and support her anxiously. "This is bad, your Great Tao Foundation has been damaged." But Supreme Origin Saintess gently reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm truly fine." Qi Mengdai immediately became angry and frowned at her, shouting, "How can you say you're fine? Unless we find the purest Great Tao origin, it will be extremely difficult to repair this fracture in your Great Tao." Supreme Origin Saintess smiled gently and calmly said, "Don't worry, although the purest Great Tao origin is difficult to find, it isn't impossible. We can search slowly, but how is Chu Xiu now?" Making Qi Mengdai reply sourly, "You're already injured this badly and still worrying about your little brother. Relax, perhaps thanks to your blood essence protecting him, he wasn't injured at all." And hearing this, joy flashed through Hua Luofei's eyes as she softly said, "It's good that he's safe, though I wonder how the Jade Pool Holy Lord will react after hearing this news." Qi Mengdai's eyes instantly lit up as she excitedly blurted, "Then can the engagement between Chu Xiu and the Jade Pool Holy Maiden be cancelled?" Making Supreme Origin Saintess stare at her in surprise and ask, "Mengdai, why do you seem so eager for that to happen?" Realizing she had misspoken, Qi Mengdai hurriedly changed the subject with a cough. "I simply think that if they really marry, the child they produce won't belong to our Supreme Origin Holy Land. Wouldn't that give the Jade Pool far too much benefit?" And Supreme Origin Saintess nodded. That's true, but the Jade Pool Holy Land definitely won't give up easily. They'll surely approach Chu Xiu themselves, and then we'll have to see what he chooses. Unable to control herself, Chi Mengdai widened her eyes and angrily shouted, "He dares!" leaving Supreme Origin Saintess staring at her dumbfounded with countless question marks filling her mind. In the upper capital's Supreme Origin Embassy, Chu Xiu had recently remained in secluded cultivation, circulating the Supreme Origin scripture to restore his life essence, when he thought, before this I was busy preparing for the tribulation, and afterward I immediately entered seclusion to heal, so I still haven't properly studied that bronze piece. Then took out the round bronze piece in 2 smaller fragments, joined them into a complete whole, and watched as it erupted with brilliant light while crimson rays gathered in midair and gradually formed a complete map. Filled with astonishment, Chu Xiu thought, what exactly is this round bronze piece to have such a miraculous effect? Could this map mark the location of the legendary innate sword embryo? Chu Xiu frowned in thought, but the firmament continent is unimaginably vast. Where am I supposed to search? While he pondered, the stone mirror inside his storage ring suddenly flew out by itself, startling him into a soft exclamation. Immediately afterward, words appeared on the stone mirror's surface. Sequence 6, Welcome to the Primordial World, followed by sections including Chat Channel, Starry Sky Plaza, Secret Realm, Personal Trading Space, Battle Arena, Cultivation Treasure Land, and Myriad Races Battlefield, and Chu Xiu immediately pressed the Secret Realm option. Information instantly appeared. Secret Realm Maximum Entrance. 1. Ancient Teji Star is opening. Countdown remaining. 7 months, 8 days, 6 hours, and 1 hour 45 minutes. Important notice. Once the Ancient Teji Star seal opens, Origin Stones or Divine Essence Stones can be consumed to activate a teleportation passage to the Ancient Teji Star. Countless doubts rose in Chu Xiu's mind as he thought, don't tell me the innate sword embryo is actually on the Ancient Teji Star. That's a great saint-level battlefield, so wouldn't someone at my Dao Palace realm be walking straight to his death? Before analyzing that the Ancient Teji Star had no teleportation formation, meaning other cultivators had to physically cross the starry void to reach it. But I'm different. I can teleport directly through the stone mirror, which is faster, more convenient, and lets me seize the initiative. Chu Xiu thought before gritting his teeth and deciding, no matter what, I must obtain that innate sword embryo. Even if this were a Saint King battlefield, I'd still risk it. And now that I've entered the Dao Palace realm, I can also use this chance to explore the primordial world. Perhaps find clues about Zhu Bai Yue and test whether the teleportation function truly works. Then selected Starry Sky Plaza. The instant he confirmed, Chu Xiu vanished from the firmament continent, and after an unknown amount of time, he appeared within a pitch-black starry void beneath countless glittering stars. Chu Xiu was teleported before an enormous city floating within the void. The astonishing sight made him think, is this the legendary Starry Sky Plaza of the primordial world? When a hoarse, unpleasant voice suddenly sounded behind him, I never expected a human slave to wander all the way here, making Chu Xiu frown and turn around in displeasure. Before him stood a towering muscular creature with 2 pairs of pupils on its forehead and an unusually sunken nose, making Chu Xiu wonder, a human slave? Is he referring to me? 3 more creatures appeared behind him and fixed their eyes on Chu Xiu as one cried in shock, you're human, yet you can cultivate. And Chu Xiu turned to see a dragon-headed horse-bodied creature covered in green scales with blood-red eyes, a lobster-like creature holding a golden trident, and a beautiful human-like woman distinguished only by her long, broad ears. Chu Xiu looked at the 3 strange creatures and wondered, could they be demon barbarians? Why would they appear here? I just arrived, so I shouldn't cause trouble. I'd better enter the city and investigate first. As he was about to leave, the huge 4-eyed creature blocked him and sneered, Ba Thap, I'm very interested in you. Obediently come with me and I guarantee you'll be treated well. The dragon-headed creature commented, Ba Thap is considered a renowned expert in the Crimson Blossom world, ranked 1084th among billions of Dao Palace realm cultivators. While the lobster creature added, this human must have an unusual background to reach Starry Sky Plaza, but he seems only at the Dao Palace realm. And the elf woman softly said, if this human fights Ba Thap, he'll definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Chu Xiu said nothing, activated the movement's secret art, instantly appeared before Ba Thap, and decisively unleashed the human Emperor Fist, whose heaven-shaking power shattered all techniques and obliterated half of Ba Thap's body, sending flesh and organs flying thousands of feet. The other 3 creatures stared wide-eyed in horror as the dragon horse, lobster, and elf woman exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? A single punch had shattered Ba Thap's powerful body, leaving the surroundings deathly silent as fragments of his flesh floated everywhere. As Chu Xiu prepared to leave, the elf woman suddenly smiled and hesitantly called out, human fellow cultivator, please wait a moment. Chuziu turned around, secretly clenched his fist, and asked with a smile but icy eyes, what else? Do the three of you also want to stop me? Making the trembling elf woman hurriedly explain, please don't misunderstand, fellow cultivator. Since this seems to be your first visit to Starry Sky Plaza, you must have many questions, so I can answer them. But Chuziu coldly asked, answer my questions. Tell me your true purpose, and she smiled. I simply wish to form a good relationship with a powerful cultivator like you. Would you join me in the city for a conversation? Though still suspicious, Chuziu did not want to waste time and nodded. Fine, lead the way. He followed the elf woman into Starry Sky Plaza and arrived at a tea house crowded with cultivators of countless races and bizarre appearances. On the second floor of the spirit tea house, the elf woman sat opposite him and introduced herself. Fellow cultivator, I am Dogra of the Wind Elf race. May I know your name? And Chuziu casually invented one while looking around. My name is Chuziu. Then lifted his teacup and silently observed his surroundings. Seeing many shops in Starry Sky Plaza openly selling human souls and dried human flesh, Chuziu wondered what kind of cursed place this was and why humanity's status was so low, while Gula showed slight surprise at his unusual name before asking, fellow cultivator, you came here alone, so don't you know humanity's miserable situation? And Chuziu calmly replied that he had always cultivated in a hidden land, prompting Gula to explain, then you probably don't know that humans are also called the sinful race, a people cursed by the heavenly Tao. Humans are born unable to cultivate, and if other races stop slaughtering them, their racial fortune will weaken and may even lead to extinction, while killing a human who can cultivate earns a reward from heaven and earth. Hearing this, Chuziu curled his lips mockingly and asked, if slaughtering humans is your mission, why are you kindly telling me all this? And Gula softly replied, I saw your exceptional talent and couldn't bear to watch you die miserably, so I wanted to help you understand the truth and hopefully offer some assistance. Chuziu stood and politely said, it's getting late, I should leave, while inwardly sneering. Help me? Only a ghost would believe you. I'm already lucky you didn't turn me into dried meat. And seeing him about to leave, Gula immediately handed him a token with a smile. This is my communication jade token. If you need companions to explore the secret palace, contact me. And Chuziu cheerfully accepted it, replying, no problem. After saying this, he decisively left the spirit tea house. Reaching a deserted street, Chuziu quickly turned into a dark alley, casually threw away the token, and thought, only an idiot would keep this. If the Skyvault continent were tracked through it, the consequences would be unpredictable. He then activated the stone mirror, and when the control panel appeared, he immediately selected the Skyvault continent as his destination. His figure flashed and vanished instantly, but moments after he left, Gula appeared and quietly stared at where Chuziu had disappeared before smiling. He's truly cautious, but from another perspective, his homeland likely contains many people capable of cultivation. I must report this to my race immediately. Back on the Skyvault continent, inside Upper Capital City at the Supreme Origin Embassy, Chuziu safely reappeared inside his room. Looking at the stone mirror in his hand, his expression turned serious as he thought, I never imagined humans throughout the universe were treated so terribly. What exactly is the relationship between Starry Sky Plaza and the Skyvault continent? Just then, Elder Mo Fei Yan entered from outside and reported, Your Highness, someone from the Jade Pool Holy Land requests an audience. Chuziu stepped forward and asked, Fei Yan, why are people from the Jade Pool Holy Land looking for me? And Mo Fei Yan replied, I'm not sure either. They only said they need your highness's help. By then, Chuziu had already wrapped an arm around Elder Mo's waist and smiled mischievously, making Mo Fei Yan blush and softly say, Your Highness, many people are passing by during the day. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us, which made him mischievously interpret that nighttime would be acceptable. Hearing this, Chuziu's restless hand moved to her shapely backside and gave it a light squeeze. Mo Fei Yan startled and turned toward him while Chuziu shamelessly replied, Fine, tell the people from the Jade Pool Holy Land to meet me. And later in the main hall of the Supreme Origin Embassy, demonic Chu poured tea and asked, May I ask what important matter brings the Jade Pool Holy Maiden and Elder Yimeng to me? Sitting opposite Chuziu, both Feng Yao and Elder Yimeng examined him closely. Seeing Chuziu energetic with no sign of serious injury, Elder Yimeng frowned and thought that he looked nothing like someone badly wounded. Then relying on her years of experience, she blinked and smiled. Your Highness Holy Son, did you know that a few days ago the Supreme Origin Holy Lord visited the Jade Lake Holy Land to propose marriage for you? And Chuziu was inwardly surprised, finally understanding why Sister Hua and his master had been absent during the auction. He immediately looked toward the Jade Lake Holy Maiden and wondered, could she be my marriage partner? Once he knew who the marriage candidate was, demonic Chu smiled brightly and answered without hesitation, All right, I agree. thinking that refusing meat delivered straight to his mouth would be wasteful, while Elder Yimeng and Feng Yao were both stunned by how easily he accepted. And Elder Yimeng smiled. Then, according to our agreement, if your highness Holy Son and the Holy Maiden have a child, our Jade Lake Holy Land must be allowed to raise it. Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately replied coldly, "That won't do," then ordered Elder Mo to see the guests out. He was furious inwardly, thinking, "Very well, you dare treat me like a breeding stallion. Do you think the child of Chu the Samanic needs you to raise it?" And faced with his firm attitude, both Feng Yao and Elder Yimeng widened their eyes in surprise, unable to understand his sudden change. Afterward, Mo Fei Yan gestured toward the exit and said, "Elder Yimeng, Jade Lake Holy Maiden, His Highness needs to enter seclusion, so I'll escort you out." And Yimeng replied, "Thank you for the trouble, Elder Mo." As she left, Elder Yimeng thought they had been far too passive today because the Supreme Origin Holy Son was clearly uninjured, leaving little room for negotiation, so they should discuss it again another day. Then, recalling his earlier gaze, she turned to Feng Yao and said, "Something isn't right. I saw Chu Xiu staring at you constantly, so he must already be attracted to you," making Feng Yao blush and softly reply, "Elder Yimeng, you're being far too direct," while Elder Yimeng continued, "I think there's still a chance. Let's return to the Holy Land first and try again in 2 days." Suddenly, Feng Yao looked at Elder Yimeng with determination and said, "No, I want to stay. I'll make him fall in love with me on his own." Inside the room, Chu Xiu held the stone mirror and pondered that although entering Hong Hua recklessly would be dangerous, he should still investigate whether there was any trace of Zhu Bai Yue. Just then, his fairy master Qi Meng Dai appeared and coldly said, "I heard the Jade Lake Holy Lord and Holy Maiden came here," and her sudden appearance startled Chu Xiu, making him quickly hide the stone mirror behind his back while thinking, "My precious master, why did you have to come at exactly this moment?" Qi Meng Dai indifferently said, "That Jade Lake Holy Maiden has a gentle personality, and throughout the Heavenly Vault continent both her figure and appearance are top class, so you've really gotten a great bargain." While Chu Xiu smiled and replied, "The Jade Lake Holy Maiden is indeed quite good. Thank you, Master and Sister Hua, for caring enough to arrange this marriage for me," while thinking that his precious master's jealousy was about to flare up again. Qi Meng Dai anxiously asked, "From your tone, have you already agreed to this marriage?" And Chu Xiu stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled. "How could that be? How can that Jade Lake Holy Maiden compare with my precious master?" Hearing this, Qi Meng Dai immediately pinched the rebellious disciple hard at the waist and loudly scolded, "Since when did I become yours? Don't talk nonsense." While Chu Xiu sweated from the pain and forced a smile, "You secretly went to Jade Lake to arrange my marriage without asking my opinion, and now you dare question me." Making Qi Meng Dai pout, "Wasn't it because of your sacred body tribulation? If you failed the great tribulation and your life was endangered, only dual cultivation with the Jade Lake Holy Maiden could save you." Chu the Samanic casually wrapped an arm around his master's waist and said, "So that's how it is. Thank you both for worrying about me." Then asked, "Right, how are the Holy Lord's injuries?" And Qi Meng Dai sadly replied, "Not good. Only Dao Origin can help her recover, but I don't know where to find it." Hearing this, Chu Xiu took out the stone mirror and said with bright eyes, "I found this treasure inside the desolate beast's secret realm, and through it I can enter a place called Hong Hua. Perhaps there is Dao Origin there." While staring at the stone mirror and recalling that ancient scriptures had mentioned Dao Origin, making him decide he had to investigate. Qi Meng Dai looked at the stone mirror and softly asked what exactly Hong Hua was, and whether Dao Origin truly existed there, while Chu Xiu seriously replied that he did not know what Hong Hua was either, only that humanity held an extremely low status there and countless races hunted humans, especially cultivators, making Qi Meng Dai shocked as she frowned and asked, "How can such a place exist when I've never heard of it before?" Chu Xiu said solemnly that even he had never imagined humanity could be so miserable elsewhere in the universe, but he called her precious and declared that no matter how dangerous it was, if Dao Origin existed there, he had to go and repay the Holy Lord. Qi Meng Dai immediately spoke firmly, calling him a rebellious disciple and declaring that she would go with him because she also wanted to know what Hong Hua was, while Chu Xiu smiled at his beautiful precious master and agreed, saying he also wanted to test whether he could bring another person inside. After speaking, he threw tens of thousands of divine essence stones into the stone mirror and rapidly formed seals to activate its Dao patterns, while Qi Meng Dai watched wide-eyed as a notice appeared stating that Current Order 6 did not have permission to bring others into Hong Hua, leaving both stunned as Qi Meng Dai asked why. Chu Xiu gently said it seemed only he could enter, then warned his master that if other races truly invaded the Heavenly Vault continent, humanity would face catastrophe and told her to inform the Holy Lord to prepare. But Qi Meng Dai anxiously stopped him and said no, explaining when he asked why that going alone was far too dangerous. Chu Xiu lifted her chin and smiled gently, asking, "Is my precious one worried about me?" and Qi Mengdai's cheeks flushed, though she still snorted coldly and said she was not worried, only afraid no one would collect his corpse if he died. Seeing his adorable master, Chu Xiu happily took her hand, smiled with narrowed eyes and praised her for being cute, then reassured her that with his current strength he would not rush inside yet, while Qi Mengdai pouted and told him there was no need to explain because she was not worried, then called him a rebellious disciple and ordered him to stay away from her. Suddenly Chu Xiu pushed her down, gazed at her breathtaking face and whispered, "My precious master, it's getting late, why don't you pass on your teachings to your disciple?" And Qi Mengdai panicked and shouted for him to get lost, but as always she ultimately could only remain with the rebellious disciple. 7 days later, the upper capital became extremely lively, with cultivators gathering everywhere, bustling shops and packed tea houses and restaurants, while someone said they had heard the artifact refining Grandmaster Shadowless was coming to the upper capital. Another replied, "That's right, he hasn't refined artifacts for a long time, so his return has attracted experts from all major powers," while someone else asked, "Have you heard that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden seems to be pursuing the Supreme Origin Holy Sun?" And as soon as that topic arose, the spiritual tea house became even noisier. In a second-floor room, a beautiful platinum-haired woman looked visibly furious, frowned, and coldly muttered Chu Xiu's name while complaining that she heard about him everywhere and had to avenge Brother Hao because without Chu Xiu he would never have been seriously wounded. Then Zhen Yaozu gritted her teeth and declared she would definitely kill him. Jia Yaoyi looked worriedly at her younger sister and advised that Chu Xiu was not easy to deal with because he was the Supreme Origin Holy Sun and far too powerful for them. But Zhen Yaozu coldly declared she was not afraid and would kill him regardless of the price. So seeing her sister consumed by hatred, Jia Yaoyi sadly ordered Wu to take her back and lock her up, forbidding anyone from releasing her without permission, then watched her sister leave and sighed. Hopping her third sister would not blame her for being cruel because having fought Chu Xiu before, she knew he was like a madman and her sister would meet a terrible end if she confronted him. At the same time, inside Chu Xiu's room at the Supreme Origin Embassy, he was lying down enjoying Elder Mo's attentive care when he suddenly sneezed repeatedly, and disturbed while still slightly drunk, Chu Xiu became irritated and wondered who was cursing him. Above him, Elder Mo Fei Yan sat with flushed cheeks in an intimate posture, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear with a satisfied smile at the corner of her lips, and seeing her gentle appearance, Chu Xiu involuntarily thought of his precious master and wished she could be as obedient as Elder Mo. After exchanging techniques for a while, Mo Fei Yan obediently served Chu Xiu, straightening his clothes and gently massaging his shoulders like a well-behaved kitten, then softly reported from behind that the Jade Pool Holy Maiden had come looking for him early this morning, but Chu Xiu lazily replied, "Ignore her." Suddenly, Yi Hongyu shouted from outside, "Brother S letter 1 EDF, something major happened, someone has arrived." And hearing this, Mo Fei Yan quickly tidied her clothes and stood properly before Chu Xiu, who told her to leave first, so she obediently bowed, "Yes, your highness." As soon as Elder Mo left, Yi Hongyu hurried inside and Chu Xiu asked, "Brother Yi, why are you in such a rush?" While Yi Hongyu excitedly announced that the Jai family's third young lady had arrived in the upper capital. She even declared that she'll marry whoever kills Brother S letter 1 EDF. That woman has truly gone mad, making Chu Xiu frown and wonder who the Jai family's third young lady was and when he had offended her. So Yi Hongyu helplessly asked, "Brother S letter 1 EDF, have you forgotten? You killed her lover, Shang Gonghao." Only then did Chu Xiu remember and nod. Oh, so it's that guy who loved showing off all day. A scheme flashed through his mind and he smiled meaningfully before asking whether Yi Hongyu wanted to make a fortune, making Yi Hongyu grin strangely and praise Brother S letter 1 EDF as a true kindred spirit because they had thought of the same thing. So Chu Xiu proposed opening a betting pool at the arena with battles restricted to the same realm and no killing allowed. While Yi Hongyu continued that Chu Xiu should defeat challenger after challenger with an invincible bearing so the bettors kept winning from the house, then Chu Xiu finished, and at the end, "We'll send someone from our side to defeat me and recover both principal and profit." Chu Xiu patted Yi Hongyu's shoulder and asked whether there would be any problems on his end, and Yi Hongyu confidently gave a thumbs up, telling him not to worry because he would arrange everything perfectly, and Chu Xiu only needed to sit back and count the money. As they walked outside, Yi Hongyu laughed. "If Zhen Yaozu learns that the man who killed her husband is even using her to make money, she'll probably go insane. This is too amusing." while Chu Xiu smiled, "Brother Yi, let's go celebrate with a feast first." Several days later, on Peach Blossom Bamboo Forest Island, exquisitely built immortal islands rested atop gigantic rocks surrounded by brilliant peach blossoms and floated among soft white clouds. In the central peach garden, countless cultivators gathered and discussed excitedly as one young man shouted, "Chu Xiu is cruel and lawless, everyone wants him dead," while another pounded his chest and agreed, "Brother Ma is right, even without young lady Zhen Yaozu's matter, I still want to challenge that bastard." Zhen Yaozu frowned slightly and replied, "Then I'll trouble everyone, and whoever can kill Chu Xiu, I will definitely honor my promise," though inwardly she sneered that they were merely tools for her to use, yet still dreamed of marrying her. In a nearby pavilion sat 2 men and 1 woman, with the scholarly young man on the left holding a folding fan being Xing Yu Yao, younger brother of the Holy Son of Light, the man in the middle being Yang Lion, a disciple of the Southern Region's Divine Flame sect, and the pink-haired woman being Qin Yao, a disciple of the Jade Pool. Yang Lion looked at Qin Yao and asked, "Everyone knows your elder brother admires the Jade Pool Holy Maiden, but recently I heard she's pursuing the Supreme Origin Holy Son, Miss Qin Yao. Do you know whether that's true?" And Qin Yao nodded, confirming, "Yes, it is no longer a secret in the upper capital." The upper capital's main gate, Yi Hongyu and Chu Xiu stood before the crowd as Yi Hongyu loudly called for cultivators not to miss the opportunity, announcing that the Supreme Origin Holy Sun would duel challengers at the largest beast arena in the upper capital, while Chu Xiu immediately acted solemnly and declared, "Heaven cherishes life, and the upper capital has just suffered a blood sacrifice, so I do not wish to create more killing and promise not to take the life of any challenger." Hearing those righteous words, the surrounding cultivators laughed excitedly and wondered what the Supreme Origin Holy Sun was planning, asking whether he truly promised not to kill anyone, then agreed to challenge him since they no longer feared being killed and could even impress the Jai family's young lady. Inside the pavilion, Yang Lion smiled curiously and wondered what trick the Supreme Origin Holy Sun was playing, refusing to believe he would be bored enough to do this for nothing, so he invited his 2 companions to go watch. At the massive beast arena resembling an ancient coliseum, news spread rapidly, and within only a few hours the venue was packed. Yang Lion, Xing Yu, and Qin Yao arrived at the entrance and met a female disciple of the Supreme Origin Holy Land selling tickets, making Qin Yao ask in surprise whether tickets were required, and the disciple professionally smiled. Guests wishing to enter the beast arena must buy tickets. Outdoor seats cost 100 high-grade origin stones, ordinary rooms cost 10 divine essence stones, VIP rooms cost 1,000 divine essence stones. And since VIP rooms are extremely popular, first come first served. Then seeing Xing Yu approach, she asked which ticket he wanted because VIP rooms were almost sold out, and unwilling to be looked down upon by her sparkling smile, Yang Lion immediately took out 1,000 divine essence stones and confidently said he wanted a VIP room, so she quickly invited all 3 inside. Inside the VIP room, the 3 could overlook the entire arena, and Qin Yao silently counted the spectators before exclaiming in shock, "There are already more than 10 million people in the outdoor stands alone." Hearing this, Xing Yu broke into a sweat and calculated that at 100 high-grade origin stones each, the outdoor stands alone brought in 1 million divine essence stones, while 10,000 ordinary rooms at 10 stones each earned another 100,000, and 1,000 VIP rooms at 1,000 each brought in 1 million more, making him conclude that the Supreme Origin Holy Sun was probably a business genius. While they were still calculating, 3 graceful fairy-like women entered carrying spirit tea, spirit fruits, and 3 recording stones, and the leading woman smiled. "Please enjoy the tea. Young Master Yi has opened a betting pool so guests may wager on any match," making Qin Yao point curiously at the stones and ask what they were. So the woman explained that they contained films produced by young Master Yi with interesting images and sounds, costing 4 divine essence stones to watch or 30 to purchase. And Qin Yao replied that she only wanted to watch. She then took out 4 divine essence stones, and when the woman activated the recording stone, an intensely romantic film immediately appeared, making Qin Yao blush deeply and cover her mouth while coughing awkwardly, while Yang Lion and Xing Yu stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, "My God, recording stones can actually be used like this." At this moment, Zhen Yaozu stood in the middle of the arena and loudly declared, "I am Zhen Yaozu, and between me and Supreme Origin Chu Xiu exists an irreconcilable blood feud. Today I swear before everyone that whoever can defeat him and completely humiliate him, or take Chu Xiu's life, will become the Jai family's honored son-in-law and my husband." And her words instantly ignited the entire arena, as countless people went mad over the temptation of becoming Zhen Yaozu's husband and the Jai family's son-in-law, which would be like a carp transforming into a dragon and spare them hundreds or even thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Then Chu Xiu and Yi Hongyu appeared on the platform as Yi Hongyu brightly announced, "Ha ha, dear spectators. Next comes the performance of the Holy Sun everyone has been waiting for, and as you can see, all challengers are Dao Palace Realm experts, so their battles against the Holy Sun will surely be peak clashes of dragons and tigers. Now let us welcome the first challenger with our greatest enthusiasm. As soon as he finished, a purple-robed young man flew down from the stands, frowned at Chu Xiu, and shouted, "Supreme Origin Holy Sun Chu Xiu, since you are Miss Yao Zu's enemy, you are also my enemy." At the same time, Chu Xiu activated the movement secret and lightly descended onto the arena, ready to fight. The stands immediately erupted in wild cheers. The Supreme Origin Holy Sun has finally entered the arena. Hurry and place your bets. I'm betting on the Supreme Origin Holy Sun because the human sacred body is invincible within the same realm. Lightning erupted around the purple-robed young man as he charged toward Chu Xiu and shouted, "Today I will avenge Miss Yao Zu," before throwing a ferocious punch straight at Chu Xiu, only for Chu the Samanic to casually block it with one hand. His face remained cold and emotionless as Chu the Samanic tightly gripped the purple-robed young man's fist. Then he gently struck out with his other palm, directly sending the opponent flying backward. The purple-robed youth slid across the ground, carving a deep trench as rocks shattered everywhere, and Yihong Yu immediately announced, "First match, the Supreme Origin Holy Sun wins." Inside a VIP room, Zhou Yu looked puzzled and asked Shuyi, "Brother, don't you think Chu Xiu seems a little strange today?" And Shuyi thoughtfully replied, "He does seem somewhat unusual, but I can't tell what's wrong," before carefully observing Chu Xiu and eventually smiling in surprise, making Zhou Yu ask, "Brother, did you notice something?" Shuyi closed his eyes and slowly said, "Yes, the Supreme Origin Holy Sun is growing stronger. The one fighting in the arena is merely a puppet controlled by Chu Xiu's divine sense," making Zhou Yu stare wide-eyed and exclaim, "What? That's really only a puppet. Chu Xiu isn't even fighting personally. Then what is he doing? Does he think he can control a puppet and defeat every challenger?" While elsewhere, Chu Xiu leisurely lay with his head on a woman's lap as 3 other women gently massaged him, and he smiled blissfully. "That's right, very comfortable, use a little more strength." At that moment, the Jade Pool Holy Maiden entered the room, calmly looked at the scene, and said, "I thought you would personally enter the arena," while Chu Xiu smiled. "One shouldn't go too far. Controlling a puppet is enough, because if I fought personally, it would simply be bullying." Outside, Yihong Yu clearly announced, "Fourth match, the Supreme Origin Holy Sun wins," while the Jade Pool Holy Maiden calmly looked at Chu Xiu lying on the woman's lap and said, "I heard you wanted Grandmaster Qi Wen to forge something for you but were refused. Senior Qi and I are old acquaintances, so I can put in a good word for you, provided you spend one day with me so we can understand each other better," making Chu the Samanic immediately sit up and smile. "No problem at all." Feng Yao suddenly grew embarrassed and blushed just as Yihong Yu's voice sounded again. "Seventh match, the Supreme Origin Holy Sun wins." Chu Xiu walked beside Feng Yao, placed a hand on her shoulder, and teased, "Holy Maiden, you're an absolute powerhouse among minor saints, so you wouldn't trick me into some deserted place and force yourself on me, would you?" The Jade Pool Holy Maiden flushed red and glared at Chu Xiu before awkwardly replying, "Holy Sun, don't speak nonsense. How could I possibly do such a thing?" In the arena, Yihong Yu excitedly shouted across the stadium, "Haha, the Holy Sun truly deserves to possess the ancient sacred body. He's unbelievably powerful, so everyone please keep placing your bets." And the stands immediately erupted with cheers as people shouted, "Hurry, keep betting, let's make a fortune." Seeing this, Yihong Yu smiled faintly and thought, "Hee, keep betting freely, because the net will close very soon." Yihong Yu continued toward the stands. "Now, please welcome the next challenger, fellow cultivator Du Du," while simultaneously transmitting a message to Chu Xiu. Relaxing in his private room, Chu Xiu received the message, "Brother Chu, the person you're looking for has arrived. He's a poison cultivator whose body is covered in poisonous wounds from years of exposure to toxins." And Chu Xiu smiled and transmitted back, "Brother Yi, the man you found truly suits Zhen Yaozu perfectly." Yihong Yu continued, "This man has a blood feud with the Jai clan, so if Zhen Yaozu falls into his hands, she'll suffer worse than death. Brother Chu, are you satisfied with my arrangement?" And Chu Xiu merely curled his lips. "What does that have to do with me?" Making Yihong Yu laugh and nod. "Exactly, it has nothing to do with us." When Dudu appeared, the spectators immediately whispered, "Who's that? He's horribly ugly," while a red-robed man said, "Who cares? Looking like that, he definitely can't beat His Highness Holy Sun." A blue-robed man excitedly urged, "Hurry and bet, keep betting on the Supreme Origin Holy Sun," and a brown-robed youth laughed, "This is amazing, I've already earned 50,000 Divine Origin Stone." The fierce battle began as Dudu waved his hand and unleashed surging purple poisonous smoke toward Chu Xiu, making the spectators' expressions change as someone said, "He's ugly, but he's actually very strong," while another replied, "What are you afraid of? His Highness Holy Son can't possibly lose. At that moment, Chu Xiu's puppet charged toward Du, who unleashed countless streams of poisonous energy from both hands. Soon the poison smoke condensed into a gigantic sphere that engulfed them both as repeated collisions echoed inside, and when the smoke gradually dispersed, everyone was shocked to see Chu Xiu and Du standing opposite each other. Because Chu Xiu's puppet had been poisoned, its outer layer was corroded away, gradually exposing the metal frame underneath. The entire audience erupted in shock, shouting, "A puppet! Has the Supreme Origin Holy Son been using a Divine Sense puppet to fight this whole time?" Yi Hongyu immediately put on an exaggerated performance, exclaiming, "How could this happen? The Supreme Origin Holy Son never fought personally. Then who actually won this match?" Zhen Yaozu and Jai Yaoyu watched in surprise while Zhen Yaozu rested her chin on her hand in thought, when suddenly Chu Xiu, dressed in a black robe, lightly jumped down from the VIP room onto the arena, cracking the ground beneath his feet into a deep pit as the air trembled beneath the pressure of his sacred body. The entire audience was stunned and someone cried, "He's the Supreme Origin Holy Son," while another said, "Something seems wrong with him. He apparently can't control his strength, since even this profound iron floor shattered the moment he landed." Chu Xiu looked toward the stands and smiled. "As everyone can see, ever since surviving the sacred body tribulation, I've remained in seclusion for one simple reason. I cannot fully control my suddenly increased strength." From the stands, the red-robed man shouted, "His Highness Holy Son didn't want to injure fellow cultivators, so he used a puppet to fight instead despite risking defeat." And the crowd immediately praised, "His Highness Holy Son is truly noble. His Highness Holy Son is truly noble." And as Chu Xiu's reputation soared, a red-robed youth stood and asked, "Supreme Origin Holy Son, I only want to know who won this match." To which Chu Xiu smiled, "I didn't fight because of my own condition, and this puppet only possesses about 20% of my strength, so if fellow cultivator Du can defeat it, that proves he is very powerful." Chu Xiu rubbed his forehead and looked troubled, saying, "Miss Zhen Yaozu deeply misunderstands me, and the Jai clan once helped me during my tribulation, so even if only to repay that favor. Forget it, there's no need to say more. I concede this match, and fellow cultivator Du is the winner." While Du, knowing perfectly well that he was acting, inwardly cursed, "Damn, this bastard is really good at pretending." The women in the audience admired him endlessly as a pink-robed woman blushed and said, "The Supreme Origin Holy Son truly distinguishes gratitude from grudges," while a blue-robed woman agreed, "His Highness Holy Son went this far solely to repay a favor." Chu Xiu looked toward Jai Yaoyi and Zhen Yaozu's room, placed a hand over his chest and sincerely smiled, "Miss Zhen Yaozu, I hope you can let go of your hatred, and if possible, I truly want to be friends with you." Yi Hongyu pretended to be shocked. "Damn, wait, then how does this bet count?" And the stands immediately erupted into chaos, with people shouting that if the Holy Son lost, they had lost 70,000 Divine Essence stones and demanding young Master Yi return their money. While inside the VIP room, Zhen Yaozu glared hatefully at Chu Xiu and thought, "He not only used me to make money, but even threw all the blame onto me. Shameless and despicable." Beneath the arena, the pockmarked Du proudly looked toward Zhen Yaozu, cupped his hands, and loudly asked, "Your Highness Holy Son has already admitted that I won this match, so does Miss Zhen Yaozu's promise still count, and will she become my wife from now on?" Hearing this, Zhen Yaozu turned pale, trembling as she pointed at him and shouted, "You and Chu Xiu colluded to deceive everyone. Do you think everyone here is an idiot?" A female disciple of the Supreme Origin Holy Land immediately stood and said, "Our Holy Son deliberately lost this match to ease the grudge with the Jai family, even willing to endure ridicule from outsiders, yet you still speak so harshly to him." A red-robed male disciple angrily added, "Miss Jai, you've gone too far, deliberately using such cruel words to hurt His Highness. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" And the gray-robed disciple beside him continued, "Exactly, Miss Jai is too unreasonable. The Supreme Origin Holy Son already conceded, so why won't you let it go?" While amid the accusations, Zhen Yaozu panicked, and Jai Yaoyi placed a hand on her shoulder and reminded her, "What you said earlier was not a joke, and the Jai family's honor cannot be treated lightly. If fellow Taoist Du is sincere, let him come to the Jai family to discuss the marriage," making Zhen Yaozu cry desperately, "Sister," while Jai Yaoyu whispered, "If we keep arguing now, we'll only become the world's laughingstock. Let's return first and plan later, and if Du really dares come, then he won't need to leave." Hearing this, Du laughed loudly, "Haha, then it's settled. I'll soon bring betrothal gifts to your family." In another private room, Chu Xiu leisurely drank tea as if everything had gone exactly according to plan, while the Jade Lake Holy Maiden sat opposite him and Mo Fei Yan massaged his shoulders, smiling, Zhen Yao Zhu must hate your highness to the bone now. Chu Ziyu sneered, so what? She claims she'd sacrifice everything to take revenge on me, but if she dares say that to my face, I'll slap her unconscious on the spot. When the door suddenly opened and Yi Hongyu happily walked in, Brother Chu, we won big this time, we've made a fortune, and Chu Ziyu calmly asked, how much? Yi Hongyu raised his thumb and said, after deducting Du Du's share, exactly 60 million divine essence stones remain, making Mo Fei Yan exclaim in surprise, your highness is truly amazing, this way of making money is incredibly efficient, while Yi Hongyu winked and said, we'll split it 30-70, and I'll have someone bring the divine essence stones over right now. Just then, a guard rushed in panic and shouted, young master, something terrible happened, the divine essence stones were robbed. The smiles on Chu Ziyu and Yi Hongyu's faces instantly vanished, and both became extremely serious. Yi Hongyu grabbed the guard by the collar and gritted his teeth, shouting, robbed? What exactly happened? Did you see who did it? While Chu Ziyu leaned back in his chair with half-closed eyes, his face as cold as ice, and the trembling guard stammered, this subordinate only saw that the attacker was wearing a long black robe. At the same time, in the outskirts of the upper capital, an earth-shattering explosion shook the surrounding space as flames and smoke billowed into the sky. Floating in midair, an elderly man pointed directly at the black-robed figure and shouted, hand over the storage ring and I can spare your life, while the black-robed figure replied hoarsely, you can't stop me, much less kill me. The elder was Yanning, Yi Hongyu's guardian, while the black-robed figure thought inwardly that for safety he first had to teleport the storage ring somewhere else. Thinking this, he immediately set up a teleportation formation and placed the storage ring inside, making Yanning snort coldly and angrily shout, foolish and stubborn, before stepping through the void and charging straight at him, while the black-robed figure's pupils contracted as he recognized the Yi family's renowned supreme secret art. That punch contained unstoppable power, so he hurriedly formed a hand seal, smiled sinisterly, and said, blood escape, causing fierce blood energy to surge above his head. He burned his own blood essence without hesitation and activated the blood escape divine ability, leaving a blood-red afterimage as he fled at a speed far beyond light, causing Yanning's punch to strike empty air. Just then, Mo Fei Yan stepped out from the void and angrily shouted at the black-robed figure, trying to escape, don't think it'll be that easy, then condensed power between both hands into a brilliant point of light. She fired the point of light with full force, instantly piercing the black-robed figure's shoulder, and his agonized scream echoed through the void as he clutched his wound, glared furiously at Mo Fei Yan and cursed through gritted teeth, crazy woman. After cursing, the black-robed figure used the blood escape divine ability again to flee, and Mo Fei Yan watched him disappear into the distance with an irritated frown. Damn it, he still escaped. At this moment, the aged Jinning appeared before Mo Fei Yan, cupped his hands and said, thank you, Elder Mo, for helping, while Mo Fei Yan replied, that black-robed man possesses an extremely fast blood escape divine ability, so even I couldn't catch him, and Yanning nodded reassuringly, don't worry, I've already marked his aura with a secret technique, so whether he flees to heaven or underground, he cannot escape my grasp. Afterward, Mo Fei Yan returned to the Supreme Origin Embassy, where Chu Ziyu lay comfortably with his eyes closed on her lap and casually asked, Fei Yan, you mean that black-robed man used the fake character secret? While Mo Fei Yan gently massaged Chu Ziyu's temples, nodded and softly replied, your highness, I definitely did not see it wrong. When he fought Elder Yanning, his secret technique was about 80% similar to yours, your highness. So Chu Ziyu stroked his chin with closed eyes and reasoned that since he knew Yanning had marked him yet chose to teleport away his storage ring, someone or some faction must be backing him, and that faction possesses the restoration secret. Then he opened his eyes and said, there's an 80 or 90% chance it's the Ouyang family of the Eastern continent. I didn't expect them to come looking for me before I even went after them. Chu Ziyu sat up and smiled. There's no need to make a fuss about the restoration secret. Don't report it to the Holy Land or let the Yi family know for now. I'll make a trip to the Eastern continent first, and you only need to announce that I'm in seclusion. While Mo Fei Yan smiled and nodded, your highness truly thinks everything through, I'll go with you. Chu Ziyu immediately wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her closer with a wicked smile. Of course, making Mo Fei Yan blush as she gazed at him affectionately, while Chu the Simonic's mind was filled only with thoughts of possessing her. Chu Ziyu secretly calculated that before the Yi family arrived, he had to deal with the Ouyang family first, seize the restoration secret, and recover the divine essence stones. One day later, outside the upper capital, a gigantic flying ship carrying a magnificent palace tore through the sky. While aboard it, Chu Ziyu and Mo Fei Yan disguised themselves as an ordinary Dao companion couple and stood side by side looking into the distance, with Mo Fei Yan saying, your highness, at this speed we'll reach the Eastern continent in about 7 days, and Chu Ziyu leaning on the railing with a smile, how is the investigation into the Ouyang family? To which she replied, I've found some clues. Publicly, they have two peak lesser saints guarding them, and their two ancestors are lovers. As they walked back to their room, Mo Fei Yan continued. That black-robed man desperately stole the divine essence stones, so I suspect he's another lesser saint ancestor of the Ouyang family who may also be attempting to break through to the great saint realm. And Chu Xiu nodded ahead of her. He picked my peach and even wants to use it for his breakthrough. How could there be such a good deal? While Mo Fei Yan curiously asked, Your Highness, what do we do next? Chu Xiu smiled at her. Since I can't act under the name of the Supreme Origin Holy Land, I'll use the name of my deceased second junior sister. Mo Fei Yan asked in confusion, Second junior sister? And Chu Xiu laughed, correcting himself, A slip of the tongue, I meant second junior brother. After entering the room, Chu Xiu immediately embraced elder Mo Fei Yan and smiled wickedly, thinking, Junior brother or junior sister, it doesn't matter. Xiao Yifeng, senior brother will avenge you, so watch carefully from reincarnation. And afterward Mo Fei Yan yielded to Chu Xiu's affection as her body trembled and sweat poured continuously, while Chu the Samanic exchanged hundreds of rounds with her. The gigantic flying ship continued tearing through the clouds, rapidly heading toward the eastern continent. The next morning, with free time to spare, Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan strolled around the ship, ignoring everyone else's gazes and affectionately clinging to each other like a real married couple. The two stopped before a jewelry stall where Mo Fei Yan picked up another Dragon Phoenix jade bracelet of mystic grade, looked at Chu Xiu and gently asked, Husband, what do you think of this bracelet? And Chu Xiu indulgently smiled, If my wife likes it, buy it. Suddenly, a ragged little girl rushed over and bumped into Chu Xiu's back, so he instantly grabbed her arm and saw his spirit stone pouch in her hand, then looked down coldly and scolded, You're so young yet instead of studying properly, you've become quite skilled at styling, making the girl stammer fearfully, Sorry, I didn't mean to. The little girl stared at him with tearful eyes and repeatedly apologized so pitifully that she was hard to blame, and after looking carefully, surprise flashed through Chu Xiu's eyes as he thought, I feel like I've seen this little girl somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, he gently bent down, placed a warm hand on her head, and asked in his softest voice, Little girl, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, now tell me your name. And she timidly replied, Qin Yi, sir, my name is Qin Yi. Hearing that name, Chu Xiu sighed softly and thought, No wonder she felt familiar, she's the bloodline left behind by an old friend. Back when his cultivation was still weak, he and Liu Hongyi had once been hunted to the brink of death. But while fleeing they met the righteous old patriarch of the Qin family, who risked everything to shelter them. And although the Qin family had once been a prominent clan of the upper capital, after offending powerful figures they were reduced to slaves and forced to hide in the eastern continent, making the period Chu Xiu and Liu Hongyi spent with them one of their warmest memories. Until their enemies eventually traced them down and the old patriarch sacrificed himself to lure them away and save everyone else. Later, when Chu Xiu returned for revenge, he learned that the Qin family's daughter had gone missing and could not be found despite searching everywhere. So he never expected to meet that child on this flying ship after being reborn, and looking at her tiny figure filled his deep eyes with both joy and sorrow as he gently asked, Yi, why are you on this flying ship? And Qin Yi answered with shining eyes, My parents went to the eastern continent, and Grandpa Huang said this flying ship often travels between the eastern continent and the southern region, so I thought following it might help me find them. Chu Xiu fell silent after hearing this, thinking that the truth about Yi's parents was too cruel and absolutely could not be revealed to her. He continued stroking the girl's head, his gaze serious yet gentle. Silly girl, come with me and I'll teach you cultivation. Then once you possess enough peerless strength, you can search for your parents yourself, and with me protecting you, you'll never go hungry or let anyone bully you again. Making Qin Yi look up and ask, Are you Uncle Chu Xiu? And when Chu Xiu nodded slightly, she immediately smiled brightly. Father once told me that if someone came to take you away without any malice, that person could only be Uncle Chu Xiu or Aunt Hong. Chu Xiu hurriedly raised a finger to his lips and whispered into her ear, Yes, I am Chu Xiu, your father is Qin Tianjun, your mother is Chen Muyu, and your grandfather is Qin Mo. All of them were close old friends of mine, but this is an important secret, so you must help hide my identity for now, or it will cause me a great deal of trouble. After chatting for a while, the flying ship docked on the eastern continent at Snowridge City, suspended among mountains blanketed in snow all year round. Chu Xiu, Qin Yi, and Mo Fei Yan left the ship together looking like a happy little family, while Chu Xiu instructed, Yi, now that we're off the flying ship, remember your identity is the daughter of me and Aunt Fei Yan, understood? Yes, I remember, Qin Yi obediently replied while tightly holding Chu Xiu's hand and smiling innocently. But after only a few steps, a distant group suddenly shouted and blocked their path. "Hey, where do you people think you're going?" Hearing the shout, Chu Xiu merely turned his head coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping toward the source. In the blink of an eye, the three were completely surrounded by thugs, while the nearby crowd gathered to watch the commotion. Chu Xiu curled his lips into a cold smile and thought, "Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. I just arrived on the eastern continent and already ran into fools who don't know death." Jinyi recognized the group and nervously told Chu Xiu, "Uncle Chu Xiu, they're the ones who forced me to steal things. They're all bad people, so please be careful." And Chu Xiu gently reassured her, "Little girl, don't worry, I'm here." While a burly man cracked his knuckles, raised his chin toward Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan and sneered threateningly, "You've got some nerve, openly taking my people away. Are you looking for death?" Mo Fei Yan's face instantly turned icy as she transmitted, "Your Highness, should I deal with them?" And Chu Xiu simply replied, "Finish it quickly." Receiving the order, Mo Fei Yan immediately charged forward as great saint pressure surged out and shook the surrounding space. She coldly said, "You were the ones who blocked our path and caused trouble first, so don't blame me for being ruthless." Then lightly pointed into the void, tearing open a gigantic black hole whose terrifying suction instantly swallowed every bandit before they could even scream. In an instant, the chaotic street returned to silence as though nothing had happened, and Chu Xiu urged Mo Fei Yan, "This place is troublesome, let's leave quickly," before using a divine ability that made all three vanish without a trace. Half a day later, they crossed the vast void, entered the heart of the eastern continent, and stopped at the prosperous Crimson East City. Chu Xiu looked up at the massive city gate and smiled meaningfully. "We've finally arrived. The Aoyang clan's lair is right here." Then entered with Mo Fei Yan and Qin Yi, but instead of acting immediately, they found a place to rest and gather information. Standing beneath a quiet eave, he asked, "Fei Yan, according to our information, who is currently the most talented true disciple of the Aoyang clan?" And Mo Fei Yan immediately replied, "A man named Ouyang Tianqi," making Chu Xiu nod and say, "Then if the Aoyang clan truly possesses the impersonation secret art, he must have cultivated it before." As night fell, Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan hid in the darkness and observed the luxurious Aoyang residence from afar, where bright lamps and tightly patrolling guards made him remark, "Their defenses are really this strict." Before Mo Fei Yan soon emerged from the void carrying the unconscious Ouyang Tianqi and reported, "Your Highness, I've captured Ouyang Tianqi," to which Chu Xiu nodded, "Fei Yan, you've worked hard." He then watched her throw Ouyang Tianqi into a corner. Mo Fei Yan reported that Ouyang Tianqi had indeed cultivated the impersonation secret art, but the technique was incomplete and he had mastered at most a fraction of its essence. Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately deduced that if even the favored eldest son lacked the complete version, then it was probably held only by the Aoyang clan ancestor, while Mo Fei Yan eagerly asked, "Your Highness, should I capture their ancestor as well?" Chu Xiu shook his head and explained that the opponent had already touched the threshold of the Great Saint realm, so capturing him alive would not be easy and any mistake could create a huge disturbance that drew other forces' attention. Then when Mo Fei Yan asked what his next plan was, blood-red light flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he stroked his chin and smiled slyly. "Stay here and guard Ouyang Tianqi so he can't escape. I'll disguise myself as him, infiltrate the Aoyang clan and approach their ancestor then, he." After transforming, he looked identical to Ouyang Tianqi in both appearance and aura. But instead of immediately returning, he leisurely wandered around in accordance with the man's usual playboy habits and only returned late at night to the majestic Aoyang residence, which rivaled a great sect. Seeing him, the two guards bowed and greeted, "Young Master Tianqi, you've returned." Chu Xiu maintained Ouyang Tianqi's arrogant demeanor, did not even glance at them, and swaggered straight inside. Passing through long corridors, he reached the private courtyard where a beautiful woman was embroidering on a bluestone platform, none other than Su Wanrong, Ouyang Tianqi's lawful wife. Seeing him, she gently said, "Father came earlier and said that once you returned, you should immediately go to the ancestral hall because the ancestor wants to see you." And Chu Xiu casually answered, "Fine," while noticing a complicated look flash through her eyes and becoming suspicious. She softly asked, "Husband, are you planning to return to our room tonight?" Chu Xiu recalled Ouyang Tianqi's habits but still replied coldly, "That depends on my mood." He went directly to the Aoyang ancestor's palace, pushed open the door, and inwardly sneered that he had been invited before even needing to search, while secretly suppressing his holy son aura. And inside the luxurious hall, fragrant incense burned around a seductive woman reclining in the center with her back toward him. Sensing someone enter, the Aoyang ancestor turned and smiled flirtatiously, making Chu Xiu inwardly think that this ancestor's tastes were rather twisted. Still wearing a cold expression, he approached and asked, "Ancestor, did you summon me for something important?" and she smiled seductively. Tianqi, we haven't seen each other for a whole month and your ancestor has missed you terribly. She moved closer, gently stroked his chin, and whispered, while your old ancestor hasn't returned yet, let this grandmother properly pamper you for a while. Chu Xiu inwardly laughed as he finally understood why Yang Tianqi often avoided returning to his room, but calmly asked, Ancestor, I've already mastered the impersonation secret art you taught me, so when will you pass the complete version to me? The ancestor smiled and replied, Tianqi, why are you in such a hurry? Your cultivation is still too low, so the incomplete version is enough for now. Then wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed close, saying, come here, your ancestor can't wait any longer, while Chu Xiu sighed. But every time I cultivate with ancestor, my body is severely depleted. The complete paired cultivation method should reduce some of that loss. The moment she heard this, the ancestor's expression turned icy as she pulled out a pitch-black iron chain and said, Tianqi, I don't like disobedient children. Are you forcing your ancestor to use stronger methods? Making Chu the Samanic inwardly shudder and think, this old woman is even into this. The ancestor's tastes are seriously intense. Before he could react, she swung her hand and wrapped iron chains tightly around him, curling her lips into a cruel, eerie smile. This is a magical tool I just finished refining, and once you wear it, all your cultivation will temporarily disappear, turning you into a weak mortal, which should be quite a novel and interesting experience for you. She laughed loudly, leaned close to Chu Xiu and said, Tianqi, be obedient and let this ancestor kiss you, because I'm about to enter seclusion to break through. Making Chu Xiu tense as his mind instantly cleared, and he calculated that if he did not act now, she might seal his cultivation or even kill him. So he instinctively took out 3 flowers converging at the crown, intending to use it to forcibly suppress her cultivation. Immediately afterward, he slapped the old woman hard across the face, causing 3 porcelain bottles to explode as bright red liquid splashed all over her face. Caught completely off guard, she hurriedly circulated spiritual power to restore her appearance, her face constantly shifting between old, young, and false forms, making Chu Xiu curse inwardly. Damn, luckily I didn't fall into her trap, or I'd have ended up reenacting a horror version of the old man and the sea. Stunned by the sudden attack, the old woman stared at him with shock and fury before coldly asking, you're not Tianqi, who exactly are you? Chu the Samanic sneered, you can just call me Yang Guang, making the old woman even angrier as she roared, you damned brat, how dare you deceive me? While Chu Xiu spread his arms and arrogantly laughed, haha, honestly I didn't want to resort to violence, but something as disgusting as you is simply unbearable. She urgently questioned, your true target is the purple star shell, isn't it? Who exactly are you and how do you know this secret? Chu Xiu sneered inwardly, little junior sister. No, junior brother would be more accurate. Please shoulder this disaster for your senior brother. He instantly entered character, curling his lips faintly as his sharp eyes filled with hatred, and he said, old woman, surely you still remember the Xiao family from back then. The old woman's entire body shook and her pupils contracted in terror as she stammered. You're a surviving remnant of the Xiao family, the son of Xiao Tianheng named Xiao Yifeng. I knew it, if weeds aren't uprooted completely, one day the snake will return to bite. While Chu Xiu sneered hatefully, back then your Yang family greedily wanted the purple star shell and cruelly exterminated my entire Xiao family. Did you ever imagine this day would come? Yet the old woman showed no remorse and coldly replied, an ordinary man is innocent, but possessing a treasure makes him guilty, so your Xiao family's destruction was deserved. Chu Xiu said nothing more and immediately activated the formation, releasing countless enormous iron chains. The chains shot forward and tightly bound her, completely suppressing her so she could not resist. Bound and sprawled on the ground, the old woman screamed furiously, you wretched remnant of the Xiao family, you'll die miserably. My man is a great saint, and when he returns, he'll send you to meet your ancestors. Chu Xiu smiled and asked, you mean that old dog who robbed the Yi family's divine essence stones? Don't worry, I'll soon send him to reunite with his ancestors too. He sneered and continued, let me tell you some good news. I already recorded your secret affair with Yang Tianqi using a recording stone, and once I return, I'll spread it throughout Crimson East City for everyone to enjoy, ha ha ha. Making the old woman's expression freeze as she asked, how could you know about something so secret? Who exactly are you? While Chu the Samanic slowly approached, crouched down, lifted her chin, and smiled faintly, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Now obediently hand over the purple star shell. After speaking, he raised his right hand as brilliant golden sacred flame ignited on his index fingertip, making the old woman struggle in panic. She stared fearfully at Chu Xiu and stammered, what are you planning to do to me? While Chu Xiu calmly replied, If you refuse to willingly hand over the purple star shell, then naturally I'll have to search your soul and find it myself." Without mercy, Chu the Samanic pressed his finger directly into her forehead, cracking it open as the old monster screamed miserably and blood streamed down, and after searching her soul memories he thought, "Found it," while golden sacred flame spread across her body before returning to Chu Xiu, completing the refinement of the purple star shell extracted from her soul. Chu Xiu calculated inwardly that with the purple star shell in hand, his chances of surviving the journey to the ancient yin-yang star would increase greatly. But before that, I must raise my cultivation to the divine ability realm, and breaking through to the lesser saint realm would be even better. Suppressing his joy, Chu the Samanic rubbed his chin, frowned, and coldly asked, "Old monster, where are the divine essence stones you stole from the Yi family hidden now?" The old monster weakly frowned and stubbornly said, "Do you really think I'll tell you that easily?" While Chu the Samanic flashed a bright Yang Guang-like smile and replied, "Fine, I also want to see whether your mouth is tougher than the poison in my hand," then took a bottle of poison from his storage ring and poured it directly into her mouth. A few minutes later, the old monster's crazed laughter echoed through the room. "Ha ha, you damned thief, what did you do to me, ha ha ha." Chu the Samanic smiled sinisterly and replied, "This is called the yin-yang fire fusion powder, and no matter how profound your cultivation is, it will gradually dissolve completely until nothing remains." "Old monster, how does this poison taste?" And the old woman writhed and groaned, "Oh, you damned thief, you're far too vicious, give me the antidote immediately." After a while, the old woman finally could not endure it anymore, so following her instructions, Chu Xiu walked to the head of the bed, turned the mechanism, and opened a secret chamber packed with divine essence stones, then calmly asked, "Is it here?" And she replied, "Yes, all the divine essence stones you're looking for are inside." Chu Xiu examined them with divine sense and found 20 million missing, then turned back and coldly asked, "Why are there only 40 million divine essence stones here? There should be 60 million, where did the rest go?" The old woman awkwardly replied, "The missing amount. I used it to buy precious medicine to help me break through my cultivation." Hearing this, Chu Xiu rushed forward with clenched fists and shouted, "You shameless old hag, you actually used the money you stole to buy precious medicine for yourself. You deserve to die 10,000 times, making her sweat profusely and plead pitifully, "Help me remove the poison and I promise I'll repay every missing divine essence stone." Chu the Samanic immediately punched her hard in the face and shouted, "Get lost, stop dreaming, even now you still want an old cow to eat young grass? Solve your own problem, tonight there will be a very good show and I'll wait for you to watch it." Then turned and left, leaving her helplessly staring after him. Outside, he met Su Wanrong, father of Ouyang Tianqi and head of the Ouyang family, who asked, "Tianqi, did the ancestor say when she will attempt her breakthrough?" And Chu Xiu calmly replied, "Hold a family banquet tonight. She wants to meet all the descendants before officially breaking through." Su Wanrong immediately brightened and laughed. "Good, excellent, I understand. This is wonderful. I'll notify everyone right away." Wonderful, our Ouyang family is about to gain another great saint ancestor. While Chu Xiu watched from behind with a faint smile and thought, "Just wait until tonight. Once the entire Ouyang family gathers, I'll have the perfect chance to wipe them all out in one sweep." Time passed quickly, and that evening after Su Wanrong spread the news, Ouyang descendants from across the eastern continent rushed back, making the Ouyang mountain gate extremely lively. While nearby, Chu Xiu held a vial of poison and watched the crowd below with Fei Yan saying, "Almost everyone is here, Fei Yan. If anything unexpected happens tonight, I'll throw this cup as the signal to act." And Elder Fei Yan nodded. "Understood, Your Highness. Please be extremely careful." The night sky was beautiful, with a bright moon and countless stars shining like the calm before a storm, while inside the Ouyang family courtyard an unprecedentedly lively banquet unfolded as the entire clan gathered amid laughter, music, and the dances of young women. The younger generation chatted together as a yellow-robed youth smiled toward Ouyang Tianqi and asked, "Brother Tianqi, I heard the ancestor recently obtained a huge amount of resources, is that true?" And Chu Xiu, holding a wine cup, smiled. "13th brother wants a share, right? That's easy, later I'll speak to the ancestor and ask her to set some aside for everyone." Hearing this, Ouyang 13 happily said, "As expected, Brother Tianqi is the most generous. Come everyone, raise your cups and toast Brother Tianqi. Tonight you're our only hope." Before long, Ouyang 13 seemed to lose patience and anxiously asked, "Tianqi, why hasn't the ancestor appeared yet? Why don't you personally invite her out?" And Chu Xiu calmly smiled, "Fine." Before Chu the Samanic soon returned, dragging the old woman upside down straight into the courtyard. He announced in a bizarrely mocking voice, "Here she comes, your respected ancestor has arrived." making every Yang descendant turn around and witness a scene they would never forget, as their once invincible ancestor now looked utterly miserable, her body shriveled, face gray and lifeless, eyes vacant, and body dangling like a pitiful dog. The Yang descendants instantly sprang up in horror and shouted together, "Ancestor, why have you become like this? Tianqi, what are you doing? Release the ancestor immediately." While thunderous accusations followed, "O Yang Tianqi, how dare you disrespect the ancestor like this? Are you trying to rebel? The ancestor has never treated you badly, so why repay kindness with hatred?" Furious questions continued pouring out. "What exactly are you trying to do? Hurry and put the ancestor down." But O Yang Tianqi merely sneered, completely unconcerned. Chu the Semonic remained expressionless as a sinister smile curled at his lips, then took out a large white porcelain bottle and hurled it toward the crowd, causing it to shatter on the ground and release strange purple smoke that instantly spread throughout the entire Yang family hall. Seeing this eerie sight, the Yang descendants panicked and shouted, "What is this? It's poison gas. Quickly circulate your cultivation to resist it." But Chu Ziu calmly said, "This poison isn't something you can block by circulating your cultivation." And although dozens immediately held their breath and resisted, the strange smoke seemed alive as it silently seeped through their pores, turning them into empty shells within moments. Every Yang descendant was poisoned, standing rigid like corpses with vacant eyes and minds completely controlled. Chu the Semonic smiled with murderous intent, formed a hand seal and silently commanded, "Kill each other." The moment the order was given, every Yang descendant lost all reason and wildly slaughtered one another like crazed beasts, filling the area with chaos and the stench of blood. While the old woman trembled violently in terror and Chu the Semonic coldly smiled, "Old woman, is this show entertaining? You could have lived longer, but you refused to cherish the chance and insisted on stealing my divine essence stones. So everything happening today is something you brought upon yourself." Suddenly, a sharp arrow tore through the air, and Chu the Semonic instinctively pulled the old woman in front of him as a shield, causing the arrow to pierce through her body and spray fresh blood everywhere. Chu Ziu casually pulled out the arrow, narrowed his eyes with a falsely gentle smile, and said, "Oh dear, sorry about that. It was just a natural reflex that must have hurt, right? This place seems too dangerous, so I've decided to visit your treasury for safety. Surely you don't object." After pausing, he smiled meaningfully and added, "But you don't need to go anywhere. This wonderful show isn't over yet, and as the honored guest you absolutely cannot miss it, so I'll thoughtfully arrange the best seat for you." Then Chu the Semonic took out a sturdy rope and looped it around the old woman's neck, making her face turn purple with fear as she struggled to speak. Before long, he hung her upside down from a high beam with her face toward the bloody battlefield below, forcing her to watch her own descendants slaughter each other. Then Chu the Semonic smiled in satisfaction, and leisurely left while the old woman stared down at rivers of blood with only emptiness and endless despair in her eyes, bitterly wondering, why? Why was our Yang family foolish enough to provoke such a cruel madman? After leaving the chaotic hall, Chu the Semonic had barely stepped outside when he saw Su Wanrong. She seemed to have waited there for a long time, gazing at him with gentle eyes, and when Chu Ziu appeared, Su Wanrong sweetly asked, "Husband, are you going to the treasury?" Chu Ziu stopped and calmly looked at her, saying, "You must have realized by now that I'm not actually your husband." Su Wanrong smiled gently and replied, "I realized it yesterday, because although Yang Tianqi's eyes always looked cold, deep inside they held weakness and despair. While no matter how well you imitate him, your eyes cannot hide your true nature, and in yours I see an arrogant, domineering confidence that Yang Tianqi could never possess," making Chu Ziu stroke his chin and smile with interest. "Supreme confidence. Even I never noticed that, but if you knew I wasn't Yang Tianqi, why didn't you expose me?" And Su Wanrong curled her red lips. "Why should I? I've long wished for the Yang family to be destroyed. I even planned to cooperate with you, but you acted far faster than expected, so do you know why I've patiently waited here for you?" And Chu Ziu raised a brow, asking, "Why?" Sadness flashed through Su Wanrong's beautiful eyes as she said, "I want to enter the Yang family treasury and retrieve something important, and afterward, if you still wish to kill me, I'll end my own life." Chu Ziu looked at her thoughtfully and calmly asked, "What is it?" And Su Wanrong lowered her voice, "The remains of my biological younger sister. You must be wondering why my sister's remains are inside the Yang family treasury, right?" But before she finished, cold, killing intent flashed in Chu the Semonic's eyes as golden sacred flame appeared in his hand, and he interrupted, "I don't want to ask that," making Su Wanrong's expression change as she wondered what kind of man he was, since even after she clearly stated her position, he still intended to kill her. Thinking quickly, she hurriedly said, "Young master, please wait. I possess highly valuable secret information that will definitely interest you." But Chu Ziu continued approaching without reducing his killing intent, forcing Su Wanrong to anxiously ask, "Young master, do you know about the legendary 9 secrets?" And Chu the Semonic inwardly laughed. "Does she want to tell me about the purple star secret?" Ha ha, I already obtained it long ago. This woman is indeed clever, but doesn't she know the smarter one is, the faster one dies? Seeing Chu Xiu remain silent, Su Wanrong quickly grabbed his hand and seriously said, "It's the battle secret. The Yang family possesses clues to the battle secret, and I hope to exchange this information for my life, or at least let me find my sister's remains first before you kill me." Hearing this, Chu Xiu thought her pleading expression did not seem false. So Chu the Samonic withdrew his killing intent and smiled. "Fine, tell me. And if the information satisfies me, sparing your life isn't impossible. After all, I'm naturally kind-hearted and hate killing or creating karmic sins." Leaving Su Wanrong stunned by his sarcasm as she forced a gentle smile. "Thank you, young master, for generously sparing my life," she said while inwardly thinking how strange he was for calling himself kind despite wanting to kill her moments ago and massacring everyone inside, then continued. "In recent years, the Yang family has secretly searched everywhere for the 9 secrets, and once while Yang Tianqi was drinking with his father, he drunkenly mentioned the battle secret, making Chu Xiu frown. Why didn't I discover that Su Wanrong had mentioned the battle secret to the ancestor when I searched her soul?" Su Wanrong calmly explained. Su Wanrong was extremely ambitious and harbored her own schemes, intending to obtain the battle secret and overthrow the ancestor, but unfortunately her talent was insufficient. Whereupon Chu the Samonic raised a hand and fired a strange blood-purple energy into Su Wanrong's chest, making her eyes widen as he coldly said, "I hope you don't dare deceive me, because if I find clues to the battle secret I'll naturally give you the antidote, but if not, don't ever expect one, and in 3 days your entire body will dissolve into a disgusting pool of blood, so I hope you're not foolish enough to lie." Su Wanrong sighed softly and thought that he was truly excessively cautious. Afterward, Chu Xiu and Su Wanrong successfully entered the Yang family's secret treasury, where countless sharp mystical weapons, sturdy treasure armors, high-grade origin crystals, and divine essence stones were piled like mountains. The shelves were packed with precious pills, spirit herbs, and thousand-year spirit fruits, all heavily protected by restrictions and glittering so brilliantly that they dazzled the eyes, making Chu Xiu excitedly say, "The Yang family truly deserves to be called a super clan. Their accumulated wealth is astonishing." Chu the Samonic grinned inwardly, thinking the trip had truly been worthwhile, then began collecting everything without restraint, repeatedly sweeping all treasures into his storage ring and refusing to leave even the smallest item behind, while Su Wanrong stood behind him speechless at his greed. Time passed quickly, and after 6 hours Chu the Samonic finally emptied the entire Yang family treasury without leaving a single treasure behind. Watching his greedy behavior, Su Wanrong silently wondered whether he might even pry up the jade floor tiles and take them away, but decided to let him strip everything clean so he would not suspect that she wanted a share of the treasures. Only after Chu Xiu finished clearing everything did Su Wanrong slowly walk toward a wall deep inside the treasury and begin feeling around for some crucial mechanism, prompting Chu Xiu to ask in confusion, "Are you looking for a hidden passage mechanism?" And Su Wanrong nodded. "According to the information I gathered, there must be a mysterious secret chamber behind this wall." Hearing this, Chu Xiu burst out laughing. "Ha, that wall has an extremely sophisticated concealment formation. How could you possibly find the entrance? Move aside," and before finishing he delivered an earth-shaking kick that blasted the sturdy secret door away, whereupon a powerful rotten stench like decomposing rats struck them in the face, forcing both to quickly cover their noses. Chu Xiu's expression darkened as he said irritably, "What the hell is this? Why does it stink so strongly like dead rats?" The two looked into the dark room and instantly froze, for before them lay an enormous gloomy secret chamber even larger than the treasury outside, filled with countless cages hanging from cliffs hundreds of meters high, each containing the dried corpse of a young woman in a horrifying and tragic sight. Su Wanrong could no longer suppress her emotions, trembling violently as painful tears streamed down her cheeks while she sobbed, "Little sister, I'm sorry, I came too late, but now I've come to take you home." Beside her, Chu Xiu remained cold as his divine sense swept across the chamber and found that every cage contained the corpse of a 17 or 18-year-old mortal girl without cultivation, making Chu the Samonic's expression turn grave as he murmured, "Why does this cruel method seem so familiar? This is the blood demon heaven replacement demonic art. No wonder the 2 old monsters of the Aoyan clan could break through to the great saint realm." And when Su Wanrong asked in shock whether he knew this evil art, Chu Xiu explained, "The blood demon heaven replacement demonic art is a secret technique unique to the blood demon race, using the pure blood of virgins to cleanse one's own bloodline, slow aging, improve cultivation talent, and greatly accelerate comprehension." Chu Xiu frowned thoughtfully and said, "But something is wrong. The Aoyan clan is human, so how could they access a core secret technique of the demon race?" I remember that cultivating this art requires direct instruction from a blood demon and drinking their blood. After thinking it through, Chu the Samanic immediately turned away and coldly ordered, "Go find your sister's corpse." And when Su Wanrong asked why he was in such a hurry to leave, he replied meaningfully, "The Aoyang clan is deeply colluding with the demon race. This place is far too dangerous, so I must quickly find clues about the combat secret art and then leave Crimson East City immediately." Before long, Chu Xiu reached Su Wanrong's residence, just as the void suddenly cracked and Elder Mo Fei Yan appeared behind him in a seductive crimson dress. She gently reported, "Your Highness, I've dealt with everyone in the Aoyang clan. Are you injured?" And Chu Xiu calmly replied, "I'm fine. I'm searching for something important, and once I find it will leave immediately because I suspect the Aoyang clan has secretly colluded with the blood demons," making Mo Fei Yan angrily exclaim, "The Aoyang clan is truly audacious." While continuing his search, Chu Xiu said contemptuously, "They simply pursued power through ruthless means, and to them even betraying their own race means nothing." Yet inwardly he grew suspicious after finding no trace of the combat's secret art and wondered whether Su Wanrong had dared deceive him. Seeing his disappointed sigh, Mo Fei Yan softly called, "Your Highness." Noticing her concern, Chu the Semonic naturally placed a hand on her backside and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'll never betray my conscience for power. Compared with those foreign races, I still prefer our human race." Mo Fei Yan softly acknowledged him with a blush and shyly looked at Chu the Samanic, when Chu Xiu suddenly stepped on a floor tile that sank inward, clearly activating a hidden mechanism. Immediately afterward, a large wooden chest slowly rose from the cold floor behind them, startling both into turning around. Before them stood an ancient wooden chest with a smaller box on top, whose lid opened by itself to reveal a precious jade token engraved with majestic mountains and 3 mysterious ancient characters, making Chu Xiu inwardly grin. "No wonder I couldn't find it, there was such a well-hidden mechanism." Gripping the jade token tightly, Chu Xiu grabbed Mo Fei Yan's hand and urgently said, "Fei Yan, we must leave Crimson East City immediately." And Mo Fei Yan nodded in agreement. Less than half an hour after Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan left Crimson East City, the sky above the Aoyang residence suddenly twisted violently as 2 powerful figures emerged from the dark void, one being the wrinkled black-robed Ouyang Miao, the last ancestor of the Aoyang clan, and the other a blonde-horned man named Pai Ozu, a renowned great saint of the blood demon race who looked at the ruined Aoyang estate below and sighed, "Fellow cultivator Ouyang Miao. It seems we returned one step too late," causing Ouyang Miao to roar furiously. "Who was it who wiped out my Aoyang clan?" After finally suppressing his rage, he hoarsely pleaded with the blood demon great saint, "Brother Pai Ozu, could you invite that lord here to use the great time reversal technique? If I cannot tear that vicious murderer apart, I will never die in peace." Great Saint Pai Ozu sighed helplessly, saying the culprit had acted extremely cleverly by disguising himself as Ouyang Tianqi before striking, making his true identity difficult to distinguish, and had even used a 7th-grade trapping and killing formation to disrupt space and time. Even if His Highness uses heaven-reaching cultivation to reverse time, the images will still be blurred and impossible to see clearly. Then a thought flashed through Pai Ozu's mind as he solemnly said, "Fellow cultivator Ouyang Miao, I'm afraid our secret has been exposed. That person probably entered your secret chamber, saw the women's corpses, and deduced that the Aoyang clan has close ties with my blood demon race." Hearing this, Ouyang Miao's pupils trembled as he muttered in panic, Then what should we do now?" While Great Saint Pai Ozu calmly replied, "Why panic? There may still be a way to reverse the situation. Many Aoyang clan corpses have vanished, likely thrown into turbulent spatial currents, which means the enemy has at least one great saint accompanying them." Then stroked his chin with a cold, murderous smile and continued, "We can investigate spatial traces around Crimson East City and perhaps uncover clues to drag those hidden rats into the light. So notify the other clans and have everyone deploy an inescapable net. Let's see whether they can escape the eastern continent." Hearing Great Saint Pai Ozu's calculated advice, dense killing intent immediately filled Ouyang Miao's eyes as he gritted his teeth and replied, "I know what to do." After speaking, he left to make preparations, while Great Saint Pai Ozu remained behind watching Ouyang Miao's hurried departure and thoughtfully stroked his chin, thinking that the old man's injuries had recovered abnormally fast, inevitably reminding him of a miraculous long-lost human secret art. 2 days later in the bustling Silver Moon City, discussions about the shocking incident spread everywhere as a purple-robed man loudly said, "Have you heard? The powerful Aoyang clan of Crimson East City was wiped out overnight," and the dark blue-robed man opposite immediately responded, "I heard the Aoyang clan ancestor is furious and frantically searching everywhere for the culprit. when the person beside him suddenly raised a finger to his lips, cautiously glanced at an approaching group, and whispered, "SHH, keep your voice down, the Mu clan has arrived." More than 10 divine ability realm cultivators from the Mu clan strode arrogantly into the tea house, every one of them radiating fierce killing intent. Chu Xiu sat at a nearby table, curling his lips into a meaningful smile as he thought, the Mu family, this is getting more interesting. Only after the Mu family group had completely left did the surrounding people dare resume their discussions, saying those people were from the Mu family, while someone explained that the Mu and Ayong families were closely related by marriage. So with the Ayong family exterminated, the Mu family naturally could not stand aside, and the blue-robed man nodded, saying no wonder they looked so aggressive. In a simple inn at Silver Moon City, Mo Fei Yan was attentively helping Qin Yi try on newly bought clothes, the pair looking just like mother and daughter as Mo Fei Yan gently asked, "Yeah, do you like this outfit?" And Qin Yi beamed, "Yes, I really like it," when the door suddenly opened and Chu Xiu entered wearing a hat that concealed half his face, prompting Mo Fei Yan to ask, "Your Highness, how is the situation outside?" Chu Xiu sighed softly and said thoughtfully, "The current situation is very complicated. It seems the Aoyang family isn't the only one colluding with the blood demons." Mo Fei Yan frowned worriedly. "We're surrounded on all sides. We can't casually tear open the void to leave, nor can we contact the Holy Land for reinforcements. So why don't I go out and draw their attention while your Highness and ye escape back to the southern region?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu paused with the teacup halfway to his lips and lowered his voice, cold as a blade. "Fei Yan, do you understand the terrible consequences of doing that?" While Mo Fei Yan lowered her head and replied hoarsely, "I may die, but I'm not foolish enough to fight them head-on. I'll find a way to flee toward the Supreme Origin Holy Land, and once I reach it, I'll be safe." Chu Xiu suddenly tapped her forehead, looking both angry and distressed as he said, "You foolish woman, do you think they won't see through such a childish plan? Right now, forget a great saint like you. Any cultivator heading toward the Supreme Origin Holy Land would probably be noticed and intercepted." While Mo Fei Yan rubbed her forehead and pouted like a child who had made a mistake. "Your Highness, I know I was wrong." While beside them Qin Yi held a small cup in both hands and innocently watched their conversation with wide eyes and a pure smile, and Mo Fei Yan turned back to ask, "Your Highness, we can't contact the Holy Land, have no safe way to leave the Eastern continent, and hiding forever isn't a long-term solution, so what do you plan to do?" And Chu Xiu smiled coldly with determination flashing in his eyes. "We're not running anywhere. Since they want to play cat and mouse, I'll slowly play with them properly." He decisively ordered, "Fei Yan, go out and buy some materials for me." After hearing the list, Mo Fei Yan asked in surprise, "Your Highness, these are all poison refining materials. What are you planning?" And understanding his intent, Chu Xiu curled his lips into a dangerous smile and merely replied. Deep beneath the dark underground, Pio Zhu and the Aoyang family ancestor were discussing matters with grave expressions, and one asked, "Fellow Taoist Pio Zhu, several days have passed without any trace of those rats. Could they have escaped the eastern continent?" While the blood demon great saint sat upright at the table and sneered, "Fellow Taoist Ouyang Miao worries too much. Our people are guarding every direction of the eastern continent, so even a great saint would struggle to escape. And besides, we aren't completely without information. This intelligence was just sent by fellow Taoist Tan." After speaking, blood demon Pio Zhu waved his hand and condensed elemental power into an image showing a man, a woman, and a little girl, then sneered. "According to the intelligence, more than 10 days ago this couple brought a little girl from the southern region to the eastern continent aboard a flying vessel. They fought once in Snow Ridge City, and that woman's cultivation is extremely high, definitely at the Great Saint realm. That alone wouldn't be noteworthy, but your Aoyang family was exterminated the very next day. Isn't that too coincidental?" While Ouyang Miao rested his chin on his hand and pondered, "Someone from the southern region. The only southern region powers I've offended are the Yi family and the Supreme Origin Holy Land." Blood Demon Pio Zhu narrowed his eyes as his smile faded and said seriously, "If they truly belong to those two powers, we're in trouble. Because not only you but also the Tan, Mu, Yang, and Kai families closely connected with the blood demons risk exposure. And unless you eliminate them quickly, your only choice will be to flee human territory and seek refuge in the demon wilderness." Making Ouyang Miao tremble with murderous intent as he slammed the table and said, "Brother Pio Zhu, I can't wait any longer. I must find those three and settle this score. Farewell." After Ouyang Miao stood and left, Pio Zhu merely curled his lips and thought that he first had to uncover the secret on Ouyang Miao, because if it truly was that secret art, he would profit greatly this time. Just then, a clear voice rang out, "Pio Zhu, what filthy scheme are you plotting again, you pervert?" as the void split open and a white-haired woman Su Zhu stepped out accompanied by 2 foxes. Pio Zhu laughed in surprise. "Oh, I wondered who it was, so it's Thousand Faces. You actually rebuilt your physical body this quickly and even chose a woman's body, ha ha ha. Do you have some special preference?" While Thousand Faces snorted coldly. "Fortunately, Venerable Yi helped me. Otherwise, even after another 7 or 8 years, I might not have recovered." Hearing this, the blood demon great saint burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. I heard someone at the other shore realm nearly killed you by self-destructing a great saint weapon." Shangjiang Northern King calmly poured wine and said, "Don't laugh. The Supreme Origin Holy Sun Chu Xiu is the most cunning and vicious person I've ever encountered. And if you meet him without sufficient preparation, your ending won't be much better than mine." But Pio Zhu disdainfully replied, "He's only a tiny Dao Palace realm cultivator now. I could crush him to death with a single slap." Shangjiang Northern King showed no embarrassment, instead imagining Pio Zhu being chased by Chu Xiu wielding a great saint weapon until he cried for help. And while sipping wine he said, "Then go try it yourself," as the scene shifted to Soaring Wind City on the eastern continent, where Chu Xiu held a recording stone. All the cultivators below raised their heads and listened attentively as Chu Xiu slowly said, "Fellow Taoists, you must all have heard about the Aoyang family's tragic extermination, and yes, I was the one who did it." As soon as he finished, the square erupted into chaos, everyone staring at one another in shock as one person exclaimed, "What, he's the one who wiped out the entire Aoyang family?" While another said, "Doesn't he know the great families are searching everywhere for him? Why would he openly appear like this? Has he been driven insane?" Standing on the platform, Chu Xiu raised the recording stone, half-closed his eyes and continued, "Fellow cultivators, perhaps you don't know why I exterminated the Aoyang family, so today I'll explain everything clearly," then pointed toward the sky as tragic images appeared before everyone, making the crowd cry out in horror. "What exactly is this? Why are there so many dried female corpses piled up?" Chu Xiu continued solemnly, "This is what I recorded inside the Aoyang family's secret chamber. The Aoyang family secretly colluded with the Blood Demon clan and cultivated the evil Blood Demon heaven-replacing demonic art, using these pitiful young women as sacrificial materials. And I came to Soaring Wind City to reveal this because the Tan and Aoyang families are birds of a feather, both colluding with the blood demons and secretly slaughtering countless members of our human race." Someone below still asked suspiciously, "Do you have any other solid evidence?" And Chu Xiu curled his lips into a confident sneer. "You want evidence? Then follow me and attack the Tan family directly and everything will naturally become clear." Suddenly an icy female voice sharp as a blade cut in, "You want to slaughter the Tan family? What arrogant words!" As a blue-robed woman stepped through the air, her powerful lesser saint aura spreading across the square and silencing everyone. For she was Tan Ru Sha, the lesser saint guarding Windcrest City, who looked down arrogantly and coldly said, "Brat, we hadn't even found you yet, but you dared walk straight into our trap yourself, quite courageous." Before she finished speaking, a ghostly figure appeared behind her, and Mo Fei Yan had somehow already arrived, casually snapping Tan Ru Sha's neck like a chicken and instantly sending her to the afterlife. Mo Fei Yan casually tossed Tan Ru Sha's corpse aside like garbage. Seeing this, Chu Xiu respectfully cupped his hands toward her and said, "Many thanks, senior, for generously helping me." Witnessing this shocking scene, the crowd below cried out, "What? Tan Ru Sha is dead and she was strangled to death. Unbelievable, this mysterious senior must be a great saint, otherwise how could she kill a lesser saint so easily?" While Chu Xiu loudly declared, "Ahem, fellow cultivators, the lesser saint guarding the Tan family has been eliminated. So follow me and storm the Tan family to rescue the innocent human girls suffering inside." The young cultivators imagined themselves heroically rescuing beauties who might repay them with gratitude or even their bodies, making their blood boil as they repeatedly swallowed with excitement. Without needing Chu Xiu to say more, they rushed toward the Tan family like moths to a flame, wildly shouting, "Kill, kill, kill." Seeing the fierce cultivators charging forward, the guards at the Tan family gate panicked and shouted threateningly, "What are you doing? Do you know this is the Tan family? If you don't want to die, get lost immediately." Watching from above, Chu Xiu coldly added fuel to the fire. The Tan family has committed unforgivable treason by colluding with blood demons and betraying humanity for profit, making them our mortal enemies. So everyone charge forward, wipe out the Tan family and rescue those suffering inside, causing greed and hatred to flash in the cultivators' eyes. They surged into the Tan family's inner courtyard like raging waves. Chu Xiu secretly smiled in satisfaction, thinking everything had gone exactly as predicted, since these cultivators had endured the Tan family's oppression for too long and only needed a glimmer of hope before taking up weapons and storming in for revenge. Just then Mo Fei Yan flew over and reported, "Your Highness, I've found the location of the secret chamber." Before she finished speaking, Chu Xiu's mischievous hand slapped her full rear and he ordered, "Then let's act now," making Mo Fei Yan blush and reply, Yes, Your Highness. Before Chu Xiu loudly called down, "Fellow cultivators, please follow me and I will show you the Tan family's disgusting true face with your own eyes." Before long, under the relentless attacks of the gathered cultivators, the mountain at the center of the Tan family was blasted apart and flattened. Countless imprisoned human corpses were exposed inside, releasing such a thick stench of death that everyone covered their noses in nausea. And seeing this hellish scene, the cultivators' eyes turned blood-red as they cursed through clenched teeth. The Tan family are truly beasts, they can no longer even be called human. A blue-robed young man trembled with rage, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Damn them! Everyone in the Tan family deserves death, kill, kill, kill." Chu Xiu continued provoking them. "It isn't only the Tan family, the Yang, Mu, and Kai families are just as rotten. These people betrayed their own race and lost all conscience, so anyone may kill them to rid the people of evil," making the blue-robed youth excitedly shout, "Young master is right. These vile, beastly families deserve death 1,000 times. We must kill every last one of them." Suddenly, the surrounding space shattered as an invisible hand carrying heaven shaking might repeatedly slammed downward. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the cultivators turned pale and shouted, "This is bad. The Tan family ancestor has returned." Earth-shaking explosions erupted as the gigantic hand crushed living beings like weeds, shaking all of Windcrest City. The Tan family ancestor emerged from the torn void and saw his ruined legacy, blood tears streaming down his face as his red eyes burned with hatred. Then he roared through clenched teeth, "Bastards, if I don't tear you all apart today, I swear I'm not human," sending the terrified cultivators fleeing while faraway Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan watched the entire city. And Chu Xiu smiled with interest, thinking the Tan family ancestor had indeed activated the restriction. Mo Fei Yan worriedly said, "Your Highness, this is truly dangerous. I'm very worried about you." But Chu Xiu confidently replied, "Don't worry, even a 5th-level great saint like Shang Jiang Northern King was schemed by me until he coughed blood, so a mere 3rd-level great saint ancestor of the Tan family is nothing." Hearing this, Mo Fei Yan relaxed somewhat and softly replied, while Chu Xiu's naughty hand seized the chance to squeeze her full rear several times, making her blush. After slaughtering the people below to vent his rage, the Tan family ancestor still could not find the culprit and roared toward the sky, "I know exactly where you're hiding. Come out now, and I may grant you a quick death." Just then, the space behind HIM Chinese letter opened, and a large amount of poisonous gas surged out and engulfed him, making him cry in shock, "What the hell is this?" And although he immediately held his breath after realizing it was deadly poison, it was already too late. Chu Xiu sneered, "It's merely a mixture of several hundred poisons, including threefold convergence poison, smiling half-step madness powder, 10 fragrance bone-softening powder, love poison, and countless others whose names even I can't remember." He ordered, "Fei Yan, I'll trap him with a 6th-grade confinement killing formation, so seize the opportunity and finish him off." And Mo Fei Yan decisively replied, "Understood." She immediately formed hand seals and unleashed the true hand of the heavenly realm. Countless gigantic palm seals descended simultaneously from every direction, and with the Tan family ancestor suppressed by the formation and poisoned, he had no time to resist before being blasted into ashes in an instant. Watching from behind, Chu Xiu exclaimed in surprise, "That move is terrifyingly powerful. The old man was utterly annihilated in less than a quarter hour, truly worthy of being my woman." Mo Fei Yan lowered her head shyly and replied, "It's all thanks to your Highness's excellent guidance." She then said worriedly, "Your Highness, news of the Tan clan's destruction will surely spread immediately, and the other clans will be too afraid of being implicated to show themselves, so we should seize this chance to return to the southern region." Hearing this, Chu Xiu leaned close to her and smiled meaningfully, "All right, let's go. I will definitely reward you properly." While at the same time on the eastern continent, atop the Kilian Mountains, Yin Yang Master struggled to tear open the void and escape, his face pale and eyes filled with hatred. "Pio Zhu, you actually dare attack me?" While Pio Zhu and Heavenly Evolution True Lord continued pursuing him from behind, with Pio Zhu snorting coldly, "Fellow cultivator Aoyang, why not obediently stop and let us send your soul onward? We only want to examine the secret art, so why exhaust yourself fleeing so far?" Yin Yang Master was drenched in cold sweat and panicked. "What secret art? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." The two instantly tore through space and appeared beside him, each grabbing one arm as Shang Jiang Northern King sneered, "You have nowhere left to run, give up." And knowing he could hardly survive, Yin Yang Master regretted betraying humanity for ambition before roaring, "Even if I die here today, I'll drag you both to hell with me." As soon as he finished, the saint essence within him ignited and exploded with a heaven-shaking blast, reducing his body to ashes. while Shang Jiang, Northern King, and Piozu barely escaped through the chaotic void drenched in cold sweat. With Piozu cursing, "Damn it, the Yin-Yang Master actually detonated his saint essence." And Heavenly Evolution True Lord coldly added, "It doesn't matter, I'm certain whoever destroyed the Yin-Yang clan obtained the restoration secret art from his wife. Even if we must turn every human territory upside down, we will find that person." 2 days later, at a small house on the border between the eastern continent and southern region, Qin Yi was meditating outside. Meanwhile, inside the sealed room, Mo Fei Yan and Chu Xiu were engaged in dual cultivation as Mo Fei Yan panted softly, "Your Highness, please be gentler and slower, Yi is still right outside." Chu Xiu smiled wickedly, finding the secrecy even more exciting. "If you're afraid of being discovered, then keep your moans down." And his next movements made Mo Fei Yan blush deeply with hazy eyes as she softly moaned, "Your Highness, you're really awful," while Chu Xiu teased, "If you don't like it, I'll pull my hand away right now." Just as she was nearing climax, she hurriedly held him tightly and pleaded coquettishly, "Your Highness, please help me, I'm about to break through to the 3rd level of the Great Saint Realm." Chu Xiu lay back and casually said, "That's perfect, climb on yourself and I'll help you break through." Mo Fei Yan could only comply, and intimate sounds soon filled the room. Before long, she cried out, "I've broken through," then collapsed exhausted and panting while Chu Xiu continued caressing her body and softly congratulated her. "Congratulations on successfully reaching the 3rd level of the Great Saint Realm. Let me give you a special gift." As soon as he finished, Chu Xiu produced a bean-like seed glowing brilliant gold and held it before Mo Fei Yan, asking proudly, "Fei Yan, do you know what this is?" And seeing the strange seed, Mo Fei Yan stared in shock and exclaimed, "Your Highness, could this be the legendary divine-grade seed? Only great emperors in their youth could condense such a divine-grade divine ability seed. I never imagined Your Highness also possessed divine-grade aptitude." The system immediately displayed detailed information about the seed. Unified Tao Seed, Divine Ability Seed, Emperor Grade, Embryonic Stage, capable of growing to perfection, with the note that once the Tao Seed reaches perfection, the host can make it sprout and break through to the Divine Ability realm. Mo Fei Yan excitedly said, "Your Highness, let me go find some delicacies to nourish you," and Chu Xiu smiled happily, "Then I'll trouble you." After Mo Fei Yan left, Chu Xiu smiled faintly and thought, "The weather is so nice today, perhaps I should find somewhere quiet to try comprehending the energy of the Divine Ability Seed." Then quickly found a place rich in spiritual energy, sat cross-legged on a large rock and began cultivating. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in his mind, detecting that the host was sensing the seed's energy for the first time. "Reward obtained, rootless divine water." Curious, Chu Xiu immediately asked, "What is rootless divine water?" Before the system could explain, the huge rock beneath him suddenly cracked and split apart, making him exclaim in alarm, "What the hell is happening?" As a mysterious figure slowly emerged through the dust, causing Chu Xiu to stare in shock and ask, "Who exactly are you?" Before him appeared a stunning beauty with a voluptuous figure, breathtaking features, and deep eyes seemingly capable of stealing one's soul, who murmured as if to herself, "Where is this? How long has this empress slept? What era is this? Could it still be the ancient era?" And her mysterious voice was so soft and alluring that Chu Xiu nearly suffered a nosebleed. He quickly regained his composure, solemnly cupped his hands, and asked, "Senior, may I ask who you are?" But hearing him call her senior, the mysterious woman's gaze instantly turned cold as she glanced sideways at him and asked, "Do I look that old?" Sensing danger in her eyes, Chu Xiu immediately adapted and replied, "Then how about I call you little big sister?" The woman froze slightly, seemingly finding the form of address quite novel, then leaned forward seductively with her ample chest close to him and asked, "Why add the word little in front?" So Chu Xiu hurriedly waved his hands and explained, "It means you look younger, prettier, and even more charming," making the mysterious woman extremely pleased as she praised softly, "Very good, you certainly know how to speak. So I'll reward you with a piece of great saint-level azure dragon thigh meat. Unfortunately, I don't have any saint king-level meat right now, so make do with this." And sensing the faint disappointment in her voice, Chu Xiu thought in astonishment, "Damn, is she even speaking like a normal person? She casually talks about Saint King meat, just who the hell is this woman?" He carefully examined her from head to toe, unaware that she was secretly observing him as well. After examining him, the woman looked surprised and said, "A minor completion, ancient sacred body. Not bad, little brother, what is your name?" And hearing her recognize his special physique, Chu Xiu became even more respectful and replied, "My name is Chu Xiu. May I have the honor of learning little big sister's esteemed name?" She smiled softly and replied, "My name is Luo Qing Yu." And hearing this, he happily praised her, "Sister Luo, I can sense that your aura is incredibly powerful, but I don't even know how to describe it. You just called yourself this empress. Could you actually be a quasi-emperor?" Luo Qingyu smiled. Little brother, your eyes are indeed sharp, just as you guessed. I am a quasi-emperor, but my power is currently suppressed by the heavenly Tao, so my cultivation can only remain at the quasi-emperor realm. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists excitedly, realizing his guess was right and she truly was a genuine quasi-emperor. So letting such a powerful backer slip away would be a terrible waste, and he had to find a way to stay close to her. He lightly patted the tree trunk beside him, inviting her to sit before continuing his praise. Sister Luo, being able to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm in this era is truly extraordinary. After sitting down, Luo Qingyu softly said, Little brother, stop probing me. Just as you suspect, I don't belong to this era. And Chu Xiu curiously asked, Then which era are you from and why did you appear now? Luo Qingyu frankly replied, I sealed myself during the ancient era and awakened now thanks to the energy of the rootless divine water. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's mouth fell open in shock. The ancient era, that was 1,000,000 years ago. And seeing his astonishment, Luo Qingyu crossed her legs, rested her chin on her hand and smiled charmingly. Before sealing myself, I was only 5,000 years old, and in that era I was considered the youngest prodigy among the quasi-emperors, making Chu Xiu secretly rejoice that she had sealed herself and awakened because of him, which truly seemed like indescribable fate. After thinking briefly, he asked, Why did you choose to seal yourself? And Luo Qingyu closed her eyes and slowly explained, During the ancient era, a great emperor used supreme divine powers to deduce the future and discovered a heaven-shaking secret, prompting Chu Xiu to ask, What exactly was that secret? Luo Qingyu continued, There is always a higher heaven beyond heaven, and if we can reach the realm beyond heaven, our Tao can extend further, allowing us to break the limit of lifespan and attain immortality. But unfortunately, during the ancient era, even great emperors couldn't find a path there. So some experts sealed themselves, hoping to await an opportunity for immortality in the distant future. After hearing this, Chu Xiu asked, Sister Luo, do you mean many quasi-emperors have sealed themselves like you? Luo Qingyu nodded. Yes, I don't know exactly how many, but I'm certainly not the only one. And Chu Xiu continued, Then what about the great emperors? Where did they go? Did they seal themselves too? Luo Qingyu shook her head. A great emperor's Tao merges with the vast world and is immensely powerful, making self-sealing extremely difficult, and nobody knows where they ultimately went. Because aside from the imperial weapons they left behind, no one ever saw them again after their passing. Luo Qingyu took out a jade token and handed it to Chu Xiu. Little brother, you helped release my seal, so I owe you a karmic debt, and this jade token contains a sealed fragment of my divine consciousness. If you encounter mortal danger, simply crush it and the danger will immediately be resolved. Of course, if the enemy is too powerful for my divine consciousness avatar to handle, I'll personally intervene to help you. And deeply moved, Chu Xiu accepted the jade token and said, Thank you very much, Sister Luo. Are you leaving now? Luo Qingyu asked in surprise, Why do you ask? And Chu Xiu smiled. According to the usual plot of stories on recap channels, after giving me the jade token, shouldn't you turn around gracefully, tear open the void and leave, leaving behind only an unforgettable and beautiful silhouette? Hearing this, Luo Qingyu laughed. Haha, you're truly interesting. 1,000,000 years have passed and the world has completely changed. Everyone I once knew is gone, and although the world is prosperous now, nobody knows me and I don't know where to go to experience it. So Chu Xiu happily suggested, Sister, if you have nowhere to return to, why not travel with me? Suddenly, Luo Qingyu hugged Chu Xiu's arm and gave him a seductive smile. Little brother, you really understand your sister's heart. How about your sister personally teaching and guiding your cultivation, though judging by your aura, I fear you already have plenty of women around you, don't you? Chu Xiu suddenly felt guilty and hurriedly stepped back several paces, wondering whether people from 1,000,000 years ago were truly this passionate and uninhibited, or whether this woman was actually a reincarnated temptress specializing in draining men's vital essence. While his thoughts wandered, Luo Qingyu's soft, voluptuous body had already pressed against his chest as she teasingly asked, Nothing has even happened yet, and you're already blushing. Making Chu Xiu even more convinced she was a temptress who drained others' vital essence as he stammered, Don't, sister. If you keep doing this, your little brother really won't be able to endure it. Then hurriedly retreated several steps while clutching his chest and feeling his heart pounding wildly, thinking, Damn, I have no idea what this quasi-emperor's true personality is like, and if I really follow her words, I might get slapped unconscious on the spot. Seeing Chu Xiu shrink back fearfully, Luo Qingyu covered her lips and laughed teasingly. Oh, are you scared? And Chu Xiu hurriedly waved his hands. Yes, I'm terrified, Sister Luo. Please spare your little brother. As Luo Qingyu prepared to leave, she suddenly remembered something important and smiled as she warned, Right, little brother, when White Robe appears, you absolutely mustn't be as bold as you were today, or you could easily lose your life. Confused, Chu Xiu immediately asked, What do you mean by White Robe, and why is that? Luo Qingyu looked mysterious and gently wagged a finger. You'll understand once you meet her. leaving Chu Xiu stunned as he wondered what she meant, whether she had another personality, perhaps multiple personalities, and whether that meant he was in extreme danger. As if seeing through his worries, Luo Qingyu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Relax, as long as you don't provoke her, she won't randomly kill anyone. But seeing her smile, he secretly wondered what it meant and why it seemed so unreliable. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu clutched her head and cried, "This is bad, she's about to appear," making Chu Xiu nervously stammer, Sister Luo, what's happening?" At that moment, her clothes changed from purple to pure white and her voice became icy cold. "Sister Luo, I don't like that form of address at all," making Chu Xiu hesitate. "Then what should I call you, Miss Luo or Senior Luo?" Before he finished, a sharp ice needle stopped between his brows and threatened his life as Luo Qingyu coldly said, "Calling me Miss Luo makes me sound too young, but Senior Luo sounds strangely awkward," making Chu Xiu tremble and reply, "Surely I can't call you Aunt Luo." Hearing this, Luo Qingyu withdrew the ice needle and confirmed, "I like that," while Chu Xiu broke into a cold sweat but nodded repeatedly. "Fine, I'll call you Aunt Luo from now on." He could not help cursing inwardly, damn it, there really is someone in this world who actually likes being called someone else's aunt, how freaking bizarre. Luo Qingyu maintained her cold expression and continued, "You possess blood-colored fortune, no wonder she wants to follow you." Slightly surprised, Chu Xiu stroked his chin and asked, "You're the first person who has ever seen my fortune, Aunt Luo, how do you know mine is blood-colored fortune?" And Luo Qingyu waved her hand, explaining, "I know because I practice the Emperor's fortune observation art, which can observe changes in dynasties, inspect a cultivator's fortune, glimpse the secrets of the heavenly Tao, and even turn danger into safety." "So that's how it is." Chu Xiu nodded in understanding, saying he had once seen this secret art mentioned in an ancient book, but it was extremely mysterious and had been lost for ages, so he never expected Aunt Luo to know and cultivate it. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he continued, "Aunt Luo, you previously said Sister Luo decided to follow me because I possess blood-colored fortune, so what exactly does that mean?" And Luo Qingyu replied, "Blood-colored fortune is closely connected to the secrets of the heaven beyond heaven, but even I don't know the exact details." Chu Xiu suddenly recalled the bloody vision of countless corpses floating through the blood river, and secretly guessed that his human blood-colored fortune had only connected with it while undergoing the sacred sword tribulation, making him wonder what connection existed between blood-colored fortune and the heaven beyond heaven. Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, he discovered that her figure had already vanished. He sighed helplessly, "Forget it, I'll meet up with Fei Yan and Yi, then prepare to return to the upper capital." In Blackrock City, Luo Qingyu was leisurely strolling down the street when she spotted a silver-haired old man holding a straw bundle covered with gleaming candied fruit skewers as his hawking cry rang out, "Candied fruit, candied fruit." Drawn by the hawking, Qingyu walked over and asked, "Grandpa, please sell me a skewer of candied fruit." Moments later, she held a bright red candied fruit skewer and happily licked it several times in satisfaction. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears and she turned to see Mo Fei Yan, Chu Xiu, and Qin Yi returning to the Supreme Purity Holy Land. While Mo Fei Yan noticed Chu Xiu's strange expression and whispered, "Your Highness, is this the powerful senior expert you mentioned before?" As Luo Qingyu lamented how small the world was to be caught by acquaintances looking so undignified. Anger flared within her as she gritted her teeth and released an icy killing intent that enveloped all three. With a cold snort, she hid the skewer behind her back and growled, "You saw everything, didn't you?" While the three hurriedly shook their heads and denied seeing anything, making Luo Qingyu narrow her eyes and ask, "Really?" Before Chu Xiu solemnly replied, "Really, how would we dare deceive you?" Only then did she nod in satisfaction and ask, "Where are you going? Lead the way." So Chu Xiu immediately replied, "Upper Capital City, the Supreme Purity Embassy," and Luo Qingyu half closed her eyes, raised her hand to tear open the void, and instantly locked onto the Supreme Purity Embassy in Upper Capital City. The scene instantly shifted to the Supreme Purity Embassy in Upper Capital City as Chu Xiu called, "Master, your disciple has returned." And Qi Mengdai quickly rose, looking over Chu Xiu, Mo Fei Yan, Qin Yi, and finally Luo Qingyu. Seeing this stunning woman with an indescribably extraordinary aura, she shouted, "Rebellious disciple, aren't you going to introduce her?" While inwardly fuming that the brat had barely been away before becoming a womanizer and even bringing a strange woman back, so he had better explain himself clearly. Sensing the killing intent in his master's words, Chu Xiu broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly introduced them. "This is my master, and beside her is the holy maiden of the Jade Pool Holy Land. Master, this is Senior Luo Qingyu, an expert whose cultivation reaches the heaven." Qi Mengdai examined Luo Qingyu from head to toe and back again, finding her unfathomable and thinking that if even her current strength could not discern this woman's cultivation, she had to be at least a saint king or perhaps even higher. Seeing the subdued atmosphere, Qi Mengdai bowed first and greeted Luo Qingyu, who nodded and said, "Your physique is quite good, just call me Qingyu like Chu Xiu does," leaving Qi Mengdai looking strange because that would completely muddle their seniority, while Luo Qingyu secretly smirked that she and her disciple had already cultivated together and even had a child, so there was no point pretending she could not see through them. Under her meaningful stare, Qi Mengdai guiltily looked away with faintly flushed cheeks, wondering why she was looking at her like that and whether her ambiguous relationship with that rebellious disciple had already been exposed. Chu Xiu quickly pulled Qin Yi forward to break the awkwardness and said, "Master, this girl is Qin Yi, the disciple I recently accepted. Yi, greet your master's wife." The moment he finished, he realized his slip and coughed. "Ahem, wrong title, you should call her grandmaster." Everyone helplessly shook their heads as Qin Yi obediently saluted Qi Mengdai and said, "Greetings, grandmaster," making Qi Mengdai smile brightly, praise the girl's excellent aptitude, take her hand and gift her a sparkling bracelet as a meeting present, while Qin Yi happily thanked her. Suddenly Luo Qingyu said, "Chu Xiu, I need a quiet place for secluded cultivation to break through." So Mo Fei Yan stepped forward and said, "Please follow me, I'll take you and Qin Yi somewhere to rest." Understanding that master and disciple had been apart for a long time and needed privacy, the holy maiden of the Jade Pool Holy Land tactfully excused herself, saying, "Your Highness, I'll come find you again tonight." Jealousy immediately surged within Qi Mengdai as she wondered what that flirtatious vixen wanted with her rebellious disciple so late at night. Once everyone left and only the two remained, Qi Mengdai coldly demanded, "Confess, rebellious disciple, where have you been fooling around this past month, and how did Elder Mo's cultivation improve so drastically in just 1 month? Was it all because of you?" While Chu Xiu moved closer and whispered, "You're both my wings, so stop being jealous," prompting Qi Mengdai to snap, "Behave yourself, what nonsense about being your wings, and I'm not jealous at all." After speaking, she sulkily turned away, and seeing her still angry, Chu Xiu moved closer and gently massaged her shoulders, saying, "Come on, don't be so fierce," only for her to huff, "Go find your darling Fei Yan, she's much gentler and knows how to pamper you better than I do." Before she could finish, Chu Xiu's mischievous hands began wandering as he said, "Let me check whether my darling has gained some weight lately," making Qi Mengdai blush and scold, "You shameless, rebellious disciple, what are you trying to do?" Before he said he would recite a poem for his master and became even bolder, adding, "Master, listen carefully. A winding path leads to a secluded place, 2 peaks embrace a narrow stream, spring water drips inside the cave, and lush grass grows outside," making Qi Mengdai turn to Majored and seize his hand as she snapped, "Rebellious disciple, get your filthy hand away from me right now." But Chu Xiu moved faster and kept teasing her until she gradually lost control, soft moans filling the room for over 2 hours, and unlike usual when she would be exhausted afterward, this time Qi Mengdai spoke while Chu Xiu rested his head on her smooth, pale thighs. "Rebellious disciple, earlier I seemed to sense divine grade seed energy inside you." Chu Xiu immediately corrected her, "It's not divine grade, it's emperor grade," leaving Qi Mengdai stunned as she asked whether he understood what emperor grade meant, since legends said only a great emperor could nurture an emperor grade divine ability seed. Chu Xiu wore a provocative look, propped himself up and rested his chin on his hand, confidently saying, "So I am the one with the aptitude of a great emperor." Learning that her man possessed such aptitude, Qi Mengdai's gaze softened as she said, "Since you claim the divine ability seed you nurtured is emperor grade, let me verify whether it is true. Let my divine sense enter your Dao Palace and I will know at a glance, but once inside, I can see through all your secrets and even cripple your Dao Palace whenever I wish." "Well, do you dare let me enter?" Chu Xiu replied without worry, "My silly woman, could you really bear to hurt me? Go in if you want, I, Chu Xiu, fear nothing." Hearing this, Qi Mengdai was overjoyed, realizing she truly held an important place in his heart. Right afterward, she placed her hand on Chu Xiu's abdomen and performed a secret art, quickly sending her divine sense into his Dao Palace. Upon seeing the scene inside, Qi Mengdai exclaimed in shock, "Is this really only the Wheel C realm? How can this be? I have never seen a Wheel C so vast and magnificent." No wonder his combat power was so terrifying. With such a profound foundation, it was only natural for him to be this strong. After searching for a long time, she finally located Chu Xiu's true Dao Palace, but upon arriving she was stunned. His Wheel C and other shore were extraordinarily vast, so why was his Dao Palace so ordinary? No, she had to see what astonishing secret was hidden inside. With that thought, Qi Mengdai immediately ventured deeper inside. Seeing a seed floating in midair, she thought this rebellious disciple truly had not lied to her, for it was indeed a divine-grade, divine ability seed. Suddenly, she saw an extremely familiar figure appear and instinctively called out Chu Xiu's name. But when the man turned around, he no longer had his current face but his appearance from his previous life. Chu the Samonic, the great villain she and countless righteous cultivators had once joined forces to kill. Qi Mengdai recoiled in horror and growled, "You are Chu Xiu? No, you are Chu the Samonic. Wait, who exactly are you? Tell me your true identity now." Wearing Chu the Samonic's appearance, Chu Xiu slowly approached and softly called with a faint smile, "Master." Seeing him address her while wearing that demon's face, Qi Mengdai furiously shouted, "You are definitely not my rebellious disciple. Who exactly are you? Why do you look exactly like Chu the Samonic?" Seeing her panicked disbelief, Chu Xiu silently calculated that his master had seen his divine ability seed and could have seized it but chose not to, so if she learned his true identity and still did nothing, she was worthy of his trust. Having decided, he said, "The person at the Howling Forbidden Land was me, and the holy son of the Taisu Holy Land Chu Xiu is also me." Qi Mengdai trembled as if struck by lightning and asked, "Then where is my disciple Chu Xiu? Did you possess his body?" She quickly denied it. "Impossible. If you truly possessed him, how could you still enter the primordial land to seek sword intent?" The more Qi Mengdai thought, the more confused she became, which was understandable since Chu Xiu possessed an overwhelmingly powerful system that no one in this world could comprehend. Chu Xiu smiled wickedly and explained, "I possess an unparalleled secret art that makes possession no different from rebirth. And you should actually thank me, master, because if I had not saved him back then, he would have died in Kishan County 30 years ago. So taking his body merely made him repay the life he owed me. How can that count as killing him?" Qi Mengdai gradually understood and asked, "According to you, you began plotting against me 30 years ago. Truly worthy of you, Chu the Samonic." Chu Xiu did not answer, but she understood that his silence was an admission, making the atmosphere between them even heavier. After a long silence, Chu the Samonic sighed softly and said, "I spent my entire life scheming against countless people. Yet whether by heaven's will or pure coincidence, I was reborn in the Taisu Holy Land and possessed Chu Xiu's body. Perhaps this is simply the twisted fate between us." Hearing this, Qi Mengdai seemed to understand and stared coldly at him. "So you controlled me afterward to improve your cultivation aptitude. You treated me as a tool to take revenge for hunting you down back then, didn't you?" Chu the Samonic calmly replied, "Yes, I admit that at first I regarded you as nothing more than a tool and did intend to take revenge. But after spending so much time with you, master, I discovered your lovable side, and before I knew it, I had fallen in love with you." Hearing such blunt words from Chu the Samonic, Qi Mengdai shuddered and blushed as she shouted, "Stop saying such sickening things. You were never my disciple, you only schemed to deceive and toy with me, so you think I will forgive you so easily." Chu Xiu spread his arms and said, "This is my Dao Palace, so if you want to strike, go ahead. I promise I will not resist at all." Qi Mengdai bit her lip until it bled and raised her hand, preparing a killing move against the enemy before her, while Chu the Samonic remained motionless with his eyes closed, waiting. "Master, hurry and kill this rebellious disciple." Yet after a long while she still hesitated and could not strike, so after a fierce inner struggle, she finally withdrew her hand. Chu the Samonic seemed to have expected this, opened his eyes and asked when he saw her lower her head, "Why did you all hunt me down back then? Why does everyone call me Chu the Samonic? What heinous crime did I commit, or how did I betray humanity, when everyone I killed stood against me? Killing them followed this world's law of survival of the strongest. I consider myself upright and have never killed an innocent person, because if I did not kill them, they would kill me, and after I killed them, their elders would hunt me down, creating an endless cycle of revenge." Looking up at the starry sky, he sighed, "Hatred only grows deeper over time, and unless I kill them all, it will never disappear. I knew long ago that killing too many people would bring no good end, and even insects cling to life, much less me." Suddenly gripping her hand, he said, "That is why I prepared countless backup plans long ago to preserve my life. You think I am wrong because I possessed your beloved eldest disciple Chu Xiu and used his identity to deceive you all this time, but I do not believe I did anything wrong. First, his life was given by me, Chu the Samonic, and second, allowing him another 30 years of life was already the greatest kindness I could offer." His voice softened sincerely. "Master, let me ask you this. After Chu Xiu became the eldest disciple of Sunset Cloud Peak and later the holy son of the primordial purity Holy Land, did he ever wrong the Holy Land even once, and while you traveled with me day and night, did you ever see me kill an innocent person?" Qi Mengdai searched her memories and uneasily replied, "I don't think so. then lowered her head and thought that although the whole world called him an old demon, he lived with more loyalty and compassion than most cultivators who claimed to follow the righteous path. Chu the Semonic moved closer and softly asked, "Master, I trust you enough to reveal my greatest secret, so let me ask you one last time. In your heart, who matters more now, your eldest disciple Chu Xiu or me?" The question threw Qi Mengdai's heart into turmoil. Had he truly killed her eldest disciple? How could she possibly love him, especially when she was even carrying his child? Seeing his master torn by conflict, Chu the Semonic secretly wondered, "Master, what answer will you ultimately give me?" As she recalled her beautiful memories with Chu Xiu. Qi Mengdai still could not bring herself to strike, so she withdrew her spiritual consciousness from his inner palace and hurried toward the primordial purity embassy. Chu the Semonic stood still and watched her retreating figure from afar, wanting to see what his master would do next while remaining uneasy inside. Elsewhere, Qi Mengdai mocked herself. "I actually forgot my disciple's original demeanor. Otherwise, how could I have failed to notice that he had long since ceased to be himself? So deep down, that disciple Chu Xiu was never that important to me. Could I, Qi Mengdai, truly be such a cold and heartless person? So deep down, that disciple Chu Xiu was never that important to me. Could I, Qi Mengdai, truly be so cold and heartless, and why do I not hate him but instead cannot stop missing him? How did things become this way, and since when did he become so important to me?" Just as she planned to go outside to clear her mind, her disciple Tao Tian suddenly arrived. Seeing her usually aloof master crying today, Tao Tian anxiously asked, "Master, why are you crying? Did something happen to eldest senior brother? Please don't scare me." Qi Mengdai wiped away her tears and softly replied, "Your eldest senior brother is safe and nothing happened to him." Hearing this, Tao Tian sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, as long as eldest senior brother is fine, I was worried to death." Still emotionally confused and wanting somewhere quiet to be alone, she instructed, "If anyone comes looking for me these next few days, tell them I am in secluded cultivation." Although she did not know why, Tao Tian obediently replied, "Yes, master," and once alone in her private palace chamber, Qi Mengdai took out the gourd given by that rebellious disciple, recalled him saying it contained rootless divine water, and decided to test its effect. Acting immediately, Qi Mengdai tilted her head back and drank all the rootless divine water, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to surge into her body as its medicinal power seeped in, while Chu Xiu's flesh and bones inside her womb slowly absorbed it and continuously strengthened their foundation. Chu Xiu had no idea his child was greedily absorbing the rootless divine water, merely thinking that if she was willing to drink his gift, then his master must have overcome her inner conflict. So he chuckled smugly, "Looks like everything with master is settled, and Hua should be even easier to handle." Suddenly, the clear voice of the Jade Pool Saintess Yao Kai came from outside. "Chu Xiu, can you come out for a moment?" Chu Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Oh, it's the Jade Pool Saintess. What important matter could have brought her all the way here to see me?" As soon as he opened the door, he saw Feng Yao standing outside holding a wooden box with a bowl resting on top. Yet what caught his attention was not the object, but her voluptuous chest pressed tightly against her clothes, and after quickly composing himself, Chu Xiu asked, "What's the matter?" She looked at him and softly replied, "This is the origin return you need, and its quality has reached the heavenly grade. When Master Kai Vo and Gan refined it, I specially added some rare materials so it can grow over time, and perhaps someday it may evolve into a great saint-grade bonded treasure." Chu Xiu accepted the wooden box with a bright smile. "Thank you very much. I was actually planning to find Master Kai Vo and Gan and ask him to refine the origin return for me, but I never expected you had already beaten me to it and had him finish refining it." Saintess Feng Yao smiled gently and softly asked, "Then when will you have time to take a walk with me?" before staring expectantly at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu looked awkward, scratched his head, and stammered embarrassedly, Actually, I'm preparing for secluded cultivation, so can we wait until I finish?" Though inwardly he bitterly regretted refusing, thinking, "Damn it, I'd love to spend time with you, but master nearly worked me to death today, so I'm truly powerless now." Hearing this, Feng Yao merely replied, "Fine, then I'll patiently wait for you," and watching her graceful figure disappear, Chu Xiu narcissistically sighed, "I truly want to be an ordinary man, but why did heaven give me such a handsome face that beautiful women keep rushing toward me like moths into flames?" As he concluded that being too handsome was truly a sin. After lamenting for a while, he returned to his room and continued cultivating. Not long after he began circulating his cultivation technique, the system suddenly laughed slyly in his mind. "Ha ha ha, is the host preparing to break through his sword intent? I've long awaited this moment to fleece you." No, I mean I've eagerly awaited witnessing the host grow stronger. Hearing the system accidentally admit it wanted to fleece him, Chu Xiu angrily shouted, "System, so even you know you're always trying to fleece me." And the system hurriedly swore, "This system can swear to heaven that absolutely isn't true. If this system tells even half a lie, may the host's cultivation never break through." Making Chu Xiu so furious he nearly smoked as he roared, "Shut that cursed mouth, I have no time for your nonsense, hurry and help me break through my sword intent." Whereupon the system announced, beginning the first breakthrough process. Breakthrough complete, the host's comprehension of heavenly slaughter sword intent has greatly increased and moved another step closer to the entry realm. Continuing with the second breakthrough. Breakthrough complete, the host's comprehension of heavenly slaughter sword intent has increased greatly again, leaving only one final step before reaching the entry realm. Time quietly passed, and 8 two-hour periods went by in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, host Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent has successfully completed its third breakthrough and officially reached the entry realm. And feeling its surging power, Chu Xiu excitedly said, "My sword intent has finally broken through. I feel incredibly refreshed." He left his chambers and passed through the rear garden, where he encountered Luo Qingyu and Mo Fei Yan, and Luo Qingyu cheerfully called, "Little brother, you're finally out of seclusion." While her sweet, gentle voice left Chu Xiu unused to this sudden change in the quasi-emperor, so he awkwardly asked, "Is it Qingyu's turn to come out for some fresh air today?" And seeing him hesitate to approach, Luo Qingyu coyly said, "Does little brother dislike me, or should I call your Aunt Luo out to talk?" Making Chu Xiu hurriedly wave his hands, No, I absolutely didn't mean that." He quickly changed the subject and asked, "What are two great beauties doing here?" And Mo Fei Yan smiled, "Your Highness, my realm advanced too quickly recently, so I'm asking Senior Luo about cultivation issues to stabilize my foundation." Chu Xiu stroked his chin and nodded, finally understanding the situation. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu took out a plump chicken leg, stuffed it into his mouth, and calmly explained, "When cultivators break through to the Great Saint realm, they must comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and clearly determine their own Tao, because directly rushing into the Saint King realm can easily cause instability. At the Saint King realm, you must continue strengthening your Tao before finally merging your body with the Tao to challenge the quasi-emperor barrier," prompting Chu Xiu to ask while chewing, "Qingyu, what does a quasi-emperor cultivate?" Luo Qingyu smiled and explained, "A quasi-emperor mainly comprehends the heavenly Tao, and if you can completely merge your own great Tao into the heavenly Tao, congratulations, you've placed one foot on the path to becoming emperor. Remember that in each era only one quasi-emperor can become emperor, and success means becoming a great emperor who stands above the 9 heavens, supreme and overlooking the mortal world, while failure means death and the destruction of your Tao, which becomes nourishment for the new emperor's great Tao." After listening, Chu Xiu asked, "Then Qingyu, have you competed for the Tao?" And Luo Qingyu gently shook her head and sighed, "My era produced too many monstrous experts, and although I was considered the youngest prodigy among the quasi-emperors, I wasn't the strongest, so I abandoned the struggle for the Tao early and chose to seal myself away." As for who ultimately became emperor, it was certainly that butterfly demon from moonlit Butterfly Mountain. She was terrifyingly powerful and virtually invincible among quasi-emperors, with fewer than 2 people in that era qualified to contend with her. And if I fought her, I'd probably suffer a crushing defeat within 10 moves. After hearing the story, Chu Xiu gazed at the sky and thoughtfully asked, "In such a glorious era, did anyone nurture an emperor-grade divine ability seed?" And Luo Qingyu covered her mouth and giggled, "Silly little brother, emperor-grade divine ability seeds don't exist at all, and even that invincible butterfly demon only possessed a divine-grade divine ability seed." Curiosity filled Chu Xiu's eyes as he seriously asked, "What if someone simultaneously nurtured the 5 elements and 9 origins before fusing them together?" Luo Qingyu confidently replied, "The result would still only be divine grade, because that butterfly demon did exactly what you described and nurtured the 5 elements and 9 origins, which is why she became so terrifyingly powerful." Then gently pinched his nose and teased, "Little brother, you're very smart but sometimes incredibly naive." While Chu Xiu merely smiled and thought, "Emperor-grade divine ability seeds don't exist." Then let time answer everything, before she added, "Even if you can't compare with those monsters, don't be discouraged, because in this era you're undoubtedly the most special one, so ascending the imperial throne someday isn't entirely hopeless." Chu Xiu suddenly took Luo Qingyu's smooth jade-white hands and replied with a meaningful smile, "Sister truly has exceptional insight, recognizing at a glance that I possess the potential of a great emperor." Standing beside them, Mo Fei Yan watched their overly affectionate exchange with wide eyes and inwardly exclaimed, "Your Highness, your courage truly reaches the heavens. She's a genuine quasi-emperor, yet you still dare flirt with her." Surprisingly, Luo Qingyu not only remained unangered but smiled sweetly and gently traced circles across Chu Xiu's palm with her fingertip. In an alluring voice she said, "Wonderful, then I'll follow you from now on. If I can reach that place, I'll have profited greatly," making Chu Xiu instantly blush to his ears and become flustered by her counterattack as he thought, "This is bad, she's like a seductive fox spirit, I'm about to be bewitched instead." In the distance, holy maiden Feng Yao saw Chu Xiu and Luo Qingyu acting so intimately and felt as though a knife pierced her heart. Jealousy filled her eyes as she quietly muttered, "He clearly promised that once he finished cultivating, he'd go out with me." At that moment, Chu Xiu also sensed her presence and inwardly groaned, "This is bad. The holy maiden of the Jade Pool Holy Land is still standing over there watching." He hurriedly cupped his hands and excused himself, "Sisters, get some rest early. I suddenly have some personal matters to handle tonight." Luo Qingyu seemed to understand and teasingly gave him a thumbs up. "Fine. Then work hard tonight and quickly have a child with an innate sacred body to brighten the family." Chu Xiu was startled and blushed even harder at the bold teasing. Sure enough, nothing could escape Sister Luo's eyes. In the distance, Feng Yao overheard part of their conversation and blushed just as deeply. A while later, in the picturesque rear garden of the Taisu embassy, Chu Xiu and Feng Yao strolled hand in hand. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chu Xiu took the initiative and said, "Holy maiden, I have actually always had a wish." Feng Yao curiously asked, "What wish?" Chu Xiu leaned closer and whispered, "I really want to remove your veil with my own hands and see your true face." Feng Yao blushed and replied, "The strict rule of the Jade Pool Holy Land is that a holy maiden's veil cannot casually be removed for outsiders, and whoever removes it must become her cultivation partner." Chu Xiu sighed regretfully, "So that's how it is, what a pity." Seeing his disappointment, Feng Yao softly asked, "Why are you disappointed?" Chu Xiu asked blankly, "What?" Feng Yao turned away to avoid his gaze and muttered resentfully, "You clearly have so many women around you, so why don't you want to touch me?" Facing her question, Chu Xiu raised his head and grinned mischievously. "You're asking about that? Mainly because you women of the Jade Pool Holy Land are all too proud, preferring dull cultivation over pleasure, so you must lack experience in changing positions and would probably be rather boring." Feng Yao's face instantly turned crimson as Chu Xiu made another suggestion. "How about Big Brother takes you to Peerless Pavilion to broaden your horizons and gain some experience?" Feng Yao curiously asked, "What kind of place is Peerless Pavilion? Is it really that good?" Chu Xiu replied, "You only live once, so shouldn't you bravely try something new?" Swayed, Feng Yao gathered her courage and said, "Fine, I'll go with you, but I need to change first." Chu Xiu nodded, "Sure, I'll wait outside." While waiting, Yi Hongyu rushed over and laughed, "Haha, Brother Chu, you've finally come out of seclusion, and I have something to tell you. We still haven't found the one who stole our origin stones, but don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to compensate you for your share." Chu Xiu patted his shoulder and feigned regret, "Brother Yi, don't worry about it. What's past is past, and we brothers can earn it back next time." Little did Yi Hongyu know that the divine origin stones were already in Chu Xiu's pocket, and he was moved to tears. "Brother Chu, with you treating me like this, how can I ever repay you as your brother?" Suddenly remembering something, he patted Chu Xiu's shoulder and said, "I nearly forgot, I came because I have something important to tell you. Rumor has it that Guang Holy Sun, who is pursuing the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool Holy Land, has arrived in Upper Capital City, and recently there was also news that he discovered the battle secret in Central Continent, hidden within a secret realm at Qi Emperor Mountain." Hearing about the battle secret, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up with his familiar wicked grin, thinking this was truly something found effortlessly after searching everywhere, as heaven itself seemed to favor him. He had previously found a jade token connected to the battle secret but lacked clues, and now it could finally prove useful, just as Feng Yao returned after changing and called, "Holy Sun, let's go." Chu Xiu admired her and thought she looked beautiful in anything, her veil unable to conceal her pure, otherworldly charm, while Yi Hongyu stared blankly and asked, "Brother Chu, who is this?" Chu Xiu smiled and introduced her, "Brother Yi, this is Miss Yao Huang, an old friend of mine, and we're heading to Peerless Pavilion for some fun. Are you free to join us?" Understanding immediately, Yi Hongyu forced a smile and replied, No, you two enjoy yourselves. I won't tag along and get in the way, since I still have important matters to handle." Watching them leave, he secretly admired Chu Xiu, thinking, "Brother Chu really knows how to have fun, and his tastes are incredibly varied, even favoring young women with a pure and restrained aura, truly worthy of being my good brother." Before long, Chu Xiu and Feng Yao arrived at Peerless Pavilion in Upper Capital City, one of the liveliest places after nightfall, with cultivators constantly coming and going, while peerless beauties sang and danced inside in captivating performances truly worthy of its name. After entering, they chose a table, with beauties singing and dancing behind them and graceful girls serving wine before them. Chu Xiu asked Feng Yao, "What do you think of this place?" But Feng Yao merely lowered her head with a blush and remained silent. Understanding her embarrassment, he said, "Come, sit a little closer to me." Feng Yao obediently moved closer, and Chu Xiu intimately wrapped an arm around her shoulders before whispering, "Holy maiden, do you know how to dance?" Feng Yao softly replied, "A little, but I'm not very good." Chu Xiu continued, "Are you as good as them?" Feng Yao glanced at the beauties behind them. Suddenly, Chu Xiu took her hand, felt her heartbeat quicken, and smiled. "Holy maiden, why is your heart beating so fast?" He secretly wondered whether she had never even held a man's hand before and thought he had truly brought her to the right place, as the holy maiden of the Jade Pool Holy Land clearly needed some education in such matters. He pointed toward the room opposite them and whispered, "Look over there, what do you think they're doing?" Feng Yao followed his gaze, saw a man and woman acting intimately, then blushed and lowered her head with a slight tremble as Chu Xiu smiled smugly and his hand began to wander. He gently said, "Don't worry, just relax." Feeling his hand, Feng Yao turned scarlet, biting her lip without daring to make a sound. Some time later, the two left Peerless Pavilion. Unexpectedly, they encountered Guang Holy Sun and his younger brother Xing Yu Yao, and upon recognizing Chu Xiu, he stepped forward and asked, "Holy Sun Chu, what happened to you?" Chu Xiu pretended not to know him and asked, "Who are you?" Xing Yu Yao awkwardly introduced himself. "I am Xing Yu Yao, a disciple of the Radiant Holy Land, and this is my elder brother, Xing Yu Hai, the Holy Son of the Radiant Holy Land." Chu Xiu feigned surprise and cupped his hands. "My apologies, so you are the renowned Guang Holy Sun." Guang Holy Sun only looked at Feng Yao, recognized the woman of his dreams, and gently said, "Feng Yao Fairy, after 2 years apart, you have grown even more beautiful." While the ignored Chu Xiu angrily thought, "This brat dares ignore me, just wait and I will teach you a lesson." Guang Holy Sun asked, "Feng Yao Fairy, what brings you here?" While secretly cursing that the Peerless Pavilion was a men's pleasure house where a pure fairy would never come willingly. So Chu Xiu must have forced her, but Feng Yao lowered her head and replied, "Chu Xiu wanted me to come, so I came with him," making Guang Holy Sun inwardly rage. "Damn you, Chu Xiu, you and I cannot coexist beneath the same sky," as Xing Yu Yao angrily shouted. "What a fine primordial purity Holy Sun you are, daring to bring the Jade Pool Saintess to such a filthy place. As the primordial purity Holy Sun, aren't you afraid of disgracing the primordial purity Holy Land?" Chu Xiu sneered, "Seeing Feng Yao and me together made you anxious." Guang Holy Sun shook his head. "Primordial purity Holy Sun, you must have misunderstood. Xing Yu and I are not so intolerant." He then changed his tone. "Feng Yao Fairy, there will be a gathering at Moon Lake tomorrow, so I hope you will honor me by attending." But before he could finish, Feng Yao hugged Chu Xiu's arm and blushed. "I will only go if Chu Xiu goes. I will follow Chu Xiu's decision." Seeing his beloved goddess so intimate with Chu Xiu felt like a knife cutting Guang Holy Sun's heart, yet he forced himself to remain calm and smiled. "Very well, Feng Yao Fairy, I will take my leave today." While inwardly thinking bitterly, "Chu Xiu, just wait, I will definitely teach you a lesson." Only after the two disappeared did Feng Yao say, "This is my first time being so intimate with a man, so I feel a little uncomfortable." Chu Xiu immediately got to the point. "Then do you need me to take responsibility for you?" Feng Yao's heart jolted, and although she naturally wanted that, she was too embarrassed to admit it and merely stared silently at his handsome face before deliberately changing the subject. "You seem deeply hostile toward Guang Holy Sun. Are you jealous because he talked to me?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu touched her forehead. "You don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense?" Realizing she was being teased, Feng Yao fumed before gathering her courage to ask, "When will you finally accept my feelings?" Chu Xiu gave Feng Yao a wicked smile and slowly explained, "When you have learned all 69 intimate positions, everything will naturally fall into place," making Feng Yao blush deeply and softly reply, "Mhem." Seeing her so obedient, Chu Xiu happily turned away and said while walking, "Let's go, it's already dark, so let's return to the Primordial Purity Embassy." While Feng Yao quietly followed and shyly asked about his plans for the coming days, to which Chu Xiu smiled, "Since I am free now, naturally I will enter secluded cultivation." Time quietly passed, and 20 days later at the Primordial Purity Embassy, Chu Xiu finally emerged from cultivation, stretched and inhaled deeply. "Ah, the consumption is terrifying. Looks like I need to find more origin power crystals." Chu Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully before an idea flashed through his mind. "Maybe I should go to Heavenly Abyss City and kill demons, allowing me to openly gather materials for refining origin power crystals." when a female disciple hurried over and reported, "Your Highness Chu Xiu, the Sunset Cloud Peak Master returned 3 days ago," making him wonder how Master has returned. Seeing his silence, the disciple anxiously explained, "Your Highness Holy Son, you were in secluded cultivation at the time, so I did not dare disturb you." Chu Xiu softly replied, "All right." At the bell tower of the Primordial Purity Embassy, Chu Xiu stood with his hands behind his back gazing into the distance, and half an hour later the void cracked as a beautiful figure appeared. None other than Fairy Chi Mengdai, but although he knew his beloved master had arrived, he did not turn around and calmly said, "You came, you really should not have come." Hearing this, Chi Mengdai frowned slightly, walked before him, and coldly asked, "Why shouldn't I have come? Are you afraid I will kill you?" Only then did Chu Xiu turn toward her, secretly admiring how breathtakingly beautiful his beloved master remained despite looking much thinner, and frankly replied, "If master wanted to attack me, I would never resist. I only fear seeing me would make you sad, because if you are sad, I will be twice as sad." Hearing this, Chi Mengdai turned away and mocked, "Someone like you knows sadness," while inwardly cursing, "Bah, how unbearably cheesy." Chu Xiu suddenly stepped forward, wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and gently said, "If you are sad, then of course I will be sad too." As soon as he finished, he pulled her into his embrace, and Chi Mengdai said with a trembling voice, "You rebellious disciple, all you ever do is bully me." Knowing she had forgiven him, Chu Xiu shamelessly whispered sweetly, "Baby, I truly missed you," while his restless hands kept caressing her, making Chi Mengdai angrily reply, "Who needs you to miss me? I never missed you at all, and I wish I could tear you apart right now." Pretending not to hear, Chu Xiu lifted her chin and softly called, "Master," making Chi Mengdai snap, "You rebellious disciple, why are you calling me again?" Suddenly, Chu the Simonic kissed her passionately on the lips, leaving her frozen with wide eyes before she could react. Regaining her senses, Mengdai struggled, "Rebellious disciple, release me immediately." But Chu Xiu ignored her and kept holding her tightly, making Chi Mengdai inwardly sigh, "What a cursed bond. I fear I will never escape this hateful pervert's clutches in this lifetime." Chu Xiu sweetly said again, "Master, after so many days apart, your disciple has become somewhat rusty in his cultivation technique, so why don't you teach me a few more insights?" Chi Mengdai could only curse that rebellious disciple, knowing what had to come had finally come, as Mengdai and Chu Xiu began exchanging cultivation techniques. Moans echoed throughout the room as he helped her review all 49 intimate positions, and the two became completely absorbed in each other without realizing Luo Qingyu was watching everything. Eating candied hawthorn, Luo Qingyu clicked her tongue. "Tusk, tusk, little brother Chu Xiu really is impressive, charming his master this far with only a few words." She suddenly noticed something strange. "Right, I think I discovered something. Every woman little brother Chu Xiu likes is much older than him," and at the thought she startled, blushed slightly, and wondered, could he have his eyes on me too? "What should I do this time?" Luo Qingyu was also drooling with desire, licking her lips without anyone knowing whether she craved candied fruit or something else, and several 2-hour periods later, night gradually fell. Chi Mengdai and Chu Xiu spent the whole night entwined before falling asleep exhausted. Yet even asleep, Chu Xiu still took advantage by resting his hand on his beloved master's body. Chi Mengdai gently pushed him away, blushing as she glared and said, "Rebellious disciple, move that naughty hand of yours somewhere else." Chu Xiu turned around, hugged her, and grinned mischievously. "What's wrong with leaving my hand here?" Chi Mengdai sulkily turned away and said, "Doing this to me, are you still trying to take advantage of me?" And hearing this, Chu Xiu moved closer and whispered, "How could your disciple possibly take advantage of you?" While Mengdai remained silent. Chu Xiu lowered his head, took Mengdai's hand, kissed it, and said, "Your disciple respects and honors you more than anything." Mengdai sat up, pulled her hand from Chu Xiu's grasp, frowned, and said, "So cheesy, who needs affection from a rebellious disciple like you?" Watching everything from above, Than Hu secretly laughed and thought, "Not bad, this brat really knows every trick for charming women," then opened a spatial portal to leave and said, "Let's go." Below, Chu Xiu and Mengdai had dressed neatly and sat at the tea table as Chu Xiu poured her tea and casually said, "Master, your cultivation has improved greatly, but you still haven't broken through to the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm. Could it be that you missed your disciple so much that you specially left seclusion to find me?" And Mengdai calmly replied, "You're imagining things. I naturally left the Holy Land this time because I have a mission." You've probably heard about the Central Continent Secret Realm and its connection to the battle secret art. The legendary 9 secrets have appeared, throwing the entire firmament continent into turmoil, and now not only human territory but even the major forces of the demon and barbarian territories are stirring. Hearing his master say this, Chu Xiu rubbed his chin thoughtfully and asked, Will great saints also participate in the struggle? Meng Dai glanced aside, intertwined her fingers somewhat awkwardly, nodded, and continued. Even saint kings may intervene, and with so many problems while our Holy Lord remains gravely wounded, humanity is at an even greater disadvantage and has temporarily been forced to compromise under pressure from the demons and barbarians. Hearing this, Chu Xiu frowned and asked, "So the demons and barbarians also intend to go to Mount Qi Emperor?" While thinking that he was currently only in the Dao Palace realm, making it extremely difficult to seize the battle secret art from great saints of both humanity and the demons and barbarians, and Meng Dai nodded. Moreover, for the 9 secrets, those people are capable of anything. I heard Elder Mo say that Luo Qingyu is a quasi-emperor, and Chu Xiu folded his arms and replied, "That's true, but she's suppressed by the heavenly Dao, so she's currently only a half-step quasi-emperor," prompting Meng Dai to frown and ask, "If the demons and barbarians attack supreme purity, could you ask her to help?" Meng Dai looked conflicted, thinking that although she hated asking others for help, this concerned humanity's safety, and assistance from a quasi-emperor might turn disaster into safety. Chu Xiu held her hand and whispered sweetly that everyone else was merely an elder sister while she alone was the only woman in his heart, making Meng Dai secretly delighted despite affectionately scolding, "Bah, you truly are shameless." Suddenly remembering the 9 secrets, she became serious and asked, "Hey, rebellious disciple, with Luo Qingyu's half-step quasi-emperor cultivation, could she suppress a peak 5th-level great saint wielding an imperial artifact?" Chu Xiu thought for a moment and said, "I'm not certain Qingyu can defeat a peak great saint because she's only revealed part of her strength, but what if we lend her Supreme Purity's imperial artifact, the Supreme Purity Tower? With her profound quasi-emperor cultivation, she should certainly sweep away powerful enemies." Meng Dai exclaimed, "You actually have such a bold plan," and Chu Xiu added that he even hoped the demons would come, because with careful planning they might lure several powerful saint kings to their deaths. Hearing this, Meng Dai grew even more curious and demanded, "Tell me immediately, you abnormal rebellious disciple, what sinister scheme are you plotting that makes you dare claim you can lure several peak saint kings to their deaths?" Chu Xiu leaned close and whispered his plan into her ear, saying, "Master, the plan goes like this." And after thinking it through, Meng Dai asked, "According to your plan, we must seize the battle's secret art at all costs, right?" While Chu Xiu raised one finger and nodded, "Exactly, that's the ideal outcome we're aiming for, but if we fail to obtain it, I've also prepared a backup plan." He explained that merely spreading word that the mysterious person who destroyed the Ouyang family on the eastern continent was the Supreme Purity Holy Sun would make the demons unable to remain still. But hearing her beloved intended to use himself as bait, Meng Dai immediately objected. "No, absolutely not, because you'll become the target of everyone, and you've already witnessed the tragic fate of Guang Holy Sun yourself, haven't you?" While Chu Xiu reassured her that this was only a last resort, and he had many other methods. Afterward, he moved closer and mysteriously smiled, saying that the journey to the central continent would be dangerous, so he might as well teach her the character's secret art for self-protection, making Meng Dai ask in astonishment, "Are you truly willing to pass such a precious supreme secret art to me?" Chu Xiu lowered his head, gently kissed her cheek, and sweetly said that she was his most beloved master, so of course he was willing. Meng Dai froze in happiness, then blushed and pushed him away while pretending to scold. "You silver-tongued rebellious disciple, sweet talk is all you're good at." While Chu Xiu seized the chance to hold her shoulders and explained that the 9 secrets were special, and his cultivation was still too low to manifest their Dao essence. So he suggested she let her soul leave her body and enter his Dao palace for direct transmission, leaving Meng Dai deeply moved as she blushed and softly answered. Soon afterward, the souls of both appeared simultaneously within Chu Xiu's Dao palace space. Still wearing Chu the Simonic's familiar appearance, Chu Xiu called affectionately, "Let's begin." Meng Dai obediently nodded and replied, "Okay." Time quietly passed and half an hour went by. Since the complete essence of the healing secret could not be transmitted at once, Chu Xiu gently reassured her, "There's no need to rush, we'll finish it gradually." Standing beside him, Meng Dai had only comprehended a small part of the profound secret art, yet already felt extremely satisfied. So she smiled contentedly and said, "It's fine, even learning only half of the healing secret already gives heaven-defying effects, so we should leave now." They stood and started walking, but before going far, Chu Xiu suddenly grabbed Meng Dai's hand, smiled meaningfully, and asked, "Master, what do you think of this place?" Without thinking much, Meng Dai replied, "It's elegant and peaceful, with refreshing winds and beautiful scenery, truly a wonderful place." Pleased with her answer, Chu Xiu immediately wrapped an arm around his beloved master's slender waist and whispered suggestively, "Such a beautiful moment and scenery shouldn't be wasted." Only then did Qi Mengdai understand his intention, her face turning bright red as she tightly closed her eyes and cursed, "Get lost." Chu Xiu said nothing more and directly pinned Qi Mengdai down with a smug grin, while Qi Mengdai was completely unable to resist his overwhelming force and could only weakly curse, "You rebellious disciple, let me go." An hour passed and Chu Xiu and his beloved master had already battled for over an hour, but his energy remained abundant, so he forced her to continue for another hour before finally stopping. After their exhausting exchange, Chu the Samonic sprawled on the ground and slept soundly while Qi Mengdai lay beside him drenched in sweat and utterly satisfied, hardly believing that after receiving the secret art and undergoing 2 hours of dual cultivation, the gains had surpassed her imagination, proving more effective than hundreds of years spent comprehending the laws of heaven and earth outside. Much later, Chu Xiu awoke from his deep sleep, vaguely noticed something unusual about Qi Mengdai and hurriedly sat up, asking, "Master, what's happening to you?" She joyfully replied, "I'm about to break through again." Pure white energy enveloped Qi Mengdai as she smiled contentedly and told Chu Xiu, "I must undergo my tribulation immediately. We'll discuss everything else after I return." Watching Qi Mengdai leave, Chu Xiu thought that dual cultivation inside his Dao Palace was unexpectedly this heaven-defying. 3 days later, an enormous flying ship suddenly appeared in the vast sky above the Tai Su Holy Land. Everyone below looked up and excitedly discussed the arrival of the Tai Su Holy Land's people, while someone asked in confusion, "What happened? Why is there such a huge commotion?" Another man crossed his arms and looked disdainfully at him, saying, "You're truly an ignorant country bumpkin. How can you not know about something this important? A secret realm closely connected to the healing secret is about to emerge at Qi Emperor Mountain." The other man suddenly understood and exclaimed, "So that's why the Tai Su Holy Land is making such a huge move." Soon afterward, a group arrived at Chu Xiu's residence, led by 4 powerful experts, 2 men and 2 women who respectfully bowed and greeted, "Your Highness, Holy Son." Chu Xiu smiled brightly and said, "You've all had a tiring journey. Hurry inside and rest. Your rooms have already been prepared." Next, a voluptuous woman with smooth, fair skin approached, intimately patted Chu Xiu's shoulder and said, "Your Highness, it's been a long time, and your cultivation has grown even more profound and unfathomable. Truly a great blessing for our Tai Su Holy Land." She was Liu Zhu, the powerful Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak, and Chu Xiu smiled at her praise. "Haha, Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak flatters me. Please go inside and rest." Chu Xiu then turned toward Yi Fan and greeted him, "Brother Yi, long time no see." Yi Fan cupped his hands and smiled, "Greetings, Your Highness, Holy Son. You should simply call me Yi Fan." Chu Xiu amiably replied, "Brother Yi, there's no need to be so formal with me. Our friendship remains exactly as it was before." Seeing the Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak enter the embassy, Chu Xiu gestured for Yi Fan to join him, and the two walked inside side by side while chatting happily. Noticing that Liu Zhu seemed overly intimate with Chu Xiu, Qi Mengdai immediately became fiercely jealous and dragged her aside to warn, "Liu Zhu, you crazy woman, you'd better stay away from my precious disciple." Liu Zhu showed no fear at the threat. Crossing her arms, she coldly retorted, "Qi Mengdai, you think a little improvement in your cultivation lets you threaten me? I'll do whatever I want and you can't control me. Tonight I'll find your disciple for a private talk just to make you furious." Hearing those shameless words, Qi Mengdai's face darkened with rage as she shouted, "Shameless woman, you truly have no dignity." Liu Zhu leaned close to Qi Mengdai's face and laughed. "Ha ha ha, back then you ruthlessly killed my father while fighting over a treasure and you dare lecture me about dignity." Confronted with the past, Qi Mengdai looked slightly awkward and explained, "Back then, Peak Master Liu's divine platform had been severely invaded by an evil demon, and he personally asked me to kill him, otherwise he would inevitably have been possessed." Still filled with hatred, Liu Zhu refused to listen and said, "You've repeated that explanation for years, can't you come up with something new?" Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, Tian Xing, Peak Master of Heavenly Star Peak, appeared carrying an exquisite wooden box containing a bright red immortal fruit, then bowed with an otherworldly bearing and said, "Junior Sister Mengdai, I was fortunate enough to find a crimsonite immortal fruit recently. So to celebrate your cultivation breakthrough, I specially brought it here to nourish you." Qi Mengdai glanced toward Chu Xiu with her beautiful eyes and secretly thought that although this immortal fruit was precious, it could never compare to the cultivation speed gained through dual cultivation with that hateful man. With that thought, she decisively raised her hand and refused, "This fruit is far too precious. Senior brother Tian Xing, please take it back." The Peak Master of Heavenly Star Peak was stunned by her outright rejection, then forced a smile and hurriedly changed the subject to avoid embarrassment. "Haha, your senior brother was thoughtless. With junior sister's extraordinary aptitude, you naturally have no need for such an ordinary immortal fruit. so we should instead use our time to discuss the important matter concerning the secret realm. Qi Mengdai merely gave a faint min response. She then turned to Chu Xiu and sternly said, "You rebellious disciple, hurry to the council hall right now." Sensing the heavy killing intent in his master's words, Chu Xiu immediately cupped his fists and bid farewell to Yi Fan. "Brother Yi, there will be plenty of time ahead, so let's talk another day." And Yi Fan returned the salute. "Brother Chu, go ahead if you have important matters. We can meet again another time." Still worried, Qi Mengdai reminded him, "This trip to Mount Imperial Conquered will gather countless heroes and be extremely complicated. So be careful and don't let others scheme against you without realizing it." And Chu Xiu obediently replied, "Thank you for worrying about your disciple, master." While Qi Mengdai turned away to hide her feelings and proudly said, "Don't flatter yourself. Who cares whether you live or die? I only fear you will die somewhere outside and make me retrieve your corpse." Hearing this, Chu Xiu boldly stepped forward, pinched his master's enormous, alluring backside, and grinned wickedly. "Don't worry, baby. I will pay special attention to my safety during this trip to Mount Imperial Conquered." Time flew by, and 7 days later in Central Province, the Mount Imperial Conquered range towered majestically with peaks piercing the sky. At this moment, the three great forces of humanity, the demon race and the barbarian race, had gathered. While the demons arrogantly relied on their numbers, and their leader domineeringly declared that they would definitely seize the combat's secret art. Just then, a great saint of the Jiang family shouted with murderous intent, "Humanity has lost more battles than it has won against the demons and barbarians over the years, making them increasingly arrogant and utterly contemptuous of us. Almighty human cultivators, we would rather die than let the combat's secret art fall into their hands." While amid the extreme tension elsewhere, Chu Xiu gripped a jade token while standing aboard a flying ark with Yi Hongyu of the ancient Yi family and the saintess of the serpent tribe. Staring at the jade, he secretly thought, "This jade engraved with the word combat truly has an extraordinary function. It reacted as soon as I approached, so it actually contains all the information about this secret realm. It really is the perfect guide to this secret realm." He secretly laughed smugly. "How interesting, you all must struggle through every trial while I can casually breeze through them. This is truly amusing, ha ha ha." Next, the stone monument released a mysterious force that twisted space as countless traces of the Great Way spread everywhere, and Chu Xiu frowned, realizing the secret realm had opened while vaguely seeing countless stone statues through the altar's opening. His pupils contracted in surprise when he realized there seemed to be countless stone statues inside. While everyone was still observing, a female great saint of the demon race wielding a massive hammer aggressively stepped forward and ordered everyone aside so she could try first. She poured all her strength into the hammer and smashed it against the secret realm's gate, expecting to break it easily, but her power vanished the instant it touched the gate. The backlash blasted her thousands of yards away, making her grit her teeth and curse, "Damn, this thing is really hard." While humans and demons erupted into discussion upon seeing the demon great saint sprawled on the ground, wondering why someone at the great saint realm could not enter and whether even great saints were barred from this secret realm. At this moment, Chu Xiu leisurely stepped forward with his hands behind his back and sneered, "That demon woman at the great saint realm cannot enter because this place is suppressed by the Great Way, so only cultivators at the lesser saint realm or below may enter. You don't even know something this simple. Were you planning to enter the secret realm with your eyes?" After saying this, he confidently led Yi Hongyu and the saintess of the serpent tribe inside. Under the watchful eyes of all the gathered heroes, the demon race finally believed him after seeing the three enter safely. Sure enough, because of the Great Way's suppression, only those at the lesser saint realm or below qualified. When Qi Mengdai suddenly sent him a voice transmission, calling him a rebellious disciple and warning him never to expose the jade token because even she might struggle to protect him if the numerous demons and barbarians attacked together, and Chu Xiu nodded. "I know I possess the movement's secret art and unrivaled speed, so master need not worry. This place is extremely dangerous, so I also advise the other disciples not to recklessly risk themselves." Qi Mengdai closed her eyes and coldly replied, "I don't need you to remind me, I will explain it to them myself. Dangers lurk everywhere inside. Life and death are determined by fate and fortune by heaven, so let them choose for themselves." On the demon's side, eyes burned with greed as a demon prodigy shouted, "Everyone, charge with me." But as the intruders entered, the leading white-haired stone statue suddenly glowed crimson and raised its great saber to destroy the enemy. A deadly battle erupted as the foolish demons charged forward only to be crushed by the silver-haired stone statue, screams echoing as hundreds were hacked apart in an instant while the other stone statues awakened one after another. Witnessing this, the humans huddled fearfully at the edge of the square with pale faces as a red-robed man cursed, "Damn this secret realm, this is nothing but a slaughterhouse." The blue-robed youth trembled and said, "This is too miserable. If I'd known earlier, I would never have come." Holy Maiden Feng Yao looked at the scene, turned to Chu Ziyu, addressed him as Your Highness, and asked, "What should we do next? Is there any way to get through?" Chu Ziyu smiled and replied, "There are no shortcuts through this trial. We can only force our way through." When Guang Holy Sun hurried over, pointed at himself, and shouted, "Fairy Feng Yao, come with us. We have no fewer people than the Supreme Purity Holy Land," making Chu Ziyu think, why did this pest come here too? Holy Maiden Feng Yao tightly held Chu Ziyu's hand, looked coldly at Guang Holy Sun, and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I've already chosen the Supreme Purity Holy Sun and won't easily change my mind." Xing Yuhai frowned and looked unhappily at Chu Ziyu as the divine son of the barbarian god tribe spoke, "I'm not someone who meddles in others' affairs. But at a time like this, why are you humans still discussing romantic nonsense? Dragging this out is pointless, so I think we should put aside our personal grudges, cooperate, and break through together." After speaking, he charged ahead because he knew the humans would only follow if he took the lead, and seeing this, Chu Ziyu shouted, "This is our only choice. Everyone follow me." As people charged forward, the stone statue's eyes turned red as they prepared for battle, while azure flames erupted around Chu Ziyu, and the majestic vision of an immortal king appeared above his head like a god of war. He charged forward and unleashed a ferocious punch that shattered the stone statues into pieces. No matter how strong or numerous they were suppressed by his overwhelming power. Holy Maiden Feng Yao used her innate Tao body to harmonize with the great Tao and continuously restrain the stone statues, allowing Chu Ziyu to instantly fly forward and unleash another heaven-shaking punch. Every stone statue struck by the blow shattered into pieces. Outside the secret realm, Holy Lord Yimeng of the Jade Pool Holy Land approached Qi Mengdai and smugly smiled. "Peak Master Yunzia, look how perfectly the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden cooperate. The ancient sacred body and innate Tao body truly make a perfect pair." Qi Mengdai raised an eyebrow without replying, but inwardly thought smugly, "This rebellious disciple does have some ability, but isn't that because I taught him well?" Inside the secret realm, after Chu Ziyu destroyed hundreds of stone statues, he turned and asked whether Feng Yao could still hold on, and Feng Yao formed hand seals before calmly replying, "I'm fine and can keep fighting. Just focus on eliminating the enemies and leave protecting the disciples to me." Chu Ziyu reminded her, "Remember to preserve your strength in case the demons and barbarians launch a surprise attack." And before his words faded, he activated the character's secret art, his eyes turning strange and his face crazed as he charged straight at the enemy. Opposite them, the Eastern Plains clansmen watched Chu Ziyu fight magnificently like a descending god, and were deeply shaken, with one emotionally exclaiming, "His Highness the Holy Sun willingly faces countless enemies alone and endures injuries just to open a path of survival for us." While another side, "Indeed, I once strongly opposed Holy Maiden Feng Yao pursuing Holy Sun Chu Ziyu, but now I understand that he completely deserves everything she does for him. And I was truly just a frog at the bottom of a well." Back on the battlefield, Chu Ziyu unleashed his full strength to sweep away the ferocious stone statues, hoping to end the battle as quickly as possible. Outside the secret realm, the human cultivators began discussing loudly as an anxious brown-robed man said, "His Highness the Holy Sun seems too reckless. As the strongest of the younger generation, he should normally preserve his strength." While the blue-robed man beside him immediately countered, "The Supreme Purity Holy Sun should possess exactly this kind of courage and resolve." And among the demons, Shangjiang Northern King stood with folded arms beneath a crimson cloak covering most of his body. Outwardly cold but inwardly suspicious, thinking, something isn't right. Chu Ziyu is normally extremely cautious and afraid of death, so why would he suddenly become this reckless? Thinking this, he stroked his chin and sneered inwardly. When something abnormal happens, there must be something hidden behind it. So has Chu Ziyu discovered some secret he doesn't want anyone else to know, and what could the reason possibly be? Back inside the secret realm, Chu Ziyu continued rampaging with overwhelming momentum, smashing the stone statues into scattered fragments. With shattered statues piled chaotically beneath his feet, he turned and shouted, "Quickly follow me, let's escape this square together." Everyone immediately followed closely behind Chu Ziyu and charged outward, soon breaking through the dense encirclement of stone statues, while Chu Ziyu inwardly lamented that he was still injured and needed to use the character's secret art to restore himself. The moment the thought arose, he immediately activated the character's secret art on his bleeding arm and began circulating his cultivation to heal himself. While he was healing, an alluring female disciple approached with flushed cheeks and gratefully said, "Your Highness, thank you for saving me. Without you, I would have probably died in that square." Chu Xiu gently raised his hand and warmly replied, "You're too polite. We're all fellow disciples, so everything I did was only what I should have done." In the distance, after Tian Yao Zai finished dealing with the stone statues blocking his path, he cast a cold gaze toward Chu Xiu and said, "If I remember correctly, Chu Xiu possesses the human sacred body, right? If I eat the flesh of a human sacred body, wouldn't my wounds recover very quickly?" Without hesitation, Tian Yao Zai gripped his great saber and strode toward Chu Xiu, roaring viciously, "Chu Xiu, I'm injured, so I've decided to eat you to recover. This is a great honor for you, so surely you won't refuse, right?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu curled his lips into a cold smile and asked, "You want to attack me right now?" While Tian Yao Zai tightened his grip on the great saber and replied with murderous eyes, "Enough nonsense, obediently accept your death." Seeing the dangerous situation, Holy Maiden Feng Yao anxiously called from behind, "Chu Xiu, be careful." Immediately, Chu Xiu activated the movement secret and appeared before the heavenly demon sun in a flash, his speed erupting like a violent whirlwind and catching him completely off guard as his eyes widened and pupils contracted in terror at such incredible speed. Chu Xiu unleashed a mighty punch, instantly causing a deafening explosion where the heavenly demon sun stood. As the dust cleared, everyone saw Chu Xiu stepping on the heavenly demon sun, looking as imposing as an undefeated war god. He looked down coldly with utter contempt and said, "With your pathetic strength, you dare boast about eating me? What gives you the confidence? What exactly makes you think you can eat me?" As soon as he finished, Chu Xiu repeatedly stomped down, making the heavenly demon sun writhe and scream in agony while humans and demons watching from afar shuddered, and the humans exclaimed that the holy son of the Tai Su Holy Land truly lived up to his reputation and fought with terrifying ferocity. Chu Xiu then turned away coldly, clasped his hands behind his back and called, "Feng Yao, let's go, there's no need to bother with these insignificant weaklings." Holy Maiden Feng Yao nodded with admiration, "Yes, your Highness, Holy Son." Seeing their leader brutally defeated, the demons exchanged terrified glances and muttered, "That human brat is truly terrifying. We absolutely cannot let him live." Elsewhere, the demon leader turned toward his companions and loudly ordered, "Let's go, brothers, now it's our turn to enter." Back with Chu Xiu, before the group had gone far, he suddenly noticed something unusual and raised his hand for everyone to stop, just as 3 enormous rocks shifted and joined into a stone bridge spanning the secret realm while Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and observed. Recalling the information recorded in the Jade Token, he knew the black section of the bridge was the safest area. Starting from the white section, dangers such as hidden traps, vicious beasts, and concealed assassins would appear everywhere, and a single mistake could cost them their lives. The most dangerous was the final gray stone, which would create a corresponding number of opponents based on how many people stepped onto it. The more people entered, the more enemies would appear, so recognizing the danger ahead, Chu Xiu warned, "This stone bridge seems far more dangerous than the first trial, so everyone must be extremely careful." Feng Yao seriously reminded everyone, "Quickly recover from your injuries. Only by maintaining your strongest condition can you increase your chances of survival." After resting, Feng Yao and Chu Xiu led the way with everyone following closely behind. All tense and hopping, they could safely pass the trial under his leadership. A female disciple in a green dress reminded everyone while flying, "Stay close to His Highness and don't fall behind." Just then, a ferocious black leopard with blood-red eyes lunged at a female disciple in a white dress, whose face turned pale as its sharp claws tore through the air toward her. But at the critical moment, Chu Xiu flashed forward like the wind and killed the beast instantly. Boom! Its corpse crashed down as the trembling girl said, "Thank you so much, Your Highness, Holy Son." Facing her admiring gaze, Chu Xiu instructed, "I'm going to save the others, so remember to be careful." She watched his powerful figure depart with infatuation in her eyes and said, "His Highness, the Holy Son, is such a good person, isn't he?" The green-dressed disciple nodded. "His Highness has already saved my life 3 times, and I'm wondering whether I should offer myself to repay his kindness." As though his romantic luck had suddenly blossomed, another female disciple in a purple dress fell into danger, and Chu Xiu instantly rushed over and punched the vicious beast down, standing proudly on the battlefield. With one arm around the girl's waist while keeping the other ready to attack, he appeared heroic and composed, his cold and imposing face making the purple-dressed disciple blush and stammer, Thank you, your highness, holy son. Outside the secret realm, Fairy Chi Mengdai watched him repeatedly rescue beautiful women and became both annoyed and jealous, secretly thinking that this hateful, rebellious disciple truly loved playing the hero for beauties. While she was thinking, someone behind her praised, as expected of the holy son of the Tai Su Holy Land, our human race currently needs young people with such righteousness. If one has children, they should grow up to be like Chu Xiu. Liu Zhu, Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak, also praised, Peak Master of Cloud Mist Peak, you truly raised an outstanding disciple. Chi Mengdai remained silent as her white dress fluttered in the wind, secretly wondering what that rebellious disciple was really plotting, since his behavior differed completely from his usual style and must conceal some deeper purpose. After a grueling day, Chu Xiu's group and another team finally reached the safe zone, with the final gray stone directly ahead. The demon godson was already waiting there, and seeing fewer than 30 people left in his group made his heart ache, for they had lost 2/3 of their forces in only 2 days and would surely face severe punishment from their clan's great saint if they gained nothing. So he gritted his teeth and said, "This time we absolutely won't go first. Whoever wants to charge ahead can do it." Seeing this, Chu Xiu confidently stepped forward and declared, "I'll go." With that, he strode proudly toward the gray stone, which immediately shook violently as countless black-robed figures appeared with astonishing auras. The crowd behind watched Chu Xiu anxiously. Heavenly Demon Child sneered at the sight. "Ha ha ha, Chu Xiu, is it worth luring away that entire group of black-robed men alone just to protect these useless ants? Primordial Purity Holy Son, it seems you were too arrogant this time, so let me see how you handle this." He smugly thought that nothing could be better than Chu Xiu dying right here. Elsewhere, the Divine Sun Man Long of the Barbarian God tribe quietly observed the situation and judged, "It seems that to pass this difficult trial, we must advance one by one." While Chu Xiu remained calm, formed a hand seal and thunderously shouted, "Form the formation." He immediately cast a spell, while the Holy Land disciples swiftly used their movement techniques and took their assigned positions. A gigantic 8 trigrams formation gradually took shape, radiating brilliant light as streams of Great Way radiance enveloped and protected the entire group. Chu Xiu and Feng Yao exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously formed spell seals as he ordered, "Go, let's break through." And Feng Yao immediately nodded, yes. The two simultaneously unleashed a combined ultimate technique, pointing forward as dazzling white light erupted and instantly crushed over a dozen black-robed men, blocking their path into dust. The 8 trigrams formation continuously released protective Great Way radiance, maintaining a solid defense around the entire group. The demons stared wide-eyed in shock at this astonishing sight as discussions erupted everywhere. "Damn, this killing speed is terrifyingly fast. What formation is that? Its defense is incredibly powerful. Using people as formation flags means this is a combined assault grand formation. And if Chu Xiu can arrange one of such high grade, could he be a grandmaster of formation?" After an extremely fierce battle, Chu Xiu's group wiped out every black-robed man blocking their path and continued climbing toward the higher steps. Countless towering stone tablets appeared ahead, and Chu Xiu together with the Jade Pool Saintess gently placed their hands on one to activate the hidden formation within. A clear notification immediately sounded. "Congratulations on passing the second trial. You may enter the stone tablet to claim your reward. Afterward, you may choose to continue the trials or leave this secret palace." Hearing that salvation-like voice, the humans nearly wept with joy. "Wonderful, so there are rewards inside the stone tablets for passing the trial. Finally, we can leave this terrifying hellish place." Chu Xiu secretly sent Feng Yao a voice transmission, telling her to choose the 36 forms of true martial arts if she could select a divine ability, and Feng Yao nodded, "I understand, thank you for reminding me." Chu Xiu approached the black stone tablet and felt a bone-chilling cold from its surface as dark light flashed, enveloped him and pulled him inside, while the system displayed detailed information. Combat power, 5,789. Performance, 8,978. Protecting numerous companions has increased your overall score, so choose 2 rewards. Divine Origin Stones, one of 17 divine abilities, or 500 years of accelerated divine ability comprehension. When Chu Xiu opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in endless space beneath countless glittering stars, and facing these precious rewards he smiled contentedly. "After risking my life for so long, it is finally time to reap the rewards. I choose the Divine Origin Stones and the 36 forms of true martial arts." The system quickly responded, "Selection confirmed. Due to your outstanding performance, you receive 3,000 divine origin stones and the 36 forms of true martial arts. In just an instant, everything changed. A small mountain of divine origin stones appeared before Chuziu, making him laugh loudly. Ha ha ha, I struck it rich this time, and the 36 forms of true martial arts are extremely important for the later trials. So with them, this stage is practically secured. And after returning to the square, he saw the surrounding human cultivators beaming as they excitedly discussed their rewards, saying that accelerated divine ability comprehension equaled a century of arduous cultivation and would let them reach the peak of the divine ability realm, while everyone agreed they had survived only thanks to the tremendous help of the primordial purity Holy Sun and the Jade Pool Saintess. Facing everyone's grateful gazes, Chuziu merely smiled as a curvaceous woman in green stepped forward, bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness, I will not continue into the harder trials lest I become a burden to you." And Chuziu nodded, "Knowing your limits is good. Cultivate harder after returning, because after this life and death tempering, your future remains extremely promising." Encouraged, the female disciple blushed shyly and softly said with deep emotion, "Your Highness, may your journey ahead be smooth and your martial fortune flourish. If you need me to repay you after leaving this secret realm, I am willing to do anything for the Holy Sun." And the deeper meaning hidden in her gentle words made Chuziu chuckle. Outside the secret realm, Qi Ming Dai silently watched everything and wondered, could this rebellious disciple, whose heart has always been so dark, suddenly have become this kind, or have I always misjudged him? The more she thought, the more unbelievable it seemed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. And after the Jade Pool and Primordial Purity disciples abandoned the remaining trials, only 4 people remained. Chuziu, Yihongyu, Yifan, and Jade Pool Saintess Fengyao, making Chuziu sigh. I never expected only us to continue. While Yihongyu explained, I have no other choice. The second trial consumed far too many resources, and if I don't recover some losses, I will suffer heavily. At this moment, Jade Pool Saintess Fengyao secretly sent Chuziu a voice transmission. I exchanged for the 36 forms of true martial arts as you said, but I have only comprehended 26 forms. And after Chuziu nodded, Fengyao thought briefly before asking, should we teach them to Yihongyu and Yifan? Chuziu immediately shook his head. The 36 forms of true martial arts are locked by the laws of this secret realm, so we cannot teach them to anyone else. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Chuziu looked into the distance and urged, the second and third groups have already entered the secret realm, so we must hurry and advance deeper inside. Suddenly, 2 giant bees appeared above Yifan and swooped down before he could react, making him angrily counter with a powerful punch and curse. Damn it, I knew this damned leaf had something wrong with it. Looking at the venomous bees, Chuziu remarked, this poison is truly powerful, even I want to obtain some. Yifan smiled meaningfully, took out a green cloth pouch and said, this is spirit-bewildering incense. It doesn't affect cultivators like us, but makes wild beasts as dazed as if they were drunk. Prompting Chuziu to praise, impressive, Brother Yifan, I didn't expect you to carry such a treasure, so let's collect a few more bags of poison. Thanks to that strange incense pouch, Chuziu continuously obtained countless valuable spoils and sincerely said as they walked, thank you all very much, now let's continue moving forward together. Sometime later, Chuziu's group entered a secret realm shaped like a radiant golden leaf, where the flat ground was covered with herbs of the same color that shimmered with golden light. In the distance, they saw 3 enormous stones arranged in a perfect triangle, making Fengyao exclaim, could these be the legendary Enlightenment stones? Before placing her hand on one and sensing it for a while, then smiling, this is the first time I've seen such a huge Enlightenment stone. Its value is immense, and it would be worth at least several million divine origin stones outside. While Yihongyu's eyes lit up as he said, damn, something this precious is right before us, yet we can't take it. That's unbearably frustrating. Seeing his regretful expression, Yifan patted his shoulder and laughed. Brother Yi, don't be too greedy. We're already fortunate enough to comprehend divine abilities here. While Chuziu stroked his chin and observed the other 2 stones, saying, these 2 respectively bear a sword mark and a saber mark, so we can comprehend sword intent and saber intent here. And Fengyao nodded. His Highness the Holy Sun is right. I believe these 3 Enlightenment stones are the greatest opportunities on this golden leaf. Yifan respectfully cupped his hands and told Chuziu, I'll go comprehend sword intent, and if you finish first and don't see me, don't wait and just leave ahead. Although Yihongyu still regretted the treasure, hearing about saber intent made him ask, Brother Chu, I want to comprehend saber intent, what about you? And Chuziu replied, I'll stay to comprehend a divine ability secret art, so I can't accompany Brother Yi. Prompting Yihongyu to say, all right, take care, Brother Chu, I'll go first. And once he disappeared, Chuziu wrapped an arm around Fengyao's waist and grinned. We'll comprehend the 36 forms of true martial arts together, making the blushing Fengyao, already accustomed to his teasing, gently nod and say, all right. Inside the Enlightenment Stone's space, Chu Xiu carefully guided Feng Yao through every movement of the 36 forms of true martial arts. She gradually realized these movements looked more like body-shaping exercises than serious cultivation. It almost seemed they existed merely to let her display her alluring figure before him. Cheerful laughter rang out whenever he touched her to correct her movements, and several days later 4 demon cultivators appeared, led by a tiger-headed humanoid named Wang Shanjun carrying a great saber on his shoulder, followed by 3 similarly shaped subordinates with different skin colors. Standing before the Enlightenment Stone, Wang Shanjun sensed something unusual and said, "Why is there a human aura here? What terrible luck, let's go." One subordinate replied, "This aura probably belongs to that holy son Chu Xiu." And hearing this, Wang Shanjun's eyes flashed viciously as he laughed loudly, revealing sharp teeth beneath the sunlight. "Supreme purity holy son Chu Xiu, excellent, he's exactly the one I want to kill." After speaking, he swung his great saber down at the Enlightenment Stone, but just before the blade struck, a hand emerged from the stone wall and firmly caught it between 2 fingers. Chu Xiu appeared and coldly said, "Tiger demon, launching a sneak attack on someone isn't very honorable." Wang Shanjun roared. When the sacred body underwent its tribulation, the humans, demons, and barbarians joined forces in a sneak attack, causing our mountain watcher tribe to lose a saint king who was my great-grandfather, so today I, Wang Shanjun, will avenge him. Chu Xiu die. Chu Xiu contemptuously said he would test his new 36 forms of true martial arts. 7th form, true martial shatter. Crimson power erupted and shook the space, lifting Wang Shanjun into the air and hurling him far away at astonishing speed, and when the dust cleared, he lay motionless with his fate unknown. The 3 subordinates stared in disbelief as one exclaimed, "Impossible, am I seeing things? He defeated the boss with a single move," while another trembled, "I don't think we can beat him, let's run." Just as Wang Shanjun stood up, Chu Xiu continued using the 36 forms of true martial arts. 1st form, true martial mountain embrace, summoning a gigantic mountain that suppressed the demons and left them unable to move. Knowing there was no retreat, Wang Shanjun shouted, "Witness my saber divine ability, divine saber art, mountain-splitting form." The powerful saber energy cleaved the phantom mountain in half, but Chu Xiu immediately used the 36 forms of true martial arts. 2nd form, true martial sea subjugation, turning surging energy into a raging sea. The waves swept Wang Shanjun into a vortex, severely injuring him and making him cough up blood essence. Giving him no chance to recover, Chu Xiu rushed forward and punched him hard in the face, distorting his features as Wang Shanjun inwardly cursed in pain, wondering why he was so powerful. Chu Xiu continued with the 36 forms of true martial arts. 6th form, true martial dragon capture, striking Wang Shanjun down. Just as he prepared to finish him, an alluring female demon appeared and pleaded, "Human Dao brother, could you spare my little kitty?" Before introducing herself, Qian Yi Xin, 2nd demon of the purgatory serpents, greets Dao brother. Wang Shanjun cried for help, "Sister Qian Yi, save me, this guy is far too terrifying." Qian Yi used her charm art and sweetly said, "Fellow Taoist, could you spare his life? Qian Yi will owe you a great favor, how about it?" Chu Xiu looked amused but showed no mercy, punching Wang Shanjun hard in the groin before coldly saying, "Who do you think you are? Is your favor really worth enough to bargain with me?" He charged at Qian Yi, declaring that he would send them both to the Yellow Springs, while she wrapped herself around his waist and used her charm art, whispering, "My darling, could you really bear to kill me?" Even after falling into the illusion, Chu Xiu remained clear-headed and recognized that she was a charm demon. She was naturally gifted in illusion arts, but Chu Xiu happened to be her perfect counter. Breaking free of the illusion, he punched her away and forced her back into her true form, while Qian Yi clutched her injured arm with tears in her eyes and said, "Fellow Taoist, you truly are heartless. Do you really intend to kill me?" Chu Xiu coldly used true martial dragon capture to seize her by the neck and lift her into the air. He smiled and said, "Ever since we met, you've constantly used illusions on me. If I don't kill you, I'd truly be betraying myself, because today you tried seducing the wrong person." Strangled by the neck, she struggled while wondering why he was immune to illusions, then with no other choice gritted her teeth and crushed her protective talisman. A deafening explosion erupted as she transformed into blood-red light and shot into the sky. Chu Xiu watched her escape and guessed it was a treasure created by a saint king, then snorted coldly. "She got lucky this time, but next time we meet, I'll definitely take her life." Afterward, he stored Wang Shanjun's corpse inside Origin Return, planning to refine it into an Origin crystal, then returned to the Enlightenment Stone as Feng Yao softly called, "Your Highness." He asked how far she had progressed with the 36 true martial forms, and she replied that she had comprehended 20 forms. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, thinking her comprehension ability was quite good. She asked whether they were about to leave, and he nodded, saying, "We're approaching the first light sphere, the first trial, and if we cannot pass it, we won't be able to continue." With that, the two moved forward as Feng Yao followed and warned, "Charm Demon Qian Yi is an outstanding genius among the younger generation of the demon race with considerable fame and influence. So after attacking her today, demons will probably come seeking revenge along the road ahead, and you must be especially careful." Chu Xiu studied the origin crystal in his hand while walking and casually replied, "I'm actually waiting for them to cause trouble, and I only wish more would come, because I'm currently troubled by lacking enough origin energy to condense origin crystals. So anyone who dares attack me will immediately become an origin energy crystal." Hearing such arrogant words, Feng Yao could only remain silent with nothing left to say. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the two now stood atop an ancient tree with the next trial leading deeper into the secret realm directly ahead. Before entering, Chu Xiu seriously asked, "We've reached the first trial, are you ready?" Feng Yao firmly nodded, "Yes, I'm ready, let's go." As soon as she finished, both shot into the air and rushed straight toward the gate, where dazzling, mysterious golden light instantly enveloped them. The teleportation formation then transported the two to a completely different place. A gigantic arena towered before them as Chu Xiu explained while walking. "Feng Yao, this trial mainly tests combat strength, so we must win this battle to continue forward, otherwise we'll be trapped here forever." Just then, heavy and imposing footsteps sounded behind them as Wang Shanzhuo stood there and said in an icy voice, "Chu Xiu, I've finally waited for you. You dared kill my clansmen, so today all grudges will end, and remember that the one taking your life is me, Wang Shanzhuo." As his words fell, the atmosphere became extremely tense while a gigantic tiger demon revealed its true form and locked its chilling gaze on Chu Xiu as though eager to devour him, gripping a sharp halberd tightly in its right hand, while countless demon disciples waited behind for the order to attack. While Chu Xiu considered his countermeasures, a familiar voice suddenly entered his mind. "Fellow Taoist, you must be careful. Wang Shanzhuo possesses terrifying strength." The one transmitting the warning was Qian Yi, the charm demon he had previously beaten severely and forced to flee. With her seductive figure and flirtatious gestures, she gazed at Chu Xiu, making the heavenly demon son beside her laugh. "Ha ha, Chu Xiu, you've encountered a troublesome opponent this time." Growing impatient, Wang Shanzhuo swung his weapon into the ground with a thunderous crash that split the earth, while Chu Xiu remained calm with sword-sharp eyes fixed on him as flames erupted in his hand and he coldly shouted, "Enough nonsense." Chu Xiu roared, "True martial mountain embrace," instantly summoning a towering mountain, but Wang Shanzhuo casually swung his weapon and split it in two before laughing arrogantly. "Ha ha, no wonder you killed my clansmen. You do have some ability, but you're still beneath me." Chu Xiu coldly replied, "It seems you're far too conceited." He then unleashed true martial break, erupting with terrifying power as rings of crimson energy shook the surrounding space. From afar, the heavenly demon son exclaimed in shock, "The 36 true martial forms? I've never seen him use them before. Could he have just encountered some great opportunity?" Violent shockwaves spread outward, forcing everyone nearby to defend with all their strength, while the humans exclaimed in astonishment that Holy Son Chu Xiu could confront Wang Shanzhuo head-on without being at any disadvantage. Chu Xiu clenched his fists and charged forward, shouting, "I will get serious now, so use every trump card you have." As a blazing red Dharma manifestation appeared behind him while Wang Shanzhuo poured all his strength into his weapon and fought wildly, their figures colliding like two storms. Their fists and feet collided, tearing through the air and shaking heaven and earth. After the fierce clash, Wang Shanzhuo spat blood and staggered back while Chu Xiu mocked, "Not bad, you managed to withstand one of my ordinary attacks." Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Heavenly Worry Child shouted, "Everyone, we absolutely cannot let this human kill fellow cultivator Wang Shanzhuo. If he dies, we will be next, so let's attack together." Humans prepared to help, but Chu Xiu raised his hand to stop them and confidently said, "No need, I will personally kill them all. It has been far too long since I enjoyed such a satisfying slaughter." Then swept his cold gaze across the demons and unleashed the heaven-overturning seal from the 36 forms of true martial arts, creating a gigantic crimson palm that covered the sky and descended with devastating power as the terrified demons screamed, "Run, spare me, someone save me." Amid the chaos, the charmed demon and heavenly demon child hurriedly fled. But Chu Xiu moved like lightning and sent Wang Shanzhu flying with a kick. He then blocked Qian Yi and heavenly demon child, gripped their throats and cruelly said, "Where do you think you're going? You are the finest materials for refining my origin crystals, so how could I bear to waste you?" Heavenly Worry Child screamed in terror, "Chu Xiu, my ancestor is the venerable of Demon Valley. If you dare kill me—" But Chu Xiu coldly interrupted, "You think threatening me with your ancestor will scare me?" before using true martial dragon capture to send him to his grave. Witnessing this, Qian Yi trembled and forced a pleading smile. "Fellow cultivator, we never had any grudge, so why push things this far? Spare me and I will do anything you ask, even dual cultivation, and I can serve you so you experience earthly bliss." Chu Xiu lightly squeezed one side of her body and said, "I admit I am somewhat interested in dual cultivating with you. But I already have plenty of women beside me, and they are 10,000 times more beautiful than you." Desperate, she screamed, "Chu Xiu, you will definitely die. My elder sister in endless purgatory will avenge me." Before he snapped her neck and sent her to meet the king of the underworld, while the distant Wang Shanzhu realized begging was useless and shouted, "Chu Xiu, you win, do it." Chu Xiu approached with a cold smile, "Good, worthy of being a prodigy of your generation. Compared with those two pieces of trash, you certainly have far more backbone." Seeing no fear in him, Chu Xiu grew suspicious and immediately summoned a grand banner formation with crimson flags and surging black energy, coldly declaring, "This is a formation that seals and examines the soul." Icy chains pierced Wang Shanzhu's chest and bound both body and soul, making him scream as Chu Xiu recognized the power as a great way curse. Suddenly, space tore apart as a gigantic hand descended amid dark clouds and thunder. Feng Yao exclaimed in surprise, "This is a karmic medium, proving that great venerable Wang Shan has intervened." Chu Xiu sneered and said he had already prepared the formation, so once Wang Shanzhu's soul shattered, the karmic connection would naturally break, then destroyed his body and forced his soul out before instantly crushing it in midair. Only a resentful voice echoed behind, "Primordial purity, holy sun, just wait, this old man will definitely return to take your life." Feng Yao then curiously asked how he knew there was a cursed seal, and Chu Xiu merely smiled faintly, "I was simply cautious, but I never expected the enemy really had prepared a backup," making Feng Yao laugh and praise his caution before reminding him that only humans remained in the first trial space and their priority was passing the trial. She took Bai Susu's hand and asked why her group had not passed yet, and Bai Susu sighed, "Entering is easy, but the arena is divided into grade A, B, and C. The difficulty increases by grade. Grade C pits you against opponents 1 or 2 minor realms below you, while Grade B pits you against opponents at the same realm. Grade A pits you against stronger opponents, and because of the suppression, 1 realm above means lesser saints. The rules require eliminating every opponent within 5 rounds, with their numbers increasing from 1, 2, 4, 8 to 16 in the final round. Moreover, the black-robed men are skilled in combined attacks, making their synchronized power terrifying, and recalling how she nearly died challenging Grade A last time still made her shudder. Meng Tao beside her also sighed that fighting so many lesser saints across realms was far too difficult. Feng Yao looked toward Chu Xiu and confidently said that since he was only at the inner palace realm, his opponents would merely be at the divine ability realm. With his extraordinary strategic ability, passing the Grade A trial should not be too difficult. Yet when everyone looked toward Chu Xiu, they only saw his peculiar obsession with valuables as he carefully searched Wang Shanzhu's corpse for spoils while muttering that waste was shameful and every resource must be fully utilized, leaving Meng Tao, Bai Susu, and Feng Yao speechless as they exchanged awkward smiles at his strange personality. Chu Xiu turned around with confidence blazing in his eyes, smiled arrogantly, and declared, "It is only Grade A, so don't lose heart. Until the outcome is decided, anyone can become the Dark Horse." After dealing with Wang Shanzhu's corpse, Chu the Semonic stepped into the center of the arena and loudly asked who wanted to go first, while Bai Susu immediately replied that they could not challenge Grade A, so he might as well open the match, and Chu Xiu calmly nodded before leaping straight onto the arena to begin the challenge. A mechanical voice instantly sounded in his mind, asking him to choose between Grade C, Grade B, Grade A, and even Grade A+, making Chu Xiu pause in surprise since nobody had mentioned A+ before, but thinking there might be a hidden reward, he ultimately chose Grade A+. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 black-clad figures appeared on the arena, both at the peak of the divine ability realm. Below, Bai Susu exclaimed in surprise, wondering why Chu Xiu had to face two opponents simultaneously, while Feng Yao worriedly calculated that in 5 more stages he would face 32 peak divine ability realm opponents skilled in combined attacks, making the difficulty truly terrifying. The battle erupted as Chu the Semonic circulated his technique and unleashed a powerful true martial mountain-shattering seal, sending one black-clad figure flying. In the next instant, he closed in on the other and kicked him off the arena, while Feng Yao's eyes brightened as she realized why Chu Xiu had told her to choose the 36 true martial forms, because this secret art countered the black-clad figures. Meng Tao was also astonished, wondering whether he had planned all this beforehand to clear the trials. Feng Yao hesitantly explained that Chu Xiu chose the 36 true martial forms because he lacked close combat skills, while she chose them so they could practice together, making Bai Susu cover her mouth and giggle that the two truly acted like a perfectly harmonious couple, enough to make others jealous. Feng Yao blushed with embarrassment and quickly turned her gaze back toward the arena, where Chu Xiu was fiercely battling the black-clad figures. One black-clad figure after another was crushed by the true martial mountain-shattering seal, as the system announced that he had cleared the 4th and then 5th stages, leaving Bai Susu and Holy Maiden Feng Yao stunned by how quickly he cleared the first 5 trials, while Feng Yao judged that the 6th stage would feature opponents as strong as a mid-stage lesser saint. Chu the Semonic was unsurprised, thinking that since he had chosen grade A+, it was naturally harder than ordinary grade A, and when the arena's light faded, 2 mid-stage lesser saints with glowing purple eyes appeared and charged toward him like lightning. Rather than passively endure their attacks, Chu the Semonic erupted with overwhelming battle intent. He activated a secret art that condensed the phantom of a gigantic mountain radiating overwhelming pressure, then smashed it down upon the leading opponent and shattered his body. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining black-clad figure swung his sword straight at him, but Chu the Semonic calmly used true martial shatter from the 36 true martial forms and kicked him far away, whereupon the system coldly announced the beginning of the 7th stage. Facing the newly appeared black-clad figure's violent aura, Chu Xiu felt immense pressure because this opponent was an 8th-level lesser saint. His opponent continuously unleashed waves of sword intent, every strike carrying astonishing destructive power, forcing Chu Xiu to dodge flexibly rather than confront them directly. Determination flashed in Chu the Semonic's eyes as he declared that he would use this opportunity to test his limits and see whether he could kill this opponent. His vitality surged as terrifying energy distorted the surrounding space, and he unleashed his ultimate technique, All Things End, firing a destructive force that pierced the opponent's defenses and body, making the black-clad figure vanish instantly. The system immediately congratulated the challenger for successfully completing grade A+ difficulty. Because he exceeded the standard, his advancement points increased greatly, allowing him to choose 2 rewards. The rewards included upgrading his Great Tao Foundation, 50 million Divine Origin Stones. Other rewards included strengthening his physical body, or gaining the qualification to refine Mount Thought. While amid the tense atmosphere, Chu Xiu stood majestically like an undefeated god of war, leaving Bai Susu stunned as she exclaimed, "Holy Son Chu Xiu truly deserves his reputation, defeating an 8th-level lesser saint with a single strike. His strength is unbelievable," while Feng Yao proudly declared that even the ancient great emperors in their youth might not compare with the current Chu Xiu. On the martial arena, after considering his options, Chu Xiu curled his lips into a proud smile and said, "I choose rewards number 1 and 4. Reward number 1 was an upgrade to his Great Tao Foundation, making him close his eyes and smile contentedly, because this was something every cultivator dreamed of. Reward number 4 was the qualification to refine Mount Thought, namely the Void Colossal Beast, as the gigantic mountain upon that tree was an exceptionally rare and mighty artifact, making the chance to refine it extremely precious. Suddenly, a notification sounded. "Ding, Challenger, your Great Tao Foundation has temporarily reached its current limit and cannot be upgraded further. Please choose again." So Chu Xiu pondered before saying, "Then I'll choose numbers 2 and 4, since I don't need to improve my physique because my ancient sacred body will naturally grow stronger over time." Ding! Congratulations on your successful selection. Please wait a moment while the rewards are distributed. And as soon as the announcement ended, countless divine origin stones rained down from the sky, which Chu Xiu immediately swept into his storage bag. He inwardly rejoiced, "I've made a fortune this time, although I can only reluctantly accept these 40 million divine origin stones, even if I ultimately fail to obtain the battle secret art. this trip still won't have been wasted. Outside the martial arena, Feng Yao's companions stared in astonishment and admiration as Chu Xiu frantically gathered the divine origin stones, while Meng Tao exclaimed, "Amazing, this is truly amazing. This is the first time I've personally seen so many divine origin stones." Soon afterward, it was Holy Maiden Feng Yao's turn to enter the arena, where a black-clad figure appeared opposite her, and she did not hesitate. Following Chu Xiu's example, she used the 36 true martial forms to fight. Meanwhile, outside the Qi Emperor Mountain's secret realm, the atmosphere was in complete uproar. A great saint of the demon race glared resentfully at the people of the Tai Su Holy Land and said, "The Holy Son of the Tai Su Holy Land is impressive, very impressive indeed." Great Saint Jiangru sneered, "What? Are you old fellows starting to panic? Our holy son can kill opponents above his realm because of his own strength, so if you're unconvinced, keep sending your juniors inside." Seeing the tension, Qi Mengdai warned, "Don't be rude." Great Saint Jiangru pouted, "I didn't say anything wrong. His Highness has clearly brought great prestige to our human race this time." Qi Mengdai merely sighed and looked worriedly at Chu Xiu, thinking that this rebellious disciple was acting far too arrogantly and must be more careful not to fall into an enemy trap. Back inside the secret realm, after Feng Yao completed her challenge, Chu Xiu curiously asked, "What reward did you get?" Feng Yao smiled, "My reward was 20,000 divine origin stones." Hearing this, Chu Xiu felt somewhat disappointed and thought, only 20,000. It seems choosing the enhancement reward was indeed wiser and far more profitable. "So the reward you received was an improvement to your Great Tao Foundation?" Feng Yao nodded. "Yes, largely thanks to the 36 true martial forms, my score improved tremendously." Chu Xiu asked, "Then how do you feel now?" Feng Yao thought briefly and honestly replied, "My Great Tao Foundation is much stronger than before, and my combat power has probably increased by 40%. Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately wrapped an arm around Feng Yao's waist and smiled suggestively. "Very good, I'll find a chance to personally experience that improvement." Feng Yao blushed and shyly said, "Another time, we still need to challenge the second trial first." Outside, his beloved master saw Chu Xiu openly flirting with Feng Yao and became furious, thinking, "Damn it, this rebellious disciple is unbearable. Maybe those demons should just slap him to death." Deep within the secret palace, Chu Xiu and Feng Yao were now standing directly before the entrance to the second trial. Chu Xiu seriously asked, "Are you ready?" Feng Yao smiled confidently and replied, "Yes, let's enter together." The two entered a new space where numerous people sat meditating along both sides of the path, with towering statues before them, and Chu Xiu thought while walking, "Oh, so they're comprehending secret arts. This trial looks quite interesting." A slender girl wearing a rabbit outfit appeared on the arena, her fair skin and lively adorable face complemented by a sweet smile as she welcomed the new challengers. "Please note that fighting and killing are absolutely forbidden in this second space, and anyone violating this rule will immediately be killed and expelled." This girl was the referee supervising the second trial. She continued explaining, "This trial mainly tests the challenger's comprehension ability, and once you enter the arena, all your abilities will be sealed, leaving you able to use only the secret art you have just comprehended from those statues. If you two are ready, please begin comprehending now." Chu Xiu looked the referee up and down and secretly thought, "Tusk, why does she look exactly like the legendary jade rabbit beside the moon goddess?" Seeing Chu Xiu staring intently at the female referee, Feng Yao became jealous and smiled. "Could it be that you've taken a liking to that woman?" Chu Xiu hurriedly explained, "Of course not, she's clearly just a puppet rather than a real person. I'm not that perverted." Suddenly, Chu Xiu approached and casually pinched the girl's bottom. He then leaned toward Feng Yao's ear and teased, "Haha, you've even learned to tease me now." Feng Yao's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She hurriedly changed the subject, "Let's go comprehend the secret art first." Chu Xiu did not object. "All right, let's go." The two walked together toward an unoccupied statue. They sat down and entered meditation, and as soon as Feng Yao began comprehending, she exclaimed inwardly that these secret arts were actually improved versions of the 36 true martial forms, and wondered whether His Highness had already known their purpose. Sensing her surprise, Chu Xiu said, "What's there to be so shocked about?" Still astonished, she thought that he had once again discovered what she was thinking. Feng Yao focused and continued comprehending, wondering what level of secret art the 36 true martial forms truly were to possess such terrifyingly powerful energy. Catching her thought, Chu Xiu explained, "Actually, this is only one part of the battle secret. Exciting, isn't it?" She nodded. Yes, I really must thank you for reminding me, otherwise I wouldn't have obtained the Great Tao Foundation reward in the first trial, and this trial would also have been extremely difficult to pass. Hearing this, Chuziu smiled wickedly. Just thanking me with words isn't enough unless you're willing to bear me a child, but I'll have custody and you can't give the child to your Jade Pool Holy Land. Feng Yao's face flushed as she stammered. But before she could finish, Chuziu pulled her into his arms and domineeringly declared, "No, but if you don't behave, I'll teach you a lesson." Feng Yao rested her head against his chest and murmured, "We should focus on passing this trial first." About half an hour later, Chuziu stood and leisurely walked toward the challenge arena, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding demons and causing an uproar. "No way, he's already heading to the arena. Has he finished comprehending?" Another replied, "Impossible. The secret art hidden within this statue is mysterious and extremely difficult to comprehend. How could he manage it?" Someone opposite sneered, "I bet he's only going there to test how strong that rabbit girl is." The pink-lipped rabbit girl smiled sweetly and asked Chuziu, "Challenger, do you intend to challenge me now? You only have 3 opportunities, so please treasure them. I will now seal all your other abilities, and you may only use the secret art you just comprehended." Chuziu impatiently shouted, "Enough nonsense, start already." The rabbit girl lowered herself into an attacking stance and warned, "I won't hold back, so be careful." She then charged fiercely while Chu the Simonic remained completely calm and expressionless. He rapidly formed hand seals, activated the 36 true martial forms, and unleashed the mountain-shattering seal. Violent force instantly erupted, creating a fierce shockwave that blasted the pink rabbit backward. Despite being pushed back, she landed steadily, looked up at Chuziu, and praised with a smile, "Not bad, congratulations on passing the trial." Hearing this, Chuziu frowned slightly and wondered, "I already passed? Why was it so easy? I only used one move," when the familiar system voice sounded in his mind. "Congratulations on passing the second trial. Please choose 2 rewards. 1. 50 million Divine Origin Stones. 2. Upgrade your Great Way Foundation. 3. Enhance your physical strength. 4. Refinement. However, the system has detected that you possess special qualifications, so the reward list is being changed, but an unknown chaotic error has occurred and the change has been forcibly terminated." Chuziu froze as the pink rabbit before him began distorting like a fatting illusion, making him exclaim, "What the hell is happening? Are you trying to cheat and quit now?" Before he could think further, space behind him suddenly split open, creating a terrifying suction force that dragged Chuziu into a completely unfamiliar dimension. His figure vanished from the arena, leaving the spectators staring blankly at each other, wondering where he had gone, whether Chuziu had passed the trial, and what exactly had happened, while Feng Yao stared anxiously at the empty arena searching for his familiar figure. Emerging from the strange spatial vortex, Chuziu was greeted by an endless sea of crimson flowers. He frowned thoughtfully, feeling this place was strangely familiar, while far across the vast sea of flowers stood a gigantic stone covered densely in ancient inscriptions. He approached the stone monument and carefully read its inscription, "The way is not the way, humans are not humans," leaving our generation deeply troubled. Just as he lightly touched the monument, a heaven-shaking sword cry suddenly thundered down from above. A transparent ice crystal longsword appeared in midair and hovered menacingly above his head, making Chuziu stare and wonder, "Is this manifested emperor-level sword intent? But why does this aura feel so familiar?" The image of an incomparably beautiful woman flashed through his memories. He stroked his chin and muttered, "Primordial Purity Emperor, it is her." Suddenly, the azure ice crystal longsword trembled violently as a voice echoed everywhere, "You have taken the wrong path, this is a dead end," making Chuziu hurriedly ask, "What do you mean by the wrong path? Explain yourself clearly." But only silence answered before the system suddenly announced, "Beginning reward distribution." The system has detected that the Challenger's Great Way Foundation has already reached perfection and cannot currently be upgraded further, so the reward will instead double your physical strength. A brilliant crimson light emerged from the void, enveloped Chuziu, and gradually seeped into his body. Rampaging energy surged through him and strengthened his body to a new level as Chuziu stood firmly within the energy storm with his long hair flying, clearly sensing every transformation before the system excitedly exclaimed, "This is an enormous opportunity. Host, can you feel how wonderful this is?" Chuziu stared at his palm and solemnly replied, "I can clearly feel both my sacred body and sacred blood growing stronger, and this is not merely an external enhancement but an evolution from their very essence." While his entire body felt pleasantly warm like soaking in a hot spring, leaving both mind and body completely relaxed. Chu Xiu cried out blissfully, "This feels incredible," as the mechanical system continued displaying notifications. "Congratulations, Challenger, your physical enhancement has been completed. Next is your reward, 50 million Divine Origin Stones." Golden Divine Origin Stones poured down like a waterfall before Chu Xiu, and seeing this enormous wealth he excitedly exclaimed, "I really hit the jackpot this time, I'm rich. With rewards bugging out like this, please give me a few more chances like this." And some time later, space above the second trial arena suddenly twisted into a gigantic vortex from which a dark figure slowly emerged, astonishing everyone when they recognized the returning primordial purity Holy Sun. Everyone wondered where he had disappeared to and what had happened, while the Butterfly Emperor's daughter, who had been waiting nearby, excitedly waved upon seeing Chu Xiu return. "Primordial purity Holy Sun, I'm over here." Chu Xiu smiled lightly, waved back and said warmly, "Oh, so the Butterfly Emperor's daughter has arrived too." The Butterfly Emperor's daughter was overjoyed, her cheeks flushed as she tightly grabbed the ears of the pink rabbit beside her and excitedly said, "Did you see that? Chu Xiu just smiled at me, so he definitely likes me, right?" And the pink rabbit, in agonizing pain and nearly crying, could only nod repeatedly. "Yes, yes, absolutely everything you say is right." Seeing the pink rabbit tear up, the Butterfly Emperor's daughter frowned and asked, "If I'm right, why are you crying?" And the pink rabbit timidly replied, "My lady, our ears are precious to us rabbit tribe members, and you're gripping mine so hard that it hurts." Meanwhile, Chu Xiu leisurely flew toward Feng Yao, who anxiously asked upon seeing him, "Where did you disappear to just now? What happened?" Chu Xiu calmly explained, "I was merely teleported into a strange alternate space and luckily received a few rewards." Hearing this, Feng Yao felt slightly shy, gently tugged the corner of his sleeve, and softly asked, "I'll begin my challenge soon. Could you wait for me so we can pass the third trial together?" Chu Xiu smiled gently, wrapped an arm around her slender waist without hesitation, and teased happily, "Very good, you've improved. Now you even know how to act spoiled." Then he lightly patted Feng Yao's backside and urged, "Hurry up, I'll wait here for you." Seeing Feng Yao enter the arena, the crowd exclaimed, "She's starting her challenge too," as expected of the holy maiden of the southern holy land, while another sighed, "These secret arts are far too profound, I still can't understand how they can challenge so quickly." And someone beside him replied, "We should just focus on continuing our comprehension." Outside the second trial space, a large group of demons gathered in orderly ranks to block the entrance, allowing nobody through, while Qing Jiao stood at the front and coldly threatened, "All of you get lost. Anyone who refuses to leave will be killed without mercy." Hearing this, a human cultivator angrily questioned, "You demons and barbarians, aren't you being far too tyrannical?" But Qing Jiao arrogantly sneered, "Haha, I enjoy being tyrannical, so what? If you're capable, come fight me, and if you want someone to blame, blame your human supreme purity Holy Son, because he killed my younger sister Kaianyi and must pay dearly. He killed someone he never should have killed and completely enraged us, so he must pay with his life." At that moment, Chu the Semonic suddenly sensed something was wrong, looked toward the second trial with a slight frown, and thought, "The demonic and barbarian aura over there is far too dense. Something unusual seems to be happening." After pondering briefly, Chu Xiu walked toward the Butterfly Emperor's daughter, who sensed his familiar aura, immediately stopped comprehending, and smiled, "Supreme Purity Holy Son, did you come looking for me to invite me on a date?" While Chu Xiu pointed at the pair of giant axes behind her and replied, "Miss Butterfly Emperor's daughter, I actually came to borrow something." The Butterfly Emperor's daughter immediately handed the two axes to Chu Xiu and cheerfully said, "That's all. It's nothing, just take them and use them." And Chu Xiu accepted the battle axes with a smile. "Thank you, Miss Butterfly Emperor's daughter. Next time I'll definitely treat you to a meal." The Butterfly Emperor's daughter stood dazed watching his departing back, her heart fluttering and cheeks reddening as she thought, "Chu Xiu really is incredibly handsome." Holding the twin battle axes, Chu the Semonic eagerly headed toward the trial entrance and said, "Let me see what's causing all that commotion outside, heh heh." Seeing the Butterfly Emperor's daughter lend her axes to Chu Xiu, the rabbit-eared woman cried in horror, "Good heavens, do you even know what he borrowed your axes for?" And when the Butterfly Emperor's daughter innocently replied, "I don't know," the rabbit-eared woman angrily gritted her teeth and said, "Do you know that many of our demon brethren are waiting outside to kill him? He borrowed your giant axes specifically to fight a life-and-death battle against our demon race," leaving the Butterfly Emperor's daughter shocked, pale, and wide-eyed in disbelief. She hurried after Chu Xiu and shouted, "Chu Xiu, wait, after you're done using them, these two axes will automatically fly back to me, so don't worry about leaving me without weapons, and it's extremely dangerous outside, so you absolutely must do your best." Hearing those words of encouragement, the demons behind her broke into cold sweat and stiffened like statues, while the pink rabbit helplessly sighed, Which side is she actually on in this battle? When Chu Xiu walked out of the trial alone, the demons celebrated and roared together. Ha ha, he's out, he's finally out, that bastard finally came out, hurry and kill him. Qing Jiao gracefully stepped forward with an enchanting smile and said, Chu Xiu, you've finally shown yourself. While Chu Xiu merely smiled faintly and calmly replied, Hello, I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting so long. If I, Chu Xiu, had known everyone was waiting for me so enthusiastically, I would have come out much earlier, making Qing Jiao put a hand on her waist and disdainfully ask her companions. He can still laugh at a time like this. Do you think he's just forcing an awkward smile? While a nearby demon sneered, he's only pretending to be mysterious before looking for a chance to escape, haha. Outside the secret realm, the humans grew anxious seeing Chu Xiu surrounded by demons, and one great saint asked Qi Mengdai, Fairy Mengdai, the Holy Sun is surrounded by demons, should we send someone to help him? While another great saint sighed and shook his head, it's already too late. Qi Mengdai smiled faintly with understanding in her eyes and said, You truly are frogs at the bottom of a well. You don't understand my rebellious disciple at all, because just looking at that wicked grin of his tells me these demons are about to suffer terribly. Inside the secret realm, a fox demon mocked Chu Xiu for coming out alone and asked, Did Holy Maiden Feng Yao of the Jade Pool Holy Land not come with you, or do you intend to face all of us alone? And Chu Xiu laughed heartily, Haha, to kill all of you, I alone am more than enough. Seeing his confidence, the fox demon grew uneasy and sent Qing Jiao a voice transmission. To prevent any accidents, activate the grand formation immediately. And Qing Jiao nodded, Don't worry, in just 3 breaths, every formation we've painstakingly arranged will activate, and he will definitely die. The female demon began counting down, 3, 2, 1. Strangely, nothing happened, the surroundings remained silent, and no formation appeared. The demons panicked and wondered why their formations had no effect at all, while Chu Xiu revealed a wicked smile and boldly declared, I officially announce that all of you have been surrounded by me alone, because I tampered with and destroyed your formations long ago, so surrender if you know what's good for you. Immediately afterward, every formation personally arranged by Chu Xiu activated at once, erupting with tremendous power as he gripped 2 enormous axes and mockingly declared, Drop your weapons and surrender, and I guarantee you an easy death, at least leaving your bodies intact. As soon as he finished, the grand formation completely trapped the demons, draining the color from their faces, while Chu Xiu smirked, That charmed demon Kaian Yi died miserably that day, and her corpse was refined by me into an origin energy crystal. Chu the Semonic grinned wickedly, swept his gaze across Qing Jiao's beautiful figure and chuckled, Sigh, it would truly be a shame for such a stunning woman to die. Hearing this, fury blazed in Qing Jiao's eyes as she drew her icy blade and thundered, Chu Xiu, you shameless bastard, die. Chu Xiu remained cold and unmoved, slowly raising his 2 axes toward the sky and declaring imposingly, I have mastered the supreme immortal Tao, and all things beneath heaven shall return to one. Crimson lightning flashed through the grand formation as bloody light poured from the fluttering banners, illuminating his cold and ruthless face. The demon woman suddenly shot forward like a whirlwind. Gritting her teeth, she aimed the blade directly at his heart and shouted, Die. But just as the blade was about to strike him, he suddenly smiled eerily, and when it pierced Chu Xiu's body, it felt like hitting solid steel without leaving even a scratch. Qing Jiao froze in shock as the blade was violently repelled. She exclaimed blankly, How can this happen? Just how powerful is this body? Chu Xiu did not hesitate, swinging his axe down like lightning and sending Qing Jiao's blood spraying everywhere before speaking coldly like a death god, Demon Tiger, now it's your turn. Demon Tiger tried to flee, but the grand formation restrained him as he desperately roared, Damn it, why can't I break free? All resistance was futile, and in an instant Chu Xiu hacked him into hundreds of pieces. His face was stained crimson, his gaze cold and bloodthirsty, while his terrifying smile made everyone shudder. Outside the secret realm, the horrifying bloody scene gradually appeared before the major holy lands and hidden clans. Jiangru excitedly shouted, Well done, Holy Sun, then laughed, Haha, these demon brats dared surround our holy sun, they deserve to be slaughtered. Beside her, Qi Mengdai looked slightly pleased and secretly thought her rebellious disciple had indeed not disappointed her. While on the demon side, Great Saints Bullhead Saint and Qing Yu Saint watched anxiously as Bullhead Saint took a deep breath and said, Their situation is bad. Qing Yu Saint furiously roared that Chu Xiu deserves death. Shang Jiang Northern King's calm yet sharp voice suddenly interrupted, It's not that they are incapable, but that Chu Xiu is far too cunning and treacherous, so losing to him is perfectly normal. Qing Yu Saint narrowed his eyes and urgently transmitted, Heavenly Diviner, this cannot continue. Judging by the current situation, the battle secret will fall into Chu Xiu's hands. So can our demon race still wait for that prodigy from the myriad demon valley to arrive? Shang Jiang, Northern King, calmly reassured him. Don't panic, even if that prodigy from the myriad demon valley arrives, he'll only have a 40% chance of escaping alive. Qing Yu Saint froze and asked, what do you mean by that? The Heavenly Diviner chuckled and waved his hand. I mean, you should accept reality, because Chu Xiu is absolutely no kind-hearted man, and his schemes, strategy, and talent are terrifying. So if that prodigy from the myriad demon valley fights him, there's a 60% chance he'll die. Qing Yu Saint angrily transmitted, Shang Jiang, you've changed. Ever since Chu Xiu defeated you, you've become increasingly cowardly, so just wait and see who wins. Don't forget that prodigy possesses not only the heavenly demon body but also a great emperor's inheritance. Shang Jiang closed his eyes and calmly meditated without arguing further. Back inside the secret realm, after slaughtering all the demons, Chu Xiu put away his 2 gigantic axes. He secretly thought, thanks to these 2 enormous axes borrowed from Butterfly Emperor, I easily killed those demons, and originally I planned to place a surveillance formation here afterward to secretly gather important demon intelligence, but I've changed my mind. I'll seal a great Dao curse onto Butterfly Emperor's giant weapon as well, and once she notices something wrong with it, she'll naturally seek Butterfly Sovereign, giving me the opportunity to kill Butterfly Sovereign too. But deceiving a Saint King level overlord won't be easy, so what should I do? After thinking for a long time, Holy Maiden Feng Yao suddenly appeared in his mind, and Chu Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Feng Yao might be able to help me with this. Several hours later, Holy Maiden Feng Yao emerged from the void with a radiant smile and exclaimed, Your Highness, Holy Sun, I've completed the trial. Seeing the severed limbs and demon corpses scattered everywhere, Feng Yao's expression shifted repeatedly from one surprise to another. Feng Yao looked at Chu Xiu with admiration and said, Chu Xiu, you're becoming stronger and stronger. If I had been surrounded, I probably could only have fled, yet you not only stayed but wiped out every demon. Hearing her praise, Chu the Semonic quickly wrapped an arm around Feng Yao's waist and pulled her into his embrace, smiling wickedly as he asked, You've fallen for me, haven't you? Chu Xiu then took Feng Yao's right hand, making her blush as she softly asked, What are you doing? And he replied, just a little experiment. With that, Chu Xiu gathered power into his fingertip and gently made a small cut on her finger. Several glistening drops of blood immediately seeped out like pearls as Chu Xiu stared at the blood on Feng Yao's hand, and secretly thought that after recently killing so many demons, he had noticed a strange craving for their blood and wondered whether human blood would awaken the same desire. As soon as the thought arose, Chu Xiu leaned close to smell Feng Yao's blood and found he had no reaction to human blood, making him wonder why he craved demon blood and whether eating demons could grant him something. Seeing Chu Xiu's strange behavior, the Serpent Tribe Saintess curiously asked, What exactly is wrong with you? But Chu the Semonic pretended not to hear and directly put Feng Yao's finger into his mouth to suck it, testing whether he desired human blood. After sucking her finger for a while, Chu the Semonic realized his behavior could easily be misunderstood and hurriedly explained, Listen to me first, what I actually intended was. Before he could finish, Feng Yao interrupted, Are you planning to make a move against the Saint King? And although Chu Xiu admired her sharpness, he still nodded. That's right. Chu Xiu then told Feng Yao his entire plan, and after hearing everything she pondered, If we follow your plan, it may succeed. My innate Dao body truly can conceal heavenly secrets. Seeing Feng Yao's adorable expression, Chu Xiu could not resist lifting her chin and teasing, Why are you thinking so long? Just tell me whether you'll do it or not. And Feng Yao answered without hesitation, I will, making Chu Xiu happily squeeze her firm backside and laugh. Then we must hurry. Let's begin. Quickly set up a barrier so nobody knows what we're doing. Outside the secret realm, the human cultivators began discussing curiously when they saw Chu Xiu erect a concealment barrier, wondering why the Holy Sun and Saintess were hiding themselves and what they intended to do. The more they speculated, the wilder their imaginations became, and a young man with a lecherous expression remarked, Could they be trying to relieve some stress after passing 2 trials? Young people truly are overflowing with energy. Seeing the barrier completely block her view, Chi Mengdai grew extremely annoyed, and the crude discussions around her made her jealousy surge as she inwardly cursed. That shameless perverted disciple, just wait until he comes out and I will teach him a lesson. while inside the secret realm Chu Xiu and the Saintess were actually exerting all their strength to cast a spell. After a long while, Feng Yao slowly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "It's done." Hearing this, Chu Xiu slowly picked up the axe and stared intently at it. He gave a sinister smile. "Now we only need to wait for the fish to take the bait." 7 days later, outside Mount Imperial conquered, brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the sky as spatial cracks opened, making Qi Mengdai stare in surprise and mutter, "What is that?" In an instant, a flying ship tore through space and rushed out. Inside stood a handsome young man with an imposing presence and a crimson mark between his brows, none other than Ming Yaoyi of the Myriad Demon Valley. And when he quickly landed and headed straight toward the secret realm entrance, a woman in green recognized him and exclaimed, "It's that monstrous genius from the Demon Valley. He really came," while the yellow-robed woman beside her exclaimed, "I heard he is the successor of the Starblood Emperor. His aura is terrifying. Is he about to break through to the Great Saint Realm?" And the woman in green replied, "He already refined a high-grade divine ability seed while still at the Inner Palace realm, so his future is limitless." While outside the second trial arena, Chu Xiu sat cross-legged cultivating with his eyes closed and his consciousness immersed deep within his inner palace. Inside his inner palace, he carefully observed his Dao seed and muttered, "Why has my Emperor-grade Dao seed undergone such a change? Could it be related to my recent comprehension of a fragment of the truth that all things return to one? My Dao seed now resembles a starving beast that wants to devour every existence except humans, and I feel I can even release it to directly seize others." Learning his thoughts, the system chuckled, warning host, "This may be related to humanity's blood-colored fortune, but further investigation is required." While Chu Xiu reflected that he and Feng Yao had remained within the second trial space for days to understand his changes, and although he still could not determine their exact nature, he could confirm they seemed to have virtually no side effect. While he was deeply immersed in thought, Feng Yao suddenly ran over. She carried an enormous chicken in her hands, and the terrified chicken cried, "Chu Xiu, didn't you already move to the higher level? Why are you still here, and why did you capture me?" Feng Yao could not even be bothered to answer and simply dropped the chicken onto the ground. The instant its feet touched the ground, it transformed into its true form, becoming an extremely cute and alluring young woman. As usual, Chu Xiu lifted her chin and reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Look at my kind smile, I definitely won't hurt you." But after hearing this, she burst into tears and screamed, "Chu Xiu, you're a demon." Chu Xiu then instructed Feng Yao, "Go guard the cave entrance for me," and thinking he intended to kill her, the chicken woman immediately wailed hysterically, "Mom, I want to go home, boo-hoo." When Feng Yao reached the cave entrance, she immediately cast an invisible barrier, and once only the two remained inside, the chicken woman turned deathly pale at Chu Xiu's sinister expression and fearfully asked, "What exactly do you want?" While Chu Xiu mysteriously smiled, "Don't rush, you'll know soon enough." At that moment, Chu the Semonic summoned his own Dao seed, and the instant the chicken demon saw Chu Xiu's Dao seed, terror surged from deep within her soul and bloodline as she cried, "What exactly is this?" Chu the Semonic remained silent, merely curling his lips into a sinister smile while his strange eyes became impossible to read. Suddenly, the Dao seed released a mysterious force that spread outward like blazing fire, making the terrified chicken demon scream, "No, save me." The mysterious force slowly enveloped the chicken demon's entire body and wrapped her like a giant cocoon, while Chu Xiu closed his eyes and focused his senses, instantly seeing fragments of her past. First, he saw her wandering through the city, then standing atop a high city wall observing everything below. He even saw extremely alluring scenes of her struggling to practice spelling while breathing heavily and panting. Seeing this, Chu Xiu's lips curled as he thought, "Could this be soul reading? Ha ha ha, so the Unity Dao Seed actually possesses this special ability." The scene shifted, and after 2 hours, the soul reading technique ended as the Unity Dao Seed gradually withdrew the power it had released. The chicken demon slowly awakened and sat up weakly, prompting Chu Xiu to ask, "You're awake." She obediently prostrated herself and softly replied. Immediately afterward, she crawled toward Chu Xiu's feet. She respectfully said, "Supreme One, I am your most loyal servant. Thank you for granting me a new life," then kissed his foot, and Chu Xiu told her to stand before asking, "Ngai Khan, do you sense any changes within yourself?" The chicken demon immediately examined herself and exclaimed joyfully, "Supreme One, thanks to your help, the phoenix bloodline within me has risen several levels, and the flaws in my divine ability seed have been completely repaired, reaching immortal grade. My current strength has increased at least threefold, while my aptitude and cultivation speed have greatly improved. So after leaving this secret realm, I can certainly reach the Lesser Saint realm and may even have a chance to reach the Great Saint realm." While Chu Xiu looked at her and thought, After this experiment, I roughly understand the true functions of the Unity Dao Seed. First, Devour can consume non-human cultivators and transform them into crimson energy, which is the mysterious red energy stored within the crimson satellite beside the spiritual Dao Seed. Second, transformation allows this crimson energy to alter all races and force them to obey commands from the depths of their souls. After understanding the Unity Dao Seed's functions, Chu Xiu ordered the chicken demon, "Get up," and she obediently replied, "Yes, Supreme One." Chu Xiu wrapped an arm around Ngai Khan's waist and thought, "This method is practically impossible to counter, and in the future I'll definitely possess an immensely powerful group of absolutely loyal subordinates." Ngai Khan blushed shyly, looked up at Chu Xiu and called, "Supreme One." The young man poked her full curves with his finger and asked, "What is it?" Ngai Khan anxiously reported, "Ming Yaoyi from the Myriad Demon Valley has arrived and will likely come challenge Supreme One." While Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes with a smile, held her hand, and calmly thought, Ming Yaoyi, possessor of a divine-grade divine ability seed in the heavenly demon body, an unmatched prodigy appearing only once every hundreds of thousands of years, an inheritor of the Snow Crystal Great Emperor. If I could also transform him into my subordinate, wouldn't that be incredibly impressive? Chu Xiu said, "Ngai Khan, I have an important mission for you," and Ngai Khan immediately knelt and respectfully replied, "Even if I die, I will complete Supreme One's command." Before the young man revealed his plan, "Find a way to lure more demons and barbarians here." She obediently replied, "Yes." Soon afterward, Holy Maiden Feng Yao approached and asked, "You released that chicken demon?" And Chu Xiu smiled, "Don't bother with her, just let her go," leaving Feng Yao even more confused because Chu Xiu never left hidden dangers when dealing with enemies, yet this time he had easily released the chicken demon. Chu Xiu sat down and silently pondered. After transforming Ngai Khan, I keep feeling as though something has been added inside my Dao Palace, but what exactly is it? With my current realm, I still can't describe it clearly. It feels as if certain missing pieces have finally been completed. While meditating, Chu Xiu asked Feng Yao, "Aren't you going to ask why I released that chicken demon?" And Feng Yao replied, "If you want to tell me, you'll naturally tell me, so why should I ask?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu coldly said, "Some things are better left unknown, wouldn't you agree?" The young man's icy gaze swept toward Feng Yao, and she lowered her head sadly and said, "I sensed a trace of killing intent from you just now, and for that instant you truly wanted to kill me. It seems something terrible happened in that limestone cave before, making you unable to control your emotions." Chu Xiu brushed off the dust and stood up before asking, "Do you think I'm extremely heartless and cold-blooded?" And Feng Yao replied, "I can understand, after all, we haven't known each other for long, so caution is normal, and don't worry, I have no intention of prying into your private secrets." Hearing this, the young man wrapped an arm around her slender waist. "Haha, saying that is too polite. You are my wings, so I should at least have this much faith in you." Feng Yao asked somewhat shyly, "Now that you've finished seclusion, shall we continue our journey?" He smiled, "No rush, I want to do it one more time first." Chu Xiu braced one hand against the cliff wall and pressed Feng Yao against it, adding, "But first I need to replenish some energy." His other hand began wandering restlessly, leaving Feng Yao helpless against that wicked hand. Soon afterward, her ambiguous moans repeatedly echoed through the area. Not there, but to Chu the Semonic was there anywhere that was truly off-limits, he. 3 days passed in a flash, and within the secret realm's second trial area, Ngai Khan led a group of demon prodigies forward under Chu Xiu's orders as one demon behind suspiciously asked, "Ngai Khan, are you certain the Holy Maiden of the Tai Su Holy Land is hiding here? Didn't the information say she entered long ago?" Facing his clansman's doubts, Ngai Khan merely smiled charmingly. "Don't worry, I guarantee the Holy Maiden of the Tai Su Holy Land is hiding here. And think about it, what could I possibly gain by deceiving everyone?" The second trial is extremely difficult, and so far only 5 people have passed it, while many others gave up midway and turned to searching for opportunities nearby. Aren't you all thinking the same thing? Hearing this, a fierce black ape named Haimu gripping an iron staff snorted coldly. "Brothers and sisters, countless clansmen have died miserably at the hands of Chu Xiu, the holy son of the Tai Su Holy Land. Now that he stands beyond our reach and we cannot avenge ourselves on him, we can only take the heads of the Holy Maiden of the Tai Su Holy Land and everyone from the Tai Su Holy Land to vent our hatred. Then capture her alive, slowly torture her, and afterwards send her ruined corpse as a gift to Chu Xiu, because I bet his expression will be priceless." Stirred by these words, the surrounding demons roared, "Kill, kill, kill! Avenge our clansmen and take revenge on Holy Son Chu Xiu." Ngai Khan watched their frenzy with contempt flashing deep in his eyes and secretly thought, "What hopeless fools, daring to dream of taking revenge on the great sovereign, truly laughable." Soon afterwards, several elite demons led the way with more than 30,000 demons searching the area. but instead of finding the holy maiden of the Tai Su Holy Land, they unexpectedly encountered Guang Holy Sun. At that moment, Holy Sun Xing Yuhai of the Radiant Holy Land was calmly sitting cross-legged atop a towering mountain, facing an enormous cliff carved with a picturesque scene of flowers, birds, fish, rivers, mountains, and cascading waterfalls, while mysterious Tao rhythms drifted around it and the aura of the great Tao continuously circulated. Guang Holy Sun slowly opened his eyes and thought, "This divine ability is truly wondrous and unique, called Splendid Mountains and Rivers, and it feels somewhat similar to the phenomenon of a sacred body, so perhaps some mighty predecessor created it by imitating a sacred body phenomenon. If I can comprehend it, then even if I later face Chu Xiu's phenomenon, I should be able to resist him." He then fantasized about beautiful Feng Yao willingly throwing herself into his arms with worship in her eyes and saying, "From now on, I am willing to belong to you forever." Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he sensed something approaching and wondered, why is the distinctive aura of those demons appearing nearby? Ngai Khan hid behind a large tree and turned to ask Haimu, "The one sitting over there is Guang Holy Sun. Should we rush out and attack him?" The ape's face turned icy as he silently considered, "That Guang has definitely noticed us and is even releasing killing intent, so it may already be too late to retreat. Since he's a holy sun, let's risk killing him first and worry later." Having decided, he immediately raised his iron staff and shouted, "Everyone, form the formation." The demons behind obeyed at once, each holding a formation flag and formation disc as they prepared to surround and kill Guang Holy Sun, who thought, "These demons really do intend to attack." Without hesitation, he charged forward and took the initiative, violently attacking the surrounding demons. In an instant, both sides fell into a chaotic battle as the ground split, mountains and rivers collapsed, and treasures and divine abilities filled the sky, neither side yielding while completely unaware that Chu Xiu and Feng Yao were watching from afar. Watching both sides fight savagely, Chu Xiu smiled mysteriously and said, "He just obtained a precious divine ability stone and immediately got surrounded by demons, hee, how interesting." Feng Yao beside him added that Guang Holy Sun could never imagine that all his troubles were personally arranged by you, but how could these insignificant demons possibly kill him? Chu Xiu glanced at her and calmly replied, "I never planned to kill him this way. My purpose was simply to disgust him, make those demons constantly harass him, and delay his exploration of the secret realm." Hearing this, Feng Yao became even more puzzled, moved closer to Chu Xiu and asked, "With your current strength, killing him shouldn't be difficult, so why don't you simply finish him yourself?" Seeing her press close, Chu Xiu suddenly slapped her full backside. He snorted, "What could an ordinary woman like you understand about the bigger picture? In this world, worthy rivals and true confidants are the two hardest things to find." Feng Yao curled her lips disdainfully and replied, "Those are all excuses. Aren't you actually afraid he still has hidden trump cards and might drag someone down with him if cornered? Which is why you don't dare attack directly, isn't that right?" Hearing her provocation, Chu Xiu turned and looked straight into her eyes with a smirk. "Do you really think I would fear someone like him?" On the other side, the people of Star Cleansing Sea realized there were too many demons to keep fighting head-on, so he immediately planned to escape on a flying sword. Seeing this, Chu Xiu instantly shot away and called back while flying, "It's time for me to personally take the stage. Feng Yao, you don't need to follow me." Feng Yao obediently replied, "All right, I'll wait here for you to return, but be extremely careful." Moments later, Chu Xiu approached the chaotic demons and coldly asked, "I heard that because I killed too many of your kind, you've been searching everywhere for human cultivators to take revenge. Is that true?" The demons froze at Chu Xiu's sudden appearance, while Ngai Khan immediately rushed over in extreme excitement and loudly greeted, "This subordinate respectfully welcomes the sovereign's arrival." This gesture made the ape demon even more incredulous as he stared and shouted, "What? You chicken demon, what did you just call that human?" As if realizing something terrifying, he broke into a cold sweat and yelled in panic, "Damn it, we were tricked and lured in here. Brothers, quickly find a way to escape." Hearing the warning, the demons panicked and fled in every direction. Watching them flee chaotically, Chu Xiu slowly took out a blazing red orb and contemptuously said, "You want to escape? I'm afraid it's already too late." At that instant, the blood energy of every demon was violently drawn into the crimson orb as their vitality gradually withered away, and knowing there was no escape, they cursed and begged with their final breaths, "Chu Xiu, you are a vicious demon, you will die horribly, please spare us." Devouring the blood energy of hundreds of living beings intoxicated Chu Xiu, making him exclaim in pleasure, "Ah, this feeling is truly incredibly comfortable." After the brutal devouring ended, Chu Xiu noticed a surviving fox demon cowering in fear, a voluptuous beauty whose despairing eyes trembled as she stammered, "W, what exactly are you?" Chu Xiu smiled wickedly, Your aptitude seems quite good, and I sense the rare nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline hidden within you, which should be useful to me. Allow me to deliver you from suffering, he said before pointing at the fox demon as a crimson ray instantly shot from his fingertip. The crimson ray rushed forward and tightly bound the fox demon despite her desperate struggles. Looking at the fox demon wrapped like a cocoon in crimson light, he realized she belonged to the fox tribe, was the direct disciple of great Saint Tu Shanyu, and was named Tu Shan Qingzu, while Tu Shanyu herself was the biological younger sister of Shang Jiang, Northern King. Chu Xiu stroked his chin and muttered, Shang Jiang, I truly never expected the bond between us to run so deep. Then after a while cast a spell and released the fox. She hurriedly examined her body and joyfully exclaimed, I finally have all 9 tails, and the power within me is clearly much stronger than before. She dropped to her knees and respectfully said, Tu Shan Qingzu greets master. Chu Xiu curled his lips slightly, placed a finger on her forehead and praised, Not bad, your bloodline has been transformed perfectly, and I have completely awakened your 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline. While Qingzu gratefully replied, Thank you, master, for granting me a new life. I will surpass my master someday and devote everything to serving you. Chu Xiu indifferently replied, No need, for now return and regroup with the demons and barbarians, and I trust you know what to do. So the fox woman cut her arm to draw blood and replied, Yes, master, if the demons and barbarians are annihilated while I retreat completely unharmed, others will suspect me. Chu Xiu added, Do your work well, and if you perform outstandingly, I may transform you a second time. Now leave, conceal yourself carefully, and wait until I summon you. Qingzu bowed deeply, answered yes, and left together with NG letter 1EA3 icon. After they disappeared, Chu the Semonic walked toward the mountain where Guang Holy Sun had previously failed to complete his comprehension, and gazed at the mystical splendid mountains and rivers painting before him. Chu Xiu reached out as his sacred body phenomenon erupted, causing phantom crimson cranes and other apparitions to emerge from the splendid mountains and rivers painting and merge into his sacred body. Before long, the splendid mountains and rivers painting completely fused into his body and vanished without a trace, and after finishing everything, he thought it was time to regroup with Feng Yao. The two then arrived before a gigantic stone monument engraved with the words River of Oblivion, Far Shore, when the system announced, Congratulations, challengers, you have reached the 3rd trial, the River of Oblivion. Destroy the stone monument to enter the River of Oblivion, but be warned that once it is destroyed, the suppression within the secret realm will immediately disappear. All restrictions in this trial will also vanish, and whoever crosses the River of Oblivion first will receive the final reward, making Feng Yao ask, Does that mean once this monument is destroyed, the experts outside can enter the secret realm freely, and their cultivation will no longer be suppressed? The system replied, Of course, there is no such thing as a free meal in this world, and those who did not participate in the previous trials will face tremendous challenges when crossing the River of Oblivion. Feng Yao looked at Chu Xiu and asked, What are you planning to do? But Chu Xiu merely smiled faintly. Feng Yao, do you really think this stone monument is that easy to destroy? Feng Yao examined it carefully and hesitantly replied, This stone monument looks perfectly ordinary, and I cannot see anything special about it. Chu Xiu rotated his wrist and explained, The Void Behemoth. The first trial tested strategy, the second tested comprehension, and this 3rd trial tests the perfect combination of comprehension and strategy, so watch carefully, before immediately forming hand seals and unleashing his technique. A gigantic phantom appeared behind him. He poured all his strength into a punch that violently shook the stone monument. But when the shockwaves faded, the monument remained standing without even a scratch. Feng Yao froze in shock, wondering why this was happening, when a ray of Tao essence suddenly shot from the stone tablet straight into Chu Xiu's forehead. He tightly closed his eyes as his consciousness seemed to fall into an illusion. Within it, the women he had known appeared one after another. First came Qi Mengdai, anxiously calling, Rebellious disciple, don't leave. Next Hong Yi questioned, When will you finally come find me? And finally Zhu Baiyue bitterly cursed, Chu Xiu, hurry up and die, you damned demon. He kept his eyes tightly shut, his mind steady as a rock and completely unaffected by the illusions. After a while, he opened his eyes and escaped the illusion. Seeing him awaken, Feng Yao hurriedly asked, Was that some kind of secret art? Chu Xiu replied, It's an extremely powerful conceptual divine ability called the River of Forgetfulness Finger, capable of creating illusions that disturb an opponent's mind. And if careless, the victim can be trapped forever with almost no chance of escaping. To destroy this black stone tablet, or rather the three-lived stone tablet, one must comprehend the river of forgetfulness finger to at least the proficient level. Feng Yao anxiously asked, is there really no other way? Chu Xiu sighed helplessly, there's truly no other way unless a great emperor personally comes here, making Feng Yao lament. Then this really is extremely difficult. Then I'll protect you first, so hurry and comprehend the divine ability. And Chu Xiu nodded, all right. Chu Xiu sat before the three-live stone tablet to begin comprehending while Feng Yao guarded behind him, and he closed his eyes before directly ordering the system, help me break through the river of forgetfulness finger. Whereupon the system appeared with a sinister laugh and said, all right, deducting points now and beginning the breakthrough. While Chu Xiu was breaking through, the human cultivators gradually arrived one after another. Guang Holy Sun said, Chu Xiu has already begun comprehending the river of forgetfulness finger, and the youth beside him added, then we need to hurry too. Sometime later, Feng Yao saw him awaken and asked, Chu Xiu, how did your comprehension go? Are you confident you can pass this trial? And Chu Xiu confidently replied, of course. Ming Yaoyi had arrived at some unknown point, and the demon woman beside him exclaimed, no way could he really have comprehended it already. While Ming Yaoyi frowned and replied, impossible, even I would need half a year to comprehend it, so there's no way he succeeded this quickly. As outside the secret realm of Mount Qi Emperor, a gigantic rippling vortex suddenly appeared in the sky amid continuous flashes of light. Qi Mengdai stood outside watching Chu Xiu, her gaze fixed on the image of him meditating before the majestic stone tablet. The humans outside discussed noisily as a brown-robed man wondered who could break the stone tablet, while the blue-robed youth beside him favored Ming Yaoyi and claimed Chu Xiu was merely showing off because his ancient sacred body had reached initial mastery, while another cloaked youth said, great venerable mountain watcher is also observing, and once the secret realm's restriction disappears, that lord will definitely come personal. Hearing this, Qi Mengdai worriedly thought, will that demon overlord personally appear? That rebellious disciple killed 3 great generals of the mountain watcher tribe in succession, so this time he may have caused a catastrophe. What should I do? The scene shifted to the Supreme Purity Embassy, where Luo Qingyu was carefully teaching martial arts to Qin Yi while happily eating a chicken leg and praising her. Not bad, you've already managed to break through to the Divine Bridge realm. Hearing this, Qin Yi excitedly asked if it was true, and Luo Qingyu smiled with narrowed eyes, casually tossed the gnawed chicken bone behind her, and replied, that's enough, little girl, keep cultivating while I go out for a while and come right back. The scene shifted to Supreme Purity Peak within the Supreme Purity Holy Land. There, Luo Qingyu encountered Hua Luofei sitting in a pavilion enjoying the breeze, and Hua Luofei took the initiative to greet her, saying, Holy Maiden of Supreme Purity, Hua Luofei greets fellow cultivator. Luo Qingyu looked directly at Hua Luofei with a meaningful smile, her gaze sweeping across every place worth observing before praising, fellow cultivator, your cultivation is truly unfathomable. Hua Luofei covered her mouth and smiled with narrowed eyes, replying, your cultivation is far more profound, though whether they were truly talking about cultivation or something else was anyone's guess. Luo Qingyu leisurely sat down and said indifferently, I heard you suffered a Dao injury while helping that brat Chu Xiu overcome his tribulation. Your aptitude was already excellent enough to contend for the imperial throne, yet you sacrificed so much for an ancient sacred body. Was it worth it? Hua Luofei answered without hesitation with a single word, worth it, while Luo Qingyu leisurely drank her tea and said, it seems you've also glimpsed a trace of heavenly secrets. The instant she finished speaking, she suddenly shot the teacup in her hand toward Hua Luofei at terrifying speed, and Hua Luofei quickly caught it while inwardly exclaiming at the tremendous force, is this the power of a quasi-emperor? Facing an expert like this, no one could react in time to a sneak attack, making her even more curious about Luo Qingyu's purpose in coming here. Luo Qingyu continued, saying that little brother Chu Xiu had already planned to wipe out the entire demon nest when setting off for Qi Emperor Mountain, making Hua Luofei jump up anxiously and ask why she had not stopped him since it was far too dangerous. Luo Qingyu also stood and smiled, that brat is naturally cunning, so don't worry, he'll find a way to avoid danger. Hua Luofei cupped her hands and begged fellow Taoist Luo to protect Chu Xiu if the situation went out of control. Back inside the secret realm, Chu Xiu was arranging a formation before the 3 live stone tablet, waves of energy spreading around him as he closed his eyes and focused completely. Ming Yaoyi nearby sneered mockingly, saying that this formation seemed quite substantial. Chu Xiu raised a finger, releasing brilliant blood-red light from its tip that shot straight into the 3 live stone tablet. Immediately, crisp cracking sounds rang from the stone tablet. Everyone nearby stared speechlessly as the 3 live stone tablet completely shattered, revealing the river of forgetfulness behind it, and they simultaneously shouted that Chu Xiu had succeeded. The system announced that challenger Chu Xiu had completed the 3rd trial, and the heavenly Dao suppression within the secret realm would disappear in half an hour. All challengers were warned that the first person to reach the other shore across the river of forgetfulness would receive the 9 secrets battle secret. One demon stared at Chu Xiu in admiration, amazed that he had been the first to comprehend it, while another nearby sneered, "Ha ha, so what if he comprehended the river of forgetfulness finger? Didn't he merely clear the path for us to reap the benefits?" The system continued announcing that the first person to reach the other shore would receive the entire reward, and the competition would now begin, causing the demons to charge fiercely toward Chu Xiu with weapons raised while shouting that they would kill him and seize the battle secret. Chu Xiu coldly glanced behind him and smiled with killing intent. "Everyone, are you planning to steal my spoils? You'd better think carefully." Footsteps suddenly sounded beside him, making Chu Xiu turn his head. The newcomer was Ming Yaoyi, who smirked arrogantly and said that the timing was perfect because he had wanted to fight Chu Xiu. Suddenly, a female demon screamed, "Wait, everyone look, the stone tablet seems to be melting." Another looked down and exclaimed that even the ground was sinking under its weight, while Chu Xiu was preparing to lift a huge stone. Before long, he effortlessly carried the massive stone on his shoulder. This made a nearby young man wonder whether the stone tablet would only stop melting when someone carried it. Seeing this, Ming Yaoyi asked, "Is Chu Xiu planning to fight while carrying this stone tablet?" Chu Xiu sneered, "You think I'm looking down on you? Even while carrying the 3 live stone tablet, one hand is enough for me to deal with all of you." With that, Chu Xiu charged forward carrying the stone-formed hand seals and unleashed the 36 true martial forms, true martial mountain-shattering seal, instantly appearing behind Ming Yaoyi like a ghost with his hand covered in dense blood-red light. Just as the fist closed in, Ming Yaoyi suddenly grinned eerily and formed a hand seal to unleash a technique in response. Immediately, surging demon power transformed into razor-sharp green petals that attacked relentlessly, forcing Chu Xiu to retreat and evade. But the petals did not stop, closely pursuing and repeatedly attacking Chu Xiu as he continuously used his movement technique to dodge left and right. Seeing this, the female demon below quickly formed hand seals and seized the opportunity to unleash a mind-bewitching art to disrupt him. She smirked confidently and declared loudly, "My technique isn't so easy to dodge." Chu Xiu immediately fell into an illusion, surrounded by countless blooming crimson roses. However, he quickly realized he was trapped in a false illusion as Ming Yaoyi snorted coldly and sent countless petals flying straight at Chu Xiu. Reacting instantly, Chu Xiu raised the stone slab before him, blocking the incoming petals. The moment the petals struck the stone, they shattered into fragments. Seeing this, the demon woman was horrified and wondered how he had managed to break the bewitching heart technique. Carrying the huge stone, Chu Xiu dashed toward her and coldly said, "If you want to stay safe, stop meddling in others' affairs," while Ming Yaoyi cried in shock, "This guy is unbelievably fast." Chu Xiu coldly pointed at the demon woman as if preparing a finishing blow, terrifying her as she cursed inwardly, wondering why her body had suddenly frozen. Unable to move, she saw a massive demon bull charge from behind and roar, "Stop right there." Chu Xiu remained completely calm and unleashed an immensely powerful kick, sending the demon bull flying backward. The demon woman turned deathly pale and desperately called for Ming Yaoyi to save her, while Chu Xiu calmly remained in place, forming hand seals and casting a spell. The spell enlarged the stone to a gigantic size, suspending it directly above the demon woman's head. She stood utterly stunned, her legs seemingly nailed to the ground as she sensed death approaching, tears streaming down her face while she bitterly regretted provoking this madman. The gigantic stone met no resistance and crashed straight down onto the demon woman below. When Chu Xiu lifted the stone again, only a dark pool of blood remained as he coldly said, "There, the nuisance is dead, now let's continue," making Ming Yaoyi roar, "Fine, taste the terrifying power of my 9 heavens azure waterfall," before raising both hands skyward. Ming Yaoyi summoned countless azure rays that gathered into a majestic, colossal waterfall, radiating razor-sharp light like divine weapons descending from the heavens. The attack tore through the sky and rushed toward Chu Xiu, yet he stood unmoved before smiling faintly as sacred flames erupted around him, and he slowly drew his tyrant's sword. Chu Xiu unleashed his ultimate technique and divine blessing, swinging his sword down with earth-shattering power. A single slash split Ming Yaoyi's tidal waterfall in two, making him stare wide-eyed and exclaim, "How could he break my 9 heavens azure waterfall so easily? This is unbelievable." Giving Ming Yaoyi no chance to recover, Chu Xiu charged forward like lightning with the 3 live stone tablet and unleashed a devastating punch. Ming Yaoyi immediately countered with his own fist, and when their punches collided, violent energy waves shook the ground, cracking the earth beneath them like a spiderweb and blasting rocks everywhere. Chu Xiu stared directly at Ming Yaoyi with an arrogant smile and said, "Your current state isn't bad, yet you actually dare compete with me in physical strength. Your body is indeed incredibly powerful. Anyone else would already be reduced to bloody pulp." When a voice suddenly transmitted to Ming Yaoyi, "This man's primordial sacred body is stronger than I expected. He's extremely strange, so you should retreat for now." With no other choice, Ming Yaoyi reluctantly withdrew, glaring resentfully at Chu Xiu and saying, "Chu Xiu, you're truly strong. Next time we'll fight properly again." Chu Xiu frowned slightly and thought that the power within those blood-red eyes was extraordinary, so pursuing too aggressively might force Ming Yaoyi into a suicidal last stand, and after some thought, he temporarily abandoned his plan to convert him. When Feng Yao approached, Chu Xiu said, "The heavenly laws here are about to vanish and powerful outsiders will flood in, while I'm too conspicuous to travel with you." So Feng Yao nodded and replied, "Understood, be careful and contact me through voice transmission whenever necessary." Chu Xiu then casually sat atop the 3 live stone tablet and floated along the river of oblivion, enraging the demons on shore as they shouted, "Stop him and seize that stone tablet." Qi Mengdai watched anxiously from outside and thought, "You troublesome disciple, don't take this too far." On the other side, sensing powerful experts approaching, Chu Xiu calmly muttered, "All you seniors are renowned great saint experts, so why compete with a junior like me over such a minor opportunity? Aren't you ashamed?" Though furious, the demons could not hide their delight as a woman from the Bull clan said, "Hand over the stone tablet and we promise not to chase you," while another demon woman smiled slyly and added, "You're quite handsome, so why not come home with me and become my family's son-in-law?" A woman from the Enchantress clan flew over and coldly said, "Think you can escape so easily? Even if you flee to the heavens or burrow underground, I'll find and kill you today." While Chu Xiu feigned confusion and casually asked, "Who are you?" The demon woman angrily replied, "Qian Yi is my biological younger sister, and I came here to avenge her, so surrender obediently or suffer unimaginable pain." After learning her identity, Chu Xiu kept drifting along the river, completely ignoring her as he casually said, "Oh, how terrifying, I'm scared to death." Suddenly spotting Qi Mengdai, Chu Xiu secretly transmitted, "Master, you're here. Everyone just follow me, but don't move too quickly." Understanding her rebellious disciple's plan, Qi Mengdai nodded slightly, then flew into the river of forgetfulness and loudly ordered the people of Tai Su sacred land to follow. "Everyone hurry and follow me, but remember not to rush ahead too quickly." Watching from the shore, Shang Jiang Northern King frowned with an ominous feeling, thinking something was wrong and a major disaster was coming, while Qing Yu Saint silently watched beside him with folded arms. Shang Jiang Northern King immediately turned to Qing Yu Saint and said, "Qing Yu Saint, quickly find a way to call our great saints back and stop them from chasing Chu Xiu." But Qing Yu Saint looked at his worried face in surprise and helplessly replied, "Shang Jiang, do you really think they will listen to me now?" Seeing this, Chu the Samanic curled his lips into a sinister smile and thought, "Heh, someone finally noticed the problem, but it's too late, because today I'll break through the divine ability realm right here on the river of forgetfulness and let you demon great saints taste the lightning tribulation." Then called to the system, "Break through my Tao seed now." Instantly, dark clouds rolled across the sky above the river of forgetfulness as thunder shook heaven and earth and purple lightning repeatedly struck down. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and began comprehending while the emperor-grade divine ability seed, the myriad paths returning to one Tao seed, floated above his head. Qi Mengdai's eyes shifted slightly as she immediately signaled the human experts to retreat. "Everyone, fall back quickly. That rebellious disciple Chu Xiu is probably about to do something huge." At that moment, Chu Xiu's emperor-grade divine ability seed, the myriad paths returning to one Tao seed, suddenly spun violently as its blood-red color darkened, while a terrifying bolt of purple lightning descended from the highest heavens onto his head. The demon great saints looked up in panic and cried, "That's the power of a lightning tribulation. Chu Xiu intends to undergo his tribulation right here. Damn it, I can't move anymore, we're trapped here. That Chu Xiu is truly vicious. He's undergoing his tribulation just to drag us into taking the punishment with him." While the demon great saints and lesser saints struggled alongside Chu Xiu against the lightning tribulation, Yu Jai suddenly shot out of the water, making the demons cheer. Great Saint Yu Jai isn't restrained by the tribulation. As another demon excitedly shouted, "Chu Xiu is definitely dead this time." Looking triumphant, Yu Jai charged forward and shouted, "Chu Xiu, you're dead. Today I'll tear you apart and burn your soul with netherfire for 1,000 years to avenge my younger sister." Chu Xiu glanced at her and smiled faintly. "Oh, you can try." The moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished and reappeared directly behind Yu Jai. He unleashed a powerful punch. The blow sent Yu Jai flying backward like a bullet, smashing her body into the 3 live stone tablet and making her spit out a mouthful of blood. After being struck, Yu Jai glared furiously at Chu Xiu and shouted, "Brat, I was only careless earlier," as countless flame butterflies appeared around her and rapidly flew toward Chu Xiu. But Chu the Semonic merely raised his index finger and said contemptuously, "Trying to use charm arts against me? You're nowhere near qualified." Yu Jai cried out in shock, "How is this possible?" Completely helpless atop the 3 live stone tablet, Yu Jai could only watch as Chu Xiu slowly flew before her and smiled. "As expected of the demon Saint King's woman, you're truly beautiful and alluring." Then Chu the Semonic landed, grabbed her collar and lifted her up as she threatened, "If you know I'm the Saint King's woman, release me immediately." But Chu Xiu coldly replied, "Let's make a bet and see whether the Saint King will still want you after seeing what you're about to become." With that, he took out a bottle of pills, poured them directly into Great Saint Yu Jai's mouth, then released her. Yu Jai hurriedly backed away and fearfully asked, "Chu Xiu, what did you just make me swallow?" Chu the Semonic lifted her chin and calmly replied, "Heavenly Allure, also called Chamber-Blazing Heavenly Allure, something I recently concocted, and you're honored to be its first test subject, so let's see how effective it is." While Yu Jai angrily cursed, "Chu Xiu, you're truly shameless." Chu the Semonic gave an evil grin and calmly said, "So what?" Then Chu Xiu reached out and directly explored Great Saint Yu Jai's soul, using both hands to roughly knead it until she gasped in pain and cursed, "Chu Xiu, you bastard, release me now, I'll definitely kill you." Chu the Semonic continued teasing Great Saint Yu Jai's full, rounded soul until she no longer had the strength to curse and only heavy moans escaped her throat as he kneaded it to his satisfaction. Chu the Semonic then moved on to examine the peach behind her, leaning close and blowing gently on it, causing Yu Jai's face to become dazed and intoxicated. Seeing this perverse scene, Shang Jiang Northern King helplessly covered his eyes and sighed, "Wait until the lightning tribulation ends, then prepare to save her." While the demon behind him added, "If this continues, Great Saint Yu Jai will be tormented to death by Chu Xiu." At that moment, a gigantic hand suddenly descended from the sky above the river of oblivion, making Yu Jai rejoice. "My lord, you finally came. If you were any later, this beast would have bullied me to death." Hearing his beloved wife's tearful complaint, the Saint King Venerable erupted in fury and snorted, courting death, as his gigantic hand slowly pressed down, carrying a spark of flame across the river of oblivion straight toward Chu Xiu's head. Chu Xiu remained calm, standing proudly as he looked up at the enormous hand and coldly snorted. At that instant, Tai Suzai suddenly appeared before Chu Xiu and swept her hand outward, instantly dispersing all the flames. Tai Suzai coldly said to the Saint King, "Yan Zun, as a mighty Saint King, you bully a junior. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock?" As Yan Zun slowly emerged from the void surrounded by raging flames. In a hoarse voice he said, "Tai Suzai, your holy son Chu Xiu of the primordial purity holy land has truly gone too far this time." Tai Suzai stared at Yan Zun and sneered, "Too far? A group of your demon and barbarian great saints hunted down a junior like him, yet that wasn't too far." Yan Zun coldly replied, "He deliberately lured the lightning tribulation and killed more than 10 of our great saints, clearly as part of a premeditated scheme." Tai Suzai's expression turned icy. "Enough nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Let's see whether you can escape from me alive again," and immediately summoned the primordial purity divine pagoda into her hand. Seeing this, Yan Zun laughed without fear. "Tai Suzai, your great way injury has not fully healed, so how much strength can you really exert? Stop bluffing, you cannot scare me." But Tai Suzai snorted, "Then try me. Even without my full strength, killing you is easy." When the golden ape demon Venerable suddenly appeared with a sharp-toothed grin, "Really? What if you add us? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more Saint Kings appeared beside Yan Zun. They were the current chieftain of the barbarian god tribe and Tian Yao of Silverwing Butterfly Mountain. Standing below, Qi Meng Dai sensed the unfavorable situation and immediately signaled the human great saints to prepare for battle. Yan Zun immediately attacked and coldly declared with murderous intent, "You truly don't know your limits. Today the primordial purity holy land will be annihilated." While Taisu Zai formed a hand seal, her eyes blazing gold as she ordered, "All members of the primordial purity holy land, hear my command. Kill every demon and barbarian appearing within the secret realm today, leave none alive." The scene shifted to the southern region, where the majestic primordial purity holy land stood. Before its mountain gate, space suddenly trembled as 3 powerful demon Saint Kings appeared, led by Kai Zun, venerable from endless purgatory with long blazing red hair and a strange black horn on his forehead. To his right stood the muscular tiger-headed venerable Wang Shan, one of the renowned 8 great venerables of the Wang Shan tribe, while the last was Kai Dai, one of the 2 powerful venerables of Silver Moon Butterfly Mountain, and Kai Zun smiled faintly. "We have arrived." Kai Dai of Silver Moon Butterfly Mountain smiled seductively. "Yan Zun planned this brilliantly. They will surround and kill the primordial purity holy sun inside the secret realm while we loot the primordial purity holy land clean. Even if Taisu Zai returns, her holy land will already be destroyed, so what can she possibly do to us?" She finished with an arrogant laugh when a mysterious dark figure suddenly appeared and lazily sat atop a boulder behind the 3 demon Saint King. The dark figure stretched comfortably and lazily said, "It has been so many years since I last fought that the feeling has become unfamiliar." Hearing the sudden voice, the 3 demon Saint Kings jolted and their pupils contracted in shock as Kai Dai hurriedly turned around and tremblingly asked, "Who are you?" The mysterious figure was none other than Luo Qingyu, who lazily replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. You only need to know one thing: you're about to die." 3 demon Saint Kings paled with shock and fury, but Kai Dai barely uttered, "You," for terror overwhelmed her as a colossal beast phantom appeared behind the graceful purple-robed woman, covering the sky with 6 small eyes on its sides, 1 huge central eye, and 3 mouths filled with terrifying fangs, making Kai Dai shiver as ancient records flashed through her mind and she screamed, "The gluttonous beast Quasi-Emperor, you're the gluttonous beast Quasi-Emperor Luo Qingyu." Upon realizing her true identity, she immediately screamed, "Help, save me." The 3 demon Saint Kings fell into complete panic and turned to flee, but it was already too late as the gluttonous beast roared, opened its black hole-like maw and swallowed all 3 in an instant. After dealing with the demons, Luo Qingyu smiled contentedly, turned away and muttered, "Time to go back and eat rabbit meat." The scene shifted again to the river of Oblivion deep within the secret realm, where Taisu Zai was in grave danger while being besieged by 4 powerful Saint Kings: the Golden Ape Demon Venerable, Yan Zun, Tian Yao of Silver Moon Butterfly Mountain, and the chieftain of the barbarian god tribe, and she poured all her strength and concentration into battling the demon-barbarian alliance. Beneath the surging waters of the River of Oblivion, Chu Xiu remained seated with his eyes closed upon a fragment of the 3 Lives stone monument, drifting with the current for an unknown length of time. At that moment, a wooden boat silently appeared not far from Chu Xiu, carrying a woman with long green braided hair whose back faced him. Sensing the disturbance, the cultivating Chu Xiu suddenly opened his eyes and became vigilant. The woman aboard the boat slowly turned around and smiled gently. "Chu Xiu, since you've already come this far, why not have a cup of tea before continuing?" Making Chu Xiu wonder in surprise. "She actually knows my name. Could she be some hidden supreme expert?" He immediately left the 3 Lives stone tablet and landed steadily on the wooden boat. Then Chu the Samanic asked the mysterious woman, "Senior, do you know me?" The woman smiled meaningfully, turned and walked inside, replying, "If I didn't, who do you think has been controlling this entire secret palace?" Watching her soft pale back and full, shapely curves disappear into the cabin, Chu the Samanic involuntarily blushed. Inside the quiet cabin, the woman gestured gently and said, "Sit," and once seated, Chu Xiu immediately asked, "Senior, are you the one who created this secret realm?" Facing his direct question, the woman leisurely sipped her tea and shook her head. "No, I'm merely the guardian of this place. When you entered, you must have seen an enormous tree, right? I am that tree's incarnation," making Chu Xiu gasp in shock. "Senior, that gigantic tree is actually your true body." The woman calmly asked, "Is that so surprising?" And Chu the Samanic nodded, "Yes, Senior, that tree was truly enormous." She suddenly smiled gently, "Just call me Tree," then recalled, Long ago, in that distant ancient era, I was merely a tiny seed until an incredibly powerful human planted me in his backyard. After a long time, I sprouted and grew into a tree, and after years of being nourished by his great Tao, I was fortunate enough to develop spiritual intelligence. When he discovered my intelligence, he was amazed and said I needed a name, which made me delighted. Yet after thinking for an entire month, he simply named me Tree. Isn't that hilarious? She said while covering her mouth and laughing. Chu Xiu could only laugh awkwardly, finding it amusing before changing the subject. Senior, that human must have been extremely powerful, right? Tree nodded with a nostalgic gaze. Extremely powerful, perhaps invincible describes him better. Back then, he joined forces with another mighty human and nearly slaughtered all the myriad races of that era, making Chu Xiu's eyes brighten as he asked, "The myriad races truly exist?" Tree closed her eyes and calmly replied, "The myriad races of the starry cosmos are merely beasts kept captive by humanity. Have you ever been to Honghua?" And Chu Xiu nodded. "I visited Honghua once but didn't dare stay long, though I learned something about humanity's status across the vast cosmos." Tree smiled faintly. "What you saw was far from the whole picture. If you want to understand more, reach the Lesser Saint realm and visit Honghua again, because that is the true battlefield for powerful experts." After saying this, she no longer wished to discuss the subject and said, "Drink your tea." Chu Xiu raised the cup and drained it, immediately feeling strange great Tao laws engulf his consciousness, drawing him deep into the Tao Palace and into a profound state of enlightenment. Within the Tao Palace, Chu Xiu's blood-colored star continuously transformed before gradually condensing into a majestic blood throne, the essence born from the unified Tao seed. The system immediately displayed the blood throne's information. The host could use the system to advance his Tao laws upon it, strengthening the blood star Tao seed like a realm breakthrough, while its special function could revive cultivators previously transformed by the host, meaning that if the demon woman he had transformed died, placing her upon the blood throne could restore her with an entirely new body. Chu Xiu was nearly delirious with joy and exclaimed excitedly, "This is insanely powerful. From now on, I can not only mass-produce troops but also build my own immortal, undying army." After an unknown amount of time, Chu Xiu felt warm sunlight on his face and slowly awakened, discovering that he was no longer aboard the wooden boat but sitting atop the 3 live stone tablet while its fragments had already floated across the river of oblivion, making him exclaim, "I've actually reached the other shore." At that moment, the system's cold mechanical voice echoed, "Congratulations, Chu Xiu, you are the only person to bring the 3 live stone tablet here, so you are rewarded with the inheritance of the combat secret art. The system confirms you are fully qualified to refine Mount Sumeru, and after receiving the inheritance, follow the next instructions toward Mount Sumeru." As the voice faded, a fragment of the combat secret art inheritance radiating brilliant golden light appeared and floated before Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu stared intently without blinking at the glowing symbol of the combat secret art. Meanwhile, the tree's true body within the secret realm began undergoing a mysterious transformation as the river of oblivion violently shook, and the figures above it gradually vanished into the void, making the demon great saints cry in horror. What the hell is happening? Is this secret realm about to close? On the platform of Emperor Qi Mountain, sacred maiden Yao Kai Feng Yao had somehow already arrived and was waiting for Chu Xiu. When he emerged from the secret realm, Feng Yao hurriedly asked, "Did you obtain the combat secret art?" And Chu Xiu showed no emotion, merely giving a faint acknowledgement. Suddenly, he reached out and wrapped an arm around sacred maiden Feng Yao's slender waist. Pulling her gently against his chest, he smiled, "Unfortunately, I currently can't pass the combat secret art to anyone else, otherwise I'd certainly give it to you," making Feng Yao hurriedly explain, "I only asked whether you obtained it. I never intended to take it. I simply came to congratulate you." Chu Xiu laughed playfully and hugged her tighter as his hand naturally slid beneath her shapely rear, making Feng Yao blush deeply with embarrassment. Just then, his master Qi Mengdai coughed softly from behind as a warning, "Ahem, you troublesome disciple." Chu Xiu's expression instantly changed as he hurriedly released Feng Yao from his embrace, while Feng Yao shyly bowed to Qi Mengdai, "Greetings, Fairy Peak Master of Cloudlow Peak." Qi Mengdai said nothing to Feng Yao and merely coldly told Chu Xiu, "Follow me," then turned and entered the flying ship, leaving Chu Xiu to obediently acknowledge her and quickly follow his master inside. The flying ship cut through the wind and flew straight toward Tai Su sacred land. Inside Qi Mengdai's private room, she slammed her teacup onto the table, stared at Chu Xiu and coldly ordered, "Rebellious disciple, come here." The ruthless great demon who killed without blinking now obediently knelt before his master like a puppy with his brightest smile, making Qi Mengdai pinch his cheek and scold. Very good, rebellious disciple, should I personally arrange your wedding too? While Chu Xiu slyly replied, sure, but master must join the wedding too, otherwise I won't do it. Qi Mengdai instantly blushed and looked away, muttering, who wants to join you? Dream on. And seeing his master's rarely adorable expression, Chu Xiu smugly smiled, Master, I really like this proud side of you, making Qi Mengdai flush angrily on the outside while secretly delighted before turning away and saying coldly, stop it, I don't like your shameless behavior at all. Seeing that his master's anger had subsided, Chu Xiu stood up and poured her tea, while Qi Mengdai softened and asked, did you really obtain the battle secret? And after Chu Xiu smiled and nodded, she warned, good, but be extremely careful and don't become arrogant, because many people are targeting you now, not only the demons and barbarians but humans as well. Prompting Chu Xiu to tease, Master, are you worried about my safety? Qi Mengdai pretended to be annoyed and turned away. HMPH, I'm worried about the future of Tai Su sacred land, because what will the sacred land do if you die? Chu Xiu knew his master always worried about him but was too proud to admit it, so he embraced her and gently said, Master, people say a brief separation makes reunion sweeter than newlywed bliss, and after being apart so long, do you know how much I've missed you? As soon as he finished speaking, the rebellious disciple pushed his beloved master onto the bed, stroked her beautiful face with a wicked smile and whispered, Darling, tonight please impart the great Tao to your disciple. The two immersed themselves in an intense exchange of knowledge, one lesson following another without pause as rapid breathing and lingering sounds filled the room throughout the night. The next morning, the flying ship carrying Qi Mengdai and Chu Xiu landed in a secluded courtyard. The two immediately walked inside together. Inside the courtyard were Zhang Wudi, Saint King Ao Guang, Yi Tianhong, the Saint King of the Yi family, Guang's sacred lord, and Tai Su Zai in Hua Liu Fai's form. And when the four Saint Kings drinking tea saw Qi Mengdai and Chu Xiu leave the flying ship, they all looked over as Chu Xiu cupped his hands and greeted, Greetings, senior, sorry to have kept you waiting, while Zhang Wudi smiled kindly. It wasn't that long and you did very well this time. You killed more than 10 great saints from the demon faction and greatly eased the intense pressure on the battlefield at Heavenly Abyss Dragon City, while Chu Xiu politely replied, Senior Jiang praises me too highly, I was merely fortunate, and I must thank everyone for stepping in to help. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and 3 jade bottles appeared on the stone table. Looking at the 3 Saint Kings, he smiled, This is rootless divine water that I brought as a gift for the 3 seniors, please accept it. Making Sacred Lord Guang, Yi Tianhong, and Zhang Wudi happily rise and tell Chu Xiu, Good, very good, if you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. Afterward, the 3 Saint Kings left together, while Chu Xiu bowed and said, Seniors, take care. And once they were gone, only Hua Liu Fai, Chu Xiu, and his beloved master remained. So Qi Mengdai realized they wanted to speak privately and pretended not to care, saying, Fine, you two take your time talking. I'll sleep on the flying ship for a while since I didn't rest well last night. After she left, Hua Liu Fai picked up a pastry and fed it to Chu Xiu with a smile. Chu Xiu, fortunately we had you this time, otherwise our Tai Su sacred land would have been in grave danger. While Chu Xiu placed his hand over hers and happily replied, I believe Tai Su sacred land could have overcome this crisis even without me. Suddenly, Hua Liu Fai's face turned pale as she covered her mouth and painfully coughed several times, making Chu Xiu hurriedly support her and ask with concern, Sacred Lord, because of my sacred body tribulation you've suffered a lasting Tao injury, yet I never had the chance to thank you personally. Hua Liu Fai froze, staring at Chu Xiu with astonished eyes, so you already knew about this. Protecting you means protecting the future of Tai Su sacred land, and the sacred land will still need your support in the future, so there's no need to thank me. And Chu Xiu nodded before waving his hand and producing a huge gourd, making Hua Liu Fai ask in surprise, What is this? While Chu Xiu smiled, Open it and see. Hua Liu Fai immediately removed the gourd stopper, releasing a rich fragrance in every direction as her eyes lit up and she exclaimed in astonishment, This is rootless divine water. Watching from the flying ship above, Qi Mengdai felt somewhat jealous and thought, How biased, he only gave me a little but gave Hua Liu Fai so much. Hua Liu Fai looked at Chu Xiu with deep emotion and gently asked, If you give me this much, what about yourself? And Chu Xiu happily replied, Sacred Lord, use it without worry. I still have half a pond of rootless divine water, so if it's not enough, just come ask me for more. Seeing her rebellious disciple treat Tai Su Zai so generously, Qi Mengdai felt extremely jealous and repeatedly punched the side of the ship while inwardly cursing, Rebellious disciple, you're certainly generous. And after storing away the rootless divine water, Hua Liu Fai warmly asked Chu Xiu, Where do you plan to go next? Chu Xiu pondered briefly before smiling. First, I want to return to the sacred land and enter secluded cultivation to consolidate my cultivation, making Hua Liu Fai brighten and say, Perfect. I was planning to return to the palace too, so I can take you both with me. Just then, Master Fairy Chi Meng Dai suddenly appeared behind Hua Liufei and Chu Xiu and coldly interjected, "There's no need to trouble your highness the sacred lord. We'll return aboard our own flying ship." Hua Liufei and Chu Xiu turned toward Chi Meng Dai in surprise, while Tai Suzai asked suspiciously, "Why take such a slow flying ship? You normally value efficiency so much, and I can take you back much faster." Hearing this, Chi Meng Dai coughed twice and calmly said, "Ahem, your highness the sacred lord. Chu Xiu has some cultivation questions to ask me, so I can guide him along the way." Then fixed Chu Xiu with a sharp gaze and coldly asked, "Disciple, wouldn't you say I'm right?" Seeing that terrifying gaze, Chu Xiu jolted and secretly thought, "Didn't you already instruct me last night? Can't you let me rest a little?" Chu Xiu immediately turned toward Sister Hua, scratched his head and forced an awkward smile. Yes, I indeed have some cultivation questions to ask Master." And Hua Liufei nodded with a smile. "In that case, I will head back first." As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Liufei tore open space, created a teleportation gate, and quickly departed. Even after she left, her faint fragrance lingered in the air, making Chu Xiu inhale deeply and think, "Sister Hua really smells wonderful." But while he was still enjoying it, Chi Meng Dai suddenly grabbed and twisted his ear upward, gritting her teeth murderously. "Impressive, aren't you? So generous, aren't you?" And the startled Chu Xiu hurriedly asked, "Baby, what's wrong with you now?" Fairy Chi Meng Dai said nothing and simply dragged Chu Xiu away by his ear while he cried miserably, it hurts, master, be gentler." After returning to the flying ship, Chi Meng Dai unceremoniously threw Chu Xiu into an empty room. Seeing his beloved master's dark expression, Chu Xiu immediately flattered her. "Master, your disciple knows he was wrong, and all the remaining rootless divine water belongs to you." Chi Meng Dai coldly pulled out a whip and smiled sinisterly. It's too late to admit your mistake now," making Chu Xiu hurriedly plead, "Great Master, Goddess, please calm down." But no matter how much he begged, Chi Meng Dai still whipped him as punishment, then, still unsatisfied, dragged him by the ear toward her room while he pleaded, "Didn't you vent enough on the flying ship? Please spare your disciple's life." Chi Meng Dai coldly threw Chu Xiu into the room and sarcastically said, "Spare your life? The primordial purity holy sun really knows how to joke. If you die here, how could your beloved sister Hua possibly forgive me?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately dropped to his knees and clasped his hands toward Chi Meng Dai. "Master, then what must I do for you to forgive me?" Chi Meng Dai coldly took out a golden object covered in sharp spikes and calmly ordered, "Kneel on that," making Chu Xiu's face instantly turn pale. But in the end, he obediently knelt down, closed his eyes tightly, and reassured himself, "So what if I kneel? A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall." Ignoring the kneeling Chu Xiu, Chi Meng Dai pretended to be cold as she sat on her throne leisurely reading without looking at him, until Chu the Semonic could no longer bear the silence and softly called, "Baby." Seeing his master still ignore him, Chu Xiu called again, "Master, baby." Chi Meng Dai frowned irritably and snapped, "What is it?" Chu Xiu pointed at the book in her hands and teased with a strange smile, "Baby, you're holding the book upside down." Hearing this, Chi Meng Dai jolted but quickly regained her cold demeanor, casually flipped the book and stubbornly said, "I like reading it this way. I wouldn't be used to reading it properly." After speaking, Chi Meng Dai glared at Chu Xiu and coldly snapped, "Besides, how I read has nothing to do with you, so mind your own business," leaving Chu Xiu silent as he realized his deliberately troublesome baby would be difficult to appease today. Chu the Semonic simply stood up, dusted himself off, and calmly said, "So I can't appease you, huh? Then I'm leaving, Master, rest early," he said before leisurely walking toward the door, making Chi Meng Dai angrily shout, "Stop right there! If you leave today, never come back again," expecting Chu Xiu to return and coax her as usual. But this time he did not look back and merely replied coldly, "Perfect, I wanted a few days off anyway, thank you very much." Seeing Chu Xiu casually leave, Chi Meng Dai grew increasingly furious, pulled a doll resembling him from her storage ring and viciously stabbed it with a long needle while cursing through gritted teeth, damn rebellious disciple, just go die and disappear from my sight." Chu Xiu quickly returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes and silently called, "System, check my gains from this secret realm." Immediately, a fist-sized golden mountain appeared before him as the system announced, "Congratulations, host, I have identified the item you obtained as Mount Cosmic Axis. Unfortunately, some information is missing. Mount Cosmic Axis is an innate supreme treasure of unknown grade, extraordinarily heavy, virtually indestructible, eternally unworn, and capable of breaking all techniques, while its power increases alongside the host's strength." Reading the notification, Chu the Semonic's eyes lit up with excitement. What a treasure, truly an incredible treasure, and it's even an innate supreme treasure. While rejoicing, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in the restriction outside, returned his consciousness to his body, opened his eyes and wondered, who is bold enough to break my restriction? Just then 2 female disciples of the primordial purity Holy Land passed by and curiously asked, "Hey look, what is the Sunset Cloud Peak Master doing?" While Chi Meng Dai pretended to inspect the restriction and muttered, "This disciple is terrible, his restriction is poorly arranged, so I must repair it myself. Next time I will definitely scold him for doing such sloppy work." Hearing this, the 2 female disciples nodded admiringly. The Sunset Cloud Peak Master treats His Highness the Holy Sun so well. Despite being a mighty great saint, she personally repairs his restriction. While Chu Xiu listened from inside his room with his mind full of question marks. Very soon, Chi Meng Dai completely broke through the restriction and casually pushed open the door. The first thing she saw was Chu Xiu lying on the bed, completely covered by a blanket. Chu Xiu kept his eyes closed and pretended to sleep, wondering, "Why is Master looking for me this late?" Chi Meng Dai gently approached the bed, placed her hand on Chu Xiu's wrist, sent a warm current of energy through his body to examine him, then frowned worriedly and murmured, "This fool has internal injuries and doesn't even realize it." After speaking, she took a precious pill from her storage ring and carefully fed it into Chu Xiu's mouth. After swallowing it, Chu Xiu's injuries immediately healed completely, while Chi Meng Dai puffed her cheeks and cursed inwardly, "Damn troublesome disciple. I shouldn't care whether you live or die. When your hidden injuries flare up again, let's see whether you'll kneel and beg me." "Forget it, saving a life is a great virtue, so I'll consider this a good deed," she thought before turning away, while Chu Xiu watched her disappearing figure with a sly smile and thought, "So this is what Master is really like, I love it." But Chi Meng Dai suddenly stopped midway. Seeing this, Chu the Semonic lying on the bed nearly jumped in fright as Chi Meng Dai sensed something was wrong. She thought that this troublesome disciple had always been cautious and suspicious, so even when deeply asleep, the slightest disturbance should wake him. Acting on her suspicion, she returned to the bedside and disdainfully examined him from head to toe. Chu Xiu broke into a cold sweat and thought, "Baby, why did you come back?" While Chi Meng Dai realized he was pretending to sleep but said nothing, merely taking out a delicate handkerchief to wipe his lips, making Chu Xiu imagine that his beloved master was preparing to give him a passionate kiss. The beautiful fantasy made him increasingly excited as he wondered, could Master really be planning to secretly kiss me? Yet reality was nothing like his dream, as instead of that sweet romantic scene, a thunderous punch slammed straight into his face and the furious Chi Meng Dai shouted, "You dare pretend to sleep and deceive me? You've got some nerve." Still furious, Chi Meng Dai viciously punched Chu Xiu in the stomach again, striking so hard that he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood essence. After venting her anger, Chi Meng Dai stormed outside, making Chu Xiu hurriedly sit up and call after her, "Baby, honored master, you really misunderstood me." While Chi Meng Dai sneered inwardly, "Ha, you still dare call it a misunderstanding? Just die and get out of my sight." Throughout the human cities, taverns and tea-houses had been packed with cultivators for days, enthusiastically discussing and praising the Tai Su Holy Sun, saying no one had ever achieved such a miracle as using a lightning tribulation to annihilate countless demon great saints inside the secret realm. Hearing this, a disciple of the Endless Sword domain at the neighboring table sneered, "Ha, our clan's 4th sword master was also at the River of Oblivion that day, but Chu Xiu was utterly vicious and used the lightning tribulation to kill our clan's great saint, yet you still worship him like a god, how ridiculous." Hearing this, 2 human cultivators sprang up in shock, slammed the table and angrily asked, "What? Something like that actually happened?" Just then, a female disciple of the Jade Pool Holy Land laughed mockingly, making the Endless Sword domain disciple glare coldly at her. But the renowned Adai Chin Dai Yao Ci merely looked at him disdainfully and said, "With so many human great saints present that day, why was only the disciple of your Endless Sword domain sword master killed?" Qing Feng Zhu Yue, disciple of the 4th sword master of the Endless Sword domain, openly declared at the Tai Su Holy Sun's grand ceremony that he wanted to kill His Highness Chu Xiu, only to be personally killed by the Holy Sun, something everyone here surely knows. So think carefully about the true reason that Sword Master's disciple entered the River of Oblivion. The Endless Sword domain disciple angrily stood and pointed at Adai Chin Dai Yao Ci, shouting, "Adai Chin Dai Yao Ci, stop misleading everyone." But she ignored him, slapped the table and called, "Waiter, bring me the bill." She then left the tavern with her 2 junior sisters, turning at the doorway to coldly say, "Everyone naturally understands what your true intentions are, so I needn't say more. Let's go." and several days later, a gigantic flying ship safely returned Qi Mengdai and Chu Xiu to the Tai Su Holy Land. Standing before a mirror and admiring his handsome face, Chu Xiu sighed, "Master really hit me brutally, but fortunately my mouth has finally recovered completely." Suddenly, a rich aroma drifted in from outside, making Chu Xiu close his eyes, inhale deeply, and exclaim hungrily, "What smells so delicious?" He hurried outside and saw Luo Qingyu and Qin Yi happily enjoying fragrant roasted pork. Seeing Chu Xiu appear, Luo Qingyu turned to him and gently told Qin Yi, "Silly girl, your beloved Uncle Chu Xiu is back," making Qin Yi joyfully turn around with sparkling eyes, shout, "Uncle Chu Xiu," and run over to hug his leg as he smiled. "Yi, well done. It seems you haven't been lazy lately, and your cultivation has already reached the divine bridge realm." Yi leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I wouldn't dare be lazy, otherwise scary white-dressed Sister Luo would spank me," while Chu Xiu smiled. "Then you should thank Sister Luo for supervising you so strictly." He then turned toward Luo Qingyu and gratefully smiled, "Sister Luo, this time I was truly fortunate to have your help." Luo Qingyu raised her head with an enchanting smile. "Are you planning to thank me with words alone?" Chu Xiu froze slightly before chuckling, "Then how does Sister Luo want me to thank you?" As Luo Qingyu leaned her beautiful face closer and smiled meaningfully, "Come to your sister's private room tonight." Hearing the invitation, Chu Xiu became excited and his nose started bleeding, so he hurriedly wiped it away as Luo Qingyu took out an object and softly said, "Your sister has a treasure here, do you want it?" Chu Xiu's eyes instantly lit up upon seeing the bronze compass in her hand radiating an ancient and mysterious aura, and he hurriedly asked, "Sister Luo, could this be a legendary formation artifact, and an extremely high-grade one at that?" Standing nearby, Qin Yi curiously interrupted, "What's a formation artifact?" Luo Qingyu gently explained, "A formation artifact is exactly what its name implies, a weapon specifically used for the formation Dao, and although formation flags are technically formation artifacts, they break after one use and aren't usually considered true ones, while genuine formation artifacts can be used indefinitely like precious magical treasures, and are extraordinarily rare treasures that can only be encountered through fortune. I obtained this treasure after killing 3 Saint Kings, and it's a quasi-emperor-grade formation compass whose value you surely understand better than I do." Chu Xiu reached out to take it and smiled eagerly, "Sister, I really want this." Hearing this, Luo Qingyu teased, "Little brother, you should explain yourself clearly, otherwise people might misunderstand what you mean." Chu Xiu broke into a sweat and coughed awkwardly, "Sister Luo, just name your price. What must I do for you to give me this precious compass? It's truly extremely useful to me." While Luo Qingyu blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled, "In 2 days, the woman in white will take control of the body, so find a way to make her blush with embarrassment. As long as you accomplish that, I'll immediately give you this compass." And hearing this strange condition, Chu Xiu stroked his chin and seriously considered it, realizing that although it sounded simple, it was actually extremely difficult. First, the white-robed Maitreya was naturally an icy beauty with an extremely conservative personality, so merely making someone like her blush would already be very difficult. Second, white-robed Auntie Luo was incredibly powerful, and if he accidentally took the joke too far, she might slap him dead on the spot. Seeing him hesitate, Luo Qingyu provoked him, "What, don't you dare?" And Chu Xiu scratched his head, admitting, "I'm honestly a little scared, but if Sister guarantees you'll give me the compass, I'll accept this difficult mission," making Luo Qingyu smile with satisfaction. "Very good, little brother truly is courageous." Chu Xiu then took out a bottle of fine wine. "Sister Luo, please try this premium peach blossom drunken wine that the sacred maiden of Jade Pool gave me and see how it tastes." Luo Qingyu did not refuse and reached out to accept the wine bottle. She gently reassured him, "How about this? I'll discuss it with her and guarantee she won't beat you." After speaking, she raised the peach blossom drunken wine to her red lips and drank heartily, while Chu Xiu happily cupped his hands and thanked her. "Then I'll have to trouble Sister Luo for your help, but why exactly are you doing all this?" Luo Qingyu wiped the wine from the corner of her mouth and gazed at him alluringly. "Of course, because it's interesting. I'm asking you to flirt with myself, and merely thinking about it already feels incredibly exciting." Faced with her enchanting beauty and bold teasing, Chu Xiu could no longer remain calm as his heart raced and his nose bled, so he hurriedly closed his eyes and recited a calming mantra. "Form is no different from emptiness, emptiness no different from form, form is emptiness and emptiness is form. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she ultimately becomes a pink skeleton and isn't worth mentioning, and even fairies still have to use the bathroom." Seeing his suffering expression, Luo Qingyu covered her mouth and giggled, Fine, I won't tease you anymore. Honestly, I'm about to make a bet with her, and whoever wins gets to come out for a month while the loser must obediently remain inside. She winked mischievously and smiled meaningfully. In other words, whether your sister gets to come out and have fun depends entirely on your performance. While Chu Xiu became serious and asked, "What if Auntie Luo truly falls in love with me? Will Auntie Luo stay with me then, or will all of you stay with me?" Luo Qingyu froze briefly. Then she quickly smiled. "Little brother, you're truly far too confident, but if she's willing to follow you, then I'll follow you too. How about that?" That night, Chu Xiu returned to his cave residence and sat cross-legged cultivating before calling the system. "System, open my personal information panel," and the system displayed. Special physique, minor completion, ancient sacred body. Sword intent, heavenly slaughter, sword intent at transformation realm. Cultivation arts, Tao scripture foundation chapter and sacred body, Taisu imperial scripture, Tao palace volume. Secret arts, movement secret, human emperor fist, 36 forms, true martial river of forgetfulness, finger, battle secret, and all things rest, sword art. Remaining breakthrough points, 1,127. After looking it over, Chu Xiu frowned. "My current cultivation speed is still a little slow. System, do you have any way to increase it?" And the system laughed strangely. "Brother, this system has a suggestion. The host can use the system to derive a cultivation art uniquely suited to you, but the process will consume many breakthrough points and materials." Chu Xiu asked in surprise, "What materials are needed?" The system replied, "You must collect cultivation techniques related to the 5 elements and 9 origins and give them to me, then I will merge and deduce them for you. The more techniques you collect the better, preferably the complete set of 5 elements and 9 origins techniques." Chu Xiu sighed after hearing this. "Fine, this cannot be completed overnight, so I will find a way later." The more he thought, the greater his headache became, but while rubbing his brow and looking at the system panel, he suddenly noticed a plus sign beside ancient sacred body, minor completion, and curiously asked, "System, what does this plus sign mean?" The system replied, "If host finds a corpse possessing the same ancient sacred body and devours it with the all-into-one Tao seed, you will obtain exclusive attribute points for the ancient sacred body," making Chu Xiu's eyes light up as he thought, "Interesting, gaining strength through attribute points and upgrading the sacred body means I could keep becoming stronger indefinitely." But immediately afterward he held his head in frustration. "The sky continent is so vast, where am I supposed to find a corpse with the ancient sacred body? It is like searching for a needle in a haystack." Chu Xiu then walked outside and left the place, thinking that ultimately it was only a matter of time. Just then, he encountered Elder Mo Fei Yan approaching with a basket in hand, and upon seeing Chu Xiu, she happily greeted him, "Your Highness. I knew you were busy lately, so I did not disturb you. You don't blame me, do you?" Chu Xiu collected himself, took Elder Mo Fei Yan's hand and smiled. "How could I blame Fei Yan? Have you been busy with something lately?" Mo Fei Yan raised the basket filled with spiritual herbs and medicinal treasures and smiled. She has only just begun cultivating. Although her foundation is stable, her body still needs tempering, so I brought some spiritual medicines and instructed the servants to prepare a medicinal bath for her. Chu Xiu smiled with satisfaction, wrapped an arm around Mo Fei Yan's waist and pulled her close. "You've worked hard," while Elder Mo naturally leaned against his chest, closed her eyes and gently said, "Your Highness is busy with important cultivation matters, so leave these minor affairs to Fei Yan." Elder Mo's thoughtfulness greatly pleased Chu Xiu, and he lightly pinched her backside with a wicked smile. "You truly are my virtuous wife. Come, follow me into the room." Under the dim flickering candlelight, Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan passionately embraced each other, their intimacy making her repeatedly cry, "Why, Your Highness?" while the room filled with rapid breathing and Elder Mo's sweet voice as she enjoyed every moment beside Chu Xiu. Time quietly passed until the next morning when the two finally stopped and lay down to rest after their passionate night together. Chu Xiu turned toward her and asked, "Right, Fei Yan, I need your help with 2 things." And without hesitation, Mo Fei Yan replied, "Your Highness, please tell me." Chu Xiu leaned close to Fei Yan's ear and whispered, "I need to find a corpse possessing the ancient sacred body and various high-grade cultivation techniques." That afternoon, Chu Xiu sat meditating beside the lotus pond and noticed the surroundings were unusually quiet, wondering where Aunt Luo had taken her since neither had appeared all day, when Elder Mo Fei Yan returned from outside in a calm red dress accompanied by another woman and called, "Your Highness." The accompanying woman also bowed respectfully. "Wei Yi, Elder of Dao Cloud Peak, greets Your Highness the Holy Sun." Chu Xiu opened his eyes, rose from meditation, and cupped his hands toward Wei Yi. "Elder Wei, no need for such formality. Fei Yan said you have information about a corpse possessing the ancient sacred body. Wei Yi nodded slightly and calmly said after a brief pause, "Yes, this happened more than 100 years ago. At that time, I had just entered the divine ability realm when the Holy Land sent me to the battlefield at Heavenly Dragon City. The fighting was extremely fierce, and a lesser saint of the demon race hunted me down until he cornered me against a sheer cliff, then laughed smugly when he saw I had nowhere left to retreat. Beauty, stop running, you cannot escape, so why not obediently submit to me?" At my most desperate moment, the ground beneath my feet suddenly split open. I fell into an extremely strange place. It was pitch black inside, with only a golden lake in the center, and someone sat upon a jade platform in the middle of the lake radiating an extremely terrifying aura. But before I could ask who that person was, the demon lesser saint jumped down after me and tried to ambush me from behind, raising his sword and shouting, "Beauty, do you think I cannot kill you just because you fled in here?" Just when I thought I was certainly going to die, the golden lake suddenly churned violently. It surged into enormous waves that engulfed the demon lesser saint and completely swallowed him in an instant. Back then, I did not know what that golden lake or mysterious expert was, but thinking about it now, it must have been the vital blood of an ancient sacred body. And Chu Xiu's eyes shifted slightly as he thought that Elder Wei's description indeed closely matched the characteristics of an ancient sacred body corpse. Chu Xiu then looked at Elder Wei Yi and asked, "Elder Wei, do you still remember where that unusual place was?" Wei Yi frowned slightly and replied after some thought, "Back then I was only focused on escaping alive, and after the war ended I returned to the Holy Land, so I no longer remember the exact location, but I still roughly remember the direction." Elder Wei Yi then took out a map of the Great Wall Abyss and said, "Your Highness, the battlefield I was originally assigned to was in this area." Pointing at the map, she continued, "The sacred body corpse must be somewhere around here." Holding the map, Chu Xiu respectfully cupped his hands toward Elder Wei Yi and smiled. "Elder Wei Yi, many thanks. Fei Yan, escort Elder Wei Yi back and remember to personally give him the payment." And Mo Fei Yan nodded, "Yes, Your Highness," before leading Elder Wei Yi away. Chu Xiu dropped onto a large rock with a disappointed expression, thinking that although he had information about the primordial sacred body's corpse, there was still no clue about the cultivation technique. So Chu the Semonic sighed and comforted himself. "Take it slowly, what must come will eventually come. Tomorrow is my appointment with Sister Luo, so I need to think of a way to make Auntie Luo blush." While lying on the rock lost in thought, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation and wondered what was happening. The mother-child seal was trembling violently, meaning someone was approaching the courtyard. So he wondered whether it was his adorable master or sister Hua before turning and immediately spotting the familiar Hua Liufei. Hua Liufei entered while searching for Chu Xiu, still as alluring as ever with her perfectly proportioned figure, and Chu Xiu quickly rose and approached her as she smiled shyly and asked, "I hope my visit isn't disturbing our Holy Land's Highness while he's resting." Chu Xiu laughed heartily and gestured for her to come closer. "Sister, don't be so formal with me, just call me by name, come sit and chat with me." Once they sat down, Chu Xiu smiled brightly and said, "Right, Sister Hua, I have something very good that I meant to give you earlier but forgot." As he searched inside his robe, Hua Liufei curiously asked what mysterious treasure it was. So Chu Xiu produced an exquisite jade box containing a fragrant spiritual fruit and pushed it toward her, saying, "Sister Hua, this is a rare youth-preserving spirit fruit. May you remain forever young and beautiful," making Hua Liufei exclaim, "Such a precious fruit, and you're simply giving it to me." While Chu Xiu smiled, "Because I like you, sister, what gift could be more precious than my feelings for you, and naturally I must share anything good with you first." Not far away, Auntie Luo silently watched the entire scene with a meaningful, mischievous smile, thinking that this brat truly had a special interest in mature women. Meanwhile, Hua Liufei took out a token as a return gift and gently said, "I heard you've been collecting cultivation techniques everywhere. This token contains many of them, even the Tai Su imperial scripture, so destroy it immediately after copying and memorizing everything, and remember never to spread it outside." Chu Xiu's eyes instantly lit up as he solemnly accepted the jade token, held Sister Hua's soft hand and promised, "Don't worry, Sister Hua, I'll destroy it immediately after reading and never reveal a word." Though inwardly he was delighted because under the Holy Land's strict rules, only the Holy Lord could read the complete Tai Su imperial scripture, proving all his efforts to win her favor had paid off. Thinking this, Chu the Semonic suddenly pulled Hua Liufei into his firm embrace, catching Tai Su Zai completely off guard. Seeing that she did not resist, Chu Xiu became bolder, gently lifted Hua Liufei's chin and smiled wickedly, Sister Hua, you smell wonderful." He suddenly kissed her lightly on the cheek, leaving her frozen with wide eyes. After a moment, Tai Suzai finally recovered and hurriedly pushed him away, her face burning red as she stammered, You. And although embarrassed and angry, she could not bring herself to scold him harshly, so Chu Xiu innocently grinned. "I'm truly sorry, Sister Hua, you're simply too beautiful and I couldn't restrain myself." He continued sweetly, "Look how beautiful the moon is tonight," while his mischievous hand quietly began wandering and Tai Suzai remained still, her breathing gradually quickening with his movements. Early the next morning, Chu Xiu awoke refreshed, gently waving a folding fan with neatly arranged hair, immaculate clothes, and an incomparably handsome appearance before confidently stepping outside. With his lips slightly curved, he thought that today was the day Auntie Luo would appear as promised, and fortunately he had preserved enough energy yesterday to test himself against her today. He smiled meaningfully because Auntie Luo was completely different from every woman he had encountered before. Around his beloved master, he needed to act domineering yet remain gentle and caring, while with Sister Hua he had to appear pure and innocent while showing a hint of stubborn persistence. With Fei Yan, he only needed to play the decisive, cold executive, while with Sister Luo Qingyu he had to indulge her preferences, occasionally tease her verbally and seize small advantages whenever possible while making her feel she had benefited. But the iceberg Auntie Luo required an entirely different approach by creating an enormous psychological contrast, and at this moment, master actor Chu Xiu had already reached their appointed meeting place. Luo Qingyu, or Auntie Luo, was already waiting there, standing serenely like a celestial maiden beneath the morning light. Seeing that noble figure, Chu the Samanic cupped his hands and bowed, but Auntie Luo did not even turn around as she coldly said, "You'll never succeed, so give up. I will never like anyone in this world, much less someone like you. And from the very beginning, you and that purple-robed man miscalculated." Chu Xiu sighed softly and smiled faintly. "A loss is a loss. I don't care much about winning or losing. Does Auntie Luo really think I'd go through all this trouble to please you just for that quasi-emperor compass?" Hearing this, white-dressed Auntie Luo became somewhat annoyed and blurted out, "If you lose, that Sister Luo of yours will be sealed away for an entire month. Don't you care about that either?" Chu Xiu shook his head and sincerely said, "To me, Auntie Luo and Sister Luo aren't that different. If we lose, then so be it. The punishment is only being unable to appear for a month and nobody's life is at risk, so why worry?" After speaking, he put his acting skills to work and smiled naturally. "Actually, Auntie Luo, I don't think I could ever like you," making Auntie Luo's cold face briefly show surprise because she never expected him to dare say that. The scheming Chu Xiu continued his psychological attack. "It's true, Auntie Luo, you're extraordinarily beautiful and incredibly powerful, making your appeal to men almost impossible to resist. But if I don't like you, then I simply don't, and that can't be forced," he said before striking a handsome pose, closing his eyes and elegantly fanning himself. Auntie Luo frowned and angrily said, "That day, you and the purple one didn't say that. You clearly said you liked her very much." Chu Xiu pretended to be surprised. "Did I really say that? So I've actually said something that cheesy?" While inwardly laughing because creating a psychological contrast was exactly his plan, using Sister Luo to provoke her by insisting he disliked her despite them being identical, inevitably leaving her disappointed. Sure enough, Auntie Luo was affected and turned to question him, "Why is that?" While actor Chu pretended to be confused. "Why what?" Luo Qingyu, or rather Auntie Luo, folded her arms and coldly asked, "Why do you like her instead of me?" As irritation rose within her and she repeated, "Why exactly do you like her?" Chu Xiu leisurely opened his fan. "Fine, since you've seen through my thoughts, I won't hide them anymore. It's because she's breathtakingly beautiful, incredibly powerful, and also very well endowed. That's simply my type." Satisfied. Hearing this, Auntie Luo became even more irritated. "My appearance is identical to hers, our strength is exactly the same, and everywhere that should be well endowed is equally so. You could say I'm her and she's me," then glanced at him suspiciously. "Are you trying to make me jealous this way, so that you can carry out your wicked scheme?" Chu Xiu remained calm outwardly while inwardly cursing, then stayed in character and yawned, "Think whatever you want, as long as you're happy." His indifferent attitude made Auntie Luo even more suspicious as a sense of unfairness arose within her, wondering how he dared ignore her and whether she was somehow inferior to the purple one. She loudly called, "Hey," but he kept his eyes closed as though he hadn't heard, so she called again, "Hey, yet still received no answer. She walked over and shook his arm. "Hey, I'm calling you, can't you hear me?" At that moment, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her close, smiling as he spoke. "My name isn't Hey." Then he released her hand and waved goodbye. "Auntie Luo, that's enough. If there's nothing important, I'll return to cultivation." But she growled from behind, "Stop right there," making him glance back. She approached and slowly said, "I haven't given you permission to leave yet." Instead of retreating, he stepped closer until their noses nearly touched and replied, "Auntie Luo, aren't you being too domineering? I've already given up on Sister Luo's request, and now I'm not even allowed to return to cultivation." Auntie Luo took a deep breath and grabbed his hand. "Didn't you want to make me blush and my heart race? Then follow me." While Chu Xiu pretended to be confused. "Go where?" And Auntie Luo coldly replied, "Don't ask so much," before tearing open the void as a meaningful smile appeared on his face, because a true hunter always appears as prey, and when no opportunity exists, he creates one himself. 2 hours later, Qi Mengdai arrived at the cave residence but waited without seeing Chu Xiu emerge. She muttered, "Strange, normally that rebellious disciple should have noticed me the moment I appeared, so why hasn't he come out to greet me yet?" Just then, Qin Yi walked out holding a candied fruit skewer and greeted her. While Qi Mengdai looked over, nodded approvingly and said, "Very good, Yi has improved quickly and has already reached the divine bridge realm." She then asked, "Where is your master? Why don't I see him?" And Yi stammered, "He had something to do and went out," while inwardly thinking she absolutely couldn't let Grandmaster know that her master had gone out with Sister Luo. Qi Mengdai continued, "He went out, did he say where?" And Yi replied, "No, he only briefly said he was going out," while thinking that whenever Grandmaster became angry, Uncle Chu Xiu always returned the next day looking terrible, so he must have received a harsh lesson. Qi Mengdai sighed softly and waved her hand. "Forget it, I didn't come here to find him anyway." Then she rubbed Qin Yi's head and asked, "Is fellow cultivator Luo Qingyu here? I have something to discuss with her." And Qin Yi hurriedly shook her head, sweat beading on her forehead as she replied, "She isn't here right now either." Hearing this, Qi Mengdai's expression immediately darkened as she smiled meaningfully and asked, "Did they go out together?" Wai looked flustered and avoided her gaze. "Probably not. Uncle Chu Xiu left before dawn while Sister Luo was still here just moments ago." As the scene shifted to Bloodwind City in the southern region, an ancient prosperous city surrounded by towering mountains. At this moment, Auntie Luo and Chu Xiu walked side by side through the streets, her peerless beauty and extraordinary aura drawing countless cultivators' attention, while Chu the Samanic looked clearly reluctant and occasionally yawned in boredom. His indifferent attitude angered Auntie Luo, who wondered, "What does he mean by this? Is being with me really that boring?" Although she suspected Chu Xiu was deliberately provoking her, irritation still rose within her because nobody enjoyed being completely outplayed, so her pride and competitive spirit surged as she suddenly ordered, "Hug me," making Chu Xiu stare in shock. "What did you say?" Auntie Luo's face turned icy as she sharply said, "Didn't you hear me? I told you to hug me," thinking her initiative would expose his intentions. But Chu Xiu instead covered his face with his fan, turned aside and said, "Aunt Luo, men and women should maintain proper boundaries. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Auntie Luo angrily thought, "What does he mean? Is he looking down on me? How dare he?" Before domineeringly grabbing his hand and placing it around her waist, warning coldly, "Brat, you'd better not test the limits of my patience." While Chu Xiu pretended to be shy, "Aunt Luo, even if you possess my body like this, you will never possess my heart." Auntie Luo dragged him onward and coldly warned, "Brat, if you keep spouting nonsense, believe it or not, I will curse you so you can never touch another woman for the rest of your life," making Chu Xiu inhale deeply and secretly think this fierce woman was truly vicious. Nearby, Holy Lord Xing Yuhai, Holy Lord Radiant, and 2 others approached as he asked, "Brother Tianhong, you sensed that aura too, right?" Yi Tianhong nodded. "Yes, it seems the Quasi-Emperor Senior we came to visit is currently in Bloodwind City and must be nearby." Jiang Wudi added, "Let's go pay our respects." But after walking a short distance, Xing Yuhai suddenly exclaimed, "What's going on here? Am I seeing things?" His gaze stopped on the man and woman ahead as he muttered, "The woman that brat Chu Xiu is holding couldn't possibly be that Quasi-Emperor, right?" Yi Tianhong stepped forward to observe and said, "No mistake, the woman in Chu Xiu's arms is the gluttonous beast empress who once qualified to contend for the emperor's throne during the ancient era." Jiang Wudi wiped his sweat and asked, "Well, brothers, should we still go greet her now?" Yi Tianhong waved dismissively. "Greet my ass, they're enjoying their private time, so wouldn't we only make things awkward?" While Xing Yu outside with closed eyes, "Let's hurry to the Primordial Purity Holy Hall and avoid upsetting this Quasi-Emperor. Also, teach your clan disciples properly and never offend the Primordial Purity Holy Sun because he is someone they cannot afford to provoke." as the scene shifted to a tall bell tower. Auntie Luo still held a skewer of candied hawthorn, lightly savoring it with her pink tongue. No one understood why she loved such a childish snack so much, while Chu Xiu stood silently beside her with folded arms until she glanced at him and asked, "Brat, night is approaching and your wager with that purple fellow is nearly lost. Aren't you anxious at all?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "Do you think I truly care? Even if I wanted to make you blush, I would never use such a cheap wager because that would disrespect Aunt Luo. I have many flaws, but one of my few virtues is respecting women." Leaning against a pillar while eating candied hawthorn, Auntie Luo saw Chu Xiu still smiling calmly and asked, "Then what will you do?" And he casually waved his fan. "I'm no saint of romance, so how could I possibly make every woman in the world fall in love with me?" Still unaware she had fallen into Chu Xiu's plan, Auntie Luo remarked, "At least you know your limits." And Chu Xiu replied, "Higher realms and immortality are what we pursue, while love is unnecessary." Then walked to the window and continued, "Auntie Luo, you cultivate the heartless way and pursue the natural heavenly way, while Sister Luo cultivates the way of freedom and pursues absolute freedom," making Auntie Luo glance over and reply, "Correct, she told you all this, didn't she? Then your goal was doomed from the beginning, because I can never develop feelings for anyone." Hearing this, Chu Xiu raised one hand and began explaining, "Everything in the universe mutually generates and restrains each other, and anything pushed to its extreme will reverse. Auntie Luo, have you ever considered that the ultimate end of the heartless way may be affection, while the ultimate end of the way of freedom may actually be heartlessness?" As images of Auntie Luo and Qing Yu crossed his mind, Chu Xiu continued, "When Sister Luo sees through the mortal world and Auntie Luo comprehends affection within heartlessness, combining the two may be the day you both attain the great way." And hearing this, Auntie Luo's expression changed as she momentarily froze. Chu Xiu caught the subtle change in Auntie Luo's expression and inwardly smirked, thinking, "Judging by her face, I may have accidentally struck the key point. All those comics I read on Blue Planet weren't wasted after all." Chu Xiu's system suddenly sent him a message, "You're truly a flying cow, unbelievably awesome." After remaining silent for a while, Aunt Luo took the initiative to approach Chu Xiu and asked, "Then what should I do?" Seeing that she had taken the bait, Chu Xiu secretly rejoiced, thinking he had finally found the key point, then smiled warmly, placed a hand on his chest, and said, "How about you give me that quasi-emperor compass directly, and I'll make you fall in love with me so you can experience what love feels like." After speaking, Chu Xiu smiled confidently, thinking this move would turn defense into offense, stir Auntie Luo's emotions, make her realize his uniqueness, trick her out of the compass, and give him an excuse to pursue her. If he could win Auntie Luo over, Sister Luo would not be far behind, achieving 3 goals at once as images of both Green Bull and Auntie Luo appeared in his mind. Hearing this, Auntie Luo found his reasoning somewhat convincing and said, "You're right, how can I cultivate the emotionless Tao without experiencing love? Can you really make me feel love?" Chu Xiu winked playfully at Auntie Luo and smiled. "Auntie Luo, trust me, there'll be absolutely no problem," making her ponder whether someone who could even charm Tai Su might truly possess unusual ability before handing him the quasi-emperor compass and saying, "Fine, the compass is yours and you'll be responsible for teaching me what love is," which Chu Xiu immediately accepted. As Chu Xiu smilingly accepted the compass, an image of Green Bull angrily scolding him appeared in his mind. "Hey, what are you two doing? You dare openly make a deal right in front of me and treat me like air? Chu Xiu, you dare sell me out and profit from both sides, impressive." After giving him the compass, Auntie Luo shyly asked, "What are you planning?" And Chu Xiu raised a finger, saying, "During this period, I may make some intimate moves toward you, so you must promise not to attack me." Although he said this aloud, Chu Xiu inwardly grinned slyly, wondering how his small body could withstand the retaliation of a mighty quasi-emperor. Auntie Luo helplessly replied, "As long as you can make me love you, anything is fine, but don't do anything improper or I can't guarantee your safety," making Chu Xiu raise an eyebrow and ask, "What counts as improper? You're making this difficult. Should I return the compass?" So Auntie Luo crossed her arms and bluntly said, "I mean those shameful things you and your master have done, don't do them with me," immediately changing Chu Xiu's expression. It felt like lightning struck Chu Xiu's mind as his face twisted horribly, wondering what she meant and whether she had secretly been watching him so often that she even knew about those embarrassing moments. Auntie Luo awkwardly looked away and denied it. "It wasn't me, it was that purple-robed person," making Chu Xiu raise a hand in disbelief and ask, "Just how much have you two seen?" While Auntie Luo quietly replied in embarrassment, "We really do know that every time you end up leaning against the wall afterward." Auntie Luo then curiously asked, "Aren't you the primordial sacred body? Why does it exhaust you so much?" while Chu Xiu held his head and replied, blame her for sealing my cultivation, otherwise I. Auntie Luo immediately exposed him. She doesn't always seal your cultivation either, making Chu Xiu grit his teeth and clench his fists before managing only, you people. Then helplessly sighing and changing the subject, we should discuss how to make you fall in love with me, to which Auntie Luo nodded and asked, what are you planning? He then stepped forward, wrapped Auntie Luo in his arms and smiled, how does it feel, anything special? Hearing this, Auntie Luo remained completely calm and shook her head. Seeing this, Chu Xiu slowly moved his face closer to Auntie Luo's. He suddenly kissed her on the lips, blushing as he found the sensation cool and sweet, while Green Bull could no longer hold back and cursed, hey, my first kiss, you too? After a while, seeing Auntie Luo still show no reaction, Chu Xiu released her and asked, still nothing? And when she calmly nodded, he smoothly replied, looks like you'll need long-term treatment. Your condition is really difficult. Chu Xiu proposed another idea. How about this? Come somewhere with me in a few days, and once we get there, I guarantee you'll fall in love with me. Hearing this, Auntie Luo could not help rubbing her chin while looking at him curiously. By nightfall, Chu Xiu was returning home and smiled smugly as he reached the gate, thinking that now he had broken through the divine ability realm. Tomorrow morning, he would travel with Auntie Luo to the Abyss Great Wall to search for the primordial sacred body, and with her beside him, no one would dare touch him. He opened the door and entered, saw Meng Dai still sitting in the hall and said, Master, your disciple has come to cultivate with you. As he walked inside, Chu Xiu asked, Master, did you know your disciple was coming and wait here to seduce me? Making Meng Dai look up from her book and raise an eyebrow at him. She closed the book and replied somewhat irritably, dream on, who has time to wait for you? She put the book away, stepped down from her seat and approached Chu Xiu before bringing her nose close to him as if checking the scent on his body. Meng Dai crossed her arms and probed, is Luo Qingyu really that tempting to you? You spent the entire day with her, didn't you? You're covered in her scent, making Chu Xiu break into a guilty sweat. Chu Xiu immediately wrapped his arms around Meng Dai's slender waist and smiled. I merely wanted to ask Auntie Luo for some cultivation advice. Meng Dai slapped his hands away, jealousy clear on her face as she snorted. That sounds nice, but who knows how you asked her for advice? Was it the same way you usually ask me? Chu Xiu quickly held her hand and gently said, don't push me away, I came to say goodbye because tomorrow I'm leaving for Heavenly Abyss Dragon City. Making his beloved master hurriedly ask, didn't you just return to the sacred land? Why are you leaving again? Both demon races are eager to kill you, so be careful not to die there. Chu Xiu gently stroked his master's smooth face and smiled. Are you really that worried about me? His beloved master suddenly bit his finger hard, frowned, and coldly said, you're imagining things. I can't wait for you to die outside and disappear from my sight. Tell me, what are you going there for? And Chu Xiu awkwardly replied, this trip isn't merely for training. More importantly, I need to obtain the corpse of an ancient sacred body, so I won't be traveling alone. Hearing this, his beloved master immediately pressed, who are you going with? Don't tell me it's that Luo Qingyu again. Making Chu Xiu break into a sweat as he hurriedly explained, I'm taking her because she's a quasi-emperor, so nobody would dare touch her. While Meng Dai remained jealous and turned away without another word. Seeing this, Chu Xiu could only sweetly comfort her. Master, don't blame yourself for being unable to protect me. How could a true man let a woman protect him? You only need to remain beautiful as a flower and peacefully bear my children. Meng Dai coldly slapped his hand away again and indifferently replied, get lost. I never once thought about protecting you, so keep dreaming. Then Chu Xiu gently guided her toward the lotus throne and whispered, Master, it's already late, so why don't we use this rare beautiful night to help your disciple cultivate? He then pressed his master onto the throne and whispered, once your disciple leaves tomorrow, it'll be a long time before master can teach me again. While Meng Dai obediently went along as usual and affectionately scolded, Chu Xiu, you rebellious disciple, before her ambiguous moans soon filled the mysterious room as they passionately exchanged techniques throughout the night. A few days later, Heavenly Abyss Dragon City was covered everywhere in thick white snow. Chu Xiu and Luo Qingyu walked side by side toward the main gate of Heavenly Abyss Dragon City, where a man was already waiting, and upon seeing them he immediately approached, cupped his hands and asked, are you the sacred son of Tai Su Sacred Land? Before introducing himself as Zhang Tai, captain of the 4th Battalion of the 3rd Army under General Jiang Qi. Chu Xiu remained indifferent and briefly replied, that's me, while Zhang Tai hurriedly added, General Jiang Qi learned beforehand that your highness the sacred son would come to Heavenly Abyss Dragon City, so he specifically ordered me to wait here and invite you over. Making Chu Xiu nod, very well. Zhang Tai glanced at Auntie Luo and asked, may I ask who this young lady accompanying you is? and Chu Xiu quickly introduced her. This is my cultivation partner. Her name is Yu Qingxi. Zhang Tai immediately gestured invitingly. So she's your highness, the sacred son's cultivation partner. Forgive me for failing to recognize her. Then please follow me together to the Third Army camp. After Zhang Tai walked some distance ahead, Auntie Luo quietly asked, why did you arbitrarily give me the name Yu Qingxi? And Chu Xiu looked at her with a meaningful smile, because I want to plant a flower in jade. Although Auntie Luo did not fully understand the implication, she did not ask further, and the two followed him to a massive building. Zhang Tai stopped and announced, we have arrived. Chu Xiu tilted his head and whispered to Auntie Luo, wait outside for me. If I need anything, I will call you in. Luo Qingyu did not object and softly replied. Chu Xiu lifted the curtain and entered, where a beautiful woman was already waiting, greeting him. Chu Xiu, you finally decided to come. She approached him, placed a hand on his chest, and whispered, this is our first private meeting, though I have heard many of your glorious deeds before. You truly are impressive. The woman was General Jiang Qi. Chu Xiu respectfully replied, this junior came here to train, so I will have to trouble senior to look after me. Jiang Qi smiled, holy son, you are far too polite, but your supreme purity holy land currently has no one stationed here, so why not register under my army? Rest assured, I will not restrict your freedom. Chu Xiu smiled happily. That was exactly my intention. Thank you, senior, for arranging. Jiang Qi took out a command token and handed it to him, saying, good, take this token. From now on, you are officially a member of my Third Army. After receiving the token, its information appeared clearly. Name, Chu Xiu, rank, soldier, affiliation, Third Army, current battle merit points 0. Once Chu Xiu took the token, Jiang Qi regretfully said, what a pity. If you had arrived earlier, while Heavenly Dragon City was still accepting enlistment, the 10 great saints you killed in the secret realm could all have earned you a considerable amount of battle merit points. Those points could have been exchanged for many valuable treasures, but since you are already here, Holy Son, why don't we visit the Battle Merit Hall? With that, the two left the camp and walked toward the Battle Merit Hall. Chu Xiu surveyed everything displayed before him and inwardly sighed that battle merit points here could be exchanged for so many treasures, making the lost points truly regrettable. A price list appeared before him. Killing a demon barbarian at the Sea Wheel Realm earned 1 battle merit point, Divine Bridge Realm 5 points, Other Shore Realm 10 points, Dao Palace Realm 50 points, Holy King Realm 5 billion points, and Quasi-Emperor Realm 500 billion points. Studying the information carefully, Chu Xiu silently calculated that these were clearly the rules for exchanging battle merit points for rewards. Half an hour later, Chu Xiu and Auntie Luo had left the hall and were slowly heading deeper into the vast snowy forest when Auntie Luo suddenly asked, are you planning to earn battle merit points? Chu Xiu calmly replied, with benefits right before me, why wouldn't I take them? He thought to himself that killing demon barbarians could increase his cultivation and let him refine their essence crystals, and now they could also earn battle merit points, so gaining 3 benefits from 1 kill was simply too profitable. Meanwhile, within demon barbarian territory stood the majestic ancient trees of Fox Mountain. A fox demon knelt before someone and carefully reported, Lord Yu, I just received news from the front that the Holy Son of Supreme Purity Holy Land has appeared on the Heavenly Dragon City battlefield. Seated above was Tu Shan Yu, an alluring fox beauty who lazily said, HMPH, after killing so many of my demons, he still dares come to Heavenly Dragon City? Interesting, does he have a guardian protecting him? The fox demon respectfully lowered his head and replied, only a woman at the Lesser Saint realm accompanies him. Hearing this, Tu Shanyu waved her hand and said, I understand, you may leave. She inwardly wondered, my brother said Chu Xiu is extremely cunning and treacherous. Did he truly come without a guardian? Soon after, Tu Shanyu summoned Qing Zhu, the girl once transformed by Chu Xiu, who slowly approached and respectfully said, your disciple is here. Tu Shanyu said, I am very interested in that boy and want to see him myself. Are you willing to come with me? Tu Shan Qingzu calmly replied, since master wishes to go, your disciple will naturally follow. Tu Shanyu smiled meaningfully and murmured, my concealment technique is unmatched in the world, and even a holy king would struggle to detect me, so there is no need to fear any mishap. Let us see what kind of person Chu Xiu truly is. The scene returns to Chu Xiu and Luo Qingyu as they move step by step through the snow-covered forest. After walking for a while, Auntie Luo suddenly stopped and said, I've found the small dimension you mentioned. Chu Xiu looked at her and asked, you found it? And Auntie Luo replied that it was concealed by an extremely powerful restriction and would only appear when the blood moon rose high. Chu Xiu asked whether it could be opened directly, and Auntie Luo replied, we can try, but it'll take time. Wait here for a few hours. so Chu Xiu leaned against a nearby tree and thought waiting was boring, so he might as well find some demons to kill. Just then, a strange disturbance in the distance caught his attention. He looked into the distance and murmured, "Humans and demons are fighting over there, I should go take a look." He used his movement technique, leaped onto a high rock and smiled while watching below. Below, several demons and humans were fighting fiercely, and as Chu Xiu stroked his chin and watched, a powerful golden force suddenly ambushed the humans from behind. Caught completely off guard, they immediately spat blood, their faces twisting in pain. The demons shouted excitedly at Qi Yuan, "Why did you only arrive now?" The attacker was Qi Yuan, a monkey demon, who laughed and said, "Nether Serpent, don't blame me. You know Liu Hongyi has been wreaking havoc in Heavenly Demon City lately, and I rushed here immediately after finishing the siege against her, so I've been loyal enough." Hearing the name Liu Hongyi, Chu Xiu's expression darkened and his brows furrowed before he immediately descended gracefully from above. Another serpent spotted him and pointed while shouting, "A human." Qi Yuan asked in surprise who he was, but Chu Xiu said nothing and raised his hand to perform one of the 36 true martial forms, True Martial Mountain Embrace. A gigantic mountain descended upon the demons with heaven-shaking force, making the earth tremble violently. Chu Xiu approached the crushed Qi Yuan and coldly asked where Liu Hongyi was, and Qi Yuan coughed blood before tremblingly replying, "She's imprisoned in Heavenly Demon City," making Chu Xiu decide to retrieve that girl after obtaining the primordial sacred body's corpse. Not far away, Qingzhu hid behind a tree and transmitted, "Master, it's me, Qingzhu." Without turning around, Chu Xiu transmitted back, "Why are you here?" And Qingzhu replied, "I came with my master. She's interested in you and told me to follow and find you." Chu Xiu smiled, thinking this was perfect timing because while he had been wondering how to safely enter Heavenly Demon City, a great saint had conveniently delivered herself to him. Chu Xiu then vanished from the spot and Qingzhu told Tu Shanyu, "Master, he's gone." So Tu Shanyu stepped from the void and immediately said, "Let's go, hurry and follow him." A short while later, the two disguised themselves as humans and blocked Chu Xiu's path, with Tu Shanyu softly calling, "Fellow cultivator." Chu Xiu played along and asked, "Who are you and why are you blocking my way?" Qingzhu pleaded, "Fellow cultivator, please save us sisters," while Tu Shanyu also begged, "Please help us." Inwardly, she smiled smugly, planning to determine whether he had a guardian and if not, capture him and sell him in Heavenly Demon City because auctioning the human Taisu Holy Sun would fetch a fortune. While Chu Xiu smiled gently and said, "I can save you, but first tell me your names and backgrounds," thinking Tu Shanyu's acting was decent but still amateur before Chu the Samanic. Tu Shanyu stepped forward with 2 tears at the corners of her eyes and said, "I am Tu Yunai and she is my elder sister Tu Zu-er. We are wives of Chen Ba, a soldier from Heavenly Valor City, and after our husband disappeared 2 months ago, we came searching for him but unexpectedly attracted the demon's attention." Chu Xiu asked what realm the pursuing demons were at, inwardly thinking even the wisest could make mistakes because Tu Shanyu never imagined her closest disciple was already Chu the Samanic's subordinate. Tu Shanyu replied, "Our cultivation is too low to tell. We only know he can casually tear open the void." Stroking his chin, Chu Xiu said, "Then he's at least a great saint, but with your cultivation, how did you provoke one?" Making Tu Shanyu briefly panic at his detailed questioning and wonder whether he had a guardian nearby. She moved closer, grabbed his sleeve and said, "Fellow cultivator, you don't understand that Fox Demon is lustful and saw that we sisters were beautiful, so he wanted to capture us for indecent purposes." Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately became furious and said, "Those demons truly deserve to die." Then she closed her eyes and added, "They're even better at playing around than I am." Those words made Tu Shanyu blush speechlessly, while Chu Xiu asked what that demon looked like and she described an extremely beautiful woman with silver hair, fox ears, and 9 tails. Chu Xiu blurted out, "True Lord of Heavenly Evolution," then immediately denied it, and when Tu Shanyu asked whether he knew her, Chu Xiu confirmed that he did. Then he said, "All right, follow me, I'll protect you." The two slowly followed him through the snowy landscape for some distance, while Tu Shanyu secretly calculated after sweeping the surroundings several times with her spiritual sense. Finding nobody stronger than her within tens of thousands of miles, she suddenly stopped, covered her mouth and laughed, so naive. Truly too naive, making Chu Xiu turn around and ask in surprise what was wrong while wondering whether she had finally stopped pretending. Tu Shanyu revealed her true form and laughed savagely, I never expected Sacred Son Chu to be arrogant and foolish enough to come alone to Heavenly Abyss without a protector. How disappointing. Haha, Chu Xiu, you've fallen into my trap. I am Great Saint Tu Shan, and this entire act was merely to determine whether you had a protector. She laughed loudly. Haha, scream for help until your throat tears and nobody will save you. Run until your legs break and you still won't escape my grasp. Then turned to Qing Zhu and said, "Good disciple, tell me, isn't your master right?" But after a while, Qing Zhu remained motionless, making Tu Shanyu ask in surprise why her disciple wasn't laughing. She then turned and shouted at Chu Xiu, "Why aren't you scared at all? You're not allowed to look so calm, you should be shocked and screaming." At that moment, Qing Zhu suddenly apologized to her master, leaving Tu Shanyu utterly confused as she stared at her disciple. Immediately afterward, Qing Zhu admitted that she was actually a spy, sending Tu Shanyu into utter panic as Qing Zhu calmly walked over to Chu Xiu's side while her master stared in disbelief, unable to accept the truth. She loudly questioned, "Qing Zhu, what are you saying? Did Chu Xiu threaten you? Don't be afraid, just tell your master and I'll help you." Qing Zhu ignored her completely, merely turned toward Chu Xiu with a gentle smile and softly called, "Master," while Chu Xiu stroked her cheek with an affectionate smile. Seeing their intimacy, Tu Shanyu desperately screamed, "No, this is absolutely impossible. You damned bastard, what exactly did you do to my Qing Zhu?" And hearing this while nestled in Chu Xiu's arms, Qing Zhu became slightly angry and reminded her, "Master, please show my master some respect." Hearing this, Tu Shanyu's fury erupted as she pointed at Qing Zhu and shouted, "Tu Shan Qing Zhu, do you know what you're doing? I am your master, yet you dare raise your voice at me? What kind of bewitching potion did he give you to make you betray your master and ancestors like this?" Qing Zhu ignored her scolding and raised her head to kiss Chu Xiu on the lips. After the kiss, she smiled at Tu Shanyu and said, "Master has attained the supreme great Tao, so master, you should quickly join us too." Unable to suppress her anger, Tu Shanyu gathered demonic power in her palm and shouted, "What supreme great Tao? Today I'll kill this brat and drag you back to find out what evil art has bewitched you." While Chu Xiu merely frowned without fear and asked, "You're using your ultimate move right from the start." He clenched his fist with a solemn expression, seemingly preparing to unleash a powerful ultimate technique in retaliation. Yet unexpectedly, Chu Xiu threw his head back and shouted with all his strength, "Auntie Luo, save me." His action left Tu Shanyu staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed in utter disbelief. Sure enough, immediately after his shout, Luo Qingyu suddenly appeared floating in midair, her hair fluttering in the wind and her face cold as ice as she slowly descended and stood before Chu Xiu. Tu Shanyu was horrified upon recognizing the newcomer and thought, "This is the legendary Quasi-Emperor, but why would someone of her stature obey Chu Xiu? Could that Chu Xiu know some kind of soul control art?" Standing behind her, Chu Xiu immediately requested, "Auntie Luo, help me seal this little fox girl's cultivation." Without another word, Auntie Luo stepped forward and pointed one finger at Tu Shanyu, instantly forming a blue formation diagram at her fingertip. Tears streamed down Tu Shanyu's face as she regretfully thought, "Sob, my elder brother warned me that Chu Xiu wasn't simple, I really shouldn't have provoked him." And within moments, Auntie Luo completely sealed her cultivation, yet despite her fear she still shouted threateningly, "Don't come any closer, I'm very fierce, and even with my cultivation sealed I can still bite." Chu Xiu was unfazed by such childish threats and leisurely walked over to pinch Tu Shanyu's cheek, provocatively saying, "Oh, really? If you can, then try biting me." Qing Zhu smiled from the side and chimed in, "Master, stop crying. Before long you will surely be thanking Master yourself." Determined to die rather than submit to humiliation, Tu Shanyu loudly declared, "Since I have fallen into your hands, consider me unlucky. Do whatever you want, but I, Tu Shanyu, will never submit." Chu Xiu said nothing more and raised his hand as streams of blood-red light emerged from his palm, gradually condensing into a sphere. The blood-red sphere grew larger and larger, filling Tu Shanyu's face with utter terror. Watching nearby, Auntie Luo wondered, "What is that? Could it be a mystical ability seed? How can such a bizarre mystical ability seed exist in this world? Could this be the unique path that Brat mentioned before? As expected of someone bearing blood-red fortune, his abilities are truly extraordinary." Chu Xiu's mystical ability seed quickly flew toward Tu Shanyu, making her panic and scream, "What is this? Release me immediately." But soon the seed completely enveloped her body. 3 hours later, obvious cracks began appearing across the mystical ability seed. Watching closely nearby, Chu Xiu inwardly sighed that transforming a great saint was indeed far harder than transforming someone at the mystical ability realm like Tu Shan Qing Zhu, and the consumption was several times greater. Just then, the mystical ability seed suddenly split in two, revealing Tu Shanyu inside, though her eyes remained closed and she had yet to awaken. Luo Qingyu slowly stepped forward and said, "If my guess is correct, you forcibly twisted and altered her path, directly connecting it to your own, so to her you are no different from the heavenly path itself. No wonder Tu Shan Qingzu depends on you and remains absolutely loyal." Chu Xiu glanced at Auntie Luo and asked in surprise, "You actually figured it out?" Hearing his frank admission, Auntie Luo was deeply shocked and wondered whether this brat Chu Xiu truly intended to defy heaven. Her gaze grew distant as she continued, warning, "Your path is indeed unique and immensely powerful, but once you reach the Quasi-Emperor realm, I fear you will face an extremely terrifying backlash from the heavenly path. The heavenly path is emotionless and unconscious, yet it will never allow another path to stand equal to it or permit a living being beyond its control." Chu Xiu looked up at the vast sky and calmly replied, "Heaven never completely seals mankind's path to survival. I will definitely find a way to solve this problem." After the two talked for a while longer, Tu Shanyu gradually awakened and slowly opened her eyes to look around. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, her gaze had completely changed without the slightest resentment, and she happily ran toward him saying, "Master, thank you for granting me an entirely new life." Chu Xiu gently stroked her head and praised, "Good girl." Tu Shanyu thoroughly enjoyed it, smiling with delight. Qingzu then said, "Congratulations, Master, on receiving a new life." Tu Shanyu pouted and complained, "Disciple, you had already submitted to Master but never told me. Otherwise, I would have become Master's little fox long ago." Auntie Luo observed her for a long while before exclaiming, "This transformation method is truly miraculous. The bloodline flowing through this little fox seems to be reverting to its ancestral origin." Hearing this, Tu Shanyu hurriedly asked, "Senior, could you know my ancestor?" Auntie Luo coldly replied, "The nine-tailed celestial fox reached the Quasi-Emperor realm during the ancient era and possessed immense power, enough to contend equally with Demon Yi. Now that your bloodline has reverted to its ancestral origin, you have gained a slight chance of reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm." Hearing that she had a chance to reach the Quasi-Emperor realm, Tu Shanyu was ecstatic and immediately jumped onto Chu Xiu, repeatedly kissing his cheek while saying, "I must thank Master for granting Yu Nai a new life." Afterward, she kept chirping, "Master, Master." Chu Xiu asked in confusion, "What is it?" Tu Shanyu slowly voiced her wish, "Could you also grant my elder brother a new life? Right now he is neither truly male nor female, and looking at him is honestly so irritating." Hearing this, Chu Xiu still did not fully understand what she meant. Auntie Luo said, "Your path is still too immature to bear the paths of two great saints at once." After the reminder, Chu Xiu thought, no wonder transforming Tu Shanyu felt so difficult. If so, won't my plan to rapidly expand my forces have to be postponed? Tu Shanyu sadly said, "Doesn't that mean my elder brother has lost his chance at a new life? Brother, I am sorry for taking your place, but don't worry. When the opportunity comes, I will definitely ask Master to transform you." Knowing there was no other way, Chu Xiu asked Luo Qingyu, "Auntie Luo, how is that small dimension?" And Luo Qingyu replied, "I was about to break the restriction when I had to rescue you, but now that everything is settled, I'll continue, so wait here for about 6 hours." Hearing the long wait, Tu Shanyu suggested, "6 hours is too boring, why don't we do something meanwhile?" And Chu Xiu asked blankly, "What do you mean?" So Tu Shanyu excitedly said, "Master, Fox Mountain has a special cultivation technique that can greatly accelerate cultivation." Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately imagined Tu Shan Qingzu and Tu Shanyu cultivating with him and grinned wickedly before nodding excitedly. "Fine, let's find somewhere quiet and start cultivating." 6 hours later, Auntie Luo quietly appeared inside the cave where the three were staying and announced that the restriction sealing the small dimension had been completely broken. Looking inside, however, she saw Tu Shanyu and Tu Shan Qingzu lying exhausted beside Chu Xiu while he remained cross-legged in cultivation. Luo Qingyu blushed and wondered whether they had just done that sort of thing, while Chu Xiu remained completely focused on cultivating. A long while later, he finally told Tu Shanyu, "You two wait here for me," and she obediently replied, "Yes, Master." Then after Chu Xiu and Auntie Luo left, Tu Shanyu turned toward her disciple. "You little brat, when did you learn those techniques?" Tu Shan Qingzu smiled, took out a book titled 69 Cultivation Positions and replied, "I only learned them recently, Master. Would you like to read this book?" She pouted eagerly and said, "You had something this good and kept it from me. Hurry and give it here." Then Tu Shanyu immediately snatched the book. The scene shifted inside that mysterious small dimension, where Chu Xiu had finally reached his destination. Gazing silently at the man meditating amid the golden water, Chu Xiu felt deeply shaken and wondered why his heart was beating so fast and whether this was resonance between those sharing the same origin, marveling that the primordial sacred body remained completely intact despite being dead for countless years. Chu Xiu immediately approached the man's corpse and noticed several lines carved into the ground, reading, "I, Du Gu Baishan, cultivated for 5,000 years and reached the great saint level with my sacred body. Yet my lifespan was only tens of thousands of years. So I traveled through the cosmos to this continent seeking a chance at rebirth and finally discovered a clue." After reading the words left on the ground, Chu Xiu looked confused and suspicious. However, he quickly dismissed those thoughts because the urgent priority was devouring this corpse. So he summoned his divine ability seed above the man's body and began absorbing it. Before long, Chu Xiu suddenly smiled sinisterly and said, "Senior Du Gu, you're truly skilled at scheming." And immediately a phantom shot from the man's body and praised him. "You're indeed extraordinary to discover the problem so quickly. My long wait was truly worthwhile, ha ha ha. Young man, hand your body over to this old man," he said while pointing at Chu Xiu as streams of blood-colored spiritual power gathered around him. Chu Xiu showed no fear, merely smiled calmly, extended 2 fingers and said, "Senior, if you want to possess my body, I'm afraid it won't be that easy." 10 days later, Chu Xiu walked out looking exhausted and stretched comfortably, saying, "Hugh, I never expected that old man to be so difficult." Just as the system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully devoured the origin of a fully developed sacred body." The reward was 50 attribute points that the host could distribute whenever desired, but Chu Xiu decided to wait and see before using them, while Auntie Luo was already waiting ahead. Seeing Chu Xiu finally emerge, Auntie Luo asked, "Why were you inside so long?" And he scratched his head before asking, "How long was I in there?" To which Auntie Luo briefly replied, 10 days. Auntie Luo looked visibly angry and turned away, saying, "In 3 days that annoying purple-robed person will appear again, yet you promised to make me love you." So Chu Xiu hurried over, wrapped an arm around her waist and awkwardly explained, "Auntie Luo, don't be angry. That old man inside tried to possess me, so I had to fight him for ages. I definitely wasn't deliberately wasting time." Auntie Luo exclaimed in surprise, "A quasi-emperor remnant soul tried to possess you, yet you're completely unharmed." And Chu Xiu smiled, "Yeah, perhaps my fortune is simply too powerful." As he spoke, his mischievous hand secretly slipped beneath Auntie Luo's clothes, making her smack his forehead and scold, "Powerful fortune or not, what is that naughty hand doing inside my clothes? You rotten brat, don't push your luck or I'll make sure you can never touch another woman again." So Chu Xiu coughed awkwardly and laughed, "Ahem, force of habit, Auntie Luo, don't be angry." Just then, Tu Shan Qingzhu and Tu Shan Yu appeared together, with Qingzhu respectfully calling, "Master," while Tu Shan Yu joyfully exclaimed, "Master, you're finally back." Tu Shan Yu excitedly rushed forward and hugged Chu Xiu tightly, acting spoiled as she said, "Master, Yun, I missed you so much." And Chu Xiu smiled gently, "Did anyone dare bully you while I was away?" "Master, you're worrying too much. This is our territory. Who would dare bully us here?" Chu Xiu rubbed Tu Shan Yu's head. "Let's go. We've already been delayed for over 10 days. It's time to head to Heavenly Demon City." And she immediately nodded, "All right, I'll lead Master into the city," before everyone boarded the flying ship and headed straight there. As they approached, Tu Shan Yu blushed shyly and said, "Master, stay at my inn tonight," while Chu Xiu readily replied, "Sure." The group then arrived at the Tu Shan Inn, and Chu Xiu looked up at its impressive scale and thought to himself, "I never expected the Tu Shan Fox clan to own such a sizable business in Heavenly Demon City. And since Tu Shan Yu is mine now, doesn't that mean I also own a share of this inn?" The inn manager hurried out to welcome them. "May I ask what instructions Lord Shan Yu has for personally visiting Heavenly Demon City?" And she replied, "I've noticed Heavenly Demon City's defenses are much tighter than before. Has something major happened recently?" Lord Shan Yu may not know, but Heavenly Demon City hasn't been very peaceful lately, as a group of humans has been hiding in the shadows and causing trouble. Hearing this, Chu Xiu softly exclaimed with a meaningful look. At the same time, on the railing of a nearby tall building, 3 figures dressed entirely in black clung to the railing and watched below as one said, "Lord Feng, judging by the current situation, I'm afraid Liu Hongyi can no longer be rescued." While Lord Feng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, "We've tracked that supreme treasure for nearly 100 years, and now it's in the hands of the girl Liu Hongyi rescued. So we must find a way to save them, or all our years of effort will have been wasted." The person beside him asked, "Lord Feng is right, but what should we do now?" Lord Feng gave an extremely sinister smile, stroked his chin, and replied, "Then let's throw Heavenly Demon City into complete chaos so we can take advantage of the confusion." Back inside the Tu Shan Inn, Chu Xiu looked toward the sky and pondered, The Lord of Heavenly Demon City, Great Saint Zio, is no ordinary figure either, since he actually devised a method of refining a divine weapon with human blood essence, while inwardly thinking that Hong Yi truly was an extremely loyal woman. I heard the granddaughter of Elder Lin, who once took us in, was captured and she risked everything to rescue her. He rubbed his forehead and smiled faintly, thinking this trait of hers truly resembled that man. Hong Yi, hold on just a little longer, you'll be free soon. Just then Tu Shanyu returned with a radiant smile and happily said, Master, Yunai is back. Yunai successfully completed every task Master assigned, she said before affectionately leaping into Chu Xiu's arms. I met Liu Hongyi and Lin Kaio they're both safe, and I personally delivered the formation diagram Master gave me into their hands, she said, recalling how Liu Hongyi had unfolded the diagram and examined it intently. Chu Xiu praised her. Yunai, well done, nobody suspected you, right? And Tu Shanyu immediately replied, absolutely nobody suspected me. Her face suddenly reddened as she smiled sweetly and acted spoiled. If Master gives Yunai a kiss, Yunai has another piece of intelligence to tell Master. Seeing this girl dare bargain with him, Chu Xiu firmly pinched her backside and scolded, what, you dare make demands of your master? And Tu Shanyu immediately admitted her mistake after feeling the pain. Master, Yunai knows she was wrong, Yunai shouldn't have dared make such a demand, and Chu Xiu replied, fine, your generous master will forgive you this time, now tell me what intelligence you have. I just received intelligence from my elder brother Shang Jiang, and he suspects that Master is actually the famous demonic Chu who once ranked on the Lesser Saint ranking. Shang Jiang knows demonic Chu has a very close relationship with Liu Hongyi, so he believes that if you truly are Chu the Samonic, you'll definitely appear to rescue Liu Hongyi, and if that happens, the hostile forces you've offended will gather again to surround and kill you. That elder brother of yours really has become somewhat smarter. Good, this is the reward Master grants you. With that, he moved closer, gently lifted Yunai's chin, then gave her a passionate kiss while his restless hand repeatedly caressed Yunai's full breasts. Sister Luo, hidden within Auntie Luo's body, immediately praised with great interest, excellent, this is truly little brother Chu Xiu. As expected, he really knows how to please women. Then perhaps I can learn this trick too and use it on little brother someday. Just thinking about it already feels exciting. At this moment, Tu Shan Qingzu gently approached, carrying a cup of fragrant tea, respectfully offered it and said, Master, please have some tea. Chu Xiu quickly reached out and accepted the tea, inwardly sighing, what is happiness? This moment is happiness. Imagining Tu Shanyu and Tu Shan Qingzu surrounding and serving him, he secretly laughed, thinking that if life could be like this, what more could he ask for? Just as he was immersed in his pleasant fantasy, Auntie Luo suddenly asked, what are you planning to do next? There are currently 4 holy kings guarding Celestial Demon City, while the woman named Tian Yao, a descendant of the demon butterfly, possesses an imperial weapon, and that mountain spirit also has an imperial weapon. Chu Xiu curled his lips slightly and calmly replied, there is no need to rush. Hong Yi's group still needs more time to arrange the formation. Before we officially act, I will make one holy king lose the ability to fight, and the target will most likely be Tian Yao. Several days later, the scene shifted to Celestial Demon City, where crowds of demons filled the busy streets. Suddenly, many demons walking along the streets began coughing up mouthfuls of blood. One after another, they collapsed painfully to the ground. A Rabbit Clan man and woman witnessed the scene and exclaimed in horror, what is going on? What happened to them? Soon after those words left her mouth, the Rabbit Clan woman also began bleeding from all 7 orifices, and moments later both of them suffered the same miserable fate and collapsed. At this moment, a group of people completely concealed beneath cloaks quietly emerged. The person standing outside praised, Lord Feng's mastery of the poison path truly grows more profound by the day. The person inside replied, of course, this is the Black Plague that Lord Feng devoted all his efforts to developing. It is extremely contagious, and unless stopped in time, it will quickly spread throughout the entire city. After surveying the horrific results he had created, Lord Feng coldly turned away and said, we should withdraw. Not long after the group left, Shang Jiang appeared at the scene, crouched down to check the pulse at a demon's neck, then exclaimed, this poison is truly vicious. What shocking secret is Liu Hongyi still hiding? How could those who came to rescue her be so utterly devoted to her? Elsewhere atop the rooftops of Celestial Demon City, a powerful ape clan warrior suddenly appeared and roared furiously toward the sky. You human rats deserve death. after going through so much trouble, isn't your goal simply to take Liu Hongyi away? I will absolutely never let you have your way. I will drag every last one of you out, tear out your tendons, skin you alive, and extract your souls to refine artifacts. The scene then returned to the Fox Mountain residence. Inside the room, Tu Shanyu reported to Chu Ziu, Master, an unidentified group of humans is currently poisoning and slaughtering large numbers of demon civilians. Their target is Miss Liu Hongyi, and this cannot help but make Yunai worried. Chu Ziu gently stroked her head reassuringly and slowly replied, "Don't worry, since I have personally come here, those people hiding in the shadows are destined to fail." Anger surged within him as he thought, "You dare target Liu Hongyi? I will make sure none of you leave alive." Just then, Shang Jiang entered and said, "Little Yunai, Celestial Demon City has been rather unstable lately, so you had better leave this place first." Tu Shanyu replied, "I still have some personal matters to handle, so I can't leave yet." And Shang Jiang sternly said, "Be good and listen to me. You must leave this dangerous place as soon as possible." Tu Shanyu put her hands on her hips and stubbornly said, "Brother, stop meddling in my affairs. Are you really planning to keep appearing before people with this effeminate appearance? You look neither male nor female. Maybe I should just call you Big Sister from now on." And hearing this mockery, Shang Jiang gritted his teeth angrily. "Your brother ended up like this entirely because of that damn Chu Ziu." Suddenly noticing a stranger behind his sister, he asked, "Yunai, who's that man behind you?" Then frowned and wondered why this person's gaze seemed so familiar and why seeing him made him feel strangely uncomfortable. Tu Shanyu happily introduced him. "Brother, let me introduce him. His name is Tu Shan Nongyu, a clansman I recently met who wandered alone since childhood and fortunately encountered me along the way, so don't be mean to him." Hearing this fabricated story, Chu Ziu smiled and thought, "Not bad, this little fox girl has certainly learned some tricks, even using the name Nong Yu, but she's genuinely clever and successfully diverted Shang Jiang's attention." Hearing the name Tu Shan Nong Yu, Shang Jiang's expression darkened. "Tu Shan Nong Yu? What kind of ridiculous name is that? My sister is called Tu Shan Yu, and this guy dares call himself Tu Shan Nong Yu. Is he deliberately flirting with her? What a bastard." Chu Ziu smiled meaningfully and secretly thought, "Look at that jealous expression on Northern King Shang Jiang. He's definitely obsessed with his little sister. If he ever discovers his beloved sister has become mine, wouldn't he go completely insane?" Suddenly, Shang Jiang spoke to Chu Ziu in an extremely serious tone. "Junior, name your price. How much money will it take for you to stay away from my sister?" Hearing this, Chu Ziu looked helpless and thought, "This scene somehow feels strangely familiar." Tu Shanyu hurriedly said, "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about?" But Shang Jiang immediately shouted, "Yunai, stay out of this. I'm asking this brat directly." Chu Ziu smiled amiably and replied, "We're all family here. Talking about money would be too distant," making Shang Jiang even angrier as he grabbed Chu Ziu by the collar and roared, "Who's family with you? Stop talking nonsense or I'll beat you." While Chu Ziu awkwardly called, "Yunai, hurry and calm our brother down." Hearing him, Yunai immediately rushed forward and bit Shang Jiang's hand hard, shouting, "Brother, let him go right now or I'll bite you to death." Shang Jiang froze in disbelief that the beloved sister he had raised for over 1,000 years would bite him so hard to protect a strange man. Chu Ziu hurriedly said, "Yunai, how can you treat our brother so violently? Let go quickly." And Tu Shanyu obediently smiled and released him, leaving Shang Jiang even more stunned. Pretending not to notice Shang Jiang trembling with rage, Chu Ziu continued, "Brother, don't worry. When we return to the room, I'll properly discipline her for you. She's truly too unruly. How could she bite her own brother?" Making Shang Jiang finally clench his fists and charge forward roaring, "You dare say you'll discipline my sister? I'll kill you today." Tu Shanyu immediately stood before Chu Ziu and said, "I'm not even angry, so why are you?" While Shang Jiang pointed at Chu Ziu and shouted, "Didn't you hear him? This brat said he'll discipline you, yet a mere divine ability realm cultivator dares claim he'll discipline a noble great saint like you, and you can actually tolerate that." Tu Shanyu blushed deeply and shyly said, "I happen to like being disciplined by him." Hearing this, Shang Jiang completely broke down, spraying out a mouthful of water as his eyes widened in shock. He helplessly turned away and said, "Forget it, I'll handle my business first. Heavenly Demon City will soon descend into chaos, so Yunai, don't wander around." Then waved his hand, opened a doorway in the void, and stepped through. Chu Ziu wrapped an arm around Tu Shanyu's slender waist and praised her. Yunai is so obedient. You worked hard helping me hide my identity, so let me help you relax a little. The scene shifts to Northern King Shangjiang's cave residence. He tilted his head back and drained a flask of wine to suppress his anger. Qingyu Saint opened a spatial doorway and entered, asking, "Shang Jiang, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy," and he replied, "It's nothing. How are those alchemists doing now?" Qingyu Saint replied, "Your prediction was correct. Those human rats really intended to assassinate Heavenly Demon City's alchemists, but fortunately the Dark Cliff Lady successfully stopped them." Good. Next we must wait for the alchemists to refine the antidote, and fortunately they're all safe. Otherwise the civilians of Heavenly Demon City could die within a short time. But when facing a problem, merely preparing contingencies instead of promptly removing the obstacle won't work. The key is solving the problem at its root, so we must drag those rats hiding in the darkness into the light. Those rats are targeting Liu Hongyi, and since we've already imprisoned her securely, we'll stage her escape amid the chaos and perhaps lure Chu the Samanic into the trap. Shang Jiang slowly explained, "We need a grand illusion art capable of covering all Heavenly Demon City and unknowingly trapping even great saints within the illusion." Qingyu Saint exclaimed in surprise, "What?" but said nothing more before immediately rising to leave. Qingyu Saint, wait here for me, I'll be back shortly. In Heavenly Demon City, the surrounding space suddenly became hazy, while the moon above gradually turned an eerie crimson. Inside the Tu Shan Inn, Chu Ziu, Auntie Luo, Tu Shan Yu, and her disciple Tu Shan Qing, she sat around a round table chatting. Auntie Luo suddenly sensed something unusual, her slender brows tightening as she waved her hand and formed a circular energy barrier around the four, making Tu Shanyu ask in surprise, "Auntie Luo, what happened?" Auntie Luo turned and solemnly told Chu Ziu, "A demon saint king is casting a grand illusion art to pull every living being in Heavenly Demon City into an illusion. He actually dares use such a massive technique. What exactly are they trying to accomplish?" "Wait, could it be because of that?" Auntie Luo calmly replied, "Yes, they want to capture the people who poisoned Heavenly Demon City." While Tu Shanyu, still confused, asked, "Senior Luo, what could serve as the medium for such a large-scale illusion?" Auntie Luo immediately answered without hiding anything, "They're using moonlight as the medium," then looked at the blood-red moon and continued, "This secret art is also filled with an extremely foul stench of blood." Hearing this, Tu Shanyu cried out, "This illusion is the star-revering blood art. It must be the blood demon sovereign's doing." Chu Ziu stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing another Saint King had appeared in Heavenly Demon City, and the difficulty now exceeded expectations, while inwardly reasoning that only those humans angering the city's leadership could make the Blood Demon Sovereign arrange something so massive. So what kind of situation were the demons trying to create to force them into appearing? They must let Hongyi escape to make those people reveal themselves, and the scene shifted to the northern district of Heavenly Demon City. Dense blood energy seemed to cover every corner. On a high railing, 3 fully cloaked figures lay low, watching below as the outermost one anxiously said, "Lord Feng, the restriction has been broken." Lord Feng in the middle immediately said, "Liu Hongyi and the others are trying to escape," while the other added, "I can sense Saint Kings fighting. Could some powerful expert have infiltrated Heavenly Demon City?" Prompting Lord Feng to leap up in order, "Quickly gather everyone, we must get Liu Hongyi out." Meanwhile, Chu Ziu hurriedly told Auntie Luo, "The plan has probably changed, Auntie Luo. We must reach the northern district immediately." While Tu Shanyu anxiously asked, "Master, I want to go with you." Chu Ziu immediately stopped her, "Don't go, stay here to avoid exposing your identity." And Tu Shanyu softly acknowledged him while Auntie Luo waved her hand and opened a teleportation gate. She lifted Chu Ziu with one arm and stepped inside, saying seriously, "The situation changed too quickly, and if Liu Hongyi has even the slightest suspicion about the information Tu Shanyu delivered, your plan will immediately fail. But even if she has no doubts, it'll still be difficult for her to complete your arrangement in such a short time." Chu Ziu replied, "Auntie Luo, you're right, but could you please hold me differently?" Hearing this strange request, Auntie Luo softly acknowledged him and changed her grip, cradling him comfortably in her arms. A gentle fragrance immediately entered Chu Ziu's nose, making him look delighted as he inwardly thought, "Wow, such a rich, milky fragrance." Seeing his strange expression, Auntie Luo coldly asked, "What are you doing?" with a sharp look in her eyes. Chu Ziu paled in fear and hurriedly became serious, changing the subject. "Hongyi must have prepared to cooperate with me, but whether we act early depends on the situation, because if the humans infiltrating Heavenly Demon City are strong enough to hold back the demons for a while, we can rescue them." Auntie Luo nodded in agreement as Chu Ziu continued, If they're too weak and get wiped out instantly, we'll have to wait, at least until the Blood Demon Sovereign leaves before acting. And the two quickly appeared beneath the northern city tower, where Auntie Luo immediately placed concealment talismans on herself and Chu Xiu. Just then, a voice sounded from the city tower above, asking, "How is the blood demon doing?" Above them stood a group of demons facing a single person. It was a girl with a horn on her forehead, and she touched her lips before saying, "Just wait, those rats are coming here now." In their eyes, we are busy fighting the gluttonous Empress of Supreme Purity Holy Land. Golden Ape Demon Sovereign clenched his fists furiously and cursed through gritted teeth. "Those rats all want to seize the chance to rescue Liu Hongyi. Do not kill them immediately, I will torture them until they wish they were dead." Hearing everything, Chu Xiu found it amusing. So these three holy kings were already waiting here. "Aunt Luo, if you suddenly rushed out now, would those holy kings be scared out of their wits?" Auntie Luo calmly replied. "Whether they would be frightened is uncertain, but you would definitely be in extreme danger. If you are not afraid of death, I can try. Ziyu once said you love this kind of excitement." Hearing this, Chu Xiu broke into a cold sweat and stammered speechlessly. At that moment, a group of black-clad figures rapidly charged toward the dazzling light. They were Lord Feng's subordinates, and seeing them, Chu Xiu exclaimed in surprise, "There are actually so many human cultivators hidden within Celestial Demon City, and every one of them has considerable cultivation. What force stands behind them? Even the elite combat power of an ordinary holy land is only around this level, right?" Auntie Luo covered her mouth with a soft laugh and said, "Brat, you greatly underestimate forces like holy lands, ancient clans, and demon barbarian overlords. They have existed for over 1,000,000 years, so naturally they conceal tremendous power." Lord Feng laughed excitedly. "I never expected Celestial Demon City to be attacked so fiercely by a powerful enemy. Heaven is truly helping us. Hurry up and take Liu Hongyi away before those demon barbarian holy kings can react." The group immediately rushed toward the Ring of Light. Golden Ape Demon Sovereign loudly ordered a sealing formation to lock down the void and prevent anyone from escaping, while Chu Xiu watched from concealment and thought, "These guys are truly ruthless. Luckily, I have Aunt Luo backing me this time." Auntie Luo glanced at him and asked, "Still not going to act?" Chu Xiu replied, "Let's wait a little longer and see how things unfold." At that moment, the illusion formation gradually dissipated. Lord Feng's pupils contracted as panic appeared on his face. When the formation completely vanished, countless demons filled the sky and he shouted, "We have fallen into a trap." High above, Golden Ape Demon Sovereign roared furiously, "You rats dared poison people right under my nose. Very well, I swear I will tear you all to pieces." Lord Feng hurriedly shouted, "Venerable Golden Ape, please wait before attacking. Aren't the holy kings here curious why we are so determined to rescue Liu Hongyi? My lords, this matter is closely connected to the heaven beyond heaven." Hearing this, the demons froze in astonishment. The immortal face hiding behind them also thought, as expected, Liu Hongyi is hiding a major secret. Auntie Luo asked Chu Xiu, "Do you know what Liu Hongyi possesses?" He stroked his chin and replied, "No." He currently possessed 2 stone tablets containing records about the heaven beyond heaven, but had yet to investigate their connection to Liu Hongyi. Lord Feng continued, "Can this valuable information buy our lives? As long as my people are allowed to leave safely, I will stay behind alone and tell you everything." A demon woman created an illusory mirror before him and said, "Fine, but I must verify whether you are lying. Speak truthfully before this mirror, and if you lie, it will shatter." Lord Feng immediately said, "Liu Hongyi possesses information about the heaven beyond heaven." The moment he finished speaking, the mirror shattered, and he cried out in panic, "Impossible, I wasn't lying." Golden Ape Demon Sovereign roared furiously, "You still dare deceive us at a time like this?" Chu Xiu watched everything with a cold smile and thought, he wants to sacrifice himself for the greater cause. Sacrifice is admirable, but he dragged Hongyi into this, so all of you should die here. He turned to Auntie Luo and softly said, "Aunt Luo, I will need your help this time." Auntie Luo acknowledged him and said, "After rescuing Liu Hongyi, I want to know what information they possess." Chu Xiu replied, "No problem." Suddenly, he looked behind him and murmured, "What is that?" At that moment, Lord Feng was holding a strange box while members of the Armored Corpse clan tightly bound him with chains. His face twisted in pain, yet his hands still clutched the box tightly. Dai explained, "That's a treasure talisman," making Chu Xiu ask in surprise, "A treasure talisman? I've seen plenty of ordinary talismans, but what's a treasure talisman?" and she explained that such treasures had already been rare in the primordial era and were even rarer and more precious today, with few ancient texts recording them. It was so precious because it could absorb the world's vital energy and combine it with special materials to automatically produce talismans with extraordinary effects. Hearing that it could automatically create talismans, Chuziu thought it sounded just like a printing machine, his eyes gleaming with greed as he excitedly said, "That's an incredibly rare treasure. Hurry, Auntie Luo, seize it and bring it back." Auntie Luo calmly replied, "4 Saint Kings are currently guarding that place, so I can only act if I'm willing to reveal myself now." Hearing this, Chuziu lowered his head into the soft fullness before him, inhaled deeply in satisfaction and smacked his lips, saying, "Then forget it." But Auntie Luo's expression suddenly became vigilant as she quickly told him to wait. Chuziu raised his head and asked what happened, and Auntie Luo solemnly replied that she sensed the aura of a quasi-emperor appearing. Chuziu was startled and asked, "What is that?" And Auntie Luo explained that it was merely a remnant soul, but its aura was extremely unstable. At that tense moment, a mysterious figure slowly approached Lord Feng. The newcomer was extremely unusual, possessing a third eye on his forehead that radiated crimson light, while Auntie Luo immediately withdrew deep into her consciousness to speak with Sister Luo. Sister Luo metaphorically said, "If we're fish beneath the ocean, then that being is a bird soaring through the sky, differing not only in life form but existing on an entirely different level of existence, almost as if." Auntie Luo finished her thought, confirming, "It's a life form that has entered a transcendent realm." She thoughtfully murmured that it was truly extraordinary and seemingly closer to the heavenly Tao than they were, but wondered what exactly it was. Sister Luo mentioned its distinctive whiteness and asked whether the feeling seemed familiar, making Auntie Luo realize it resembled something transformed by the heavenly Tao, just like Tu Shan Yu after Chu Xiu transformed her body. Seeing Auntie Luo lost in thought, Chu Xiu pouted, leaned closer and coquettishly said, "Auntie Luo, don't stare at me like that, you're making me so embarrassed," then repeatedly blew kisses at her. Snapping from her thoughts and seeing his bold behavior, Auntie Luo fiercely flicked his forehead, leaving a large, painful bump on his head. He cried out and complained, "Auntie Luo, how could you hit me so hard?" Then hurried behind her to massage her back flatteringly, apologized for not doing it intentionally and changed the subject. "Auntie Luo, can you use your divine ability to see who that person is?" Since Auntie Luo usually indulged him, she cast an illusion that formed a bright mirror before them, gradually revealing the mysterious person's appearance, and upon seeing him, Chu Xiu smiled meaningfully and thought, "So it's him. Now this is getting interesting." Auntie Luo asked, "Do you know him?" Stroking his chin, Chu Xiu replied, "Yes, not only do I know him, I've even fought him before." Auntie Luo remarked that the crimson vertical eye was extremely sinister and made her uncomfortable, while Chu Xiu eagerly asked her to take him and capture that man immediately, making Auntie Luo ask in surprise, "Aren't you going to rescue Liu Hongyi anymore?" Chu Xiu calmly smirked, "Liu Hongyi can wait, there's no hurry," as the scene shifted deep inside Heavenly Demon City, where everything was shrouded in the silence of night. Tian Yaozai stood on a rooftop and murmured, "Liu Hongyi is imprisoned over there, and I heard the demons used an imprisonment technique so powerful that even imperial weapons can't break it. Are you really certain you can undo it?" A fully robed old man appeared behind him and hoarsely replied, "The barrier contains immortal substance, a higher form of the world's energy, so to break it, that substance must first be extracted." Confused, Tian Yaozai asked, "What immortal substance and immortality are you talking about? What exactly is it?" Just then, Auntie Luo emerged from the void carrying Chu Xiu, startling both of them. She greeted them leisurely. The old man cried in terror, "A quasi-emperor? That woman is a powerful quasi-emperor," before instantly dissolving into the void and fleeing. Tian Yaozai's pupils contracted in horror as the old man's final warning echoed, "Tian Yaozai, you must be extremely careful around them." Shortly afterward, the scene shifted to the underground secret chamber of the Fox Mountain guest residence, where Tian Yaozai was tightly bound to a pillar before Chu Xiu, Auntie Luo and Tu Shan Yu, shouting, "Who are you? Why did you capture me for no reason?" Auntie Luo leisurely took out a glowing golden sphere and said, "Naturally, we have our own reason for capturing you." Chu Xiu turned and teased Tu Shan Yu, "Yunai, your usual games really are quite unusual." Images of their usual intimate moments surfaced in his mind, making him grin wickedly. Tu Shan Yu playfully blinked and said, "Master, I prepared these things especially for naughty children who refuse to obey, and using them feels wonderfully exciting. Would Master like to try?" Chu Xiu jokingly scolded, "Oh, you want me to try them? Little Yunai, you're starting to have naughty thoughts," while Tu Shanyu smiled sweetly. "Master, please don't misunderstand. Yunai will naturally be the one receiving the punishment. As long as Master is happy, Yunai is willing to do anything." And as soon as she finished speaking, she took Chu Xiu's hand and placed it on her full curves. Chu Xiu hugged her tightly and kept caressing Tu Shanyu's smooth backside, whispering, "Silly girl, you'll always be my cutest little girl. How could I bear to treat you cruelly?" While Tu Shanyu shyly replied, "But deep inside, Yunai has always wished, truly wished, that Master would do exactly that." Hearing her thoughts, Chu Xiu inwardly found it amusing that she had such unusual interests. While amid this embarrassingly intimate scene, Tian Yao Zai and Auntie Luo were both left speechless. Tian Yao Zai could only fake a few coughs to break the awkward atmosphere before asking, "Speaking of which, I've never offended Senior, so why did you capture me?" But Auntie Luo coldly ordered, "Tian Yao Zai, shut up and tell the old monster hiding inside your body to come out and speak with me," making his face instantly turn pale as he wondered how they knew this shocking secret. At that moment, the eye on Tian Yao Zai's forehead suddenly emitted a strange glow that slowly spread outward, and soon the image of a gigantic eye appeared before him as a voice sounded from within. "Sai, fellow cultivator, your perception is truly formidable. I'm afraid you noticed us the moment we entered the city." Hearing this, Chu Xiu hurried behind Auntie Luo while she immediately asked, "What exactly are you?" and inwardly thought she had assumed a quasi-emperor's remnant soul was hidden inside Tian Yao Zai, but now it seemed otherwise. The eye replied, "If I told you that even I don't know what I am, would you believe me?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu couldn't help laughing while Auntie Luo remained silent. Then he poked his head out and said, "You don't remember? Fine, then you're useless, Auntie Luo. This thing clearly isn't anything good, so dig it out and seal it before it causes trouble later." Hearing that Chu Xiu wanted to gouge out the eye, the being hurriedly said, "Fellow cultivator, please wait," and Chu Xiu asked, "Oh, did you suddenly remember something?" "My memory truly has problems. I only vaguely remember coming from a continent called Primordial Wilderness, an unimaginably vast place that seemed boundless, with nobody knowing its true size, but I genuinely remember nothing else." Hearing this, Auntie Luo turned to Chu Xiu and asked, "Is the Primordial Wilderness he mentioned the one you spoke about before?" And Chu Xiu replied, "Probably not, because as far as I know, the primordial wilderness in the starry sky is a space created by humans, and its size can't truly be described as vast. It's a composite realm formed from countless smaller spaces," making Auntie Luo think this wasn't the primordial wilderness the eye meant. Before Chu Xiu asked it, "Does the primordial wilderness you mentioned have goddess Nuwa?" And after the eye replied, "I don't know," he asked again, "What about the 3 pure Tao ancestors?" The eye again replied, "I don't know." Chu Xiu then mentioned another name, Eastern Emperor Tei, and the eye immediately reacted, "Eastern Emperor Tei, Eastern Emperor, His Majesty the Eastern Emperor." Chu Xiu's expression suddenly became solemn. He inwardly recalled myths and online novels he had read back on Blue Star, where legends said Eastern Emperor Tei was a peerless being born from the Sun Star who possessed the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell, and founded the demon race alongside his elder brother Dai Jun, becoming the ruler of the ancient heavenly court. Could there truly be a continent called Primordial Wilderness somewhere in this world? Auntie Luo turned and asked, "Who is Eastern Emperor Tei, and why did he become so excited after hearing that name?" And Chu Xiu replied, "I'll explain it to you later." He asked the eye again, "How much more do you know about Eastern Emperor Tei?" But it still replied, "I don't know." "Then why did you come to Celestial Demon City?" The eye said, "This brat wanted to visit Venerable Mountain Spirit, the Lord of Celestial Demon City, so naturally I followed him." Tian Yao Zai pleaded, "Please let me go." Suddenly, Chu Xiu stepped forward and grabbed his mouth. "Brat, you are not being honest. It seems you will not tell the truth unless we take action." "Auntie Luo, get ready to gouge out that eye. My hands have been itching lately, and this eye looks pretty good." Aunt Luo immediately stepped forward and reached toward the eye on Tian Yao Zai's forehead, saying, "If you like it, I will take it for you." Tu Shanyu ran over carrying a plate and happily said, "Master, Yunai has a plate here for this eyeball." Tian Yao Zai trembled in fear, thinking, "The blood eye shares a symbiotic bond with me. If it is gouged out, my soul will be severely wounded, my foundation damaged, and my strength greatly reduced. More importantly, they will discover every secret hidden within the blood eye." The moment Aunt Luo touched the blood eye, Tian Yao Zai broke into a cold sweat and cried out, "Please wait, I will tell you everything." Auntie Luo withdrew her hand and said, "Then speak." Chu Xiu warned, "You may keep lying, but rest assured, we will not give you a second chance to speak, so think carefully." Tian Yao Zai hurriedly said, "We came here for an object. What we want is in Liu Hongyi's hands." Chu Xiu demanded, be more specific. What are you looking for? What does it do? And how did you learn about it? The eye said, I can tell you, but you must guarantee that you will let us go. Chu Xiu immediately raised 2 fingers toward the sky. I swear upon the heavenly path that if you answer truthfully without hiding anything, I will release you. Otherwise, may heavenly tribulation strike me down and reduce me to ashes. Is such a vicious oath sincere enough? Seeing Chu Xiu swear, Tu Shanyu thought, mortals are truly foolish. Master's great path is not bound by the heavenly path, so your expressions later will surely be interesting. Seeing this, the eye could only say, that object is a pendant and also a key capable of opening a passage to somewhere, but I cannot remember exactly where. As for how I know in my memories, that object once fell with me onto the firmament continent. Hearing this, Chu Xiu was surprised. It fell onto the firmament continent with you, so this is the Hong Hua you mentioned. What exactly are you? What am I? I don't remember, I truly don't. I only know I was once the eye of a living being and have now developed my own consciousness. Having extracted the information, Chu Xiu's voice turned cold. That's enough, you are useless now. Hearing this, Tian Yao Zai and the eye panicked. The eye cried out, what are you planning to do? Don't forget you swore upon the heavenly path. Tian Yao Zai also shouted, brat, if you break your word, heavenly tribulation will strike you down. But Chu Xiu did not care and directly tore the eye from Tian Yao Zai's forehead, causing a burst of blood-red power to erupt and resist him. He thought, what is this thing? How can a single eye possess such tremendous power? Chu Xiu then examined the eye in his hand as Auntie Luo said from behind, it wasn't lying, this truly is the eye of a living being, though I don't know why it fell off and developed consciousness. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and fused the eye's power into his body as brilliant golden flames surged around him, thinking, the energy of a single eye is nearly equal to a quasi-emperor, so how powerful was its original body? A moment later, Chu Xiu's eyes flashed red and he exclaimed excitedly, it worked. Ming Yaoyi, his face covered in blood, asked, who are you? What is your identity? Chu Xiu smiled faintly, you still haven't recognized me. You're really not very bright. Seeing that familiar smile, Ming Yaoyi finally realized and stammered, why you are Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu rubbed his chin, you finally remember me. With a quasi-emperor protecting you back in the heavenly vault, only you had such backing, so I should have guessed sooner. If you want to kill me, do it. But Chu Xiu did not rush to kill him and calmly said, your talent isn't bad, killing you would be wasteful, so I have decided to convert you for my use. Ming Yaoyi screamed in fear, what are you doing? Stay away. Chu Xiu summoned the divine ability seed and laughed, becoming my subordinate is your supreme opportunity. Consider it a favor I grant you. A while later, Ming Yaoyi respectfully cupped his hands. Ming Yaoyi greets master, thank you for mercifully granting me a new life. Chu Xiu tossed him a jade talisman and ordered, return to the city lord's manor in 2 days, find an opportunity and crush it for me. Remember, don't arouse suspicion. Ming Yaoyi acknowledged clearly when Tu Shanyu called out, Master, it seems Yunai is about to break through. Chu Xiu looked over in surprise as Auntie Luo said, it seems she isn't merely advancing from the 4th to 5th stage of the Great Saint realm, perhaps it is related to the eyeball you just devoured. Chu Xiu immediately lifted Tu Shanyu into his arms. He smiled wickedly, let me personally help Yunai ascend. Before long, Tu Shanyu's rapid breathing echoed through the room as she gasped, Master, Yunai really is about to break through. When they both reached their peak, Tu Shanyu cried out, I broke through. Lying atop Chu Xiu, she coquettishly said, Master truly is invincible. Inside Heavenly Demon City, people still bustled through the streets as usual. At a tavern, Shang Jiang sensed her younger sister's breakthrough and murmured in surprise, Yunai actually broke through? Even my playful little sister reached the 5th stage of the Great Saint realm. I have to go see. Before long, Shang Jiang arrived at the Painted Mountain Inn. Just as she reached the room, Tu Shanyu stepped out and Shang Jiang asked, Yunai, did you just break through? How did you advance 2 stages so quickly? Tu Shanyu did not answer immediately and instead smiled. Do you really want to know? Shang Jiang replied, of course I do. But Tu Shanyu mysteriously shook her head. The truth might disappoint you. My current achievement is unique and cannot be replicated. Shang Jiang repeatedly questioned her in shock. It can't be replicated? Why? Tu Shanyu merely replied, even if I told you, you might not understand. Suddenly, Tu Shanyu turned and asked, by the way, do you want to meet L1ED9NG, NGL1ECDC? Shang Jiang looked displeased, turned away, and firmly replied, why would I meet him? No. Hearing this, Tu Shanyu did not bother persuading her and immediately turned back inside. Then I'll return to my room to consolidate my realm. Go wherever you like. Seeing her younger sister treat her so indifferently, Shang Jiang grew furious. Ever since you and I met that L letter 1ED9NG and G letter 1ECDC, she no longer cared about her, so she had to investigate his background thoroughly, while the scene shifted to the City Lord's manor of Heavenly Demon City, specifically the Blackstone Hall. Shang Jiang respectfully cupped her hands and reported, "Honored lords, we can now confirm that no accomplices of Lord Feng remain in Heavenly Demon City." Seeing her hesitate, Tian Yao, seated above, said, "If there is anything else, speak plainly. There is no need to hesitate." With permission, Shang Jiang continued, "Lord Feng repeatedly insisted that he never lied, and from my careful observation, he may truly have spoken nothing but the truth." Tian Yao frowned. "If he wasn't lying, why did my divine ability mirror suddenly shatter?" Shang Jiang replied, "There are only two possibilities. Either your divine ability malfunctioned or some powerful expert secretly interfered without your knowledge." After hearing the analysis, Tian Yao stroked his chin and asked, "Shang Jiang, which possibility do you think is more likely?" Shang Jiang replied, "Most likely that Quasi-Emperor intervened. Honored lords, don't forget that Chu Xiu, the holy son of the Supreme Purity Sacred Land, is still training in Heavenly Dragon City." Tian Yao immediately asked, "You mean Chu Xiu, the holy son of the Supreme Purity Sacred Land, has come to Heavenly Demon City?" Demon Sovereign Yan, sitting beside him, also asked gravely, "What is he doing here?" Chu Xiu may be clever and meticulous, but even he inevitably makes mistakes, and since we didn't kill him this time, he can only blame his own overconfidence. Just then, a flame demon hurried inside and reported loudly, "My two sovereigns, Ming Yao Yi of the Myriad Demon Valley, requests an audience," while soon afterward Auntie Luo and Chu Xiu appeared floating above the northern district of Heavenly Demon City. Chu Xiu turned to Auntie Luo and said, "The plan succeeded perfectly, Auntie Luo, let's begin." And Auntie Luo replied, "All right, remember to be careful." Suddenly, surprise flashed across Chu Xiu's face as he stared intently in a certain direction. Below, a large group of demons was rapidly rushing toward one location. "What's happening? They should be guarding the City Lord's residence, so why do they seem to know in advance that I'm coming to the northern district?" Auntie Luo said, "It seems they prepared beforehand. Your plan has been exposed." While Chu Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully, "The problem must be that Lord Feng, could he still be alive? I have to admit this operation has been rather unlucky." Among the surrounding crowd were Shang Jiang and Qing Yu, and Shang Jiang loudly asked, "What did you say? Golden Flame Sovereign is dead." Qing Yu replied, "Great Saint Golden Flame died on the spot after bearing the Great Tao Curse," making Shang Jiang break into a cold sweat as he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible? How could a mighty Saint King be so fragile?" Qing Yu continued, "I don't know why Tian Yao was struck by the Great Tao Curse, but Golden Flame Sovereign took the attack for her and died on the spot." Shang Jiang voiced his suspicion. "Chu Xiu. It must have been Chu Xiu who tampered with the Imperial Butterfly Maiden's hammer. Only he had the opportunity and motive," making Qing Yu exclaim, "Chu Xiu, him again." Before Shang Jiang tore open the void and urged, "We must hurry back to the northern district. His goal is definitely to take Liu Hongyi away, so we must stop him and preferably kill him while we have the chance." On Liu Hongyi's side, she exclaimed in surprise, "What's happening?" While the green-robed woman beside her anxiously said, "Why have the demons attacked here? Could they have discovered that we broke the imprisonment seal?" Below, the demons had already formed their battle formation, with Shang Jiang at the front shouting, "Chu Xiu, I know you're here. Your whereabouts have been completely exposed, so stop hiding." Hearing that name, Liu Hongyi's pupils widened as she exclaimed in disbelief, "Chu Xiu." At that moment, Chu Xiu and Auntie Luo slowly emerged from hiding, and Chu Xiu threw back his head and laughed, "Ha ha, Shang Jiang, as expected of you," while behind him Liu Hongyi covered her mouth in astonishment. "Is it really you? I never expected to have another chance to see you in this lifetime." And as soon as she finished speaking, tears poured down her face. Hearing Chu Xiu's hearty laughter, a demon sovereign below angrily said, "Do you find this amusing?" Chu Xiu cupped his hands and calmly replied, "Sovereign Mountain Howl, you're my senior, so naturally this junior will show you proper respect." Tian Yao then shouted, "Chu Xiu, were you the one who tampered with the Imperial Butterfly Maiden's divine platform?" And Chu Xiu openly admitted, "Indeed, it was me." While Tian Yao said, "The Imperial Butterfly Maiden cares deeply for you, and I repeatedly advised her, but she was too stubborn to listen, yet you exploited her feelings to harm her master. Don't you feel even slightly ashamed?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu laughed loudly, "Ha ha, Senior Tian Yao, you've lived this long yet still haven't understood how the world works. There is no absolute right or wrong in this world, only different interests and opposing positions. Back then, your Saint Kings attacked while I was undergoing my sacred body tribulation and severely wounded the sacred lord of our Tai Su faction. Wasn't that method equally despicable? So I used the Imperial Butterfly Maiden to retaliate against you. Isn't that simply returning the favor?" Don't accuse my methods of being dirty when everyone under heaven is equally ruthless. While the green-robed woman turned to Liu Hongyi and asked, Sister Liu, that man is brother Chu Xiu, right? Liu Hongyi looked toward Chu Xiu and gently nodded, while inwardly thinking he was still as fearless as ever, remaining calm before tens of thousands of surrounding demons and even mocking them without the slightest fear. But who exactly is the woman beside him, and why does she seem so close to him? Shang Jiang called from below, Chu Xiu, you have a quasi-emperor helping you, so Heavenly Demon City may not be able to stop you from taking Liu Hongyi away. But if we can sit down and negotiate peacefully, why resort to such ruthless methods? Could the death of Venerable Golden Flame have enraged every cultivator in Celestial Demon City, and was that what you wanted? Who said I did all this just to take Liu Hongyi away? Shang Jiang shouted, Brat, everything has already been exposed, so why are you still pretending? Watching from afar, Tu Shanyu wondered, what exactly is Master planning? Could he have another escape route prepared? Chu Xiu calmly replied, I came to Celestial Demon City to train. I heard Venerable Mountain Spirit ordered the capture of many humans to sacrifice their blood essence in refining a treasure. So as the human Holy Sun, naturally I had to rescue my people. And Shang Jiang, you mentioned negotiations, but do you think Venerable Mountain Spirit would agree? Hearing this, Venerable Mountain Spirit was left speechless and could only roar angrily, You. Shang Jiang frowned and thought, is this brat so desperate to shake off the title Chu the Semonic that he no longer cares about his dignity? Chu Xiu curled his lips into a cold smile and thought, so what if you know I am Chu the Semonic? The Holy Son of Supreme Purity Holy Land risked his life and secretly infiltrated demon territory to rescue his people. Who dares say that is not a righteous act? I simply refuse to admit it, so what can you do to me? Below, Venerable Mountain Spirit's expression turned extremely gloomy. A quasi-emperor. Today I will personally see just how powerful a quasi-emperor truly is. Seeing the surging demonic power around him, Shang Jiang thought in shock, Quasi-emperor, has Venerable Mountain Spirit already reached that level? He hid it incredibly well. Sensing his aura, Auntie Luo murmured, Mountain Spirit has already reached the half-step Quasi-Emperor realm, and with an imperial weapon in his hands, I fear I cannot defeat him quickly. Chu Xiu frowned and calculated, I miscalculated. I never expected Venerable Mountain Spirit to be this strong, and if so, Tian Yao Mei seized the chance to launch a sneak attack, putting me in serious danger. Chu Xiu suddenly grabbed Auntie Luo's hand, making her think, this brat still wants to take advantage of me at such a critical moment. Chu Xiu leaned close to her ear and whispered, Auntie Luo, take this. Auntie Luo stared at the object in her hand and thought in surprise, is this an imperial weapon? And it is even an innate treasure containing the power of the Great Path. Damn brat, just how many secrets are you still hiding from me? Within her mind, Sister Luo sternly said, Blockhead, hurry and switch with me. You are not skilled in raw power and cannot unleash the treasure's full might. Knowing she was right, Auntie Luo sternly reminded her, the 1-month period is not over yet, so after this battle you must switch back with me. Sister Luo replied, fine, I know. Holding the imperial weapon, Sister Luo thought, I never expected little brother Chu Xiu to possess such a wonderful treasure, hee. Immediately afterward, she stepped forward as her clothes instantly transformed into a mysterious purple. Seeing this, Venerable Mountain Spirit exclaimed in surprise, 2 souls in 1 body, the purple soul has appeared. Sister Luo looked at Chu Xiu and coldly said, little brother, you actually joined forces with that white-clothed fellow to deceive me? Once this is over, just wait and see how I deal with you. Chu Xiu scratched his head and forced a smile. Sister Luo, we can discuss that afterward. The important matter comes first, and with this treasure in your hands, dealing with them should be enough. Sister Luo immediately called down, what is it? Do you want to fight here? Since the ancient era, it has been agreed that battles above the Great Saint realm must take place in the void, but I do not mind making an exception. At worst, 10,000 Demon City will simply explode. Hearing that 10,000 Demon City might be destroyed, Venerable Mountain Spirit opened a void gate and coldly snorted, after dealing with you, I will settle accounts with Chu Xiu. High above, Sister Luo waved her hand, tore open the void to create a spatial gate, and the two departed together. Seeing this, a demon below immediately shouted, the Quasi-Emperor is gone, let's hurry and eliminate Chu Xiu. Another quickly agreed, right, we must deal with him immediately. But at that moment, Immortal Face raised her hand to stop the crowd and coldly ordered, no one is allowed to act recklessly, anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. The enraged demon barbarians roared, Shang Jiang, he is all alone now, so why can't we attack? Shang Jiang solemnly replied. Chuziu is extremely cunning. I suggest everyone remain still for now, observe the situation clearly, then decide whether to attack. Then he shouted up at Chuziu, Old Sixth Chu, don't think I don't know what evil scheme you're plotting. Do you really think we'd be stupid enough to fall for the same trick twice? You seriously underestimate our intelligence. Standing above, Chuziu stroked his chin and thought, Shang Jiang is getting increasingly impatient, so it seems I need to add more fuel to provoke them, hee. Pushing the thought aside, Chuziu spread his arms and loudly declared, everyone, Venerable Kim Yan died because of me, and his remains are barely cold, yet you don't want to avenge him. Those provocative words enraged the demon barbarians, who shouted, My lords, give the order and let us charge up there to avenge the Venerable. Yes, let us avenge Venerable Kim Yan, while Shang Jiang frowned, secretly wondering what trick Old Six Chu was playing. Just then, a figure carrying a powerful aura descended from the sky and landed before the demon barbarians, startling them with her sudden appearance. Recognizing the newcomer, the demon race immediately exclaimed, That's the Butterfly Imperial Maiden. The Imperial Maiden has arrived. The Butterfly Imperial Maiden looked up at Chuziu and roared resentfully, Chuziu, how could you treat me so cruelly? As soon as she finished, she charged at full speed and swung her axe down upon reaching him, but Chuziu merely leaned aside and dodged. Watching from below, Shang Jiang exclaimed, Chuziu actually dodged the Butterfly Imperial Maiden's fierce attack so easily. Qing Yu asked, Shang Jiang, should we stop her? Shang Jiang replied, We can't stop her, let her vent her anger and we'll intervene at the critical moment. We absolutely cannot let Chuziu take her life. After dodging, Chuziu said, As expected, hatred is the perfect cradle for nurturing strength. Only now do you somewhat resemble the heavenly demon barbarian god. Hearing this, the Butterfly Imperial Maiden roared even more furiously. Because of you, I caused my master's death. Then swung her axe again, only to strike Chuziu's afterimage. He instantly appeared behind her and mocked, Wasn't it because you loved me too much? Leaving the Butterfly Imperial Maiden speechless before angrily shouting, You! As she spun around and wildly swung her axe repeatedly, yet Chuziu blocked every attack barehanded. Chuziu then punched the Butterfly Imperial Maiden hard in the stomach, making her spit out blood. Chuziu gripped her throat, leaving her powerless to resist as he coldly said, You haven't even awakened a fraction of the heavenly demon barbarian body's hidden power, so how can you fight me? You're so weak that even when I deliberately hold back, you still can't injure me in the slightest. The Butterfly Imperial Maiden forced herself to stare at him and asked bitterly, You're feeling very pleased with yourself, aren't you? Chuziu calmly replied, I schemed to kill your master, so you must be heartbroken and hate me deeply, right? Tell me, what if I keep using you to kill every demon barbarian here? If I use you to slaughter all the demon barbarians here, your hatred for me will probably grow even stronger, won't it? As soon as he finished, lightning flashed around Chuziu's hand, making the Butterfly Imperial Maiden grimace in pain, while a horned demon barbarian below shouted, Stop immediately and release the Butterfly Imperial Maiden. A female demon barbarian beside him anxiously cursed, Chuziu, you bastard. While a fat demon barbarian shouted, Charge up there and rescue the Butterfly Imperial Maiden. Yet the lightning around Chuziu intensified, torturing her until she screamed desperately, No, please don't. Chuziu leaned close to her ear and whispered, I've already prepared everything, and the moment they approach, I'm certain I can kill them all. Unable to endure any longer, the demon barbarians charged forward to rescue her, making her scream in panic, Don't come here, I order you not to take another step. But they no longer seemed to obey and charged forward while roaring, Kill, kill. Seeing this, tears streamed down the Butterfly Imperial Maiden's face as she helplessly cried, No, why did everything turn out like this? Chuziu released her and said solemnly, Do you know why things ended this way? It's because you still aren't strong enough. The woman in green beside Liu Hongyi saw Chuziu's cruelty and asked, Why must Chuziu do this? Doesn't the Butterfly Imperial Maiden love him? While inwardly thinking, Brother Chu used to be so kind, so why has he completely changed and become nothing like his former self? Liu Hongyi spoke from behind, Do you know why he treats the Butterfly Imperial Maiden this way? Hearing this, the woman in green asked, Why? Is there some hidden reason behind all this? The Imperial Butterfly Maiden was like a mirror reflecting Chuziu's former self, and he deeply hated that old version of himself for once being so weak and powerless. Thus he did not hesitate to become the kind of person who had once hurt him, using similar methods to hurt the Imperial Butterfly Maiden so she would come to hate herself. He wanted to force her to transform into someone like his current self, cold and ruthless, And although his actions seemed insane, he could not be entirely blamed because this cruel world had driven him to madness, making the green-robed woman anxiously ask, "Sister Liu, aren't you afraid of Brother Chu like this?" Liu Hongyi calmly replied, "Why should I fear him? No matter what he becomes, he's still my only family." At that moment, Chu Xiu activated the trapping and killing grand formation as waves of golden spiritual power continuously flashed. A 8 trigrams diagram gradually took shape, constantly expanding while countless mysterious symbols appeared around its edges. In an instant, the entire grand formation slowly enveloped the demons below, making Shang Jiang sense danger and shout, "This is a trapping and killing grand formation. How is this possible?" Did Liu Hongyi's group not only break the imprisonment formation but secretly prepare this formation for Chu Xiu? Standing proudly above, Chu Xiu looked down and said, "Shang Jiang, so what if you're naturally cunning, always vigilant, and even saw through my plan? Haven't I still succeeded? Ha ha ha. This place is heavily guarded, so when did you, that scheming Chu, tamper with this grand formation?" Shang Jiang secretly calculated that he needed to stall until the Saint Kings returned to save his fellow demons, while Chu Xiu answered from above, "The very day I first entered Heavenly Demon City, so Shang Jiang, are you satisfied with the gift I prepared?" Hearing this, Shang Jiang became furious and inwardly cursed himself for being outplayed so easily, then said, "With your decisiveness and ruthless methods, if you truly wanted to kill Tianyao Realm, she wouldn't have survived until now. Why didn't you kill her? Could you still feel some guilt inside?" "Shang Jiang, with your intelligence, how could you ask such a stupid question? Me, Chu Xiu, feeling ashamed, that's the funniest joke in the world." "Enough, stop stalling for time. I'll take every one of these demons' lives without leaving a single survivor," Chu Xiu said as he prepared to activate the killing formation. Shang Jiang panicked and shouted, "Wait, Chu Xiu, calm down, don't you kill demons for origin energy crystals. Heavenly Demon City can ransom their lives with divine origin stones," making Chu Xiu temporarily stop the trapping and killing grand formation. "Killing them doesn't benefit you much anyway, so trading with Heavenly Demon City for tangible benefits would be the wiser choice. Shang Jiang, you truly understand me, but your status carries too little weight, so you can't represent all of Heavenly Demon City or negotiate with me. To avoid unexpected complications, I think eliminating all of you is still safer." Just then, a gigantic spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky and several figures slowly stepped out, including Auntie Luo. The green-robed woman among them was Tian Yunzi, a newly unsealed quasi-emperor. Seeing Auntie Luo, Chu Xiu was surprised and thought, "Sister Luo didn't kill Sovereign Mountain Howl and Sovereign Yi. And who is that person beside her? She looks small, yet her aura is unfathomably profound." Sovereign Yi majestically shouted, "Chu Xiu, release Tianyao Realm immediately," and Chu Xiu replied, "Since Senior Sovereign Tianyao has spoken, naturally I won't disrespect you, and she's useless now anyway, so I'll return her." "Chu Xiu, state your conditions. What will it take for you to open the formation and release my clansmen?" Suddenly, Auntie Luo holding Mount Sumeru interrupted, "Wait, don't forget that your lives are also in my hands. Little brother Chu Xiu, tell your sister, do you want them alive or dead? If you want them dead, I'll act immediately." Hearing this, Sovereign Mountain Howl, Sovereign Yi, and Shang Jiang were left speechless, while Tian Yunzi smiled and said, "Young friend, please be generous and spare the three of them." "Young friend, don't be too ruthless in your actions. You should always leave yourself a way out, don't you agree?" Chu Xiu frowned and inwardly cursed, "Damn it, she even dares lecture me. Who does she think she is?" Sister Luo stepped forward and explained, "She's a newly unsealed quasi-emperor whose true form is a mystic sunflower, but don't worry, with Mount Sumeru in my hands, she'll never be your sister's match." Tian Yunzi secretly transmitted, "Young friend, I have important information about the Tao origin, and if you compromise on this matter, I'll tell you its location," making Chu Xiu ask through transmission, "Is that true?" And she replied, "Of course, I swear upon my tortoise shell that I won't deceive you, because the sacred lord of Taisu was severely injured for your sake, and only the Tao origin can heal her." Hearing this, Chu Xiu transmitted, "You certainly know a lot," and she replied with a smile, "When you've lived long enough, you naturally know more." After completing the deal, Chu Xiu cupped his hands and loudly said, "Senior's words are correct. One shouldn't be too ruthless and should always leave a way out, so I can spare the demons trapped in my trapping and killing grand formation. But capturing them wasn't easy, so Heavenly Demon City must pay an equivalent price, right?" Sovereign Mountain Howl angrily said, "Chu Xiu, do you think I'll agree to your unreasonable demands just for these lesser demons?" Tu Shanyu immediately began acting and cried, "Boo-hoo, I'm trapped, hurry and save me." and seeing his younger sister in danger, Shang Jiang anxiously called out, Yunai. He cupped his hands and pleaded, Venerable, Yunai is trapped inside. She is my only younger sister. Chuziu casually counted, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Seeing his indifference, Mountain Spirit and Venerable Yi grew tense, sweat covering their faces. A moment later, Chuziu coldly said, I have finished counting. There are 24,787 people inside the formation, including 8 great saints, 47 lesser saints, and 5,784 at the mystical ability realm. Hearing these numbers, Mountain Spirit finally yielded. Fine, what do you want? Chuziu slowly raised one finger. 100 million divine essence stones. Fine, I agree, release them now. Seeing Mountain Spirit agree, Chuziu slowly withdrew the killing formation. In an instant, the formation disc returned to his hand and Mountain Jade stood up smiling. Master, did Yunai act well? Not bad, I will reward you when we return. Hearing this, Shang Jiang recalled the pleasurable moments she had shared with Chuziu and shyly said, Then I want the same reward as that night. Chuziu nodded, Fine, that's easy, go back and wait for me, I still have business with Liu Hongyi. Shang Jiang happily replied, Yes, Yunai will obediently wait for you. That night, Chuziu arrived at the agreed meeting place with Liu Hongyi. Tears immediately streamed down Liu Hongyi's face and Chuziu wiped them away, saying, Why are you crying? We have finally reunited, shouldn't you be happy? Liu Hongyi choked out, Why haven't you come to find me all this time? He stepped closer and softly said, It has been a long time. I offended too many people. Finding you would only have brought you harm. She held his hand and said, Ever since I heard you died, I hated those who hunted you, but I hated you too. Chuziu stroked her head, If you hated me, why did you risk your life to avenge me? Fool. Liu Hongyi retorted, You're the fool. You knew they were that powerful yet still provoked them. Chuziu smiled, I didn't want that either. Liu Hongyi took out an object and said, You might be curious about this. Chuziu accepted it and sure enough, the blood eye had not lied. This pendant had fallen into the ashen mist world. He wondered, why can't I sense anything special about it? He handed it back to her, We still don't know its purpose, so keep it safe. Liu Hongyi said, You keep it, I am too weak to protect it, and when you discover how to use it, just tell me. Chuziu nodded, All right. He asked Hongyi, What are you planning to do next? She asked back, Then where do you want me to go? Chuziu held her hand, I am now the holy son of supreme purity holy land, and I also have sister Luo as my guardian, so both my strength and status are sufficient. No one will dare hunt you anymore, so why not return to supreme purity holy land with me? Liu Hongyi shook her head, My sword heart needs to travel and temper itself. Staying in one place will not benefit my path, and simply seeing you again is enough to satisfy me. Chuziu embraced her and said, You really have grown up. She gently kissed him on the cheek. Let us promise to meet again at the mountain peak. Chuziu looked at her and gently said, The demonic path is enough for me to walk alone. You are the last beautiful thing in my life, and I do not want that purity stained even slightly. So from now on let me stand before you and protect you, so you never need to experience those blood-soaked battles again. Wouldn't that be better? Hongyi gently leaned her head against Chuziu's firm chest and said, If you have become a demon, then I will become a demoness. I don't want to be a weak woman who only hides behind you. I want to stand beside you and fight together. Before we temporarily part ways, can you grant me one small wish? Without waiting for Chuziu to answer, Hongyi leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. She began displaying her skills, using her tongue with practiced mastery. She showed no shyness at all, while her restless hand quickly grabbed Chuziu's tea set and teasingly stroked it. Then the scene shifted to Heavenly Demon City, where Luo T1EF7 sat opposite Tian Yunzi beneath a giant ancient tree with a tortoise shell on the table. Tian Yunzi gently rotated the tortoise shell and asked, Fellow Taoist Luo, what exactly do you want me to divine? Luo T1EF7 coldly replied, What do I want divined? Can't you calculate that yourself? If you can't even figure that out, I'll turn around and leave immediately. Tian Yunzi remained silent, reached toward the tortoise shell, and strands of green demonic energy wrapped around it, making it spin rapidly. Moments later, her eyes widened in shock. What's going on? You want me to divine Chuziu's fate, don't you? Luo T1EF7 immediately brightened. Exactly, you really do have some ability. Can you divine his fate? Tian Yunzi sighed. You're making things difficult for me. His fortune is as vast as the ocean, endless and boundless, so I cannot divine it. Auntie Luo then suggested, in that case, try divining romantic fate instead. I'm truly curious whether I might someday fall in love with that brat. Luo T1EF7's face instantly darkened as she shouted, "Bah, you're utterly shameless. You've lived for thousands of years, can't you restrain yourself a little?" Auntie Luo coldly replied. "What do you know? We can use our relationship with that bastard or our romantic fate to secretly glimpse part of his future. Because Chu Xiu's future is closely tied to the blood-red fortune of the entire human race, the secrets of the outer heavens, and even immortality." Luo Teal Utter 1EF7 Teal Utter 1EF7 then requested, "Divine my romantic fate." Tian Yunzi immediately agreed, secretly thinking, "As long as I don't have to deduce Chu Xiu's fate, anything is fine," before performing her best divination technique. Moments later, the tortoise shell stood upright, signaling that the divination was complete. Tian Yunzi smiled with satisfaction. Fellow Taoist Luo's bond of destiny is perfectly complete, indicating that you will have both sons and daughters and a happy family. But an unexpected change occurred as dark smoke suddenly rose from the tortoise shell, making Tian Yunzi sense something wrong and shout, "Wait," while Luo Teal Utter 1EF7 Teal Utter 1EF7 asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Before she finished speaking, Tian Yunzi suddenly spat out blood, staining her clothes red, and Luo Teal Utter 1EF7 Teal Utter 1EF7 anxiously asked, "What exactly did you see?" Tian Yunzi weakly replied, "I followed your bond of destiny and glimpsed a fragment of the future. I saw the sky split open into a gigantic rift, releasing strange gray mist that engulfed the entire continent, while countless terrifying twisted monsters hidden within it surged out like waves and drowned the whole world. Their sole objective was to kill a great emperor, and although I couldn't see his face clearly, I am certain he was not any great emperor who has ever appeared in history. At that moment, you were standing beside him, so that great emperor must be the person destined for you." Luo Teal Utter 1EF7 Teal Utter 1EF7 frowned and asked, "Then why did you suddenly cough up blood?" Hidden within her mind, Auntie Luo guessed that the person Tian Yunzi had just seen was very likely little brother Chu Xiu. In this era and at this very moment, he alone had the potential to attain the imperial realm because his path was truly too extraordinary. Tian Yunzi struggled to answer, "Because I observed the future through your bond of destiny. A monster hidden within the gray mist noticed me, and a single glance from it severely wounded me and nearly destroyed my soul." After hearing this, Luo Teal Utter 1EF7 Teal Utter 1EF7 murmured thoughtfully, "That monster is actually so powerful. What earth-shattering event will happen in the future?" While the scene shifted to Chu Xiu and Liu Hongyi resting beneath the sky with their clothes serving as blankets. Liu Hongyi woke first and straightened her clothes, while Chu Xiu awoke from the movement and asked, "Hongyi, are you leaving now?" Hongyi gently nodded, "Yes, I want to become stronger, and I don't want to remain a burden holding you back." She turned back, gently touched Chu Xiu's cheek, and said, "Only when I'm strong enough can I truly help you." After speaking, she bent down and affectionately kissed his forehead, while Chu Xiu sadly said, "So we're about to part again," and Hongyi replied, "Parting is only so our next reunion can be even better. Weren't you the one who once told me that?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu stopped trying to persuade her and sighed, "Fine, since you've decided, I won't stop you, and tomorrow I'll personally escort you out of Heavenly Demon City. Right, I also have something to give you for protection." Hongyi curiously asked, "What is it?" And Chu Xiu gathered the golden light, refined it into a talisman, then handed it to Liu Hongyi. He smiled gently, "If you ever face mortal danger, throw out this talisman and I'll immediately appear beside you. It can only be used once, but I hope you'll never need it." While Liu Hongyi happily accepted it and said, "Next time we meet, perhaps I'll be the one saving you," and Chu Xiu shrugged, "I'm sure that day won't come," before they continued walking out of the city. After a while, they reached where Kaio was waiting, and upon seeing them, she hurriedly bowed, "Brother Chu, Sister Liu." Chu Xiu nodded with a smile, Kaio, after so many years, you've grown up so much." Kaio nodded with a bright smile and reddened eyes. "Brother Chu, more than 10 years have passed since we parted. Everything has changed and many people are gone, but fortunately I still have Brother Chu and Sister Liu as family. Otherwise I truly wouldn't know what to do." And Chu Xiu asked, "What are your plans for the future? Will you wander around with Hongyi?" While Kaio firmly replied, "Yes, I plan to travel and train with Sister Liu. The person who murdered my entire family must have a major power backing him. So I must become stronger before personally avenging my parents and family." Her eyes filled with coldness and not wanting to dwell on painful matters, Chu Xiu merely nodded before taking another ring from his storage ring, placing it on Liu Hongyi's finger and saying reluctantly, "Hongyi, I don't know when we'll meet again. This storage ring contains 1 billion divine origin stones. So take them and remember to stay safe, never act recklessly, and whatever you do, always leave yourself a safe way out." Liu Hongyi stepped forward, wrapped her arms around his waist, and leaned against his chest, saying, "I'm not a child anymore, so don't worry so much about me." while Chu Xiu nodded and gently patted her shoulder as they embraced beneath the vast sky. A moment later, Liu Hongyi leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I really have to go now. Take care, husband." And the word husband made Chu Xiu tremble and stand frozen with emotion. Liu Hongyi decisively stepped back and boarded the flying ship with Kaio, leaving Heavenly Demon City. He sadly looked down until the city became tiny and Chu Xiu disappeared from sight. Then tears silently fell as she could no longer pretend to be strong. Because although she didn't want to leave him, she knew she was too weak and feared his many enemies might someday use her to threaten him. So she had to leave and become stronger rather than remain a burden. While Kaio waited for her to calm down before asking, "Sister Liu, if you can't bear leaving him, why insist on going?" And Liu Hongyi wiped her tears and sighed, "He has his own path to walk, and if I stay beside him, I'll only hold him back, so let's go." After leaving Tianyunzi, Sister Luo returned to find Chu Xiu and happened to see him wistfully watching the flying ship disappear. Then her seductive laugh and lazy voice came from behind. "This is my first time seeing you look so love-struck. It seems that girl holds an extremely important place in your heart." Still staring absent-mindedly northward, Chu Xiu murmured, "If my world is nothing but endless darkness, then she's the only ray of light illuminating it." Sister Luo covered her mouth and teased, "Oh really? Aren't you afraid your beloved master and your sister Hua will get jealous after hearing such cheesy words?" Chu Xiu tilted his head and smiled awkwardly. "Sister Luo, how did the divination with Tianyunzi go?" And she replied, "Not bad, barely satisfactory," then gave him an enchanting smile and asked, "Little brother Chu Xiu, do you know why I appeared here and went through the trouble of finding you?" Chu Xiu's eyes shifted slightly as he shook his head and pretended not to know, while purple-dressed Sister Luo suddenly appeared beside him like a demon goddess and casually draped an arm over his shoulder. Yet this seemingly intimate gesture made goosebumps rise across his entire body. Sister Luo smiled warmly without the slightest murderous intent, yet Chu Xiu shivered as cold sweat poured down his face while she said, "We agreed you'd make that woman in white blush, but you certainly did well, didn't you? You ignored the plan your sister gave you, boldly betrayed me, dared deceive your sister, and even had the nerve to kiss me." As soon as she finished speaking, her hand gently rested on Chu Xiu's shoulder before suddenly tightening, and even a little force made his shoulder bones crack ominously. The sharp pain made Chu Xiu break into a cold sweat, but he endured it and protested, "Sister Luo, don't falsely accuse me, I really didn't do that." While Sister Luo sneered and increased her strength until his shoulder cracked painfully, saying coldly, "Me falsely accusing you? You dishonest brat, the truth is already obvious, yet you still want to argue." And with his face deathly pale, Chu Xiu gritted his teeth and cried, "Auntie Luo, I did it for your own good, how can you just watch the show? Hurry and control her for me." While Auntie Luo calmly replied from within their mindscape, "Go a little easier on him." Sister Luo pouted unhappily, "Have you forgotten? Chu Xiu possesses an indestructible body, so I'm merely giving him a massage, and even if I tore off his entire arm, he'd quickly recover completely." Then teased, "What, have you really developed feelings for this brat? You're already speaking up for him now, you blockhead really are hopelessly foolish." While Auntie Luo remained expressionless and calmly said, "Only 2 days remain of your 1-month limit, shouldn't you return control of the body to me?" Sister Luo snorted softly and finally released Chu Xiu's shoulder, then leaned close to his ear with fragrant breath brushing his cheek and whispered, "Little brother Chu Xiu, is Auntie Luo's waist soft?" Without thinking, Chu Xiu repeatedly nodded. Auntie Luo's waist is indeed very soft, but why is Sister Luo asking? When Sister Luo suddenly grabbed his hand and naturally placed it against her full chest, giving him a meaningful glance and enchanting smile as she asked, "Then would you like to know how other places feel?" And this sudden reward made Chu Xiu jump and blush deeply as he stammered, "Really? But doing this doesn't seem very appropriate." While Auntie Luo watched speechlessly from within and remained silent. Sister Luo lifted Chu Xiu's chin, grabbed the back of his neck with her left hand and pulled his head against her chest. Smiling seductively, she gently blew on his flushed face as old Sixth Chu eagerly buried his face against her breasts and inhaled the alluring fragrance, feeling as if he were floating in the clouds before blurting out, "It smells so good." Just as he was about to fight back, Sister Luo suddenly pushed him away, grabbed his hand and dragged him along, saying, "Come with big sister, darling," while old Sixth Chu, thinking he was about to get lucky, eagerly followed behind. The two moved extremely fast and returned to Fox Mountain Hotel in the blink of an eye. As soon as they entered the room, Chu Xiu had both hands tightly bound and was shoved face down onto the bed as Sister Luo gave a dangerous smile and said, "Little brother Chu Xiu, big sister plans to punish you tonight, are you ready?" Sensing something was wrong, Chu Xiu forced a smile and said, "Sister Luo, we're still in Heavenly Demon City, so this really isn't a good place for anything too exhausting." But Sister Luo said nothing. suddenly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air until he could barely breathe, making him realize he had fallen into a trap, while Sister Luo smiled gently and said, "Oh really? Don't worry, darling, with your powerful ancient sacred body, you'll surely endure this torment." Hu the Samonic was pinned tightly to the bed, his face twisted in pain as he desperately asked, "Sister Luo, what are you trying to do? Don't do anything reckless. Auntie Luo will be furious if she finds out. Sister Luo, please don't. I know I was wrong. Please, sister, spare me." His miserable cries echoed outside the room. A long while later, Chu Xiu was stripped naked, hung upside down from the ceiling, and given a beating he would never forget as Sister Luo calmly smiled. "Little brother Chu Xiu, you want to take advantage of big sister. You're still far too inexperienced." After saying that, she leisurely left him dangling there, making old 6th Chu shout, "Sister Luo, are you really just going to leave like this? You can't treat me so cruelly." Even when he shouted himself hoarse, she gave no reply. A while later, the door opened again, and hearing the movement, Chu Xiu immediately looked over. A smooth white arm pushed the door open, and thinking Sister Luo had returned, he happily said, "Sister Luo, I knew you couldn't bear to treat me so cruelly." But then sensing something wrong, he frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The visitor was Tu Shanyu, who stared in surprise at him hanging upside down and asked, "Master, what happened to you?" Chu Xiu grimaced and refused to explain, hurriedly saying, "Get me down first." And Tu Shanyu immediately stepped forward to untie him. Once freed, Chu Xiu quickly dressed neatly and, giving her no chance to ask questions, said seriously, "Yunai, it's already so late. Did you come to see me about something important?" Tu Shanyu respectfully reported, "Master, all the humans previously imprisoned by the great mountain spirit saint have been released, so please go over and take charge of them." Chu Xiu rubbed her head and praised her with satisfaction. "Yunai performed very well this time, so I'll definitely give you a suitable reward." Tu Shanyu happily replied, "Being able to help Master is Yunai's greatest honor." Chu Xiu ordered, "Let's go, lead the way," then casually touched her butt, making Tu Shanyu blush and shyly answer, "Yes, master." The two quickly entered Heavenly Demon City, where spirit money fluttered through the streets and white mourning cloth hung everywhere. Chu Xiu asked in confusion, "Are they holding a memorial ceremony for that golden ape?" He never expected the demon race to have funeral customs like this. Yes, Heavenly Demon City has long had a legend that when one of our kind dies, being buried in Heavenly Demon Abyss gives them a chance to reincarnate and live a peaceful, happy life in their next existence. Hearing this, Chu Xiu thought that even these demons believed such reincarnation legends, when suddenly a demon ape wielding a staff charged from behind and roared furiously, "I'll kill you to avenge venerable golden ape." Yet just as the staff came crashing down, Chu Xiu casually raised one hand and easily blocked the full force strike. Immediately afterward, he kicked the demon ape and sent it flying. Chu Xiu sneered coldly, "With the pathetic strength of a minor demon like you, you want to avenge golden ape? Are you trying to make me laugh?" The demon ape still roared furiously, "Venerable golden ape once saved my entire family and treated the demon people kindly. Yet he died because of your vile scheme, so even if I must sacrifice this worthless life today, I'll make you pay dearly." Chu Xiu slowly approached and pinned it down with his foot, saying, "Over 30 years ago, your venerable golden ape led the demon race in massacring human cities, killing over 1 million innocent civilians without leaving a single survivor, so merely taking golden ape's life was already merciful. Leave, I'm in a decent mood today and don't want to kill anyone else." With that, Chu Xiu kicked the demon ape hard again, sending it tumbling away. Chu Xiu turned and left, calmly saying, "Endless revenge will never end, but if you truly want vengeance against me, I won't hide. Just remember that you're far too weak right now, so without strength you should endure and wait for your chance, because powerless rage solves nothing." The demon ape gritted its teeth bitterly and said, "Venerable golden ape, please wait for me, because one day I will definitely avenge you." The scene shifted to Heavenly Demon City, where a group of humans were forced to kneel in the square before the city lord's mansion while demons stared at them, and a yellow-robed girl trembled. What exactly happened? Are these demons going to kill us? As a pink-robed girl burst into tears, "I really don't want to die. What should we do? Who can save us?" Suddenly, the yellow-robed girl pointed ahead and said, "Everyone, look over there. What's that?" That's Tian Yao and the Butterfly Emperor, and even a sacred king is leading the funeral procession. So who exactly is lying inside that coffin? A bull demon beside the red-robed girl angrily shouted, "That was Golden Ape, sovereign of our Heavenly Demon City, and you despicable humans, especially that vicious sacred son, schemed to kill him. Otherwise, how could Golden Ape Sovereign have died?" The yellow-robed girl whispered to the red-robed girl, "Is it Sacred Son Chu Xiu? I've heard of him, they say he's incredibly powerful." And the red-robed girl replied, "Who would have thought His Highness could kill a Saint King after coming to Heavenly Demon City? when a young man suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, who's that? Could it be the sacred son?" Making the red-robed girl recognize him and cry, "It's Chu Xiu." "It's him, it really is him, everyone, we're saved." The yellow-robed girl blushed and said, "He's so handsome," while the red-robed girl stared in amazement. "I never expected the sacred son to be so handsome." Chu Xiu calmly walked past the Imperial Butterfly Maiden. The Imperial Butterfly Maiden glanced at him and coldly said, "Chu Xiu, one day I'll definitely defeat you," while Chu Xiu calmly replied, "You're welcome to try any time, but I've already given you one chance, and next time we meet, I won't show mercy. So should I thank you for sparing my life? You must find the fact that I like you utterly ridiculous, don't you?" "No, I never intended to mock you, because genuine feelings are the one thing in this world that should never be ridiculed." Hearing his words, tears silently fell from the Imperial Butterfly Maiden's eyes. Sister Luo stood on a nearby rooftop and murmured, "I think I understand why Chu Xiu spared the Imperial Butterfly Maiden," making Auntie Luo immediately ask, "Why?" And Sister Luo smiled, "You really are a blockhead. Don't be fooled by little brother Chu Xiu's decisiveness, ruthlessness, or his constant claims that he's a great villain and Chu the Samanic, because he's actually someone who deeply values love and loyalty. True feelings are the one thing in this world that shouldn't be mocked, hee. That's why he didn't kill the Imperial Butterfly Maiden, because if someone else had fallen into his hands, they probably would have died dozens of times already." "I see, then it seems my choice to follow him wasn't wrong." Then Chu Xiu had reached the humans, and the red-robed girl knelt below with cupped hands, saying, "If your highness hadn't intervened, I would have been used as a blood sacrifice like those before me." While Chu Xiu solemnly replied, "We're all humans, so there's no need for such ceremony. Helping others survive is simply what I should do." And she answered, "Your highness the sacred son, I'm willing to follow your arrangement." All the humans also shouted together, "We're willing to follow your arrangements." "Everyone is too polite. If there's nothing else, quickly leave this place with me." The two girls hurriedly rolled up their sleeves, revealing countless wounds, and the red-robed girl said, "Sacred son, I'm afraid we can't leave Heavenly Demon City yet," while the yellow-robed girl added, "While imprisoning us, the demons were extremely cruel, denying us food and water while constantly beating and torturing us, so we're all injured." Chu Xiu looked aside and said, "Senior Mountain Howl, my clansmen are badly injured, so I'm afraid we'll have to trouble Heavenly Demon City for another day while they recover. Surely Senior won't mind." And Mountain Howl replied, "Do as you wish, just don't wander around or attack my city's citizens," making Chu Xiu cup his hands and smile. "Then many thanks, Senior." Sovereign Mountain Howl stood before the coffin and said, "Little brother Golden Ape, your elder brother is incompetent. I haven't been able to avenge you yet, but surely you won't blame me in the afterlife, right? Rest assured, sooner or later I'll avenge you, and judging by the time, the ancient Tai Kai star should soon leave this place." The scene shifted elsewhere in Heavenly Demon City. Inside the Tu Shan Inn, Chu Xiu poured tea for Sister Luo and said, "Sister Luo, this is premium spirit tea. Please have a taste, and please be generous enough not to hold my mistake against me anymore." While Sister Luo accepted the tea and softly warned, "If you dare scheme against your sister again, be careful or I'll make sure you can never touch another woman for the rest of your life," making Chu Xiu smile awkwardly. "I won't dare again." At that moment, Tu Shan Yu and Tu Shan Qing Quan entered, and Tu Shan Yu said, "Master, we've properly settled the rescued humans," while Chu Xiu nodded, "Very good, you've both worked hard. There are still two things you must do immediately. First, investigate those humans, and if their aptitude is decent, invite them to join Tai Su's sacred land. Second, brainwash them and force them to spread word of my hardships and achievements, including how I assassinated Golden Ape Sovereign." The two cupped their hands and replied together, "Understood, Master." Chu Xiu added, "Remember to take human form and never reveal your identities." Meanwhile, Shang Jiang ordered two clansmen, "Go spread the word that the ruthless and treacherous Chu Xiu killed our demon race's great saint. Spread as many nasty rumors about Chu Xiu as possible. There's no need to spare him." The two clansmen replied, "Yes, sir." He thought smugly, "HMPH, I'll control public opinion and make Chu Xiu someone everyone despises." Unexpectedly, discussions erupted below. The Holy Son of Supreme Purity acted with great righteousness and assassinated Golden Ape Venerable. To rescue humans captured by the demon race, the Holy Son of Supreme Purity risked his life alone to infiltrate Heavenly Demon City, fearless and heroic, truly righteous. Having such a holy son is humanity's blessing. Hearing this, Shang Jiang roared furiously, "Damn you, old Six Chu, why are you always one step ahead of me?" Just then, Mountain Spirit Venerable sent him a voice message. "Shang Jiang, keep watch over Chu Xiu. That man is extremely cunning and sinister. Don't let him cause more trouble." He helplessly replied, "Understood." Chu Xiu stood silently amid the falling snow, expressionless as he gently waved his paper fan. As Shang Jiang approached, Chu Ziu coldly said, "Little Shang Jiang, are you really not afraid of death? Do you believe I can have my elder sister kill you right now?" He panicked and said, "Old Sixth Chu, if you've got the guts, don't let that powerful lady intervene. Let's fight each other ourselves." Chu Ziu ignored him and merely said, "Sister Luo, get ready to attack." Hearing this, Sister Luo cast him a piercingly cold glance. Terrified by that deathly stare, Shang Jiang broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "Brat, you're utterly shameless and despicable. Forget it. I won't bother arguing with you anymore." With that, he tore open space, created a void gate, and left. Sister Luo held a skewer of grilled meat and said after seeing him flee, "Ha, what a coward." Chu Ziu leisurely walked beside Sister Luo, took a meat skewer, and found it incredibly fragrant even from the smell alone. Tu Shanyu approached and asked, "Master, are you free?" Chu Ziu turned around. "Little Yunai, is there something important you need from me?" Tu Shanyu shyly said, "Master, do you have time to personally instruct your disciple?" Hearing this, Chu Ziu immediately stood and tossed away his skewer. "Since Yunai came to me for training, of course I have time." Sister Luo cursed, "HMPH, what a lecher." Inside the guest room, Chu Ziu lay comfortably beside Tu Shanyu and said, "Little Yunai, try performing the first move Master taught you." Tu Shanyu blushed and replied, "Yes, Master." Soon, strange and suggestive sounds came from inside, and what followed was rather unsettling. Much later, Tu Shanyu shyly lay beside Chu Ziu and asked, "Master, can you take Yunai back to human territory with you? Yunai really wants to go with you." Chu Ziu replied, "Be good, Yunai, stay among the demon race and continue gathering intelligence for me, and when I'm free, I'll definitely visit you." The next day, Chu Ziu led the human group aboard a flying ship and departed. The demons below watched the ship disappear into the distance as a tiger demon said, "That walking disaster finally left." Another tiger demon beside him sighed in relief. "At last, we can finally relax." At this moment, Chu Ziu sat cross-legged, concentrating on cultivation inside a quiet room. Suddenly, the protective barrier around the room trembled slightly, and Chu Ziu slowly opened his eyes and coldly asked, "Who's outside?" A young woman softly spoke from beyond the door, "I am in Kai, greetings, Your Highness the Holy Sun." Still seated inside, Chu Ziu replied, "May I ask why fellow cultivator in Kai has come to see me?" "Your Highness, could you allow me inside so we can discuss this in greater detail?" Chu Ziu then allowed Kai into the room and directly asked, "Speak, what important matter brings you here?" Kai hesitated and stammered, "About that matter, Your Highness." Seeing her hesitation, Chu Ziu reassured her, "Don't worry, no one would dare eavesdrop on my residence." As he spoke, he handed her a cup of water, which Kai accepted and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Then she pressed 2 fingers to her forehead, and pale pink spiritual power quickly gathered at her fingertips. Next, an object slowly emerged from deep within Kai's forehead. Once the object had completely left her body, Kai said, "Your Highness, this is the divine relic passed down through my family for generations, capable of altering the laws of time." Looking at the strange object, Chu Ziu thought that even a sacred king would find it extremely difficult to fully control the laws of time, and such a precious treasure would be exceedingly rare even across the entire sky continent, while Kai continued, "I wish to give this miraculous stone to Your Highness. Tell me your request first, and if it isn't too troublesome, I can consider helping you." "Your Highness, have you ever heard of the Chu family in Blue Star City of the southern region?" Hearing this, Chu Ziu recalled that after succeeding as Crown Holy Sun, his master had once mentioned this family. In the southern region, that family held an extremely unique status with a lineage stretching back 100,000 years, and legend said the founder of the Supreme Origin Holy Land and the Supreme Origin Earth Sovereign once had 2 other friends, one man and one woman. The man was surnamed Chu, while nobody knew the woman's name, and although a statue of him stood within the Supreme Origin Holy Land, his appearance was indistinct. Even his master did not know why the statue of this man surnamed Chu lacked clear features, while the Chu family of the southern region was descended from him. Returning from his thoughts, Chu Ziu asked, "Is what you want to ask of me related to that Chu family?" Kai immediately nodded, "Yes, I wonder if the Holy Sun is willing to help me." Chu Ziu calmly said, "There's no rush, I must examine this stone first before deciding whether to help you." With that, he took the stone and thought, "I'll inspect it first, there's no reason to invite trouble over a small matter." He then secretly called, "System, I've never seen this before, quickly scan it for me." The system chuckled hoarsely, "Ha ha ha," consuming 50,000 breakthrough points to begin scanning. Seeing the price, Chu Ziu frowned, "System, you've gone too far, you're charging me even for this. If you refuse to pay, it'll be very difficult for this great system to work for you." The system completed its scan and displayed the item's information. Time Sand, special item, Emperor grade, originating from the River of Time where only one grain can be found every 5,000 years, making it exceptionally rare. It can be used for artifact or pill refinement, while viewing its special effect requires 200,000 breakthrough points. Hearing that more breakthrough points were required, Chu Xiu cursed, "System, you're a genuine profiteer, why does everything cost money?" With no other choice he accepted. Fine, another 200,000 points satisfied. The system immediately displayed its special effect. After injecting primal power and crushing it, the River of Time will appear and pull the user inside. Warning, the River of Time is extremely dangerous, and anyone unable to withstand the erosion of the laws of time will die instantly. Severe warning, cherish your life and do not seek death. Learning its effect, Chu Xiu examined it several more times and thought, I never expected this Time Sand to possess such a heaven-defying ability. Doesn't that mean I could secretly enter the River of Time and travel into the future or return to the past? He then smiled at Enkai and said, I'm very satisfied with this stone, so tell me, what do you want me to help you with? I don't know why the Chu family captured my parents and me and imprisoned us, but when the servants guarding us became careless, I used a secret movement technique to escape. Unexpectedly, I was captured by the demons and barbarians right after escaping, but fortunately you saved me, and if you can rescue my parents, I'll willingly do anything you ask. After saying this, Enkai's face turned red like a grapefruit. Ah no, more like a tomato. Hearing this, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and uttered a surprised, oh. Fine, I accept your request. Come back to the southern region with me, and I'll send someone to the Chu family and order them to release your parents immediately. 7 days later, in Blue Star City of the southern region, Chu Xiu, Auntie Luo, and Enkai arrived, and Auntie Luo curiously asked, Little brother, why did you bring me here, and when are you finally going to let me love you? Chu Xiu leaned closer and whispered, Auntie Luo, help me with one more thing, and once we return, I promise I'll let you love me as much as you want. Hearing this, Auntie Luo closed her eyes and softly murmured in agreement. Immediately afterward, Chu Xiu wrapped an arm around Auntie Luo's waist and slowly walked alongside her. Not long after, the three arrived before the treasure pavilion. A female attendant quickly greeted them. Our shop has all kinds of rare treasures. Please feel free to look around. And Chu Xiu said, Go tell your chief manager that Chu Xiu has arrived. Please wait here for a moment. The moment she turned back inside, the girl's expression immediately became uneasy. She hurried to find Chief Manager Jin Chengxiu, who frowned and asked, What's wrong? Why are you rushing around like this? Where are your manners? His Highness the Sacred Sun has arrived at our branch, and he's standing right outside, making him wonder why the Sacred Sun had suddenly come to Blue Star City. Could His Highness have discovered that I've secretly been taking bribes? He immediately rushed outside and bowed. Jin Chengxiu greets your Highness. May I ask what important matter brings your Highness to Blue Star City? This girl's parents were taken away by members of the Chu family. I want you to send someone to the Chu family and tell them to release her parents immediately. Surely such a small matter won't be difficult. And Jin Chengxiu broke into a sweat before hurriedly replying, Since your Highness personally requested it, naturally there will be no problem at all. He secretly thought, as long as my embezzlement hasn't been exposed, anything else is fine. Behind them, Enkai secretly marveled, the Sacred Sun holds such immense authority, just one simple sentence from him can save my parents. Jin Chengxiu gestured ahead and said, Miss En, please follow me, I'll take you to the Chu family to bring your parents back. And Enkai immediately thanked him repeatedly. Thank you very much, Chief Manager Jin. Watching them leave, Auntie Luo softly asked, Will the Chu family really listen to Chief Manager Jin and release them? And Chu Xiu replied, I don't know either. Let's see whether the Chu family will show me respect, Auntie Luo. We can wait here for news, but for now come browse the treasure pavilion with me and see if there are any good treasures inside, before wrapping an arm around her waist and entering. Inside the Chu residence, 3 people were discussing the matter when the gray-robed man anxiously said, Ancestor, we still haven't forced out the location of the hidden treasure. Are we really going to release the En family just like that? The ancestor closed his eyes and replied, Since the Sacred Son of Tai Su personally requested it, our Chu family must show him this respect. But his grandson remained unwilling and asked, Then what about the treasure? We spent enormous wealth and effort finding the En family. Are we really giving everything up because of one sentence from Chu Xiu? Why are you so impatient? We must give the Tai Su Sacred Son his due respect, so release the En couple first. Then secretly capture them again afterwards, since we'll already have shown him enough respect. What could he say then? And the grandson praised, As expected, ancestor is truly wise. Chu Xiu has such an exalted status that he probably won't care deeply about a minor family like the En family. so once he leaves Blue Star City, I'll immediately send people to capture them again. His father laughed loudly. Tian Yu, I'll leave this important matter to you, hahaha, in the southern region. When has our Chu family ever feared anyone? Outside Blue Star City's gates, and Kai's parents had been released, and her mother cupped her hands and said, "Many thanks to the sacred son for saving us. We husband and wife are deeply grateful and don't know how we could ever repay this kindness. Auntie, you're too polite. Since there's nothing else now, we'll return to the sacred land, and perhaps fate will let us meet again." After speaking, Chu Xiu wrapped an arm around Auntie Luo's waist and headed toward the flying ship, while Kai silently watched them disappear into the distance until her father urged, "Kai, stop standing there in a daze, hurry, we must leave Blue Star City immediately." Their entire family then boarded another flying ship and departed. Once settled aboard, Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "At last, I've safely reunited with my parents." Unable to contain her joy, she exclaimed, "Father, mother, our family is finally safe." Yet her father's expression remained grave and worried as he said, "The Chu family definitely won't let us off so easily, Kier, you shouldn't have come back." Hearing this, she quickly reassured him. This time His Highness the Holy Sun personally intervened. Would the Chu family really dare break their promise? "Father, aren't you worrying too much?" And Kai's mother suddenly turned and gently stroked her daughter's hair, and noticing something unusual, and Kai asked, "Mother, why are you suddenly looking at me like that?" Her mother choked up and said, "My daughter, you'll probably have to walk the road ahead alone once we leave. They certainly won't spare us, and I only pray they will let you go." And Kai's father decisively pushed her downward and softly called after her, "Kier, our family has no choice but to split up and go separate ways. Kier, remember this, although our family has now fallen from grace, we once had a glorious past. Around 100,000 years ago, when the family was first founded, our clan was entrusted with the sacred duty of protecting the primordial water divine treasury. And now Father will use divine sense to pass its map to you, after which all my memories of it will vanish completely. So Kier, protect it well, because before long someone will surely find you." With that, he formed a hand seal. Crimson symbols appeared in midair, then gathered like flowing blood and shot straight into Nkai's forehead. After receiving the map of the primordial water divine treasury, Nkai said in confusion, "But Father, I can't recognize any of these characters." Her father quickly replied, "The person who can read these characters is the destined one our family has awaited all these years, and when that time comes, hand this map to him personally, thus completing the mission our family has guarded for 100,000 years. Kier, run now, remember to take care of yourself and live well." The two gradually vanished into the endless void, leaving Nkai crying helplessly in despair, "Father, mother." Immediately afterward, Nkai landed safely and gently on the ground. Extreme unwillingness surged within her as she tearfully thought, "Why, how did things become like this? His Highness the Holy Sun personally intervened, so does the Chu family still dare attack my family?" Looking up, she saw 3 flying ships racing at full speed after her parents. Each flying ship bore the Chu family's distinctive emblem, making her think, "Father was right, the Chu family truly refuses to spare us, but why aren't they afraid of punishment from His Highness the Holy Sun? No, their ancestor comes from supreme purity, and with the leader of the supreme purity Holy Land backing them, they have no fear of the Holy Sun. This is the voice transmission talisman His Highness the Holy Sun left me for protection before departing. I only hope His Highness receives its signal and can save my parents from this disaster in time." The scene shifted to bustling Crimson Maple City, where crowded streets echoed with vendors calling from roadside stalls, "Candied hawthorns, sweet and sour delicious candied hawthorns." Chu Xiu then asked the person beside him, "Aunt Luo, how about we stay here tonight and continue our journey tomorrow morning?" Suddenly, his gaze landed on a little girl selling candied hawthorns, and he called, "Little girl, sell me 2 skewers." The girl quickly ran over and politely replied, "Thank you for your patronage, young master." He took the candied hawthorn skewer, handed it to Aunt Luo, and said, "Aunt Luo, here are the candied hawthorns you've always loved most." Aunt Luo happily accepted the skewer and immediately began eating it with practiced ease. Her face showed pure delight and satisfaction from tasting her favorite snack, making Chu Xiu think, who would imagine that a renowned quasi-emperor known throughout the world would love candied hawthorns like a child? Just as the two leisurely strolled along, a talisman suddenly flew toward them from behind. Reacting instantly, Chu Xiu raised 2 fingers and caught it firmly in midair. He immediately recognized it. "This is exactly the voice transmission talisman I gave Nkai earlier." The moment the talisman was activated, Nkai's panicked voice rang out, "Your Highness, the Chu family is hunting us again. Please come save us." Hearing this, Chu Xiu burned the talisman to ashes and gritted his teeth angrily. What a bold Chu family, they completely disregard my words. Auntie Luo, unaware of what had happened, asked, "What's going on?" Chu Xiu replied solemnly, "Auntie Luo, we must return to Blue Star City immediately. I want to see what makes that Chu family so arrogant." Auntie Luo nodded and said, "All right. Auntie Luo will take you there directly. It'll be faster." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and opened a spatial gate in the void. The scene immediately shifted to Blue Star City, where a large crowd had gathered outside the main gate of the Chu family, discussing noisily. Two bloodied corpses were tied to pillars and repeatedly lashed without mercy, making one citizen below shake his head and sigh. These thieves were truly daring to sneak into the Chu family and steal things, and I heard there's still a female thief at large with a huge bounty on her. A nearby girl curiously asked, "What did they steal?" The man replied, "Whatever they stole, anyone who offends the Chu family will never meet a good end." Just then, Chu Xiu and Auntie Luo arrived, and Chu Xiu asked the girl, "Miss, where is that wanted notice posted? I'd like to see it." The girl searched around, pulled a wanted notice from inside her robe, and handed it to Chu Xiu, who winked at her in thanks. However, with just one glance, Chu Xiu immediately recognized Kai as the person drawn on the notice, meaning the two corpses hanging before the Chu residence were her biological parents. Auntie Luo quietly said, "If you hadn't forced the Chu family to release them earlier, perhaps they wouldn't have died so horribly." Chu Xiu calmly replied, "Everyone is born with their own fate." Auntie Luo then asked, "So are you going to avenge them now?" Chu Xiu burned the wanted notice in his hand and said coldly, "Not entirely for revenge, but because these dogs of the Chu family pretended to submit to me while treating my words like passing wind, and a family like this no longer needs to exist." The two quickly reached the main gate of the Chu residence, where Auntie Luo asked, "I heard the Chu family has deep ties with the Supreme Origin Holy Land. Aren't you afraid Sister Hua will become angry if you do this?" Inside the Chu residence, on a high pavilion, Tian Yu and his younger brother leisurely drank tea while watching servants below continuously whip the corpses of Kai's parents. Standing beside his elder brother, Kai asked uneasily, "Big brother, I heard that the Supreme Origin Holy Son has a terrible temper and can kill someone over a single displeasing word. Could he directly attack our Chu family?" "Would he really dare attack our Chu family? Don't forget that our Chu ancestor was once one of the founders of the Supreme Origin Holy Land. So if he attacks us, the senior leaders of the Supreme Origin Holy Land will be the first to oppose him." He then continued, "Second brother, stop worrying and drink. We only need to quietly wait for Kai to walk into our trap, because I refuse to believe she can watch her parents' corpses being tortured like this and still refuse to appear." Among the crowd below, Kai wore a cloak covering her from head to toe and painfully thought, "Father, mother, your unfilial daughter is too weak to avenge you. If His Highness still hasn't arrived in another hour, I'll leave Blue Star City and do everything I can to survive and fulfill my parents' final wishes." Just then, Chu Xiu walked past her with a grim face filled with killing intent, and seeing him, she joyfully thought, "Your Highness truly kept your promise and came." Seeing Chu Xiu casually walk straight forward, the crowd began murmuring in surprise, "Who exactly is that person? No idea, look at what he's about to do." At that moment, Chu Xiu gathered his strength and lifted a massive stone lion head statue nearby with one hand. He then hurled the huge stone toward the main gate of the Chu residence, and the violent impact instantly shattered the imposing gate into countless fragments with a thunderous crash. Everyone nearby cried out in terror, "Who on earth is this guy? He's dead for sure. He actually dared smash the Chu family's main gate. He's finished, completely finished. He'll definitely die horribly." Chu Xiu then swaggered into the Chu residence courtyard and shouted for every person in charge of the Chu family to come out immediately, whereupon the ancestor and Chu Lin appeared together, with the ancestor asking, "May I ask why your Highness has come to the Chu family?" While the family head beside him pretended to ask, "Did some ignorant junior offend your Highness?" Chu Xiu's voice was icy as he declared, "I'll give you two one final chance. Kneel and admit your mistake immediately, and out of respect for your ancestor, I may spare your lives." Hearing their exchange, the crowd quickly guessed Chu Xiu's identity and began discussing in shock that the Supreme Origin Holy Son had personally come to the Chu family and even smashed their gate, wondering what he intended to do. Chu Lin warned Chu Xiu that the Chu family had extremely deep ties with the Supreme Origin Holy Land and urged him not to make things difficult for himself, or he might ultimately lose even his position as Holy Son. Hearing this, Chu Xiu flew into a rage as killing intent erupted in his eyes, and glaring at the two, he said, "Since you don't want to live, then all of you can die." the nearby people trembled under Chu Xiu's terrifying aura, stunned by just how overwhelmingly powerful and frightening it was. Without another word, Chu Xiu charged straight at the Chu family ancestor and patriarch, making the ancestor think in shock. Does Chu Xiu really attack the moment he says so? He immediately clenched his fists, stepped in front of the patriarch, and prepared to fight Chu Xiu to the death. When Chu Xiu's fist struck, he punched back, and their fists collided with a violent shockwave that sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. But under Chu Xiu's overwhelming strength, the Chu family ancestor was soon blasted backward while continuously coughing blood, and Chu Lin hurried over to support him. The crowd outside stared open-mouthed in shock. The Chu family ancestor was sent flying with one punch. Is this the true strength of the sacred son of Tai Su? He defeated a peak lesser saint with a single punch. Recognizing the technique, Chu Xiu asked the Chu family, "You also know the human emperor fist?" And Chu Lin replied, "The human emperor fist is a supreme art passed down by the Chu family's ancestors, and every direct line member can cultivate it." Chu Xiu softly exclaimed and thought, could the human emperor fist I possess have originated from the ancestors of this Chu family? Just then, Chu Lin unleashed his full aura as surging power erupted from him, and he desperately charged at Chu Xiu. But Chu Xiu merely tilted aside and effortlessly dodged his full-force punch. He then casually chopped down on Chu Lin's neck, making him spit blood, roll his eyes back, and collapse to the ground. Chu Xiu then coldly stepped on his body. At that moment, Kai entered and angrily shouted, "Chu Lin, your Chu family used every means possible to seize the water origin divine treasury and even drove my parents to death. But heaven truly has eyes, because today the sacred son is here to seek justice for me, and your end has finally come." As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped before Chu Lin and drove the sharp heel of her boot into his forehead, while Tian Yu roared upon seeing his father die and charged down, shouting at Chu Xiu, "How dare you cause trouble on Chu family territory?" His younger brother also appeared beside Kai and quickly seized her as a hostage. With bloodshot eyes, Tian Yu furiously screamed, "You wicked woman, how dare you kill my father?" Chu Xiu turned back with an annoyed frown and ordered them to release Kai, but the two brothers were too agitated to listen. Seeing this, Chu Xiu raised two fingers and prepared a killing technique, but Jin Chengxiu hurried over and shouted, "Your Highness, the Chu family absolutely cannot be touched. Their ancestor was one of the founders of Tai Su sacred land, and the family's ties with the sacred land run extremely deep, so please reconsider." His face turned pale as he thought, "I've been able to dominate Blue Star City all these years because the Chu family backed me, and if they fall, I'm finished too, so no matter what, I must stop the sacred son of Tai Su today." Maitreya immediately restrained the Tian Yu brothers and coldly warned that if they dared move, she would break their limbs. Just then, a voice asked whether the sacred son could spare the Chu family patriarch's life, and as space trembled, three figures emerged, with Tian Xing speaking while Liu Zhu and Qi Mengdai stood beside him. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Xiu looked up and thought, "Master is here too," and after only a few days apart she looks even more voluptuous and enchanting. Before smiling brightly, "Greetings, Master. Your disciple has missed you greatly these past few days. I wonder whether Master missed me at all." Qi Mengdai did not answer, merely frowned slightly and inwardly cursed her smooth-talking, rebellious disciple, while Chu Xiu approached and continued flattering her. "Master, it's been so long, your disciple missed you terribly," and Qi Mengdai coldly replied, "All you know how to do is run around causing trouble for your master." She then said sternly, "Tian Yu, Tian Xiang, your Chu family used every possible means out of greed for treasure, and if I still protect you today, how can Tai Su sacred land ever command the trust of the world?" Making Chu Xiu smugly think that his beloved master still treated him best. Liu Zhu said, "Leave the rest to me and Peak Master Tian Xing. Chu Xiu, return to the sacred land with your master first because the sacred lord is looking for you." And Chu Xiu smiled, "All right, then Master and I will leave first," while inwardly thinking that he could finally return to the sacred land. He would have to ask his master to teach him some new techniques, and the two then turned and left. Before Jin Chengxiu could rejoice, Chu Xiu turned back and said, "Right, while you're handling this, investigate the accounts of the treasure pavilion as well." As he finished speaking, his hand gently caressed Qi Mengdai's soft peat. Her eyes reddened as she snapped, "You wicked disciple, where are you touching?" Chu Xiu smiled, "Your disciple accidentally touched the wrong place. Please forgive me, Master." He then whispered into her ear, "Master, you don't know this, but every night I was away from the Holy Land, I dreamed of you." Qi Mengdai scolded, "Wicked disciple, enough sweet talk, get your filthy hand off me." Chu shamelessly replied, "No way, I still need to return and cultivate with Master." The two returned to Supreme Purity Peak, where Chu said, "Master, I'll report to Sister Hua first and come find you later." Chi Mengdai snorted, "Wicked disciple, who needs you to come find me?" Chu Ziu then went to Hua Liufei and asked, "Sister Hua, I heard you were looking for me." Hua Liufei asked, "I heard you had a major conflict with the Chu family." Chu Ziu replied, "Yes. The Chu family abused its connection with the Supreme Purity Holy Land, acted lawlessly and slaughtered innocents. So I taught them a lesson, though knowing that relationship, I should have considered Sister's reputation." Hua Liufei replied, "I won't blame you, you did the right thing. The Chu family has relied on the Holy Land's influence to dominate Blue Star for years, and I couldn't punish them severely out of consideration, so this incident can serve as a warning." Chu Ziu smiled and said, "So I've actually done the Holy Land a favor." As he spoke, he took Hua Liufei's hand, pulled her into his arms, and whispered, "Since I've earned merit, how does Sister Hua plan to reward me? The ancient Supreme Pole Star is about to open, so hurry back and prepare well, and once you're ready, I'll come inspect you." With that, she shyly left, while Chu Ziu replied, "All right, Sister Hua, it's a promise." Inside the cultivation room, Chu Ziu sat cross-legged as countless streams of golden spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body. The system displayed a notification, "Dear host, I have detected that the secret art of movement can now be upgraded. Would you like to break through?" Hearing this, Chu Ziu immediately chose to break through without hesitation. "Congratulations, host, your breakthrough succeeded, and the secret art of movement has reached the ultimate sublimation realm." He slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Ultimate sublimation. Could this be the flow of time? The secret art of movement is known as a space-time divine ability with unparalleled speed, so at my current mastery, sensing the flow of time isn't strange." Thinking this, he decided to test his new power, gently raised his hand, exerted force, and instantly tore open overlapping layers of void. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Ziu suddenly appeared in the courtyard of Cloudmist Peak, and Sister Luo immediately asked, "What secret art did you master this time? You can actually disturb the laws of space and time." Just then, Qin Yi hurried over and exclaimed, "Uncle Chu Ziu, you're back." Chu Ziu's lips curved slightly as he formed a seal with 2 fingers, causing golden light to instantly gather at his fingertips. Immediately afterward, a golden halo enveloped a small area within which everything seemed completely frozen, making him wonder, "Everything has stopped. Can I truly manipulate time now?" "Little brother, this is the power of time that only a Saint King can control, so what realm are you actually at now?" Chu Ziu replied, "Sister Luo really is the strongest. You can even resist my interference. I really want to cut you open and study you thoroughly." Chu Ziu replied, "Sister, there's no need to go that far, right? Sister Luo, do you think my divine ability can affect a great saint? I mean, can I temporarily stop their time? Affect even a great saint? This is the first time I've encountered something like your situation, but judging by the strength of the divine ability you just used, affecting a great saint should definitely be possible, though for the exact effect, I suggest testing it on your master." Chu Ziu replied, I was actually thinking the same thing." With that, Chu Ziu withdrew and dispersed the power of time. He reached out and rubbed Qin Yi's head, smiling, "Not bad, it seems you haven't been slacking lately." "Uncle Chu Ziu, I won't slack off. Lately Fei Yan has been carefully guiding my cultivation, so I've improved very quickly." Chu Ziu replied, very good." Chu Ziu then entered the cultivation room, with his next goal being to break through and raise the 9 origins to the lesser saint level. And after sitting down in meditation, he sent Sister Luo a voice message. "Sister Luo, I'm about to break through, so a heavenly phenomenon may appear soon. Focus on your breakthrough. With me here, nothing will happen to Cloudmist Peak." The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was rapidly drawn into Chu Ziu's body in surging waves. Detected that the host's 9 origins are about to break through to the lesser saint level, which will trigger a heavenly phenomenon. The 9 origins laws are manifesting and will descend in 20 breaths, so please prepare yourself. The sky above Cloudmist Peak suddenly darkened as a gigantic vortex gradually formed. Everyone nearby immediately noticed the phenomenon, and 2 girls exclaimed in shock, "Could the Holy Sun be breaking through again? This spectacle is even more astonishing than the previous 5 elements tied, and I'm really curious what realm His Highness is in now." Chi Mengdai also noticed the phenomenon and watched from the rooftop, murmuring, "Is this the convergence of the 9 origins? That rebellious disciple, what kind of law is he cultivating, and how could he reach such a terrifying level? The 5 elements and the convergence of the 9 origins, little brother Chu Ziu, could he truly possess the potential to become an emperor?" Time quietly passed, and 6 days later, Chu Ziu finally stood up and roared as explosive power shattered his clothes into pieces while the system announced, Congratulations, host. The 9 origins have successfully broken through to the lesser saint level. The room was now filled with billowing dust and smoke. Chu Xiu sat down again, exhaled deeply, and began adapting to his newly acquired power. The next morning, Auntie Luo poked her head inside to take a look. Chu Xiu quickly noticed her and hurriedly covered himself, shouting, "Sister Luo, can you stop being such a pervert? Can't you see I'm naked? Even someone as perverted as me thinks you're going too far." Auntie Luo replied, "It's not like I haven't seen it before, so why are you embarrassed?" Chu Xiu quickly dressed himself and asked, "Right, how long did my breakthrough take?" Auntie Luo answered, "About 6 days in total." Chu Xiu frowned. Why did it take so long? He called outside loudly, "Fei Yan, Fei Yan." Mo Fei Yan immediately entered and said, "Congratulations, Your Highness, your cultivation has advanced again. I've already arranged for people to clean and repair the residence, and it should be restored within half a day." "Excellent, you truly are my capable housekeeper." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace, making Fei Yan blush and whisper, "Your Highness, Senior Luo is still here. Do whatever you want and just pretend I'm invisible. If you like, you can even settle things right in front of me. I don't mind." "Senior Luo, you really love teasing me." "Fei Yan, I'll leave this place to you. I need to see my master about something." After she nodded, a blood-red pool appeared beneath Chu Xiu's feet, and his body slowly sank into it before completely disappearing. Fei Yan exclaimed in surprise, "I couldn't sense even the slightest spatial fluctuation. How did His Highness do that?" Sister Luo laughed, "Haha, not just you, even a sacred king wouldn't notice the fluctuations of his space-time traversal without carefully sensing them. He has cultivated the movement's secret art to an almost unfathomable level, truly impressive." Afterward, Chu Xiu appeared at Cloudmist Peak and walked straight into the Peak Master's main hall, where 2 female disciples respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness the Holy Sun." Chu Xiu's eyes lit up as he secretly praised them, realizing both young women were wearing black stockings. Could it be that the female disciples of Cloudmist Peak have all learned to dress so stylishly now? "It's all your fault for insisting I wear these today, and now His Highness saw everything. What should I do?" "Relax, His Highness definitely won't dislike them. Didn't you notice he smiled just now?" "Oh, how did you even think of wearing these?" "I saw the Peak Master wearing them and thought they looked beautiful, so I copied her and tried a pair, and honestly, they're quite comfortable." "Master, your good disciple has arrived. Why did you come looking for me? Is there something important?" "Master, I came this time because I want to spar with you." "In broad daylight, you rebellious disciple, don't go too far." As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Mengdai waved her hand and slammed the main hall doors shut. Chu Xiu asked somewhat nervously, "Master, what exactly are you trying to do?" Qi Mengdai's face flushed red as her eyes avoided his gaze. Facing Chu Xiu's puzzled stare, she walked past him and said, "You're really hopeless. I'll go inside and get those strange toys you made." "Wait, there's no need to rush that matter." Qi Mengdai asked, "What's wrong with you now? Why are you being so troublesome?" Chu Xiu replied, "Master, don't tell me you misunderstood and thought I came here because I wanted to improve my aptitude again." Hearing this, Qi Mengdai froze for a moment before becoming furious from embarrassment and pointing at him as she cursed. "Get out of here right now, who would even imagine such a thing? And what's with that look? Are you looking down on me? Go die somewhere out of my sight." Chu Xiu replied, "You clearly misunderstood me yourself, yet now you're blaming me. Master, don't go too far." Qi Mengdai snapped, "What did I misunderstand? Stop talking nonsense." Yes, everything Master says is absolutely right." Satisfied, "My cultivation has improved recently, so I wanted to spar with Master to test my current strength. Surely Master wouldn't cruelly refuse me." Qi Mengdai thought, "This rebellious disciple has become so arrogant that he even dares challenge me now. HMPH, perfect timing. I'll use this rare opportunity to teach this rebellious disciple an unforgettable lesson for embarrassing me earlier." She raised her chin proudly and said, "Fine, where shall we fight? If we battle inside Tai Su sacred land, we'll inevitably damage the scenery of Cloudlow Peak, so why not enter the void?" Then asked, "Are you sure? With your current cultivation, can you even enter the void?" Chu Xiu did not answer and directly formed a hand seal, causing a brilliant golden ring of light to appear beneath their feet. In the next instant, they entered the void, making Qi Mengdai ask in surprise, "How did you do this? Your aura is clearly still only at the divine ability realm. Did you comprehend the law of space, or have you secretly reached the great saint realm?" Chu Xiu replied, "It's nothing surprising. I merely gained a little more insight into the movement secret." "Beloved Master, be careful." And as soon as he spoke, Chu Xiu transformed into a streak of light and shot forward, leaving Qi Mengdai stunned. She thought, "I never expected this rebellious disciple's abilities to become this terrifying." Chu Xiu activated the human emperor fist and thunderously attacked as a gigantic phantom of himself appeared behind him, shouting, Master, stop standing there in a daze and quickly take this punch. Chi Meng Dai immediately summoned her sharp longsword and replied, Rebellious disciple, today your master will definitely teach you a lesson. With one slash, Chu Xiu's phantom shattered, but he dodged and laughed. Ha ha, that's more like it, never hold back against me, as golden light flashed in his eyes and he charged again. But immediately afterward, Chi Meng Dai's sword blasted him away. Your body truly is incredibly powerful. You can actually clash directly against my bonded great saint weapon. Several cuts appeared across Chu Xiu's hand as he thought, Master's saint weapon is truly powerful. It can even cut through my tough sacred body. Then said, Master, don't hold back. I truly want to test how strong I've become. Immediately afterward, the two figures collided like lightning and fought fiercely throughout the void, while Sister Luo watched nearby and murmured, after successfully breaking through, his strength has increased by far more than merely tenfold. Auntie Luo also said, his growth speed is truly unbelievable, far beyond what anyone would normally imagine. Unless Chi Meng Dai uses a lethal divine ability, she basically can't catch him anymore. Little brother Chu Xiu's momentum has already taken shape, and given a little more time, probably nobody in the Great Saint Realm will be able to threaten him. While Auntie Luo added, don't forget he also possesses an innate supreme treasure, but that's not a bad thing. Once he can dominate even the Saint King realm, we sisters should go handle our own affairs. At the same time, Hua Liufei was soaking in a bath while closely watching the fierce battle between Chu Xiu and Chi Meng Dai. Seeing the power he displayed, she thought, once Chu Xiu fully matures, our Tai Su sacred land will definitely rise to an entirely new level. And after the battle ended, Chu Xiu laughed, ha ha, thank you master for sparring with your disciple, you've worked hard today. I wonder how powerful I'll become once both the 5 elements and 9 origins reach the great saint level. Could I directly fight a saint king evenly by then? Look at how arrogant you are. I only fought evenly with you today because my condition wasn't particularly good. Yes, how could a tiny rebellious disciple like me ever fight evenly against my noble master? It's all because Master loves and pities me and was afraid of accidentally injuring me too badly, making Chi Meng Dai coldly utter a single word, scram. But the shameless Chu Xiu had no intention of leaving and immediately wrapped his arms around her waist. Master, look, it's already dark, so it's time for us to compare our skills again. While Chi Meng Dai snapped, get away from me, didn't your master just finish fighting you? It's already night, go back to your room and sleep. Chu Xiu leaned close to Chi Meng Dai's ear and whispered, Master, while I was away, I bought a very interesting book containing plenty of fascinating hidden knowledge. Aren't you even a little curious? As soon as he finished speaking, his mischievous hand gave Chi Meng Dai's but a loud slap. Caught off guard, she softly moaned before turning to scold him playfully, you damned wicked disciple, then tell your master about it. Early the next morning, Chu Xiu left the Cloudmist Peak Master's palace with a smug smile and leisurely walked along the winding path. Just then, Chu Xiu took out an object and held it in his hand, recalling, years ago, Tian Yunzi said the ancient Supreme Pole Star map contained a clue related to the source of the way. But its exact location can only be discovered after reaching the ancient Supreme Pole Star. The source of the way is an origin formed when heaven and earth were first created, and after refining it, cultivators can become closer to the great way of heaven and earth and gradually approach the heavenly way. Such a treasure is incredibly rare for ordinary cultivators, but to me, it's not only useless but may even bring trouble. After all, the way of unification I cultivate follows a completely different path from the heavenly way, making it outright rebellion against it. And Maitreya once warned that a great terror would appear when I break through to Quasi-Emperor, so how can I avoid that calamity? Just then, a noisy crowd ahead caught his attention as voices shouted, I want one, me too, everyone wait and stop pushing. He wondered, oh, what are these ladies fighting to buy? Oh, aren't these the 2 disciples I met outside Master's palace 2 days ago? What are these things? So they're selling black stockings. Seeing him, the 2 female disciples hurriedly greeted him. Your Highness the Holy Sun, you've come. Greetings, Your Highness the Holy Sun. Chu Xiu replied, keep working, there's no need to mind me. Looks like I accidentally started a trend, huh? No, more accurately, Master did. To be fair, if all the female cultivators of the Supreme Purity Holy Land wore stockings, they really would have a completely different charm. The scene shifted to the ancient Supreme Pole Star. The ground suddenly erupted with thunderous explosions, leaving countless deep craters. From one deep crater, a gigantic eyeball shot into the sky. In another crater appeared a box shaped like an ancient coffin, and the eyeball flew before it, saying, Heh, Primordial change, you're awake. Heh, the ancient supreme pole star is about to open, and this time you won't be able to stop me. I will definitely escape this place. A hoarse, broken voice came from inside the box. Ha, mere evil intent dares cause trouble. Hey, primordial change, you've fought me for so many years, yet still can't drive me away. You're old and nearly dead, so why not grant my wish? Give up and let me go. Several days later at the Supreme Purity Holy Land, Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdai strolled through the rear mountain of Cloudmist Peak. Qi Mengdai said, "The ancient supreme pole star has opened, so I must depart ahead with the great saints. Take these specially made voice transmission talismans, because once you arrive there, you'll face threats not only from the abyss but also the natives of the ancient supreme pole star, who aren't easy to deal with, as well as many strange and dangerous places. So although you're quite strong now, never lower your guard. Don't worry, your disciple won't act recklessly." Qi Mengdai scolded, "Wicked disciple, it's broad daylight, let go of me. Just let your disciple hug master for a while." Hearing this, Qi Mengdai stopped struggling. She gently leaned against Chu Xiu's chest and said, "Don't you dare die." Chu Xiu lightly flicked her forehead and said, "Master, you're underestimating your disciple too much. Take this, it may help you at a critical moment." She asked, "What is this?" "It contains a mid-stage Great Saint corpse puppet that can be controlled with spiritual sense. Its defense is extremely strong and it can take damage for you at critical moments. My sacred body has already reached perfection, and with the protection of the character's secret art, this thing isn't very useful to me, so keep it for yourself. Alright, once you reach the primordial Tai Kai star, contact us quickly because acting alone can easily be dangerous. I'll leave first, so rest well these next few days." After saying that, he returned to his residence, where Auntie Luo immediately called, "Little brother, come here." And Chu Xiu sat beside her, wrapped an arm around her waist, and asked, "Auntie Luo, what's wrong?" Auntie Luo took out 2 jade pieces and handed them to him, saying, "Take these." "What are these?" she replied. "I know the laws of heaven and earth have changed in later generations. Quasi-emperors may have their strength suppressed, so before sealing myself away, I prepared some safeguards, and these 2 jade talismans each contain one of my divine abilities." She pointed at the purple jade and said, "Even an ordinary quasi-emperor would be severely injured, and if used properly it could even kill one." Chu Xiu secretly thought in shock, "It's that powerful." She then pointed at the green jade. "This one seals my defensive divine ability, and once activated, nobody below peak quasi-emperor level can break it, but remember, it only lasts 15 minutes. Seeing how worried she was about him, Chu Xiu kissed her cheek and said, "Auntie Luo really is my dearest aunt." Auntie Luo froze, unable to react for a moment to what had just happened. Sister Luo angrily raised a slender finger and said, "That brat really is dense, tell him not to die." "The man in purple asked me to tell you not to die." Chu Xiu replied, "Don't worry, I'm very hard to kill." The scene then shifted to a lake on the primordial Tai Kai star. At that very moment, Chu Xiu had just arrived there. "Oh, is this the place? The primordial Tai Kai star is so vast, yet I just arrived and found one of my targets before even figuring out the direction. Could this be the benefit of my overwhelming luck? Something isn't right, the lake before me is unnaturally calm." He immediately slammed a powerful punch into the ground, but strangely, the earth seemed completely unaffected, so he followed with another punch directly into the lake. Aside from a few ripples, nothing else happened, and staring at his fist, he thought, "Looks like I can only enter directly." Just then, a monster with 2 sets of razor-sharp claws suddenly appeared behind Chu Xiu. He instantly sensed the approaching danger and quickly glanced behind him. The monster opened its fang-filled mouth and tried to bite Chu Xiu, but he sent it flying with a single punch and immediately noticed something strange. It has no life force at all. Could it be a dead creature? It looks like a corpse puppet controlled by someone, and it didn't explode after taking my punch, which proves its body is extremely tough and its strength is already close to 3rd stage Great Saint level. When the monster charged forward to attack again, Chu Xiu quickly grabbed its arm and hurled it straight toward the lake. That strike left it completely motionless. Chu Xiu immediately approached to inspect it more closely, but as his gaze swept around, countless identical monsters had appeared from nowhere and completely surrounded Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's expression changed as he thought, "Damn, did I just stir up an entire nest?" He immediately realized that fleeing was the best choice and secretly felt fortunate. Good thing I raised the movement's secret art to its limit before coming to the primordial Tai Kai star. Otherwise, I might have died here. At that moment, a strange mark suddenly appeared between his brows, making him exclaim, "Sword energy." He then took out the bronze replica, examined the image on it, and guessed, an island. Could the innate sword embryo be on that island? At that moment, Chu Xiu suddenly noticed in surprise that the lake from earlier had completely vanished and wondered, "What's going on?" the lake is actually gone. Before he could understand, another strange change occurred as all the monsters chasing him suddenly disappeared. In their place appeared countless withered trees, surrounded by yellow leaves drifting down. Chu Xiu remained calm and continued forward when a black cat suddenly appeared on a nearby branch and said, "Finally, I found you," making Chu Xiu turn to observe it carefully. The moment the cat landed on the ground, it suddenly transformed into human form. It became a pink-haired girl with beast ears and feline eyes and mouth, saying, "Outsider, don't be nervous, meow. I am the guardian of this forest, and if you want to escape this place, you'll need my help." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped straight onto Chu Xiu. She immediately jumped onto Chu Xiu, making him secretly enjoy the moment and think, "A cat girl? I never expected this ancient Taikai star to have such a wild flavor." Then after a while he awkwardly coughed and asked, Where is this place and how can I leave?" While she replied, "Meow, you don't even know where this is. The fact that you crossed that lake is already a miracle, meow, but since you don't know, I'll explain it to you. Countless millennia ago, when this ancient star was first born, 5 gods appeared alongside it. The dragon god, wilderness god, underworld god, thunder god, and wind god, and from birth they possessed the ancient star's ultimate powers and were worshipped as gods by all intelligent life. The island you're standing on and the lake outside were both created by the wilderness god. You probably found this place because of the innate sword embryo, and Chu Xiu said, "Meow, it seems you know quite a lot," while she replied, "I've lived on this island for a very long time, so naturally I know some secrets. Now come, I'll lead you out of this forest. Step exactly where my footprints are, because only then can you safely escape, otherwise you'll be trapped in this forest forever." And Chu Xiu asked, "Meow, then why did the wilderness god create this place?" This is also the wilderness god's burial ground, because even gods eventually reach the end of their lives. How pitiful, meow. I've heard that a dragon god still exists beneath the endless great marsh, but this ancient star was born more than 10,000 years ago, so how could she possibly still be alive today? You're overthinking it, because the current dragon god isn't the original one. After a dragon god dies, all her essence, cultivation, and inheritance automatically gather together and eventually become a dragon egg that nurtures a new life. The dragon god born from that egg is naturally no longer the previous dragon god, and Chu Xiu replied, "So that's how it works." Chu Xiu then silently followed each footprint left behind by the black cat. After a while she said, "Do you see that mountain? It's the corpse of the wilderness god transformed after death." And Chu Xiu asked, "Is the innate sword embryo there?" "Yes, the innate sword embryo lies at the forehead, or in your terms, inside the divine platform." Chu Xiu lifted her chin and said, "You deliberately led me here because you want me to obtain the innate sword embryo, right?" And she replied, "Of course, that's my mission, but obtaining it won't be easy because there are 3 trials on the mountain." As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly licked Chu Xiu's neck and continued, "The first trial tests sword intent, the second tests strategy, and as for the third, you'll find out after passing the first 2. Her black cat tail playfully brushed against Chu Xiu as she said, "Hey, outsider, I've given you so much valuable information, how will you thank me?" Then wrapped her arms around his neck, making him ask, "Then how do you want me to thank you?" The black cat blushed and shyly stammered, "I've lived alone in this deserted place for far too long, and this loneliness has become truly unbearable." Understanding her implication, Chu Xiu firmly squeezed her butt with one hand while blocking the black cat's tongue with the other and smiled, "I understand, of course I understand." After an unknown amount of time, Chu Xiu finally straightened Trin T-letter 1EC1's clothes while the black cat lay sprawled on the ground with a satisfied expression. She licked away the remaining white liquid from the corner of her mouth and said, "Outsider, may good fortune accompany you throughout the journey ahead." Chu Xiu immediately activated his power, causing a golden ring of light to gradually appear beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the stone tablet of the first trial, while deep within the mountain 2 female figures appeared, one dressed in white and the other in black. "Welcome, outsider, you have arrived, and this place is the first trial you must overcome." Chu Xiu calmly walked past them, thinking, such dense death energy, they're clearly not living beings, probably some kind of corpse puppets. Not far away stood a towering ancient tree, beneath which was a woman in white. High on a branch, a red-skinned old man watched with his single eye and asked suspiciously, "An outsider actually dares set foot on desolate God Island? Sword Maiden, do you think he can pass the first trial?" The Sword Maiden stood beneath the tree beside a sword radiating dense blood energy and coldly replied, "I don't know. He never used a sword during the battle on the lake, so whether he's truly a sword cultivator remains uncertain." and I doubt he can even pass the first trial established by His Majesty the Desolate God. He's about to begin the trial. Just then, Chuziu reached out and lightly touched the rough stone wall. The first trial officially activated, instantly drawing his consciousness into a strange space filled with countless sword intents floating in midair, which immediately surged toward him together. Without hesitation, Chuziu summoned Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent, and a sharp symbol appeared between his brows. The phantom sword formed from Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent shot from between his brows and flew into the space. As it confronted defeat-seeking Sword Intent, the system announced, "Notice, the host's Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent has successfully devoured defeat-seeking Sword Intent. Sword Intent grade has increased, but its current grade remains undetermined. Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent continues devouring Earth-grade Free Spirit Sword Intent and grows stronger, then devours Earth-grade Crimson Light Sword Intent, followed by Immortal-grade Flowing Body Sword Intent, greatly increasing its power." Watching his Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent freely devour everything, Chuziu delightedly exclaimed, "How is this even a trial? They're clearly handing me gifts." Outside, the one-eyed old man observed for a long while before saying, "An hour has passed and he still hasn't emerged as expected. He can't pass the first trial. But his life force hasn't weakened, so he must still be struggling against the cleansing of the Sword Intent River. Unfortunately, his Sword Intent isn't strong enough. Otherwise, his consciousness would have already escaped the stone monument space. What a pity an outsider finally came here." Just then, the Sword Maiden suddenly cried out in shock, "Look!" An unexpected scene unfolded as the stone monument containing the Sword Intent began crumbling apart. "How can this happen? Why is the Sword Intent monument cracking? This completely defies reason. The Sword Intent monument exists because of the Sword Intent River, so as long as the river remains, the monument cannot perish, yet now it's destroyed, proving that outsider completely exhausted and erased the Sword Intent River. His Sword Intent must be incredibly powerful, perhaps even beyond divine grade." Chuziu's consciousness then returned to his body, and opening his eyes at the shattered monument, he thought, "My Sword Intent actually broke through the transformation realm and entered the way entry realm." The women in white and black approached together and announced, "Congratulations, outsider, you may now proceed to the second trial. Follow this path to the mountainside, where your second test awaits." Hearing this, Chuziu turned toward the direction the two women indicated. He stepped onto the first stair, and the instant his foot touched it, an immense pressure descended and weighed heavily upon his body. Interesting, this place even has the pressure of heaven and earth, somewhat similar to the heavenly stairway of the Supreme Purity Holy Land, but this tiny pressure can't stop me. With that, Chuziu accelerated and charged rapidly uphill. Does this guy have a death wish? He actually dares sprint recklessly along such a dangerous path. As he continuously raced up the stairs, an arrow-shaped bolt of lightning suddenly appeared and struck directly toward Chuziu's head. The violent lightning slammed into him, making the one-eyed old man laugh loudly. Just as expected, he got struck by heavenly lightning. "Ha ha ha, that guy is definitely doomed. Let's see if that brat can keep pretending now." The Sword Maiden chuckled and said, "Ha ha, look carefully before judging." Behind the thick smoke and dust, Chuziu's figure remained standing tall. Not even the slightest wound could be seen on his body, while a strange smile curled across his lips. He then raised his head toward the sky and challenged, "Come at me if you've got the guts, let the lightning strike even harder." He didn't wait long before bolts of lightning began raining relentlessly upon his position. Seeing this, the one-eyed old man was so shocked his only eye nearly popped out. That outsider is actually drawing lightning to temper his body. Shortly afterward, Chuziu calmly stood before the swordwoman. "Are you two the guardians of the second trial?" "Exactly, the two of us guard this second trial under the strict rules established by His Majesty the Desolate God, and if you wish to advance, you must defeat us together." Hearing this, Chuziu replied decisively, "That's no problem for me." He secretly thought, these two seem to be puppets, but they're far more advanced than the water monsters beneath the lake or the two women in white and black on the square. So just how terrifying was the Desolate God when his puppet control technique alone was enough to dominate the starry skies? "I wonder if I'll have a chance to obtain the Desolate God's puppet art inheritance at the third trial," the one-eyed old man said. "Outsider, rest assured, when we fight you, our cultivation will automatically be suppressed to your current realm." He secretly sneered, "Even at the same realm, you can't defeat the swordwoman and me together." "All right, then this junior thanks both seniors for showing me consideration and mercy." After carefully observing Chuziu, the one-eyed old man suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, brat, you're only at the divine ability realm." The swordwoman also frowned suspiciously. How is that possible? How could someone at the divine ability realm withstand the blood lightning and reach this place? Hurry up and start, I still have important matters to handle and don't want to waste too much precious time here. The two froze at those arrogant words, while the trial's rules began suppressing their cultivation from 8th stage Great Saint all the way down to the divine ability realm. Feeling their realms plummet, both asked in shock, "You're really only at the divine ability realm?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, 100% true, do you believe me now? Without another word, he unleashed his aura and flashed behind the two. A powerful punch sent the one-eyed old man flying, and before the swordwoman could even draw her sword, Chu Xiu's next attack was already upon her. A simple palm strike sent her flying away like a cannonball. After being knocked away, the two angrily shouted, "Brat, you already have such a huge advantage, yet you still launched a sneak attack, you're truly shameless." You two, the battle had already begun, so it's my choice when to attack. Do I need to warn you before attacking? If you can't handle it, just say so. The Guardians replied, "Outsider, you have successfully passed this trial and may proceed to the third trial." Once confirmed, Chu Xiu immediately continued up the stone steps, and without the crushing pressure of heaven and earth, the climb became much easier. Thinking back, however, he realized he had encountered almost no significant obstacles, as though every trial had been designed specifically for him, and even the black cat guiding him seemed deliberately arranged, so things were definitely not as simple as they appeared. Before long, he crossed the final step and saw a simple wooden house ahead. He leisurely approached the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The moment he entered, his gaze fixed in one direction while the heavenly slaughter sword intent mark on his forehead shone brightly. A gigantic white stone appeared before Chu Xiu, surrounded by a strange and unfathomable aura. Could this be the legendary innate sword embryo? Isn't this size a little too exaggerated? Actually its true size is far larger than this, about 10,000 times bigger than what you see now. Just then, the mysterious black cat girl appeared and said, "Hello, we've met before. My name is Miao Zio Qi, the innate guardian spirit of this innate sword embryo Miao." Chu Xiu replied, "My name is Chu Xiu, with Xiu meaning the end of all things." Miao Zio Qi excitedly rushed forward and hugged him, saying, "Chu Xiu, you can now begin refining me, Miao. Are you wary of me? We're already so close, how could I bear to harm you? Besides, how could a cute little cat like me harbor any wicked intentions, Miao?" Chu Xiu lightly pinched Miao Zio Qi's cheek and said, "I'm naturally as suspicious as Cao Cao, so anything obtained too easily never makes me feel secure, but such an enormous opportunity is right before me, making its temptation truly impossible to resist." Miao Zio Qi placed a finger against his lips and said, Humans truly are complicated and unpredictable, Miao, so what will you choose? Risk refining this sword embryo or simply turn around and leave?" Chu Xiu calmly lowered her hand, squeezed Miao Zio Qi's butt, leaned closer, and meaningfully asked, "What do you think I should choose?" The scene shifted to a desolate towering mountain on the ancient Tai Kai star, where majestic fire phoenixes and dragons were carved into the sheer cliffs. Tian Xing's steady voice broke the silence. "These are precious cultivation insights specially left by the ancient human sages for future generations. This cliff records a method for breaking through to the Saint King realm, and although little of the content remains, what is left is already more than enough for people at our level." Xingqi Mengdai remained silent. Tian Xing turned and asked, "Cloudlow Peak Master, are you still worried about the sacred sun's safety? Although this ancient star contains many opportunities, it also hides countless dangers, so I only hope Chu Xiu can safely overcome them all, but enough, close your eyes and comprehend, because this place truly contains a great opportunity for us to reach the Saint King realm." Everyone immediately found a place and sat cross-legged. They entered a state of cultivation and comprehension. Time passed, and half a month later, Chu Xiu sat meditating in a strange space while refining the innate sword embryo. Miao Zio Qi lay beside him bored and lazily meowed as Chu Xiu slowly said, 5 days ago, I already refined the 79,999th restriction. Yet after 5 full days, no matter what method I try, I still can't refine the 80,000th restriction. What exactly is causing this? Do you know why I'm stuck here? That's because the method you're using is completely wrong, Miao. The reason is that the next step requires a blood sacrifice ritual, Miao. Hearing this, Chu Xiu curled his lips into a sinister smile as killing intent flashed in his eyes. A blood sacrifice? Ha ha ha. Making Miao Zio Qi panic at his vicious expression and hurriedly say, "Could you stop releasing such terrifying killing intent? This blood sacrifice is completely different from the cruel kind you're imagining." Hearing this, Chu Xiu withdrew his frightening expression and exclaimed softly in surprise, allowing Miao Zio Qi to explain, The innate sword embryo must absorb blood, so the next step is to refine it using your own fresh blood. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu immediately followed Miao Qi's instructions and began dripping his blood onto the innate sword embryo. The system instantly displayed a confirmation. The innate sword embryo had successfully broken through the 79,999th restriction and officially entered the 80,000th layer. Seeing the notification, Chu Xiu became extremely excited and thought that Miao Qi truly hadn't deceived him. But 1 week later, he appeared pale and haggard from excessive blood loss as the system announced that the innate sword embryo had now been refined to the 80,370th layer. Seeing his miserable appearance, Miao Qi couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. "Look at you, ha ha, you really look hilarious, Miao." With a face as pale as a death spirit, Chu Xiu turned and stared at the cat, saying, "My vital blood is severely depleted right now, and I suddenly feel like finding out what cat meat tastes like." Hearing this, Miao Qi panicked and hurriedly covered her mouth, whispering, "I promise I won't laugh at you anymore, Miao," while Chu Xiu sternly continued, "At my current speed, how much longer will it take to completely refine this sword embryo?" And she replied, "About 3 more months, Miao, but you've probably noticed that the later stages become much harder to refine." Hearing this, Chu Xiu once again focused completely and continued the arduous refinement. A brilliant golden light gradually appeared and enveloped his entire body. Watching from beside him, Miao Qi exclaimed excitedly, "Is everything finally about to begin?" Just then, Mount Sumeru suddenly reacted and shot outward, leaving Chu Xiu stunned as he wondered, "I've clearly refined the innate sword embryo's final layer perfectly, so why has Mount Sumeru suddenly reacted like this?" At that exact moment, the innate sword embryo also suddenly shot toward Mount Sumeru at astonishing speed. The two gigantic objects gradually collided and began merging into one. Mount Sumeru and the primordial sword embryo fused together, gradually taking the form of a gigantic sword, making Chu Xiu exclaim in confusion, "What the hell is happening?" Beside him, Miao Qi excitedly wagged her tail nonstop and said, "I've finally waited until this day." Chu Xiu pondered. Sister Luo once activated Mount Sumeru and easily suppressed 2 peak Saint Kings until they dared not resist, but Sister Luo also said this supreme treasure was incomplete because it had no artifact spirit. Normally, even imperial artifacts possess artifact spirits, so how could Mount Sumeru, something even stronger, not have one? Back then, I assumed its artifact spirit was merely sleeping and would naturally awaken once Mount Sumeru became powerful enough. Today, I finally understand everything. Mount Sumeru was incomplete because it was only one small part of an even greater treasure, and the primordial sword embryo was another part, with the treasure only becoming truly complete after the two merged. And once this supreme treasure completes its fusion, its spirit is none other than Miao Qi. Seeing Chu Xiu's expression, Miao Qi said, "Looks like you've figured everything out." Chu Xiu asked, "Have you always been waiting here for me?" Miao Qi replied, "Yes, I've always been waiting for you to arrive, Miao." "Who exactly arranged all of this? Was it the desolate god? How much do you know about it?" Miao Qi shook her head and denied it. "It wasn't the desolate god, he was only a quasi-emperor and wasn't qualified to do something like this." Chu Xiu pressed, "Then who was it?" "Some secrets can only be discovered by yourself. I can't reveal too much because heavenly secrets must not be disclosed, but I must warn you that with your current cultivation, you're still nowhere near capable of facing that person. This great sword still needs several more days inside my body to fully complete itself, so stay here and rest for now." 3 days later, Miao Qi's entire body suddenly began trembling violently. A beam of light deep within her body struggled to break free. She raised her head toward the sky and screamed in both pain and relief, "Ah!" Immediately afterward, Miao Qi tightly gripped a gleaming sword and declared clearly, "The refinement is finally complete." Chu Xiu stepped forward, took the sword, examined it carefully, and nodded approvingly. "What a fine sword." He then asked curiously, "So you're now the artifact spirit of this sword?" Miao Qi quickly replied, "That's right, Miao." Chu Xiu continued, "Then you must know its properties very well, right?" "Heh, if you want to know its properties, why not test it yourself? Don't worry, you're its master, so its sword might will never harm you." Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately formed a hand seal and shot into the sky. He flew toward a towering mountain. Without hesitation, he swung the sword downward, unleashing a blazing crimson sword beam that struck the mountain with terrifying power and created a world-shaking scene of destruction. The system announced, "Scanning item information, 1%, 2%, 3%. 100% scan complete. Would the host like to immediately inspect the item's detailed information? After landing on the ground, Chuziu chose yes. The system continued, attention, inspecting this item's information requires 100 million breakthrough points. Brother, if you refuse to pay, it'll be very difficult for this system to work for you. Chuziu gritted his teeth and cursed, you damned shameless system, your appetite keeps getting bigger, hurry up. He then said, system, deduct the fee automatically and quickly display the attribute panel. Detailed information, unnamed, type, infinitely transforming sword, grade, Chaos Supreme Treasure, peak level properties include indestructibility, immeasurable weight, breaking all techniques through sheer force. Limitless transformation into any form with the sword form possessing the greatest power for Chuziu and will nurturing, which allows the owner to merge sword intent into it for nourishment and accelerate its breakthroughs. Description: a perfect fusion of Mount Sumeru and the primordial sword embryo, its grade surpasses even primordial supreme treasures and reaches the level of a chaos supreme treasure. But the host's current cultivation is too low and can only barely activate it. Chuziu laughed loudly, ha ha ha, I finally have a weapon that truly suits me. This precious treasure perfectly combines the greatest advantages of Mount Sumeru and the primordial sword embryo. It's truly unparalleled in power, brother. This great system warmly congratulates the host, and by the way, don't forget to name this magnificent supreme treasure. Miao Ziochi immediately sent Chuziu a telepathic message. Miao Ziochi, name this sword Miao Ziochi, I guarantee it's the coolest name in the world. In ancient legends of China, Pangu had the heaven-splitting axe, the human emperor had the Xunyun sword, demon god Chiyu had the Chiyu sword, goddess Nuwa had the innate marriage divine artifact red embroidered ball, and even the three Pure Ones patriarchs possessed illustrious treasure. Naturally, my artifact also needs a worthy name with real meaning, but what should I call it? Miao Ziochi kept pestering him telepathically. If Miao Ziochi isn't acceptable, then call it Miao Miao Sword, or Cat Sword, Miao Sword, or even Invincible Great Cat Sword. Chuziu coldly pushed her aside and said, stop making noise. With lofty ambition I shall open the 9 heavens and cherish the wishes of all living beings, so this great sword shall henceforth be called Heavenly Emperor Sword. The system announced that the nomming was successful, while Miao Ziochi pouted and thought the name was not cute at all. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the surrounding space suddenly shook violently as spatial cracks continuously tore open everywhere. We must leave immediately, this place is about to completely collapse, hurry, because if we're swept into the spatial turbulence we'll undoubtedly die. Chuziu, I'll take you out now. As soon as she finished speaking, Miao Ziochi hugged Chuziu and carried him away. After escaping, Chuziu returned to the familiar wooden house and soon saw a table before him. Approaching it, he discovered 3 jade talismans neatly arranged on the tabletop. The white jade talisman controlled the corpse puppets beneath Divine Lake, the purple one controlled the puppets on Desolate God Island, especially those that had developed independent consciousness, while the black one recorded the Desolate God's puppet art and a special sword-nurturing art. There was little need to explain the white and purple talismans, as their main purpose was to serve as mediums for controlling the puppets. More importantly, the Desolate God's puppet art was an extremely domineering secret art based on heteromorphic growth, while the sword-nurturing art could accumulate nearly limitless power, as long as the sword was strong enough and nurtured for sufficient time, making Chuziu wonder whether nurturing Heavenly Emperor Sword for over 100,000 years could let him kill a great emperor with one strike upon drawing. Immediately afterward, Chuziu released vast spiritual power and began refining the 3 jade talismans. As he focused on refining, the entire house shone brilliantly from the abundant spiritual power, while the one-eyed elder and sword maiden watched from afar. Seeing this, their eyes widened as they exclaimed in shock, he actually succeeded. Let's go, it's time to meet our new master, and the two then led another group toward the wooden house. Upon reaching the entrance, everyone shouted together, greetings, new master, greetings, new master. Chuziu had just stepped outside and smiled inwardly, thinking that after refining the jade talisman, he seemed to have gained another group of subordinates. Chuziu leisurely walked toward the edge of the cliff, while the sword maiden and one-eyed elder quickly followed behind. Your subordinates, sword maiden and one-eye, greet master, and Chuziu said, you may rise. Sword maiden, I want to know something. How many people are currently here in total? Reporting to master, on Wilderness God Island, there are 4 peak great saints with independent consciousness, including one-eye and me, 20 mid-stage great saints without consciousness, and 2,000 corpse puppets at the 3rd level of the great saint realm inside the Divine Lake. Oh, I didn't expect there to be so many. Just then, 2 gates suddenly appeared from the void before Chuziu, and an old man carrying a staff and a heavily made-up red-robed woman slowly stepped through before calling together upon seeing him, Master. The two women dressed in white and black also arrived with a group behind them, and everyone shouted together, Master. Looking at the formidable force he had just gained, Chu Xiu happily thought that bringing this group into battle would be incredible, and wondered how the great saints of the heavenly vault continent could possibly compete with him for opportunities. Elsewhere on the ancient Taikai star, the demons were desperately fleeing. The woman riding the chariot said while running, "This ancient star has undergone a major change and grows more dangerous each day. We've gained few opportunities while people keep dying, but Shang Jiang, are you really all right?" "I'm fine, I only regret that Qing Yu is already gone." "Don't be sad anymore, hurry and run faster. Those terrifying monsters are probably about to catch up again." Meanwhile, Tian Xing, Liu Zhu, and the others continued fleeing without pause. As he ran, Tian Xing anxiously said, "Meng Dai was separated from us in that chaotic battle. I wonder if she is in danger now." Someone in the group shouted, "Senior brother Tian Xing, can the place you mentioned really help us escape alive?" "Yes, that lake is extremely dangerous, listed as a forbidden zone of the ancient Taikai star, so ordinary beings dare not approach it. Just hold on a little longer, and once we reach the lake, we will be safe." As soon as he finished encouraging them, the group quickly reached that mysterious lake. Liu Zhu looked around and softly warned, "It is far too quiet here. It feels very strange. Everyone be careful." Tian Xing nodded in agreement. On the Demon Clan side, Snake Woman turned to Dark Crow Woman and said, "Fellow cultivator Dark Crow Woman, speed is your specialty among us, so please scout ahead and check the movements and direction of those monsters so we are not ambushed." Tian Xing suddenly stopped her sternly. "No need to scout, they are already here. All the relay-like restrictions I secretly placed in the void outside the lake have been activated. We are about to be surrounded. This was truly a fatal mistake." As soon as he finished speaking, the ferocious monsters tore through the void and charged out, while the Demon Clan cried out in panic, never expecting the monsters to disregard the prestige of the ancient Taikai star's forbidden zone. At the same time, on Chu Xiu's side, the old man with a cane reported, "Master, outsiders have entered the Divine Lake again, and there are quite a few of them." "More outsiders have arrived. Quickly project the images for me." "Yes, Master." The entire battle between the Demon Clan and the monsters immediately appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. He quickly recognized Liu Zhu and Tian Xing among them. They are all old acquaintances. "But where is Master? Could something have happened?" Du Mu asked. "Master, should we drive these outsiders away?" Chu Xiu immediately ordered, "Go there with Sword Woman at once and help them." Sword Woman and Du Mu bowed and clasped their hands in obedience. "Yes, Master." Then he turned to Assassin Woman and asked, "Hey, Assassin Woman, do you know what kind of monsters those attacking creatures are?" Assassin Woman firmly shook her head. "I have absolutely no idea." Hearing this, he asked the old man with the cane, "What about you? Do you know?" He replied, "I do not know either. I have never seen anything like this before." Ngu Ti letter 1EC3 UTH letter 1EA5T slowly stepped forward and said, "I know, Meow, these hideous monsters are weapons created by the heavenly slaves." Meow. Chu Xiu asked in surprise, "Heavenly slaves? What are those?" Muzai Oki stepped closer and explained, "As their name suggests, the heavenly slaves are slaves of heaven, extremely evil and powerful, violent, savage, and cunning, pure demons who consider themselves superior and despise all living beings." He briefly added, "In short, you must be extremely careful with them." Chu Xiu continued, "Then how do the heavenly slaves create weapons?" Muzai Oki replied, "They use the life essence of living beings, combining it with the power of the divine lake and flesh and blood to refine weapons. The more they kill, the more weapons they create, and the more powerful experts they hunt, the stronger the weapons they can forge. If they were given more time to develop and created tens of millions of great saint-level weapons, or even saint, king, and quasi-emperor weapons, would they not easily sweep across the entire world? However, the weapons created by the heavenly slaves all have a lifespan from 1 month at the shortest to 1 year at the longest, after which they naturally die. I told you, such a broken ability would be invincible if it had no limits. Looks like you know quite a lot. Do you know roughly how powerful the heavenly slaves on this ancient Taikai star are?" As he asked, he rubbed Ngu Ti letter 1EC3 UTH letter 1EA5T's head. "This cat certainly knows a little. But how much I tell you depends on what you offer me in exchange." Meow. Back to the battle between the heavenly slaves and the human and demon clans. A ferocious heavenly slave violently clawed toward Tian Xing and Shang Jiang. Snake Woman immediately rushed forward and shouted, "Shang Jiang, you have always been clever and quick-witted. Quickly think of a way to lead everyone out. I will hold them back. If we keep struggling like this, we will all die here." After saying this, she swung her sword directly at the heavenly slave, but her desperate attack seemed useless, as the monster casually lashed its tail and sent Snake Woman flying. Seeing his companion blasted away, Shang Jiang shouted anxiously, "Snake Woman!" Severely wounded on the ground, Snake Woman still struggled to speak. "Go, all of you, Qing Yu Saint is dead. Shang Jiang, you absolutely cannot die here. No way, heaven would never completely cut off humanity's path to survival. We will definitely find a chance to escape together." At this moment, the heavenly slaves launched another fierce attack, when a sudden disturbance behind him made Shang Jiang turn around in shock. It turned out to be the monkey monsters that had encountered Chu Xiu before. They leapt out of the water and rushed onto the shore. They bared their teeth with murderous grins upon seeing their prey appear. Enemies surrounded them from both front and back, and Shang Jiang angrily shouted at Tian Xing, "Sect Master Tian Xing, is this the way out you led us to?" While defending himself, Tian Xing replied bitterly, "I never could have imagined things would turn out like this." Hearing his answer, Tianmian could only let out a helpless sigh of despair. Could it be? Could we really all be buried here forever? But immediately afterward, her eyes became dull and dazed as she stared fixedly into the distance. In the direction she was watching, two unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared, and the sharp-eared monkey monsters heard the disturbance behind them and immediately turned to look. The two who had just arrived were none other than Giant Woman and Du Mu, who had come to reinforce them on Chu Xiu's orders. Suddenly, Giant Woman drew the long sword from her back and sternly ordered the 7 monkeys, "The master has ordered us to save those outsiders and completely wipe out all these black monsters." At once, hearing the resounding command, over 2,000 great saint-level monster monkeys and Du Mu attacked together, moving like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they swept past the human and demon great saints, charging straight at the Tian new weapons with overwhelming ferocity. Giant Woman and One-Eyed Elder Du also did not delay, following closely behind to join the battle. The two sides soon clashed fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was horrifyingly brutal, and the simultaneous clash of countless great saints unleashed earth-shattering shockwaves that seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart. Witnessing this scene, Tian Xing and Shang Jiang were both stunned. The master Giant Woman mentioned was actually willing to help us, proving that he does not reject outsiders like us. If so, the two sides have a basis for cooperation, and if we can ally with such a powerful force, our chances of surviving on the ancient Taiji star will surely increase greatly. Before long, the corpses of the monster monkeys and Tian Nu covered the ground. Giant Woman sheathed her sword and said, "It's over, let's head back." Du Mu immediately replied. Seeing the two about to leave, Shang Jiang rushed over like the wind and knelt before them. Tu Shankai Wu Zin said gratefully, "Thank you, fellow cultivators, for your righteous aid in saving us." Tian Xing frowned slightly at her humble gesture. Giant Woman crossed her arms and coldly replied, "There is no need for this. We merely acted on our master's orders. Fellow cultivator, may we be fortunate enough to meet your esteemed master once." Yimeng Great Saint also stepped forward and respectfully cupped his hands, saying, "Fellow cultivator, we sincerely wish to thank the master of your force, so please inform him for us." Du Mu replied, "Do not rush. Our master happens to want to meet you as well, so follow us." The humans and demons immediately followed them to Chu Xiu. A demon quietly asked the human beside him, "What do you think the master behind this force actually possesses?" The human replied, "Indeed, to command so many peak early-stage great saint puppets and even 2 peak late-stage great saints, that mysterious person must at least have reached the Saint King realm, right?" Shang Jiang pondered silently before saying, "I wonder what his temperament is like and whether he can be easily deceived." Satin letter 1EF then asked, "Shang Jiang, are you certain you can win him over? As long as he is someone who can communicate normally, I guarantee I can persuade him to join our side." After that, everyone was led to the center of the lake to meet Chu Xiu. As soon as Giant Woman and Du Mu saw him, they bowed respectfully and called, "Master." Chu Xiu stood there calmly, his long hair gently swaying in the wind. Seeing the mysterious man remain silent, Shang Jiang and Tian Xing began to sweat from nervousness. Only then did Chu Xiu slowly turn around and say, "We are all old acquaintances, so there is no need to be so formal." Realizing that the person before them was Chu Xiu, everyone was dumbfounded. Shang Jiang could hardly believe her eyes and cried inwardly, "Impossible, this absolutely cannot be happening. Why is it that old Six Chu?" Tian Xing happily hurried forward, grabbed Chu Xiu's hand, and exclaimed, "Holy Son, is that really you?" Before he could finish, Chu Xiu interrupted him, "Senior Marshal Uncle Tian Xing, we can discuss everything else later. Where is my master now? Holy Son, as for Meng Dai, she may already be in grave danger." "Does that mean you still have not personally seen her die, right?" Yimeng Great Saint stepped forward to explain. What happened then was too sudden. Monsters suddenly appeared and launched a fierce attack on us, and there were simply too many of them, so we were too weak to fight back and could only flee. During the chaos, Yunzia sect master and Northern King became separated from us, and we now have no idea whether they are alive or dead. The situation at Taiji Ancient Star was growing increasingly severe, becoming more dangerous with each passing day, and at that time, Peak Master Yunzia was also seriously injured. I already know about that, but exactly where was the area you scattered and fled to? Holy Sun, could it be that you intend to personally search for Peak Master Yunzia? Since we still have no idea whether she is alive or dead, I naturally have to go find her and bring her back. The Ancient Star is becoming more dangerous by the day, so Holy Sun, be careful on your way, and if you need our help, just send us a voice transmission, to which Chu Xiu simply replied, "All right." Seeing Chu Xiu leave, Shang Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Phew, that guy is finally gone, and luckily Qi Mengdai got into trouble otherwise. Given old Six Chu's strange temper, even if he didn't kill us, we'd still have to suffer terribly at his hands, and who knows what kind of ridiculous luck that guy had to secretly gain the support of such a terrifying force. Why is his luck so damn good? It's infuriating." After traveling for more than an hour, Chu Xiu's group arrived at the cold, snow-covered ice plain. Chu Xiu took out the voice transmission talisman that Qi Mengdai of the Tai Su Holy Land had given him before he left. Activating the talisman, he thought to himself, "I hope nothing happens to you before I find your whereabouts." With that, the talisman tore through the air and flew away, and watching it, Chu Xiu calculated that his master had the purple seal of the heaven-crying mother-child seal within her body, and if she died, the purple seal would disappear, so the fact that it was still there proved she was alive. 2 days later, inside a cave, after being unconscious for a long time, Qi Mengdai slightly stirred. She struggled to sit up, feeling pain throughout her body, her white robes now covered in dust and dried blood, and as her weary eyes opened, she vaguely surveyed her surroundings, trying to recall what had happened. A question echoing in her mind, "Where am I?" Though her body was exhausted, her strong will quickly steadied her mind, and without hesitation, she sat cross-legged and circulated her energy, causing a blazing force to erupt and envelop her entire body, which was the false character secret healing her injuries. After an unknown amount of time, she remained motionless like a statue, and once her injuries had temporarily stabilized, she slowly walked outside, still having received no news of that rebellious disciple, and with Taiji Ancient Star so dangerous, she had no idea whether he was safe. Just then Chu Xiu appeared saying, "Master, I finally found you. How did you know I was here?" "You fool, even if I had to search the heavens or scour the seas, I would find every possible way to locate you, so hurry and follow me out of here. I'll take you back." "You are not my rebellious disciple, so who exactly are you? Why did you know that I wasn't him?" The fake Chu Xiu burst into delighted laughter, saying, He, you humans really are incredibly interesting." Qi Mengdai exclaimed in shock, "Dragon God." So that Chu Xiu was actually transformed from a golden dragon, and he replied, "That's right, I am the dragon god, so tell me, woman, why does your body emit an aura that makes me feel so strangely nostalgic?" In a cave on the northern continent of Taiji Ancient Star, on the freezing ice plain, Chu Xiu was using a knife to cut open a Tian Nu's body for examination. There was no heart, liver, lungs, or kidneys inside, only an esophagus connected to an organ resembling a stomach, truly a rare and bizarre creature. "I sincerely suggest that you not cut that open, because what is contained inside is truly disgusting." But Chu Xiu paid no attention, stabbing the stomach pouch with his knife and immediately causing green gas to gush out. The whole group hurriedly covered their noses, cursing, "Damn, this smell really is unbearable." He immediately rushed outside to breathe. Ungu T I letter 1 say 3 U th letter 1 A5 T teased with a laugh, He. That's what you get for refusing to listen to me. Now you know how terrifying it is, right?" Chu Xiu angrily grabbed her and said coldly, "Are you just standing there watching the show? Let's go," then threw her straight back into the line. "Chu Xiu, this cat will never coexist with you. Sob, you bastard. Hey, you stink so much that this cat can barely stand it." Standing outside the cave, Chu Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. After examining it, he found that aside from the heavenly slave weapon's low intelligence, everything else was nearly perfect, with extremely high speed, strength, and defense. He ordered, "Sword Woman, go capture a few heavenly slave weapons and bring them back. I want to test whether the Unity Dao Seed can devour and transform them." At that moment, Du Mu stepped out of the void and reported, "Master, I just made a new discovery." "Oh, tell me about it." An hour ago, we encountered a native of the ancient Tai Kai star who was being hunted by the heavenly slave weapons. From that person's account, I learned that several days ago, a group of heavenly slave weapons chased a woman who had come here from outside. The woman was severely wounded and eventually collapsed unconscious in the mountains not far from the endless Great Marsh, just as the heavenly slave weapons were about to attack and tear her into pieces. Suddenly, a gigantic claw seemingly forged from pure gold reached out from the endless Great Marsh, killing all those heavenly slave weapons in an instant and even taking the woman away. Master, it must have been the dragon god who acted. What should we do next? Chu Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. This faction was indeed a huge trouble. The dragon god's renowned reputation was recorded in ancient texts I read before coming to the ancient Tai Kai star. She represents the absolute pinnacle of power here, at least equal to Maitreya, meaning the half-step quasi-emperor realm. Unfortunately, Maitreya is not by my side now, otherwise I could lend him the celestial sword, and he should be able to defeat the dragon god. He then asked, if I visit the dragon god as the master of Desolate God Island, do you think she will harm me? Du Mu immediately replied, Master, rest assured, since the creation of heaven and earth, the 5 divine beings have agreed never to wage war against one another. Although only the dragon god remains of the 5 divine beings, that oath is still valid as long as you do not provoke the dragon god. She cannot attack you at will. Very well, then come with me to meet the dragon god. The scene shifts to the dragon god's palace. Oh, someone has arrived. Just then, a person entered from outside. The girl held a jade token and respectfully reported, the master of Desolate God Island wishes to pay his respects to your majesty. Hearing this, the dragon god exclaimed in surprise. The girl respectfully presented the jade token to the dragon god, who took it and said in surprise, Desolate God Island actually has a new master now. Tell the envoy from Desolate God Island that its master may enter and meet me whenever he wishes. The timing is perfect. I also want to know exactly what kind of person the new master of Desolate God Island is. The girl clasped her hands and respectfully replied, yes. The dragon god gently lifted Chi Mengdai's chin and said, Little Mengdai, I have an important guest to receive later. You must make me proud, understand? How about this? Dance for me to liven things up. Chi Mengdai could only think helplessly. I am a dignified great saint venerable, yet I have fallen to the point of dancing to entertain others. What? That attitude means you are unwilling. Surely you do not want me to kill your lover, right? If I do, the child in your womb will be born without a father. You are a quasi-emperor, yet how can you be this shameless? Get up quickly, come with me and prepare yourself properly. The distinguished guest is almost here. Mengdai, look at your alluring figure and this appearance of yours. Even a woman like me is tempted. I heard the new master of Desolate God Island is also a male cultivator. Tell me, how about I give you to him? If that happens, I will definitely kill myself beforehand to preserve my honor. Even if you are a quasi-emperor, you absolutely cannot stop someone who is determined to die. Ha ha, big words. Then what if I threaten you with your lover's life? Meanwhile, outside the dragon god's palace, an old turtle made a welcoming gesture toward Chu Xiu and said, Master of Desolate God Island, Her Excellency the Dragon God invites you to enter the palace and speak with her. Chu Xiu calmly walked in, not forgetting to thank the guide. According to ancient Huaxia legends, dragons are extremely fond of rare, dazzling treasures, and seeing it firsthand today, I find the tales were indeed true. Perhaps I can use this chance to make a big haul from the dragon god. No, legends also say dragons value treasures more than their lives, so forget it. This plundering plan will have to be put aside for now. Before long, he reached the majestic main hall, and the dragon god immediately said, he's here. He slowly walked toward the dragon god and Chi Mengdai. I am Chu Xiu, master of Desolate God Island, and I have come to pay my respects to the dragon god. Seeing him arrive, Chi Mengdai was shocked and thought, my rebellious disciple? What on earth is going on? Why has this rebellious disciple become the new master of Desolate God Island? Could he be bold enough to impersonate its master? With his usual reckless nature, he even dares to offend me, so what in this world would he not dare to do? This rebellious disciple has truly gone mad. The dragon god is not easy to fool, and if his identity is exposed, he will be doomed, so I must find a way to warn him. Seeing Chi Mengdai's worried expression, Chu Xiu secretly laughed. Master is worried about me. But this is not the right time for us to reveal our identities. Yet ever since I entered the hall, the dragon god has kept staring at me. Could she have been captivated by my handsome appearance and fallen for me? Sigh, this damn charm of mine is truly troublesome. Master of Desolate God Island, please sit down and tell me your name. Chu Xiu immediately replied, my name is Long Kui. Desolate God Island has always maintained friendly relations with the Endless Marsh, so you may call me by my name. Someone quickly bring tea for our honored guest. This tea is called Clear Snow Fragrance, picked from the peak of Starry Snow Mountain on the ancient Taiji Star, and only a small amount is harvested. Cultivators from the Sky Dome continent like you must have never had the chance to taste it. Its alluring fragrance drifted over, making Chu Xiu secretly praise it. It smells wonderful. Above them, Meng Dai saw everything clearly, and intense jealousy surged in her heart. Damn rebellious disciple. What a rotten disciple. I was worried about him for nothing just now. I might as well let the dragon god beat him to death. Long Kui secretly transmitted to Chi Meng Dai, is he the lover of your dreams, little Dai? You really have something, being able to cruelly lay your hands on such a young boy. Chi Meng Dai hurriedly transmitted back, our relationship is completely innocent, so stop talking nonsense. Long Kui clicked her tongue upon hearing this. Tusk, you already have a child together, yet you still dare to claim you're innocent. Teased by those words, Chi Meng Dai's face flushed bright red, leaving her speechless. At that moment, Long Kui also secretly wondered, how strange, why does he have such an incredibly familiar aura? Chu Xiu, I know you would not come here unless you had something important. Speak plainly, what matter brought you all the way here to see me? I came here because of something concerning the Heavenly New. Hearing that name, Long Kui pondered and softly hummed in acknowledgement. Chu Xiu continued, with your strength you must have discovered their existence long ago, right? Long Kui calmly replied, of course I know, but they have never invaded the Endless Marsh, so we have always minded our own business. Tianhu are naturally brutal, greedy, and cunning, and the balance between you will eventually be broken, so once they accumulate enough power, they will surely attack the Endless Marsh. Then what are you suggesting? Are you deliberately bringing this up because you want me to take action? Chu Xiu calculated silently, the ancient Taiji Star has been sealed again, and it will take 3 whole years to reopen. The Heavenly New hiding in the shadows will surely come looking again, so it is better to eliminate them early for our own protection. They are all aquatic beings, and aquatic people are best at fighting underwater. Once they reach land, even at full strength, they can display at most 70% of their power, making it impossible for them to withstand those Heavenly New weapons. So if we rashly start a war, the casualties will be extremely heavy. Hearing their conversation, Chi Meng Dai was filled with doubts. Tiannu, what exactly are Tiannu? Could they be the monsters that once hunted us? No, those monsters should not be enough to make the dragon god so wary. Chu Xiu bluntly said, forgive my bluntness, but by doing this, you are simply waiting for death to slowly come. Sooner or later, those Tiannu will turn their spears toward the endless great marsh. Dragon Ghost, you and the dragon god still owe the desolate god a favor, and now I need you to fulfill your old promise. At that moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed between Chu Xiu's brows. The light transformed into Muzaya Oki, who cried out the moment she appeared, meow. Dragon Ghost exclaimed in shock, why, you are the spirit of the innate sword embryo. You actually followed him. Could it be that he has truly refined the innate sword embryo? Muzaya Oki immediately replied, of course he has, meow. Chi Meng Dai's eyes widened as she thought, how long has he even been on the Taiji Ancient Star? That rebellious disciple has already obtained the innate sword embryo. The dragon god's promise naturally still stands. Tell me, what do you want me to do? This opportunity comes only once, so you must seize it. Chu Xiu began considering whether to use this condition to exchange for his master from the dragon god, or for a chance to have the dragon god assist him. Haha, Chu Xiu, ever since you entered the hall, you deliberately acted as though you did not see the woman beside me. You are all cultivators from the Firmament Continent. Could it be that you do not know her? Of course I know her. She is from the Firmament Continent's primordial holy land, the Cloud Mist Peak Master. Chi Meng Dai hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Chu Xiu. Rebellious disciple, such a precious opportunity must not be wasted. From my observations these past few days, even if the dragon god refuses to release me, my life will not be in danger. But your situation is different. You are alone on the Taiji Ancient Star, and once the Tiannu target you, you will surely be in grave danger. Chu Xiu replied through voice transmission, Master, you cannot even take care of yourself, yet you still have the heart to worry about me. Stop flattering yourself. I'm only afraid that you will die outside and I will have trouble explaining it to the people of the Holy Land. Chu Xiu loudly said, she is the Cloud Mist Peak Master, my master, and also my woman. Dragon Ghost, if you want to use her freedom as a bargaining chip to repay this favor, then do as you please. This rebellious disciple actually accepted it for my sake. What a touching display of mutual affection, but although your choice is not very rational, I can understand it. After all, she is currently carrying your child. The shocking secret was exposed, and Qi Mengdai's face immediately turned flustered as she bit her lip in embarrassment. Even Chu Xiu was stunned by the news. He had suspected it before, but he never expected his master to really become pregnant. Wasn't it commonly said that it was difficult for powerful cultivators to conceive? Then can I openly take her away now? Suddenly, Ngu Ti letter 1EC3 letter 1EA5T spoke up to stop him. Wait, Dragon Ghost, can we have a private talk? What a coincidence, I also have some important things to ask you. The two of them then disappeared from everyone's sight. After Dragon Ghost and Muzai Oki left, the vast hall immediately fell silent. After a while, Chu Xiu broke the silence and asked, when did this happen? Qi Mengdai blushed, lowered her head, and softly replied, the author made me pregnant after writing only a few chapters. If you count it, hasn't it been almost 2 years already? Those people from the Luo family probably know about this too, right? Why did all of you hide it from me? What's the difference whether we told you or not? Suddenly, Chu Xiu stepped forward and tightly embraced Qi Mengdai. She struggled and scolded, rebellious disciple, let me go. Don't think that just because I'm carrying your child, you can do whatever you want. I can always abandon the father and keep the child. Chu Xiu stared coldly at her. You dare. Qi Mengdai looked away and replied, rebellious disciple, don't forget that I am your master, so what is there that I wouldn't dare do? Chu Xiu reached out and touched Qi Mengdai's belly, asking suspiciously, it's been 2 years, yet your belly is still so small. Could you be pregnant with a fetus? Qi Mengdai slapped his hand away and said, what do you know? She then continued proudly, this child is extraordinary. It normally absorbs huge amounts of the world's primordial energy and also needs various heavenly treasures. If there isn't enough, it will kick my belly. Chu Xiu was startled by her strange wording and asked, what they? From your tone, are there many of them? The scene shifts to Dragon Ghost and Muzai Oki. Dragon Ghost calmly sat in a chair, enjoying some fruit. Sensing the fragrance from the fruit, Muzai Oki was astonished. So, was it you who helped Chu Xiu refine the celestial sword embryo? That makes no sense. The celestial sword embryo originally belonged to him, so how could this cat have helped? It was his from the start. No wonder I sensed a familiar aura from him, then everything makes sense, so has your view changed now? Meow. If that heavenly slave discovers Chu Xiu's existence, it will surely strike him down with overwhelming force. The heavenly slave will never let him continue growing. Will you really just watch him die? I know that at the critical moment, I will definitely protect him. But a strange look briefly flashed across Dragon Ghost's face. Muzai Oki was full of questions, completely unable to understand. I have no other choice. The dragon god's bloodline passed down to my generation is nearly depleted, and the old path of rebirth is also reaching a dead end. So if I want to preserve the bloodline, I must use a more primitive method. As long as he agrees, I will bear his child after this and do everything in my power to help him. Fine, I will tell him, but whether he agrees or not, this cat cannot guarantee it. The scene shifts to the forbidden area of the Divine Lake. The humans and demons were sitting cross-legged, circulating their energy to heal their wounds. Huge corpse puppets stood guard around them, suddenly becoming alert as if someone were approaching. Soon, a man wielding a spear appeared, and the black and white twin women immediately emerged from the void and blocked his path. This is the forbidden area of the Divine Lake. If you do not want to die, do not barge in. The spear-wielding man was Northern King, the prince once imprisoned beneath the imperial capital by Shang Jiang and forced to conceal his identity for a long time. Yet facing the black and white twin women, he remained calm, glanced over them, and said solemnly, fellow cultivators, I am Zhu Long. I heard cultivators from the Sky Dome continent are here. I came to join them. Please inform them. Hearing this, the black and white twin women remained cold, but their eyes shifted slightly. After a brief silence, their figures gradually faded and vanished into the void to report. Zhenbei Wang stared ahead and frowned slightly. There was actually such a group of powerful experts hidden here. No wonder they could kill more than a dozen heavenly slave weapons. After a while, Liu Zhu walked out. Northern King, have you recovered? It is good that you are fine. Thank you, Sword Heaven Sect Master. After losing contact with you, I accidentally entered a secret realm and luckily encountered several opportunities. Just then, Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdai tore through the void and stepped out. Chu Xiu remained cold, his sharp eyes studying Northern King. Seeing him, Northern King broke into a cold sweat, secretly wondering why Chu Xiu's body carried the aura of the celestial sword embryo. When Tian Xing saw Qi Mengdai, he happily ran over. Mengdai, it is great that you are safe. I was worried sick about you. Mengdai replied, sorry to trouble you. Shang Jiang was anxious inside. The demons were now like fish on a chopping board, and with Chu Xiu back, she had no idea what he would do, drive them away, hunt them down, or punish them severely. She stepped forward and said, Chu Xiu, I want to speak with you privately. Shang Jiang thought. He had not attacked immediately, which meant there was still room for negotiation, so she had to seize the initiative. We will discuss your matters later. Right now, I have something more important to handle. Hearing this, Shang Jiang was surprised and confused. Something more important, she could only reply. Chu Xiu looked at Northern King and secretly thought the aura on him somewhat resembled the blood eye between Ming Yuzi's brows, but that thing came from heaven beyond heaven, and logically should not exist on the ancient Tai Kai star. Could he have been manipulated by the heavenly slaves? Why is the Supreme Sage Sun staring at me like that? Could he have discovered something? Chu Xiu suddenly deployed a peak 7th grade grand formation. He cast the grand formation into the air and Shang Jiang was shocked. Can Chu Xiu casually deploy a peak 7th grade grand formation now? His formation mastery is almost at grand formation grandmaster level. The formation flew above Northern King's head and a purple beam shot out, enveloping his entire body. Holy Sun, what are you trying to do? You and I are both cultivators from the southern region, so why do this? If I have offended you, I beg you to give me a chance to apologize. Liu Zhu also had no idea what was happening and hurriedly asked, Holy Sun, why are you doing this? Chu Xiu calmly asked in return, do you know where those black monsters chasing you actually came from? I have never seen them before. Chu Xiu, could it be that you know their origin? You just returned and immediately trapped Northern King with a formation, so you must have noticed his suspicious connection with those black monsters. Shang Jiang, you really understand what I mean. That terrifying existence hidden in the darkness is called Tian Nu. This Tian Nu has reached at least the threshold of a quasi-emperor, and I fear no one here is strong enough to be its opponent. Hearing this, Qi Mengdai's eyes instantly became serious. She never expected the mastermind behind it all to be such a terrifying quasi-emperor, and Yimeng Great Saint stepped forward and asked, if we do not provoke it, will it still insist on hunting us down? The humans immediately agreed. Exactly, we just need to avoid provoking it, stay here quietly, and leave as soon as the ancient Taiji star opens. Right, that sounds reasonable. We should simply keep a low profile and cultivate here in seclusion. You were once chased everywhere by Tian Nu's weapons, so was that because you deliberately provoked it? Tian Nu is naturally addicted to slaughter and hates all living beings, so do you really naively think hiding will keep you safe? If the Holy Sun's analysis is correct, as long as we remain on this ancient star, hiding anywhere is useless. So what should we do now? Just stand here and wait to die. Shang Jiang questioned, did you notice something unusual about him long ago and capture him for that reason? Honestly, I also feel something is wrong with him. Oh, I never expected you to be this perceptive at judging people. When I saw him appear, I noticed the life force in his body had completely recovered. I thought he would come fight me to the death since at that time I was still in a male body, and as for what happened with Northern King, you understand, right? Chu Xiu glanced over, speechless and unsure what else to say. Qi Mengdai stood behind him, furious to the point of boiling over. This man was truly shameless, daring to say such things in front of my rebellious disciple. Does he want to corrupt my rebellious disciple? Tell me, why do you suspect Northern King? I cannot exactly tell him that I sensed something wrong with Northern King's aura through the Unity Dao Seed. At present, the only people in this world who know about my Unity Dao Seed are my master, Aunt Luo, Sister Luo, Hong Yi, and a few people I have transformed. If you do not want to say, then forget it. What should we do next? Arrange everything quickly, because the lives of all of us are in your hands now. Chu Xiu raised 2 fingers before his lips and softly recited a spell to cast the technique. Immediately, a huge formation appeared and enveloped everyone, then he temporarily teleported them elsewhere. Qi Mengdai hurriedly asked, where did you send them? Chu Xiu calmly replied, I cannot let them see the Unity Dao Seed, so I could only isolate them temporarily. Follow me, we will soul search Northern King. Immediately afterward, Chu Xiu summoned the Unity Dao Seed, and crimson spiritual threads emerged from the blood-colored orb, tightly wrapping around Northern King. Seeing this, Chu Xiu said, as expected, he can be transformed. Suddenly, Qi Mengdai cried out, you rebellious disciple, look quickly, what is that? Following her gaze, Chu Xiu's pupils contracted sharply, for an ink-black river-like rift had appeared there, its dark current flowing downward and connecting directly to Northern King's forehead. Chu Xiu was filled with doubt. Could this be the Dao of Tian Nu? But why would the ultimate origin of the Black River be the heavenly Dao? Sweating profusely, Chu Xiu muttered, the Dao is not Dao, man is not man, all connected, much suffering, so that is how it is. It turned out even the heavenly Dao was enslaving all living beings. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Qi Mengdai hurriedly wiped him with a towel and worriedly asked, what happened to you? I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Hearing that, she relaxed, but the situation is bad. If the Northern King has been enslaved by Tiannu and I connect his Dao to my unified Dao, it would be like openly stealing his pawn from Tiannu, and he will surely notice at once. If he discovers the trait of my unified Dao seed, he will certainly stop at nothing to kill me. Qi Mengdai anxiously asked, then what should we do now? Zhu Ziu quickly stepped forward, controlling the blood spirit to penetrate deep into the Northern King's body. His face immediately twisted in agony as his whole body struggled violently. Zhu Ziu smiled and said, Muzai Oki once said that Tiannu exists because of the great emperor of primordial change who is still resisting him. A moment ago I sensed a tiny crack appear in the link between the Black River and the Northern King. Qi Mengdai guessed, did the great emperor of primordial change act and deliberately create this chance for you? Zhu Ziu replied, yes, otherwise I could never have smoothly injected the blood spirit's energy into his body. Next, Zhu Long will become a pawn in my hands, Tiannu and the great emperor of primordial change. The board has now changed hands, yet Tiannu knows nothing. Only the great emperor of primordial change and I know about it. The Northern King gradually awakened and seeing them, begged, Holy Sun, Cloud Mist Peak Master, please, please kill me quickly. I've already been enslaved by a monster. Listen to me first, Northern King, you have 3/4 of an hour of clarity. Use that time to tell me everything you saw at Tiannu's place. I need that information to plan against him. Afterward, the two left the great formation together. Seeing this, Shang Jiang asked, is everything settled? Zhu Ziu smiled and replied, yes. But there is still one final step that requires everyone's cooperation. Saying this, he took out a pill bottle. Shang Jiang was horrified. Isn't this the three-corpse soul pill, a deadly poison? Old Six Chu, what are you planning? As I suspected, the true Northern King was indeed threatened and controlled by Tiannu as a spy, but I had already planted a trace of divine soul in his divine platform. You mean he has become a double agent? Zhu Ziu, this old six truly is deep and ruthless. Zhu Ziu calmly said, not yet. To keep him from exposing himself through poor acting, I erased that part of his memory. Shang Jiang was horrified. So the spy you sent doesn't even know that he belongs to our side. I have a question. If one of us is captured and controlled by Tiannu like the Northern King, wouldn't the whole plan collapse? Shang Jiang, you really do think things through. Precisely because I worried about that, I prepared the three-corpse soul pill. Once swallowed, its poison hides in the divine soul. If the soul is forcibly searched, it detonates instantly, and within half a breath, the drinker's divine soul will be completely destroyed. So even a quasi-emperor cannot save them, and Tiannu can no longer control them. I've made myself clear, now line up and take your pills. The Beastmen elders secretly sighed that old Six Chu was far too ruthless. Afterward, the Beastmen race received the pills one after another, and the human race was no exception. Afterward, the Beastmen race received the pills one after another, and the human race was no exception, with only one exception. Shang Jiang pointed at Qi Mengdai and asked, why doesn't she have to take one? Zhu Ziu calmly said, if you don't want to take it, you don't have to, but Desolate God Island will no longer trust you, and someone untrustworthy is better eliminated. Hearing this, Shang Jiang reluctantly swallowed the poison pill. He then said, after this is over, you must give us the antidote. Zhu Ziu swore, I swear upon the heavenly Tao that once the plan succeeds, I will detoxify everyone. If I break this oath, I shall suffer heavenly tribulation, with body and soul destroyed, never to reincarnate. In the forest near the forbidden land of Divine Lake, the Northern King sat cross-legged in meditation, gripping his long spear with his eyes tightly shut. After a while, he suddenly woke up and wondered, what happened to me? Wasn't I planning to go to the Divine Lake? Forget it, completing the Master's mission is the most important thing. After thinking this, he tore open space and created a void passage and soon arrived at the Divine Lake, but Assassin Woman appeared and blocked his path. She sneered, killing intent surging, this is the forbidden area of the Divine Lake. Anyone who dares to trespass must die. Chen Beiwang clasped his hands, fellow cultivator, I am Zhu Long. I heard cultivators from the Sky Dome continent are here. I came to join them. Please inform them. Hearing this, Assassin Woman stepped aside to let him pass. Tian Xing was delighted to see him. Northern King, you are safe and sound. That is wonderful. Chen Beiwang asked, Yun Zia Sect Master, who are the great saint-level fighters guarding this place? Qi Mengdai replied, they are merely battle puppets. Just puppets. Then why are you gathered here? Earlier, we were hunted by black monsters, but the master here saved us. Otherwise, you might never have seen us again. The master here, he secretly memorized this, realizing it was important intelligence. Qi Mengdai continued, according to his servant, his name is Desolate God, the master of Desolate God Island, and he ordered the puppets to save us. Northern King asked, could Desolate God be the legendary Desolate God? One of the 5 and 8 divine beings born at the beginning of the primordial Taikai. I am not sure if it is the same person. In short, his whereabouts are extremely mysterious, and we have never seen his true form. I wonder if we will have a chance to meet the master here. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Shang Jiang had returned to his male form and secretly calculated. He had been in his female identity for too long, so naturally he felt somewhat unfamiliar and could not immediately readjust. Chen Bei Wang secretly pondered that Shang Jiang once used disguise techniques to impersonate me and even stayed beside my wife for quite some time. This is bad. If I still act calm as though nothing happened, my identity as a spy may be exposed. Thinking this, he clasped his hands and said loudly, Yun Zia Sect Master, thank you for answering my questions. My vitality has now fully recovered, so it is time to settle the old debt from back then. Hearing his bold words, Meng Dai was slightly shaken and thought in surprise that rebellious disciple actually guessed everything correctly again. Chen Bei Wang immediately tightened his grip on his spear and charged toward Shang Jiang with overwhelming momentum. Shang Jiang, true lord, die today. Shang Jiang merely smiled and calmly replied, if you want a fight, then come at me. He secretly thought old Six Chu was absolutely right. This man really would come looking for me just to start a fight. As Northern King's sharp spear swept toward him fiercely, Shang Jiang casually raised the fan in his hand to block the attack. A nearby Demon Clan member asked in bewilderment, what is going on? Why did Northern King angrily come looking for Shang Jiang? Northern King? A human beside him whispered, you know nothing. Shang Jiang, Northern King, captured Northern King before, disguised himself as him, and stayed with the princess consort all that time. Cough, cough. Chen Bei Wang's face reddened with rage as he shouted, Shang Jiang, true lord, that day you dared humiliate my wife. I let it go temporarily for the sake of the greater situation, but today I, Zhu Long, swear to take your worthless life and avenge myself. Shang Jiang knocked the spear aside with his fan and said coldly, Zhu Long, you were never a worthy opponent of mine. Do not forget your pain just because your wounds have healed. This is the Divine Lake, territory ruled by His Majesty Desolate God. I do not want to cause trouble here and anger that senior expert. Hearing this, Northern King's expression changed slightly as he wondered, could the legendary Desolate God really still be alive? No, I must use this precious opportunity to probe the truth. Shang Jiang continued provoking him, speaking plainly. One must admit Northern King's figure was truly exceptional, flawless in every way. Gentle yet seductive, with a radiant charm that made people unable to stop longing for him. Hearing those lewd words, Northern King's anger reached its peak. He grabbed Shang Jiang by the collar and growled, are you tired of living? A thunderous roar shook heaven and earth as violent power erupted from his body, cracking the ground apart, while a massive pillar of energy shot upward, carrying rocks and clouds of dust. Seeing this, Shang Jiang shouted, Senior Desolate God, please save me. Someone dares to kill me on your territory. Chen Bei Wang's heart shook upon hearing this. Could a quasi-emperor really exist here? Just then, terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the entire space. Qi Meng Dai exclaimed in shock, is this the aura of a quasi-emperor? How could that rebellious disciple possibly provoke such overwhelming pressure? A majestic voice echoed throughout the area. Who dares come to my divine lake and cause trouble? Shang Jiang fearfully collapsed to his knees and begged, please spare this senior Desolate God. Chen Bei Wang also struggled to hide his terror. Desolate God? Could a Desolate God truly exist here? Please show mercy, Senior Desolate God. I acted recklessly only because this man and I had a personal grudge, never expecting to alarm a saint. Tian Xing was drenched in cold sweat. Could this terrifying pressure really have been caused by Tai Su Holy Sun? How did he manage it? Even Yi Meng Great Saint had to admit, if I had not known about this plan beforehand, I would have completely believed it, without the slightest doubt that this was indeed a quasi-emperor. Chu Xiu coldly warned, I'll let it go this time, but if you dare do it again, I'll kill you without mercy. Hearing this, the humans excitedly discussed among themselves, so the legend was true, the Desolate God truly still exists. Ha ha ha, we're saved. With His Majesty the Desolate God guarding this place, those black monsters definitely won't dare come near. Exactly, with a quasi-emperor protecting us, we have nothing to fear anymore. Only then did Chen Bei Wang dare breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, there is actually a quasi-emperor on Desolate God Island. I must quickly report this extremely important news to my master. Meng Dai witnessed everything and secretly thought, that mischievous disciple's trickery is getting more and more convincing. The scene then shifted to a dense forest. Mu Zhaoqi lazily lay across Chu Xiu's thighs while Chu Xiu carefully examined the jade talisman in his hand, deep in thought. I never expected the jade talisman Aunt Luo gave me to be this miraculous. Mu Zhaoqi gently rubbed her head and lazily meowed, meow. Chu Xiu tightly gripped the jade talisman and muttered, Tiannu is cunning and suspicious by nature like Cao Cao, so once he learns that the Desolate God is still alive, he'll surely hesitate. If he can't find a way to verify whether the desolate god truly exists, he probably won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. If things go as planned, I'll gain time to search for the Tao origin and prepare thoroughly for my next plans. He then gently stroked Muzaioki's head. Muzaioki reminded him, but it's still too early for you to celebrate. Tiannu is an ancient monster who has lived for who knows how many years, so tricking him won't be easy. Night then fell. Chu Xiu sat cross-legged beneath the porch of the simple wooden house, leisurely admiring the moon, with Qi Mengdai beside him. She came out carrying a tray of hot tea and softly asked, "How is the situation?" Chu Xiu replied, "Tiannu has ordered the heavenly-made weapons to speed up their collection of life essence." Mengdai set down the tea tray and softly exclaimed. Chu Xiu smiled and continued, "This move proves our initial intimidation plan has succeeded perfectly. That Tiannu must be panicking badly now." He lifted the teacup, took a sip, and praised it. "This snow saint tea collected by the famous divine dragon is indeed rich and delicious." He then set down the cup and meaningfully said, "Now let's prepare to get to the main course. He wrapped an arm around his beloved master, softly saying, "Master, stay here on Desolate God Island and don't wander anywhere." Mengdai pouted and struggled free. "Let me go at once." Chu Xiu still refused to let go and continued, "Desolate God Island contains many precious ancient manuals and cultivation insights left by the predecessors. You can stay here and cultivate peacefully to improve your realm." Mengdai found this reasonable and replied, "Fine. But you must be extremely careful, don't overexert yourself, and absolutely don't lose your life in this place." Chu Xiu lightly pinched her cheek teasingly. "How could you curse the father of your 3 children like that?" She shyly turned away. "Don't talk nonsense." "What nonsense did I say? You mischievous disciple, let me go." Yet moments later, Chu Xiu quickly pressed her down onto the ground. "My beloved master, it's been far too long since you've imparted your teachings and guidance to this disciple." His master blushed and scolded, "You wicked disciple, what are you trying to do? We're outdoors, you shameless thing." Chu Xiu shamelessly slid his hand down Qi Mengdai's flat stomach and caressed her. "Master, you're about to be separated from your disciple for a long time, so don't you want to use this time to teach me a little more?" Chu Xiu's restless hand gradually moved further, leaving Qi Mengdai completely unable to resist. Unable to suppress his feelings, he softly let out a small moan. Suddenly, he stopped and blurted out, "Oh, right." Interrupted like that, Mengdai asked blankly, "What is it?" He gently leaned down and asked with concern, "Doing this won't harm our child, will it?" Under Mengdai's wide-eyed astonishment, Chu Xiu continued with a sly smile, "As the saying goes, a dutiful son is born under the rod, so it should be fine, right?" "HMPH, you wicked disciple, what filthy nonsense are you saying? Can't you behave yourself for once?" But afterward she softly replied in a tiny voice, "I guess it should be fine." Hearing that, he immediately scooped her up. "That's wonderful." Qi Mengdai blushed shyly and said, "Please slow down a little." He then carried her straight into the warm wooden house and began receiving teachings and guidance from his adorable master. And as time passed, morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Qi Mengdai stepped out of the house into the courtyard, looking soft and graceful. "HMPH, I was careless again last night and let that rebellious disciple get what he wanted. You foolish disciple, you must return safely to your mother and me from this trip." The scene shifts to the dangerous Forbidden Divine Lake area. A panicked voice from Shangjiang rang out aboard a massive flying ship. "What? That Chu Xiu guy wants me to disguise myself as a Tiannu weapon and secretly search the Tiannu's lair. I refuse, absolutely refuse. With the outside situation so dangerous, asking me to do this is no different from sending me to my death. It's not just you, everyone else has their own missions. We must find the Tiannu's main lair and locate the other outsiders as well, then combine all our strength to resist the Tiannu. What? Are you still unwilling to follow this plan?" Hearing those stern words, Shangjiang broke into a cold sweat. He stood frozen, unsure how to respond. Sword Woman shot Tian Xing a threatening look, as if disaster would strike the moment he dared refuse. The human race currently has the advantage, while the demon race can only survive by relying on others. Since he could not fight them, he had no choice but to follow their arrangement and reluctantly said, "Fine, fine, fine, I'll agree, all right." Seeing him agree, the other two turned and left. Shangjiang raised his middle finger behind them and muttered, "So what if your old sixth Chu's master, HMPH?" 3 days later, Chu Xiu arrived elsewhere holding a jade slip in his hand. He murmured softly, I finally made it. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Before him stretched a vast scorched land densely covered by thunder. In the distance, he faintly saw a massive black mountain standing amid the sea of lightning. According to Tian Yuanzi's records, this place was once a gathering point of dragon veins, rich in the world's vital energy and one of the rare blessed lands of the ancient Taikai star. Yet somehow it had become so desolate. Could the moon origin really be found here? I'll go over and see first. I don't even fear heavenly tribulation, so this little thunder can hardly hurt me. As he slowly advanced, a voice suddenly rang out in warning. This is my clan's territory, so an outsider like you had better not cause trouble. Immediately, a spear-wielding girl with a pair of wings on her back appeared before Chu Xiu. Her name was Lei Xin, and she belonged to the Thunder God clan. Chu Xiu was secretly shocked. I couldn't sense her existence at all. Something was wrong. This woman must have merged completely with the thunder here. Judging from her aura, she had at least reached the 6th level of the Great Saint Realm. He asked, are you a member of the Thunder God clan? Lei Xin answered directly, indeed. Outsider, this is a forbidden area, and it wasn't easy for you to cultivate this far, so don't seek your own destruction. Leave at once. If you refuse, I won't be polite. Chu Xiu frowned slightly, realizing that this place had been occupied by the Thunder God clan. On the ancient Taikai star, the Thunder God is one of the 5 innate divine beings, while the Thunder God clan are descendants who carry that bloodline. According to the ancient records of the Sky Dome continent, this race is fierce and warlike, especially when bathed in thunder, which boosts their battle power by half or even doubles it. He cupped his hands and said, greetings, fellow cultivator. My name is Chu Xiu, and I am the new master of Desolate God Island. I can sense that your aura has only reached the divine ability realm, yet you dare call yourself the master of Desolate God Island. Do you think I'm an idiot? Seeing that she did not believe him, he immediately showed her the token. This is the Desolate God token. Could you really be the new master of Desolate God Island, just as the rumors say? That is absolutely true. If that is the case, please follow me. With that, Lei Xin shot a streak of blue lightning into the sky. Chu Xiu secretly gripped a bottle of pills, reminding himself that one could never be too wary of others. Before long, a door appeared before them. My name is Lei Xin, and now I will take you to meet my grandfather. He is the current clan leader who rules the Thunder God clan. Chu Xiu softly replied. He thought to himself, this place became like this. Perhaps it was caused by the Thunder God clan. Could they also be after the origin essence? If the origin essence is in their hands, how can I take it back? Lei Xin pushed the door open, entered first, and Chu Xiu immediately followed. The moment he passed through the door, he was utterly astonished. The simple, peaceful scenery before him made him never expect Taiji Ancient Star to have a place like this. Lei Xin turned and asked if he was surprised, and Chu Xiu replied. She explained that this was a miniature world created by His Majesty the Thunder God and entrusted to the successive clan heads to manage, saying, come with me. The two soon arrived before a wooden house. As soon as she entered, she called out loudly, Grandpa. An old man holding a smoking pipe looked up and asked, is that Han Chai? Why did you bring an outsider here without permission? He was Lei Young, the clan head of the Thunder God clan. Lei Xin quickly said, Grandpa, his name is Chu Xiu, and he currently possesses the Wild God Order. Lei Young sprang up in shock. Han Chai, what did you just say? You said he has the Wild God Order, and he is the new master who has taken over Wild God Island. Why are you two so excited? Are you planning to pin me down and cut out my kidney? I advise you to keep your heads clear. But Lei Young and Lei Xin only looked at each other, smiling with their eyes narrowed, their satisfaction impossible to hide. The old man coughed lightly and said, young friend, please sit down so we can talk. Lei Xin brought over a log as a seat and said, sit here. Lei Young introduced himself. Young friend, my name is Lei Young, and I am the current clan head of the Thunder God clan. May I trouble you to let me take a look at the Wild God Order? Chu Xiu immediately tossed over the Wild God Order without hesitation. Seeing the token glowing in his hand, Lei Young's pupils contracted as he thought, sure enough, it really is the genuine Wild God Order. He respectfully returned it and reminded him, young friend, please keep this item safe. You must be very curious why we became so excited upon meeting you, aren't you? Chu Xiu thought, could it be like on Wild God Island, where someone here has already arranged an opportunity for me? If that's really the case, that would be great. An opportunity handed to me for free, and I'd be foolish not to take it. Lei Young continued, young friend Chu Xiu, before entering Thunder God Village, you must have already seen through the Black Mountain at the center of Thunder Marsh, right? Could that strange mountain have something to do with me? Or more precisely, is it related to Wild God Island? In fact, the Thunder God clan's ancestral land was not originally here. This place was not a thunder marsh either, but a blessed land full of vitality, a land where the world's energy veins converged. 100,000 years ago, things were exactly the same as now. At that time, Taiji Ancient Star was in the period when it opened. Although the natives living on Taiji Ancient Star were somewhat dissatisfied, they took no action to resist. After all, in just a few years, when Taiji Ancient Star opened again, these outsiders would return to wherever they had come from. What they never expected was that this time, not only did cultivators from the Sky Dome continent come to the Ancient Star, but an unusual race from the depths of the universe also arrived here. Those two humanoid creatures possessed immense power, at least at the level of a quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperors, they could actually cross the heavenly and earthly restrictions to enter Taiji Ancient Star. They truly were quasi-emperors. I just don't know how they managed to find this place. According to you, those two are connected to the huge black mountain in the middle of Thunder Marsh. They were sealed at the mountain's peak, but why were they sealed here? Chu Xiu took a small sip of tea, deeply shaken upon learning that two quasi-emperors were sealed within Taiji Ancient Star. Lei Young leisurely exhaled smoke and replied, "This is a long story. These two quasi-emperors came from the depths of the universe. After arriving at the Ancient Star, they unleashed slaughter on an unimaginable scale, killing all the cultivators from the Sky Dome continent, and they did not even spare the natives living on Taiji Ancient Star." Thinking it over carefully, that was indeed the case, for at that time, Longshen was still only an egg that had yet to hatch. At this very moment, inside the Longshen Palace, Long Gui was sitting peacefully reading a book when he suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Chu Xiu continued asking, "If not for Longshen's help, how could you have stopped them? Why didn't the two supreme beings destroy the ancient Taikai star? Instead, they were sealed." Lei Xin immediately replied. The Lei God clan's patriarch at that time stepped in, and after hearing that outsiders had come to slaughter the star's inhabitants, he decided to break out of seclusion and fight 2 against 1. However, although the Lei God clan's patriarch possessed extraordinary battle power, those two quasi-emperors were extremely strange, for no matter how he attacked or how powerful his divine abilities were, he simply could not kill them, as if they could never be killed. Hearing this, Chu Xiu thought to himself, immortal and indestructible could they be? Facing enemies that could never be killed, no matter how powerful the patriarch was, he would eventually be drained of his life force and fall. And at the most critical moment, a woman holding an ice crystal sword and wearing a white dress used an extremely domineering method to forcibly tear apart the ancient Tai Kai star's seal of heaven and earth and rush inside. Who was she to be powerful enough to directly break the ancient Tai Kai star's seal? She was Taisu, the Imperial Venerable, and at that time the Lei God clan's patriarch joined forces with her, using his own Dao power to reinforce the seal, finally succeeding in suppressing those two quasi-emperors, which was also the origin of the thunder swamp outside and the reason that huge black mountain appeared. To guard the seal conveniently, our Lei God clan chose this place as our clan land and have lived here for generations. After hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled and said, "This story sounds quite interesting, but what does it have to do with me?" Lei Young replied, "Because 100,000 years ago, Taisu, the Imperial Venerable, once said that exactly 100,000 years later, the new owner of the ancient God Island would be able to completely resolve these two hidden dangers." Hearing this, Chu Xiu was startled as it seemed to be referring to him, and he forced a smile before saying, "Don't joke around, how could Taisu the Imperial Venerable know me?" Lei Young replied, "I don't know either, but that is what is recorded in the ancient books, and before Taisu the Imperial Venerable left the ancient Taikai star, she said it herself." That's right, before she left, she also casually mentioned one more thing, asking our Lei God clan's patriarch to ask the new owner of the ancient God Island whether he had obtained the skull pendant. If he had, he must keep it safe otherwise. Otherwise, what will happen? Doubt arose in his heart, for how did Taisu the Imperial Venerable know that he had the skull pendant? Could she really know far too much? Lei Young emphasized every word in an extremely solemn voice, and if he had not seen the seriousness on his face, Chu Xiu would have broken into a cold sweat and hurriedly asked, "What will happen if I don't?" But then Lei Young blew out a puff of smoke, returned to his normal expression, and said, "Taisu, the Imperial Venerable, said that if you fail to keep the pendant safe, then the next time we meet, she won't just spank you, but will give you a full 100 strikes, enough to make you unable to even lean against a wall afterward." Hearing such a bizarre punishment, Lei Xin, sitting beside him, also flushed all over, her face filled with embarrassment. Chu Xiu was completely stunned, his mind unable to process the bizarre information he had just heard. But he quickly understood and jolted as if struck by lightning, blurting out, "Oh my god, could Taisu the Imperial Venerable actually be a lecher?" He stroked his chin and thought, "But have I ever heard of her identity before? From the way she talks, why does it feel like we're very familiar with each other? Could I have transmigrated? How could that be? Lei Young continued, young friend, the seal has become increasingly unstable lately, and I suspect those two quasi-emperors are about to break through it. And if they escape, the ancient Tai Kai star will surely be plunged into another bloody storm. For the sake of Tai Su, the Imperial Venerable, please take action and save the countless lives of the ancient Tai Kai star. After hearing the whole story, Chu Xiu flatly refused. This is too dangerous, and I don't want to get involved. Those words immediately made the atmosphere between Lei Young and Lei Xin tense, but before he could continue, Chu Xiu interrupted him. I will go to the sealed land, but I will have to face two dangerous quasi-emperors, and you should understand the consequences without me saying more. Lei Young's face reddened, and he could only softly hum in agreement. Chu Xiu slowly continued, however, I don't mind taking a little risk as long as you are willing to give me the Dao origin. Hearing the words Dao origin, Lei Young could only smile bitterly and reply meaningfully, young friend, the information you received is false because there is no Dao origin here. The smile on Chu Xiu's face immediately froze, and he asked, what do you mean? Lei Xin hurriedly explained, the Supreme Emperor once said you would come for the origin essence, so before leaving the ancient Tai Kai star, she marked its location and left the jade slip in a black turtle's sealed ground. Chu Xiu stroked his chin. Oh, so that's what this is, he secretly thought. Could that black turtle be Heavenly Fate Venerable? Then he stood and walked straight outside. I have principles, I never do anything without benefits. Farewell. Seeing this, the two panicked. Lei Young hurriedly stopped him. Wait, although there is no origin essence here, I know where one is. As long as you are willing to help, little friend, I'll tell you where it is. Lei Young swore, I swear by the heavenly law, this information is absolutely accurate. Hearing that, his expression changed, and he immediately turned back. Oh, old man, you really know how to joke. How can you casually swear by the heavenly law? Look, you're putting me in such a difficult position. You're making me feel embarrassed. Come, let's continue discussing this. Can you confirm that those two quasi-emperors still haven't broken free from the seal? Lei Xin softly nodded and firmly confirmed. They still haven't escaped the seal. Lei Young took out a purple sphere covered in dense spiderweb-like cracks. Chu Xiu asked suspiciously, what is this? Lei Young explained, this is a treasure the Supreme Emperor specifically left behind back then. If they successfully break free from the seal, this sphere will immediately shatter. The countless cracks on it now prove that they are almost free from the seal. In my estimation, they will escape within 2 years at most, and by then, whether the ancient Tai Kai star or the Sky Dome continent, both may face a great calamity. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression turned solemn. Tell me more details about the two. 3 moments later, after finishing everything, Lei Young stood, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply. Little friend Chu Xiu, will have to rely on you now. When you return, I'll tell you where the origin essence is. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's lips curled slightly as he thought, Chu the Samanic spent his whole life doing evil, yet now he gets to become a hero who saves the world. What irony. For that great benefit, I'll make this trip. The spatial gate opened before them again. Lei Young handed the sphere to Chu Xiu. Little friend, perhaps this can help you at a critical moment. Chu Xiu took it and said, all right. He stepped into the spatial gate, then turned back for one last look at Thunder God Village. After Chu Xiu left, Lei Xin took a deep breath and asked, Grandpa, do you think he can succeed? The old man replied solemnly, I don't know either, but if this is the Supreme Emperor's arrangement, perhaps he can succeed. No matter what, everything now depends on little friend Chu Xiu. At this moment, thunder roared through the space as the young man calmly walked through the raging sea of lightning. Chu Xiu held 2 objects and stared at the badge in confusion. What exactly is this? Why did the Supreme Emperor tell me to keep it safe? Unable to figure it out, he shook his head and stored both the badge and sphere in his storage space. Just then, Miao Ziochi happily flew out from between his brows. She hugged Chu Xiu's arm coquettishly. I'm finally out. Chu Xiu tilted his head and asked, what did the dragon ghost side say? Miao Ziochi wagged her tail and said she would keep watch over this place, and if anything unusual happened, she would act immediately. Meow. The young man patted her head and praised her. Then his mischievous hand patted Miao Ziochi's chest as he said, come with me to the mountaintop and see what's there. She smiled, rubbed her smooth hips, and obediently followed him. The two then continued toward the mountaintop. Upon arrival, he looked into the space ahead, finding it hard to imagine how powerful that Thunder God clan leader had been back then, to have formed such a terrifying lightning forbidden zone after transforming into the Tao. Miao Ziochi stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape in amazement. Meow, what is that? 2 stone statues stood tall on the mountaintop ahead. As Chu Xiu approached, he was also astonished. this is. Miao Zioqi innocently reached out and touched one of the stone statues. Chu Xiu also placed his hand on it and circulated his power to sense it. Suddenly, the scene before them changed dramatically as lush green grass began sprouting from the ground. The miraculous change left Chu Xiu's eyes wide with shock, while Miao Zioqi also gasped, "Wow, it's so beautiful." In the blink of an eye, the place transformed into a dense forest filled with strange flowers and plants, while beasts gradually appeared among the thick foliage. The gloomy darkness around them quickly faded away. Miao Zioqi excitedly hopped around, constantly crying, "Meow, how amazing, meow." Chu Xiu stared ahead in confusion, where a man and woman sat facing each other under an ancient tree, playing chess. Sensing Chu Xiu's gaze, the silver-haired man glanced over and said, "You've finally arrived." Chu Xiu frowned. The man looked very young, yet his voice was extremely old. The woman beside him also spoke, "Chu Xiu, you made us wait for 100,000 years, and I truly feel aggrieved." She curled her lips into a meaningful smile. Hearing this, Miao Zioqi hid behind Chu Xiu and quietly asked, "Do you know them?" Chu Xiu replied, "They must be the two sealed beings Lei Young mentioned earlier." "Why do you know about me?" He secretly calculated that the glazed sphere remained intact, proving they had not fully broken the seal, and only the leaking energy had created this strange space. Otherwise, with their strength, he would be as tiny as an ant and could have been killed instantly, so there was no need for all this talk. The woman suddenly stood up. "Your title, Chu the Samonic, has resounded throughout the entire universe. Back then, you killed members of my clan and even devoured my mother's star, so even if you turned to ashes, I would still recognize you." In an instant, she appeared before Chu Xiu, narrowing her eyes as her voice brimmed with hatred. "My master, my family, and all my friends were killed by you. I wish I could tear you apart, devour your flesh, and drain your blood." Feeling deeply wronged, Chu Xiu could not hold back and retorted, "Why don't I remember ever doing such outrageous things? I warn you, don't falsely accuse an innocent man or I'll sue you for defamation." Hearing this, the woman immediately fell silent and said nothing more. After regaining her composure, she pursed her lips and said, "That makes sense. The current you doesn't even recognize who I am." The man in white stood up, turned toward Chu Xiu, curled his lips and asked, "With your usual intelligence, Chu Xiu, you must have guessed where we came from, haven't you?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "You came from the Honghua myriad races in the starry sky. Your words are rather puzzling. What did you mean earlier? Are you saying you crossed the timeline to come here just to kill me?" The man repeatedly applauded in praise and laughed, as expected of Chu the Samonic, who once made all the myriad races tremble. "Do you know, just to return to the past and kill you, we had to pay a tremendous price. We willingly endured the painful baptism of the Holy Origin solely to kill you while you were still in the cradle, before you had grown up." Hearing this, Chu Xiu frowned thoughtfully over the so-called baptism of the Holy Origin and asked, "If you came to kill me, why go all the way back 100,000 years and end up sealed here?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu frowned thoughtfully over the so-called baptism of the Holy Origin and asked, "If you came to kill me, why go all the way back 100,000 years and end up sealed here?" The woman smiled and explained, "For some reason, we couldn't enter the Sky Dome continent, and you happened to be at Taiji Ancient Star at this point in time, so we came directly here." Hearing this, Chu Xiu frowned even deeper. "So you had already come to this point in time once, then why did you go back another 100,000 years?" The woman gently lifted his chin and continued, "Because you had already fled. You used the time-light chariot to cross the boundary and return 100,000 years into the past. To pursue you, we could only follow you back 100,000 years. You used a vicious scheme to create the false appearance that you were at Taiji Ancient Star, so we were deceived and entered Taiji Ancient Star of 100,000 years ago." As soon as she finished speaking, her hand reached out and grabbed Chu Xiu's precious tea set, her expression instantly turning ferocious as she said coldly, "Then you even dared to collude with the Grand Preceptor Imperial Venerable to seal me here." Her grip tightened as if she were strangling a chicken's neck. Chu Xiu gritted his teeth in pain, his whole body trembling violently. He secretly calculated that even though she had yet to fully break the seal, the mere trace of power leaking out was already terrifying, and seeing Chu Xiu trembling, Miao Zioqi curiously sat down to observe. The white-robed man continued, "Anyone who crosses the flow of time to kill you with excessive strength will be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth, and there is a very high chance of being killed instead. So how could someone as cautious as you accept such a risk? Therefore, you would arrange for your future self 100,000 years later to devour us, minimizing the risk as much as possible. but you failed to account for my seal breaking much faster than you expected. Chu Xiu hurriedly stepped back with a grim expression. Just to kill me, you really went to such extreme lengths. The woman covered her mouth and giggled triumphantly. Hee, as long as we can kill you, any price is worth paying. Hearing this, countless questions arose in Chu Xiu's mind, and he immediately asked, according to your description, I become that powerful in the future, so wouldn't I have some way to counter being killed through the flow of time? The white-robed man raised his chin with a contemptuous smile. That's because you disappeared while trying to reach the Quasi-Emperor realm, and no one knows where you went, nor does anyone in the universe know your whereabouts. So when we realized our chance had come, we came up with this plan. Hearing this, Chu Xiu could not help feeling secretly pleased, as the information contained in those words was enormous, meaning that even before reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm, his past self had already been able to overwhelm everyone and become invincible under heaven. Truly worthy of being me. He immediately used voice transmission to ask Miao Zio-Chi, did my past self ever refine the innate sword embryo and obtain the heavenly emperor sword after merging with it? Hearing this, Miao Zio-Chi gently shook her head and let out a cry, while the cat-eared woman covered her mouth and chuckled triumphantly. Haha, Chu Xiu, I will give you half an incense stick's time, so what last words do you have before entering the forest of death? After half an incense stick, the seal will be lifted, and your death will arrive. Miao Zio-Chi tightly gripped Chu Xiu's sleeve and transmitted a reminder. Chu Xiu, you must remember this. Innate treasures are the most special things in existence, the only things unaffected by the flow of time. Across countless different points in time, only one innate supreme treasure can exist, an unchanging truth that cannot be altered. So if your future self already possesses an innate treasure, your current self can never possess the exact same innate supreme treasure. Why arrange things this way? Something troublesome must have happened when you broke through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, so your past self needed to obtain this supreme treasure to overcome that obstacle. But your future version may truly be far too powerful, Miao, clearly possessing no innate treasure yet still able to sweep across the universe and dominate it with Saint King cultivation. Chu Xiu fell silent after hearing this, secretly pondering, which also meant that his future self might not necessarily possess that black skull pendant. What is this? Things that cannot be figured out for now can wait, as the urgent task is to deal with these two people standing before him. Casting aside his distracting thoughts, Chu Xiu immediately focused on releasing his surging, violent origin power. Then before you can reach the seal, I'll simply finish you both off. Facing his declaration, the woman only curled her lips coldly. Haha, Chu Xiu, do you really think you are a match for us in your current condition? Chu Xiu did not answer and immediately activated the Unity Dao Seed, the corners of his lips curling into an arrogant smile. Seeing this, the two were both stunned, their mouths hanging open. At that moment, a colossal phantom of Chu Xiu, seated majestically upon a throne, appeared above the scarlet blood-colored sphere. The white-robed man pointed directly at him and shouted threateningly, Chu Xiu, one day you will surely be punished and judged by the heavenly Tao, you aberrant monster. The phantom of Chu Xiu curled his lips contemptuously. The heavenly Tao? What right does it have to judge me? One day I will surpass even the heavenly Tao and stand above it. As his words ended, Chu Xiu raised one hand and began casting a spell. The two were horrified by his action, and the white-robed man could not help shouting, What are you trying to do? Seeing the critical situation, the blue-robed woman anxiously asked, Bai Zi, what should we do now? If this continues, we'll definitely be swallowed by this monster. Bai Zi hurriedly replied, For the order of the heavenly law, our beloved homeland, and the glory of the myriad races, we must kill him. Landai, listen carefully. Chu Xiu is still very weak for now and can only swallow us one by one. I'll do my best to slow down his swallowing, use the chance to break the seal, and kill him immediately. Hearing this sacrificial plan, Landai's eyes filled with tears. Bai Zi held her tightly. All right, Landai, you must kill that Chu the Samonic and never let history repeat itself. Landai could no longer hold back her tears as they streamed down her cheeks. Facing this scene, Chu Xiu merely curled his lips into a cold smile and calmly remarked, So you've started to fear already. It seems my judgment was completely right. You're tough on the outside but weak within, and creating this alternate dimension is probably your current limit, isn't it? Chu Xiu's triumphant expression enraged Bai Zi. He roared at him, Chu the Samonic, don't get pleased too soon. Do you think your current strength is enough to easily swallow us? Think again, you're just a useless weakling who isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Chu Xiu's lips curled meaningfully. Oh, is that really so? As soon as he finished speaking, blood-red threads swept across Bai Zi and shot straight toward Landai behind him. In the blink of an eye, the threads tightly bound Landai until she was stiff like a wrapped rice cake, and she screamed in utter panic. By Z. The white-robed man cried out in agony upon seeing his beloved captured. Lan Dai. Chu the Samonic wore an extremely ruthless expression as he grinned wickedly at Bai Zi. What a pair of lovesick fools with such deep feelings. Don't worry, she'll soon be comfortable, very comfortable indeed. Just as Chu Ziu said, Lan Dai's body immediately began trembling violently as she writhed in agony and struggled desperately. Seeing her suffer so terribly, Bai Zi turned around, punched his own chest, and shouted, "Let her go, attack me instead." Bai Zi's anguished expression greatly pleased Chu Ziu. "You deliberately provoked me earlier, didn't you, hoping I'd spare this woman? Then I'll do exactly the opposite of what you want. Now you understand, don't you? Whether 100,000 years ago or 100,000 years from now, your strength alone can never kill me." Bai Zi continuously formed hand seals, secretly thinking, "The seal is about to break. If I act fast enough, perhaps I can still save Lan Dai from him." Chu Ziu continued coldly and ruthlessly, "Whatever caused you so today, you'll reap its consequences later. Since you dared cross time and space to come here and kill me, once I become an unrivaled Saint King, I will venture deep into the universe, find your clans, and destroy them all. Rest assured, I won't leave a single living creature alive." Cold sweat poured down Bai Zi's forehead, and he could no longer concentrate. Carefully observing Bai Zi's expression, Chu the Samonic sneered. "Ha ha ha, you want to play mind games with me? Your level is still far too low." Meanwhile, in Thunder God Village, the villagers felt the violent tremors and began discussing it. What's happening? What terrifying event has occurred outside? Lei Young's face was extremely tense as he stared into the sky, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. "Little friend, you must succeed." Lei Xin clenched her fists, her blue eyes gazing into the distance as she silently prayed, "Fellow cultivator Chu, you must return safely." In Dragon God Palace, the Dragon God remained seated on his throne and lazily said, "Everything has begun." Long Qu letter 1EF3 then returned to his true form and tore open space to leave immediately. "Nothing can happen to him. I'd better go see what's happening." At this moment, Chu Ziu was still silently watching the two. Lan Dai was now completely wrapped in red threads, like a preserved specimen. Chu Ziu stared at Bai Zi with curiosity in his eyes. He asked, "I'm curious, if you didn't seal yourselves away, how did you survive for over 100,000 years? Bai Zi angrily replied, "Do you think I'd tell you that secret?" As he spoke, he glanced at Lan Dai bound behind him. Chu Ziu immediately understood and laughed. "Ha ha, how about this? Tell me that secret and I'll release her at once." Bai Zi was so furious he nearly spat blood, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Do you think I'd believe you? Everyone knows you're a despicable wretch, Chu the Samonic, a true villain who never keeps his word." Chu Ziu sighed and replied, "Fine, if you don't want to tell me, forget it. Actually, even without your answer, I can roughly guess. The saint origin baptism you mentioned must be closely related to the immortal matter of beyond heaven. I've heard that cultivators who reach beyond heaven can attain eternal life. That's the real reason, isn't it?" Bai Zi looked horrified upon hearing this from his opponent. Chu Ziu remained calm, crossing his arms and smiling as he continued. "How interesting. What kind of place is beyond heaven to be so miraculous?" After some time, Lan Dai's transformation was finally complete, and the blood-red ribbons wrapped around her gradually vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Bai Zi's pupils contracted sharply as he anxiously called out, "Lan Dai." The dark-red silk curtains parted, gently revealing Lan Dai's figure. Seeing her completely unharmed, Bai Zi was overjoyed. "Thank goodness, Lan Dai, are you hurt? Are you all right?" Lan Dai slowly raised her head, completely ignoring Bai Zi's concern as she coldly walked past him, then knelt before Chu Ziu and respectfully said, "Thank you, master, for remolding me. Please accept this bow from Lan Dai." Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Bai Zi was stunned and asked in disbelief, "A lamb, Lan Dai, what on earth are you doing?" Lan Dai stood beside Chu Ziu and softly called, "Master." Chu Ziu smirked and replied, "I won't pursue the past, just serve me obediently from now on." As soon as he finished, he slapped her buttocks, making her face flush with embarrassment as she shyly replied, "Yes, master." Unable to accept the cruel reality before him, Bai Zi held his head in despair and wondered, Why did it turn out like this? Lan Dai turned and advised, "Bai Zi, for old time's sake, I advise you to let go of your grudge against master and obediently accept his remolding." Hearing this, Bai Zi felt as if his mind would explode and angrily shouted, "What did you say? You want me to submit to Chu Ziu and acknowledge him as my master? Chu Ziu, what method did you use to brainwash Lan Dai? What despicable and filthy trick did you play on her? Chu Ziu, today I will make sure you die without a whole corpse." As his words fell, a vicious look appeared on his face as he began forming seals to launch an attack. Seeing the sealing sphere shatter, Chu Xiu's expression immediately turned grim. Could the seal really have been broken at this exact moment? The seal completely collapsed, the surrounding illusion vanished, revealing the true scene of thunder and lightning. As Bai Zi's power erupted, the huge mountain shook violently, rocks tumbled down, the ground collapsed, and the earth trembled fiercely. Chu Xiu panicked and searched for a way out. Damn it, are you the main character or something? How can you unleash such terrifying power? Bai Zi roared resentfully, Chu Xiu, I will tear your flesh apart, drain your blood, and burn your soul for countless years to vent my hatred. Facing this danger, Chu Xiu turned pale, grabbed Miao Zioqi, and ran for his life, shouting back, brother, let's negotiate. Is it really necessary to go this far over one woman? I think we can discuss this. How about I introduce you to several other women, all beautiful and worthy, and you let me go this time? Bai Zi instantly conjured countless sharp blades and shouted, Lan Dai, be careful and don't get yourself hurt. Countless vicious blades rained down, but Chu Xiu narrowly dodged them all, still panicking as he cried, Good heavens, don't you believe me? I can swear a proper oath to heaven. I guarantee they're all fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, and exceptionally skilled beauties. With a heaven-shaking roar, his eyes turned terrifyingly red as he controlled the blades to slash down. Chu the Semonic, I already said it, today I will definitely kill you. Chu Xiu hurriedly dodged while asking Miao Zioqi, has the dragon god arrived yet? Miao Zioqi replied, I don't know either, but she can't climb this mountain. Even if she comes, she can only wait at its foot. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression grew even grimmer. This guy was truly terrifying, with his emotions so out of control. This was a major miscalculation on my part, and I never expected the seal to break so quickly. Miao Zioqi took the chance to mock him. Isn't it because you kept provoking him? How does it feel now, Miao? Chu Xiu explained while running. My original plan was to slow him down, but who knew he would turn grief and anger into strength and explode at the slightest disagreement. Now hurry and check whether the dragon god has arrived. If she hasn't, I'll have no choice but to use my final card. Miao Zioqi transformed into a little cat and jumped from his hand, calling back, Wait for my news, Miao. Watching the blades still chasing him from behind, Chu Xiu secretly wondered, why does he keep forcing me without killing me outright? Is there something he's wary of? After suddenly thinking it over, Chu Xiu realized that this was indeed the case. Just as Chu Xiu was rushing away, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, So that's the truth behind everything. Seeing him suddenly stop, Bai Zi asked suspiciously, Why aren't you continuing down the mountain? Chu Xiu's expression turned serious as he thought, Going down means certain death, so staying here gives me at least a chance to survive. Just then Miao Zioqi's voice came through. Chu Xiu, this is bad, Dragon God isn't at the foot of the mountain right now. Chu Xiu immediately pressed her. Does she not want to come, or is she unable to come? Miao Zioqi shook her head and replied, She definitely can't come, for although Long Qu letter 1EF3 has a somewhat fierce temper, she never breaks a promise. Chu Xiu's face instantly became tense as he wondered why she could not come, whether someone had stopped her, and who would dare do such a thing. For on the ancient Tai Kai star, there was probably only one being capable of blocking Dragon God, and that was the Heavenly Woman. Miao Zioqi said anxiously, What should we do if we go down now? That guy behind us will definitely attack and kill us. Chu Xiu began weighing his desperate situation, thinking, if I don't go down, he could still capture me alive, so I'm truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Mu Zioqi's voice held both worry and a faint glimmer of hope. Chu Xiu, do you still have any trump cards left? Are you confident you can deal with him? Keeping a stern expression, Chu Xiu carefully instructed Lan Dai, quickly find somewhere to hide for now and don't get caught in the crossfire. Lan Dai nodded lightly and replied. Just then Bai Zi sneered contemptuously, What, have you given up? Chu Xiu calmly replied, After being sealed for 100,000 years, how much of your strength remains compared to your peak? Today, I really want to see just how strong you are. As he finished speaking, the blazing red blood energy around Chu Xiu erupted like flames. Bai Zi's veins bulged with rage at the provocation, but he quickly regained his composure and threw his head back in loud laughter. Haha, Chu the Semonic, I admit your talent is extraordinary, but right now you are far too weak, so weak that I could kill you with a single breath, yet you want to fight me one-on-one. Truly, you don't know your own limits. Chu Xiu snorted coldly, his right hand already gripping the time San Lan Dai had given him, and confidently said, Would you die if you stopped boasting? Then come at me if you have the guts, let's have a true man's duel. Bai Zi immediately raised his hand and condensed a huge energy sphere, since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish." Seeing this, Chu Xiu hurriedly waved his hand. "Wait, hold on, if you truly have the guts, come down and fight me at the same realm. For using a higher realm to crush others, what kind of man does that make you?" Bai Zi only curled his lips into a cold smile without replying. Immediately afterward, Chu Xiu swung his hand and hurled a thumb-sized jade bottle toward him. Seeing the jade bottle flying over, the white-robed man leaned aside to dodge it, and it instantly exploded with a boom, forming a red mushroom-shaped smoke cloud while the spreading shockwave left him stunned. Chu Xiu pretended to panic and kept throwing out more jade bottles. "Go somewhere else now, don't you dare come over here," he secretly thought. "Luckily, I prepared some defensive weapons beforehand." Boom, boom, boom. The explosions thundered one after another as the jade bottles kept detonating. Bai Zi struggled to dodge them and angrily shouted, "Enough already, do you think this nonsense is fun?" He suddenly stopped, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. "Are you hiding the time sand in your sleeve? Are you throwing these things to distract me, planning to crush the time sand and travel through the river of time to escape?" His words hit the mark, and a trace of shock flashed across Chu Xiu's face before vanishing as he answered firmly, "I don't have anything like that, so stop making things up." Bai Zi gritted his teeth and charged forward. "Chu the Samonic, you really are vicious and deceitful, and this time I absolutely won't let you escape." Seeing everything go according to plan, Chu Xiu curled his lips smugly. "It's time, so I might as well send you on your way. Take this attack!" A dazzling purple light suddenly erupted behind him and shot into the sky, as a purple jade talisman rose above his head and hovered there, radiating brilliant light. Bai Zi cried out in horror, his pupils shrinking. "Is that a quasi-emperor jade talisman? How could you possibly possess such a terrifying thing?" At that moment, a fair hand reached out from the talisman and he frantically retreated, searching for a way to escape. But that hand quickly pointed directly at his brow. A dry popping sound rang out as blood light burst forth, and Chu Xiu's pupils also contracted as he witnessed it firsthand. Bai Zi's head exploded and fell to the ground, leaving Chu Xiu standing frozen at the terrifying power. Seeing him silent for so long, Miao Ziochi anxiously asked, Chu Xiu, what happened? Why did a quasi-emperor's aura suddenly appear? Are you all right?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "It's nothing serious, I just used a quasi-emperor jade talisman to deal with Bai Zi." Miao Ziochi panicked. She urged, "Hurry, we have to leave now. Such a powerful quasi-emperor aura will surely alarm the heavenly demon, and it will definitely come here to check. If we run into it, we'll be in big trouble." Chu Xiu immediately told her, "Go down the mountain and wait for me first." Miao Ziochi obediently replied, "Okay, Miao." Just as he was about to leave, Lan Dai hurriedly stopped him. "Master, you still can't leave yet." He turned and asked suspiciously, "Why?" Lan Dai slowly explained, "Back then, the Supreme Emperor sealed us here precisely because our physiques are extremely special. We are originally immortal and indestructible beings." Chu Xiu exclaimed in surprise, then hugged her waist and asked, "I see, but if he is immortal, why was he so afraid when he saw the quasi-emperor jade talisman?" Lan Dai answered shyly, "An immortal body still comes at a price. Every time we are killed, we become weaker than before. He was already extremely weak after escaping the seal, and now that he's been killed again, I'm afraid he'll be even more weakened. Master, for the sake of my past relationship with Bai Zi, please help him finish the transformation." "All right," Lan Dai said. I'm willing to repay you with my body. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll accept." Hearing this, Chu Xiu laughed delightedly. "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you want." He sent a voice transmission, "Miao Ziochi, come back up here for a moment." Before long, Miao Ziochi hurried up, crying, "Meow, meow." Chu Xiu handed her a small bag. "Take this over there, and after Bai Zi revives, feed him everything inside." Miao Ziochi asked suspiciously, "Are all these things poisonous, Miao?" Chu Xiu patted her head reassuringly. "Don't worry, he can't die. I'm only doing this to prevent him from trying anything." "Now hurry." Miao Ziochi obediently slung the bag over her shoulder and happily went to work. Following Chu Xiu's instructions, she placed the bottles beside Bai Zi. Suddenly, a faint blue light appeared between his brows and quickly transformed into an axe. It swung sharply toward Miao Ziochi, making her eyes widen. But she immediately swung her claws and knocked the axe away. She rushed over and scratched him repeatedly, scolding, "How dare you ambush me, brat? Can't beat me fairly, so you have to resort to tricks." Meow. Bai Zi struggled to open his eyes and stared at Miao Ziochi, his eyes bloodshot as he stammered, You. Before he could finish, he fainted again. Chu Xiu reminded her from afar, "All right, that's enough. This guy is badly injured too, so give him the medicine." Miao Ziochi skillfully opened each bottle and poured it all over him. At the same time, Chu Xiu raised his head and frowned. I feel like Tian Nu is about to catch up. Let's deal with this first, then decide what to do. Saying this, he grabbed Bai Zi by the leg and dragged him away. Miao Ziochi ran after him, saying, I hope Long Qu letter 1 EF3 can stop the heavenly demon from entering desolate God Island beneath the mountain. Qi Mengdai was meditating, but her face was full of worry. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Master, I'm back, she exclaimed in surprise. Rebellious disciple, why did you come back? Seeing the two strangers accompanying him, she asked, Who are they? Chu Xiu smiled proudly. They are the servants I just took in. He held Bai Zi upside down and continued, and this one is my prey. Qi Mengdai was surprised. Prey, Chu Xiu remained smug. Just stand there and watch what happens next and you'll understand. He clasped his hands and closed his eyes. Fiery red spatial power covered his body, while the space above Bai Zi's head twisted. The Unity Dao Seed appeared. Countless blood threads hung down and tightly bound him. Bai Zi begged in fear, Chu Xiu, please spare my clansmen, they're all innocent, I beg you. Chu Xiu sneered, don't worry, behave yourself, I'll definitely find your race, then wipe out your entire clan, and I'll make sure to send your whole family off together, so you won't have to suffer loneliness. After saying that, he changed his expression and smiled at Mengdai. Master, we haven't seen each other for days, did you miss your disciple at all? Mengdai avoided his gaze. Who exactly is that man? Chu Xiu gave her a meaningful smile. I'll tell you everything slowly later. Afterward, the two returned to her room, and after hearing him recount everything, she was bewildered. They went through all that trouble across time just to kill you. You little brat, I never expected you to become so powerful in the future, strong enough to sweep through the entire universe by yourself. Chu Xiu listened, and his face lit up with smug pride, though he still pretended to be modest. A little humility, a little humility. Then he turned to Qi Mengdai with a self-satisfied tone. Woman, are you admiring me a lot right now? Have you fallen even more for me? Master Bao Bao shot him a sidelong glance and snorted. HMPH, shameless, who would fall for you? We are completely innocent, so don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, he immediately sprang up, pouting mockingly. You already have children together and still call it innocent? Master is on top every day, yet you still dare say you're innocent. All right, enough joking. I need some time to devour him, so don't just stand there doing nothing. Have you gained anything from your recent cultivation? Her face flushed slightly and her voice softened. Quite a lot. I now have a clearer understanding of my future cultivation path. Hearing this, Chu Xiu silently pondered. Forget it, I won't tell her about Heaven's Way yet. Grand Preceptor Imperial Venerable, you said the way was wrong, so where did you finally go? I truly want to travel there and ask you myself. Seeing him deep in thought, Qi Mengdai waved her hand before his face. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's been quite some time since you last used the limitless divine water, so use it to break through your realm next. Qi Mengdai pointed at Bai Zi and asked, Don't you need me to stay and guard you there? His lips curled confidently. The devouring has already begun, that guy has no chance of escaping. With that, the young man pulled Qi Mengdai into his arms and whispered by her ear, The ancient star is getting more dangerous, so gaining more strength means greater safety. Master, am I wrong to say that? Caught off guard, she glared at him coldly. Are you really trying to help me grow stronger, or are you just taking advantage of your master? Without another word, Chu Xiu pushed her onto the bed, leaving her utterly stunned, yet she did not resist, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Chu Xiu lifted Master Bao Bao's chin, his lips curling into a wicked smile. Of course, it's a plan that kills two birds with one stone. As soon as he finished, he lunged forward and pinned Qi Mengdai down, making her cry out in panic. You rebellious brat, let go of your master at once. Chu Xiu smiled seductively. Master, you have to fulfill your duty and let your disciple test it out. Soon, the room was filled with vague, ambiguous murmurs. After an unknown amount of time, Master Bao Bao was fast asleep, while Chu Xiu lay beside her with a satisfied smile, gently stroking the bridge of her nose. Master, you're really getting better and better at Clear's throat, pampering your disciple. Just then, Dumu sent a voice transmission, reporting to Master that Shangjiang Northern King wants to see you. Chu Xiu frowned and immediately replied through voice transmission. Oh, didn't that guy just leave to carry out a mission? Why does he already want to see me? I'll go meet him right now. With that, he got out of bed and straightened his clothes. As he walked out, he smirked thoughtfully. Did he find Tian Nu's hideout so quickly? Not bad at all, this guy really is capable. Looks like I'll have to remold him properly and make him work himself to the bone for me. While waiting, Shangjiang Northern King suddenly sensed a heavy malicious intent locking onto him. A chill ran down his spine, filling him with the uneasy feeling that some schemers were plotting against him. Just then, Chu Xiu leisurely approached from afar and greeted him. Shang Jiang, long time no see, have you found any clues yet? Seeing his smile, Shang Jiang gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Chu Xiu, why is this old lecher smiling so creepily? Forget it, let's talk about business first. Then Shang Jiang said, come here, I have something important to discuss with you. He leaned close to Chu Xiu's ear and whispered mysteriously, I have a plan. After hearing it, Chu Xiu secretly judged it. Good heavens, I can't believe this guy came up with such a ridiculous plan, though compared to me, he's still a little lacking. Chu Xiu pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it over. Here, this will guarantee your success. Shang Jiang took it and said, I'll wait for your good news. After glancing through its contents, he was stunned. Wait, what kind of sinister evil technique is this? Chu Xiu calmly said, aren't you trying to destroy the heavenly woman's base? Just combine the fusion penetration divine ability with these ores to create a nuclear bomb with power 100 times greater than any other explosive. Shang Jiang was stunned and blurted out, I never knew you could play it this way too. A vicious idea flashed through his mind. If I use this nuclear bomb against old Six Chu, I might be able to kill him, right? Killing him with something he invented himself would surely infuriate him, and just thinking about it gets me excited. Haha. Seeing Shang Jiang secretly laughing, Chu Xiu immediately warned him, I sincerely advise you not to foolishly play with fire because I know exactly what you're thinking. So once the main task is complete, if you're still alive, I'll naturally have a way to erase your memories. Shang Jiang gritted his teeth in anger. Sometime later, Chu Xiu returned to inspect Bai Zi's transformation. Oh, it seems he's absorbed almost all the energy. Chu Xiu gently touched the cocoon surrounding him and secretly calculated, this Bai Zi is surprisingly powerful, and if I absorb all his cultivation energy, I can completely reach the Saint King level. Before long, Bai Zi inside the cocoon was completely devoured by Chu Xiu. He immediately shouted, System, help me break through. The system announced, request received, host will begin secluded cultivation and breakthrough on the ancient God Island. You have chosen to enter secluded cultivation on the ancient God Island to attempt the 9 origins breakthrough, greatly enhancing your comprehension. Congratulations on successfully breaking through. 9 origins has now reached the Great Saint level. Attention, the tidal phenomenon will descend in 20 breaths. Please prepare yourself. The tidal phenomenon came crashing down, while Chu Xiu sat at its center, fists clenched with imposing might. Nearby, Sword Woman could not help wondering, what realm is Master in now? The more I look, the less I can understand. Du Mu said thoughtfully, I suddenly feel that I am no longer a worthy opponent for Master. Sword Woman replied, that is the distinctive aura of a Saint King. Could Master have already broken through to the Saint King level? Du Mu continued. When Master first arrived at the ancient God Island, his aura was clearly still at the divine ability realm, so why has he suddenly become a Saint King? Sword Woman reminded him sternly, don't forget the important prophecy made by His Majesty the God of Desolation back then. Qi Mengdai was also disturbed from her secluded cultivation by the terrifying phenomenon, and she raised her head to look into the distance. She secretly thought this rebellious disciple no longer looks as naive as before, and he is becoming more and more like his true self, Chu the Samanic. After completing his breakthrough, Chu Xiu felt the surging power within his body, his gaze firm. So this is the power of a Saint King? Not enough, this still isn't enough. I, Chu Xiu, want eternal life and immortality. I want to seize my own destiny with my own hands. The mark between his brows shone brightly, and the corners of his lips curled into a proud, confident smile. In the spirit sea, Miao Zio Qi hugged the heavenly emperor sword tightly and cried out, it's so hot, but it feels amazing. While Chu Xiu continued his breakthrough, feeling incredibly refreshed. Hurry up, don't stop, Miao Zio Qi said as she gripped the sword tighter with determined eyes, then frantically stroked the hilt of the Heavenly Emperor sword. The next 7 days passed before Chu Xiu finally completed his seclusion and wearily exhaled a breath of turbid air. Inside the spirit sea, Miao Zio Qi also breathed a sigh of relief, drenched in sweat as though she had just survived a great battle. A while later, Chu Xiu opened the door and stepped out, finding Sword Maiden and Du Mu already waiting outside, and both respectfully saluted him. Congratulations, Master, on your tremendous cultivation advancement. Chu Xiu asked how many cultivators from the Sky Continent had been found, and Du Mu respectfully replied, 47, roughly half human and half demon barbarians. 37 are confirmed dead, while the rest remain missing and our people are still searching. After hearing this, Chu Xiu firmly ordered, assign specific duties to the newcomers. Anyone seeking the protection of Desolate God Island must work seriously, because we do not support useless idlers here. Du Mu hesitantly asked, does that apply to the humans as well? Chu Xiu replied, yes, everyone is treated equally, though the Supreme Purity Holy Land and Jade Pool Holy Land may receive some consideration. And the two immediately saluted, understood, master, before he waved them away. Once the two disappeared from sight, Chu Xiu leisurely sat down and softly called, come out. Qi Mengdai immediately appeared and hurriedly asked, have you broken through to the sacred king realm? And Chu Xiu calmly nodded, yes. Hearing this, an indescribable bitterness rose within her, as no one could have imagined that this rebellious disciple would reach in just 2 years a height countless cultivators could never attain, and in the end he had surpassed her, leaving her unable to stay above him anymore. That fleeting thought made her face flush, so she hurriedly dismissed the improper idea, thinking, what nonsense am I thinking? No, I must cultivate harder too. Then coughed to hide her embarrassment and changed the subject. Since that's the case, congratulations from your master. If there's nothing else, I'll return to seclusion. Hearing this, Chu Xiu grinned mischievously. Master, please wait. My aptitude is still too poor and hasn't reached divine grade, completely unworthy of my current cultivation, so I'll have to trouble you for some help. Hearing this, Qi Mengdai hurriedly covered herself and cried in alarm, no, it's still broad daylight. Chu Xiu curled his lips into a wicked smile. I'm afraid your disciple can't obey you on this matter. Immediately afterward, the door slammed shut and visitors were officially refused, and the next morning Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdai lay beside each other on the large soft bed after a passionate night. His face was tender as he stroked her cheek, thinking that he had truly exhausted her last night. He smiled meaningfully, softly said goodbye, and told her to obediently wait for her disciple's return. After Chu Xiu left, Qi Mengdai remained lying there, her beautiful face still carrying traces of embarrassment and shyness. Suddenly she sprang up angrily and cursed that rebellious disciple for leaving without a word, then gritted her teeth and resolved, how hateful. Starting today, I'll cultivate diligently until I surpass him and show him who's really on top. Elsewhere, Chu Xiu suddenly appeared outside Thunder God Village and softly exclaimed in surprise. From afar, he observed the enormous energy barrier covering the entire village. Seeing the chaos, he frowned and wondered why so many heavenly maiden weapons were attacking Thunder God Village and what exactly the heavenly maiden was plotting. His gaze settled on the figure waving a command flag because heavenly maiden weapons had low intelligence, making such an unusual individual highly suspicious and very likely Shang Jiang in disguise. He immediately sent a voice transmission, Shang Jiang, is that you? Startled by the sudden call, Shang Jiang turned around and asked, Old Six Chu, why did you come all the way here? Chu Xiu teased with a smile, Shang Jiang, you're really something, quietly becoming the leader of these heavenly maiden weapons. That's just like you. But Shang Jiang cautiously replied, enough nonsense, the heavenly maiden is monitoring this area, so I can't behave too unusually. Chu Xiu secretly mocked, you say you don't dare act too unusual. Look at yourself now, from head to toe you reek of abnormality. Does that make sense? He continued. But seriously, how have you managed to live so comfortably right under Tian Nu's nose? Shang Jiang sighed, it's like this. 2 days ago, Tian Nu got bored and wanted to watch us hunt for entertainment. He said proudly, as a result, because I showed too much intelligence, Tian Nu immediately recognized my superior intellect. Tian Nu immediately restrained me, leaving me completely helpless. I thought I was surely going to die, but fortunately, heaven favored me, and since Tian Nu noticed nothing unusual, they released me. Chu Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Tian Nu couldn't see through Shang Jiang's disguise. That's strange. It makes no sense. Could it be? Shang Jiang suggested. Old Six Chu, what do you think is going on here? Let's analyze it together so I can plan our next move. Chu Xiu said, perhaps Grand Emperor Tei is secretly helping us. Shang Jiang's eyes widened. What? Grand Emperor Tei is still alive, and he's on Teiji Ancient Star, Chu Xiu affirmed. Without him, you'd probably have become a dead fox long ago. Shang Jiang smiled slyly. I know what to do next. With Grand Emperor Tei's help, what do I have to fear? Once we take this place, I'll start making bombs and sooner or later send this Tian Nu hideout sky high. He suddenly asked, right, Chu Xiu, what brings you here? Chu Xiu replied, I needed to enter Thunder God Village and happened to find you attacking this place. Shang Jiang warned, Old Six Chu, my advice is not to waste your effort. Tiannu could notice this place at any moment, and they have weapons at the Saint King level, so if their weapons here suffer heavy losses, the Saint King will certainly show himself. Chu Xiu secretly calculated, just as I expected, if this continues, I may not even get the information about the Dao origin from Lei Yang before that old man is killed. He said, "Little Shang Jiang, do you have a way for me to secretly approach the spatial barrier without anyone noticing?" Shang Jiang grinned slyly. "You trust me that much, aren't you afraid I'll get you killed?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "We're grasshoppers tied to the same rope now. Harming me means harming yourself, and I don't think you're foolish enough for that." Shang Jiang fell silent in thought before saying, "All right, I'll teach you a transformation technique." Inside Thunder God Village, armed villagers shouted, "Clan head, fight! If this continues, that spatial barrier will surely be broken by those monsters." Others echoed, "That's right, Clan head, we can't just watch those monsters break in." Someone else said, "As long as the children can escape safely, we'll gladly die." Lei Yang and his granddaughter Lei Xin stood together, their faces filled with worry, while Lei Xin pleaded, "Grandpa, we can't wait any longer. Please make a decision now." Lei Yang sighed regretfully. "It seems we can't wait for young friend Chu Xiu anymore. I can't personally hand him the clue about the Dao origin." He took out a jade slip and gave it to his granddaughter. "The two quasi-emperors from the depths of the universe are dead. Our Thunder God clan cannot break our promise to young friend Chu Xiu. Hanan Chai, after you escape safely, give this to young friend Chu Xiu. It contains the information he needs." Lei Xin asked through tears, "Grandpa, what about you?" Lei Yang patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Child, I must stay and fight for our clansmen." The villagers cried, "Clan head, let great saints like us go. That's enough." Others said, "Exactly, you are the hope of our entire clan. Nothing must happen to you." Lei Yang sighed, "There are too many monsters. Sending you out would only mean certain death, so I'll hold them back while you escort the clansmen away." Lei Xin choked out, "Grandpa." Lei Yang softened his voice. "You silly girl, you've grown this much and still cry so easily. Promise me you'll live well, understand? Only if you survive will my death have meaning." With that, he turned and walked away resolutely. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Old Master Lei Yang, I think I may be able to help you." Lei Yang turned back in shock. "Young friend Chu Xiu." A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, rocking the entire Thunder God village as rocks and debris cascaded from the mountain onto the rooftops. Seeing Chu Xiu standing before him, the old man asked, "Little friend Chu Xiu, I heard you have a way to save my Thunder God village. Is that really true?" Chu Xiu nodded, "Yes, but it will be extremely difficult. Once I act, the risk will be immense, and I may even become a target myself." Everyone looked worried and troubled. He immediately sent a voice transmission, "Shang Jiang, get ready to put on a big show." Shang Jiang was startled, thinking, what kind of crazy scheme is old Sixth Chu plotting this time? Just then, thunder roared as bolts of lightning tore across the sky, terrifying everyone. Lei Yang cupped his fists and pleaded, "Little friend Chu Xiu, please save our Thunder God clan. We will forever remember this great favor, so name any condition you want, and I, Lei Yang, swear on the honor of the entire Thunder God clan." Lei Xin immediately added, "Chu Xiu, everything depends on you." Hearing their pleas, the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile as he thought, "This is exactly what I was waiting to hear." He then pretended to be polite, saying, "Oh, why mention conditions? Elder Lei Yang, you're too courteous. The Desolate God Island and the Thunder God clan have been friends for generations, and as the island master of Desolate God Island, how could I stand by and watch your clan be destroyed here?" Lei Yang was overjoyed and replied, "Good, that's wonderful. Your willingness to help is already a great blessing, thank you." Chu Xiu continued, "However, I know your nature, Elder. You hate owing favors, so if I make no conditions, you probably won't feel at ease." He then proposed, "How about this? 3 conditions will be enough." Lei Yang quickly agreed, "Fine, 3 conditions it is. Tell us what they are and how we should cooperate with you." Chu Xiu calmly explained the plan. "It's simple. You only need to go outside and draw the attention of those heavenly maiden weapons, and once I finish setting up the teleportation formation, I'll immediately teleport you all back to Desolate God Island." He had already calculated everything clearly. The heavenly maiden were extremely wary of Desolate God Island, so they certainly would not dare invade. Just then, Shang Jiang secretly sent him a voice transmission. "Old Sixth Chu, what exactly are you plotting? Please restrain yourself and don't get yourself killed. The heavenly maiden have already deployed 2 Saint King Realm weapons." Hearing this, Chu Xiu turned and warned him, "Elder, be especially careful when you go outside. There are currently 2 Saint King Realm weapons out there." Lei Yang reassured him firmly, "Little friend Chu Xiu, just focus on setting up the formation. I know what I need to do." Before long, Lei Yang appeared outside Thunder God Village, where an army of heavenly maiden weapons stood in neat formation before him. A golden-haired girl was perched casually on the shoulder of a heavenly maiden weapon, and upon seeing Lei Young, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. The next moment, her figure suddenly vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Lei Young's expression instantly turned solemn as he quickly drew his weapon and prepared for battle. In the blink of an eye, the golden-haired girl appeared before him, sticking out her tongue teasingly. "Old man, your reaction is far too slow." She then gave a vicious smile and added, "And you're far too weak." Booms! The golden-haired girl delivered a powerful kick, sending Lei Young crashing to the ground and spitting blood. He exclaimed in surprise, "This little girl really has some skill." Lei Young shouted boldly, again. He tightened his grip on the thunder spear and charged fiercely toward the golden-haired girl. She put her hands on her hips and said disdainfully, "Old man, do you really think I have time to play around with you?" The golden-haired girl waved her hand and shouted, "Quickly form up and prepare for battle." The heavenly maiden weapons immediately roared ferociously and charged toward Lei Young all at once. At that critical moment, Chu Xiu sent him a voice transmission, "Elder, hold on a little longer. It's almost done." The golden-haired girl continued taunting him, "Old man, you dare face all of us alone? How brave. Once we finish off your old life, I'll send your entire clan down to keep you company." Just as the heavenly maiden weapons were about to strike Lei Young with the situation hanging by a thread, Chu Xiu finally completed the teleportation formation and shouted, "It's done." The wind howled as a swirling vortex spread outward, enveloping the entire village of the Thunder God clan. At the same time, a brilliant golden light enveloped Lei Young's body. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood. Watching everything, Shang Jiang muttered in admiration, "Old Six Chu really is impressive, daring to snatch someone right from the heavenly maiden's grasp." And soon afterward, at the U-shaped lake on Desolate God Island, a pillar of light from the teleportation formation descended from the sky. Everyone was startled and someone said, "It's a teleportation formation, don't panic, it must be people from the Divine Lake faction returning," while another wondered, "Who could it be? Such a grand arrival means they must be important." An old man rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Look carefully, isn't that Chu Xiu? That's the holy son of the Supreme Purity Holy Land." Chu Xiu immediately told everyone, "Follow me deeper into Desolate God Island, your injuries must be treated first," and Lei Young cupped his fists politely. "Thank you, Island Lord, for rescuing us in time." Everyone stared in shock, exclaiming, "What? Since when did Chu Xiu become the Lord of Desolate God Island? Did I hear that wrong?" Boom! Before everyone recovered from their shock, a tremendous rumble rang out as the dragon god descended from above and called, "Desolate God, I've arrived. Aren't you going to open the gate and welcome me?" Leaving Chu Xiu slightly surprised. Everyone exclaimed, "That's the dragon race, the mighty dragon god." He looked toward the void and smiled, saying, "Come in." Everyone was even more stunned, realizing he truly was the Desolate God, and with such a close relationship with the dragon god, they wondered just how many major events they had missed. A while later, inside Desolate God Island, Chu Xiu and the dragon god sat chatting. The dragon god looked around and sighed, "So this is what Desolate God Island looks like," while Chu Xiu poured tea and calmly said, "It seems the dragon god also cares greatly about what happened to the Thunder God clan." The dragon god glanced at him and said, "You led the Thunder God clan away through a teleportation formation, enraging the heavenly slave enough to personally hunt you down. And if this dragon hadn't stopped it in time, your little life would have been lost." She looked smug and said, "Why haven't you thanked me yet?" While Chu Xiu smiled, "It simply didn't dare chase me into Desolate God Island." He sincerely continued, "Still, I must thank you, and after our cooperation, it should be even more wary," while the dragon god accepted the tea and nodded. She sipped her tea and said, "But threats are only threats. Without enough strength, we can't truly eliminate the heavenly slave, and I've now completely offended it. While that monster is truly terrifying because the more life essence it gathers over time, the stronger it becomes," prompting Chu Xiu to say, "The ancient yin-yang star will reopen in just 2.5 years. Then you can lead the aquatic clan away and migrate to the heavenly vault continent." Chu Xiu secretly thought there was actually a simple way to deal with the heavenly slave, just like with Bai Zi and Blue Butterfly, by devouring it with the Unity Dao seed, but one prerequisite had to be met. Sipping his tea, he thought someone first had to defeat the heavenly slave head-on, yet no one on the entire ancient yin-yang star could currently suppress it directly, so he secretly asked, "Hey Musaioki, if I let the dragon god use the heavenly emperor sword, could she defeat the heavenly slave?" Musaioki immediately replied, "The heavenly emperor sword is already your personal magical treasure, so no one else can control it, meow, and even forcing it wouldn't unleash its power and could cause a backlash." The dragon god nodded in agreement. If things keep getting worse, our only choice will be to leave this place." She turned and asked, "Oh right, has that cat Musaioki told you yet?" And Chuziu asked in surprise, "Told me what?" The dragon god sprang up in shock. "Don't tell me she hasn't told you anything." So he immediately lifted the dozing Musaioki upside down. Musaioki rubbed her eyes and grumbled, "Meow, meow, meow, aren't you annoying, meow? You keep disturbing this cat's precious sleep again and again." The dragon god reached out and pinched Musaioki's ear. "What are you doing?" Making Musaioki shriek, "Meow," before the dragon god snapped, "I told you to pass on my message, so why haven't you told him?" Musaioki panicked and replied, Sorry, I accidentally forgot, meow, I'll tell him right now." Musaioki looked at him and solemnly said, "She wants your help with one thing, having a child with her," making Chuziu spit out his tea in shock. Wiping his mouth, he said, "Big sister, you're joking with me, right?" While the dragon god wiped the tea from her face and coldly replied, "I'm not joking at all. I really want to have a child with you, so what do you think?" Hearing this, he frowned and inwardly cursed, "Damn it, why am I running into this bizarre situation again after what happened at the Jade Pool Holy Land? Do I really look like breeding stock?" Chuziu waved his hand and firmly refused. "Look, you're a noble dragon while I'm only human. We're different races, so we're truly incompatible." The dragon god replied, "You're very special, and our child could be incredibly powerful, perhaps even surpassing my current realm," then leaned toward him intimidatingly and asked, "Or do you look down on our dragon clan?" While he forced a smile and dodged, "It's not about looking down on anyone, aren't we good friends?" Before he could finish, the dragon god grabbed Chuziu by the chin and lifted it, angrily shouting, "What kind of grown man dawdles like a woman?" While he broke into a cold sweat and stammered, What exactly are you trying to do? Don't do anything rash." Realizing the dragon god was dragging him away, Chuziu panicked and shouted, "You're actually using your quasi-emperor aura to suppress me. You're going way too far." Ignoring his struggles, the dragon god dragged him straight into the bedroom. She slammed the door shut and declared domineeringly, "Today, you don't get to decide." While Musaioki covered her mouth and giggled, teasing, "This girl really is incredibly bold. Looks like Chuziu will be weakened for a while again, but that's good because no one will disturb this cat's sleep anymore." Meanwhile, inside the palace, poor Chuziu had been completely stripped by the dragon god and tightly bound to the bed, making him cry out in panic, "Please, calm down a little." The dragon god assumed a writing position and said with a smug smile, "I'm starting now." Seeing this, he hurriedly tried to stop her. "Wait, hold on." But the dragon god completely ignored him and began moving forcefully in a steady rhythm, and only the next day did he emerge haggard and exhausted, trembling so badly he could barely stand as he thought, "To think I, Chu the Samonic. I've always been known for my cunning and considered myself exceptionally gifted. When my cultivation was weak and master suppressed me, I could only endure it, but after painstaking training, I've finally attained the mighty combat power of a saint king. Yet I'm still being pushed around by the dragon god, and if this keeps up, I, Chu the Samonic, truly can't endure it anymore." At the same time, dragon god leisurely fixed her hair and remarked with satisfaction, "I never expected you to know so many techniques." She added regretfully, "But I can clearly sense that our union still failed to result in conception this time," then stroked his cheek and gently said, "Let's keep trying next time." Hearing this, he cried out in shock, "You." Dragon god continued warning him, "Don't act like you suffered after gaining the advantage. Look at your own condition first. For the women of our dragon god clan possess exceptionally precious bodies, and joining with me is a rare great opportunity for you, which you must have already noticed yourself." Chuziu rubbed his head and sighed inwardly. Nothing escapes her eyes. He quietly circulated his power to sense the changes in his body and found that after just one night, the conversion speed of his Saint King power had soared to a new level, prompting Dragon God to smile smugly and say, "Looks like you've noticed it yourself." Seeing that she seemed ready to leave, Chuziu hurriedly asked, "Are you leaving right now?" Then watched her back and secretly sighed in relief, glad she was finally going because he truly could barely handle this female dragon anymore. Dragon God turned back and explained, "I need to return to the endless great marsh to prevent the heavenly slave from causing trouble, And as for you, I'll return to find you after some time, so if you need my help before then, just send someone to inform me." After she had completely left, Chuziu slowly walked outside. Rubbing his waist and leaning against the door for support, he looked utterly exhausted, and upon stepping out he saw a familiar figure waiting as Mu Zyaoki covered her mouth and laughed. "Chuziu, you don't look too well," leaving him grimacing speechlessly. She added, "Right, Lei Xin said she needs to see you, so hurry over and meet her." At night, Chuziu went to the forest on Desolate God Island to meet Lei Xin. As soon as they met, he asked whether her grandfather's injuries had been properly treated. Lei Xin nodded. "Grandfather is still in seclusion healing, and we were truly fortunate to have your help this time. Otherwise, the Thunder God clan would surely have faced annihilation." Then handed him a box and said, "Grandfather specifically told me to give this to you before entering seclusion and said it contains information about the source of the way, which is rumored to be extremely dangerous, so you must remain vigilant." And Chuziu accepted it, saying, "Thank you for the warning. I'll be extremely careful." Lei Xin shyly asked, "Fellow cultivator Chuziu, after the ancient yin-yang star opens again, do you plan to return to the Heavenly Vault continent?" And he nodded. "I originally came from the Heavenly Vault continent, so naturally I'll return there." She replied understandingly, "That's true, the ancient yin-yang star is far too small, and an outstanding prodigy like you should freely roam a much broader world." Chuziu pondered before suggesting, "The ancient yin-yang star is extremely dangerous and unpredictable, so I suggest that you come with us to the Heavenly Vault continent." Lei Xin was startled and wondered whether he was inviting them to live in his homeland. While 10 days later Chuziu strolled with his hands behind his back, thinking his contingencies were nearly ready, and it was time to explore the source of the way. Suddenly sensing someone watching him, he cast a wary glance over. In a flash, he appeared behind that person, who cried in alarm, "Old Six Chu, don't be scared, it's me, Shang Jiang." Chuziu stroked his chin and asked, "Hey, Old Six Chu, have you been harming some innocent family's daughter again?" He coughed awkwardly, "I didn't, that's not me, don't talk nonsense." But before Shang Jiang could continue, he carefully examined him and shouted, "Wait, Chu the Samanic Old Six Chu, have you actually cultivated to the Saint Realm?" Chuziu waved his hand and laughed, "Haha, it's only so-so, one must stay humble." Immediately afterward he kicked him and asked, "Tell me the truth, why were you secretly following me?" Shang Jiang crouched there aggrievedly and groaned, "If I weren't in serious trouble, I truly wouldn't have come begging you for help, but this time I'm really finished." Making Chuziu curiously ask, What exactly do you mean?" After hearing the whole story, he summarized, "You're saying that girl taught you a transformation technique, you turned into your current form, but she ended up conquered by your masterful skills and fell madly in love with you." And after Shang Jiang nodded, he mocked in astonishment, "Good heavens, your tastes are truly bizarre. You can even go after a heavenly slave weapon, so you're clearly far beyond ordinary people." Hearing this, Shang Jiang roared in anguish, "You think I wanted this? How could you know how twisted she is? If I hadn't truly reached my limit, do you think I'd willingly come begging you for help?" After hearing his lament, Chuziu showed deep sympathy and said, "Brother, I understand exactly how you feel." Immediately afterward, he curiously asked with a sly tone, "So what exactly can I help you with?" Shang Jiang immediately stated his request, "Make me a poison, because I must kill that monster or my grand plan can never proceed." "Old Six Chu, you surely don't want to see my plan fail miserably, right?" Hearing this ruthless request, Chuziu sighed softly while rummaging inside his robe and lectured, "You were partners once, so why be so heartless?" With that, he handed Shang Jiang a pile of bottles and jars, carefully instructing, "Heavenly slave weapons have extremely strong poison resistance, so you can only poison them little by little. Don't worry, this special poison is very subtle. No one will detect it soon, and it will only take effect at the critical moment." After a brief farewell, he waved to Shang Jiang and left. "I have something to deal with, so take care of yourself here." The scene shifted to a vast snowy land, bitterly cold and eerily desolate. Chuziu slowly stepped out of the void and secretly assessed the area. The cold here seemed to have reached absolute zero, making it a true death zone. No wonder no living creature wished to remain here. And after carefully examining the map he carried, he wondered, is the place called Origin Dao really here? Chuziu then followed the map's directions, silently advancing through the endless sea of snow. After traveling for a long time, he finally arrived before a huge and imposing gate. He pushed open the heavy gate and stepped inside, muttering, "What kind of place is this?" He descended along strange stone steps suspended in midair, and after going farther, stopped before an ancient palace worn down by the passage of time. Inside the palace, an extraordinarily beautiful woman sat majestically on the main throne. The woman seated high on the throne seemed to sense something unusual and slowly opened her eyes. "Oh, someone has finally found this place." The beautiful woman on the throne suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Immortal Lord, our Li dynasty has finally awaited your descent. Zhu Ziyu was startled. Immortal Lord, Li dynasty, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Where exactly is this? I've never heard of it. He quickly calmed down and asked, are you the ruler here? The queen gently replied, reporting to the Immortal Lord, my name is Qin Gili, the 357th queen of the Li dynasty and the last surviving dynasty of the Chinese people on this blue planet. Please follow me to the side hall, where I will explain everything clearly. Zhu Ziyu became wary. They had just met, and she already wanted to lead him to the side hall while calling herself an empress, so he wondered what she was plotting. While secretly observing her, he discreetly assessed her figure. Indeed, her physique was extremely alluring and well-proportioned. Fortunately, I prepared a backup plan in advance. If she harbors ill intentions, I will certainly teach her an unforgettable lesson, he thought with a cold smile, deciding to remain silent and watch what happened next. Soon, Kui personally led Zhu Ziyu to the side hall, where he saw a desolate scene with only a chipped stone table standing alone in the room. And as he carefully watched her every move, he noted that she did not look very old. Some improper thoughts unconsciously arose in his mind. She's young, but everything else is quite large. This girl's service skills probably aren't bad either. After brewing the tea, Qin Gili respectfully pushed the cup toward Zhu Ziyu. Immortal Lord, please enjoy this cup of tea. He gently raised the cup and took a sip, deep in thought. The tea tasted almost no different from tea on the blue planet and contained no poison. And although the leaves were slightly inferior, her tea-making skills were truly excellent. Thinking this, Zhu Ziyu asked directly, why did you summon me here through the ritual altar? You said the Li dynasty had been waiting for an immortal lord. What does that mean? Queen Qin Gili immediately replied respectfully, Immortal Lord, according to the words passed down by our immortal ancestors, you are the one we have awaited for so long, the immortal Lord who can save the fate of the Li dynasty. Zhu Ziyu quickly waved his hand and smiled. Wait, I'm not an immortal lord yet, just call me Zhu Ziyu, and now tell me what trouble the Li dynasty is facing. Qin Gili was somewhat reluctant, but still nodded. Yes, my lord, this concerns the Origin Dao War. She gathered her thoughts and slowly recounted the story. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years ago, when the blue planet had just formed, the land was divided into 5 continents. She explained their territories, with the Chinese continent in the east belonging to the human clan, the ghost capital continent in the south belonging to the demon clan, the heavenly star continent in the north belonging to the demoness clan, the star origin continent in the west belonging to the beastman clan, and the Yang continent in the center belonging to the spirit clan. Qin Gili continued explaining the ancient divine oracle. All intelligent races on the 5 continents simultaneously learned that a supreme treasure called Origin Dao existed on the blue planet, and that someone from the outside world would one day come to claim it. So each race had to strengthen itself and summon that outsider to its side. The outsider from the winning side would take the treasure away, while the victorious race would receive the favor of heaven and earth and become the most prosperous and powerful race. Hearing this, Zhu Ziyu glanced at her and asked, then how is victory decided? Do they have to wipe out all the other races to count as a victory? Qin Gili gently shook her head and softly replied, not at all. If exterminating a race counted as victory, our weak human race would have been wiped out before you descended. Then asked, Lord Zhu Ziyu, did you bring a stone tablet when you descended? Zhu Ziyu reached into his robe and took it out, saying, a stone tablet, do you mean this? Seeing the black stone tablet in his hand, Qui's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. This is the key to the Dao Origin War, and victory requires collecting all 5 such tablets. Making Zhu Ziyu even more puzzled, what are all 5 tablets for? Summoning a divine dragon. Qin Gili solemnly added, these 5 tablets are held by the immortals representing the 5 races, so despite their hatred, the other races dare not exterminate our human race because they must wait for us to summon our descended immortal and obtain the final tablet. Stroking his chin, he analyzed, in other words, the 5 of us will use this world as our battlefield and fight to the death over those stone tablets. He narrowed his eyes and asked with a faint smile, so does the winner receive some generous reward? While Qin Gili looked straight at him and asked, Lord Zhu Ziyu, do you know why the victorious side can become the strongest race? She calmly revealed the secret. You must have noticed that this world has limits, and its laws bind native beings so we can cultivate only to the great saint realm at most. We don't know what lies beyond it, but Lord Zhu Ziyu must have surpassed the great saint realm, right? Meaning the victorious side will break free from the world's restraints and no longer face cultivation limits. She slowly stood, bowed deeply with a reverent expression, and said, I, Qin Gili, reigning queen of the Departure dynasty, on behalf of the entire human race on Blue Star, respectfully wish Lord Zhu Ziyu final victory in this war. For the survival of the human race, I sincerely beg you to win, and faced with her plea, Zhu Ziyu gave no immediate answer. merely lifting his teacup and silently gazing out the window for a long while. Then he set down his cup and smiled confidently. Rest assured, I'll use every possible means to win this brutal war, and to safely take the Tao origin away from here. I'll spare no effort or cost to achieve victory. In southern Blue Star stretched a vast coastal land shrouded year-round in dark clouds and gloom, known as the Netherworld continent, and at its center stood Netherworld Royal City, resembling an eerie ghost palace flickering amid dense spectral mist. The ghost race's architecture was bizarre and unusual, with magnificent white palaces and towering pavilions seemingly built from countless pale bones piled like mountains, making the place even darker, more horrifying, and filled with sinister energy. Upon the majestic bone throne sat an arrogant ghost race man with his back straight, the Ghost Immortal, a supreme existence worshipped as a god by the entire ghost race. Just then, a talisman suddenly emerged from the void and flew into the hands of a nearby female ghost, who read its contents and reported in surprise to His Majesty the Ghost Immortal. Joy flashed across her face as she continued, "The human race's Saint King has finally descended, meaning the true Tao origin war is about to begin." While at that same moment on the celestial star continent, a colossal city floated high in the vast sky, the Sky Royal City, center of power for the mighty demoness race. Inside the imperial palace, a mysterious woman in a black gold robe looked up at the heavens and laughed. "Haha, after waiting an entire 1,000 years, you finally decided to come." Far away on the Star Origin continent stood Demir Royal City of the Orc race. Inside the arena, a muscular, bare-chested man threw back his head and laughed excitedly. "It's here, it's really here, the Great War is about to begin. I've waited so long for this day, and this moment has finally arrived." Meanwhile, throughout the human race's departure Royal City, news of the Immortals' descent spread through every street and alley as the ecstatic people rushed around shouting, "An immortal, our human race finally has an immortal descended to help us. Haha, we no longer need to endure humiliation from the other races. We must reclaim our territory and precious resources, and our human race will surely rise again." Just then, a ghost race figure appeared floating in the sky and sneered, "HMPH, is your human race's immortal really that powerful? Our great immortal emperor of the ghost race could easily annihilate him with a mere flip of his hand." He arrogantly continued, mocking the crowd below, "Once that immortal has been killed, he will no longer deserve to be called an immortal." No one noticed when Chu Ziu silently blended into the crowd, and amid the noisy masses he curled his lips into a cold smile and thought to himself, "Some ghost clan immortal, haha, he'll be the first sacrifice to my blade." And after casually disposing of that noisy pest, Chu Ziu unleashed his earth-shaking might, terrifying the surrounding predators and forcing the alien races to retreat before he tore open the void, opened a spatial gate, and headed straight for the capital of the dead continent. His eyes narrowed with interest as he surveyed the surroundings. "So this is where the Ghost Clan lives?" As expected, this place carries the distinct aura of the underworld. Meanwhile, inside the capital of the dead royal palace, Ghost Immortal remained unaware of the approaching disaster, and leisurely enjoyed singing and dancing from his throne like a decadent ancient tyrant. Suddenly, a female ghost attendant reported, "Your Majesty Ghost Immortal, the human race's immortal has officially descended, and war is about to erupt, so how should we deal with the human race's fierce counterattack?" Ghost Immortal laughed disdainfully, "The human race, haha, what are they worth? I've already sent word to Demoness, and once she replies we'll join forces and storm human race territory to destroy this immortal." Then gritted his teeth eagerly. "I've waited far too long for this day, and it has finally come." But while they were still fantasizing, a calm voice echoed from the void, "Third stage Saint King, no wonder you need to join forces with that Demoness before daring to challenge me. Indeed, only the weak like to huddle together." Ghost Immortal jolted and shouted, "Who?" as cold sweat poured down his body in horror because he could not sense even the slightest trace of the intruder's aura. Chu Ziu's icy voice echoed throughout the great hall again, "Who am I? I am the human race's immortal whom you intend to join forces with Demoness against." Ghost Immortal looked around and calmly replied, "Human race expert, since you've already come here, why bother hiding yourself?" Still concealed within the void, Chu Ziu curled his lips calculatingly, thinking he would reveal himself once the grand formation was complete, and by then these fools would be too late to react. Before his imposing voice rang out, "You're Ghost Immortal. Someone like you dares call yourself an immortal. Have the people of this world called you the human race's immortal for so long that you truly imagine yourself one? You're hopelessly arrogant." Ghost Immortal laughed without anger and explained, "Fellow cultivator, you misunderstand. Ghost Immortal has always been my given name, so I have no intention of boasting. while inwardly sneering that his prey had delivered himself to the door, and once the hall's formation trapped him, he could join forces with Demoness and eliminate him completely. Chuziu calmly replied, "So that's how it is, then I truly misjudged you." And when Ghost Immortal hurriedly invited him to reveal himself, Chuziu sneered, "Haha, moments ago you were discussing joining forces with someone else to kill me, yet now you're inviting me out to meet you. Do you think I'm stupid and easily deceived?" Ghost Immortal waved his hand. "No, no, no, fellow cultivator, you've misunderstood again, for there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. And although we've just met, it feels as though we've known each other for years, so joining forces to eliminate Demoness isn't impossible." Hidden in the darkness, Chuziu inwardly shook his head at how arrogant and stupid this man was, wondering how he had ever reached the Saint King realm, before slowly saying, "Your words truly suit me." And as he finished, space above the great hall rippled and a tall, slender figure stepped from the void. Ghost Immortal stood and cupped his hands. "Ghost Immortal greets you, fellow cultivator, but how should I address you?" Chuziu smiled and returned the greeting. "I've been cheerful and full of positive energy since childhood, so everyone calls me Extreme Sunshine Boy." The great saints below covered their mouths and snickered. "Extreme Sunshine Boy? That name sounds rather amusing and ridiculous." Ghost Immortal's smile turned sinister. "My fellow cultivator Extreme Sunshine, you're far too arrogant and foolish. Did you really think I stood here talking so much because I wanted a pleasant alliance with you?" While Chuziu feigned horror, "Fellow cultivator, you deceived me. Could there already be a trap set here?" Ghost Immortal laughed smugly. "Haha, you're truly too naive. This is my own lair, so how could I possibly not have traps waiting for you?" Chuziu pretended to be determined to leave. "Since things have come to this, I'll take my leave first." The Ghost Immortal shouted, "Activate the grand formation for me now." The surroundings remained silent as Chuziu struggled to hold back his laughter. The Ghost Immortal changed his hand seals and shouted, "Activate the grand formation, quickly." The space remained eerily silent. When they turned back, they saw Chuziu still standing where he was, waving his hand and planting a formation flag into the void. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted as the 8th grade mid-tier trapping-killing formation unleashed terrifying power, tearing space apart and sealing the Ghost Immortal in an instant. Blood-red lightning shot out in a frenzy, and the Ghost Immortal screamed miserably, his body charred black as the 5 great saints rushed over in terror to save him. Chuziu instantly appeared beside a female great saint, wrapped an arm around her waist, and chuckled, "Little beauty, this is a fight between men, so don't interfere. Be careful not to get hurt by accident." With that, he vanished and appeared before the Ghost Immortal, stomping hard on his chest and saying coldly, "Fellow Taoist, we just met yet already feel like old friends. Are you satisfied with my meeting gift?" The corners of his lips curled mockingly. "You've stood invincible in this world for too long, even forgetting how to fight for your life against enemies of the same realm. Still, your earlier offer wasn't bad, so I'll spare your life for now." A cunning, chillingly vicious look flashed across his face. "I've decided to make you my subordinate. This can fool those 3 while also giving me a free lackey to control, killing 3 birds with 1 stone." The words terrified the Ghost Immortal. What exactly do you want to do to me?" Soon, the Ghost Immortal was tightly wrapped in a huge cocoon by the blood-red spirit blood dispersed from the unified Tao seed, and his powerful Saint King realm cultivation was calmly subjected to Chuziu's transformation. After countless long hours passed, the Ghost Immortal's transformation finally showed a reaction. The blood-red cocoon suddenly shook violently several times before a huge hole was abruptly torn open from within. The Ghost Immortal stepped out of the blood-colored cocoon with a solemn expression, and upon seeing Chuziu before him, immediately knelt on one knee in salute. "Master!" The 5 great saints of the demon clan were utterly stunned by the unbelievable scene. What had happened, and why was the Ghost Immortal so respectful to this human, even calling him master? Chuziu ignored their shock, looked indifferently down at the kneeling Ghost Immortal, and asked, "Ghost Immortal, can you lure the demoness to Ghost Capital?" The Ghost Immortal gently shook his head and replied solemnly, "Master, the demoness has always been cautious. Since forming an alliance with me 50 years ago, she has never set foot in Ghost Capital, and naturally I have never gone to the demoness's Sky City either." Both sides tacitly acted this way to guard against each other. Hearing this, Chuziu stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes shifting as he began devising another deeper scheme. In an instant, a cold, unfathomable smile appeared on his face. "Do this for me." After settling everything, Chuziu took the stone tablet just presented by the Ghost Immortal and immediately left Ghost Capital for the Chinese continent. Old Six Chu was immensely pleased and could not hide his excitement as he thought, Ha, what a rare treasure. I'll study it carefully once I get back. I also need to hurry and gather all the remaining fragments. 2 days later, over the vast sea between the Netherworld continent and the Divine Land continent, the clear sky suddenly split into a 1,000-meter rift, violently shaking space as fierce winds howled. From deep within the rift, a pair of slender, fair legs slowly stepped out. The woman wore a dark black robe and a wide-brimmed hat concealing most of her face, revealing only her delicate pale chin and alluring curves. And after looking around without seeing the person she was meeting, she snorted resentfully, "HMPH, there really isn't a single decent man in this world." Just then, hearty laughter came from afar as the ghost immortal appeared and said, "Demoness, I'm not late, am I?" While the demoness sneered in disgust, "You should have arrived before me and waited. Do you men have no sense of time at all? No wonder I hate men so much. And after all these years, you look even uglier than decades ago, so I suggest covering your face with black cloth before you scare someone to death." The demoness impatiently crossed her arms and coldly said, "Enough, I can't be bothered arguing with you. Let's hurry to Departure Royal City and see what that human saint king is really like." As soon as she finished, they tore through space and rushed toward Departure Royal City, while the demoness focused her spiritual senses ahead until they locked onto a black-haired man leisurely drinking tea in a tavern. "I've found him." Seeing his prey walk into the trap, Chu Xiu glanced at the ghost immortal before fixing his gaze on the woman in the black gold robe. The corner of his mouth rose into a meaningful smile. Seeing Chu Xiu's strange smile, the demoness immediately frowned, her suspicious nature making her wary. Remaining calm, the demoness walked up to Chu Xiu and teasingly said, "Little brother, the two of us came to take your life. Aren't you scared at all? Tusk, it's rather unfortunate for someone so young and tender to die early." Then gently stroked his chin with an enchanting smile and asked, "Or have you still not realized who we really are?" While Chu Xiu smiled brightly and calmly replied, "You're the demoness, and the one behind you is obviously the ghost immortal." The demoness froze slightly, stared suspiciously at Chu Xiu, and asked, "If you already know who we are, why can you remain so calm?" Chu Xiu slowly stood and provocatively sneered, "So what if I know who you are?" As soon as he finished, he boldly wrapped an arm around the demoness's shoulders and pulled her close, his face turning icy as he ruthlessly said, "Truthfully, I wanted to play along with you for a while, but unfortunately I dislike wasting words, so I'll just send you on your way." The demoness laughed contemptuously. "How ridiculous. It seems you still don't understand your situation. The two of us are mighty saint kings joining forces, so what could you possibly use against us?" As dark purple demonic power gathered in her palm, while Chu Xiu remained unfazed and merely said, "Farewell." The instant he finished speaking, a chilling stab rang out as the demoness's chest was brutally pierced through. Her eyes became bloodshot as fresh blood poured from her mouth and she roared furiously, "Ghost immortal, so you two secretly colluded long ago to harm me? How shameless." The ghost immortal sneered with delight, "Ha ha, isn't this all because of that venomous mouth of yours? Truthfully, I've wanted to deal with you for a very long time." Knowing she had no hope of winning, she thought she was no match for the two combined and had to escape immediately or she would surely die. While Chu Xiu exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? Her heart has been ripped out and she's still alive. Ghost immortal, hurry and capture her." Driven into a corner, the demoness immediately summoned a gigantic lightning sphere floating overhead. She screamed madly, "All of you go to hell." Chu Xiu's expression changed as he inwardly cursed, "Is this woman trying to take us down with her? It won't threaten my life, but getting injured now would still be troublesome." With a hateful scream, she hurled the destructive lightning sphere downward, and despite the separating formation, the violent shockwaves still reached Departure Royal City, causing the 4 human great saints to sense it and fly into the sky to look into the distance. Looking at the enormous glowing sphere, Chin Gilly exclaimed in horror, "Such terrifying power must come from an existence beyond the great saint realm. Lord Chu Xiu, you must win." The ghost immortal descended from the void carrying the exhausted and helpless demoness in one hand, brought her before Chu Xiu, and respectfully said, "Master, I have fulfilled your command and captured the demoness alive." While Chu Xiu clasped his hands behind his back and smiled faintly, "You did well." Hearing Ghost Immortal call Chu Xiu master, demoness was deeply shaken and weakly asked, "Master?" Chu Xiu lifted her chin and sneered, "Tusk, it'd be a pity for such a beautiful woman to die." But ignoring his teasing, she weakly looked at Ghost Immortal and asked, "Ghost Immortal, why are you calling this human your master, and why has your strength increased so tremendously?" Ghost Immortal stared at her with fanatical devotion and said, "Bathed in Master's glorious radiance, my cultivation naturally advances tremendously, but how could someone as lowly as you be qualified to comprehend its profound mysteries? Chu Xiu waved his hand, unwilling to hear more nonsense, and coldly ordered, "Enough, stop wasting time chatting and get to work." Seeing streams of blood-red spiritual power spreading outward, Demoness felt terror rising from the depths of her soul and cried in panic, "What is this? No, stay away from me. What the hell is this? Don't come any closer." Chu Xiu placed a finger to his lips, smiled coldly, and coaxed, "Shh, stop making noise. I'll make you feel very comfortable soon." As the unified Wei seed continuously circulated and strands of bloody light descended, wrapping Demoness into a gigantic blood cocoon as her transformation officially began. Ghost Immortal immediately sensed the strange change, trembled with excitement, and exclaimed, "Master, I'm about to break through to the 4th stage Saint King realm." Not only Ghost Immortal, but far away on the Heavenly Vault continent, Tu Shanyu and the others simultaneously sensed signs of advancement and rejoiced, "This is Master's gift, I'm about to break through again." After several hours, the blood-red cocoon surrounding Demoness finally shattered completely. Her figure emerged with an entirely different aura while retaining her stunningly seductive appearance. And once fully conscious, the hostility in Demoness's eyes had been replaced by absolute affection and reverence toward Chu Xiu. She respectfully knelt and saluted, "Thank you, Master, for granting me an entirely new life," and Chu Xiu nodded with a satisfied smile and rise. Seeing this, Ghost Immortal bowed and said, "Master, I request permission to return to capital of the dead city and enter seclusion immediately, lest others become suspicious." Meanwhile, Chu Xiu's restless hand had already reached Demoness's voluptuous breasts and casually fondled them. He smirked smugly and instructed Ghost Immortal, "Remember to follow me to the Star Origin continent in 3 days to devour the Beast Emperor." As the scene shifted to the royal palace in Separation King City, Chu Xiu leisurely strolled through the rear garden, happily calculating his plans. He planned to temporarily hide Demoness in the cave, firstly to use her disappearance to lure the Beast Emperor into a trap, and secondly so he could personally teach her how to spell each word. Since he made no effort to conceal his aura, his great saint cultivation was quickly detected, and she watched him from afar in astonishment, thinking, "Lord Chu Xiu isn't injured at all, and not even a speck of dust stains his robe, so could our earlier senses have been wrong?" Wondering whether Lord Chu Xiu had never fought anyone at all, she approached with 2 maids, but Chu Xiu seemingly anticipated them and calmly said, "Demoness has already been dealt with." These words left all 3 stunned before joy surged through them. The 2 maids cheered, "Congratulations, Lord Chu Xiu," while T-1EA7N Chin Gilly excitedly said, "I'll have this wonderful news spread immediately, and I'm sure the entire human race will be overjoyed." Chu Xiu smiled and waved his hand, "You may return first, I need to enter seclusion," and the 3 respectfully replied, "Yes." Shortly afterward in the main hall of his residence, Chu Xiu took out the 3 stone tablets obtained from Demoness and Ghost Immortal and joined them together, causing brilliant immortal light and a mysterious aura to spread as he summoned the system. The system finished scanning and displayed the item information. Item name, World Gate, status, incomplete, type, special spatial teleportation item, function 1, source of the way collector, collect all 5 World Gate fragments for a chance to obtain the source of the way. Function 2, reach any desired destination, important notice. The World Gate is currently incomplete and damaged, so it cannot teleport beyond this world. His gaze stopped on the second function as he smiled with interest. Reach any desired destination? That sounds incredibly powerful, so why not test it at the place with the strongest restrictions in the royal palace? After activating it, his figure instantly vanished and appeared inside T-1EA7N Chin Gilly's private chamber. He looked around in confusion. Is this Chin Gilly's private chamber? Thinking about it, it made sense, as her room should indeed have the strongest restrictions in the entire royal palace. Just then, the sound of water behind him startled him, and he turned around. Before him was a large bath filled with rose petals, with Chin Gilly's jade-white body submerged up to her neck, her face flushed as she stammered, Master, you?" Chu Xiu grimaced but calmed himself and asked directly, "Why are you bathing in broad daylight? You're a cultivator, do you even need to bathe?" In the tub, her heart raced as she felt both embarrassed and annoyed, secretly complaining, "You suddenly barged into my private chamber without explanation, yet you dare ask why I bathe during the day, when I bathe is my personal freedom, all right. Even if you're the noble Master Chu Xiu, you can't behave this shamelessly, can you?" After a while, he coughed and said, just continue what you were doing, I still have something to handle." He then turned and walked in the wrong direction. She hurriedly reminded him, Master Chu Xiu, that way leads to the inner hall. If you want to leave, you should go through the door over there. He stopped, forced an awkward smile, and left. Watching his fatting back, she sighed in relief, placed a hand over her chest, and felt her racing heart as thoughts swirled through her mind. Why did Master Chu Xiu suddenly barge into my room? Could he have done it deliberately? If Master Chu Xiu really intended to do that, what should I do now? Should I go along with him or refuse? She imagined the intimate scene from earlier and wondered if she should have been more proactive. One day later, on the Ghost Capital continent, Beast Emperor Lin Kuang appeared in the void millions of miles from Ghost Capital City. Soon, space twisted and the Ghost Immortal appeared as Beast Emperor Lin Kuang narrowed his eyes and asked, Ghost Immortal, you've actually broken through to the 4th level of the Saint King realm. That's truly worthy of praise. The Ghost Immortal cupped his fists and replied, it was merely good fortune. He then asked, Lin Kuang, you've traveled all the way to my Ghost Capital continent. What brings you here? Beast Emperor Tri asked, she went to the human continent. Didn't she ask you to go with her? The Ghost Immortal pretended to sigh. The demoness did come to see me, but unfortunately I was at a critical moment in my breakthrough and simply couldn't leave. He then asked, you came from so far away. Surely this isn't entirely about that, is it? Lin Kuang vaguely probed his spirit. Hearing this, the Ghost Immortal's expression changed. The Beast Emperor suddenly transformed into a giant and roared, Beast Battle Art, Beast Emperor Fist. The Ghost Immortal sneered as a massive sky-covering ghost claw slammed down. Beast Emperor, you really are a sinister and cunning bastard. Fist and claw collided and exploded, space collapsed, and violent energy swept across thousands of miles. The Beast Emperor laughed, don't get so worked up, I just wanted to test how strong you are now. The Ghost Immortal replied disdainfully, test me? Ha, believing you would be the strange thing. Suddenly sensing something, he excitedly sent a voice transmission. Master, that Beast Emperor suddenly attacked me first. Chu Xiu's voice rang out in his mind. Ha ha, even after seeing your current strength, the Beast Emperor still dared to attack you. Where do you think he got such enormous courage? Hearing this, the Ghost Immortal's pupils shrank in shock as he exclaimed, do you mean he may have secretly allied with the Spirit Clan? Where did he get such nerve? The Spirit Clan's strength clearly surpasses his, so cooperating with her is no different from befriending a tiger. From afar, Chu Xiu quietly analyzed the situation. He likely has an unrevealed trump card capable of restraining the Spirit Clan. Otherwise, with normal judgment, he would never be foolish enough to join forces with her. Immediately afterward, Chu Xiu sent a telepathic order to the Ghost Immortal. Jingshan has arrived, so focus entirely on dealing with the enemy first. Hundreds of thousands of miles away at the edge of the void, Chu Xiu walked alone through the vast space, gazing toward the distant azure sea. Suddenly, heaven and earth darkened as countless rays of starlight rained down from afar, and a tall woman clad in star armor approached as though walking upon the Milky Way. Jingshan's clear, sweet voice echoed everywhere. Human powerhouse, I didn't expect you to be here as well. While Chu Xiu provocatively replied, didn't we agree to gather in 3 days, so what, are you that eager to eliminate the Ghost Immortal? Jingshan carefully examined Chu Xiu, a trace of surprise appearing beneath her calm expression. Judging by your foundation, you haven't cultivated for more than 500 years, yet you're already this powerful at such a young age, truly beyond imagination. It'd be a shame for you to die here, so leave, I won't kill you today. Chu Xiu's lips curled into a challenging smile as he raised his head and stared directly at Jingshan, arrogantly asking, you want to kill me? If you were a late-stage Saint King, I might be somewhat wary, but you're only a 6th-level Saint King, so what gives a woman like you the confidence to claim you can kill me? As soon as he finished, Chu Xiu vanished, activating self-sealing and spreading his time domain across tens of thousands of miles, his figure flickering through the hazy void as Jingshan sensed the change and exclaimed, this is the time domain. Before she could think further, Chu Xiu appeared directly before her and unleashed the human Emperor Fist, while a gigantic blood-red phantom of himself emerged behind him with overwhelming might. Jingshan remained calm, gently raised her hand, and lightly flicked her jade-white index finger. Countless rays of starlight rapidly converged into hundreds of stars that thundered toward Chu Xiu, while he threw a punch to meet them head-on. The stars exploded like fireworks upon impact, shaking the entire void, and after their fierce exchange, Jingshan judged, This man excels at close combat and possesses an unparalleled physique, so if I carelessly let him get close, I'll definitely be injured. She immediately changed tactics, deciding she had to widen the distance, and raised her staff without hesitation. High above, space suddenly cracked apart as a colossal planet millions of miles in diameter came crashing down. Seeing this, Chu Xiu threw a punch to destroy it. Standing proudly above, Jingshan declared, "Your physical strength is indeed impressive, but unfortunately you can't reach me, so all your efforts are futile. Die," then swung her staff downward, sending the colossal planet crashing toward him and crushing tens of thousands of smaller planets along its path. She mocked, "This is the great divine ability I comprehended after cultivating the Tao of strength to minor mastery, and combined with my race's innate talent, even opponents at my level will be crushed by gravity until they cannot move. Then when the planet falls, they'll either die or suffer severe injuries." Looking down at the tiny Chu Xiu below, she concluded, "You're merely a 4th-level Saint King, so no matter how powerful your body is, you're destined to be destroyed beneath this colossal star." He slowly raised his head with a mysterious smile as his entire body blazed, his surging blood energy rolling like waves of fire. A green lotus emerged from the void and bloomed brilliantly, and the moment the chaotic green lotus phenomenon appeared, all pressure on Chu Xiu instantly vanished as he leisurely rolled his neck and shoulders, producing continuous cracking sounds. In an instant, he unleashed an immensely powerful fist strike at the sphere. The enormous sphere instantly crumbled into fine dust, falling into the endless void. Seeing this, Jingshan's pupils contracted, and Chu Xiu's unexpected strength made her think, "I underestimated him far too much." With that thought, she raised her staff to attack again, but Chu Xiu was faster, using the walking secret art to instantly close in with a vicious grin. "I'll send you on your way right now." As he finished speaking, the laws of heaven and earth gathered at his fingertip, and he shouted, "True martial god-slaying finger." A destructive beam shot straight out and pierced Jingshan between the eyebrows. Her star battle mask shattered instantly. Her body was blasted away, crashing onto an island 10,000 miles away before sinking to the bottom of a lake, while Chu Xiu merely watched with a raised brow and muttered, "Even that couldn't kill her." Jingshan emerged from the water, still shaken as she thought, "Luckily, I reacted quickly enough to lean back half a centimeter, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Chu Xiu smiled and approached step by step with the walking secret art, saying, "Not bad, I thought you were definitely dead." Jingshan looked at him, her voice no longer arrogant. "You truly are very powerful." Chu Xiu's figure flashed before her as a sharp longsword appeared in his right hand and heaven-slaying sword intent surged outward, forcing Jingshan to fly above the water with contracted pupils and exclaim, "You're a sword cultivator." Chu Xiu laughed proudly, "I never said I wasn't a sword cultivator." Just then, Beast Emperor flew over from afar and shouted, "Jingshan, I'm here to help you." Seeing this, Chu Xiu frowned and wondered, could he have killed Ghost Immortal that quickly? Jingshan glanced at Chu Xiu and said, "Beast Emperor, you came at the perfect time. This human is extremely powerful and difficult to handle, so let's join forces and kill him first." But Beast Emperor laughed, "There's no need to rush, human expert. I don't know why Ghost Immortal allied with you and abandoned Demoness, but he's now dead and I couldn't find his stone tablet." He looked at Chu Xiu and asked, "I've thought about it repeatedly but still can't understand, so tell me, is his stone tablet in your hands?" Chu Xiu calmly admitted that Ghost Immortal's stone fragment was indeed with him. Lin Kuang coldly demanded, "Then was Demoness also killed by you?" Chu Xiu smiled meaningfully, "What if she was and what if she wasn't?" While Lin Kuang crossed his arms and proposed, "I have an idea, what do you two think?" And Jingshan warily asked, "What are you plotting?" Interest flashed through Chu Xiu's eyes as he thought, "Haha, a proposal. I'd like to see what tricks this beastman can pull." Lin Kuang explained, "Actually, my main objective isn't the source of the way, I only want to enter that alternate dimension." Making Chu Xiu inwardly curse, "I'd be an idiot to believe you." To make himself more convincing, Lin Kuang pointed toward the sky and said, "I can swear an oath to the heavenly way." Thunder crashed down as Lin Kuang swore his oath to the heavenly way, with lightning striking the sea as if validating his words, leaving Chu Xiu and Jingshan astonished and wondering whether he was actually telling the truth. Jingshan turned to him and said, "Beast Emperor, we're both members of the myriad races, so how about we join forces?" Lin Kuang ignored her and looked at Chu Xiu, saying, "Human expert, you hold 3 stone fragments, so your role is far greater. Would you like to cooperate with me?" And Chu Xiu smiled, "Fellow cultivator Lin, although we've only just met, it feels like we've known each other for years, but unfortunately I didn't bring my stone fragments with me." Hearing this, Lin Kuang turned to Jingshan and said, "In that case, I'll cooperate with Jingshan," then looked at Chu Xiu and asked, fellow cultivator, surely you don't object. Chu Xiu hurriedly said, wait, then smiled amicably. How could I defeat both of you alone? Cooperate with me instead, and once this is over I'll definitely give you the stone fragment. I can also swear an oath to the heavenly way, and after some thought Lin Kuang nodded, fine, but I will decide the wording of the oath, to which Chu Xiu immediately replied, of course. Lin Kuang raised 2 fingers and stipulated, swear that once this matter is over, you won't attack me by any means, and if you break your oath, you will suffer backlash from the heavenly way and have both body and soul destroyed. Chu Xiu immediately raised his hand and swore, I Chu Xiu swear to the heavenly way that as long as fellow cultivator Lin Kuang cooperates with me to kill Jingshan, I will never attack him by any means afterward, and if I break this oath, may my body and soul be destroyed. While inwardly sneering, backlash from the heavenly way. The thing I Chu Xiu fear least in this world is precisely the heavenly way's backlash. 3 figures hovered in the sky, and the outcome of the battle seemed completely decided. Lin Kuang raised his head and laughed as his aura erupted violently. Haha, fellow cultivator Chu Xiu, it's been a pleasure working with you, let's attack together. While Jingshan realized the situation was extremely unfavorable, turned pale, and immediately fled at full speed. 2 figures, one wreathed in raging lightning and the other engulfed in overwhelming demonic energy, sped after Jingshan at astonishing speed. Lin Kuang struck first, using his steel-hard body to completely block Jingshan's escape route. A miserable scream tore through the void as Jingshan's chest was pierced by a surprise attack, sending blood splattering everywhere. Surrounded by blazing crimson blood energy, Chu Xiu whispered sinisterly, be good, soon you won't feel any pain, while Lin Kuang watched the strange scene and asked suspiciously, why don't you just kill her? Chu Xiu curled his lips into a cunning smile, of course, because keeping her alive is still useful. As soon as he finished, Chu Xiu formed a hand seal, and enormous blood-red light instantly enveloped Jingshan as he shouted, absorb. After dealing with Jingshan, the two hovered facing each other in the air as Lin Kuang spoke first. Fellow cultivator Chu Xiu, Jingshan has now been dealt with. Suddenly, he punched at Chu Xiu with a dazzling golden energy sphere condensed around his fist and roared, now you can die too. While Chu Xiu hurriedly dodged the surprise attack and shouted in shock, Beast Emperor, you dare attack me, are you breaking our agreement? Lin Kuang laughed wildly, haha, break the agreement, so what? Then explained, when I roamed the primordial wilderness, I fortuitously obtained a supreme treasure refined by a great emperor that can protect me once from the heavenly Tao's backlash. Lin Kuang continued arrogantly, human, compared with this emperor, you're still far too inexperienced, while Chu Xiu immediately asked, aren't you worried I'll release Jingshan? And Lin Kuang sneered, don't forget your blood oath. If you release her against me, the heavenly Tao will destroy you first, making me the final victor, and the Tao origin will belong to me. Chu Xiu lowered his head slightly to hide the strange smile at his lips and murmured, who will die by whose hand is still uncertain. Suddenly, terrifying killing intent erupted from Chu Xiu, making Lin Kuang cry out in shock, what is this? As a gigantic dark red sword energy slashed into him, making him scream in agony. Ah. Chu Xiu rested the heavenly emperor sword on his shoulder and looked slightly surprised. You still didn't die after taking that slash. Lin Kuang's body was split in half, yet his soul remained intact as he stammered, why, you aren't afraid of the heavenly Tao's backlash either? Before suddenly realizing the truth and laughing, no wonder, haha. Hovering in midair with the heavenly emperor sword tightly gripped, Chu Xiu looked down at Lin Kuang's remains and sighed, fellow cultivator Lin, thank you for placing such absolute trust in me. I'll see you off on your final journey, so rest in peace. Even on the verge of death, Lin Kuang remained unwilling and laughed madly. Haha, Chu Xiu, you think you've won? If I can't live, you'll die with me. As soon as he finished, a golden jade talisman carrying dense destructive energy shot from his mouth, ignited fiercely, and hurtled toward Chu Xiu too fast to evade. Mu Xiaoqi suddenly appeared and cried out in panic, Chu Xiu, run. That's a great Emperor Jade talisman, it can't be blocked or dodged and it'll completely destroy your soul. Chu Xiu's expression turned grave as he thought, a great Emperor Jade talisman. Luoyu once told me that when pursued by one, either find someone of the same level to bear the calamity or self-destruct. But where could he find someone of the same level to bear the calamity now? And as Chu Xiu tightened his grip on the heavenly Emperor sword, he wondered whether self-destruction was his only choice, starring ahead with mixed emotions and thinking, must I repeat the same fate as before? Though I've prepared myself to reincarnate and start over, I'm still truly unwilling. Below, Lin Kuang's remnant soul laughed insanely and shouted, haha, Chu Xiu, so what if you're unwilling? Even if you're an unparalleled prodigy, the outcome is still the same, and in the end you'll still die by my hand." Hearing those arrogant words, Chu Xiu suddenly froze as inspiration flashed through his mind and he realized, "Wait, that's wrong, I almost fucking forgot I still have one method left." His lips curled into a confident, slightly arrogant smile as he realized his Jingshan Dao seed could not only devour and transform cultivators but also resurrect them, meaning he could revive the ghost immortal now. And since their life imprints were tightly linked, the ghost immortal could surely bear this fatal calamity for him. Acting immediately, Chu Xiu activated his ability, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "Rise again, my loyal subordinate," and Ghost Immortal instantly revived before him to protect his master, willingly taking the devastating attack while declaring that dying for his master was his greatest honor. The Jade Talisman slammed violently into Ghost Immortal's body. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, dazzling light engulfing a vast stretch of sky. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Lin Kuang's remnant soul twisted in horror as he cried, "Isn't that ghost immortal? Impossible, how could he come back to life?" His remnant soul gradually dispersed into the boundless sea, yet shock and unwillingness remained etched on his face as he still could not understand how Chu Xiu had achieved something so absurd, while Chu Xiu hovered silently above the sea, staring at where Lin Kuang's soul had vanished. Suddenly, a mysterious stone fragment shot from beneath the water into the sky. Chu Xiu reached out and caught the final fragment of the world gate in his palm. Just then, Mu Ti letter 1EC3 UTH letter 1EA5T appeared beside him, anxiously grabbed his hand and asked, "What would you have done if Ghost Immortal hadn't blocked that attack?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "I've already done everything I should and could do, so if the outcome still couldn't be changed, suicide would have been my only option." And Mu Ti letter 1EC3 UTH letter 1EA5T gazed deeply into his eyes with profound affection, saying, "If you die, I'll wait for you to return no matter how long it takes," making Chu Xiu smile warmly and gently stroke her head. Mu Ti letter 1EC3 UTH letter 1EA5T rested her head against his chest and softly said, "You carry too many bonds on your shoulders, and if you died here, many people would surely grieve for you, especially Qi Meng Dai and Dragon God, who hasn't even had the chance to lay your eggs yet." Hearing this, Chu Xiu laughed heartily and mocked himself for being a villain who somehow still had people grieving over his death, then said, "All right, let's go back and finish dealing with Jingshan." The scene shifted to the heart of Chu Xiu's palace in the Separation Dynasty, where he walked alone through the vast and majestic Great Hall. Chu Xiu suddenly stopped, swept his icy gaze across the empty space and ordered coldly, "Come out, you're the only one left now," causing the space ahead to distort as Jingshan slowly emerged within bloody light and stared at him suspiciously, asking, "Did you kill the Beast Emperor?" Jingshan's face filled with doubt as she thought, "If I remember correctly, didn't he swear a vicious oath before the Heavenly Way?" At that moment, an enormous unified way seed suddenly appeared above them, releasing countless eerie blood threads in every direction. Jingshan looked up at the bizarre blood-red sphere, her pupils widening in horror as she exclaimed, "What exactly is that thing?" Chu Xiu gently placed his index finger against his lips to signal silence with a mysterious, bewitching smile as the blood threads shot downward, making Jingshan scream in terror, "What exactly are you trying to do?" While Chu Xiu merely replied coldly, "You'll know soon enough." Immediately afterward, the blood threads tightly bound Jingshan, making her entire body tremble violently as painful muffled moans escaped her lips, mixed with an indescribable sense of pleasure. Before long, she was completely enclosed within a gigantic blood cocoon. Holding the final stone fragment, Chu Xiu officially began the transformation process. He extended his hand as the 5 World Gate fragments floated above his palm, radiating dazzling light before merging together, while a system panel displayed the completed form and announced that the World Gate had undergone an entirely new transformation, with the item now named Incomplete World Gate and classified as a special spatial teleportation item. Its grade was Immortal Artifact but remained incomplete and could rise further once restored, while its functions showed. Source of the Way Collector had been activated, allowing the host to open the alternate dimensional passage anytime, reach anywhere, allowed travel to any desired location by consuming enough Divine Origin stones. Spacetime Concealment consumed life essence to bypass the laws of heaven and earth and alter history's course. The 4th function remained unknown because the World Gate lacked its crucial core and was still incomplete. Holding the merged World Gate, Chu Xiu pondered, "All 5 stone fragments have merged, yet the World Gate is still incomplete. A core? What exactly is the World Gate's core?" Suddenly, he smiled with interest and murmured, "Primordial World, huh? Looks like once I return, I'll definitely have to venture into the primordial world." Muzai Oki leaned close from behind and whispered into his ear, Why are you in such a hurry? You possess the human race's blood-colored fortune, and everyone knows your luck defies heaven, so anything you desire will basically fall into your hands." After which they both looked toward the gigantic blood cocoon floating in midair. The blood cocoon suddenly exploded into pieces, and Jingshin emerged from within with a completely different aura. Just then, a majestic voice echoed across heaven and earth, declaring that the Origin War had officially ended, with the human clan of the Chinese continent as the final victor. All the people of the Li dynasty erupted in joy, flooding the streets in celebration and shouting that their human clan's immortal lord had won. And from now on, the human clan would never be oppressed again. An old man knelt on the ground in tears and sobbed, "Wonderful, truly wonderful, I finally lived to see this day." Jingili stood atop the city wall, gazing at the blue sky as hot tears streamed down her cheeks, choking out a prayer. "Father, I did not fail your expectations. I led our people and finally waited for the immortal lord's arrival as you wished. Can you see this from above? Our human clan has won. Master Chu Xiu has truly won." System notifications continuously appeared, increasing the human clan's blood-colored fortune by 10,000 points. Chu Xiu stood still as Mu Zyaoki hugged him tightly while fortune notifications kept appearing. He smiled faintly and wondered, "Have I become a hero?" Mu Zyaoki shook her head. "No, in their eyes, you're an immortal lord. The great immortal Chu whom everyone reveres, a savior who rescues all living beings from suffering." Jingshin had now completed her transformation and stepped before Chu Xiu, bowing respectfully. Zinlin pays respects to her master. Chu Xiu smiled faintly as he began planning his next move. "The Origin War is over. Should I visit the other continents and continue devouring cultivators to increase my cultivation?" Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice rang in his mind, announcing, "Trial Taker, you have 15 minutes to prepare. You will pass through the realm gate and be teleported to an alternate dimension containing the origin source." In the vast endless universe, 3 differently colored beams of light shot forward, tearing through the silent darkness. As the light faded, Chu Xiu, Mu Zyaoki, and Jingshin gradually appeared. He scanned his surroundings and asked, "Could this be where the origin source exists?" After carefully observing the area, Chu Xiu ordered his 2 companions, "Let's go take a look over there." The 3 flew toward a huge golden egg surrounded by raging flames. Chu Xiu stared intently at the egg before him and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, thinking, "Why does this egg look so familiar?" Curious, he reached out toward the egg, intending to touch it and sense it more clearly. Suddenly, an immature yet powerful voice came from within. "Who dares touch my egg? Don't you value your life? Be careful or this lord will roast you right now." Hearing the disrespect, Jingshin immediately became furious and shouted, "Who dares disrespect my master like that?" She then respectfully asked Chu Xiu, "Master, shall I destroy it?" Chu Xiu raised his hand to stop her. Chu Xiu called into the egg, "Hey, stupid egg, are you inside there?" The egg replied in surprise, its voice suddenly familiar, "You are. You're Chu Xiu, aren't you? Why did you come all the way here too?" The mysterious voice laughed gleefully, "Ha ha, you got trapped here too, didn't you? Don't worry, this lord is here with you now, so you won't have to be lonely anymore." Chu Xiu asked, "You suddenly disappeared from Upper Capital City back then, so you actually came here?" The creature inside explained that when it fought the great expert in Upper Capital City, the enormous disturbance created a special void rift with extremely pure world energy and complete laws. You know, I was still growing back then, so how could I resist such temptation? Unfortunately, I ran into a void storm, was badly injured and fell unconscious, and when I woke up, I was already here. Chu Xiu mocked him after hearing this, "So you've been messing around here for 2 years, gained nothing, and even turned into an egg." He lifted the egg and smiled meaningfully, "Better obediently follow me, I'll take you out of here." The creature inside immediately protested, "What do you mean turned into an egg? This lord encountered a great opportunity, and once I hatch, I'll become a great saint." The scene shifted to the interior of desolate God Island, where Meng Dai stood silently gazing toward the distant horizon and sighed, "It's already been a year since Chu Xiu left. When will he return?" Just then, Chi Meng Dai also awakened from meditation. Meng Dai looked at her in surprise, wondering if she had already reached the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm and was even close to breaking through to the 6th. Chi Meng Dai looked at Meng Dai and asked, "You came to find me so urgently. Is something important happening?" Meng Dai said anxiously, "I just received reliable news that the Heavenly Slave will most likely attack both Desolate God Island and the Endless Great Marsh within the next 2 days. Making Chi Meng Dai exclaim, "Attack both places at once. How dare it do that?" Meng Dai explained, "Over the past year, the Heavenly Slave has nearly bathed the creatures of the ancient yin-yang star in blood and accumulated vast amounts of life essence. So no one knows how powerful it is now, and since someone as cautious as it dares attack 2 major forces simultaneously, it must be absolutely confident. Ji Mengdai softly acknowledged her, her expression thoughtful. Mengdai continued, when exactly will Chu Xiu return? With him gone, I truly can't feel at ease. Ji Mengdai replied sadly, I don't know either. Before that rebellious disciple left, he only said he'd return soon, yet a whole year has passed without news. Thinking that if not for the mark he left on her, she might have assumed something happened to him, while Mengdai asked, Chi Mengdai, with Chu Xiu absent, can you command the puppets on Desolate God Island, and will the Thunder God clan listen to you? Chi Mengdai firmly replied, I can command the puppets, but the Thunder God clan isn't under Desolate God Island's authority, so whether they'll listen is uncertain, but I'll try to persuade them regardless. While Chu Xiu is away, I absolutely won't let anything happen to Desolate God Island. The scene shifted to the Thunder God clan's residence. Standing before Lei Ying and Lei Xin, Chi Mengdai said sternly, the situation is extremely urgent, and I've come today to tell you to prepare for war. No one on the ancient yin-yang star can avoid this battle, so we must unite or the consequences will be disastrous. Lei Xin immediately replied, Fairy Qi, rest assured our Thunder God clan will do everything we can to defend Desolate God Island together. And Chi Mengdai said, thank you for understanding, I'll take my leave. While thinking that with the Thunder God clan joining forces, their chances of victory had risen somewhat. Seeing her about to leave, Lei Xin hurriedly called out, Fairy Qi, please wait. Chi Mengdai turned and asked, fellow cultivator Lei, is there something else you want to say? Slightly embarrassed, Lei Xin asked, Fairy Qi, Lord Chu Xiu has been gone for over a year now. Do you know when he'll return and whether he's safe? Hearing this, Chi Mengdai suddenly felt inexplicably jealous and thought, why is this woman asking that? Could she also care about him? Before coldly replying, I don't know when he'll return either, but rest assured, I can guarantee that nothing has happened to him. Lei Xin breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, as long as he's safe. Chi Mengdai immediately turned and left, unable to suppress her irritation as she thought, is that rebellious disciple really so wonderful? Why is everyone so captivated by him? At the same time, in another space, Chu Xiu suddenly sneezed violently. He rubbed his nose and muttered in confusion, strange, why is my nose so itchy? Am I catching a cold? No, how could a cultivator like me get sick? While Jingxin beside him teased with a smile, Master, could someone secretly be longing for you? Mu Zaiaoki curled her lips disdainfully, longing for him? More likely someone's cursing him. He's been gone so long without returning. Isn't he afraid his backyard will catch fire? Chu Xiu sneezed again, looking even more puzzled than before. The scene shifted outside the palace on Desolate God Island, where Chi Mengdai was quickly walking toward the Sword Maiden. Upon seeing her, the Sword Maiden respectfully cupped her hands and said, Madam, while Mengdai immediately said, I finished negotiating with the Thunder God clan and they've agreed to help. Go immediately to the Endless Great Marsh and inform the Dragon God that the Heavenly Slave is about to attack there and tell her to prepare for battle, prompting the Sword Maiden to bow and reply, yes, madam. Once alone, Mengdai quietly took out the 2 formation discs Chu Xiu had left behind and thought, before that rebellious disciple left, he specifically gave me these 2 formation discs, one a teleportation formation and the other a trapping-killing formation. Both were high-grade 3rd-tier formations, and with them in hand, perhaps they could hold out for some time. Her gaze gradually grew distant as she reflected. I never understood before because I'd never faced true desperation, but now I finally realize how formidable you are, rebellious disciple. You can use countless schemes to defeat the strong while weak and reverse even the worst situation. So while you're away, I'll see whether I can lead everyone in your place and find a path to survival. The scene shifted to the magnificent hall on Desolate God Island, where Dragon Turtle sat opposite Mengdai holding a teacup and smiled. Mengdai, we haven't met for days, yet the tea you brew keeps getting sweeter. She glanced at Mengdai's belly and said meaningfully, your belly is showing more clearly now. You're truly impressive and enviable. I wonder when I'll finally become pregnant with Chu Xiu's child. Hearing those bold words, Mengdai choked on her tea, her face turning crimson with shock and embarrassment as she wondered, what does she mean by that? She looked suspiciously at Dragon Turtle as a daring thought arose. Could she have secretly succeeded already? Seeing this, Dragon Turtle smiled meaningfully and said, I prefer being on top. What about you? Leaving Mengdai thunderstruck and tomato-red as she stammered inwardly. Could she have not only secretly succeeded, but even prefers being on top? Seeing Mengdai's flustered expression, Dragon Turtle laughed. Haha, relax, I don't actually intend to steal your man. Dragon Turtle stopped smiling and said seriously, all right, since Chu Xiu told me to come to Desolate God Island, he must have arranged everything beforehand, so what exactly does he want us to do? and Meng Dai quickly composed herself, thinking, serious matters come first. She began explaining the plan in detail. That rebellious disciple arranged for us to use the formation disc to resist if the heavenly slave attacks. Dragon Turtle frowned slightly and asked, he wants us to hold this place. And Meng Dai confidently replied, he calculated that this high-grade 8th rank trapping and killing formation can easily hold for a year, though Dragon Turtle still worriedly rested her chin on her hand and asked, but what if the heavenly slave personally attacks? Meng Dai calmly repeated Chu Xiu's words. Before the heavenly slave is certain he can completely suppress Emperor Tai, he'll never personally attack, because he still fears you joining forces with Desolate God. And although he doesn't fear death, his immortality carries an enormous price, so he won't risk himself easily and will instead use countless heavenly slave weapons to continuously wear us down. Hearing this, Dragon Turtle could not help being amazed by his profound calculations and asked, is Chu Xiu really that confident? Meng Dai smiled proudly, her eyes shining with faith. My rebellious disciple has always been that confident. In Meng Dai's searching memories, Chu Xiu appeared with a rare tenderness as he held her tightly and said, I'm neither a good man nor a hero who saves the world. I only want my women and family to survive safely. So if something happens while I'm searching for the source of the way and I can't return before Desolate God Island is about to fall, use this to leave immediately. He gently placed his hand on her belly, his eyes filled with affection. Take our unborn child with you and do your best to live well. Meng Dai lowered her head with a trace of sorrow and prayed fervently, rebellious disciple, you absolutely must not die out there. Back in reality, the sky outside suddenly darkened as a gigantic spatial rift appeared amid violently intertwining lightning. From deep within the rift, countless ferocious heavenly slave weapons with blood-red eyes poured out like a terrifying flood, and inside the hall Meng Dai and Dragon Turtle immediately sensed the disturbance as Meng Dai sprang up and shouted tensely, they're here. The enormous army of heavenly slave weapons completely surrounded the area as a shout rang out, meet the enemy. The cultivators on Desolate God Island simultaneously looked skyward, facing the massive heavenly slave army descending upon them. The heavenly slave weapons roared savagely and charged down at terrifying speed. The cultivators refused to retreat, roaring courageously as they plunged into the life-or-death battle, while at the southernmost edge of the ancient yin-yang star, a pitch-black spatial gate radiating icy cold spun above the frozen sea. 3 figures slowly flew from the mysterious gate, none other than Chu Xiu, Jingshan, and Muzai Oki. Chu Xiu smiled confidently and thought, I'm finally back and I've obtained the source of the way. An excited voice came from the golden egg in his hand. Did we really escape that damned place? Holy crap, little Chu Xiu, how did you do it? You're incredible. Chu Xiu immediately raised his index finger to his lips, signaling silence. He turned toward the distance, slightly frowning as he gazed toward Desolate God Island and wondered, oh, could Shang Jiang be over there? He turned to Jingshan and Muzai Oki. He handed them the golden egg and instructed, keep this egg safe for me, you two withdraw for now, and if I need anything, I'll summon you anytime. Not far away, Shang Jiang stood alone atop a high mountain, silent and gazing toward the distant horizon. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind and gripped his shoulder so hard that he cried out in pain, damn, that hurts. Shang Jiang turned around in shock and recognized an old acquaintance, exclaiming, Old Sixth Chu, you're back. Chu Xiu quickly stuck a talisman onto Shang Jiang's forehead and asked, Shang Jiang, what's going on? Why have so many heavenly slave weapons suddenly appeared? Hearing this, Shang Jiang hurriedly explained. In the 10 years, 17 days, 3 hours, and 5 quarters since you left, almost every living being on ancient Tai Kai Star except those on Desolate God Island and the endless Great Swamp has been refined into heavenly slave weapons. Hearing the detailed answer, Chu Xiu teased, Little Shang Jiang, did you miss me that much? You even remember exactly how long I've been gone. Shang Jiang replied angrily, is that really what you should care about? Chu Xiu dropped his playful expression and became serious. You understand the current situation better than I do. Is there any way to break this deadlock? Shang Jiang glanced at him and said, if you're asking that, you clearly aren't confident you can defeat all the Saint Kings alone. Chu Xiu frowned slightly and admitted, that's true. With my current strength, I can protect myself against them directly, but killing them all at once would be extremely difficult. Shang Jiang stroked his chin and said, then we can only defeat them one by one. We can use Kiliuo, just pretend to kidnap me and Kiliuo will definitely chase after you. And since she's the main combat force among the Saint Kings, luring her away will draw 1 or 2 others with her, allowing us to split their formation. Hearing this plan, Chu Xiu was stunned, several large question marks appearing on his face. Seeing this, Shang Jiang scratched his cheek and explained, Killua is the girl I mentioned to you before. Chu Xiu thought for a moment and asked, didn't you originally say you wanted to poison her? Can't you make a move? Shang Jiang scratched his head and sighed wearily. Sigh, didn't you once say that one day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection? Chu Xiu stroked his chin, looking at him suspiciously. But you're exploiting someone who has feelings for you, is that really okay? Shang Jiang immediately snapped, you actually have the nerve to lecture me about morality. Chu Xiu curled his lips and smiled faintly. Fine, we'll do as you said. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Shang Jiang by the collar and shot away, moving so fast that Shang Jiang coughed violently. Cough, cough, old six Chu, go a little easier, I can barely breathe. Chu Xiu sneered mockingly, you're a great saint, so you can't possibly be as weak as a snail, right? Shang Jiang angrily roared, get lost. My wounds haven't fully healed yet, and do you know how miserable I've lived all these years? If you know nothing, don't talk nonsense. Why don't you just kill me and get it over with? I'm exhausted, just destroy everything and be done with it. Amid the vast starry void, Shang Jiang nervously asked, have they caught up yet? Chu Xiu calmly replied, there are 3 people coming. One is the Luo Li Saint physique, another is Yingzi, and there's also a one-eyed young man in a purple robe. At the same time, on Desolate God Island, Qi Meng Dai and the Dragon Turtle sat facing each other, both intently watching a mirror reflecting the fierce battle at Divine Lake. Qi Meng Dai suddenly noticed something strange and frowned. Why are 3 Saint King-level heavenly slave weapons suddenly missing? Then a bright smile appeared on her face. This is that troublesome disciple's familiar aura. Has that troublesome disciple finally returned? The Dragon Turtle beside her also nodded slightly. Yes. Back in the vast universe, Shang Jiang began explaining the situation to Chu Xiu. The Luo Li Saint physique you mentioned is Killua. She has mastered every saint physique phenomenon you know. She's at the perfected minor saint physique stage and specializes in close-range fist combat with terrifying strength, regarded as the strongest among the 8 saint kings. She's hot-tempered, reckless, and easily provoked, while Yingzi is rather gloomy and only moderately strong, specializing in illusions. When he uses his supernatural ability, he can merge directly into your shadow, making him quite difficult to deal with, and the one-eyed man in purple specializes in large-scale ranged attacks, with his single eye capable of firing an extremely destructive light that's very difficult to evade. Chu Xiu curled his lips into a cunning, smug smile and said, not bad, you truly have all the qualities of an excellent trader, while Shang Jiang hesitated for a long time before softly calling, Chu Xiu. Without even hearing more, Chu Xiu immediately turned and coldly refused, I refuse, leaving Shang Jiang frozen in place for a moment. Shang Jiang angrily spread his arms and roared, I haven't even said anything and you've already refused, are you even human? Considering I've worked undercover for over a year, can't you at least hear me out? And faced with his fury, Chu Xiu sighed and relented, fine, fine, go ahead and say it. Shang Jiang looked straight into Chu Xiu's eyes and pleaded, can you promise me one thing? If you ultimately win, could you show mercy and spare Killuo's life? Chu Xiu shouted at Shang Jiang in shock, are you insane, you bastard? Don't tell me you've really fallen for that girl. While Shang Jiang lowered his head and replied conflictedly, I don't know either. I initially approached her with a clear purpose, but after spending so long together, aside from being a little too demanding rather often, she truly treats me very well. I must look ridiculous, right? And Chu Xiu solemnly said, deep and genuine affection is the one thing no one has the right to mock. I never expected someone like you to have such a sentimental side, prompting Shang Jiang to raise his head with a faint glimmer of hope. Chu Xiu, you're always resourceful and even managed to plant the Northern King beside the Heavenly Slave. So you must also have a way to free Killua from the Heavenly Slave's control, right? Chu Xiu smiled gently, narrowed his eyes, and replied, when the time comes, I'll try to find a way. Just then, an enraged shout thundered from behind and shook the entire space. Release him immediately. A vast surge of purple energy erupted as Killua appeared in midair with her long black hair fluttering, her furious gaze locked onto Chu Xiu. Killing intent surged around her like flames as she said icily, you dared touch my man, I'll make sure you die without an intact corpse, while Chu Xiu remained relaxed and smiled with interest. Oh. 2 mighty auras, one purple and one red, collided violently in space as La narrowed her eyes at Chu Xiu and asked, you also possess a sacred physique. Chu Xiu smiled confidently and arrogantly replied, is that really so strange? La smiled faintly and said, to think someone like you still exists in this era truly surprises me. I already know your real purpose, wasn't it to lure me here? Now that you've succeeded, can you release him? Chu Xiu flicked his hand and sent Shang Jiang forward, saying, of course I have no interest in killing such a weak insect. My name is Chu Xiu, now tell me yours. while La immediately rushed forward and gently caught Shang Jiang. She hugged him tightly and asked anxiously, Thien Vu, are you hurt anywhere? Did he do anything to you? While Shang Jiang rested his head against her and softly shook it. La, I'm fine. This time I was the one who dragged you into this. Killua looked at him tenderly and said, what nonsense are you saying? His target was me, so none of this is your fault. She gently pushed Shang Jiang a little farther away and warned, move back. I'm about to fight this human to the death and I'm afraid you'll get caught in it. While Shang Jiang worriedly reminded her, then make sure you're careful. La turned to face Chu Xiu as her fighting spirit erupted and declared, remember my name well, Killua. While terrifying purple energy surged around her and her blade-sharp gaze turned icy, next, I'll kill you. Killua shot forward like lightning with murderous intent filling her eyes and thought, if I can bring your corpse back and extract your sacred physique origin, Master will surely be delighted. Her entire body was engulfed within a gigantic sphere of purple energy that radiated terrifying pressure. Chu Xiu merely smiled faintly as blazing crimson blood energy erupted around him and said, so it's a fully perfected minor completion sacred physique. Your speed truly far surpasses ordinary people. As soon as he finished, he unleashed the mighty human emperor fist, sending vast crimson energy forward in the form of a roaring emperor, and the purple and red forces smashed head-on into each other without retreat, creating a brilliant explosion that illuminated the sky. The two pressed close against each other, teeth clenched with grinding sounds and bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely, neither willing to retreat in this pure contest of strength. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted as the energy from their collision burst violently and spread in surging waves across every direction. Killua was blasted backward by the shock force, her long hair whipping wildly in the wind as shock and pain filled her face. In the next instant, they charged at each other again and began a ferocious close-quarters battle, while Killua stared gravely at her opponent, never expecting him to be this terrifyingly powerful. You truly are strong. Chu Xiu stood proudly in midair as a crimson spacetime domain revolved around him, making Killua exclaim in surprise, the spacetime domain is truly powerful. Her expression became extremely serious as she gritted her teeth and thought, this human truly isn't simple at all. The battle erupted again as Chu Xiu suddenly tore through the void and appeared directly behind Killua. Their fists collided violently again, releasing dazzling light as the force nearly shattered the surrounding space before the recoil sent both flying backward. Killua hovered in midair and laughed heartily, ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've met someone with a body as powerful as yours. Fighting you is truly exhilarating. Just then, a spatial rift suddenly opened and two cloaked figures emerged, one wearing a mask and the other having only one eye. The masked Yingzi stepped forward, looked at Chu Xiu and asked, Killua, is he the enemy? Killua turned and coldly replied, you don't need to interfere, but the one-eyed man stopped her. Killua, our objective is Desolate God Island, so we can't waste too much time here and must finish him quickly, or none of us can bear Master's punishment, prompting Killua to say coldly, human sacred body, sorry, but to quickly fulfill Master's command, we'll have to join forces against you. Facing three powerful enemies, Chu Xiu still wore a confident smile. Sometimes having more people isn't necessarily an advantage, but if you want to fight, then let's fight. Hearing his provocation, all three immediately charged toward Chu Xiu at astonishing speed, determined to quickly take his life. Chu Xiu suddenly raised his hand to signal them to stop and mischievously shouted, wait, hold on a moment. Yingzi stopped in midair and looked at him disdainfully. What, are you only getting scared now? But Chu Xiu grinned slyly, pointed at the crimson spatial vortex opening beside him and said, if you can call for reinforcements, naturally I can call someone from my side too. From the vortex, Jingxin slowly emerged with soft platinum hair, a flawless figure, and a holy goddess-like aura, leaving the enemies stunned. The one-eyed man stared at her in astonishment. She's not human, and judging by her aura, she's about to enter the late Saint King realm. He turned and ordered, you and Killua deal with that human while I'll handle her. And Yingzi warned, this woman isn't simple, so be careful. Killua and Yingzi turned back toward Chu Xiu as Yingzi proposed. Killua, fight him head-on while I interfere with illusions, and once I find a chance to merge into his shadow, it'll all be over. To which Killua replied, fine, I'll hold him back, before erupting with crimson energy and charging forward, while Yingzi remained behind casting illusions amid flickering mysterious purple energy. Chu Xiu suddenly activated the walking secret art, his figure flashing away and leaving only a crimson trail as he effortlessly dodged Killua's attack. Suddenly he appeared before Yingzi, raised his hand and teased, brother, hello there. A sharp crimson sword energy slashed down from his hand, mercilessly cleaving Yingzi's body in two. Killua turned in shock and slashed back while anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" And although cut in half, Yingzi remained alive as his two halves rapidly rejoined and he groaned in pain. "I'm fine, it just hurts like hell." Watching from afar, Chu Xiu was slightly surprised by his regeneration. He still didn't die after being cut like that. Elsewhere, Shang Jiang was equally shocked. He can recover so quickly even after being cut in half. Looks like old Sixth Chu won't have an easy fight ahead. Chu Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Based on my anatomical research, this type of heavenly slave weapon isn't truly immortal, so why can he recover so quickly from such a severe wound? His eyes flashed crimson with determination. "I'll try taking his life first and figure it out afterward." Then he charged toward Yingzi again, ignoring Killua blocking his path as Yingzi screamed in fear, "Damn, I'm still his target." He charged toward Yingzi again, ignoring Killua blocking his path as Yingzi screamed in fear, "Damn, I'm still his target." The vortex blocked his path, hovering in midair as blazing red blood energy erupted around him. Chu Xiu laughed wildly, "Ha ha, give up resisting, you can't protect him." A sword cry shook the 9 heavens as a blood-colored sword shadow 10,000 zhang long descended from the sky, tearing apart the clouds. Killua and Yingzi paled in terror, crying, "Terrifying, this sword intent is too dreadful." Before they could react, Chu Xiu had already controlled the sword energy to slash straight at Killua. Yingzi was horrified when Chu Xiu suddenly appeared before him. How could this man's speed be so fast? With a sharp slash, he was split in two before he could escape. Even after being cleaved apart by the heaven-slaying sword intent, his body quickly recovered. He laughed proudly and shouted, "Human, even so, you still can't kill me, so give up." Chu Xiu replied coldly, "I don't believe you're truly immortal." With that, Chu Xiu poured all his golden dragon-shaped Saint King power into Yingzi's body, making him swell like a ball. Yingzi panicked. What are you trying to do?" Chu Xiu laughed viciously and said coldly, "There is clearly something wrong with your body, so I must inspect it. I will examine every drop of blood and every piece of flesh, even every strand of hair, and I refuse to miss anything until I find your vital weakness." Yingzi trembled. "Are you really the villain here, or am I the villain?" A few breaths later, old Sixth Chu curled his lips coldly. "Found it. No wonder you couldn't be killed. This shadow isn't your true body." Chu Xiu thrust his hand into his chest, and Yingzi struggled in terror. "Why you? Let me go." Ignoring his screams, Chu Xiu calmly searched for his true body and soon pulled it out. Knowing he could not escape, Yingzi calmly said, "My master will surely avenge me." Chu Xiu chuckled, "Then please go ahead first." As soon as he finished speaking, old Chu clenched his hand, instantly crushing Yingzi's true body into dust. Just then Killua turned around and, seeing Yingzi destroyed, trembled and shouted, "Yingzi." Seeing her, Chu Xiu curled his lips and said softly, "Sorry, you're one step too late." He casually dropped the fragments as Killua looked at him with a cold smile. "Yes, you're truly formidable. Now that no one is left to interfere, you and I can finally have a one-on-one duel." Chu Xiu only shook his head. Her expression darkened as she asked, "What? You've killed Yingzi, yet now you're afraid to fight me?" Chu Xiu wagged his finger and smiled. No, you've completely misunderstood me. Next, the two of us should gang up on you alone." As soon as he finished, the void beside him twisted and Killua was horrified. "What?" Zinlin stepped out of the void and bowed, "Master." Killua could hardly believe it. Could Zibao have died too? Zinlin took action, raising her staff as the crystal lit up and massive energy gathered. In an instant, she summoned an energy sphere and hurled it straight at Killua, who quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, Chu Xiu used the movement secret with unmatched speed and instantly closed in behind her. He unleashed the human Emperor Fist and sent Killua flying. The sea below exploded, sending water splashing everywhere. Exhausted, Killua trembled on the surface of the water. Zinlin sensed that her Saint King power was nearly exhausted and said softly, "Master, she has no strength left to resist." Chu Xiu ordered, "Seal her cultivation, then bring her here." Zinlin dared not disobey and waved her hand, forming a stellar ring that enveloped Killua. Luo weakly asked, "Why won't you kill me?" Chu Xiu clasped his hands behind his back and smiled calmly, "Because you're still useful, so I can't bear to kill you for now." In an instant, he brought Zinlin and Killua before Shang Jiang, and the moment she saw him, Killua's expression changed as she shouted, "Thiern Vu, you idiot, why haven't you escaped yet?" Knowing the heavenly slave was watching, Shang Jiang stayed in character and softly said, La, if you're already dead, what meaning would there be for me to keep living? If the two of us descend to the Yellow Springs together, we won't feel lonely or cold." Seeing the overly sentimental scene before him, Chu Xiu's face twisted as he inwardly shuddered and cursed, thinking this guy's acting was truly incredible. Thinking this, he shook his head and sighed before playing along with Shang Jiang. Sigh, truly a pair of ill-fated lovers. Then Chu Xiu turned and soared into the sky, preparing to leave while instructing, Xinlin, stay here and carefully watch these two, I'll call you when needed. For now, I need to finish dealing with the others. Meanwhile, on desolate God Island, Qi Mengdai quietly stood alone, her worried and troubled gaze fixed on the distance. The situation before Divine Lake was temporarily stable, yet she still couldn't feel at ease, wondering how that rebellious disciple was doing now. Just then the dragon god suddenly appeared behind her and slowly approached Qi Mengdai, saying, worrying is pointless. Your man is far more scheming than you think, so here's some good news. Your man has wiped out all the enemies and is already on his way back, making the heavy burden in Qi Mengdai's heart finally lift as she sighed softly and unconsciously smiled brightly. Standing beside her, the dragon god couldn't help sighing. His strength has improved so quickly that it exceeds my understanding, and the woman accompanying him is no weakling either. Tusk, she's truly quite perfect. Qi Mengdai's smile instantly froze as her phoenix eyes widened and she glared at the dragon god, demanding, what? There's actually a woman accompanying him? That damned rebellious disciple dares bring another woman home again. The dragon god nodded and teased with a smirk, exactly Mengdai, you're finished. You can't even keep hold of your own man, tusk. While Qi Mengdai angrily glared at her and snapped, you still have the nerve to laugh. What right do you have to laugh? In the end, you're nothing but a seductive vixen too. No, a seductive dragon would be more accurate. Hearing this, the dragon god narrowed her eyes and laughed. Haha, look at you, you're panicking, you're really panicking. While Qi Mengdai snapped, who's panicking? Let's see if I don't tear that jinxed mouth of yours apart today, and immediately lunged toward her. Just then, Chu Xiu returned at tremendous speed above Divine Lake, which was still covered by the 8th grade formation he had arranged. Lei Yang, who was fiercely battling the heavenly slave weapons, suddenly sensed Chu Xiu's familiar aura. He immediately turned toward Chu Xiu standing proudly in midair and exclaimed joyfully, young friend Chu Xiu, you've finally returned. And in an instant Chu Xiu teleported before Lei Yang and greeted him. Old Master Lei Yang, while Lei Yang hurriedly said, young friend, let's join forces and destroy them, prompting Chu Xiu to nod, glance at the hovering Saint King weapons, and sneer, fine, let's first wipe out the enemy's remaining Saint Kings before anything else, to which Lei Yang firmly agreed. At that moment, an elderly Saint King weapon in black robes shot black light from his pale eyes, piercing the void as it streaked toward Chu Xiu. He roared, kill, as intertwined golden and crimson blood energy erupted from his entire body and surged into the heavens. The chaotic green lotus, immortal king descending from the 9 heavens, mountains, and rivers realm painting, and Saint King domain manifested simultaneously, merging into a heaven-shaking force that suppressed the world. The black-robed elder exclaimed in terror, who exactly is this man? Why did such a terrifying monster suddenly appear? No wonder Kiluo suffered such a crushing defeat. And before he could recover, Chu Xiu closed in and blasted him away with the human emperor fist. Standing majestically in the void, he declared, everyone, the heavenly slave Saint King weapons have all been completely destroyed. So now is the perfect time to finish off these black slave weapons once and for all. The cultivators' morale soared as they all charged forward together. Inside the courtyard, Qi Mengdai and the dragon god watched closely as the dragon god exclaimed, only a short time has passed, yet he's already grown to such an astonishing level. Qi Mengdai nodded, he truly is incredibly powerful. With this level of strength, once he returns to the heavenly vault continent, he'll undoubtedly be hailed as a supreme overlord. While on the battlefield, Chu Xiu overwhelmed everything before him, repeatedly unleashing the human emperor fist and rapidly sweeping away the black slaves. The two women exclaimed in surprise, is everything over? Yet suspicion arose in Chu Xiu's heart. Something feels wrong. We just eliminated all the heavenly slave subordinates, yet the heavenly slave hasn't made a sound or reacted at all, so what exactly is he waiting for? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could he be pleasuring himself? Forget it, I won't bother with that for now. I've been away so long that Master Baby must miss me terribly, so let's go see Baby. Before long, he arrived in the courtyard and cheerfully called, Master, your good disciple is back. After so long apart, you must have missed me terribly, right? But Qi Mengdai frowned, stepped forward, poked his chest, and scolded, delusional brat, who would miss an annoying rebellious disciple like you? Dragon God mocked, tusk, saying one thing while feeling another, you're truly stubborn. I wonder who goes out alone every night to gaze at the moon, clasping her hands and sighing while worrying whether that rebellious disciple is doing well. Qi Mengdai blushed and protested, stop talking nonsense, when did I ever say anything like that? I absolutely didn't. Chu Xiu wrapped an arm around her waist and grinned. Since Master Baby missed her disciple so much, why don't we seize the chance to pass down your teachings? But she pinched his waist and said coldly, "Rebellious disciple, you're already so capable. Why would you still need this master to teach you anything?" He hurriedly begged for mercy. "Ow, that hurts. Master, please show mercy. Your disciple knows his mistake and won't do it again." Just then, an abnormal change appeared in the barrier outside Desolate God Lake. Chu Xiu sensed an intruder and frowned. Something unusual is happening. As soon as he finished speaking, the space before them tore open and Northern King rushed out shouting, "Your Highness, Holy Son, something terrible has happened," before collapsing to his knees with his eyes rolling back. His face twisted in agony, foam spilling from his mouth as his body convulsed. The three stared at him in astonishment. Black smoke rose from his head as he clutched his throat and gagged repeatedly before seemingly becoming a different person. Then an elderly voice sounded, "Don't be nervous, young friend Chu Xiu, we finally meet again." And Chu Xiu replied gravely, "Your Emperor Tai, you helped me because you once met me at an earlier point in time." Correct, at this point in time you haven't yet grown that powerful, so naturally you were in far greater danger back then. Not only did you face pursuit from two quasi-emperors, but the heavenly slave was also lurking in the shadows. And after every living being on the ancient yin-yang star was exterminated, you could only shatter the wheel of time and enter the river of time. Back then you were merely a great saint without a supreme treasure protecting you, so entering the river of time was extremely dangerous. Therefore, I consumed part of my emperor origin to protect you, helping you successfully travel 100,000 years into the past while also sealing the heavenly slave's memories so he temporarily forgot your existence, though the price was that you also lost those memories. Chu Xiu asked, "Senior Tai, you sought me out so urgently because something happened with the heavenly slave?" And Emperor Tai sighed softly, "You killed so many Saint King-level heavenly slave weapons, yet the heavenly slave never personally intervened to stop you, which must have puzzled you greatly." Chu Xiu nodded. "I was indeed very puzzled. Did Senior use some method to interfere?" Emperor Tai replied, "The heavenly slave is suspicious by nature, so I repeatedly exploited that trait to mislead him and prevent him from personally attacking you." Then sighed, "No, he couldn't see through my thoughts, but I was still deceived by him." Hearing this, Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdai were both startled and instinctively exchanged glances. Emperor Tai then revealed a shocking truth. From beginning to end, the heavenly slave never intended for those heavenly slave weapons to survive. He planned to use your hand to destroy them all, reclaim their power, and complete the final step of ultimate ascension, making Chu Xiu's expression darken as he asked, "Senior Tai, has the heavenly slave completed ultimate ascension?" And Emperor Tai nodded, "Yes, he is now close to the Supreme Realm, and after completing ultimate ascension he'll break my memory seal and remember you. Your way counters his, making you his natural nemesis, so he'll never allow you to remain alive." Chu Xiu's heart sank as he thought, "Against the heavenly slave after ultimate ascension, I'm no match at all and will surely be crushed. So my only choices are to abandon everyone and use the stone mirror to enter the primordial world and escape his pursuit, stay and fight the heavenly slave alongside everyone, or give the stone mirror to master to use. If I flee to the primordial wilderness, my master and unborn child will surely die." Realizing his unease, Qi Mengdai glanced at Chu Xiu and sighed inwardly, thinking, "To be a villain like me and end up this way is truly embarrassing to all the villains of the past." Tai spoke, "Little friend Chu Xiu, you don't have much time left, so prepare yourself. I can only help you this far." As soon as he finished speaking, Tai turned into a wisp of smoke and dispersed, while Northern King's body collapsed to the ground and fell unconscious. Chu Xiu, Qi Mengdai, and Long Shen stood silently in place, all three knowing that what lay ahead would be extremely perilous. Sometime later in Chu Xiu's cave dwelling, Qi Mengdai lay quietly in the arms of her rebellious disciple after more than a year apart. "Rebellious disciple, I never expected you to become this powerful. The survival of the entire continent now rests on your shoulders." As she spoke, Qi Mengdai tightened her arms around Chu Xiu, revealing the worry in her heart. She leaned against his chest and softly asked, "Have you thought of a way to deal with this?" Chu Xiu looked gently at his beloved and smiled, answering warmly, "Later, master, go refine the stone mirror and teleport to the primordial wilderness." Qi Mengdai stirred and looked at Chu Xiu with her phoenix eyes. "I can go, but what about Sword Maiden, Du Mu, Assassin Maiden, Old Yuan, the chick inside the golden egg, and that woman named Xinlin who are following you? And what about the dragon turtle?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "How can they compare with you? If they die, then so be it." Hearing his cold, heartless words, Qi Mengdai froze, feeling both helpless and touched when the dragon turtle's clear yet resentful voice came from outside Chu Xiu's room. You really are heartless. Knowing I'm outside listening, aren't you afraid I'll hear this and be hurt? Your human clan always says one day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection, yet you treat me like this? As she spoke, Long Shen pushed open the door and entered. Chu Xiu stood up, folded his arms, and shrugged lightly. Do you think I have a choice? If possible, I'd naturally want more people to survive. You don't seem anxious at all, so could it be you have a way to leave ancient Tai Kai Star? I have a plan that requires your cooperation. If it succeeds, everyone can leave here alive, but if it fails, we can only submit to heaven's mandate. Tell me your plan. After they finished discussing it, Chu Xiu's clear voice suddenly echoed across desolate God Island. You have only 45 minutes to prepare. This concerns life and death, so do not delay. As soon as he finished, all the beings on desolate God Island were shaken. What's happening? What happened? No idea. It's Saint Sun Chu Xiu's voice. We just need to follow his orders since His Highness would never harm us. Before long, everyone hurried into action. After finalizing the plan in the cave dwelling, Chu Xiu waved his hand and produced 2 jade boxes, one red and one blue, placing them in his palm before his beloved master. Chi Mengdai stared at the 2 boxes in confusion and asked, "What are these?" Chu Xiu smiled and replied, "These are 2 origin sources. The blue box contains a water-type origin source suited to Master's Tao, while the red one contains a life-type origin source suited to the Holy Lord, so take it back and give it to the Holy Lord." Chi Mengdai's body trembled slightly as she stepped forward and whispered, "No matter what happens, you must survive." Chu Xiu embraced her, the corners of his lips curling into a reassuring smile. Don't worry, don't worry. Long Shen stood in the distance watching their intimacy and could not bear it any longer, so he reminded them, Chu Xiu, stop clinging to each other. It's time to act. Chu Xiu immediately turned and carefully instructed her, remember to take good care of yourself and the baby too. Watching him hurriedly fly away, Chi Mengdai could only stare after him and silently pray, you rebellious disciple must return safely and healthy. Sometime later in a courtyard on desolate God Island, Shang Jiang held Qiluo in his arms and asked, what exactly is the situation now? Chu Xiu replied solemnly, the heavenly slave could launch an attack at any moment. Later, the dragon turtle will personally lead you all away from here. Shang Jiang's expression darkened as he exclaimed, I didn't expect the situation to have become this serious. Chu Xiu tossed a jade bottle toward him and carefully instructed, inside are soul-rescuing pills, distribute them quickly, and those who accidentally took the poison before only need 1 pill each. Chu Xiu, I want to ask if you can save Qiluo. Consider it me humbling myself to beg you to save her. At that crucial moment, Qiluo slowly opened her eyes. Shang Jiang was startled and stammered, strange Qiluo, when did you wake up? Chu Xiu coldly said, I don't have time to waste on you. I've placed a seal inside the garden palace and this formation disc is the key to activating it. Once sealed inside, the connection between Qiluo and the heavenly slave can be completely severed. You have half an hour to decide. If you refuse to be sealed, I'll personally send you to your deaths. And with that, Chu Xiu flew away. Shang Jiang gently placed Qiluo on the ground and calmly said, it seems you've long suspected my true identity. Qiluo's expression darkened as she clenched her fists and shouted, get out, while Shang Jiang stepped forward to take her hand and comfort her. But Qiluo slapped it away and yelled, I don't need your fake concern, get out. Even if I die, I'll never accept being sealed. Shang Jiang refused to let go, tightly embraced Qiluo and whispered, if you can defy the heavenly slave for me, then I can accept being sealed with you. I'll enter that seal alongside you and stay by your side no matter how long it takes. Hearing those sincere words, Qiluo was deeply moved as tears silently streamed down her face. Shang Jiang cast an illusion to create a letter and sent a telepathic message. Mutu, I'm afraid I can't return. Please sincerely apologize to my younger sister and venerable Zio for me. Distribute the antidote for the soul pill in this storage ring to everyone, and give the other storage ring containing what I've left for you NHI directly to her. After giving his instructions, he waved his hand and sent the letter flying away while Qiluo asked, why go this far? Aren't we enemies? And Shang Jiang softly replied, I owe you far too much and this is the only way I can repay you now. Haha, I've considered myself clever my entire life, so today I'll allow myself to be foolish once. A while later, seeing the phenomenon caused by Shang Jiang activating the seal, Chu Xiu turned back while flying and sighed. That Shang Jiang truly is a rare devoted lover, willing to be sealed alongside Qiluo for her sake. Just then, a huge vortex suddenly appeared at the center of the lake, sending waves surging outward as a towering structure slowly emerged from the depths. A magnificent white dragon palace then soared high into the sky. Seeing this strange sight, the surrounding crowd erupted into discussion. What happened? What exactly is that thing? Watching everything, Chu Xiu thought, this must be the supreme treasure the dragon god spent her entire life preserving. No wonder she was so confident. She intends to use it to take everyone away from here. He immediately instructed his trusted subordinate Zinlin. Once everyone safely leaves, I entrust Master's safety entirely to you. And Zinlin respectfully replied, Master, rest assured, I'll do everything possible to protect Madam. While the dragon god stood proudly atop the dragon palace and called out, everyone, quickly enter the dragon palace. Chu Xiu immediately sent a telepathic message urging, Master, hurry and leave. Filled with unease, Qi Mengdai turned back and reminded him, you must be careful while staying behind. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, a female cultivator asked, Your Highness, Holy Son, aren't you coming with us? Why are you staying behind alone? While another curiously asked, Fairy Mengdai, what exactly is Holy Son Chu Xiu planning to do? Qi Mengdai explained, he still has something important to handle, so he won't leave with us this time. When the egg noisily called out, Little Chu Xiu, judging by your appearance, are you preparing for a great battle? Give me a few more days and I'll hatch, so how about letting me stay and help you? Chu Xiu casually kicked the egg away and calmly replied, You're still far too weak right now and can't help me at all. A moment after seeing the dragon palace doors close, Chu Xiu thought, finally, we can begin. The dragon god also confirmed, everything is ready to begin, and the young man nodded slightly. At that moment, dark clouds surged across the sky and covered the entire area as a majestic voice suddenly thundered, You want to leave just like that, but have you asked whether I agree? Seeing this, Chu Xiu's expression turned grave as he exclaimed in shock, Heavenly Slave. At that moment, tens of thousands of pitch-black tentacles madly surged toward Dragon God Palace. Inside Dragon Palace, every creature paled at the sight and cried in panic, What is that? It's the Heavenly Slave. He's going to attack personally. That aura was so terrifying that merely standing before him inspired despair, making everyone understand why Holy Son Chu Xiu and Dragon God insisted on sending them away. While they wondered if the Holy Son intended to stop the Heavenly Slave alone and lamented that such a peerless hero should not die here, yet Chu Xiu showed no fear and sneered, You're only bluffing. If you could truly attack, why waste time talking? His face filled with confidence as he pointed toward the sky and shouted, Sword, come. The Heavenly Emperor sword instantly shot from between Chu Xiu's brows and landed in his palm. Seeing this, the Heavenly Slave's mocking voice echoed, You think you can escape? This ancient yin-yang star is an unbreakable prison. You're like an insect trying to shake a giant tree, utterly overestimating yourselves. Qi Mengdai folded her arms, her beautiful phoenix eyes never leaving Chu Xiu as she prayed, Heavens, please protect my rebellious disciple and let him return safely. While Chu Xiu gripped the Heavenly Emperor sword and blood-red flames erupted fiercely around him. He sneered, A cage, then today I'll break it before your eyes. The instant the Heavenly Emperor sword left its sheath, terrifying heavenly might erupted, and visions filled the sky as a dragon and phoenix raised their heads and roared together. Chu Xiu's lips moved slightly as he uttered 4 words, End everything right now. The sacred blood within him boiled violently as Chu Xiu raised his head, his crimson eyes filled with madness, and shouted, Break, before slashing out a thread-thin yet razor-sharp sword beam. A faint cracking sound echoed through space. Across the sky filled with the Heavenly Slave's surging evil aura, the black clouds were torn apart into a gigantic rift. Yet the rift was quickly restored by the laws of the ancient yin-yang star as the Heavenly Slave's disdainful laughter echoed everywhere. A mere junior late saint king like you wants to break this heavenly prison? How ridiculous! Stop struggling uselessly and wait another hour to be devoured and merged with me, for that is your final fate. Amid his mocking laughter, the white sword scar Chu Xiu had carved across the horizon gradually faded, leaving both Chu Xiu and Dragon God stunned because although they knew the ancient yin-yang star's prison was immensely sturdy, they never expected it could repair itself. Damn it! Dragon God cursed, provoked by the Heavenly Slave's taunts as her quasi-emperor aura erupted violently. Chu Xiu solemnly warned her through voice transmission, Don't act recklessly, wait a little longer, now isn't the time for you to strike. Dragon God could only stop and ask him, Are you confident? Chu Xiu gave no answer as golden flames blazed around him, then raised the Heavenly Emperor sword and repeatedly unleashed fierce sword lights that tore through the sky. While the cultivators inside Dragon Palace finally realized, Holy Son Chu Xiu wants to break the ancient yin-yang star's heavenly blockade and lead us out, but that's the world's own seal. Holy Son is human race Holy Son Chu Xiu risking his life to open a path of survival for all of us. Look, Holy Sun Chu Xiu is burning his own vital blood. He truly deserves to be the human race's holy sun. Whether we escape the ancient yin-yang star today or not, I will engrave the name Chu Xiu in my heart forever." At that moment, Chu Xiu continued swinging his sword and shouting, "Open." Qi Mengdai watched anxiously as tears silently fell from her eyes, while Chu Xiu seemed tireless, frantically driving the Heavenly Emperor sword to unleash endless sword strikes. Noticing his unusual state, Dragon Turtle thought, Chu Xiu seems to be comprehending something. She could not help laughing, impressive at this life-or-death moment, he can still achieve enlightenment. Chu Xiu frowned slightly, feeling that something was still missing, and wondered. "I can clearly unleash it, so why won't it work? Is my method wrong? No, all techniques must return to one, whether the Emperor Fist, combat secret, movement secret, or illusion secret. Divine techniques must return to one, swordsmanship must return to one, and even heaven and earth must return to one." Dragon God felt intensely proud and thought, "What a powerful Tao intent, truly worthy of being the man I chose." Just then, the heavenly slave mocked, "Heaven and earth returning to one? What an arrogant claim. Your human clan dares defy heaven. Today, I shall enforce heaven's will and kill you here." Inside the dragon palace, an old cultivator merely glanced at that face and his eyes instantly exploded. He screamed, "Ah, my eyes." Dragon God hurriedly warned, "Don't look at him and don't use your spiritual sense to sense him." The heavenly slave's huge face slowly opened its crimson pupils, covering Chu Xiu's figure, and said, "Human, you still refuse to give up." Chu Xiu frowned slightly and wondered, "Is this the heavenly slave's true body?" He then turned and shouted, "Long Gui, get ready." Long Gui's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, she transformed into a mighty golden dragon, raised her head, and roared. She gripped the dragon palace tightly with her dragon claws and charged into the sky, while the heavenly slave snorted disdainfully, opened its mouth, and spewed countless black fumes that condensed into ghost claws, grabbing Dragon God from all directions as he roared, trying to escape. No chance. Dragon God was now forced into a completely defensive position, and Chu Xiu quickly noticed her worried expression. This is bad. With that, he appeared directly before Dragon God to block the heavenly slave's giant hands, unleashing a powerful slash as he thought. The 10,000 laws, 5 elements, 9 origins, and the laws of heaven and earth must all return to one. He repeatedly unleashed slashes that pierced through space. The heavenly slave was immediately slashed across the forehead. Chu Xiu's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with vigilance. The unified sword Tao was indeed powerful, but the heavenly slave's realm was far above his, making it extremely difficult to injure him. More bodies appeared and charged forward with mocking laughter. "Human, you're still far too green." Chu Xiu said nothing and unleashed a powerful slash to stop the heavenly slaves. Chu Xiu thought, the heavenly slaves' target isn't Dragon God or the cultivators in the Dragon Palace, but me. After merging Tei Emperor's memories, he knows I want to crush the time sand, enter the river of time, and return 10,000 years into the past to find allies against him. A question arose in his mind. If I were him, how would I stop myself? Chu Xiu recalled that after obtaining the time sand, he had read ancient records and learned that there were 2 ways to stop a cultivator from using the time sand to enter the river of time. The records described 2 methods, and since the heavenly slave had attacked Dragon God instead of him after appearing, it clearly had no intention of killing him immediately. It was only buying time. The heavenly slave laughed loudly. "The method I'm using to deal with you must be a space-time formation. What a cautious brat. Unfortunately, you chose to oppose me, but so what if you figured it out? Do you intend to abandon everyone here and enter the river of time alone?" He looked toward Dragon God behind him. There was no time left, he had to get them out. Thinking this, Chu Xiu charged forward with it. As he advanced, he raised his sword and slashed away the heavenly slaves, blocking his path. Another gate opened in space. Chu Xiu held the talisman in his hand and examined it, sensing its dense energy as he thought, "This is the jade talisman Luo Yi gave me. It's finally time to use it." The 2 were quickly surrounded by a glittering circle. The heavenly slave was startled upon seeing this. "A quasi-emperor's jade talisman, brat you." Dragon God raised her head and looked at Chu Xiu. "I'll take you with me." He sneered, "I can't leave, I still have something to do." Then Chu Xiu lightly leaped down from its back. Dragon God shouted, "You promised to give me descendants, so if you die, I'll steal your children." Chu Xiu said nothing, merely smiled and raised his hand in farewell. Mengdai softly murmured, "Rebellious disciple." After Chu Xiu returned through the spatial rift, tears streamed down her beautiful face. Heavenly slave sneered, "You still dare to come back." He opened his palm, revealing a crystal-like object glittering brightly. Seeing it, heavenly slave became uneasy. "Human, the river of time is extremely dangerous. Your cultivation is too low, and if you enter recklessly, the laws of time will crush you, so how about we negotiate? If you give up entering the river of time, I swear I won't go to the heavenly vault continent and will instead cause trouble for the myriad races across the cosmic starry sky." But Chu Xiu burst out laughing, making Heavenly Slave ask in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" His lips curled upward. "You want me dead, so I won't let you live peacefully either." Chu Xiu clenched his fist, crushing the stone in his hand as he cursed, "You bastard, we'll meet again 100,000 years ago." Heavenly Slave screamed no. Chu Xiu's entire body was enveloped in a blood-red aura as Heavenly Slave roared furiously, "Human, I won't let you succeed." Another spatial rift opened from Chu Xiu's hand. Heavenly Slave charged forward and shouted, "Ant die." A single finger from it sent Chu Xiu flying backward. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he gritted his teeth. "Still too weak, I can't defeat him. Am I going to die here?" He crashed heavily to the ground. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light appeared. The blinding light overwhelmed everything, forcing Heavenly Slave to shield its eyes. The screen showed an energy sphere floating in space as Meng Dai worried, "I wonder how Holy Son Chu Xiu is doing now," while Liu Zhu said he was blessed with great fortune and would surely turn danger into opportunity. She was now extremely worried and uneasy about Chu Xiu's fate. Suddenly, she lost her balance and staggered. She collapsed onto the ground, startling everyone. What happened? Why did she faint? Meng Dai stepped forward and touched Liu Zhu's cheek, then frowned in confusion. For some unknown reason, she has entered a death-like state, but this senior is a holy king with immense strength, so why did this suddenly happen? Suddenly, her hand began to glow. A shattered wooden fragment emerged from within, and Meng Dai immediately recognized it as the life tablet her rebellious disciple had given her. Wanya trembled violently as fear surged through her. "Impossible, he's dead." And everyone grew anxious. "Holy Son Chu Xiu is dead. How could this be?" Meng Dai covered her mouth and sobbed as the two children cried loudly, while another shouted, "Big brother Chu Xiu, impossible, absolutely impossible. Little Chu is sinister and ruthless. Everyone calls him a calamity of 10 million years, so how could he die like this? I don't believe it." Hai Lang placed a hand on his chest and stammered, "I owe Chu Xiu my life, but now that he's dead I can never repay him, so from now on my race will never enter human territory again." The others also shouted, "Same here, so will we." At this moment, Meng Dai's expression had turned completely dark. Yu helplessly reached out and called, "Junior sister Meng Dai," then sighed, "Please restrain your grief." Meng Dai stammered, "I'm fine." She bent down and carried Liu Zhu in her arms, saying, "I'm really fine." Yu watched Meng Dai walk away and called out in confusion, "Junior sister Meng Dai." Heavenly Secrets grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. "Don't go, let her be alone," then sighed, "Holy Son, our supreme origin Holy Land had the greatest Holy Son in history, perhaps humanity's greatest genius, and now." Tears continued streaming down Meng Dai's beautiful face. Outside, whispers spread everywhere. "Have you heard? The Holy Son died on the ancient yin-yang star, sacrificing himself by staying behind alone to protect everyone. What a pity, with the Holy Son gone, many foreign race great saints will come, and the Heavenly Vault continent is about to change." At Cloud River Peak of the Supreme Origin Holy Land, everyone was in an uproar. What a pity Senior Brother died like that. Yes, Senior Brother is dead, and the Peak Master hasn't left the Peak Master's hall since returning. Inside the hall, a lonely and sorrowful figure sat silently as Meng Dai stared at another tablet in her hand. She complained, "You said we'd return safely, so why am I the only one who came back?" In another space, a figure sat cultivating in midair. Chu Xiu pondered, "Following the river of time downstream should lead to the future, but I must travel upstream to return 100,000 years into the past." An HIDRN appeared and said, "Going downstream is naturally easy. With lifespan loss is the only concern, but going upstream means resisting both the impact of the laws of time and the crushing force of the laws of heaven and earth, making it extremely dangerous, so are you sure?" And Chu Xiu replied solemnly, "The Heavenly Slave has forced me to the edge of the cliff. Unless I kill him, how can I ever live in peace? As long as he lives, I can never rest easy." He then ordered, "Protect me, I must travel upstream." And the little girl quickly agreed, "Understood." Light suddenly erupted, shining through the air like a blazing sun. All of Chu Xiu's clothes were torn apart, revealing his muscular body. Completely naked, he fell freely through the air and thought in surprise, "Am I in the sky? Did I successfully return 100,000 years into the past?" He suddenly realized, "Wait, where are my clothes? Why are they all gone?" Chu Xiu then used all his abilities, twisting through various positions in midair as he flew in another direction. Fortunately, he reached an area with the sea directly below. Chu Xiu then crashed heavily onto a ship, startling a girl inside into looking up and asking, "What happened?" A maid hurriedly ran in and reported, "Miss, something's wrong, someone fell from the sky." Everyone buzzed with discussion, wondering who he was and how he survived falling from such a height. Just then, a servant stepped out and announced, The young lady is here, move aside. Jiujiu appeared and sternly asked, Steward Wu, what happened, tell me. He immediately explained, young lady, the airship was flying normally when this man suddenly fell onto it. Steward Wu approached and whispered, young lady, judging by his battered state, he likely encountered a powerful enemy, so it is safest to remove him from the airship to avoid bringing trouble upon ourselves. Hearing this, she admonished him, one should cherish life. If we had not met him, so be it, but since we have, we should help if we can, so take him to the healing cabin. And he bowed in obedience, yes. At this moment, Chu Xiu was thinking that he had successfully returned 100,000 years into the past. His belongings and clothes had vanished because they were outside the protected range, and the laws of this world were different, leaving him temporarily unable to move and in quite a sorry state. He smiled with satisfaction. Although he temporarily could not move normally, he did not fear these people harboring ill intentions toward him, since he possessed the ancient, desolate, sacred body. Next, two people tried to lift Chu Xiu but complained, this man is far too heavy. Seeing this, Steward Wu stepped forward and scolded, have you wasted all the food you've eaten these past 2 days? Let me. However, even he could not lift him. Steward Wu gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, yet still failed to lift him. The two girls covered their mouths and chuckled, wondering who this man was if even Steward Wu, a divine bridge realm cultivator, could not lift him. A moment later, a loud cracking sound rang out from the ship. The two stared at the ship's edge in confusion. Did you notice? The bow has been bent under the pressure. This man is far too heavy. Steward Wu pointed in alarm. Young lady, look. Jiujiu sighed helplessly, then just leave him here. In the end, the ship continued flying smoothly through the sky. Chu Xiu still lay on the ship thinking, a day has passed. Although I still cannot sit up, I can at least move my fingers. Just then, footsteps approached from nearby. Jiujiu stood at the edge of the ship, gazing at the moon. Seeing her, Chu Xiu said gratefully, thank you for letting me stay here for now. Hearing this, Jiujiu turned around in surprise. You're awake. She approached and asked with concern, how are your injuries? He answered frankly, I need a few more days to fully recover. May I know your name, young lady? She bent slightly and introduced herself softly. My name isn't Jiujiu. May I know your name, young master? Chu Xiu smiled and replied, what a lovely name, I am Chu Xiu. He then asked Miss N, have you ever heard of the Supreme Purity Sacred Land? She shook her head, I've only heard of the Supreme Beginning and Radiant Jade Pool Sacred Lands, never the Supreme Purity Sacred Land. This thrilled Chu Xiu immensely. If she had never heard of the Supreme Purity Sacred Land, it meant it had not yet been founded and the Supreme Purity Sovereign had not yet become an emperor. So he had arrived at the right time and only needed to deal with the heavenly slaves here before returning without worry. He continued probing, Miss N, where exactly are we and where are you heading? Jiujiu replied without suspicion, this is the Qin Feng Empire of the Eastern Continent, and we're heading to Tai'an City. Hearing this, Chu Xiu closed his eyes in relief and thought, I can simply hitch a ride. The next moment, he asked curiously, Miss N, I sense literary energy flickering around you. Are you following the path of literary cultivation? And she admitted, indeed, I cultivate literature, and I'm heading to Tai'an City to take the entrance examination for the Deer Pursuit Academy. He looked slightly wistful, thinking, I've read about the Deer Pursuit Academy in the Sacred Land's ancient records. Chu Xiu recalled that literary cultivation differed from orthodox cultivation and was a rather unconventional path. Its practitioners cultivated literary energy and talent, revered the righteous path of noble spirit and followed nature's laws. And once fully accomplished, their words became law, allowing them to kill with a spoken phrase and split the heavens with a single brushstroke. But sadly, after the era when the emperors fell and the laws of heaven and earth changed, literary cultivation gradually declined. His gaze grew distant as he recited a verse. People today cannot see the ancient moon, yet today's moon once shone upon those of old. These words made Jiujiu exclaim in disbelief, what a wonderful poem, young master, you're truly talented. He smiled and explained, it was written by a great poet. I lack such talent, but if I can help you with anything, feel free to ask and consider it repayment for taking me in today. Jiujiu shook her head, young master, you exaggerate. Even if I hadn't taken you in, I couldn't exactly have picked you up and carried you away. 1,000,000 miles ahead of the family's flying ship, 3 people were already waiting on a large tree branch. The man in a red cloak announced, the family's young lady is almost here. The 3 smiled sinisterly and told each other, prepare to strike. Back on the ship, it continued drifting peacefully through the air. Jiujiu asked worriedly, young Master Chu, you still can't move. and Chu Xiu cheerfully replied, yeah, not yet. Seeing this, she prepared to leave. It's getting late, young Master Chu should rest here tonight, and I should return to my room too. He did not forget to bid farewell. All right, good night. The next moment, Chu Xiu mocked himself. Back then, I, Chu the Samonic, was so mighty, yet now I'm lying here stark naked chatting about everything under the sun with a little girl. What a ridiculous sight. Even so, he closed his eyes contentedly, thinking, although I temporarily can't move, I can still use a little power. Chu Xiu's entire body instantly appeared in another space, and looking at his two weapons, he sighed, traveling through the river of time is so dangerous. I wonder how other cultivators survive after reaching an unfamiliar era without the World Gate's help. He then rested his chin on his hand and wondered, could I be the only one throughout history who has successfully done this? Suddenly sensing something, Chu Xiu jolted and widened his eyes. At that moment, an attack struck their ship directly. The ship immediately lost momentum and began falling. Steward Wu and his subordinates erupted in alarm. What's happening? An enemy attack. Just then, two of the men from the forest appeared. Two more figures descended behind them. Steward Wu loudly warned, we are from the family of 7 knights, so if you intend to rob us, you'd better think carefully. Yet the assassin scoffed, what the hell is the family? We're here specifically to kill your family's people. Alarmed, he immediately ordered, quickly summon guest Elder Su. As soon as he finished speaking, another person appeared behind them. The guest elder sternly mocked, 3 divine ability realm cultivators and 1 lesser saint coming to kill us is truly using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. The red-cloaked assassin smiled cunningly. If it means uprooting the problem completely, what's wrong with using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? While the long-haired man urged, enough nonsense, attack. At that moment, Jiujiu stepped forward and asked, before we die, could you at least tell us who wants us dead? Watching this unfold, Chu Xiu could not help growing excited. Now this is getting interesting. The assassin mocked, Miss In, sometimes it's better to die without knowing the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, he began casting a spell as crimson light surrounded his body. They leaped forward and surrounded the guest elder and Jiujiu. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, she coldly ordered, kill. The next moment, Jiujiu also unleashed her technique as a stream of blue mist enveloped her. She then waved her hand, transforming water droplets into arrows that shot toward the assassins. Seeing this, Steward Wu could hardly believe his eyes. Is this still our bookworm young lady? Meanwhile, Chu Xiu secretly observed and judged. Her cultivation isn't high, not even at the other shore realm, yet she can easily kill 2 divine ability realm cultivators. I sense correctly, she definitely has a secret. She possessed a treasure, and the situation looked highly favorable as the terrified assassins retreated. Even so, Jiujiu still looked deeply annoyed. Suddenly, Chu Xiu raised his hand to stop her, startling her as he said, wait, I have a proposal. Miss En, leave this one to me. The assassins turned pale upon seeing Chu Xiu and wondered, a pervert. Strangely, Jiujiu simply agreed, young Master Chu, go ahead. With permission granted, Chu Xiu touched the floor, causing a glowing red circle to appear. The circle slowly expanded at his command. The sight left everyone present staring in speechless astonishment. As soon as he landed, the assassin thought in terror, how can there be such a powerful expert on this flying ship? We didn't come to ambush them, we clearly came to die. Trembling, he cupped his hands toward him. Senior, spare my life, I know I was wrong. However, Chu Xiu calmly turned and suggested, Miss N, you probably want to search his soul and see who wants you dead, right? Jiujiu nodded trustingly, then I'll trouble young Master Chu. He modestly replied, it's nothing, no need to be polite. Seeing Chu Xiu point at him, the assassin screamed in terror, Senior, spare my life. As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson light suddenly burst from his forehead. Seeing this, she remarked in astonishment that 1 finger could suppress a lesser saint, so what realm had this senior reached, especially while injured? Next, Jiujiu approached the other man and released an aura that invaded his mind. Watching this, he leisurely stood by and observed. Meanwhile, she focused and loudly shouted the command. Instantly, the 2 assassins collapsed to the ground, utterly slain. After finishing, Jiujiu bowed respectfully and said, many thanks to young Master Chu for helping us, otherwise we might not have survived tonight. Chu Xiu smiled and thought, even without my help, those 4 probably couldn't have done anything to you. About half a month later, a ship flew through the sky. Below stood the majestic walls of Great Peace City. Standing at the bow, he pondered that in his memories of the northern region, neither Supreme Peak Empire nor Great Peace City existed, so they must have been destroyed during those 100,000 years. Even mighty empires are swallowed by history, while only sacred lands and ancient noble clans can endure. No wonder every great emperor seeks to establish a lineage, and I would do the same. Just then she walked beside him and softly announced, "Sir, we've arrived." Chu Xiu glanced over and smiled faintly, indicating he understood. Jiu thought regretfully that half a month of guidance from Sir had brought countless benefits, and though they were not master and disciple, their bond surpassed one, but sadly he had no intention of accepting disciples. Without delay, Steward Wu shouted, "Prepare to dock, everyone stay alert." Meanwhile, within the magnificent Great Peace City, at the Yao family estate, a man sat at the center. This arrogant young master was Ditian. At that moment, a servant hurriedly reported, "Young master, the young lady of the Wen family has arrived in Great Peace City." Hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes. Then Ditian's expression darkened as he growled, "4 useless fools." The subordinate trembled violently in fear. Without delay, he coldly ordered, "Send word to Li Yi. I give him 1 day to make that woman from the Wen family disappear completely. Otherwise, I'll make them disappear." The subordinate respectfully accepted the order, "Yes." Afterward, Ditian muttered contemptuously, "I don't know what my father was thinking back then, arranging a marriage with such an insignificant family." He sneered with murderous resolve, "And Jiu, hiding in 7 streams was one thing, but you insisted on entering Great Peace City. Do you truly think you can cling to my Yao family? Does a vulgar woman like you deserve to stand beside me? Since you insist on coming between Wanyu and me, then go die." Meanwhile, Chu Xiu's ship had landed before the city gate. They disembarked and looked around. Jiu's group followed the procession into the city. Just then, she suddenly froze and turned her gaze to the side. She saw a group of black-clad men charging toward them aggressively. Jiu warned cautiously, "Those approaching mean us harm." She anxiously suggested, "Sir, we'd better take a detour." He smiled faintly and shook his head. "Your observation is sharp but still lacking. Look carefully around you." As soon as he finished, Chu Xiu realized these people were formidable. The weakest was at the divine ability realm, with 7 or 8 lesser saints among them, quite a force. In an instant, the mysterious group completely surrounded them outside Peaceful City Gate. Seeing this, Jiu frowned disdainfully. "Is Ditian really that desperate to kill me? I just reached the city gate and he already couldn't wait." They grinned savagely in delight. He raised a brow and questioned, "How arrogant," and she agreed, "Killing someone at the imperial capital gate in broad daylight truly is arrogant." However, Chu Xiu quickly clarified, leaving Jiu confused, No, I meant his name sounds very arrogant." He snorted disdainfully, "Fight, I'm not interested." Then Chu Xiu arrogantly raised his hand, ready to act, because they were simply too weak. As soon as he finished, he snapped his fingers and flames erupted, burning them alive. All the mysterious attackers were instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing the horrifying scene, the crowd paled and screamed, "What happened? Why did those people suddenly explode?" Steward Wu stammered in terror, "We just arrived in Peaceful City and trouble has already started." Not lingering any longer, she ordered, "All right, let's enter the city." Hearing this, he hurriedly dispersed the crowd. "Move along quickly, stop watching." Meanwhile, the surviving Li Yi trembled as he reassured himself, "Luckily, I kept one move hidden and didn't reveal myself, otherwise I'd be dead." Seeing Chu Xiu look toward him, he was utterly terrified. "He discovered me." Feeling the invisible pressure, Li Yi panicked inwardly. "No, I was never outside his perception. But he clearly noticed me, so why didn't he kill me?" Back at the central hall, Ditian asked grimly, "How did it go?" He stammered, "Young master, we failed." Hearing this, Ditian frowned and asked, "You failed?" Ditian angrily reached forward, "Trash, what use are you to me? If you're useless, you'd better disappear." Li was seized by an invisible hand and begged in terror, "Young master, spare me." A mysterious expert accompanied in Jiu and killed everyone with one snap. He spared me, likely so I could return and report to you. He frowned and ordered directly, "A mysterious expert? How bold, daring to interfere in my Yao family's affairs. Tell me everything you saw in detail." Outside, vendors' cries echoed everywhere. "Candied fruit skewers. Fresh candied fruit skewers, sir. Come inside for a taste. Our shop has just introduced new pastries." Passing a stall, Chu Xiu glanced at an exquisite item. "This hairpin perfectly suits master's aura. What a pity." He recalled Meng Dai's graceful appearance. Chu Xiu curled his lips and sighed, "Even someone like me is getting sentimental over romance." Noticing his strange behavior, Jiu cautiously asked, "Sir, what are you thinking?" He composed himself and casually replied, "Nothing. They've sent assassins after you twice and are utterly ruthless, so there will surely be a third attempt. Have you thought of a countermeasure? She firmly replied, don't worry, sir. As long as I successfully enter Deer Chasing Academy, the Yao family won't dare openly attack me anymore. Then Jiujiu blushed and invited him, Sir, would you come to Deer Chasing Academy with me? Most graduates hold high positions and its intelligence network spans human territory. Aren't you searching for someone? Seeing through her intentions, Chu Xiu laughed. You really put a lot of thought into getting me to accompany you to Deer Chasing Academy. She grabbed his robe and pleaded without hesitation, Sir, please, and he reluctantly agreed. Since you're begging me like this, I suppose I can accompany you. Jiujiu happily bowed, thank you, sir. Without you, Jiujiu fears I wouldn't even reach the academy gates. Afterward, the two boarded a wooden carriage and flew straight toward their destination. Inside, she looked ahead and announced, Sir, Deer Chasing Academy is just ahead. Beneath them stood an ancient castle. After looking around, Chu Xiu silently assessed the 7-colored clouds. This strange phenomenon forms when literary energy and fortune gather together. Ancient records say that Deer Chasing Academy gathers many powerful literary cultivators, and their literary energy has nourished the area year-round, creating this phenomenon above the academy. Soon afterward, the carriage landed before the city gate. The candidates excitedly discussed how exciting the academy's annual enrollment has finally arrived. I failed last time, but I'll definitely enter this year. And although the first round is supposedly harder and different, if it's hard for me, it's also hard for everyone else. Seeing this, Chu Xiu asked curiously, these people all have extraordinary auras and come from great clans or royal families, so why are they so eager to enter the academy? And she quietly explained that cultivation meant seeing through oneself, shedding unnecessary burdens, and returning to one's true self. The true way, with truth itself representing the way, isn't that what cultivators pursue throughout their lives? Deer Chasing Academy has a special place that lets people clearly see their true hearts and understand their nature. If it can help people comprehend the way, cultivators will naturally seek it out, and even those who don't cultivate the literary way still want to enter Deer Chasing Academy, making Chu Xiu nod, so that's why. Just then, a candidate suddenly shouted. The first question appeared. There's already a test right at the entrance. Chu Xiu and Jiujiu each received a sheet of paper. Looking at the words on the test paper, she slowly read, First examination round. Observe the mountains, observe the waters. The candidates anxiously murmured, the first round really changed, but what does observe the mountains, observe the waters mean? However, Chu Xiu remained calm and smiled with interest. A candidate stared nervously at the paper and wondered, what does observing mountains and waters mean? What meaning lies within it? And what exactly does the examiner want to test? Jiujiu said, Sir, this question probably tests our state of mind. And Chu Xiu confidently replied, Your insight isn't bad, you understood it quickly. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said, Not bad, this trial indeed tests your state of mind, but how you understand it depends entirely on yourself and no one can help you. And Jiujiu replied, Thank you for the guidance, sir. As long as my direction is correct, I'm confident I can pass. Chu Xiu thought observing mountains has 3 levels. Mountains are mountains and waters are waters. Mountains are not mountains and waters are not waters. Mountains are still mountains and waters are still waters. For mountains and waters are all the way, just as countless paths ultimately lead to the same destination. He closed his eyes and pondered. Although I know these 3 levels, I don't know which level I'm at. The other candidates looked anxiously at one another, so nervous that cold sweat covered them. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. The papers in the candidates' hands flew upward before their astonished eyes. Chu Xiu remained calm as he watched the scene. A voice rang out, All right, time is up. Literary energy will now descend from the sky, and anyone whose pillar of literary energy reaches at least 3 yards may enter the second examination round. The light in the sky spread outward before slowly fading away. One candidate cheered excitedly, I passed, while Little Hung looked disappointed and said, I'll try again next year. Another candidate exclaimed curiously, 7 yards and 6 feet, who is that? Incredible. Elder Chin praised, a 7-yard 6-foot pillar isn't bad, that's a promising talent. And when Changking asked, Elder Chin, do you think anyone this year will surpass 5 yards? He replied, I'm not a fortune teller, how would I know? Suddenly, Elder Chin and Changking simultaneously turned their astonished gazes in one direction. Everyone followed their gazes toward Jiujiu's back and stared in disbelief at her pillar of literary energy exceeding 1,000 yards, exclaiming, Am I seeing things? Impossible. An excited voice cried out, Who is this woman? 1,000-yard literary aura has never appeared before. Elder Chin praised her. Good, your name is in Jiujiu, right? You're impressive, keep working hard, I look forward to seeing you enter the academy. She said to Chu Ziu, sir, I've comprehended it. He continued, seeing mountains as mountains and water as water, seeing mountains as not mountains and water as not water, then seeing mountains still as mountains and water still as water. T letter 1EB, T letter 1EB, you exclaimed in surprise. Sir, truly is, sir, you summarized it so clearly. He asked curiously, which stage are you at? She pondered for a moment, seeing mountains as not mountains and water as not water. Then she happily replied, at first I didn't know how to describe this stage, but after hearing Sir's words, I immediately understood. Chu Ziu nodded approvingly. You've begun considering the meaning hidden beneath the surface of things. That's good, he continued. When you reach the stage where mountains are still mountains and water is still water, it means you've truly grasped the essence and understood your path. Only cultivators who understand their own path are qualified to forge their own path to greatness. His gaze then turned dangerous. You've provoked me time and again. Do you really think I'm that easygoing? Chu Ziu summoned a surge of energy. Immediately, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Changqing panicked. What's happening? Elder Qin guessed. It seems some powerful expert has torn through the void. A beam of light violently descended toward the ground. Everyone stared wide-eyed in shock. No way, I must be dreaming. The light enveloped Chu Ziu, rapidly increasing his power as his human race fortune rose by 1,000. He smiled happily and thought, ever since learning that perfecting the sacred body was linked to human race fortune, I've sought ways to increase it, yet one trip to Deer Chasing Academy gave me so much for free, and I can feel some strange change occurring within my ancient desolate sacred body. How exhilarating. Chu Ziu glanced aside and thought, I'll examine the changes later. First I'll deal with this filthy rat. The candidates exclaimed in shock, heavens, who is this man to be enveloped by millions of feet of scholarly aura? Even the sage who founded Deer Chasing Academy hundreds of thousands of years ago only reached this level. Xiao Hong asked curiously, who is he? Since when did Great Peace City have such a prodigy? Xiaoqing added, and his strength is terrifying. Earlier he casually tore through 1,000,000 miles of void with one hand, so he's probably comparable to a peak great saint. Chu Ziu calmly looked skyward as a black figure appeared, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Daquin, dressed in black, thought, this man's origins are mysterious and I can't see through his cultivation. How strange. Young master said his cultivation is at the great saint realm, so why does something feel wrong? Xiao Hong pointed at him. That short man seems to be Zhang Daquin, the void hunter Zhang Daquin. Xiaoqing exclaimed, what? Zhang Daquin? Didn't he join the Yao family as a guest elder? Why did he suddenly appear here? Qingshan calmly said, Zhang Daquin is extremely powerful. Now that this young man faces him, his fate is uncertain. Xiao Hong whispered nervously to Xiaoqing, that's Gu Qingshan of the Gu family. He personally accompanied his second son here for the examination today. He looked smugly at the backs of Chu Ziu and Jiujiu. Young man, I advise you not to fight. Beg Zhang Daquin now and perhaps you'll survive. You should know your age doesn't meet the academy's admission requirements, so it has no reason to protect you. Chu Ziu glanced at him and thought, after coming to this unfamiliar era, even every stray dog and cat dares jump around before me. Qingshan thought, Zhang Daquin coming to kill this brat proves he offended young Master Yao. What a fool to even dare offend him. Now I've provoked him before everyone. If he flees, his conviction will surely waver, but if he fights Zhang Daquin, he'll certainly die, and then the Yao family will remember this favor. Daquin looked at Chu Ziu, trembling as he thought, fellow Taoist Zhang doesn't need to thank me, as long as the Yao family's young master remembers this favor. Gripping his weapon with resentment across his face, he cursed inwardly, Gu Qingshan, damn you, why did you provoke him? Do you think I'm not dying fast enough? Qingshan stroked his beard as if enjoying a show and thought, fellow Taoist Zhang, I know you're eager to complete your master's task, but there's no need to get so worked up. Look how red your ugly face has become, like an ass. Can't you show some dignity befitting an expert? Daquin gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn you, Gu Qingshan, what the hell are you laughing at? What grudge do you have against me? Did I kill your son or sleep with your wife for you to screw me over like this? Chu Ziu glanced at him coldly, wearing a faint, ambiguous smile. He leaped into the air and assumed a fighting stance. He seized the man tightly by the neck before he could react. Chu Ziu slowly said, Zhang Daquin, right? I've tolerated you long enough. Zhang Daquin panicked, realizing he could not move. Everyone exclaimed in shock, what's happening? Zhang Daquin was caught. How is that possible? Is he that weak? No, that man is too strong, I can't even see through his cultivation. Gu Qingshan was horrified, thinking, is Zhang Daquan really this weak? He was caught instantly. I must save him, or if he dies, not only will I lose young Master Detian's favor, his anger may even fall on me and my Gu family. He snorted coldly, regretting being so talkative earlier. Gu Qingshan smiled mockingly. I am Gu Qingshan of the Gu family, greetings, fellow cultivator. Hearing this while gripping Zhang Daquan's neck, Chu Xiu turned his attention to Gu Qingshan. Seeing the fist about to strike him, Zhang Daquan screamed in terror, what are you doing? You can't kill me. Gu Qingshan hurriedly stopped him. Fellow cultivator, please stop. Do you know whose man he is? Chu Xiu released his grip and gave Gu Qingshan a thumbs up. Gu Qingshan declared confidently, fellow cultivator, the man in your hand serves young Master Detian of the Yao family. Surely you've heard his great name, and being smart, you know what choice to make. Zhang Daquan threatened him, exactly, if you dare kill me, my young master will never spare you. You don't want to be cut into pieces, do you? Chu Xiu coldly asked, are you threatening me? Gu Qingshan continued, if you consider this a threat, then it is. But let me remind you, the Yao family has a Saint King ancestor guarding it, and no matter how strong you are, opposing him means death. Without another word, he killed Zhang Daquan before the stunned Gu Qingshan. Then he turned a crazed gaze toward Gu Qingshan and gave a mocking smile. Gu Qingshan trembled with rage, how dare you? Chu Xiu smiled faintly, is Detian really that powerful? Chu Xiu thought, after killing Zhang Daquan, some of my vitality was drained and the world gate indeed changed. Killing this dwarf probably consumed 1,000th of my vitality. He calculated inwardly, Zhang Daquan wasn't weak, yet I consumed so little, probably because he's unimportant at this point in time, though I'm not sure that's truly the reason. Chu Xiu grew interested, I'll have to test it. Seeing him approach, Gu Qingshan panicked, what are you trying to do? Chu Xiu landed before him under his despairing gaze. Gu Qingshan screamed, madman, are you actually planning to attack me too? Chu Xiu smiled mockingly, why are you running? I don't eat people. Everyone discussed in shock, what's happening? He killed Zhang Daquan with one palm, isn't he afraid of the Yao family's wrath? With such strength, of course not, he can simply flee the northern region, but he's terrifyingly powerful. Wait, he's chasing Gu Qingshan after killing Zhang Daquan, does he intend to kill him too? Gu Qingshan shouted while fleeing, save me, fellow cultivators, please help me, this man is insane. If you save me, the Gu family will surely reward you generously. A distant voice caught Chu Xiu's attention. Young friend, observing the mountain caused a pillar of literary brilliance millions of feet high, proving you have an affinity with our dear chasing academy. Would you like to come up the mountain? Xiao Hong exclaimed, it's the Grand Scholar. Xiao Qing added, the Grand Scholar personally invited him. Chu Xiu thought the main figure finally appeared, though I don't understand the path of scholarly cultivation. Judging by his aura, he's definitely a peak Saint King, perhaps even halfway into the Quasi-Emperor realm. He replied, since Senior has invited me, I naturally accept. However, please wait while I settle something first, then I'll climb the mountain. Seeing him charge over, Gu Qingshan shouted, you madman, what do you want from me? I'm the Gu family's second patriarch. If you kill me, my elder brother will never spare you. He screamed desperately, the Grand Scholar has spoken, yet you still dare attack me. Grand Scholar, save me. Chu Xiu continued, relax, I won't kill you. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, this man is vicious, scheming against a junior he'd only just met for no benefit. Having such a villain beneath the academy gates truly defiles this sacred ground of scholarly cultivation. He continued, these are the academy gates, so I don't wish to shed too much blood, but sparing him entirely would trouble my conscience. I'll spare his life but cripple his cultivation and make him kneel here, repenting before the academy for 7 days. Gu Qingshan, you bastard, you'll die a miserable death. A surge of crimson energy appeared, forming an eerie circle. Chu Xiu calmly looked at the desperate man on the ground. I said I'd cripple you, not kill you, so relax, you're completely crippled now, and without a supreme treasure, you'll never recover your cultivation in this lifetime. Jiujiu stared at him in disbelief, seemingly unable to understand what was happening. Everyone silently exchanged glances before simultaneously looking toward Chu Xiu's back. Two candidates murmured, that's ruthless, while Gu Qingshan said, he deserved to be crippled, who told him to provoke someone he shouldn't. I've hated that hypocrite for ages, and finally someone dealt with him today. Chu Xiu thought, killing Zhang Daquan consumed 1,000th of my blood essence origin, while crippling Gu Qingshan consumed only 1/10,000th, so crippling someone costs less than killing them. If I can avoid killing people in the future, I'd better not kill. He smiled faintly and praised himself inwardly. Someone provoked me, yet I still don't want to kill him. I'm truly kind-hearted. Chuziu and Jiujiu arrived at a mountainous area. A figure stood ahead. He curiously looked toward that figure. An old man was intently reading something, none other than Mo Ling, the current headmaster of Deer Chasing Academy. Seeing him, Mo Ling happily said, "Young friend, you've arrived." He stood and approached, introducing himself. "I am Mo Ling, the current headmaster of Deer Chasing Academy." He cupped his hands respectfully and asked, "May I ask why young friend Chu Ziu has come to Deer Chasing Academy?" Jiujiu gently bowed and said, "This junior cultivated in the mountains under my master and rarely interacted with outsiders, so now that I've come out to gain experience, I know relatively little about the continent." Chu Ziu smoothly followed up, "I heard Deer Chasing Academy has an extensive collection of books and intelligence, so I hope Senior will allow me to read some materials and please forgive any inconvenience." Mo Ling warmly nodded. "Of course, that's no problem, young friend. Deer Chasing Academy may lack many things but never books, so stay here for now and I'll arrange for someone to bring you the materials you need." Having achieved his goal, Chu Ziu cupped his hands and replied, "Then many thanks, Senior." Finding him increasingly pleasing, the old man praised, "A master capable of teaching such a young genius must be extraordinary." And Chu Ziu smiled, "Indeed, but my master keeps a low profile and rarely leaves seclusion unless something major happens." Mo Ling stroked his beard knowingly and said, "I understand," while thinking it was natural for such a powerful expert to conceal their identity, unaware that the other party was inwardly laughing awkwardly. After all, Chu Ziu could hardly tell him that he came from the future Tai Su Holy Land. The scene shifted inside Deer Chasing Academy. Chu Ziu sat there intently, wrapping the secret manuals with his inner energy. He confirmed inwardly, "I didn't come to the wrong era. This truly is the age of Emperor Tai Su. So next I must find Emperor Tai Su and then locate the time light. Otherwise I'll have no way to return." Chu Ziu's primordial spirit completely entered a detached state as the Heavenly Secrets ranking recorded a total of 100 Saint King experts from the demon race, barbarian race, and human race. He carefully examined the scroll, which listed each ranked expert's achievements: cultivation, reason for ranking, Saint King weapon, and proficient divine abilities. He thought he might find information about Emperor Tai Su here, and one entry read, rank 90. Su Wangqiu, unaffiliated 5th stage Saint King. 200 years ago at the Heavenly Cloud Dragon City battlefield, she defeated Fairy Zizia of Moon Reflection Butterfly Mountain within 10 moves. Saint King weapon, Heavenly Snow Ice Sword, divine ability, mutated attribute that awakens all things when activated with an exceptionally powerful way of life. Current whereabouts unknown, having vanished for 200 years after fighting Fairy Zizia, making Chu Ziu think, Emperor Tai Su cultivated the way of life and created the Tai Su Emperor scripture. He frowned in disbelief. The way of life is extremely rare, so Su Wangqiu is very likely Emperor Tai Su, but she's only ranked 90th, which seems rather weak. Just then Jiujiu slowly approached and called, "Sir." Chu Ziu looked at her and smiled faintly. "You passed the assessment." Jiujiu nodded, "Fortunately, thanks to Sir." He calmly asked Jiujiu, "How much have you heard about Su Wangqiu?" She softly replied, "Of course I have. Everyone on the Heavenly Firmament continent knows her." Hearing this, Chu Ziu looked surprised. Jiujiu quickly explained, "Sir, there's something you don't know. Su Wangqiu is an extremely young Saint King who reached the Saint King realm after cultivating for just over 1,000 years, an exceedingly rare feat in the entire history of the Heavenly Firmament continent. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion also has a new King's ranking with 20 places, and only those who reach Saint King within 3,000 years can enter it." After a pause, she added, "Su Wangqiu doesn't rank high on the Saint King ranking, but she's second on the new King's ranking, and the person ranked first is 1,000 years older than her." Hearing this, he thought carefully, so it wasn't that Su Wangqiu was too weak, but that she was too young, reaching the Saint King realm after just over 1,000 years of cultivation. Such talent was truly monstrous. Just then, two people hurriedly flew over. "Mr. Chu, something happened. People from the Yao family and Gu family have arrived and are demanding you come outside." The old man urgently reported, "Di Tian is here too, brimming with killing intent, so they likely mean trouble. Mr. Chu must be careful." Unexpectedly, after hearing the news, Chu Ziu arrogantly put his hands on his hips. That guy finally couldn't sit still anymore. The two old men were startled. The place where something interesting was about to unfold was outside the mountain gate of Deer Chasing Academy. Kingshan was currently kneeling on the ground in terror. Watching from afar, Xiao Hong whispered, "Senior brother Qi, who are the three people standing beside Gu Kingshan?" Qi Shan slowly replied, "The slightly hunched old man in ornate robes on the left is Zai Qiushui, a great saint guest elder of the Yao family. He glanced at the other two. The bare-chested, red-skinned, burly man in the middle who looks like a savage and carries a giant black iron hammer is Hong Zhangsun, also a great saint guest elder of the Yao family, while the man on the right is Gu Chengqing, Grand Elder of the Gu family. Chi Chun continued explaining, both the Gu and Yao families are here, probably to cause trouble for Senior Chu Ziu, so we'd better stay farther away to avoid getting caught up in it. Qie Shui then spoke, fellow Taoist Changqing, this restriction is at least lower grade 8th rank, I can't break it. Zhang Sun immediately shouted, why bother breaking the formation? In my view, just smash it apart with one hammer. Changqing immediately rejected the idea. No, forcibly breaking the formation might not harm us, but Gu Qingshan has lost his cultivation and will certainly die. Frowning, he proposed another plan. Let's do nothing for now and wait until Chu Ziu comes out. Once we capture him, we'll naturally be able to remove the restriction. Changqing glanced at the two men. That Chu Ziu killed Zhang Daquan before countless witnesses. What does your young master intend to do? Zhang Sun shouted impatiently, he's far too arrogant. If we don't kill him, how can our Yao family maintain its standing in the northern region? Qie Shui remained calmer. Young master has gone to meet the academy's sage. Once he gives permission, we'll be able to act. Changqing hoarsely voiced his agreement. Meanwhile, inside Deer Chasing Academy, the atmosphere was exceptionally peaceful. Mo Ling was earnestly advising him, your ancestor and I can be considered friends and I know why you've come, but when will this cycle of vengeance ever end? Di Tian, for your ancestor's sake, I advise you to leave. But Di Tian immediately retorted, Senior, you can protect him for a while, but not for his entire life. Deer Chasing Academy is a sacred land of scholarly cultivation, so naturally I won't kill anyone here. He frowned coldly, but once he leaves the academy, things will be different. Seeing this, Mo Ling felt a headache coming on, as he had originally thought highly of Di Tian. But after meeting him, he realized that despite his great talent, he was far too arrogant and overbearing. After thinking it over, he stopped arguing, do as you wish, I only hope you won't regret it. Yet Mo Ling had already guessed that the Yao family was likely headed for disaster. Di Tian arrogantly curled his lips, Senior, you jest, when has anything I, Di Tian, have done ever made me regret it? The one who should regret this is Chu Ziu. The contempt in his smile deepened. If he wants someone to blame, he should blame himself for provoking someone he couldn't afford to offend. Inside Deer Chasing Academy, Jiujiu hurried after Chu Ziu, calling Sir. He kept walking but softly said, you want to say you dragged me into this? Her eyes were filled with guilt. Sir, the Yao family resents you because you protected me, and that's also why you opposed the Gu family. Yet Chu Ziu calmly replied, throughout my life I, Chu Ziu, only do what pleases me. I helped because I liked you and I'll bear all consequences myself. He softly added, you don't need to burden yourself over this. Then Chu Ziu glanced back, if you truly want to repay me, cultivate hard. Perhaps I'll need your help someday, and since I've obtained what I wanted from this academy trip, we'll part here. Jiujiu quietly smiled, her gaze filled with gratitude. She softly said, Sir, take care. Chu Ziu simply nodded. Then he used a teleportation technique and vanished instantly. Jiujiu looked up and saw a mystical talisman as his voice echoed through the air. This jade slip seals one strike of my sword art. If you ever face danger you cannot overcome, use it. She reached out to catch it as Chu Ziu's hearty voice sounded again. Anyone below the late Saint King realm can be killed, while a late Saint King will be severely wounded. Little girl, take care. Jiujiu gently clenched the mystical talisman as tears welled up. Sir, I'll cultivate hard. Next time, let me bear the consequences for you. The scene shifted to the Mountain Gate Plaza of Deer Chasing Academy. Xiao Hong exclaimed in alarm upon seeing him. It's him. The one who killed Zhang Daquan and crippled Gu Qingshan, that's him. I think his name is Chu Ziu. Gu Qingshan, kneeling nearby, immediately shouted, it's him, that's him. His pupils widened in panic. Chu Ziu. Zhang Zan, Qie Shui, and Chang Qing all turned their gazes toward Chu Ziu. He also slowly turned around. Chang Qing sternly said, I don't care who you are or where you came from. Remove the restriction on Gu Qingshan immediately, or you won't leave peaceful city today. Chu Ziu said nothing and merely stared at them. Zhang Zun impatiently slammed his warhammer into the ground. No need to wait for the young master's message. This man came with hostile intent. Prepare to attack. Qie Shui behind him had already acted. Chu Ziu, if you have the courage, enter the void and fight us. In an instant, all four entered the void realm. Seeing this, Xiao Hong couldn't help asking, does anyone know the void mirror divine ability? Xiao Qing beside her was equally amazed. Battles between experts of this level are extremely rare, and watching one would greatly benefit us. As soon as she finished, someone suddenly spoke, let me. However, the Void Realm suddenly changed. Seeing Chu Xiu's technique, Qiu Shui immediately roared, "Not good, it's the spacetime domain." Chang Qing turned toward Zhang Zun. The intelligence never mentioned that this man knew such a divine ability. Chu Xiu ignored them and focused solely on channeling his spiritual power. Then he waved his hand, and the energy instantly transformed into blades. They shot forward at terrifying speed and pierced straight through all three of them. Only then did Chu Xiu curl his lips into a faint smile. "Look, you insisted on killing me, yet I only crippled your cultivation. I'm far too kind, so why did you have to force me?" Chang Qing was speechless, thinking in panic. He crippled the cultivation of 3 great saints with one move. Who exactly is he? A young girl watching outside couldn't help asking, "Senior brother Qi, didn't you say Zhang Zun was an 8th stage great saint? How was he defeated in one move?" Qi Chun could no longer remain calm. Perhaps Zhang Zun's group isn't too weak, but Senior Chu Xiu is simply too strong. The Void Realm closed, and the 3 could only fall helplessly to the ground. Just then, a carriage suddenly appeared in the sky. Di Tian leisurely stood atop the carriage as it slowly descended toward the ground. The people below were stunned upon seeing him. "That's Di Tian of the Yao family," while someone nearby exclaimed loudly, "He actually came in person." Di Tian arrogantly looked down at them and declared, "With the sun and moon in my grasp and the stars within reach, none under heaven can rival me." The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth twitched, quite an impressive entrance. Little Hong covered her mouth and exclaimed excitedly, "As expected of Di Tian, such bearing is rarely seen in this world," while Zai Oking beside her held her cheeks and cried, "So cool." Only Chu Xiu was speechless, truly wanting to raise his middle finger at him. Thinking this, he simply raised his middle finger and said, "What freak is showing off here? Put away your divine ability, your arrogance is hurting my eyes." Di Tian curled his lips disdainfully and asked, "Elder Hong, has Elder Zai already been dealt with by that Chu Xiu?" A carriage moved along the street. The young women along the street blushed upon seeing it. Di Tian placed his hands behind his back, raised his chin arrogantly and declared, "Chu Xiu, your defeat was predetermined long ago, for before overwhelming power everything else is meaningless. You should know that the world looks incredibly small in my eyes. I was born a king, the king acknowledges, the king permits, and the king bears the entire world." Yet Chu Xiu casually turned away and burst out laughing. Seeing his reaction, Di Tian angrily cursed, "Who's secretly laughing?" Chu Xiu cupped his hands, bowed, and declared, "Di Tian, no matter what, when it comes to being hilarious, I, Chu Xiu, acknowledge you." Before him lay 3 men who had already fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Di Tian became furious and cursed, "A bunch of useless trash." He spread both arms and declared, "I tread upon all living beings, hold life and death in my hands, an immortal legend, an undefeated king." Chu Xiu watched for a while, utterly speechless. Then Di Tian suddenly launched an attack and shouted, "Chu Xiu, today is the day you die." Chu Xiu calmly raised one hand and blocked it. Chu Xiu did not underestimate him and admitted, "Although Di Tian loves showing off, his strength is indeed decent, and his blade intent isn't bad." Yet with just a slight movement, Chu Xiu quickly dealt with the attack. He waved his hand aside and calmly reminded him, "If you never want to lose to anyone, first recognize your own weakness. Challenging me recklessly without knowing my strength is an extremely foolish choice," making Di Tian wary as he wondered how Chu Xiu could so easily block his blade. Yet he remained extremely confident and declared, "You're strong, not bad, and the stronger you are, the more excited I become. If I destroy the world, who dares stop me? If heaven complains, I'll bury heaven itself." Hearing this, Chu Xiu could only clutch his head helplessly. Where did he learn these childish lines? I really can't cure my second-hand embarrassment. Immediately afterward, Di Tian seized the opportunity to attack first. Seeing this, the 2 girls exclaimed in amazement, "What a powerful blade art! Di Tian truly isn't simple with this move. Who beneath the Saint King realm could contend with him?" He frowned before smiling in praise. "What strong willpower! You'd rather choose death than admit defeat." At this point, Chu Xiu was utterly speechless and annoyed. "You brat." Di Tian raised his hand and boastfully reminded him, "This is merely the prelude before my ultimate move. Understand? I'll prove it to everyone." Hearing this, the 2 girls in the distance blushed excitedly, thinking every word Di Tian spoke sounded imposing. As expected of him, not only was his strength overwhelming, even his words radiated dominance. Only one person in the distance felt worried, wondering how Chu Xiu would respond. Chu Xiu remained calm from beginning to end. "You're truly special, especially talented at making people laugh, reminding me of an old friend. Killing you would be a pity, but since you've offended me, I'll spare your life but not your punishment." He frowned and extended his hand forward. Yet Ditian still knew no fear. "You're already spent, yet you still dare posture before me." A gigantic hand descended from the sky. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion erupted. Chuziu quickly flew high into the sky. He calmly looked down below. Ditian clutched one arm and looked up, declaring, "I admit you're strong, but even covered in wounds, my fighting spirit will never die. Don't dream of making me surrender or humiliating me." He smiled calmly and emphasized, "I'm kind-hearted and won't kill you. I'll only cripple your cultivation as a warning." Then Chuziu swiftly launched his next attack. Now utterly terrified, Ditian cried, "What are you trying to do? Don't act recklessly, I'm warning you. If you truly cripple me, my grandfather will never spare you." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Enough, do you truly intend to cripple him? Do you think my Yao family is so easily bullied?" Even Chuziu was surprised and turned to look. A gigantic hand reached down from above. Chuziu spread his arms and unleashed a technique, 36 forms of true martial arts, true martial mountain embracing seal. Two immense forces fiercely collided. A purple sphere hovered in midair. Immediately afterward, all the surrounding power dissipated. Guang flew out from within looking fierce. Seeing this, Xiao Hong exclaimed in shock, "The Yao family's ancestor really came." Xiao King grew extremely worried. That old man isn't someone to provoke. Chuziu is in grave danger. The old man then questioned him, "As a saint king, aren't you ashamed to use your strength to bully a junior?" Chuziu looked up and calmly asked, "So you're the ancestor of the Yao family?" The old man introduced himself, "I am Yao Guangde, ancestor of the Yao family. Tell me, why did you attack my Yao family's heir and even try to cripple his cultivation?" He then displayed his might with powerful lightning. "Acting so ruthlessly, do you think the Yao family is easy to bully?" Chuziu scratched his ear in disgust and remarked, "Old man, I wonder whether your strength is as impressive as your voice." Then he suddenly leaped high into the air. "Instead of wasting time talking nonsense, why not fight and find out?" In an instant, Chuziu appeared before Guang. Enraged, the old man charged forward and declared, "Insolent junior, I'll show you the might of my Yao family." An extremely tense atmosphere formed between them. Chuziu remained composed without the slightest fear. Then Guang was swiftly sent flying. The three girls were stunned after witnessing it, wondering how his body could be so strong. Whether the outcome was already decided, and old monster Yao was no match for him, while one felt Chuziu still had not used his full strength. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Guangde. Chuziu sinisterly unleashed a punch with the human emperor fist. Then he struck again without any intention of holding back. Guang spun through the air like a top. The girl broke into a cold sweat, watching in fear and worry, for with such speed and punching power, even the Yao family ancestor was utterly unable to fight back. Meanwhile, the scene shifted elsewhere, into the void a million miles away. Giant Q stood with his hands behind his back and remarked that this mysterious young man was truly powerful, while Huangwu beside him probed his origins, asking, "Giant Q, you are the current pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Do you truly not know his origins or recognize his path?" He frowned and explained what he knew: golden vital energy and a body comparable to a sacred weapon. There can be no mistake, he possesses the ancient desolate sacred body. Making her turn in shock and ask, "What, Giant Q, are you sure you didn't misjudge him?" He confidently affirmed, "There is absolutely no mistake, this man possesses the sacred body." Giant Q added, "But what shocks me most isn't his ancient desolate sacred body, but his fist art. With one punch, his fist intent spreads and imperial might surges like the human emperor touring the realm and descending upon the mortal world." Hyungwoo's eyes widened and her mouth fell open in shock. The human emperor. He began explaining in great detail, "The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion records a legend from before the ancient imperial era on the firmament continent. In the primordial age of chaos, when the three races began to flourish, the human race had two supreme beings who enlightened all life and awakened the wisdom of every creature on World Mountain at the heart of the firmament continent. One wore a black gold dragon robe, his golden vital energy soaring skyward with the power to split heaven, and was called the Human Emperor, while the other wore a cloud-patterned Taoist robe and was called the Tao Ancestor." Huangwu turned to him with a tense expression and asked, "Surely you aren't saying this man is the reincarnation of the Human Emperor?" Giant Q immediately looked displeased and said, "You're a mighty sacred king, so how can you believe such nonsense? There is no reincarnation in this world. Cultivators like us can only seize each passing day, and when did I ever say he was the Human Emperor reincarnated?" After calming down, she asked, "Then what do you mean?" He quickly explained, "His origins are mysterious. He had never appeared before today and emerged as if from a crack in a rock already immensely powerful. so I suspect he is the human emperor's successor, because the human emperor's fist intent cannot deceive anyone. Back at the battle, Guang took another punch head-on. Seeing this from below, Dai Tian panicked and shouted, "Old Yao." He slammed his fist into the ground and blamed himself. This feeling of helplessness is unbearable. If only I were stronger, just a little stronger, how could things have come to this? Only now did the old man feel afraid. The young man before him was far too strong, and this crushing defeat had utterly humiliated him. Suddenly, Chu Xiu smiled with interest from across the way and praised, "Your body is quite strong. Even after I beat you this badly, it still hasn't completely collapsed, much stronger than those ants." After a while, Di Tian swallowed his pride and pleaded, "Senior, please save my grandfather." The old man looked down below, feeling deeply frustrated and humiliated. He panicked and dropped to his knees, pleading, "Senior, please help." Suddenly, a voice rang out, stressing, "Why put yourself through this? To untie a bell, seek the one who tied it. You shouldn't beg me, but young friend Chu Xiu." Di Tian turned around, his face twisting bitterly. "This." The young man folded his arms with a smug, arrogant smile. "Dear Di Tian, the master is right. If you beg me, perhaps." Chu Xiu deliberately stressed every word. "Perhaps I can spare your Yao family." Di Tian was utterly miserable, kneeling and trembling as he pleaded, "Chu Xiu, I'm begging you." Chu Xiu leaned closer and teased, What did you say? I couldn't hear you, speak louder." He was furious yet still humbled himself. "I said I'm begging you. Kill me if you want, just come at me. I don't want my family dragged into this." The young man laughed loudly. "I, Chu Xiu, was born kind-hearted. How could I slaughter indiscriminately?" The girls laughed indignantly. "Born kind-hearted? You slapped Zhang Daquan to death, crippled 3 members of the Great Wall family upon meeting them, and nearly beat the Yao family's ancestor to death with a few punches." Chu Xiu said softly, "However," and Di Tian asked doubtfully, "However what?" His gaze turned cold, "And Jiujiu is under my protection. If you dare trouble her again, I truly won't mind wiping out the entire Yao family." The young girl beside him teared up and clasped her hands emotionally. "Sir, Jiujiu will definitely cultivate hard." Chu Xiu produced a sheet of paper, and Jiujiu was supposedly reaching above her station by marrying into your Yao family. No need to silence anyone. This is the marriage contract, and today I annul it for her, so the An and Yao families are henceforth unrelated. She froze, wondering when Sir had taken the marriage contract. Without another word, the two tore the paper completely apart. Guang trembled with rage, veins bulging across his face as he cursed inwardly. "Who the hell are you to humiliate my Yao family before everyone?" The scraps of paper fluttered down around Di Tian. He roared furiously, 300 years east of the river, 300 years west. Don't bully a poor young man." Chu Xiu sneered, "What, do you want to make a 3-year challenge with me?" Di Tian cursed inwardly, 3 years my ass. How could I possibly break through to Sacred King in 3 years? Even now, you're still humiliating me. He turned around. "This ends here. I intend to reach Central Province before the Imperial Heaven Tower opens, so I won't pursue this matter with you any further until we meet again. Of course, if you seek revenge, I'll accept your challenge anytime." Hyungwoo ordered, "Follow him and see." Elsewhere, rustling sounds echoed through a forest. Chu Xiu looked behind him and said softly, "Stop hiding yourselves and come out to meet me." Hyungwoo and Jian Qiu appeared and she smirked. "I didn't expect we'd be discovered." Chu Xiu studied them, thinking the man had an immortal-like bearing and powerful aura, likely a late-stage Saint King, while the woman's cultivation was slightly weaker but still at the 4th level of Saint King, so neither could be unknown and must have powerful backgrounds. Had his earlier display attracted their attention? He asked, "Why are you two following me?" Hyungwoo smiled modestly. "Fellow Taoist Chu Xiu, you've misunderstood. We had no ill intent in following you." She slightly bowed and introduced herself. "My name is Yi Hyungwoo from the ancient Yi family, and like you, I'm also heading to Central Province." Jian Qiu respectfully cupped his hands. "I am Jian Qiu, Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Greetings, Chu Xiu." Chu Xiu chuckled inwardly. As expected, these two have extraordinary backgrounds. He thought the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has an ancient inheritance, and in history and strength rivals some sacred lands and ancient noble families. After suddenly appearing on the Heavenly Firmament continent, it began dealing in intelligence, never joining conflicts among major powers or provoking trouble, remaining extremely low-key and detached yet deeply mysterious, so ordinary sacred lands and noble families are unwilling to provoke them. As for Yi Hyungwoo, her status was equally extraordinary, coming from the ancient Yi family, and with her strength she was at least an ancestor-level figure within the Yi family. He said, "Fellow Taoists, I prefer straightforwardness and dislike beating around the bush. Since you followed me, there must be a reason, so let's speak frankly instead of guessing and causing unnecessary trouble. as an avoidable misunderstanding would benefit no one. Hearing this, the two looked at each other. Jian Qiu softly asked, "Fellow Taoist Chu Ziu, the fist technique you used against Yao Guangd in the northern region earlier was related to the human emperor, wasn't it?" Chu Ziu chuckled, "That's right, it is indeed related to the human emperor. It's called the human emperor fist." Hearing this, Huangwu and Jian Qiu widened their eyes in shock, for the human emperor was a legendary existence dating back even before the ancient desolate era. To this day, many on the firmament continent believe the human emperor was merely a fictional figure who never existed. Chu Ziu scratched his forehead in thought, wondering if there was something unusual about this human emperor fist, since no one had noticed before, and Sister Hua would surely know if it were truly special. Jian Qiu frowned. "Chu Ziu, an expert like you could never be unknown, not to boast, but since I took charge of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, our intelligence network has covered the entire firmament continent, and I have records of experts from the demon race, human race, and barbarian race. Yet I have never heard of you, which is highly unusual." Hyungwoo rested her chin on her hand and pondered. "Chu Ziu." Chu Ziu thought, surely these two haven't guessed I'm from the future. No, my identity cannot be exposed. A sacred king safely crossing the river of time means even a pig could guess I possess a supreme treasure. He lowered his head with an annoyed expression and sighed, thinking there must be many quasi-emperors in this era, and if they noticed him he would have nowhere to run, so had he known people of this era were so clever, he would never have acted so conspicuously. Chu Ziu glanced toward them and thought, still, this can be salvaged, I just need to kill these two. Jian Qiu asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Chu Ziu, you aren't from this era, are you?" Chu Ziu's gaze hardened as his hands quietly came together, thinking he should deal with the woman named Yi Huangwu first. Jian Qiu chuckled, "As expected, my guess was right." The corner of Chu Ziu's mouth curled slightly upward. Jian Qiu concluded, "Chu Ziu, you're an ancient expert who has just broken free from a seal, aren't you?" Chu Ziu was startled and his eyes widened. He asked in confusion, "How did you know?" Huangwu glanced at Jian Qiu and added, "It seems our guess was indeed correct." Chu Ziu was irritated by their hesitation and said, "Can't you say everything at once? Acting like this could easily get you beaten to death by me, you know." Jian Qiu explained, "Chu Ziu, my reasoning is simple. First, you studied vast amounts of recent historical records about the firmament continent at Deer Chasing Academy, and most importantly, you appeared in this world out of nowhere, so we naturally reached this conclusion." Chu Ziu gave him a thumbs up and smiled warmly. "As expected of the current pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, you truly are perceptive." Jian Qiu asked curiously, "Chu Ziu, what is the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion like in your era?" He replied, "A million years later, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is very prosperous, though still slightly inferior to when Pavilion Master Jian led it." Huangwu asked doubtfully, "Chu Ziu, could your human emperor fist have been inherited from the human emperor?" Chu Ziu waved his hand in denial. "The human emperor? Isn't the human emperor merely a legendary existence? I'm hardly fortunate enough to have worshipped him as my master." Making the two exchange bewildered glances and ask, "Really?" Chu Ziu cupped his hands respectfully. "You too, if there is nothing else, I shall leave now. We will meet again if fate allows." Just as he turned to leave, Jian Qiu called out, "Wait." Chu Ziu did not turn around and merely glanced back. Jian Qiu cupped his hands and said, "With Chu Ziu's strength, you qualify for the Sacred King ranking. Once I return, I can update the ranking within a day, but is there anything you wish to add to your introduction?" Chu Ziu chuckled, "I broke free from my seal, and since I've come to this era, I naturally must adapt to it. Brother Jian needn't worry, just follow the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's rules, for I have never hidden myself or concealed my actions, and hiding my origins would be an insult to me." Hyungwoo thought such a domineering attitude truly befits an ancient expert. Chu Ziu curled his lips into an awkward smile, thinking that meeting Jian Qiu, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, had turned out well, for this fortunate misunderstanding had perfectly resolved the problem of his origins. The scene shifted to the next day in Dream Star City, Central Province. Murmurs filled the city. It's really lively lately, with 50% more cultivators than usual. Right, they're all here to watch the meteor shower. You're too young to know that 300 years ago, the Chu family head was still an ordinary cultivator when he climbed the star platform to watch a meteor shower late at night. By sheer chance, he obtained a supreme treasure and rose to greatness overnight, yet no one knows what it was even now. Above, Chu Ziu watched with interest, thinking, a meteor shower? a supreme treasure falling from the sky. Interesting. He stood and looked around, thinking, tonight happens to be the 15th, so I'll go take a look. At that moment, on the star platform, the crowd was bustling. Someone suddenly pulled out a sheet and shouted, "The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has updated its rankings. The Sacred King ranking, unchanged for a century, has shifted." Everyone was stunned. My heavens, even the new king ranking changed. This expert entered both rankings at once, placing 76th on the Sacred King ranking by surpassing the Snow Demon Lord of the Demon Race, and 3rd on the New King ranking by surpassing the Barbarian God Son of the Barbarian God tribe. He stood with arms crossed by a city pillar, listening to the discussions and wondering, what exactly is this expert's background? Chu Xiu stroked his chin and thought, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion moves quite fast. As he walked, he pondered, becoming famous so quickly has pros and cons. The benefit is that no one will question my background anymore, and approaching Su Wangqiu won't seem too abrupt since Chu the Samanic is now somewhat famous. The downside was equally obvious. Those old quasi-emperor monsters had probably noticed him, and attracting their attention was never good. Suddenly, a huge crowd below caught Chu Xiu's attention, making him wonder, why are so many people gathered there? What's all the commotion? He squeezed into the excited crowd, saying, "Excuse me, make some room." Inside, two people were arguing. The annoyed girl firmly declared, "Zhou Xingyu, I don't like you, please have some self-respect," while the young man desperately pleaded, "Lion Lian, I was wrong, don't be angry." Watching this scene straight out of a drama made Chu Xiu speechless. This cliché. The girl angrily shouted, "Zhou Xingyu, I don't like you, I already have someone I love." Then she pointed straight at Chu Xiu and declared, "He's the one I love, so give up." He stood utterly bewildered, pointing at himself in confusion. Unexpectedly, Lion Lian walked over, clung to Chu Xiu's arm, and rested her head on his shoulder as if claiming him. Lion Lian glanced up and whispered, "Brat, cooperate with me and I'll reward you with divine essence stones later. Do as I say, or you might not leave Dream Star City safely." Chu Xiu's lips curled upward. Seriously? I, the mighty Chu the Samanic, am being forced to serve as someone else's shield.